So this must be Lin Shuai's offspring. I wonder what kind of contract spirit he will awaken. Surely it won't be S-level. In the noisy hall, two elderly men were engaged in conversation, while a row of students stood beneath the platform. The one at the forefront wore an utterly bewildered expression on his face. Lin Xing glanced around. Memories surged into his mind like an incoming tide. This world was completely different from the one Lin Hai had originally lived in. Several hundred years ago, spatial rifts had appeared in every corner of the world. Within the borders of Longhua alone, there were already hundreds of such dimensional gates. Inside these portals lurked all manner of ferocious beasts as well as strange entities such as the undead. Humanity, of course, had found a way to confront them. That way was the contract spirit. Everyone upon reaching the age of 15 could awaken their own contract spirit. Those blessed with talent for cultivation could become spirit tamers, forging pacts with living beings from other worlds. Through this, they obtained formidable combat power. Lin Hai felt his entire worldview collapsing in an instant, yet he had no time to ponder it further. One of the elders on the platform called out to him. Lin Hai, come up. It is your turn. Hearing his name, Lin Hai shook his head slightly, then walked toward the elder. The elder's face was filled with a kindly smile as he patted Lin Hai on the shoulder. Relax. You are Lin Shuai's offspring. For spirit tamers, contract spirits are often inherited through bloodline. The future of Ice City may well rest upon you. Hearing the elder's words, Lin Hai once again sifted through the memories in his mind. The origin of this body was anything but ordinary. His father, named Lin Tianxing, had once been recognized as the foremost spirit tamer of Longhua. At the mere age of 40, he had charged alone into the Forbidden Zone and was honored with the title Lin Shuai. Yet it was precisely that battle which caused this most dazzling prodigy to vanish completely from the public eye. He had not appeared for 10 years, and most believed he had perished. As Lin Tianxing's only child, Lin Hai had been burdened with high expectations from an early age. Now he had finally reached the age of 15, the moment to awaken his contract spirit. Seeing that Lin Hai did not respond, the elder assumed he was simply too nervous. Saying nothing more, he pointed toward a nearby pillar of light. Lin Hai exhaled deeply and stepped into the luminous column. The moment he entered, Lin Hai felt his body grow feverishly warm. The two elders simultaneously channeled a strand of spiritual power into the pillar of light. As spiritual power poured in, Lin Hai sensed a pulling force. Almost involuntarily, he turned his head. The space to his right shattered, revealing a deep, dark tunnel-like opening. The aura within was profoundly unfathomable. It was impossible to know where it led. At the same time, golden radiance coiled around the pillar of light, brilliant beams shooting skyward, seemingly piercing even the firmament. The two elders' expressions changed drastically. Such a spectacle was unheard of. Is this an SS-level contract? One elder's voice trembled with disbelief. Lin Hai likewise stared in astonishment at the tunnel opening. As the radiance gradually dimmed, a jet-black stone emerged from within. The stone struck the ground with a clear, crisp sound. The surroundings fell utterly silent as everyone fixed their gaze upon it. Before Lin Hai's eyes, an attribute panel unfolded. Contract Spirit, Mysterious Stone. Attributes: Comprehensive Type. Creature Category: Special Type. Master Lin Hai. Level 1. Potential Rank SSS. Innate Talent: Unknown. Current Skills: Unknown. Lin Hai stared at the stone before him, his face filled with question marks. Was this truly a contract spirit? Common contract spirits were generally divided into 3 categories. The first were humanoid spirits, often historical generals, or powerful types of intelligent beings. The second were beast-type contract spirits, typically fierce beasts, including legendary creatures such as dragons. The third were plant-type spirits, usually serving auxiliary roles, lacking great combat power, yet nevertheless highly sought after. Special-type contract spirits like this one were the rarest of all. Besides, he had no idea what use this stone could possibly have. The two elders exchanged glances, then circled the stone, their faces equally at a loss. This is an SS-level contract spirit. A single stone. Impossible. I have never heard of anyone awakening an SS-level spirit on their very first awakening. Under normal circumstances, the first awakening can reach, at most, S-level. Only through subsequent leveling and bloodline evolution is there any chance of reaching SSS. What in the world is going on? These two elders were the undisputed authorities of Ice City, and quite renowned throughout Longhua, yet even they were completely stumped by this stone. Huh. At that moment, a jarring burst of laughter echoed from below. Well worthy of being Lin Shuai's offspring. He actually awakened a stone. Impressive, truly impressive. Already irritable, Lin Hai followed the sound and saw a red-haired youth. This youth was Tang Zhe, young master of the Tang family, one of the major clans in Ice City. The Tang family had long-standing grievances with Lin Hai's father Lin Tianxing, so naturally the two youths were at odds as well. Now seeing the contract spirit Lin Hai had awakened, Tang Zhe could not restrain his ridicule. Just as Lin Hai was preparing to retort, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for awakening the Destiny Spirit Taming System. Newbie Gift Pack 1 obtained. Newbie mission issued: a man with a golden finger must not be bullied. Option 1, retaliate verbally, and leave Tang Zhe speechless. Reward large amount of spirit taming power. Option 2, retaliate with violence, and strike directly. Reward large amount of spirit taming power plus activation of the contract spirit talent system. Option 3, if you cannot win, call your elders, and have the seniors behind you take action. The newbie gift pack will be revoked. Though Lin Hai's face was still full of confusion, a faint smile soon surfaced. A peerless genius under everyone's gaze had awakened a seemingly worthless contract spirit. This was practically the standard template for a protagonist. Clearly he did possess a protagonist's halo. It seemed that as long as he made choices within this system, he would receive rewards. Lin Hai quickly fixed his attention on the second reward activation of the Contract Spirit Talent Bloodline. His own Contract Spirit Talent Bloodline, after all, displayed 3 question marks. When Lin Hai raised his head to look at Tang Zai again, his gaze had changed, now carrying a distinct chill. Tang Zai felt Lin Hai's gaze fall upon him, and involuntarily shuddered, only to let out a cold, derisive laugh the next instant. What now, do you still want to make a move against me? I have awakened in a grade contract spirit, a saber-toothed tiger. He smirked. And you with that useless stone of yours. Be careful, I don't swallow it in one bite. With those words, Tang Zai's face twisted into an expression full of disdain. Meanwhile, Lin Hai had already strolled up to his side. Tang Zai looked down his nose at Lin Hai, arrogance written all over his face. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a fist suddenly expanded before his eyes, then smashed squarely into his face. Tang Zai let out a scream like a slaughtered pig as his body toppled to the ground. Lin Hai seized the opportunity, pinning him down and raining punches onto his face, all while shouting at the top of his lungs. An grade contract spirit, is it? Lin Hai barked between punches. A saber-toothed tiger, is it? The little young master of the Tang family, is it? At this moment Tang Zai was completely stunned. After all, he was only a 15-year-old child, and the Longguo regulations strictly forbade summoning contract spirits at will. Lin Hai, however, was entirely different. Because of his background, he had borne immense pressure from a young age, and undergone rigorous physical training that far surpassed that of his peers. For a time Tang Zai had no power to fight back, and could only scream in misery. In the distance, 2 elderly men froze for an instant, then quickly came to their senses, and rushed forward to pull the 2 apart. Enough, both of you, stop. After Lin Hai was dragged away, he flicked the blood from his hand, and remarked with a playful tone, young Master Tang's body is quite impressive. Actually harder than my fists. In the distance Tang Zai was already covered in blood. He glared at Lin Hai with vicious eyes, unable to believe that Lin Hai had truly dared to strike him. Fury consumed him, and the space beside him shattered as a tiger leapt out in a burst. Lin Hai, I'll kill you, he roared. Yet before the tiger could even move, it was already forced down, sprawling flat on the ground. Enough, all of you, stop this nonsense. The elder flicked his sleeve, his face filled with displeasure. It was clearly his intervention that suppressed Tang Zai's saber-toothed tiger. Seeing this, Tang Zai opened his mouth to protest, but the elder cut him off. Enough. Take Tang Zai to the infirmary. 2 soldiers approached from the surroundings, and escorted Tang Zai away. As he left, his eyes seemed as if they could devour Lin Hai alive, yet Lin Hai remained utterly unafraid. When the farce finally ended, the elder once more came to stand before Lin Hai, letting out a weary sigh. Lin Hai, do not lose heart. Though your first contract spirit has no combat strength, as long as you cultivate to bronze level and awaken a second contract spirit, things will be different. Although the elder was trying to console him, Lin Hai could still clearly perceive the disappointment flickering in the depths of his gaze. The higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. This was perhaps the perfect example. As the child of Lin Tianqing, the first to awaken an SS grade contract spirit should have been an incomparably brilliant prodigy. Yet what he awakened was a contract spirit without any combat power at all. Lin Hai nodded lightly, and said nothing more. The crowd quickly dispersed. When Lin Hai returned home, he gazed at the familiar furnishings, yet the house was utterly devoid of people. Ever since 10 years ago, Lin Hai had been living alone. His father had long been fighting on distant battlefields, and in the years that followed no news of him ever came back. His mother was a research professor at Longguo University, said to be involved in a major project, and with scarcely any time to care for Lin Hai. At that moment, a mechanical chime echoed in Lin Hai's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the novice mission. Reward a large amount of spirit controlling power and activation of the contract spirit talent system. As the system's voice faded, warmth flooded through Lin Hai's body, and the contract spirit panel unfolded before his eyes once more. Contract spirit mysterious stone. Attributes comprehensive. Biological category special. Master Lin Hai. Level 2. Potential grade S. Innate skill golden armor greatly enhances personal defense with a small chance to become immune to all damage. Current skill, unknown. Thanks to the system's reward, Lin Hai's level rose from 1 to 2. In this world, spirit controllers are ranked from level 1. Beyond level 9 lies the black iron rank, where one may awaken a second contract spirit, followed by silver and gold ranks above it. Aside from the advancement of his cultivation, Lin Hai had also awakened the innate skill golden armor. Just as this innate talent awakened, the stone flared with a burst of golden light. Lin Hai stared fixedly, only to discover that the golden radiance outlined the vague shape of a monkey. A monkey! Lin Hai exclaimed in astonishment. Yet the golden light quickly scattered once more, and the stone reverted to its ordinary, unremarkable form. He sighed helplessly. It was clear that this stone hid an immense secret. As an SS grade contract spirit, he had shattered the history of Longguo, yet it possessed no combat ability whatsoever. Still, with a golden fingers system at his side, he believed that one day he might uncover its true purpose. As for the innate skill he had awakened, it was itself an exceptionally powerful ability, a small chance to nullify all damage. Once triggered, it could overturn the outcome of a battle. Of course, that premise required that he be able to fight in the first place. Lin Hai spent half an hour hugging the stone and studying it, eventually letting out a disappointed sigh. In contract spirit combat, the master directs the spirit's actions, though high-level contract spirits also possess their own combat instincts. Yet this stone could not even move, let alone fight. Was he truly to accept that he was nothing more than a useless waste? Just as Lin Hai was sinking into disappointment, sounds came from the doorway. He looked toward the noise and saw a middle-aged man, Uncle Fong. The man's name was Fong Chung, a former classmate of Lin Tianxing. Unlike Lin Tianxing's extraordinary talent, Fong Chung possessed far less aptitude, and was now merely a black iron rank spirit controller. During the years when Lin Hai's parents were absent, it was Fong Chung who would occasionally come to look after him, making Fong Chung practically Lin Hai's only family in Bingxing. Lin Hai, come here, I brought you something tasty. The elder and the youth sat facing each other with no trace of stiffness between elder and junior. Xiao Hai, I heard you awakened an SS-Rank Contract Spirit. I knew it, Fong Chung said. You would never be inferior to your father. Lin Hai nodded. It is indeed SS grade, but it is only a stone and has no combat strength. Even the elders of Bingxiang could not discern its origin and have already reported it. Perhaps there will be news about my contract spirit from the capital Jingdu. No combat strength. Fong Chung froze for a moment at those words, then slowly shook his head. So it is, so it is. His cryptic muttering left Lin Hai somewhat puzzled. Then Fong Chung reached into his bag, took out an item, and handed it to Lin Hai. This is something your father left for you. He told me that if your contract spirit has no combat strength, I am to give this. Listening to Fong Chang's words, Lin Hai blinked and took the item from Fong Chang's hand. Actually, your father's first contract spirit had no combat power back then. But your father was unwilling to concede defeat and was determined to cultivate. Thus, he created a method of cultivation. This method is known as fusion spirit. It involves merging oneself with the contract spirit to gain its combat power, allowing the host to fight in place of the. However, this approach is exceedingly dangerous. After all, if the contract spirit gets injured in battle, it can recuperate in the contract space, whereas if you get hurt, you can only lie in a hospital. It could even be life-threatening. Thus, the method of fusion spirit was kept secret. Only a few would choose such a path. After hearing this, Lin Hai was taken aback once more. The danger of contract spirit battles was self-evident, and this fusion spirit essentially meant that the host would fight in place of the contract spirit, albeit with the combat power of the contract spirit. But getting injured was inevitable. Oh, it was akin to playing with one's life. No wonder his father reached such heights. Merely creating the fusion spirit method was already beyond the capabilities of an ordinary genius. Moreover, his father's first contract spirit had no combat power. Fong Chung sighed and patted Lin Hai's shoulder. Actually, Uncle Fong does not recommend you cultivate in this manner. You can completely train steadily in Ice City, achieving black iron level safely, and perhaps a combat-capable contract spirit will appear. As for the fusion spirit method, it's up to your own choice. Lin Hai fell into contemplation after hearing Fong Chang's word. Just as he was about to respond, a system panel suddenly popped up before him. Option 1, as Lin Shuai's offspring, I must not shirk my duty, and will cultivate the fusion spirit method. Reward perfect fusion of the fusion spirit. Option 2, such a dangerous endeavor is not for me. Give up on cultivating fusion spirit, reward a small amount of spirit. After reviewing the system options, Lin Hai's gaze grew much more resolute. It was uncertain how long it would take to train steadily to black iron level, but since his father could gain fame throughout the world through the fusion spirit method, he too could achieve it. I have decided, I want to cultivate fusion spirit. Fong Chung showed a proud look after hearing Lin Hai's words. Good, since you have made your decision, Uncle Fong will not dissuade you. Focus on your training these few days. School will start in 3. While training, do not forget your academic subjects. Strive to get into Longwei University so you can spend more time with your mother. After saying this, Fong Chung did not linger and left Lin Hai's home. Lin Hai also received a reward from the system, perfect fusion of the fusion spirit. After receiving the reward, many memories appeared in Lin Hai's mind, all regarding the method of fusion spirit. At this moment, Lin Hai could hardly contain his excitement. He immediately summoned his stone, and with a wave of his hand the stone merged into his body. Lin Hai then felt his physique had strengthened considerably. He arrived in the basement of the house, and with a punch against a wall, an overwhelming force instantly created some cracks on the wall. Seeing this, Lin Hai's eyes were filled with shock. Is this the power of the contract spirit? Lin Hai, now a level 2 spirit manipulator, could naturally inherit the combat power of the contract spirit. However, it must be noted that the stone was an SS level contract spirit, and at this moment Lin Hai's physical quality after the fusion spirit was already comparable to a typical level 3 contract spirit. During the next 2 days, Lin Hai practiced fusion spirit and enhanced his combat power at home. He also tested his Bodhi's defensive capabilities, but the downside was that since Lin Hai was only level 2, the duration of the fusion spirit was not long, and this was a drawback of the fusion spirit. The items his father left for him included materials that enhanced physical quality and insights on cultivating fusion spirit, which greatly benefited Lin Hai. At night, Lin Hai sat on his bed, knowing that tomorrow was the day school started. Lin Hai was now a prospective second-year high school student, and this world also had schools one side, nurturing spirit manipulators, and of course there were also ordinary people. The second year of high school was the day for class division. Students who awakened as spirit manipulators would enter the spirit manipulator class, while ordinary people would go to the cultural class. However, the spirit manipulator class also had academic courses. The college entrance examination for the spirit manipulator class was divided into cultural courses and spirit manipulator courses, with cultural courses scoring 350 points and spirit manipulator courses scoring 400 points. Of course, Lin Hai would enter the spirit manipulator class to study. Which specific class he would be in would depend on tomorrow's report. After pondering these matters, Lin Hai seemed to recall something. It seems like there is also a beginner's gift package. Lin Hai remembered the reward triggered when he activated the system. System, open the beginner's gift package. Then a cold voice sounded again. Congratulations, host, for opening the beginner's gift package. You have received 10 system points, and the system mall is activated, allowing you to purchase supplies in the mall. Although Lin Hai's first contract spirit is a stone which possesses no combat power, the method of merging souls is based on the attributes of the contract spirit itself. This stone does not have elemental attributes, so items like fire potions provide little help to Lin Hai. In the end, he exchanged for 5 bottles of strength potions, depleting all his system points. Soon Lin Hai held 5 bottles of yellow liquid, looking at their color with a grimace. He summoned his contract spirit. The stone stood before Lin Hai, presenting him with a dilemma again. The method of using the potion is to have the contract spirit consume it, but this stone has no mouth. How can it eat? With no other options, Lin Hai opened a bottle of strength potion and poured it over the stone. As the potion was infused, the stone shimmered with a faint golden light, absorbing the potion completely. It seems it can absorb it. Lin Hai breathed a sigh of relief as he infused all the strength potions into his contract. After using the 5 bottles of strength potions, Lin Hai entered the merging state again and noticed that his strength had approximately increased by 15%. No wonder it's a system product. The primary strength potions made by ordinary pharmacists can only enhance by about 2%, while those exchanged through the system can enhance by 3%. Don't underestimate this 1%, there's a limit to how much potions can be consumed, roughly around 20 bottles. If all the potions are fully used, Lin Hai's contract spirit could surpass other contract spirits by 20% in attributes. After checking his contract spirit, Lin Hai nodded in satisfaction. Since he had to report to school tomorrow, he refrained from practicing and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning at Ice City No. 1 High School. Ice City is the capital of Baiyuan Province and is located at the northernmost part of Long Country. Originally a barren place, it gained fame due to Lin Taixing's emergence. As a result, Ice City's prominence surged, now ranking among the top 10 in the nation. Naturally, Ice City No. 1 High School is the best school in Ice City. Just as Lin Hai arrived at the school gate, he heard a commotion. Xiaoyu, these 99 roses are what I bought from every flower shop in Ice City. I picked the best looking one from each shop. After all, only such splendid roses are worthy of your beauty. Hearing this, Lin Hai was momentarily stunned, looking at him as if he were a fool. In the distance, a young man held a bouquet of colorful roses, exuding a princely aura with a flattering smile on his face. In stark contrast, the girl in front had a face full of disgust. She threw the roses back at the boy. Get lost, oh, I've already told you, don't bother me. With that, the girl turned and walked away without looking back. As it was the first day of school, many classmates surrounded them, casting sympathetic glances at him. The boy, however, remained unfazed, picking up the fallen roses and straightening his clothes. What are you looking at? Never seen such a handsome guy before. Hearing this, Lin Hai couldn't help but burst into laughter. In this silent scene, his chuckle naturally attracted the boy's attention. Kid, what are you laughing at? Lin Hai tried to suppress his laughter. Nothing. I've truly never seen such a handsome guy acting like. Upon hearing the term lapdog, Lin Hai expected the boy to be furious, but to his surprise, the boy approached him excitedly and patted Lin Hai on the shoulder. Bro, you think only I am worthy of Xiaoyu, right? What a kindred spirit. My name is Lu Feng, and you? Lin Hai stared at Lu Feng with a bewildered expression, completely unable to comprehend his thought process. He seemed rather mentally unstable. He casually responded, Lin Hai. After saying that, Lin Hai ignored him and walked towards the interior of Ice City No. Lu Feng clung to Lin Hai like a stubborn adhesive, chattering incessantly. From now on, you're my brother Lu Feng. If anyone bullies you, just mention my name, and I'll be the first to let them have it. And so the two entered the teaching building, surprisingly heading to the same destination, Class 1 of the Spirit Masters. In the second year of high school, there are 5 classes for Spirit Masters, and Class 1 is undoubtedly the best. Most of those who enter Class 1 are exceptionally talented individuals capable of challenging the top universities in Long Country. Lin Hai didn't expect that the seemingly mentally unstable Lu Feng would show up at the entrance of Class 1. Bro, I didn't know you were also in Class 1. It seems we are truly fated. Lu Feng appeared very excited, then leaned in to peek inside the class. Following Lu Feng's gaze, Lin Hai saw a girl inside, clearly the one who had rejected Lu Feng at the door. After Lu Feng's incessant chatter, Lin Hai learned the girl's name. Her name is Wang Xiaoyu, and she and Lu Feng are childhood sweethearts who grew up together. According to Lu Feng, Wang Xiaoyu feels unworthy of him, leading her to continuously reject him. However, Lin Hai certainly did not believe such claims. Xiaoyu, are we meeting again? Are you really not going to accept these roses? Lu Feng reverted to his lapdog demeanor, while Wang Xiaoyu bowed her head deeply, appearing quite helpless. Lin Hai also entered the classroom, sensing a gaze filled with resentment. Turning to look, he saw Tang Ze in the corner, his face twisted with malice. The injury on his face had healed after 3. Tang Ze's contract spirit is in a grade saber-toothed tiger, making him a person of considerable talent. It's normal for him to be in Class 1, so Lin Hai was not surprised. Oh, isn't this young Master Tang? It seems your family's doctor is quite skilled, your injury healed in just 3 days. As Lin Hai's voice fell, Tang Ze slammed his hand on the table, standing up. You Lin Hai dare to bring that up? The battle of Spirit Masters relies on contract spirits. What can you with a contract spirit that has no combat power boast about? You wouldn't last a minute in a real fight. After hearing Tang Ze's words, Lin Hai merely chuckled lightly. Having comprehended soul merging, he now had the capital to fight Spirit Masters. Moreover, he was currently at the 2nd level, while Tang Ze had awakened his contract spirit roughly around the same time as him. He should still be at the 1st level. Without needing to fight, the outcome was clear. Lin Hai slowly walked towards Tang Ze, causing him to instinctively shrink back, recalling his previous encounter, his voice trembling slightly. What do you want, Lin Hai? This is school. If you dare to make a move, I will report you to the teacher. After the last incident, Tang Ze was acutely aware that in a physical confrontation, he could never match Lin Hai, and at this moment, he was completely afraid. However, Lin Hai did not strike directly, but instead patted Tang Ze on the shoulder. Don't be nervous, Tang Xiao. Since you say that the battles of spirit tamers rely on contract spirits, how about we compete against each other? Of course, there should be a bit of a stake involved in the battle. How about we wager a month's worth of cultivation resources? As students of the Spirit Tamer class, the school allocates a certain amount of cultivation resources each month, which is part of the official training for these talented individuals. This method not only helps them grow rapidly, but also increases competition. The first class naturally has more cultivation resources compared to others. Students from other classes can enter the first class by defeating them. This is the rule of the first class, and also the rule of Ice City No. 1 High School. After hearing Lin Hai's words, Tang Ze let out a sigh of relief, and then revealed an evil smile. Alright, Lin Hai, you brought this upon yourself. A month is too little, let's wager a year's worth of cultivation resources. Furthermore, the loser must leave the Spirit Tamer class. Lin Hai maintained a blank expression, but his heart was already filled with joy. The system panel reappeared before him. Option 1, agree to the duel with Tang Ze, and successfully win, rewarding 10 system points. Option 2, agree to the duel with Tang Ze, lose the match, and your Spirit Tamer level decreases by 1. Option 3, refuse the duel with Tang Ze, preserve your strength, gain a small amount of spirit power, and your contract spirit's attribute becomes weak. After looking at the system panel, the choice was already obvious. Since Tang Xiao is being so generous, I won't be polite. See you at the Spirit Combat Arena tonight. Upon seeing Lin Hai agree, Tang Ze let out a burst of arrogant laughter, as if victory were already in his grasp. Just as he was about to say something else, he was interrupted by a voice. Everyone quiet down, and return to your seats. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses appeared at the podium. Everyone returned to their positions. Let me introduce myself. I am Mu Wanqing, your class instructor for the Spirit Tamer class. Today is the first day of school, and I need you to understand the rules of the Spirit Tamer class. First of all, your entry into the Spirit Tamer class signifies your talent. You are among the best in the school. However, that does not guarantee your continued place here. In the coming year, there will be a monthly examination, which includes written tests on cultural subjects and exams on Spirit Beast. The bottom students in both examinations will be relegated to the Spirit Tamer Class 2, while students from other classes will be brought into Class 1. Moreover, students from other classes can challenge you at any time. As long as they win, they can take your place. Do you all understand? The teacher's words were brief, yet depicted the brutal competition. Lin Hai stroked his chin. Although this was the Spirit Beast class, cultural subjects were equally important. He wasn't too worried about this, as his previous self was already a top student, and with his current combat power, staying in Class 1 shouldn't be a problem. Now let's begin class. In our first lesson, we will discuss the history of Blue Star. 910 years ago, Blue Star experienced a spatial rupture known as the Origin Era. Now we are in the 910th year of the Origin Era, and it was from that time that we gradually mastered the ability of Although the morning class was quite tedious, Lin Hai paid close attention to enhance his understanding of this world. He also felt a deep sense of pressure. In the distance, Tang Ze had absorbed none of the lessons, staring intently towards Lin Hai, his gaze almost predatory. As the school bell rang, Tang Ze hurriedly approached Lin Hai. Let's go, Lin Hai, are you afraid now? Lin Hai, who was packing his things, chuckled helplessly at this. Who would be in such a rush to seek suffering? Hey kid, Lin Hai is my brother. If you want to hit him, you have to deal with me first. Lu Feng suddenly appeared, blocking Tang Ze's path. Get lost, what does this have to do with you? I'm looking for Lin Hai. Lin Hai, if you're afraid, just admit defeat. Shout out to the whole school that I am not as good as Tang Ze. Today I, the young master, might consider sparing you, and you can remain in the Spirit Tamer class. Tang Ze arrogantly looked at Lin Hai, but Lu Feng was about to say something when Lin Hai pulled him back. Alright, I can handle this. Since Tang Xiao is so eager for death, let's go. Lin Hai said no more, and understood that fists speak louder than words. The students who had not yet left observed this scene, and began to gossip, following the two to the Spirit Combat Arena. Within the school, there are designated Spirit Combat Arenas for contract spirit battles. Before them stood a gigantic blue arena with 2 standing platforms on either side. Generally, both Spirit Tamers need to stand on the platforms to command their contract spirits in battle. Tang Ze eagerly stood on one side, and a tiger's roar immediately echoed out. The saber-toothed tiger appeared on the arena, exuding a fearsome presence. After all, it was an A-class contract spirit, and its strength could not be underestimated. The students looked towards Lin Hai, curious about what his contract spirit might be. During roll call earlier, Lin Hai was the first. While this did not signify much, it left an impression on everyone. Soon everyone was astonished by what unfolded before their eyes. Lin Hai casually walked past the 2 platforms and directly onto the battlefield. Tang Ze was stunned in place, and then shouted angrily, Lin Hai, what are you doing? That is your position over there. Quickly summon your contract spirit. With Tang Ze's voice echoing, Lin Hai had already reached the arena, facing the A-class saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger let out a roar, while Lin Hai exhaled deeply. After all, it was his first battle, and it was inevitable to feel a bit tense. No need, I will just stand here and fight you. Lin Hai responded, and the surrounding students exchanged glances. Having never seen a Spirit Tamer step onto the arena, wasn't this courting death? One need not even be attacked. Perhaps the residual force of an area attack skill would be enough to injure an ordinary person. Tang Ze was overjoyed. Good, since you want to seek death, I won't hold back. As the protective barrier of the arena slowly rose, the battle officially began. The saber-toothed tiger let out a deafening roar once more while Tang Ze in the distance wore a cold expression. It was Lin Hai who had jumped onto the arena looking for death, and if anything went wrong the school would not hold him accountable. At this moment Tang Ze's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he commanded the saber-toothed tiger to pounce towards Lin Hai. The distance between them quickly closed, and just as they were about to meet, the saber-toothed tiger leaped into the air, lunging towards Lin Hai. Seeing the saber-toothed tiger charging at him, Lin Hai's gaze turned cold, and the space beside him shattered, revealing a stone that slowly floated into him. Lin Hai's power surged as the saber-toothed tiger reached above him. Die! Tang Ze roared angrily, a faint smile appearing on his lips. At that moment Lin Hai also moved, crouching slightly before delivering a punch that struck forcefully at the saber-toothed tiger. The violent force erupted instantly, sending the saber-toothed tiger's massive body flying into the air, crashing to the ground, twitching a couple of times before falling completely still. It lay there unconscious. The surroundings of the arena fell into silence. Even Lin Hai himself couldn't believe he had killed the A-grade saber-toothed tiger with a single punch, though Tang Ze's underestimation played a part. After all, the saber-toothed tiger had not unleashed any skills, while Lin Hai was an SS-grade contracted spirit combined with the suppression of a level 2 against a level 1. It resulted in a one-punch kill. This is impossible. Tang Ze let out an incredulous roar, his eyes wide as he stared at the fallen saber. The students in the distance were equally clueless about what had just happened. Only the seemingly cynical Lu Feng furrowed his brow, whispering, "Spirit fusion. Is this what an A-grade contracted spirit looks like? Young Master Tang, I think your saber-toothed tiger should be renamed Kitty. It's simply too weak." Tang Ze, already furious, turned even paler after hearing Lin Hai's words. Laughter began to ripple through the crowd. Tang Ze's face flushed a strange shade of red as he turned to leave. Just 2 steps in, he found Lin Hai blocking his path. "I've already lost. What more do you want?" Tang Ze shouted impatiently, while Lin Hai merely smiled coldly. "Since you've lost according to our agreement, you need to hand over the year's cultivation resources provided by the school to me. And then get out of class, you Ling." Upon hearing this, Tang Ze's body trembled as he muttered under his breath, "Lin Hai, don't be too much." Tang Ze looked up, seeing Lin Hai cracking his knuckles, clearly eager for more. Seeing this, Tang Ze panicked completely. If he couldn't withstand a single punch from his contracted spirit, he feared he would end up in the hospital for a month. Here, Tang Ze pulled out 2 white orbs from his pocket and handed them to Lin Hai. These were called Yuling pearls, which could be swallowed to enhance one's spiritual power. They were important cultivation resources. These 2 were just issued a month's worth. Lin Hai accepted the pearls and smiled, saying, "Young Master Tang, Class Yuling welcomes you." Hearing this, Tang Ze clenched his fists, realizing that staying would only lead to further humiliation. He lowered his head and left the spirit duel arena. The surrounding students silently noted the scene. A-grade contracted spirits were rare, and Lin Hai's ability to kill Tang Ze with one punch meant they were certainly no match for him. Everyone resolved to avoid provoking Lin Hai in the future. Lin Hai ignored the students around him and walked out of the spirit duel arena. The system rewards had also arrived, granting him 10 system points once again. In a good mood, Lin Hai was about to head home when a voice called out from behind him. "Brother Lin, wait for me." Upon hearing the voice, Lin Hai turned, his brow instantly furrowing. He saw Lu Feng quickly approaching him. "Brother Lin, you are truly impressive, taking out an A-grade contracted spirit with one punch." "I am in awe." He saw Lu Feng quickly approaching him. "Brother Lin, you are truly impressive, taking out an A-grade contracted spirit with one punch." However, Lu Feng showed no signs of letting Lin Hai go, moving closer again. He whispered, "Brother Lin, I know where the black market is. Would you like to check it out with me? Cultivation resources like those provided by the school are definitely not enough." Lu Feng's words made Lin Hai stop. He currently needed a large amount of cultivation resources. Although there were legitimate shops selling them, the prices were exorbitant, and good items were always prioritized for the wealthy. Thus the black market formed under such circumstances. Of course, treasure hunting in the black market required a bit of luck. Seeing Lin Hai pause, Lu Feng beamed and continued, "Brother Lin, you need at least level 5 to enter the black market, but with me I guarantee you can get in." Lin Hai glanced at Lu Feng's proud expression, feeling a bit intrigued. "In that case, let's go take a look." Lin Hai agreed, and Lu Feng grabbed his arm, leading them towards a corner of the city. As the provincial capitalized city was quite large, after walking for a while they eventually hailed a taxi. 10 minutes later, Lin Hai had a black line across his face as he looked at a hole just big enough for a person to squeeze through, which was nothing more than a slightly larger dog hole. He looked at Lu Feng in confusion. "Is this your so-called method?" Lu Feng scratched his head awkwardly, looking a bit embarrassed. "There's no other way. The entrance to the black market is guarded, and you need to be at least a level 5 spiritual master to enter. We currently can't get in, so we can only use this method. Brother Lin, I'll go first, just follow me." Lin Hai then saw Lu Feng crouching on the ground. His height made it quite difficult for him. Halfway through, it seemed he got stuck, and Lin Hai heard a shout. "Brother Lin, help me out, I'm stuck. I remember being able to fit through." At this moment, Lin Hai felt speechless, vowing never to trust Lu Feng, this unreliable person, again. He then kicked Lu Feng's backside, which was still outside the hole. As Lin Hai's foot landed, Lu Feng's figure had already vanished into the dog hole, presumably having successfully entered the black market. "Hurry up and come in, Lin, brother." Hearing Lu Feng's call, Lin Hai's expression darkened. He glanced at the dog hole, feeling quite reluctant to enter. Who is it? A rustling sound came from afar, and Lin Hai silently cursed, deciding to make a run for it. After running some distance, he finally spotted the entrance to the black market guarded by 2 sentinels. Judging by their aura, they seemed to be at least level 7 or 8, though he couldn't be sure. Just as Lin Hai pondered how to enter, someone nearby began shouting. If you want to enter the black market, come here. The ticket is 1,000 Long Kingdom coins. They'll take you in. Lin Hai noticed a gathering of 6 or 7 people, all clad in dark clothing. The leader appeared very arrogant, probably someone who frequently mingled in the black market. Lin Hai was ready to turn and leave when the system panel popped up in front of him again. Option 1, summon your contracted spirit and forcefully break into the black market. Reward 10 system points plus an increase in contracted spirit level. Option 2, take out your ticket and follow the crowd into the black market. Reward for understanding exclusive skills of the contracted spirit. Option 3, turn around and go home to sleep. Gain a small amount of spiritual power. After reviewing the system panel, Lin Hai sighed, helplessly knowing he had to go in. Though the first option seemed quite tempting given his current strength, it would be akin to courting death. Fortunately, 1,000 coins didn't seem like too much. Lin Hai came from a decent family. Although his parents were often absent, he still had a bit of pocket money. Subsequently, he blended into the crowd and bought a spot with 1,000 Long Kingdom coins. However, Lin Hai soon noticed something amiss as those around him cast glances that were somewhat malicious. After all, for a child to casually pull out 1,000 coins without batting an eye, his background must be substantial. Lin Hai subtly distanced himself from a few people, and for the moment they chose not to act. This was the black market. Despite its reputation, it wasn't entirely lawless, and was still subject to the oversight of the Long Kingdom's Spirit Regulation Bureau, though it inevitably attracted some desperate individuals. After waiting a while, and gathering 10 individuals, the leader took them into the black market. Inside there was a massive street with vendors on both sides shouting out their wares. Black Iron Level Lord materials, 500,000 Long Kingdom coins, can comprehend Black Iron Level Lord skills, first come first served. High-grade strength potion, 100,000 Long Kingdom coins while stocks last. Listening to the shouts around him, Lin Hai glanced around. Among these items, the genuine articles were few and far between, and most had come here for a treasure hunt. Lin Hai continued walking forward, but suddenly frowned, quickly grabbing a wrist. Turning around, he saw a shifty-eyed person reaching out, seemingly intent on stealing from him. Seeing that he had been discovered, the man awkwardly smiled. Little brother, this is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Lin Hai's expression darkened significantly, while the man hurriedly continued. Little brother, you seem to be new to the black market. Let me give you a warning. Beware of Lord Hu's men. Lord Hu. Upon hearing that name, Lin Hai temporarily released the man's hand, who pointed in a direction. That is Lord Hu. Following the direction the man indicated, Lin Hai's gaze fell upon a figure dressed in a black and gold mink coat, with dark skin and a fierce appearance, adorned with a large gold chain, sitting at a distance. Surrounding him were 3 to 5 guards. He is Lord Hu, the only person in this black market who cannot be provoked. After saying this, the man walked away, and Lin Hai chose not to pay him any more attention. If just a petty thief, there was no need. Meanwhile, Lord Hu also made a move. 2 individuals resembling his subordinates approached him, seemingly whispering something. Lord Hu stood up and followed them away. They headed towards a stall where a young man was haggling with the vendor over a jar. Boss, 30,000 Long Kingdom coins. Just as the seller was about to speak, the jar in the young man's hand was suddenly snatched away by Lord Hu, who coldly laughed. Look at your poor appearance, can't afford it. Get lost. 40,000 Long Kingdom coins, I'll take this one. Seeing this scene, the young man grew anxious and shouted. What are you doing? I clearly came first. Lord Hu simply snorted coldly at the young man's display. Otherwise, why not ask the boss who arrived first? As he spoke, he shot a glare at the vendor, who trembled slightly and awkwardly said, naturally, Lord Hu arrived first. Since Lord Hu has taken a liking to this item, 28,000 Long Kingdom coins, Lord Hu can take it. Lord Hu nodded in satisfaction, then smashed the jar open, revealing a pristine, white lotus flower. This aura seems to be that of a Black Iron Level Lord's material. It appears to be worth at least 60 to 70,000 Long Kingdom coins. The voices of discussion around him indicated that Lord Hu had made a significant profit this time. Lord Hu's face was filled with joy, and he did not default on the payment, handing over the 28,000 to the vendor. The vendor accepted it with a smile, but the young man was displeased. Stop right there. This item clearly belongs to me, and should be mine. My. Lord Hu emitted a displeased sound, and his guards closed in. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? In this black market, this is my territory. Do you dare to rob me? Lin Hai watched the scene from a distance, frowning as he understood Lord Hu's methods. Lord Hu had a group of subordinates who helped him keep an eye on valuable materials in the black market, stealing them from those who would discover. Ordinary people could only swallow their anger in the face of Lord Hu, but the young man seemed unwilling to back down. He lunged for the material, while Lord Hu's subordinates began to move. With a couple of punches and kicks, they took the young man down, without even summoning their contracted spirits, as attracting the Spirit Regulation Bureau would be troublesome. Lin Hai had no intention of getting involved, but just as he was about to leave, he heard a familiar voice. Everyone stop. In broad daylight, I cannot stand by and watch such people. In the distance, Lu Feng approached leisurely with a folding fan in hand, directly blocking the path of Hu Yi and his companions. Lin Hai watched this scene, his lips twitching once again, as he found it impossible to comprehend the way this guy's mind worked. In such a situation, he still dared to charge forward. Hu Yi and his men were momentarily stunned watching the foolish behavior of Lu Feng, and for a moment none dared to act. In this situation, it could either mean he was incredibly strong and confident, or he had an astonishing background. Or perhaps he was simply a foolish young man. Who are you, kid? I am Hu Yi, the ruler of this black market. I advise you not to meddle in others' affairs. Lu Feng disdainfully curled his lip and helped the man up. Are you alright, brother? Don't worry, I'm here to help you. I can't stand these bullies who rely on their power. This statement made the faces of those around turn grim. Hu Yi no longer cared about the consequences. Damn it, you brat, today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. Attack. Hu Yi's little brothers closed in again, numbering about 7 or 8. They all appeared to have decent physical capabilities. One of them charged forward first, but was kicked away by Lu Feng. Lin Hai silently observed this scene, surprised to see that Lu Feng had some skills, and seemed to have trained his physical fitness, well, which was no less than the strength of a contracted spirit. Improving physical fitness can occur in 2 ways: either the body strengthens as one's power increases, or through the use of rare materials and long-term training. Either way, both are quite rare. At this moment, a system panel appeared before Lin Hai. Option 1, stand up for Lu Feng and help him escape, reward 20. Option 2, mind your own business and slip away quietly, reward a small amount of spiritual power. Option 3, directly assist Hu Yi and build a good relationship with him, earning a title, Backstabber, which has a 50% chance of causing betrayal from those close to you when worn. After reading the system panel, Lin Hai's lips twitched. Was this Backstabber title some kind of joke? With the third option eliminated, only options 1 and 2 remained. Although Lin Hai had decent physical fitness, overpowering these people would still be very challenging. The most cautious choice was obviously option 2. Quickly, Lin Hai made his decision and dashed forward. Fortune favors the bold. At that moment, Lu Feng and the others were already surrounded. Though Lu Feng was strong, he was still outnumbered, and one of his eyes had already turned black. The other young man was in an even worse condition. Like a warrior, Lin Hai plunged into the crowd, grabbing one man's collar and landing a punch to his abdomen, causing him to cry. The man collapsed as Lin Hai's right leg swept out, sending another flying, and he rushed to Lu Feng's side. Lin, brother. Upon seeing Lin Hai arrive, Lu Feng shouted in surprise. Lin Hai's expression was quite grim as he took down another assailant and urged the two of them. Run. What are you waiting for? Only then did the two react. After all, this was Hu Yi's territory, and people were starting to converge in their direction. Soon, with the combined efforts of Lu Feng and Lin Hai, they opened a gap and fled without looking back. Hu Yi, seeing this, naturally erupted in fury and yelled, "What are you all standing around for? Go after them. I will make these 3 brats pay today." As the 3 of them fled in panic, the pursuers were relentless. At that moment, Lu Feng seemed to remember something. "Follow me, I know a way to leave the black market." Upon hearing this, Lin Hai instinctively felt resistance. After all, the last time through the dog hole was still fresh in his memory. However, it seemed he had no choice but to trust him. Quickly, the 3 arrived in an alley where there was a broken sofa and a towering figure over 2 meters tall. Lu Feng accelerated, stepping on the sofa and using it to vault over the wall. "Hurry up." Upon seeing this, Lin Hai felt relieved. Although the sofa was unreliable, it was much better than the dog hole. The young man followed closely, but his physical fitness seemed considerably inferior to the other 2. With Lin Hai's help, he finally managed to climb over the wall. The 3 of them escaped the black market unscathed. Damn it, this is the first time I felt so speechless. If I see Hu Yi again, I will definitely break his legs. Lu Feng shouted angrily, while Lin Hai shook his head helplessly. He realized he could no longer go out with Lu Feng. This guy's thought process was simply astonishing. "Thank you both. My name is Xianningsing. Without you two today, I would have been in big trouble." Lu Feng seemed to be quite friendly, throwing an arm around Xianningsing's shoulder. "Good brother, you are too polite. I can't stand those bullies. Now that I've met brother Xia, let's celebrate. I know a nearby place. Let's go, Lin, brother, join us for a taste." Lin Hai had no interest in Lu Feng's invitation. Although the black market had triggered 2 system missions, it had also been quite thrilling, and he was unsure what other troubles might arise by following them. Lu Feng didn't give Lin Hai a chance to refuse, directly pulling him away into the distance. Soon the 3 settled down at a large roadside stall. They encountered no trouble on the way and began to chat with each other. "By the way, old Xia, why did you get into conflict with Hu Yi and his—" Lin Hai was quite curious about this because there were very few valuable items in the black market, and Xianningsing must have discovered some treasure for Hu Yi to target him. Xianningsing scratched his head awkwardly. "Actually, it's because of the power of my contracted spirit." As he spoke, Xianningsing raised his hand, and a small mouse suddenly appeared in his palm. This mouse was only the size of a palm, but had remarkably white fur. Its eyes possessed a magical charm. Lin Hai stared at the contracted spirit in front of him, his mind racing, while Lu Feng had already exclaimed in surprise. "Treasure-seeking mouse. My goodness, you have such a contracted spirit." Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Lin Hai recalled the information about the treasure-seeking mouse. The potential rating of the treasure-seeking mouse is a grade, but it is also a contracted spirit with no combat ability. However, it possesses a unique talent for sensing treasures and has a certain reconnaissance ability, making it a scouting-type contracted spirit. Although it has no combat power, every spiritual practitioner with a treasure-seeking mouse becomes a target for major spiritual groups eager for treasures when they enter secret realms. With such a radar, everything becomes much easier. The value of the treasure-seeking mouse is self-evident. It is no wonder that Lin Hai and the others were astonished. Although this contract spirit was only rated as a level in potential, its significance was no less than that of an ordinary S-level contract spirit. Xianningsing quickly covered Lu Feng's mouth. Fortunately, there weren't many people in the shop, and no one noticed the conversation. "Brother, keep your voice down. Lu Feng also realized the gravity of the situation and reluctantly withdrew his camera. Old Xie, if others find out about this treasure hunting Mouse's contract spirit, it might be snatched away like a precious gem. Yes, that's why I've been so cautious. I don't even dare to enter the alternate space to hunt for treasures. While I can find treasures, I lack the ability to obtain them. I need the protection of a powerful spirit taming group, but I can't take too much for myself. By the way, I am currently a student at Ice City now. 2 High School. Ice City now. 2. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai took a deep breath. No. 2 High School does have some gap compared to no. 1. But as a key high school in the provincial capital, its teaching resources are still quite good. Old Xie, you really should take care of yourself. However, once we become stronger, we can explore the alternate space. The 3 of them yearned for the alternate space, but for them now it felt too distant. Even in a normal level alternate space, there were numerous black iron level monsters, and they were no match for even regular level 8 or 9 ferocious beasts, let alone treasure hunting. The 3 exchanged glances and nodded, clearly aware of their current predicament. Then the 3 continued their meal. With Lu Feng, the chatterbox around the atmosphere remained quite harmonious, and they briefly exchanged contact information. They each left the restaurant, and regarding the revenge from Tiger Yi, the 3 were unconcerned. Although Tiger Yi was a local tyrant in the black market. Once outside the black market, he would be under the control of the Spirit Regulation Bureau. The fact that Tiger Yi could dominate the black market was largely because the Bureau turned a blind eye. Every city needed a place like that. Otherwise, some people running rampant in society would have a greater impact on public security. Fortunately, the black market was still within controllable limits and had not caused any major issues. When Lin Hai returned home, it was already late at night. First, he opened the system panel. Today, he had completed 3 system. He had defeated Tang Zhe and earned 10 system points, awakened a skill in the black market, and assisted Lu Feng in obtaining 20 system points. In total, he had 30 system points and 1 skill. At this moment, Lin Hai eagerly summoned his contract spirit. A stone stood before him, and the contract spirit panel popped up. Contract spirit, mysterious stone. Attributes: all-rounder. Biological type special. Master Lin Hai. Potential level SSS. Talent skill: golden armor, increases self-defense with a small chance to be immune to all damage. Current skill: enlargement, significantly reduces speed, doubles body size. All attributes increase with body size. Enlargement. Lin Hai was taken aback upon seeing this skill, then revealed a smile. This was a divine skill. Although it would reduce his speed, the increase in size would bring double the attributes, and this was a much-needed skill for Lin Hai. After all, he fought using the method of merging spirits. Not to mention Tang Zhe's contract spirit, the saber-toothed tiger, was at least 3 times Lin Hai's size. The human body felt tiny in front of the contract spirit. After acquiring enlargement, Lin Hai returned to the training ground in the basement. As the stone merged with his body, a faint glow shimmered around him, and then his body began to grow larger. The power within him was also continuously increasing. After gauging his current strength, Lin Hai nodded in satisfaction. He opened the system shop again, needing to spend his 30 system points. In the end, Lin Hai decided to exchange for strength potions. 15 bottles of strength potion were infused into the stone, increasing its power attribute by another 45%. The primary strength potion had reached the consumption limit. At this moment, Lin Hai felt the immense power within his body and couldn't help but smile, though it seemed that at least in the spirit taming class no one would be his opponent. Having dealt with the system matters, Lin Hai took out 4 white beads. These were the spirit taming pearls issued by the school, which could be directly consumed to convert into spirit power. In other words, using the method of consuming medicine for training was also an important cultivation resource. At least the offspring of wealthy families could quickly increase their levels using this method. Similarly, wealthy families directly stock up on potions. Lin Hai couldn't help but sigh. No matter where you go, there's no received 1 million yuan. A notification sound from his phone broke the silence in the room, and Lin Hai picked it up. Xiao Hai, Mom heard that you awakened your contract spirit. You've suffered all these years. Mom's experiment is at a critical moment, and I can't leave Kyoto for now. This money is for you to buy some cultivation resources. It should be enough for a while. If nothing happens during the winter break, come to Kyoto to celebrate the new year with Mom. Looking at this message, Lin Hai's eyes flashed with confusion as he quickly typed a few words in the chat window. Then he typed again, then deleted again. Thus for a full half an hour he did not send a single message. Lin Hai threw his phone aside. The word Mom was still too unfamiliar to Lin Hai. Indeed, when the winter break came, if there was an opportunity, he could go to Kyoto to take a look. But that was all for later. Looking at the 1 million in his balance, he had just complained about those wealthy family offspring, yet he had become one of them. However, this money was indeed something Lin Hai needed. Soon he composed himself and swallowed a spirit taming pearl, entering a state of cultivation. The next morning, Lin Hai went to school as usual. But before he reached the classroom door, he found the spirit taming class surrounded. A dense crowd seemed to be searching for someone. Hey brother, do you know Lin Hai? Bring him out, we want to challenge him. Before Lin Hai could get close, a young man grabbed his shoulder. Listening to the young man's words, Lin Hai felt speechless. After some conversation, Lin Hai finally understood what had happened. According to the rules of the first high school, these were students from other classes who naturally wanted to enter the Yuling class. It was unclear who spread the rumor that Lin Hai from the Yuling class was a contract spirit with no combat power. One must pick the soft persimmons to squeeze, which is why such a large scene appeared before him, with at least 30 or 40 people wanting to challenge Lin Hai. Lin Hai helplessly covered his eyes. After all, he was the only one from Long Nation to awaken an SSS contract spirit on his first try. How could he appear as a useless person in their eyes? Please make way, please make way. Lin Hai was quite helpless as he squeezed through the crowded people and finally entered the Yuling class. At that moment someone in the crowd recognized Lin Hai. That's Lin Hai. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Hai instantly became the center of attention. Lin Hai, you understand the rules of Bingcheng's first high school, right? We want to challenge you. As the son of Lin Shuai, you won't be afraid to fight, will you? Lin Hai originally did not want to pay attention to this person, but the mention of Lin Shuai made Lin Hai pause. The events of last night had left him somewhat bewildered regarding his parents. This person was deliberately provoking him. Lin Hai silently walked up to the platform and looked at all the people outside. All who wish to challenge me, let's meet at the Doling platform tonight. But you cannot come empty-handed. The wager is a Yuling Pearl. Those who lose to me will have to give me a Yuling Pearl, while those who win can enter the Yuling class. Hearing Lin Hai's words, the crowd exchanged glances. The value of a Yuling Pearl was approximately 10,000 yuan. That was quite a sum, and apart from the first class, other classes did not distribute cultivation resources, requiring them to rely on their own efforts to compete. However, although 10,000 yuan was not insignificant, most families could manage to come up with it, and a few individuals looked, alright Lin Hai, just one Yuling Pearl. See you tonight. The crowd quickly dispersed. Lin Hai quietly returned to his seat, and was surprised to find Lu Feng sitting beside him. Brother Lin, you might be in trouble this time. I reckon you'll have to fight at least 10 matches tonight. Do you need help? Lin Hai shook his head. He was not counting on Lu Feng for help. It was enough that he didn't cause him trouble. However, he truly did not regard these challengers seriously. Most of their contract spirits were only B-level or even C-level. After all, even in the Yuling class, there were only about a dozen A-level contract spirits. Those who didn't make it into the first class certainly couldn't possess A-level contract spirits. Of course, Tang Zhe, who had just been kicked out, was not among them. Against such opponents, a single punch would likely suffice to end the battle. Seeing that Lin Hai was ignoring him, Lu Feng did not make things awkward, but instead approached Wang Xiaoyu again. Xiaoyu, as the saying goes, one cannot forget a beauty once seen. Missing a day feels like madness. Get lost. Wang Xiaoyu picked up a book and threw it at Lu Feng's face, while Lu Feng merely adjusted his clothes, seeming, is this your test for me, Xiaoyu? Rest assured I won't be discouraged. I, Lu Feng, vow that I will marry no one but you in this. Get lost, do you understand? Such scenes had become commonplace for the classmates. Although it was only the second day of school, everyone's impression of Lu Feng was already deeply ingrained. The farce slowly ended only when the teacher arrived. Today's lesson was still basic knowledge about contract spirits, which was of little help to Lin Hai. It felt like returning to the previous high school days, drowsy and sleepy. But with Lu Feng, who was a constant chatterbox beside him, sleeping was practically a luxury. After a grueling day ended, everyone in the Yuling class did not leave, but went together to the Doling platform. Because the news of Lin Hai defeating Tang Zhe in seconds had already spread in the first class, everyone was curious to see Lin Hai's true strength. Inside the Doling platform, about 20 to 30 people were already standing, all wanting to challenge Lin Hai. Lin Hai glanced at them and silently walked up to the platform. Lu Feng, standing below the arena, shouted at them. Come on, those who want to challenge Lin Hai, line up. One Yuling Pearl each. He'll go first. Let me go first. The crowd scrambled, clearly treating Lin Hai as a piece of tempting meat. Lu Feng looked at them with a sympathetic gaze, knowing that soon they would realize how foolish their decisions were. Before long, the first lucky challenger took his place. Seeing Lin Hai standing on the platform, he looked completely bewildered. Lin Hai, why are you on the platform? At that moment, Lin Hai did not explain further. He simply waved his hand and said, just summon your contract spirit. I will fight right here. The challenger scratched his head, feeling quite confused, but he summoned his contract spirit anyway. It was similar to what Lin Hai expected, a B-level contract spirit that appeared to be of the fire attribute. Even from a distance, Lin Hai could feel a scorching heat. After all, he was just an ordinary person at that moment. As the battle began, Lin Hai also entered the spirit merging state. Today's opponent was evidently much smarter than Tang Zhe. Instead of rushing in, he started to charge up his skills from a distance. The contract spirit's mouth glowed with a faint red light as a fireball gradually took shape. Seeing this scene, Lin Hai narrowed his eyes and then suddenly pushed off the ground. A violent force erupted from his toes, allowing Lin Hai to leap high into the air. The distance between them quickly closed. The fireball was also completed at that moment, hurtling toward Lin Hai's face. Lin Hai did not act recklessly. He sidestepped as the fireball passed him. The outcome was evident. The contract spirit followed in the footsteps of the saber-toothed tiger, knocked unconscious by Lin Hai's punch, ending the battle. Witnessing this scene, the once eager crowd fell silent, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. Only a barrage of question marks appeared in their minds. Was this what they called having no combat power? Few knew how to merge spirits, and in their view Lin Hai must have used some skill to achieve such combat power. That exceeded their knowledge base, but regardless of what Lin Hai did, his formidable combat power was undeniable. Next, I dare you to come. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Even the students of the spirit control class were stunned by Lin Hai's formidable combat prowess. They had just awakened their contract spirits not long ago, and although there were some differences due to their birth dates, most of them were still at the first level. However, the majority remained at the first level, with only a few at the second level, and they had only just begun to consume their power. At this moment, Lin Hai's power had reached its peak. His momentary explosion of strength was beyond what such opponents could withstand. Lu Feng sensed that the situation was not right and shouted again. Come on, the next one. Didn't you all want to challenge Lin Hai? The crowd exchanged glances again, aware that there might be a problem with the information, yet there were still those who were unwilling to back down. The second victim stepped onto the stage. In less than a minute, a voice echoed from the arena. Next, 10 minutes later Lin Hai had also defeated his fourth opponent. It wasn't that the battles took so long, but rather that no one dared to step onto the stage anymore. With the conclusion of this fight no one below dared to approach the arena. Hey, are you guys okay? Didn't you all call out so enthusiastically? Why aren't you daring to go on stage now? Lu Feng's voice rang out causing the crowd to instinctively take a step back, and one person was also exposed in front of Lin Hai. Oh, there's still one here. Do you want to challenge Lin Hai? The revealed boy's expression was somewhat heavy, but he eventually nodded, took out a spirit control orb, handed it to Lu Feng, and then walked up to the stage. Seeing the boy's demeanor, Lin Hai stood upright. After witnessing so many matches, the fact that this boy dared to step forward suggested that he might possess some ability unlike the previous opponents. Sure enough, with a flash of light, a small white bird appeared on the spirit duel stage. Level contract spirit wine. The boy's voice quickly followed. Lin Hai, I admit your strength is impressive, especially your power, which has surpassed that of your peers. You must be a second-level spirit controller. However, I have also discovered your weakness. My contract spirit is of the flying type, and it excels in speed. The boy's eyes flashed with confidence while Lin Hai furrowed his brow. In truth, the boy was correct. The speed was indeed not against the flying type. He would find himself at a certain disadvantage, but that was not enough to defeat him. Is that so? Then let's see for ourselves. Lin Hai casually responded, and at that moment the protective shield of the arena slowly rose, signifying the start of the wind bell bird let out a cry, its body spiraling in midair. Due to the restrictions of the spirit duel stage, it could not fly too high, but it was certainly at a distance above the ground. Lin Hai instantly entered a state of spirit fusion, the raging power within him surging higher and higher. He then stomped his foot, forcefully leaping toward the direction of the wind bell bird. Lin Hai's punch was incredibly imposing, but before it could reach the wind bell bird it evaded, and Lin Hai's fist cracked. As his fist struck down, the entire spirit duel stage seemed to tremble slightly. After all, it was just an ordinary spirit duel stage capable of hosting battles below the black iron level. At this moment Lin Hai's power could slightly affect the defenses of the arena. Seeing this terrifying strength, the boy was once again shocked and resolved to distance himself from Lin Hai. He circled above Lin Hai's head, unleashing a blade of wind. While Lin Hai dodged the attacks of the wind bell bird, he sought ways to close the distance. However, speed remained Lin Hai's weak point, and the battle seemed to reach a stalemate. Lu Feng watched the battle on the spirit duel stage, his brows knitted in concern. He sensed something was off as the fight between the two had gradually moved to the edge of the arena, seemingly intentional on Lin Hai's part. At this moment the battle had reached a boiling point, with Lin Hai luring the wind bell bird to the edge of the stage, a smile creeping onto his lips. Then, employing the same tactic again, he leaped once more, aiming a punch at the wind bell bird's body. The boy scoffed at this scene. Although he was now at the edge of the stage, limiting his lateral movement with his speed, even in a straight line, by the time Lin Hai's attack fell he had already distanced himself. The boy controlled the wind bell bird, pulling it straight away from Lin Hai. Just as Lin Hai's punch was about to miss, his body suddenly burst forth with a golden light. Immediately following, in the eyes of the spectators, Lin Hai's body suddenly doubled in size. The attack that had initially missed came crashing down upon the wind bell bird due to his enlarged form. The wind bell bird let out a terrible cry, becoming the fifth defeated contract spirit. This is impossible. The boy exclaimed in shock, staring at Lin Hai, who stood over 3 meters tall on the competition stage, disbelief written all over his face. As the battle concluded, Lin Hai's body gradually shrank back down, and he offered no explanation. However, the onlookers vividly remembered this scene. Lin Hai must not be provoked. Even Lu Feng revealed a serious expression. Spirit fusion, giant transformation. Lin Hai, just how many secrets do you have? Lu Feng murmured to himself. Lin Hai then scanned the crowd. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? As his voice echoed, silence fell upon the spirit duel stage, and the challenge to besiege Lin Hai came to an abrupt end. People began to leave the spirit duel stage one after another, while Lu Feng handed Lin Hai 4 spirit control orbs. Lin Hai looked at Lu Feng with confusion. Lu Feng chuckled awkwardly. I'll take one as a processing fee, isn't that fair? Seeing his demeanor, Lin Hai felt like giving him a punch. However, after some thought he decided against it. 1 spirit control orb was nothing, but getting tangled up with this guy would lead to countless troubles. As Lin Hai prepared to leave, Lu Feng once again approached him. Hey Lin brother, wait for me. I have a great place to show you. You'll definitely gain something tonight. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai instinctively quickened his pace. There was no way he would follow Lu Feng after yesterday's experiences in the dog hole and the black market. Hastening his steps, Lin Hai distanced himself from Lu Feng and only sighed in relief after confirming Lu Feng was not following. Unbeknownst to him, beside Tang Zhe stood a man who bore a striking resemblance to him, around 70 to 80% alike. Brother, that's him. He stole my training resources and kicked me out of the spirit control class. This man is Tang Zhe's elder brother named Tang Shan. He is a senior student at Ice City No. 1 high school, and at this moment he gazes coldly in the direction of Lin Hai, saying, let him jump around for a while. School management is quite strict at the beginning of the term. Once the storm passes, my brother will help you vent your anger and retrieve your belongings. Upon hearing this, Tang Zhe seemed somewhat displeased, yet there was nothing he could do but agree. The following month at Ice City No. 1 high school was tumultuous. Almost everyone in class Yuling faced various challenges. Of course, Lin Hai was the exception. The battle he fought previously had brought him fame, and this month passed peacefully for him, without facing any challenges. The other students in the class, however, did not enjoy such stability. The classmates of class Yuling frequently engaged in battles, showcasing their formidable strength. Even after a month, only 3 had left class Yuling. One of them was defeated by Tang Zhe. Although Tang Zhe lost to Lin Hai, he had a rank contract spirit, and after defeating another student from class Yuling, he successfully returned to the class. After returning, Tang Zhe was quite calm, seemingly not intending to trouble Lin Hai again, and Lin Hai did not take the initiative to stir up trouble. However, he was quite surprised by Lu Feng. Lu Feng had only fought one battle shortly after Lin Hai's match, and his contract spirit turned out to be in potential spirit, reaching the 2nd level. His power was almost on par with Lin Hai's. In the entire Ice City, one high school aside from Lin Hai who was an anomaly, there were only 2 rank contract spirits. One was Lu Feng, and the other was a girl named Chu Mingyao. She was a very quiet student, and had little presence in the class, representing a stark contrast to Lu Feng. They were currently recognized as the 3 strongest individuals in Class Yuling. After a month of eliminations, Class Yuling remained largely unchanged, indicating that the initial class divisions had foreshadowed the outcome. However, today was somewhat different. Mu Wanqing slammed the book on the podium, producing a heavy sound. You have all been at Ice City, one high school for a month. Tomorrow will be your first monthly exam. I have made it very clear before that the student who ranks last will be kicked out of Class Yuling, and the top student from another class will fill their spot. Students who pass the exam to enter Class Yuling will have a 1-month grace period during which they will not face any challenges, serving as a form of protection for them. After Mu Wanqing's words, there was a wave of astonishment around. The truly brutal assessments were just beginning. This method was quite reasonable. For instance, if Tang Zhe were to rank last in academic subjects and be kicked out, he could still find a challenge to return. This protection period was also meant to safeguard them, as they were still at a considerable disadvantage compared to the students in class. Facing the exam, the atmosphere in the class was somewhat heavy. A long-lost system panel popped up in front of Lin Hai. Option 1, achieve first place in the academic exam, reward 50 system points. Option 2, achieve a top 3 position in the academic exam, reward 30 system points. Option 3, achieve a top 10 position in the academic exam, reward 10 system points. Option 4, achieve last place in the academic exam, earn the title academic underachiever, which likely results in scoring 0 on the exam. Gazing at the long-lost system panel, Lin Hai felt an unusual headache. His foundation in academic subjects was quite solid, and with a month's worth of study, he could at least be among the top contenders. However, aiming for first place was evidently not that simple. Throughout the month, Lin Hai had hardly triggered any system rewards, and he was quite keen on acquiring this substantial reward. Option 1, achieve first place in the Beast Mastery exam, increase charge level by 1, reward 30 system points. Option 2, achieve third place in the Beast Mastery exam, increase charge level by 1. Option 3, achieve a top 10 position in the Beast Mastery exam, reward 10 system points. Option 4, achieve last place in the Beast Mastery exam, reward a comprehensive knowledge guide on beasts, mastering all beast knowledge of Blue Star, but no further increase in beast mastery. After reviewing the second system panel, Lin Hai was rendered speechless, especially by the last option, which meant that his beast mastery would no longer broaden, halting his progress as a second-level beast master. The rewards obtained would signify his potential to become a scholar, but this was clearly not what Lin Hai desired. It was uncertain whether he could achieve first place in academic subjects, but he was somewhat confident about securing first in beast mastery. Over the past month, with the assistance of the Yuling Pearl for cultivation, although he had not triggered system rewards, Lin Hai's level was about to reach the 3rd level, essentially just 1 step away. However, he was unsure what level Lu Feng and the others were at now. Besides cultivating his beast mastery, Lin Hai also spent some resources to help his contract spirit acquire 2 skills, one of which was the charge ability mentioned earlier. This skill allowed him to quickly rush towards a target, making it a crucial skill for contract spirits that primarily engage. The second skill was called Wind Breath, essentially a wind-blowing skill, leaning more towards a supportive skill. Although not particularly powerful, it was highly practical. The purchase of contract spirit skills required the consumption of materials from fierce beasts, and there was a chance of obtaining them. These 2 skills cost Lin Hai 50,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. One can imagine how poor his luck was, but after successfully comprehending them, Lin Hai's combat power had noticeably increased by. After Mu Wanqing finished discussing the exam, he directly left Class Yuling, allowing them a day's time to study. Lin Hai certainly did not miss this opportunity, and took out his books to prepare for revision. Lu Feng approached him directly. Lin bro, the exam is tomorrow, so please go easy on me. Over the past month, Lin Hai had somewhat become familiar with Lu Feng, and also with Xian Ningxing, whom he met in the black market. The 2 often dragged Lin Hai into mischief, causing him much headache. Young Master Lu, your strength is clearly not inferior to mine, rather it's you who should give way to me. Hearing Lin Hai compliment him, Lu Feng immediately stood up. Of course, rest assured, I said on the first day of school that from now on your matters are my Lu Feng's matters. Anyone who dares to bully you will have to answer to me first. Seeing Lu Feng's expression, Lin Hai helplessly covered his head. This guy's thought process was still so refreshingly unique, something he could never comprehend. Under Lu Feng's incessant chatter, this day of school life came to an end. The next day, the cultural subject exams official. The entire class of spirit beasts fell into an unusual silence, with only the sound of flipping exam papers and the scratching of pens breaking the quiet. Lin Hai looked at the exam paper before him, his furrowed brows gradually relaxing. From this paper, it seemed that his performance would. After about half an hour, Lin Hai's paper was already filled with dense writing, almost done. Beside him, faint cries began to. Lin. Hearing the sound, Lin Hai turned his head and saw Lu Feng looking at him with a pleading expression. Seeing the large blank areas on Lu Feng's paper, Lin Hai couldn't help but smile from the heart. You little rascal didn't listen in class, and now you're suffering the consequences. Lin Hai gave Lu Feng a look of self-help, and then continued answering his own questions. Seeing this, Lu Feng simply laid down on the desk, clearly having given up. In the class there were others like him. The general interest in cultural subjects was low among everyone. Basically, they could only maintain a passing grade, but cultural subjects carried a significant weight in the college entrance examination. Without diligent study, they would likely miss out on the top institutions in Longhua. An hour later, Lin Hai nodded in satisfaction, stood up, and walked to the podium. He handed the paper to the supervising teacher above. The teacher looked at Lin Hai in surprise. It was uncommon for someone to submit their paper early. Are you sure you want to submit? The teacher inquired, and Lin Hai nodded. He then walked straight out of the classroom. With the cultural exam concluded, there were no more classes left, leaving time for them to prepare for the Beastmaster exam the next day. Lin Hai walked out of the campus directly, planning to return and practice a bit more, attempting to break through to a rank 3 Spirit Master. If successful, he could essentially secure first place in the Beastmaster exam. As Lin Hai headed home, he casually bought 2 buns. While walking, he heard a commotion ahead. Wang Lingling, the 500,000 you owe with interest is now 700,000. When are you going to pay it back? Several burly men surrounded a woman, their expressions unfriendly. Wang Lingling was dressed in professional attire, suggesting she worked at this hotel. Facing the several strong men, she showed no signs of fear, simply responding calmly. I've already said give me a bit more time, I will pay you back the money. The men snorted coldly at this. You've been in arrears for a month, can you withstand the interest if we give you more time? While munching on a bun, Lin Hai watched the scene unfold, and once again the system panel popped up in front of him. Option 1, stand up for justice, and help Wang Lingling solve her troubles, our reward increase and charge skill by 1. Option 2, stay out of it, and ignore everything happening before you, reward 1 system point. Lin Hai swallowed the bun in one bite, while looking at the options. It was clear which option to choose. Charge was an important skill for Lin Hai, and leveling up meant an increase in strength. After making up his mind, he shouted loudly, everyone stop. Upon hearing the voice, the men turned to see Lin Hai's figure. Kid, who do you think you are? I advise you not to meddle in other people's affairs. As they spoke, the burly men flexed their muscles, and Lin Hai, unperturbed, stood in front of Wang Lingling. You guys are lending at high interest, and now you're bullying a weak woman. I Tang Zhe cannot stand for such things. Tang Zhe. The burly men exchanged glances, and then approached menacingly. Kid, saving a damsel in distress requires strength. Without further ado, one of the men threw a punch. Lin Hai reacted swiftly, sidestepping, and then kneed the burly man. With a heavy hit to the abdomen, the burly man let out a cry of agony, his body slumping. The others rushed in upon seeing. However, Lin Hai's movements were still much quicker. After quickly dealing with one person, he faced the others, knocking down another. Then he grabbed one by the collar and threw him towards the last man. In less than a minute, Lin Hai had efficiently taken down all. Long-term training in the method of merging spirits had greatly enhanced Lin Hai's physical abilities. Even without using his spirit merging, he was not comparable to these men. The burly men slowly got up, seemingly realizing that Lin Hai was not to be trifled with. They spat out a threat and ran off into the distance. Kid, you wait. Lin Hai paid no mind. After all, they were looking for Tang Zhe, and it had nothing to do with him. After dealing with them, Lin Hai turned to Wang Lingling. To be honest, Wang Lingling was quite striking. Although dressed in work clothes, it was clear she was relatively young. Thank you for helping me out, but now you're in trouble. I will repay them as soon as possible. For now you should lay low for a few days. Hearing this, Lin Hai's fondness for her increased significantly. He waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, just a bunch of petty thugs. But how did you owe such a large amount? Wang Lingling shook her head helplessly, her voice heavy. My sister is not well, and we only have each other to rely on at home, so I had no choice. Looking at Wang Lingling's dim eyes, Lin Hai thought of his own experiences. Although he lacked parental love, at least he knew. People like Wang Lingling who struggled to survive while taking care of their siblings were indeed pitiful. Wait a moment, while it's also a way to thank you for your help. With that, Wang Lingling returned to the hotel, seemingly to ask for leave. Before long, Wang Lingling reappeared in front of Lin Hai, and the two walked along the street, arriving at a small restaurant. Considering her financial situation, Lin Hai certainly wouldn't let her spend too much. Boss, one of the house specialties, please. The two shouted, finding a corner to sit down. Thank you so much for today, you've gotten me into unnecessary trouble. Wang Lingling thanked Lin Hai once again, and he waited. Alright, you've already said it several times, it's no problem, just a small favor. Wang Lingling appeared somewhat reserved, unsure of what to say. At that moment, the waiter approached them. The waiter announced, here are the signature dishes you ordered, stir-fried tomatoes with tomatoes. Lin Hai was taken aback, flipping through the dish with his chopsticks. Then why is there only tomatoes? Where are the tomatoes? The waiter replied earnestly, it's in the dish. Both of them understood the situation at the same time. So it's just stir-fried tomatoes, then why is it called stir-fried tomatoes with... The waiter chuckled lightly. Actually, the boss just wanted it to look better with more words. Lin Hai shook his head helplessly, but didn't say much more. They continued their meal. Although the name was odd, the dish tasted. During the meal, they engaged in simple conversation. Lin Hai deeply felt the difficulties Wang Lingling faced, and finally took out a card from his pocket and handed it to her. There are 500,000 Longhua coins in this card. While it's not enough, it should last you for a while. Consider it a loan from me. Don't borrow from any loan sharks in the future. Wang Lingling looked at the card in front of her, her face filled with hesitation. It was clear she truly needed the money, but forget it, we just met. I really can't accept this. Lin Hai didn't waste words and directly pressed it into her hands. You'll need to repay the money anyway, so returning it to them is the same as returning it to me. Just pay me back when you have. Hearing Lin Hai say this, Wang Lingling thought for a moment and eventually accepted it. I will pay you back as soon as possible. The two exchanged contact information and parted ways. After returning home, Lin Hai received the system rewards and opened his Contract Spirit panel again. Contract Spirit Mysterious Stone. Attributes Allrounder. Biological Category Special. Master Lin Hai. Level 2. Potential Level SSS. Talent Skill Golden Armor increases personal defense with a small chance to become immune to all damage. Current skills Enlargement LV1 significantly reduces speed, enlarges body by 2 times attributes increase with body size. Charge LV2 allows rapid approach to the target. Wind Breath releases a strong gust of wind. The level of charge has increased to LV2, enhancing both its power and cooldown, giving Lin Hai more confidence for tomorrow's beast taming exam. With the exam tomorrow, Lin Hai chose not to train today and simply took a nap. The next day at the Spirit Combat Arena, all members of Class 1 gathered in the arena. Mu Wanqing stood at the front of the line looking at the crowd below. The beast taming exam will naturally test your combat abilities. I have already grouped you. Those whose names I call step forward first. Lin Hai, Lu Feng, Chu Mengyao. Hearing Mu Wanqing's voice, the 3 stepped forward. You 3 wait to the side, the rest of the students come with me to the stage. Hearing this, the 3 exchanged glances and smiled helplessly. After all, their strength indeed surpassed that of the average students, making basic tests unnecessary. However, this did not guarantee them a spot in the top 3. The battles on the other side were intense, and Lin Hai took the opportunity to observe the strength of other classmates in Class 1. In the span of a month, most of the classmates had reached level 2, but there was still a considerable gap to level 3. After a whole morning, the assessments finally concluded. Mu Wanqing approached the 3 with 5 others. You 8 will battle in pairs to determine the final top 3. Hearing this, Lin Hai and the others stood up. Among the 8, Lin Hai spotted a familiar face. It was indeed Tang Ze. Tang Xiao seems to have made rapid progress in strength lately. Impressive, even without training resources you can improve so quickly. It seems Tang Xiao is indeed a prodigy. Upon hearing the mention of training resources, Tang Ze's expression soured significantly. He had lost a year's worth of training resources to Lin Hai, which he had to hand over every month. Now the second month's resources were about to be delivered. Lin Hai, don't be arrogant. I let my guard down before. Today I will show you my true strength. Saying this, Tang Ze snorted coldly, and several of them stepped forward to draw lots. Lin Hai opened the slip of paper in his hand, which had a large number 1 written on it. Scanning the area, Lin Hai's gaze solidified once again on Tang Ze. Oh, Tang Xiao, isn't this quite a coincidence? Your chance for revenge has arrived. Tang Ze's slip of paper also had the number 1 written on it. Facing Lin Hai again, Tang Ze felt furious, but the previous battle was still vivid in his memory. He knew Lin Hai's strength was definitely not simple. Alright, Lin Hai, today, I will settle the score. With that, Tang Ze took the lead and walked to his position. The 2 being number 1 indicated they would fight first. Lin Hai chuckled lightly at this scene and leisurely walked up to the arena. After a month, everyone had grown accustomed to Lin Hai personally fighting. They did not show much surprise, but looked at Tang Ze with pity. Tang Ze took a deep breath and lowered his head to chant. His contract spirit has no combat power, he is just a waste. I am the strongest, ooh, I will definitely win. Tang Ze began a session of self-hypnosis which seemed quite effective, and he summoned his saber-toothed tiger once again. It appeared to have grown a lot during the month, looking more imposing. Naturally, his strength had also reached level 2. Although Lin Hai looked down on Tang Ze, he did not underestimate him and directly entered a melding state. In fact, no matter how many times Tang Ze faced Lin Hai, the outcome would remain the same, as the saber-toothed tiger was also a close combat contract spirit, which posed no challenge for Lin Hai. In this match, Lin Hai did not wait for the saber-toothed tiger to attack, but charged straight ahead. His body rapidly approached the saber-toothed tiger, clearly launching the charge skill. Facing Lin Hai's unstoppable assault, Tang Ze took a deep breath. Immediately, the saber-toothed tiger's claws shone with a burst of light as it struck down towards Lin Hai, clearly preparing for a heated clash. Watching the saber-toothed tiger being obliterated by a single punch again, Tang Ze's body began to tremble. Lin Hai stood before him like an insurmountable mountain, shattering his so-called pride time and again. Facing Tang Ze, Lin Hai was certainly unreserved. After hearing those words, Tang Ze gasped, but ultimately chose not to humiliate himself further and stepped down from the arena. After the first battle concluded, the arena moved on to the second match. A flamboyant figure stood atop the stage. It was Lu Feng. Although he seemed unreliable, his power was undeniable. A pitch-black light enveloped half of the arena. It was Lu Feng's Rank Contract Spirit, a beast spirit known as the Mou Qilin. The Qilin was entirely black, and the surface of the arena it stepped on looked like a mire shrouded in darkness. Clearly, it was a rare dark attribute. Come on, let's get started. Xiao Yu is watching my performance from below. Xiao Yu, pay attention. Only a man as powerful as I am deserves to marry you. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoyu lowered her head, wishing she could find a crevice to hide in. The surrounding classmates were no longer surprised by this. As his opponents summoned their contract spirit, it turned out to be a python. As soon as the contract spirit appeared, Mou Qilin's eyes flickered with a dark light, and the arena beneath the python transformed into a black mire just like that of the Qilin. From the mire black tendrils emerged firmly, ensnaring the python in place resembling the hands of vengeful. The student witnessing this scene was utterly dumbfounded desperately, trying to control his contract spirit, but to no avail. Soon the darkness engulfed the python. The student, seeing he could not move, withdrew his contract spirit, which naturally counted as surrender. Compared to Lin Hai's violent slaughter, Lu Feng's eerie abilities were far more alarming. This was also the first time Lin Hai witnessed Lu Feng's battle. Was this some sort of control skill? Lin Hai's face showed a hint of confusion. He initially thought securing first place would be effortless, but now it appeared to be far from simple. Lu Feng effortlessly dispatched his opponent and blew a kiss toward Wang Xiaoyu, who kept her head down throughout, ignoring his gesture. After Lu Feng's battle ended, there were still 2 matches left, and Chu Minjio's fight also concluded very swiftly. Her contract spirit was quite special, a humanoid spirit that resembled a general clad in armor and wielding a long spear. Humanoid contract spirits are relatively rare, each one usually bearing a name, thus making them quite powerful. Meng Tian. Lin Hai had yet to recognize it, but Lu Feng blurted it out first. Meng Tian was indeed a famous general in history. His appearance on the arena was awe-inspiring, while his opponent seemed significantly weaker in comparison. Mu Wanqing, standing at the front of the crowd, wore a smile at this scene. With the 3 of them in this year's Bingqing No. 1 middle school, it was quite a moment of pride. Since Lin Tianxing emerged, Bingqing No. 1 middle school hadn't produced any particularly remarkable talents in a long time. After the first round of battles concluded, the remaining 4 stepped forward to begin the second round of draws. Unfortunately for Lin Hai, his opponent in this round was Lu Feng. Lu Feng exchanged a glance with Lin Hai, looking at the number in his hand. They both smiled at each other. Brother Lin, I didn't expect to face you so soon. To be honest, I don't care much about this first place, but in front of Xiaoyu I will give it my all. I want Xiaoyu to understand what it means to be a man. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lin Hai could only smile helplessly. He had to admit that Lu Feng was indeed a formidable rival. He was the biggest opponent in this assessment. Lu Feng arrived at his position first, and Lin Hai also strolled up to the arena. A flash of dark light swept by, and Mo Yuqilin reappeared on the stage. Lin Hai also summoned his contract. An ordinary stone appearing quite mundane merged into Lin Hai's body. The protective barrier for the match gradually opened, signaling the start of their battle. As the battle commenced, Lin Hai prepared to strike first, but after taking a step, he felt a significant difficulty in moving. Looking down, he saw his feet already enveloped by a mass of pitch darkness. This shadow was akin to a swamp, restricting Lin Hai's movements. It was the skill he had used earlier called Dark Swamp. It was a talent skill possessed by Mo Yuqilin, similar to Lin Hai's golden armor. Before Lin Hai could react, the swamp beneath him began to surge with dark tendrils reaching out, wrapping around Lin Hai's body. Enveloped by these black tendrils, Lin Hai even felt his strength draining. No wonder the python earlier had been utterly defenseless. However, Lin Hai was not comparable to those who had come before him. A flash of golden light erupted from his body, and he began to expand, breaking free from the tendrils' grasp. In his gigantic form, Lin Hai harnessed brute force to escape, distancing himself from the area covered by the dark swamp. He locked onto Mo Yuqilin's position and charged forward. Lu Feng watched as Lin Hai effortlessly broke free from his skill, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. Then he laughed heartily, saying as expected of Brother Lin, "Now taste my move." As he spoke, the mire beneath Mo Yuqilin shifted again, and 2 tendrils lashed out like whips, striking toward Lin Hai. Lu Feng's bizarre moves left Lin Hai momentarily perplexed, with no good way to respond. As his charge continued, Lin Hai decided to break through with brute strength. As Lin Hai's body collided with the pitch-black tendrils, a painful sensation coursed through him. This was the first time Lin Hai had felt the ache of injury. Clearly the black tendrils had harmed him, but it didn't seem too severe. He broke free from the tendrils' encirclement and approached Mo Yuqilin. Accompanied by the colossal figure and the surge of power, Lin Hai's punch struck with the force of a battering ram, heading straight for the top of the Mo Yuqilin's head. In the distance on the platform, Lu Feng wore a faint, enigmatic smile. Suddenly the Mo Yuqilin on the platform appeared to become ethereal, as if it blended into the shadows. Lin Hai's punch passed directly through its body, seemingly causing no harm. The skill shadow body was activated, hiding within the shadows. Lin Hai's punch missed entirely, and he fell straight into the dark marsh as the surrounding muck quickly engulfed his entire body. Instantly Lin Hai felt a strong sensation of suffocation, and the surroundings turned to pure darkness. The black marsh continuously eroded Lin Hai's body, while a victorious smile spread across Lu Feng's face. Lin Hai admit defeat. My dark marsh cannot be broken by someone at your level right now. As Lu Feng's words fell, his previously smiling face was filled with astonishment. Suddenly the pitch-black marsh before him split open, and Lin Hai's body leaped out. A faint golden light flickered across his massive figure. Having seemingly deflected all of Lu Feng's attacks before Lu Feng could react, Lin Hai had already locked onto the location of the Mo Yuqilin once more. The duration of the Mo Yuqilin's shadow body had also just expired, becoming much more solid. With a charging skill activated, Lin Hai rushed towards the Mo Yuqilin at lightning speed. The surrounding marsh slowly began to coalesce, but after being shattered it clearly needed time to reassemble. Lu Feng, having regained his senses, found himself unable to resist, as all his skills were on cooldown. In a moment of helplessness he withdrew his contracted spirit. The classmates around them watched the battle, all dumbfounded as the strength of the two left their peers, feeling a deep sense of pressure. Mu Wanqing also smiled and nodded, saying, Lin Hai wins. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai let out a sigh of relief and slowly walked down from the stage. Lu Feng approached his side asking, "Brother Lin, how did you manage to shatter the dark marsh? That shouldn't be possible." Lin Hai revealed a profound smile and shook his head. "That's a secret." Saying this, Lin Hai made his way to a distant staircase to sit down while Lu Feng chattered away behind him. Another battle officially began as Chu Mingyao with her Meng Tian effortlessly dealt with her opponent. The final battle, of course, was to be between her and Lin Hai. After resting for a while, Lin Hai still felt a sense of fatigue in his arms, clearly indicating that his earlier battle with Lu Feng was not so easy. However, for the sake of the system's rewards, Lin Hai would not back down. He quickly made his way to the stage, even before he could summon his contracted spirit. Suddenly a clear voice rang out from a distance, "I admit defeat." Everyone looked in astonishment toward Chu Mingyou's direction, and even Lin Hai was momentarily at a loss as to why she would concede. "What did you say?" Mu Wanqing asked Chu Mingyao while she fixed her steadfast gaze on Lin Hai. "I said I admit defeat. Lin Hai's strength surpasses mine. There's no need for this battle to continue." With that, Chu Mingyao stepped down from the platform, leaving Lin Hai somewhat bewildered. However, regardless, after her concession, Lin Hai became the first in this beast tamer examination. Having completed the system's task after the exam ended, everyone walked towards the school exit. After just a few steps, Lin Hai heard a voice calling from behind. "Lin Hai, wait a moment." "Moi." Lin Hai turned around in confusion to see Chu Mingyao quickly running up to his side. "I have something I hope you can help with, but I don't know if you're willing." Lin Hai then understood that her concession earlier was likely not as simple as it seemed. "What is it?" Lin Hai did not agree immediately and asked again. "My family has decided to venture into an alternate space near Ice City named the Frost Forest. There is a specific herb we are targeting, and obtaining it requires someone with an exceptionally strong physique, making you the most suitable candidate." Upon hearing this, Lin Hai's expression grew serious. The dangers of alternate spaces are self-evident. Even in ordinary-level alternate spaces, there are numerous black iron-level demon beasts. Rest assured, my family will ensure your safety. There will be a black iron-level expert leading the team, and I will also be going. If you're willing to help me, you can keep 30% of the spoils. To be honest, 30% of the spoils was already quite a good deal, especially since he was just a child about to reach level 3, and probably wouldn't be of much help. Alright, I agree. With Lin Hai's consent, Chu Mingyao displayed a satisfied smile, and handed him a card. "He'll contact you this weekend." After saying this, the two parted ways. Lin Hai's agreement was certainly not for the 30%, instead it was because of the system panel before him. Option 1, go to the Frost Forest, reward awakening of the talent skill for contracted spirits. Option 2, reject Chu Mingyou's proposal, reward a small amount of beast control power. Since the system options had been triggered, Lin Hai naturally knew what to do. Moreover, this time, Chu Mingyao would also be accompanying him, likely minimizing any significant danger. After organizing his thoughts, Lin Hai walked the path home as night enveloped the entire Ice City, yet the streets remained. Crowds of various people flowed incessantly, with groups of young boys and girls calling out their youth. As he passed through a small alley, Lin Hai's expression suddenly became serious and his steps came to a halt. In the alley ahead, hidden are the assassins of the night. Option 1, rush directly into the alley and confront the night assassins of victory, grants an increase in beast control rank to black iron level. Option 2, life is precious, directly turn around and flee. Successfully escaping rewards a large amount of beast control power, plus 20 system points. Option 3, engage the assassins in a battle of wits while waiting for the Spirit Control Bureau's support, and successfully kill the night assassins. Rewards include an increase in beast control rank by 1 and 50 system points. After reading the system panel, Lin Hai had no time to think further. Now was not the moment to consider which reward was better. Although he didn't know what the night assassins were exactly, they were definitely targeting him. In an instant, Lin Hai felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, as if his entire being was shrouded in death. Without a moment's thought, Lin Hai turned and fled just as a powerful energy surged from the alley, hurtling straight toward Lin Hai's chest. A powerful energy surged forth, and Lin Hai instantly felt a sense of impending death. This aura belonged to someone at least of black iron rank. When did I provoke such a person? No wonder the system offers such generous rewards. Lin Hai waved his hand, and the space behind him shattered. A stone obstructed his path, and the attack struck the stone's surface, the overwhelming force sending the stone crashing into Lin Hai's back. At that moment, Lin Hai was sent flying, his body entering a state of spiritual fusion in midair before crashing to the ground. Feeling the intense pain radiating through his body, Lin Hai dared not hesitate, and quickly stood up, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Only then did Lin Hai clearly see the figure behind him. A figure seemed to be completely engulfed in darkness, shrouded in a black robe, and beside him were two contracted spirits. A python coiled around the man's body with a bird perched atop his head. Black iron rank. Lin Hai straightened up. The crisp sound of footsteps slowly approached Lin Hai, who clutched his chest, remnants of blood still staining the corner of. Such a powerful opponent was definitely beyond his capability. However, the bird above him was watching intently. Escaping from the flying contracted spirit seemed utterly unrealistic. Lin Hai's mind raced, but he could think of no way to survive. The man before him resembled a cold-blooded assassin, offering no words as the coiling python lunged toward Lin Hai once more. The windstorm stirred up by the attack even disturbed the ground beneath him. After entering the state of spiritual fusion, Lin Hai's physical attributes had notably improved. His body quickly dodged to the side, yet the impact still bore down on him. With this strike, Lin Hai was sent reeling back several steps, the stone separating from his body. The pain prevented him from maintaining his state of spiritual fusion. The man gazed at Lin Hai with a cold, indifferent expression, as if looking at a corpse. The python lunged again, and Lin Hai was gasping for breath, just as the python was about to close in. A brilliant beam of golden light erupted, the dazzling glow momentarily blinding Lin Hai. The python, originally charging forward, seemed to sense something terrifying and halted in its tracks. Steadying his mind, Lin Hai focused, and discovered that his contracted spirit, which had appeared as an ancient stone, was now radiating intense light, revealing the shadow of a monkey within. The man in the distance also froze at this sight, but quickly regained his composure. Under his command, the python suppressed its fear and lunged forward again. The space beside Lin Hai began to stir, and the spirit space opened. A long rod shimmering with golden light shot forth, striking the python's head fiercely. The python let out a wail, opening its mouth to spit out a stream of green liquid carrying a strong corrosive odor. Meanwhile, the long rod, glowing with golden light, spun continuously, making it nearly impossible for the dark green poison to approach. Lin Hai stood near the stone, able to hear the powerful thumping of a heartbeat. The golden long rod began to enlarge continuously. In the blink of an eye, it became a towering pillar reaching to the heavens, crashing down from the sky with the force of a thunderbolt. The python could no longer contain its fear, its body retreating incessantly, even failing to heed its master's command. In this critical moment, the crisp sound of a bird's cry rang out. The large bird above the man swooped down, carrying the python away from the rod's attack range. The long rod struck the ground, causing the floor to crack inch by inch, while the surrounding crowd had long since scattered far. Lin Hai gaped in shock at everything unfolding before him. He felt a sense of blood connection with the long rod, but with only one contracted spirit there remained but one explanation. A spirit weapon. The long rod grew more powerful in battle, taking on two opponents without losing ground, and it required no control from Lin Hai, who had no ability to command it. However, after several collisions, Lin Hai felt the heartbeat from the stone nearby weaken significantly. After another collision, the python let out a roar. The once unstoppable aura of the long rod vanished, and it was violently sent flying, ultimately crashing to the ground. The light gradually dimmed, transforming into a dark iron long rod. The mysterious stone beside it also lost all luster. It retreated back into the spirit space. The man stared in shock at this scene, his face filled with astonishment. A level 2 spiritual master could actually fight back against him, though he did not understand what had happened. The killing intent in his eyes intensified. Lin Hai, it seems today, I must kill you. This was the first sentence spoken by the man, his voice somewhat hoarse, yet he did not. Just as the man prepared to strike again, a wave of intense heat rushed toward him. The dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. Lin Hai looked up to see a giant flaming dragon spiraling through the sky atop, which stood a young man, with red hair, his gaze somewhat blank, with a golden insignia on his shoulder. Emblazoned on it were two large characters, Dragon Master, Dragon Guard. Seeing this, Lin Hai felt completely at ease. The Dragon Guard was akin to the guardians of the Dragon Nation, specifically tasked with overseeing spiritual masters and protecting the Dragon Nation. The golden insignia represented a formal member of the Dragon Guard, at least a silver-level expert. Upon seeing the giant dragon, the distant assassin panicked, casting Lin Hai a furious glance before fleeing into the distance. Immediately afterward, the flames grew ever more brilliant, and a breath of dragon fire enveloped the assassin's entire body. Dragon Guard in action, surrender, and you may be spared. Lin Hai looked up at the silent figure in the sky, respect now evident in his gaze. The large bird carried the assassin away, retreating into the distance with the Dragon Guard closely following, gradually leaving the battlefield. Once the danger had passed, Lin Hai leaned against a wall, breathing heavily. The events of the day left him struggling to comprehend. First there were the night assassins. Oh, why did they want to kill him? And the sudden transformation of his contracted spirit. Yet Lin Hai had no time to ponder these matters as his tense nerves began to relax. Lin Hai's consciousness began to fade, and amidst the blur he heard a few shouts. Are you alright? Quickly get him to the hospital. The others seal off the scene on this street. Check again to ensure there are no injured civilians nearby, and find a few witnesses to cooperate with our Spirit Control Bureau's investigation. In Ice City at the Dark Night Branch, a man pushed open a deep, mysterious door, his body covered in wounds. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the two contract spirits beside him looked equally tragic, clearly near death. Xiaojiu. Several figures inside quickly surrounded the man upon recognizing his face. Don't touch him. Just as they were preparing to rescue the assassin, a cold voice came from outside the door. The crowd turned to see a somewhat refined young man, wearing a smirk of world weariness on his face. Young master. The crowd recognized the young man, and silently retreated a few steps. The young man slowly approached. Didn't I warn you not to provoke Lin Hai? Xiaojiu opened his mouth as if to explain, but before he could speak, the young man pressed down on his throat. The elegant expression on his face completely vanished, replaced by a touch of madness. Xiaojiu's face turned red as he struggled desperately, but to no avail. The two heavily injured contract spirits beside him trembled in fear, not daring to save their master. As the strength of Xiaojiu's struggles gradually diminished, the color drained from his eyes. With Xiaojiu's body collapsing to the ground, the two contract spirits naturally perished beside him. The young man wiped away the blood on his hands, restoring his refined demeanor. The space trembled as a black qilin leaped out. Eat up, two black iron-level contract spirits should help you grow significantly. As the young man's voice faded, the qilin charged at the two contract spirits, beginning to devour them brutally. The onlookers shuddered in fear, their breaths audible. The young man scanned the crowd, and left behind a silent warning. I warn you one last time, do not provoke Lin Hai. He is the offspring of Lin Tianqing. He is my opponent, and I will deal with him myself. The next day in the Ice City Hospital, Lin Hai gradually regained consciousness, looking around in confusion. Beside him sat a red-haired young man, peeling an apple. You're awake, eat this. The young man handed the apple to Lin Hai, who sat up against the headboard. Thank you. The young man's eyes were still icy, as if devoid of any color. No need to thank me, my name is Ling Xiao, and I am a member of the Dragon Guard in Beiyuan Province. The one who attacked you yesterday was an assassin from the Dark Knight. I couldn't catch him, but he was severely injured by my skill, and won't survive today. Lin Hai nodded upon hearing this. What is the Dark Knight organization? Ling Xiao examined Lin Hai before shaking his head. Knowing this is still too early for you, just know that the Dark Knight is a vast criminal organization, and the assassins are a key target for the Dragon Guard. As for the rest, you will naturally come to know when your strength increases. Knowing these things now won't help you. Seeing Ling Xiao's indifferent demeanor, Lin Hai wisely nodded, not pursuing further questions. Ling Xiao then stood up and took out a star-shaped object from his pocket, handing it to Lin Hai. You should keep this. You should call. I am your father's disciple. You could say all the Dragon Guards in Beiyuan Province are his disciples. This is called the Dragon Guard token. When you encounter danger, just press this token, and all the Dragon Guard emblems will respond, and they will come to your side immediately. As the offspring of Lin Shui, you have this qualification. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, Lin Hai's expression suddenly changed as he looked at the emblem, finally shaking his head firmly. I don't want it, you can leave. What did you say? Ling Xiao's expression changed for the first time, staring at Lin Hai in surprise. This item is possessed by fewer than 100 people even in the entire Dragon Kingdom. It can only be owned by the families that have made great contributions to the Dragon Guard and the Dragon Kingdom. I said I don't want it. Lin Hai repeated his words with determination, looking firmly at Ling Xiao. I don't want to rely on the protection of the Dragon Guard. I want to grow on my own. If I wanted to, I could easily go to Dragon Kingdom University and stay by my mother's side. This thing looks tempting, but it doesn't belong to me. It's my father's honor, and I will earn that honor through my own efforts. After hearing Lin Hai's words, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and finally revealed a smile, gently patting Lin Hai on the shoulder. Well, you truly are Lin Shui's offspring. Since you say so, I won't force you. You can contact me if anything comes up. I hope you can truly surpass your father. I definitely will. Lin Hai responded, and Ling Xiao simply nodded before leaving the hospital room. After Ling Xiao left, Lin Hai leaned back on the bed and closed his eyes. The flowers in a greenhouse do not grow, and with his system, he can generally handle ordinary dangers. Relying excessively on the Dragon Guard will only leave him stagnant. The hospital room was now empty, and Lin Hai seized the opportunity to summon his contract spirit. The rewards for the recently triggered tasks had all been settled. First, after accounting for the 2 exams, Lin Hai ranked first in both cultural and spirit courses in his class. He also received 2 rewards from the system. In total, it was an increase in charge level by 180 system points. Having promised Chu Mingyao to go to the other space, Lin Hai received an opportunity for talent skill awakening. Lastly, from escaping the Dark Knight assassin, he gained 1 level in spirit user and 50 system points. Lin Hai counted his gains. Although he had a brush with death, it was indeed a bountiful harvest. A total of 130 system points along with 1 talent skill and a charge increase by 1. Lin Hai eagerly opened his contract spirit panel to observe the changes. Contract spirit, mysterious stone. Attributes, all-round type. Biological category, special type. Master Lin Hai. Level 3. Potential level SSS. Talent skill, golden armor, increases self-defense with a small chance to be immune to all damage. Indomitable fighting will increases all attributes over time in battle, enhancing with the growth of spirit power. Current skills, enlargement LV1 greatly reduces speed, enlarges body size by 2 times, and increases all attributes with body size. Charge LV3 allows for rapid approach to the target. Wind breath releases a powerful gust of wind. Seeing the newly appeared skills, Lin Hai gaped in amazement. Another divine skill. The talent skills of contract spirits depend on their potential rating, and Lin Hai's SS level contract spirit means each talent skill can be considered a divine skill. The indomitable fighting spirit can enhance all attributes over the duration of battle. In simpler terms, the more one fights, the braver one becomes, and it is a growth-type talent skill. Just like the Dark Marsh of Lu Feng Mo Black Jade Qilin, it can also expand its range as his level increases. With the aid of this skill, Lin Hai's strength has significantly improved. Additionally, it is the increase in his Spirit Master level, with the system rewarding him with an upgrade to his Spirit Master rank. Lin Hai was originally at the peak of level 2, and now, having received the system's reward, he has not merely risen to level 3, but has reached the peak of level 3. He is only a step away from reaching level 4, and he also has 130 system points. If he purchases the beginner potions, filling 20 bottles will cost 40 points, which is enough for him to fully stock 3 types of potions, greatly enhancing his capabilities. After careful selection, Lin Hai decided to fully stock the beginner defense potion, beginner speed potion, and beginner resistance potion, leaving him with 10 system points. Following this round of enhancement, Lin Hai's strength has undergone a comprehensive boost. However, he still lacks the power to contend against black iron level masters like yesterday. With a helpless sigh, Lin Hai summoned his contracted spirit, vividly recalling the battle from yesterday. Monkey staff. Lin Hai seemed to have thought of something. Could it be Sun Wukong? His mind was filled with question marks, but no one could confirm his speculation. Lin Hai tried to communicate with his contracted spirit. However, there was no response. The ancient stone had lost the luster it had the previous night, and the golden staff was... With a helpless sigh, Lin Hai retracted his contracted spirit. Perhaps once he breaks through to black iron level and gains the chance for bloodline evolution, everything will have answers. That afternoon, Lin Hai applied for discharge from the hospital, and also went to the Spirit Regulation Bureau to give a statement about the events of that night, but they did not give him any trouble. After returning home, Lin Hai checked the calendar. Today is Thursday, and the day after tomorrow is the time he agreed to meet with Chu Mingyao to head to the Frost Forest. Lin Hai opened his computer to search for information about the Frost Forest. Dimension: name Frost Forest. Danger level or environment: the Frost Forest is covered in ice and snow year-round, dotted with snow pines resembling a fairyland. The temperature is usually below -20°C. Spirit Masters are advised to prepare cold-resistant clothing and tools, and it is best to have a fire attribute contracted spirit. Fierce beasts: ice, soul tiger, ice, spirit bird, ice, toad, etc. Herbs: frost flower, ice heart, snow lotus, cold, ice, earth, milk, etc. Ruler: black iron level, ruler of ice, attribute specific details unknown, skills unknown. Precautions: the Frost Forest is covered in white snow and is prone to avalanches. It is advisable not to enter lightly, without a flying type contracted spirit. After reading the information about the Frost Forest, Lin Hai frowned. Although it was just an ordinary level dimension, it still posed dangers for him, yet it was an experience he had to go through. Lin Hai sighed, since he had promised he had no intention of backing out. Besides, he was curious about what the dimension would be like. With one day left until tomorrow, he had already taken leave from school due to his injuries, and Lin Hai planned not to attend classes the next day, instead starting to cultivate indoors. He swallowed several spirit pearls in succession, hoping to reach level 4, before heading to the Frost Forest, thus increasing his self-protection capabilities. Soon it was Saturday morning, and Lin Hai was awakened by the harsh ringing of a phone. Lin Hai, we have already set off, and are waiting for you downstairs. Hurry up and get ready. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai remembered that he was going to the dimension today, quickly got out of bed, and packed his things. When he went downstairs, he saw a van parked below. The door opened, revealing the stunning appearance of Chu Mingyao. Lin Hai, over here. Seeing Chu Mingyao, Lin Hai nodded. Inside the vehicle besides Chu Mingyao, there were 5 other people led by a middle-aged man who was also sizing up Lin Hai. You must be Lin Hai. Thank you so much for coming to help this time. Rest assured we will ensure your safety. Lin Hai responded upon, you're too polite, uncle. Oh, I will do my best. The man did not say anything further. Instead, Chu Mingyao held Lin Hai's arm. Lin Hai, I heard you were injured and have been absent from class these past few days. Is everything alright? I'm fine, just a minor injury during training, but I've already recovered. Chu Mingyao nodded, seemingly understanding, and did not ask any further questions. The vehicle slowly left the city, and Lin Hai got acquainted with the others on the way. These individuals were from a beast taming group, which specializes in exploring dimensions, recognized as a civil organization by the Dragon Nation, typically requiring a black iron level for registration. The leader was their group leader, who was also Chu Mingyio's second uncle, named Chu Liang. The other 4 were level 8 or 9 spirit masters. This level is neither strong nor weak. As long as nothing unexpected occurs, they should not face much danger in an ordinary level dimension. After several hours of travel, the vehicle arrived at a small town on the outskirts of the city. This place is called Frost Town, the entrance to the Frost Forest. Although small, it is well equipped with hotels and restaurants catering to those who venture into dimensions. The group found a restaurant to have a meal before entering the Frost Forest. On the way, they became familiar with one another. After seating, Chu Liang finally spoke up, revealing the purpose of this trip. Our goal this time is the Frost Stone Milk from the Frost Forest. Last time we accidentally stumbled upon an ice soul tiger's den while exploring the Frost Forest. We discovered a pool containing Frost Stone Milk inside. The entrance to that pool was very small, and the contracted spirits could not pass through, hence we need to find a spirit master with a strong physique. Chu Liang looked at Lin Hai as he stated the purpose of this mission. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai narrowed his eyes. That ice soul tiger's den has a black iron level ruler, right? Chu Liang nodded heavily. That's right, there is indeed a black iron level ruler ice soul tiger present. But don't worry, little brother, we will handle the fierce beasts outside. You just need to help us retrieve the Frost Stone Milk from inside, and we will guarantee your safety. Although Chu Liang spoke lightly, Lin Hai knew that things were far from simple. However, since he was already here, he had no opportunity. Just as Lin Hai was about to speak, an untimely voice sounded from a distance. Oh, isn't this Chu Lao Air? How dare you still come to the Frost Forest? Hearing the sound, several people turned their heads to look as 4 or 5 individuals entered through the shop's door, with the leading figure bearing a gruesome scar across his face. Upon seeing these individuals, Chu Liang's expression darkened instantly. Chen Xiefeng, what I do is none of your business, right? Humph. Chen Xiefeng let out a cold snort, a hint of disdain visible on his face. What you do indeed has nothing to do with me, but that thing belongs to our beast control team. If you dare to meddle, the other space is fraught with danger, and you might end up buried in the wilderness with a single misstep. Chen Xiefeng's words were laced with a threat, and the atmosphere between the two sides became tense. Lin Hai observed the group, and could roughly guess what was happening from their words. It was likely that Chen Xiefeng was also aware of the news regarding the Frost Stone Milk, indicating that this trip would bring many unforeseen variables. I will convey this message to you, as well take your people and leave. Chu Liang responded without courtesy. Chen Xiefeng merely smiled casually at Chu Liang's demeanor and led his group away from Lin Hai and the others. After Chen Xiefeng left, Chu Liang slammed the table in anger, and the rest of the group wore gloomy expressions. Damn it, those guys are back again. Last time it was because of them that we didn't obtain the Frost Stone Milk. This time we must be more cautious. Hearing this, the others nodded silently, and the atmosphere at the dinner became notably heavier. After finishing their meal, the group did not linger. Chun Xiefeng's appearance had made them feel a sense of crisis, and they headed straight for the entrance to the other space. At the entrance to the other space, there was a massive spatial wormhole, and several soldiers from the Spirit Beast Army were guarding it, checking the incoming beast tamers. Halt, show your identification, and pay the entrance fee. This was Lin Hai's first visit, and he was unaware of the rules here, but Chu Liang was an old hand. As an exploration site, the Dragon Kingdom charged a certain fee to enter the other space, and would verify identities to prevent illegal elements from entering. After some hassle, the group finally stepped into the Frost Forest. Passing through the spatial wormhole, they were greeted by a scene of pure white with the surroundings completely covered in pristine snow resembling a fairyland. The place where they found themselves was a base of the Spirit Beast Army, which would guarantee their safety. Lin Hai observed the surroundings with great interest. The cold air made even someone like him who had lived in the northern plains for years feel somewhat unaccustomed. Summon the contracted spirits. He'll take the lead. Xiao Lin and Yao Yao stay in the middle, and the rest of you guard the rear. As the command was given, spatial rifts appeared, and summon the contracted spirits. He'll take the lead. Xiao Lin and Yao Yao stay in the middle, and the rest of you guard the rear. As the command was given, spatial rifts appeared, and everyone's contracted spirits were summoned. With a wave of his hand, a flying-type contracted spirit circled into the air, scouting the situation, while the remaining contracted spirits protected them from all sides. The group began their journey through the Frost Forest. Xu Liang was a black iron-level beast tamer, and should have 2 contracted spirits, but he did not summon the second one, aiming to preserve his strength. Lin Hai did not rush to summon his contracted spirit either. After resting these past 2 days, his strength had successfully reached level 4, but in this Frost Forest it clearly was still insufficient. Chu Mingyao was the first to summon her contracted spirit, the armored Meng Tian, who appeared once again. Armed with a spear, and standing beside the two, Lin Hai examined Meng Tian's figure once more, and noticed that Chu Mingyao had indeed improved significantly in strength over the past few days. If it hadn't been for Chu Mingyao conceding back, then the outcome would have been uncertain. Alright, the fierce beasts nearby have been cleared by the Spirit Beast Army. Let's move deeper. Everyone stay alert. Seeing their tense expressions, Lin Hai felt invigorated, and the group continued to move forward. Soon they encountered their first fierce beast, merely a level 6 beast, which was swiftly dispatched by Chu Liang's crow with a single skill, showing no capacity for resistance. After dealing with this fierce beast, the others moved efficiently, picking up a dagger and advancing to dismember the beast's corpse. After collecting the useful materials, the group pressed on. The others appeared quite tense as danger lurked everywhere in this other space, and even Chu Mingyao was no exception. It was also her first time entering the other space. Lin Hai, are you scared? Chu Mingyao tentatively asked, only to find Lin Hai staring intently at a snow pine above. That branch seems to be moving, Lin Hai exclaimed, causing Chu Liang's expression to change suddenly. A branch. Moving. Be careful. Just as Chu Liang's voice echoed, the appearance of the branch abruptly changed, transforming into a giant python that lunged straight at Lin Hai. At the same time, the space above the giant python shattered, and an ancient stone emerged, directly pressing down upon them. The giant python let out a pained cry, tightly pinned down by the stone, unable to move. Lin Hai reacted swiftly, resolving the crisis, and the rest was easy to handle. With the giant python on the ground, Chu Liang let out a breath, cautioning, "Everyone be careful. This is a disguised snake that can take on various forms. One moment of inattention could cost you your life." As he spoke, Chu Liang also scrutinized Lin Hai. Lin Hai's reaction just now was not at all like that of a novice entering the other space for the first time. He had managed to predict the python's position and summon his contracted spirit above his head in such a short time. Just this one move was enough to surpass many people, and Chu Liang's evaluation of Lin Hai had risen significantly. After this sudden incident, the group appeared more cautious. Chu Liang also summoned his second contracted spirit. It was a branch contracted spirit, the Flame Claw Wolf. Under the guidance of the Flame Claw Wolf, the fierce beasts along the way posed no threat to the group. "There's a snow lotus flower over there," Lin Hai pointed to a distant ice lake. The group followed Lin Hai's finger and saw a blossoming lotus flower emitting a bluish glow. The snow lotus flower is a primary material for making ice potions valued at about 100,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. The group was visibly tempted upon seeing the flower, but typically such precious materials would be guarded by fierce beasts. Chu Liang did not act recklessly, but instead looked toward one person in the crowd. "Let the Ironback Dragon check first, the rest of you remain on alert for now." With Chu Liang's command, a sub-dragon emerged from the crowd, its body dark, and appearing to be a defensive type, contracted spirit, likely at level 8. The Ironback Dragon slowly approached the direction of the snow lotus flower, and at that moment the surrounding grass rustled, followed immediately by ice balls flying toward the Ironback Dragon, causing the temperature around to drop significantly. The ice ball vanished in an instant, landing on the heavy body of the Ironback Dragon, whose colossal form was already coated in a faint layer of frost, evidently a skill resembling control. The crowd also saw the situation ahead, revealing about 7 or 8 ice spirits on one side of the frozen lake, continuously gathering ice balls in their mouths. The leading ice spirit appeared significantly larger than the others. "It's actually a black iron level lord. I will hold him off while you deal with the rest." Upon hearing this, a few of them immediately sprang into action, with one contract spirit stepping forward to assist the Ironback Dragon, blocking the other ice spirits. Beasts are classified into ordinary mutated Lord and King levels. Generally, a black iron level Spirit Master can hold off a Lord level beast, though killing it would be quite difficult. The crowd surged forward, the claws of the Flame Claw Wolf shimmering with a faint black glow exuding a sharp aura. This was the Flame Claw Wolf's innate skill shatter. The Ice Spirit was evidently not easy to deal with. Upon witnessing the attack, a blue glow flashed across its body, causing the Flame Claw Wolf's movements to slow considerably. It seemed to be affected by the surrounding cold. Lin Hai and Chu Mingyao refrained from joining the battle, instead staying among the crowd to ensure their safety. In this otherworldly arena, unlike that of Blue Star, when contract spirits engage in battle, the Spirit Master himself is exposed to danger, so it is common to leave one contract spirit behind for protection. Indeed, Lin Hai sensed a dangerous aura, though suddenly an ice ball began to magnify before his eyes. As the ice ball was about to approach the crowd, a stone blocked its path, halting the ice ball's attack, and the stone was also coated with a faint layer of frost. At this moment, Chu Mingyao finally reacted, and Montang spun the spear in his hand. He thrust the spear towards the ice spirit before him. The ice spirit, small, yet agile, dodged Montang's strike, and began to gather another ice ball in its mouth. Lin Hai also entered the spirit fusion state. Just as he prepared to advance for the attack, he expelled a breath of cold air. The effect of the previous ice ball still lingered, leaving him momentarily stiffened. As the second ice ball was about to strike, Lin Hai activated the skill enlargement, his massive body instantly shielding the others, controlling contract spirits behind him. Montang's spear also glimmered with a faint fiery glow, thrusting it directly at the ice ball, which was instantly pierced by the flaming spear, leaving Montang's body frozen in place. Fortunately, the crisis was averted. Lin Hai's control effect had ended, and he charged forward in an instant. His body flashed as he collided directly with the ice spirit. Despite being level 6, its defense was its weak point, and it was sent flying by Lin Hai's furious power. Lin Hai opened his mouth, a gale sweeping forth as the effect of the wind allowed him to gather all his strength in his enlarged form, delivering a punch to the top of the ice spirit's head. Facing the ferocious beast, Lin Hai held nothing back. His punch landed with such violent force that it slammed the ice spirit hard into the ground, blood bursting forth. It was evident that the ice spirit was dead beyond any doubt. Lin Hai and Chu Mingyao collaborated to take down this level 6 ice spirit, appearing quite at ease, though both were actually feeling the strain. After the battle, Lin Hai immediately released the spirit fusion state. The stone still bore a faint chill, indicating that it would take some time to dissipate, and Montang was in a similar situation. On another battlefield, Chu Liang's 2 contract spirits had completely blocked the Ice Spirit Lord, while the others quickly dealt with the remaining ice spirits. The battle did not last long, as several ice spirits fell to the ground, leaving the moment for everyone to surround the Lord. This ice spirit was not particularly strong. Though it was a Lord, it was only equivalent to a black iron 1-star level, and ultimately, it was slain by the combined efforts of the group. After killing the ice spirit, everyone sighed in relief. Lin Hai approached, and took out a silver shovel from his bag, excavating the snow lotus, and placing it into a jade box. The others did not stop Lin Hai's actions, but focused on clearing the carcasses of the beasts, as the materials from a black iron level Lord were worth more than the snow lotus. After the battle, Chu Liang praised the two. "Well done. At your age, I had no courage to enter the other world, let alone slay ferocious beasts." Lin Hai did not take this praise to heart, as they continued on their way, encountering little danger for the rest of the time, while the sky gradually darkened. At night, they naturally had to rest within the other world. The group took out the prepared tents from their bags, gathering in the center of the temporarily constructed camp. A bonfire had already been lit in the center, where the flesh and blood of today's slain Ice Spirit Lord was being cooked. The day's tension had left everyone quite fatigued, and watching the meat roasting over the fire, they could almost smell the aroma of delicious food. "Tonight we will rest here. 2 people will form a group to take turns keeping watch. I will arrange for the Flame Claw Wolf to—" Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. After a hearty meal, Chu Liang took out a yellow powder from his bag and sprinkled it around. This was the feces of a silver-level monster worth thousands, or even tens of thousands of Dragon Kingdom coins, which could deter some ferocious beasts and enhance nighttime safety. After completing these preparations, everyone entered the camp to rest except for Lin Hai and Chu Mingyao, who did not. Chu Liang assigned the first watch to the 2, allowing them to sit for an hour, after which they could sleep soundly for the night. This was also to take care of the 2 children. Leaning against a snow pine, the 2 sat around the stove, doing nothing. "Lin Hai, you seem unusually calm." Chu Mingyio's performance today was entirely on a different level than Lin Hai's. Whether in reaction speed or combat experience, she lagged quite behind, but considering her age, her achievements were commendable. Lin Hai smiled faintly, his gaze dimming considerably. "This was not his merit. You should know my background. When a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will inevitably destroy it. You have no idea how many eyes have been watching me since I was young. It seems I must be better than everyone else, so I can only work double." Lin Hai spoke the truth. Even without external aids, with the innate talent of his body, he could become a powerful individual. Of course, this required relentless training day and night. Chu Mingyao nodded upon hearing this. Just as she was about to say something, she was interrupted by Lin Hai. "Something's happened." As Lin Hai fell, Chu Mingyao nervously stood up, glancing around. From the distant dark jungle, a series of rustlings. Chu Mingyao tugged at Lin Hai's sleeve, whispering, "Should we wake Uncle and the others?" Lin Hai took a deep breath and shook his head. "Let's observe the situation first." Saying this, Lin Hai summoned his contracted spirit, instantly entering a state of fusion. In this state, he leaped up and landed on a snow pine beside him. Chu Mingyao also summoned her Meng Tian, guarding by her side. Lin Hai's gaze turned towards the distance, and the sounds gradually grew louder. A resounding beast roar echoed through the sky. Lin Hai could vaguely see the silhouettes of several fierce beasts, their expressions filled with terror, as if they were fleeing for their lives. At this moment, a system panel popped up before Lin Hai. 2 black iron level lord beasts detected in combat. Option 1, assist the Ice Mountain Ape in defeating the Extreme Ice Phoenix, reward random Ice Mountain Ape skills. Option 2, help the Extreme Ice Phoenix defeat the Ice Mountain Ape, reward random Extreme Ice Phoenix skills. Option 3, stand by and do nothing, self-preservation is paramount, reward a small amount of spirit power. Option 4, kill both black iron level lord beasts, reward a boost in gigantification by 1 and 50 system. After reviewing the system options, Lin Hai understood what was happening, especially option 4. The generous reward stirred his heart, as gigantification was a divine skill that at its first level could provide double attributes. At the second level, it would provide quadruple benefits, which was a tremendous enhancement for Lin Hai, especially with an additional 50 system points. However, Lin Hai was currently only at the 4th level. Killing 2 black iron level lords was out of the question. Even the aftermath of a single skill could potentially endanger him. The sounds from afar grew louder, and he could faintly hear the furious roars of the fierce beasts. The struggle between the 2 black iron level lords was causing these beasts to flee in panic. This had gradually become a threat to Lin Hai's location. Lin Hai leaped down from the tree, and the fierce claw wolf belonging to Chu Liang had already awakened, guarding the surroundings of the camp. Wake Uncle Chu and the others. 2 black iron level lords are engaged in combat. Upon hearing this, Chu Mingjio's face changed dramatically. Although they had defeated an ice glaze earlier that morning, its strength was clearly inflated. It was merely an ordinary black iron level lord. The reason they were called lords was not only due to their own formidable power, but also because of the subordinates they commanded within their territory, usually existing as a faction. A powerful lord could even have hundreds of fierce beasts following them. They were not so easily hunted. Chu Mingyao woke Chu Liang and the others as the commotion in the distance grew even louder. We need to leave quickly, the fierce beasts will soon break through here. Chu Liang decisively responded. Although the excrement of silver-level demon beasts could somewhat hinder the fierce beasts observing the battle between the two, it was clear that it would soon affect them. Everyone summoned their contracted spirits again. Just as they were about to leave, Lin Hai called out to them. Uncle Chu, I believe we should check out the battle between the 2 black iron level lords. It won't be resolved quickly, and perhaps we can gain some benefits from it. Hearing Lin Hai's words, Chu Liang's brow furrowed. The risks of such an action were self-evident, but as the leader of the beast tamer team, he had faced danger numerous times. Danger often equated to great rewards. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Liang ultimately shook his head. I will have him take you and Yao Yao away. I will lead the others to assess the situation. Your strength is too weak, prioritize your safety first. Uncle Chu, given the fierce beast uprising, staying together would be safer. Moreover, if you send a contracted spirit to protect us, your own strength will be significantly diminished. In case of danger, it could become a bigger problem. Uncle Chu, given the fierce beast uprising, staying together would be safer. Moreover, if you send a contracted spirit to protect us, your own strength will be significantly diminished. In case of danger, it could become a bigger problem. Lin Hai's words seemed to resonate with Chu Liang. Losing a contracted spirit would leave him incapable of resisting a black iron level lord. Encountering danger would be a dead end. With a resigned sigh, Chu Liang ultimately complied with Lin Hai's suggestion. The eagle spread its wings, and everyone landed upon it, swiftly advancing towards the direction of the battle sounds. On the way, Lin Hai observed the countless fierce beasts fleeing below, numbering over 100, including several level 8 and level 9 beasts. Yet there were no black iron level beasts in sight. As they flew through the air, they did not provoke any of these beasts. Before long, Lin Hai spotted a blue figure spiraling in the sky. The phoenix spread its wings, its body shimmering with frost, each flap of its wings condensing ice into the shape of feathered arrows, soaring towards the jungle below. In the jungle, a towering ape standing 4 to 5 meters tall loomed over the treetops. The ice mountain ape, in a fit of rage, pounded its chest and let out another roar. The ice arrows summoned by the extreme ice phoenix struck the ice mountain ape, seemingly having no effect. Its defensive power was evidently impressive. The group riding the eagle observed the battlefield from a distance. Besides the main battlefield of the 2 lords, there were over 100 fierce beasts engaged in combat below. The spectacle was grand, causing the entire jungle to tremble. Lin Hai scanned the situation below. From the current state of affairs, the 2 were evenly matched, likely unable to determine a victor in the short term. Soon Lin Hai noticed a stir in the distance. At an angle from where they were, a large flying bird also carried several figures on its back. It was evident that they were another beast tamer team hoping to seize an opportunity. The other party also noticed Lin Hai and the others, and Chu Liang's voice rang out once more. This situation seems off. Be ready to evacuate at any moment. The strength of these 2 lord-level fierce beasts far exceeds mine. Just as Chu Liang's words fell, a sudden gale swept through the sky, accompanied by swirling snowflakes that coalesced in midair, eventually forming a massive tornado. This ice and snowstorm gathered in the air, causing a noticeable drop in temperature even for those far from the battlefield. Immediately, a set of azure armor began to materialize on the entire body of the ice mountain ape, as if sculpted from ice, looking incredibly lifelike. A tornado swirled around the ice mountain ape's body, which retaliated with a punch aimed directly at the heart of the tornado. The furious power erupted forth. The outcome is about to be decided. Chu Liang uttered a heavy voice. In the distance, the Beastmaster team could no longer remain still. The large bird flapped its wings and shot forth like a streak of light toward the center of the battle between the two ferocious beasts. Seeing this scene, Chu Liang inwardly exclaimed that it was bad. Prepare, we must act as well. Wait, Uncle Chu. Lin Hai interrupted Chu Liang's actions because the battle before them was far from over. The icy tornado gradually dissipated, revealing the figure of the ice mountain ape, which appeared quite disheveled at that moment, its frosty armor cracked in numerous places. Blood stained its massive body, but the ferocity in its eyes showed no sign of abating. This was also why Lin Hai had called for caution. Indeed, when the large bird approached the ice mountain ape, the ape's body suddenly swelled considerably. Raising its massive fist imbued with shimmering ice, it struck out. The Beastmaster team had not anticipated such a turn of events. Caught off guard, they were struck by the ice mountain ape's attack. A black iron-level bird fell dead on the spot, and the members of the Beastmaster team on it were likely reduced to very few. The large bird plummeted to the ground only to be swiftly consumed by the beasts below. After delivering that blow, the ice mountain ape began to gasp heavily, clearly reaching its limits. This strike, meant for the extreme ice phoenix, had originally been intended for it, yet it showed no intention of approaching. Instead, it was the Beastmaster team that came to meet death. Upon seeing the ice mountain ape's appearance, the phoenix raised its proud head, spreading its wings in a victor's pose, and dove down. Seeing this scene, Chu Liang and the others were also in a state of shock. If it weren't for Lin Hai's reminder, they might have ended up like that Beastmaster team. Everyone unconsciously looked towards Lin Hai. It seemed they were inquiring whether to act. Lin Hai still made no move. Lin Hai had a gut feeling that things were not so simple. Despite being a black iron-level lord, the ice mountain ape seemed to have taken a beating throughout, hardly retaliating. Black iron-level ferocious beasts were supposed to possess a degree of intelligence, and such a situation should not occur. Lin Hai suppressed the greed within him, keenly observing the battlefield. Sure enough, the extreme ice phoenix swooped down, its claws glimmering with a faint chill, seemingly prepared to finish off the ice mountain ape. However, at the moment its body drew near, the ice mountain ape's gaze suddenly sharpened significantly, and its earlier gasping demeanor vanished without a trace. The extreme ice phoenix also sensed the change, desperately flapping its wings in an attempt to escape, but the prepared ape would not let it go. The ice mountain ape's arms seized the extreme ice phoenix's claws, then, with a forceful pull, it yanked it down from midair and violently slammed it to the ground. A tremendous sound reverberated throughout the jungle. The extreme ice phoenix let out a wretched cry, and just as it prepared to flee, a massive fist struck down upon its crown. Blood splattered forth instantly, as a flying-type ferocious beast defense was not its forte. Now a single punch had left it grievously wounded. It could never fathom why the ice mountain ape, which appeared on the brink of death, possessed such formidable strength. Not only it, but even Lin Hai could not believe that a ferocious beast could have such intelligence. He had underestimated them. Now is the time strike. It was the perfect opportunity. Both lord-level ferocious beasts were severely injured, and the other beasts around the battlefield had retreated from the center under the force of the ice mountain ape's strike. As soon as Lin Hai's voice fell, the eagle's body plunged downwards. Before it could get close, the fierce claw wolf leaped out from the spatial rift and directly pounced upon the ice mountain ape's back. Although the ape had been acting, it had truly suffered injuries. Now, after being struck by the fierce claw wolf, a gruesome claw mark appeared on its back. The ice mountain ape's eyes flashed with a red glow as it turned its head, delivering a punch that locked onto the fierce claw wolf's head. Chu Liang waved his hand, and the fierce claw wolf instantly vanished from sight, clearly recalled to the spirit beast space. At this moment, the eagle also launched its attack. Its wings like blades sliced through the air, leaving a deep gash on the ice mountain ape's throat. The ice mountain ape's pupils dilated as its body collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of the ability to resist. As for the half-dead extreme ice phoenix on the ground, it had already been dispatched by Lin Hai and the others with a combination of skills. The distant ferocious beasts sensed the death of their lord and let out mournful howls as they rushed forward. Lin Hai would take the phoenix. The monkey is not needed. Hurry and flee. Unconsciously, Lin Hai had become the leader of the group, and Chu Liang and the others did not doubt his judgment. They directly seized the phoenix's body, and the eagle soared again, unleashing all its skills, its speed soaring as it dashed away into the distance. The ice mountain ape stood at a towering 4 to 5 meters tall. Taking it away was entirely impossible, and there was no time to harvest the core materials from its body. Faced with the siege of so many ferocious beasts, abandoning the large ice mountain ape to take the smaller phoenix was clearly the best choice at that moment. The eagle surged ahead, pursued by about 40 to 50 ferocious beasts. There were still herds of beasts running on the ground. However, these ferocious beasts were at most level 8 or 9, and before the black iron level eagle, as long as it did not stop, they should not be able to catch up. This escape was far more difficult than they had anticipated. They fled for a full day and night, and even inadvertently entered another lord's territory. Fortunately, they ultimately escaped without serious incident. The group gathered at a campsite with the corpse of the extreme ice phoenix placed at the center. The core materials had already been collected. Of course, the most important was a pure white heart, the most valuable item from a lord, allowing a contracted spirit to comprehend black iron level skills. This was one of the skills of the extreme ice phoenix, though there was a chance of failing to comprehend it. The previous ice glaze had this as well, but its skill value was not high and the material was on an entirely different level. The faces of the few bore deep fatigue, yet they could not hide their smiles. Little Hai, we owe you this time. Why don't you take this heart for yourself? Lin Hai glanced at the heart sealed within the container, frost visibly gathering inside, indicating the immense energy it. However, Lin Hai ultimately declined Chu Liang's kind offer. No need, Uncle Chu. The Extreme Ice Phoenix is a beast of the ice attribute which is not suitable for me, and I haven't exerted much effort, so it would be inappropriate to claim this heart for myself. Let's divide it equally among everyone instead. Lin Hai's contracted spirit was primarily a melee type lacking elemental attributes, making this ice-based skill somewhat redundant for him. Chu Liang chuckled at this. Alright, once we go out I'll sell it, and you can take half the money. Lin Hai did not refuse this arrangement. After a long day of exertion, they were ready for a proper rest, although someone still needed. That night Lin Hai leaned against a tree counting the spoils of their recent gains. The system's rewards had already been distributed, and he realized he had completed option 4. This meant Lin Hai had received an enhancement in size and 50 system points as a reward. As Lin Hai's core divine skill, the enlargement, had now reached level 2, allowing him to unleash 4 times his usual strength. This increase in power came with the drawback of reduced speed during the duration of the enlargement. 50 system points combined with the 10 points Lin Hai had left made him relatively affluent again, but it wasn't the time for spending. He would have to wait until they were outside. That night passed without incident. The next morning the group set out once more, their main objective being the Ice Crystal Stone Milk within the Ice Spirit Tiger's den. The den of the Ice Spirit Tiger was located at the core of the Frost Forest, still some distance away. As they progressed, the crow responsible for scouting suddenly let out a strange cry. There's a situation, one person shouted, and the ground began to tremble beneath them. Chu Liang's eyes widened with alarm as he shouted, "Quick, rise into the air. It's a swarm of steel-toothed rats." The group reacted swiftly. After days of fleeing, they adeptly climbed onto the back of the eagle, which slowly lifted. At this moment Lin Hai finally saw the situation up ahead. A mass of black figures swept across the ground like locusts, and everything they touched seemed to vanish as if swallowed whole. Lin Hai recalled the information about the steel-toothed rats. The steel-toothed rats were a pack-dwelling ferocious beast notable for their sharp teeth, consuming almost anything in their path. Wherever they passed, the land would be left barren. In front of the swarm of steel-toothed rats, 2 figures were fleeing in panic, their faces etched with terror. One person lagging behind was caught by the swarm. Within a breath's time, their figure vanished from sight, leaving no trace. The others gasped, and the other person noticed Lin Hai and the others crying out for help. "Save me! Save me!" The figure glanced around, and spotted a relatively tall tree beginning to climb towards it. Seeing this, Chu Mingyao felt a pang of compassion, frowning as she tugged at Chu Liang's sleeve. However, Chu Liang remained unmoved, coldly observing the scene. The swarm of steel-toothed rats quickly reached the base of the tree, where the figure was climbing, gnawing away at it, causing it to shrink visibly. The figure was about to be engulfed by the beasts when a frantic look suddenly crossed their face. They turned to Chu Liang and the others, saying, "Fine, even if I die, I will drag you down with me." With a roar, flames erupted from the contracted spirit, and a fireball hurtled towards the eagle, where Lin Hai and the other. Chu Liang appeared to be prepared, maneuvering the eagle to evade the attack. The person let out a final scream, swiftly falling victim to the steel-toothed rats. The swarm of steel-toothed rats looked up at Lin Hai and the others, as if to assert dominance before retreating like a receding tide. Once the beast had departed, Chu Liang let out a sigh. He patted Chu Mingyao beside him, speaking earnestly. "Yao Shao Hai. You are still young, and the other world is unlike Blue Star. In Blue Star you are bound by laws, but the other world is a law. You saw how that person attempted to drag us down with them. I do not expect you to be good people, nor do I want you to become bad people. However, you must learn to be bystanders. This will..." Upon hearing Chu Liang's words, Chu Mingyao lowered her head deeply. Lin Hai, however, maintained a neutral expression. He was no saint either, and in this world of the survival of the fittest, becoming stronger was the only truth. Seeing their reactions, Chu Liang's assessment of Lin Hai rose significantly. "Let's move, we need to hurry. The Ice Spirit Tiger's den is still some distance away." The group dismounted from the eagle's back. Given the passage of the steel-toothed rats, there would be no ferocious beasts in the vicinity for a short time. During non-dangerous periods, they could not remain on the eagle's back indefinitely. As the group's primary combat strength, Chu Liang needed to stay in peak condition, otherwise they would lack the ability to resist if danger arose. The group continued forward, spending the next 7 days traveling without encountering much danger, and they were now not far from the Ice Spirit Tiger's den. At this point they became even more cautious. The spoils from the past 7 days had netted them about 200,000 Dragon Kingdom coins worth of materials and medicinal herbs. This was quite a significant harvest. We have entered the core area of the Frost Forest, where the danger level is far greater than the outside. From now on, stay alert and vigilant. The king of the Frost Forest has never been seen, but their territory should be within the core area. If we encounter the king, we will truly be in trouble. In any other world, only one king can appear, essentially the Lord of Lords, the true master of the other world. Even a black iron level king possesses battle prowess comparable to a silver level spirit master. They are the kings among beasts, and there is no information on the king of the Frost Forest indicating that no one has discovered him. However, in general, kings do not appear casually. The temperature around them continued to drop, and a faint frost began to gather at the corners of their eyes. 3 days had passed, and Chu Liang gazed at a towering peak before him. He took out a map from his pocket, and carefully compared it, a hint of joy appearing on his face. "This is the spot. The peak ahead is the territory of the Ice Soul Tiger. We will rest here for the night, and tomorrow we will go to acquire the Froststone milk. Finally arriving at their destination, the group felt a sense of relief. They found a temporarily safe spot, set up a simple tent, and prepared to rest. Not far from them another camp was set up, led by a man with a fierce scar across his face. It was none other than Qin Xie. Boss Chu Liang and his team have arrived just up ahead. Qin Xiefeng sneered upon hearing this. Alright brothers, I want repeat the value of the Froststone milk. Tomorrow Chu Liang and his team will definitely go in to attract the Ice Soul Tiger's attention. Then we will seize the opportunity to claim the treasure. Lao Ma, this time it will be up to you. Lao Ma merely nodded in response. Although he appeared quite small in stature, his exposed arms seemed to possess a violent strength, indicating he was also a master of physical prowess. Rest assured, the cave where the Froststone milk resides is not accessible to contract spirits. When it comes to physical strength, I have never lost to anyone. Even black iron level opponents are no match for me. Lao Ma appeared very confident, and a smile crossed Qin Xiefeng's face. The night passed quickly. The next morning Lin Hai and his companions were already geared up and ready to depart. This was the lair of the Ice Soul Tiger, and according to Chu Liang's last report, over 30 Ice Soul Tigers had settled here. Aside from the lead black iron level lord, the others were also formidable. Old Sen, later you will use your crow to scout ahead and locate the lord's position. I will hold him off while you protect Lin Hai and charge to the entrance of the cave. Here, take this. If you encounter danger, drink it. With that, Chu Liang took out several bottles of red potion from his bag and handed them to the group, who accepted them without hesitation. Lin Hai glanced at the potion and frowned. This was called a potential potion, a combat-type potion that could temporarily unleash the potential of a contract spirit, granting greater power. However, such things usually came with side effects, and were quite expensive, indicating that Chu Liang was indeed well prepared. After everyone was ready, the pitch black crows soared into the sky, directly heading towards the valley. Before long, they heard a series of tiger roars echoing from within the valley, as if the entire valley shook. Chu Liang's gaze suddenly sharpened, and with a wave of his hand the group climbed onto the back of the eagle. The eagle spread its wings, soaring into the sky, and in an instant they entered the valley at full speed. Lin Hai, also on the eagle's back, saw the scene in the valley. About 20 to 30 Ice Soul Tigers were sprawled on the surface of a massive ice lake, with one particularly large specimen standing out. The lord of the Ice Soul Tigers noticed Chu Liang and his group, letting out a series of loud beast roars. Chu Liang was the first to summon his Flame Claw Wolf, casually slashing down and killing an Ice Soul Tiger before charging towards the direction of the lord. Go! Lin Hai shouted as he led the group down from the eagle's back into the valley. They were surrounded by 7 or 8 Ice Soul Tigers. Lin Hai instantly entered the spirit fusion state, expanding his form as he began to swell. After the increase in his size, Lin Hai's strength was significantly enhanced. At that moment, when he threw a punch, the seemingly massive body of the Ice Soul Tiger was actually sent flying. The others also summoned their contract spirits, and together they opened a gap. Xiao Hai is over there. Following the sound, Lin Hai finally pinpointed the location of the cave, revealing a deep, dark entrance submerged in the depths of the ice lake. They were still a considerable distance away from it. Ironback Dragon, lead the way, maintain formation. Chu Liang no longer led. Lin Hai took over the squad's command. Under Lin Hai's guidance, the Ironback Dragon glowed with a dark light as it braced against the attacks of several Ice Soul Tigers around them. Breaking through the encirclement, the contract spirits surrounding them protected the group in the center. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hai canceled the giant form. While the increase in size provided several times the strength, its flaw made it nearly impossible for Lin Hai to move, which was clearly unsuitable in this situation. The group proceeded cautiously under Lin Hai's command, gradually closing in on the valley's position. Meanwhile, Chu Liang did not have it as easy. Chu Liang rode the eagle entangled with the Ice Soul Tiger, Lord, using 2 contract spirits. However, the strength of this Ice Soul Tiger was even above that of the Phoenix from that day. After a fierce exchange with the Flame Claw Wolf, a savage wound appeared on its body. Chu Liang's expression turned grim as he tightly gripped the red potential potion in his hand. If it came down to it, he would have no choice but to use it. As they were in the heat of battle, a fierce wind swept through the air. The group looked up to see a brazen voice echoing above. Ha ha, Chu Liang, thank you for this. I will be taking the Froststone milk. Saying this, the massive rock flashed past. A black iron level flying contract spirit was not something these ordinary Ice Soul Tigers could stop. The Ice Soul Tiger Lord was still engaged in battle with Chu Liang and could only watch helplessly. The sudden turn of events darkened everyone's expressions. Old San was the first to protest. It's that Qin Xiefeng again. With that, he took the potential potion and directly fed it to his crow. After drinking the potion, the crow's eyes glowed with a red light, and its aura began to rise sharply. Xiao Hai, hurry up and go, let him take you. Lin Hai did not hesitate at this moment, as the treasure would be gone if they waited any. As Lin Hai climbed onto the crow, the dark light on the crow flashed, and it began to chase after Qin Xiefeng and his group. Qin Xiefeng did not expect such a situation and commanded his rock to attack the crow. However, the crow was very elusive, maintaining low altitude flight while creating some distance from the rock. Qin Xiefeng's attack landed among the Ice Soul Tiger pack. As the Ice Soul Tigers were attacked, they locked onto Qin Xiefeng and others, unleashing skill after skill towards the rock flying above, causing significant trouble for Qin Xiefeng. The battlefield instantly became chaotic, and at that moment Chu Liang seized the opportunity to create distance from the Ice Soul Tiger Lord, preparing to divert the trouble towards Qin Xiefeng, making him experience the power of the Lord. After working so hard for so long, Chen Xiefeng wanted to take their belongings directly, which naturally angered Chu Liang and the others. Seeing Chu Liang's movements, Chen Xiefeng realized that things were not so simple. At this moment he arrived near the cave almost simultaneously with Lin Hai. Lin Hai seized the opportunity, leaping forward and slipping through the gap of the cave. Seeing Lin Hai take the lead, Chen Xiefeng was not worried. Instead, he patted the back of the old horse. "Old horse is just a young kid. They'll leave him to you while I prepare to support you outside." The old horse snorted coldly, saying nothing more, and followed Lin Hai's steps into the cave. Just as the two entered the cave, Chu Liang arrived beside Chen Xiefeng, with the Ice Spirit Tiger's leader, forcibly pulling the others into the battle. The battlefield instantly became chaotic, significantly reducing the pressure on Chu Liang and his group, as Chen Xiefeng and his companions were also formidable, contributing considerably at this moment. On the other side, Lin Hai's path into the cave was not so smooth. In front of him was only a narrow opening, and Lin Hai had to turn sideways to squeeze through. A damp atmosphere wafted from within the cave, accompanied by the sound of dripping water. Lin Hai tested the space and found that he couldn't even stand up straight. Summoning his contract spirit would likely destroy this place immediately. Not far away there was a milky white small pool with drops of crystal clear water flowing within. Just by looking at it he could tell it was extraordinary. This was Lin Hai's purpose for coming the Froststone Milk. Just as Lin Hai was about to move forward, he suddenly heard a noise coming from behind, realizing that Chen Xiefeng's men were coming. Before long the old horse appeared in front of Lin Hai, dusting off his clothes and sizing him up. "Kid, get out of the way. Today I'm in a good mood, so we'll spare you." Saying this, the old horse prepared to bypass Lin Hai to take the Froststone Milk, but Lin Hai stood firm, blocking the narrow. Lin Hai was completely blocking the old horse's path. The old horse frowned and snorted. "Did you not hear me when I told you? Let me tell you, I, the old horse, have been refining my body for years, known as the Grandmaster of Tai Chi. In this body I dare say, I am invincible beneath the black iron." The old horse's face was filled with confidence, but Lin Hai looked at him as if he were a fool. However, soon Lin Hai's gaze, suddenly a punch landed on the old horse's face. Caught off guard, the old horse never expected Lin Hai would strike first, letting out a scream as his body crashed against the stone wall behind. After being injured, the old horse wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "You brat lacking martial ethics. I was not prepared just now, let's do it again." With that, the old horse took a stance and began to circle around Lin Hai. Lin Hai's face darkened as he seized the opportunity to deliver another fierce punch to the old horse's face. As with the last encounter, the old horse's nose was already a bloody mess, and he looked at Lin Hai with an expression of fear. However, the old horse seemed reluctant to give up, swaying as he stood up. Before he could get close, Lin Hai's right leg swept out, kicking at the old horse's joint, causing him to lean forward, nearly collapsing to the ground. Before he could fall, Lin Hai's fist loomed large in front of the old horse again. When it landed, the old horse felt a wave of dizziness in his brain, swaying slightly before falling straight to the ground. Lin Hai glanced at the fallen old horse's face, filled with confusion. "Grandmaster of Tai Chi, the first under—" Lin Hai felt speechless, but there was no time to deal with the old horse now. The longer he delayed, the more danger Chu Liang and the others would face outside. Quickly taking the Froststone Milk and leaving was the best choice. The reason Lin Hai struck first was that the system panel popped up. Option 1, attack, directly defeat the old horse, and take the Froststone Milk, reward 20 system points. Option 2, surrender, obediently give up the Froststone Milk, reward a small amount of spirit power. Option 3, worship the master, surrender, directly obtain the title of disciple of the Hunyuan Taiji sect, but power attributes will decrease by 20% during battles. After reading these options, Lin Hai naturally knew what to do, but he didn't expect the master to be so overrated, easily dealt with. At this moment, Lin Hai stood before the Froststone Milk, ready to collect it with a jade bottle from his pocket, when he suddenly felt a surge of restlessness. Lin Hai furrowed his brows, realizing the problem. His contract spirit wanted to come out. His contract spirit was just a stone, much smaller than other contract spirits, so summoning it wouldn't pose much of a problem. As the space trembled, the stone fell beside Lin Hai, and before he could react, the stone flew directly into the pool of Froststone Milk. Seeing this scene, Lin Hai was a bit bewildered. Before he could comprehend it, he noticed the pool beginning to shrink visibly. Lin Hai secretly exclaimed that it was bad, and quickly held back his contract spirit. "Stop absorbing. Leave some behind, or how will I explain this?" After a fierce struggle between Lin Hai and the stone absorbed 2/3 of the Froststone Milk before returning satisfied to the spirit space. In light of this sudden turn of events, Lin Hai was at a loss for a moment, only able to collect the remaining Froststone Milk and prepare to leave the cave. Meanwhile, outside, the battle was still fierce. Under the powerful strength of the Ice Spirit Tiger leader, both Chen Xiefeng and Chu Liang's contract spirits were injured. The two finally understood that the leader's strength was beyond their comparison. Even if they joined forces, they were no match, so they could only fight while retreating, temporarily holding off the leader. The others were also caught in the siege of the Ice Spirit Tiger, and two contract spirits had already consumed potential potions, barely maintaining their formation without anyone getting injured. Lin Hai looked at the situation at the cave entrance, noting that he was not far from Chu Liang. As long as he could merge with Chu Liang quickly, his safety would be ensured. Thinking of this, Lin Hai took a deep breath and entered the state of spirit fusion. This time he felt that his strength had increased significantly, but now was not the time to ponder such things. Damn it, it's that kid. The old horse might have messed up, but kill him. After preparing himself, Lin Hai burst out of the cave, a fierce wind sweeping from his mouth as he activated the wind breath skill, propelling his body forward at great speed. Following closely, the charge skill was unleashed, further elevating Lin Hai's speed. The first to spot him was Chun Xiefeng, who shouted, "Damn it, it's that kid. Old Ma might have failed kill him." Immediately, waves of attack skills surged toward Lin Hai, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. Such attacks were impossible to withstand Hedon, so Lin Hai had no choice but to change targets and charge towards a nearby Ice Spirit Tiger. Seeing Lin Hai approaching, the Ice Spirit Tiger raised its paw and struck down fiercely. Lin Hai, however, unleashed a massive punch, knocking the tiger unconscious and then hurling it towards the incoming attacks. With the Ice Spirit Tiger's corpse serving as a shield, Lin Hai successfully resolved this crisis, though the tiger had become a heap of shattered flesh. During this time, Chu Liang was not idle either. He flew alongside Lin Hai on his eagle and grabbed him. "Hurry up." With that, Chu Liang directed his eagle towards the location of Chu Mingyao and the others. The leader of the Ice Spirit Tigers had clearly noticed the situation, letting out a piercing beast roar. All the Ice Spirit Tigers turned their attention to Chu Mingyao and began to besiege her and the others, while the remainder surrounded Lin Hai. The group was instantly caught in a crisis. Even the leader of the Ice Spirit Tigers abandoned Chun Xiefeng to pursue. Seeing this, Chun Xiefeng was naturally overjoyed. Lin Hai had emerged, but Old Ma was missing. It was highly likely that Lin Hai had obtained a treasure. Chun Xiefeng and his group also began to encircle Lin Hai and his companions. Now Lin Hai and his group were surrounded on all sides, and Chu Liang's expression grew increasingly grim. "What should we do, Xiao Hai?" Lin Hai's mind raced. It seemed there was only one solution. "We need to have this eagle drink the potential potion. With its black iron level strength, it should be able to help the two of us escape the encirclement." However, the Chu Mingyao group below was doomed. This was clearly not Lin Hai's intention. He scanned the surroundings and finally looked towards the surrounding snow-capped mountains. The lair of the Ice Spirit Tiger leader was situated within an icy lake in a mountain peak surrounded by towering mountains. "Uncle Chu, unleash your strongest attack on the surrounding mountains." The mountains? Chu Liang was taken aback for a moment, but quickly grasped Lin Hai's intent. He hesitated for a moment before becoming fierce. "Alright then, let's go all out together." As he spoke, the eagle beneath Chu Liang suddenly shimmered with light, sending a wind blade piercing through the clouds. The wind blade appeared formidable, but did not lock onto anyone. The others were unaware of what Chu Liang intended, and thus paid no attention. The wind blade sliced into the distant snow-capped mountain, causing a violent tremor as the accumulated snow began to slide down. The frost forest was covered in snow year-round, with every disturbance potentially triggering avalanches, which was precisely. A strange sound emerged, capturing everyone's attention. Chun Xiefeng turned to look, and from atop the distant mountain, countless snowflakes cascaded like a waterfall, overwhelming in force, as if embodying the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Chun Xiefeng turned to look, and from atop the distant mountain, countless snowflakes cascaded like a waterfall, overwhelming in force, as if embodying. Chun Xiefeng decisively realized that now was not the time to seek treasures. His life was paramount. Instantly, he directed his contracted spirit to ascend slowly, but it was clearly too late. The speed of the avalanche exceeded everyone's expectations, and fear of death filled the faces of Chun Xiefeng's group. The surrounding Ice Spirit Tiger tribe also began to emit anxious roars. While everyone was stunned, Lin Hai urged Chu Liang to finally meet up with Chu Mingyao and the others. "Xiao Hai, what should we do?" Chu Liang was clearly anxious as well. The avalanche had already engulfed many Ice Spirit Tigers and was rushing towards them with incredible speed. It was evident that escaping was now impossible. The only option was to resist. However, even he lacked the ability to withstand the avalanche. In the midst of everyone's panic, Lin Hai pulled out a vial of potion from his pocket. "Everyone get inside the Ironback." Upon hearing this, everyone understood the Ironback dragon was a sub-dragon species large enough to accommodate several people without issue. Doing so would enhance everyone's chances of survival, but the Ironback dragon was only level 8, likely to perish out. The owner of the Ironback dragon looked grim, but at this point there was no better option. One by one they entered the Ironback dragon's mouth as the avalanche finally engulfed the entire valley. The once icy lake was completely covered by a sea of white snow, and no sound emerged from the valley, as if everything had been reborn beneath the avalanche. Under such a terrifying natural disaster, both the Ice Spirit Tiger tribe and Chun Xiefeng's beast taming team were firmly pressed beneath the heavy white snow. Whether they could survive depended entirely on their fate. After an unknown period, the calm white snow suddenly trembled, and a wolf's head emerged first. It was none other than Chu Liang's contracted spirit, the Fiery Claw Wolf. With the Fiery Claw Wolf leading the way, the group slowly crawled out from the hole they had dug, sitting in the snow and gasping for breath, appearing startled, yet exhilarated, as if they had survived a calamity. "Xiao Hai, how did you manage that? You're incredible." The owner of the Ironback dragon looked at Lin Hai with an excited expression. Lin Hai certainly wouldn't casually let anyone die. The reason for his actions was due to the vial of potion. He held a small invincibility potion produced by the system. It could fully negate a single instance of damage, but the small version could only withstand attacks below golden level. However, it was sufficient for dealing with the avalanche, especially with the Ironback dragon being a defensive type spirit. The primary danger of an avalanche lies in the initial impact damage. As long as one withstands that, the rest becomes simple. Though the Ironback dragon was gravely injured, at least it was still alive and would recover without major issues. This vial of potion cost Lin Hai 50 system points, quite a significant expense. Lin Hai smiled and shook his head. It's just a vial of potion from my home. Lin Hai certainly wouldn't disclose the existence of the system. Seeing that he was unwilling to elaborate, the others did not press further. Only Chu Mingyao was aware of Lin Hai's background. She nodded as if understanding, knowing that Lin Hai's mother was one of the top researchers in the Dragon Nation, so the existence of such a potion was not surprising. The group sat slumped in the snow, and at that moment the third one struggled to his feet. Big brother, we've struck gold. With this avalanche, the entire clan of Ice Phantom Tigers must have been wiped out. If we dig up their corpses, we'll be rich. Upon hearing this, the others also displayed expressions of joy, seemingly fueled by newfound energy, ready to take action. However, Chu Liang called out to them, if you want to live, don't move. The avalanche has just ended. If we move recklessly, we might trigger a secondary avalanche. Let's just stay here quietly. The few of them, upon hearing this, slumped back to the ground like deflated balloons. Lin Hai said nothing more, and as they regained their strength, they soon felt the tremors of the snow surface. Chu Liang was the first to react, summoning the fierce claw wolf to guard them. A low tiger roar echoed, and a section of the snow suddenly collapsed significantly. The group turned to where the sound originated, seeing the Ice Phantom Tiger's leader slowly crawl out from the snow, only to quickly collapse. It appeared gravely injured. After all, despite withstanding such an avalanche with its body's defense, it had undoubtedly broken numerous ribs and completely lost its ability to resist. The wealth that had come to them made everyone's eyes shine. Before they could act, another section of the snow trembled. Damn it, Chu Liang, I'm going to kill you. Before the person even emerged, his voice had already carried through. Chun Xiefeng slowly crawled out from the snow, having lost one of his contracted spirits in the avalanche, and he was fortunate to have survived. After finally crawling out, Chun Xiefeng summoned his rock, and looking up found 7 or 8 pairs of eyes fixed intently. Before Chun Xiefeng could react, Chu Liang had already grabbed him by the throat. You want to kill me? Chun Xiefeng struggled against Chu Liang's grip, his body writhing as the fierce claw wolf and the eagle kept a close watch on his rock, preventing him from making any rash moves. Let me go, please. Chun Xiefeng's voice trembled, filled with deep fear under the threat of death. However, Chu Liang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The two of them had been together in the Beastmaster group for a long time, and even had brothers who had died at Chun Xiefeng's hands. Now that he had the opportunity, he certainly wouldn't let him go. Fine, let you go? Then go to hell and apologize to my brothers. The fierce claw wolf raised its massive claw and swiftly crushed Chun Xiefeng's skull. Blood stained the pure white snow, and with Chun Xiefeng's death, the rock also lost its life force. After eliminating Chun Xiefeng, smiles of vengeance filled the faces of the group. The severely injured Ice Phantom Tiger leader could not escape the onslaught of the group either. They dismembered the leader and collected its remains, leaving the valley on the back of the eagle. Although they could not gather materials from the entire Ice Phantom Tiger clan, having the leader's materials was still considered a fruitful return. The group reached a safe location, setting up camp to rest. Lin Hai handed the froststone milk to Chu Liang. Although the quantity was a bit small, Chu Liang did not inquire further. Without Lin Hai, they didn't know how many times they would have died. Of course, they would not quibble over such matters. The group rested for a full 2 days, as many of their contracted spirits had lost their fighting power due to the previous incident with the potential potion. If they did not take the time to heal, the return journey would be fraught with danger. On the way back, they naturally hurried at full speed, fortunately encountering few unexpected incidents. 7 days later, the weary group successfully returned to the base of the Beast Spirit Army, and they felt truly safe upon arriving here. As they stepped out of the spatial gate, a sense of relief washed over them, as if they had survived a disaster. Even Chu Liang, a black iron-level Beast Spirit Master, was no exception. With alongside, Chu Liang patted Lin Hai. Little Hai, I owe you a lot this time. After we return, I'll transfer this income directly to your card. Don't worry, you'll get a big... In truth, a little money wasn't that important to Lin Hai, but he did not refuse, as it was what he deserved. Arriving at the Frost Town Hotel, the group decided to rest for a day before returning to Ice City. In the hotel lobby, the more Chu Liang looked at Lin Hai, the more he felt he was pleasing to the eye. He glanced at Lin Hai, and then at Chu Mingyao. Both were of the same age, but judging from this time's performance, they were worlds apart. If only he were my son, how wonderful that would be. Chu Liang couldn't help but exclaim, and then seemed to think of something, a barely noticeable smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. After checking into their rooms, the group went to their respective rooms. Lin Hai held the room card and looked at Chu Mingyao. But Uncle Chu, what does this mean? At this moment, Chu Liang looked up at the ceiling and sighed with a heavy heart. Little Hai, you know, we prepared so much for this spatial venture. Just the potential potion costs over 100,000 Dragon Country coins per vial. Now the funds of the Beastmaster group are a bit tight, so we can only make do with you two sharing a room. You're both of the same age, so it's good for you to communicate more. Saying this, Chu Liang directly left the room, locking the door behind him. Watching Chu Liang's retreating figure, Lin Hai stood frozen in place, while Chu Mingyao blushed deeply and lowered her head. The two exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat helpless. Inside the room, there was only one bed, and now they stood on. Chu Mingyao shook her head. Forget it, I'll go find my uncle. As she said this, she prepared to leave, but was stopped by Lin Hai. Don't go. It probably won't help anyway. Lin Hai, of course, knew what Chu Liang was planning, and could only shake his head helpless. You just rest on the bed for a bit. I'll meditate. Saying this, Lin Hai sat in the corner of the room, crossing his legs. Though he was also very tired, he couldn't act casually in front of a girl. Chu Mingyao watched Lin Hai's actions, her face flushed, as she nodded, lying on the bed, and covering her head with the blanket. Time passed slowly, and Chu Mingyio's heart raced. What to do, what to do? What if he suddenly comes over? The lack of air circulation soon made it hard for Chu Mingyao to breathe. Finally, she peeked out, scanning the room. She found Lin Hai still meditating in the distance, seemingly not intending to look at her at all. Seeing this scene, Chu Mingyao let out a sigh of relief, but soon her expression turned to one of anger. This guy only knows how to meditate. He doesn't even glance at me here. Chu Mingyao grew increasingly angry, fixating her gaze on Lin Hai's direction, ultimately shaking her head in helplessness. Perhaps this was why this guy was so strong. As the night slowly passed, Lin Hai practiced diligently for an entire night, without even opening his eyes once, while Chu Mingyao, unable to sleep, felt as though an angel and a demon were endlessly arguing within her. She even bore faint dark circles under her eyes by morning. Chu Liang looked at the two of them with a knowing smile. It seems you two have been getting along quite well. Did you have a good conversation last night? Second uncle. Let's head back. Chu Liang's words were interrupted by Chu Mingyao. Lin Hai shook his head in helplessness as well. Seeing this, Chu Liang chose not to say anything further, leading everyone to the car and driving back towards Ice City. On the way back, Lin Hai reflected on his gains from this trip. Most of the rewards came in the form of Longhua currency, with materials from 3 black iron level lords yielding him around 500,000 Longhua coins. Lin Hai's strength improved due to the increase in his gigantic level, while he had spent 50 system points, leaving him with 30 points, which was neither too many nor too few. Additionally, there was the froststone milk consumed by his contract spirit, the specific effects of which Lin Hai had yet to discuss. This substance was not meant for contract spirits. Froststone milk had 2 effects. The first was to enhance physical attributes, serving as a treasure for rapidly improving one's physique. The second was for concocting potions. Lin Hai felt somewhat perplexed for a moment, but ultimately it was not a bad thing. Everyone safely returned to Ice City, and as Lin Hai gazed at the familiar streets, it felt as if he had been away for a lifetime, having spent nearly a month on this journey. It had been a long time since he attended classes. Upon arriving home, Lin Hai opened his phone, which he hadn't used in a while due to the lack of signal in the alternate space, revealing a backlog of messages. Most were from Lu Feng. Lin Hai, I heard you were injured. I will come to see you. Lin Hai, where have you been? The doctor said you were What the hell, Lin Hai, you didn't heroically sacrifice yourself, did you? It's been 20 days, and there's still no news. Don't worry, I will definitely take revenge for you. Tomorrow I will burn some money for you to live a bit better down there. Looking at Lu Feng's nonsensical messages, Lin Hai couldn't help but smile helplessly. He casually replied, I'm fine, just went to the alternate space. I will be back to class tomorrow. As soon as he sent the message, Lu Feng's reply arrived immediately. Alternate space. You went to the alternate space without taking me. I was going to bring you along to hang out with Lao Xia. Make sure to tell me all about it tomorrow. After reading this message, Lin Hai pondered for a moment. Xia Ningxing's treasure-hunting mouse was undoubtedly a divine artifact, but the 3 of them were too weak. Going on an adventure in the alternate space now, without a skilled protector, was no different than courting death. Lin Hai decided to ignore Lu Feng. Flipping through his phone again, he found a message from Wang Lingling. I've transferred the 500,000 you lent me to your card. By the way, be careful recently. I heard that people are looking for trouble with you. If possible, try not to go out for now. If there's a chance, I will treat you to a meal to thank you in person. After reading this message, Lin Hai remembered the girl who had owed a usury debt, and found the transfer information. The money had indeed been returned to him. As for Wang Lingling's warning about someone causing him trouble, Lin Hai paid it no mind. Received. I will contact you when Lin Hai did not directly agree to Wang Lingling's invitation for a meal, merely replying casually. The rest of the messages were mostly from his homeroom teacher Mu Wanxing and his uncle Feng Cheng. Lin Hai replied to everyone one by one, then took a nice shower. After nearly a month of back and forth, he wondered how things were going at Ice City No. 1 High School. Having not rested well at the hotel yesterday, Lin Hai quickly fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in a factory on the outskirts of Ice City, 7 or 8 burly men were beating a young boy with punches and kicks. The boy kept letting out cries of pain. Stop hitting me, it has nothing to do with me, I didn't do it. Hearing the boy's pleas, the men became even more ruthless, one of them spitting phlegm onto Tang Zhe. I spit on you, wasn't it you who beat up several of my brothers back then? You even claimed that you couldn't stand people like us. Aren't you fond of being a hero saving a beauty? Come on. As they spoke, they kicked him hard a few more times. At this moment, Tang Zhe could only cry out in agony. I really didn't do it. I never beat them. Let me go, please let me go. As Tang Zhe's voice fell, someone came running from a distance. Wait, I think there has been a real mistake. Lift your head so I can take a look. Tang Zhe struggled to raise his head. His face had already been beaten to a pulp, barely recognizable from his original appearance. That person examined carefully and finally nodded. Damn, I really got it wrong, he wasn't the one from that day. Hearing this, the group froze in place, looking at Tang Zhe. You're not Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted, I am Tang Zhe, but I swear I wasn't the one from that day. Someone impersonated me. Now everyone understood what had happened. The previous person stroked his chin and asked Tang Zhe. Have you offended anyone? Do you know a particularly handsome guy around your age? Just that face, I can't help but want to fall in. Hearing this, Tang Zhe's mouth twitched, and he immediately thought of Lin Hai. Lin Hai, it's Lin Hai. Tang Zhe shouted anxiously. The people beside him exchanged glances. Do you have a photo? At this moment, Tang Zhe frantically searched his phone, nodding vigorously. He pulled out a group photo from the spirit control class and pointed to Lin Hai's position. Damn it, it's this kid. Even if he turned to ash, I would recognize him. Saying this, he kicked Tang Zhe hard again. Tang Zhe covered his face, feeling wronged. Why was he being beaten for that kid? This kid's name is Lin Hai, right? Do you know anything about him? Tell me everything. Tang Zhe nodded, and knowing no secrets, shared everything he knew about Lin Hai. After hearing this, the group exchanged glances. Should we tell Master Hu about this? This kid is the offspring of Lin Tianxing. His identity is quite extraordinary. We should inform Master who just in case. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Master, who is the leader of the black market and providing high-interest loans, is one of his businesses. Previously, a few of his men were injured by Lin Hai, leaving behind the name Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe looked at the others, feeling wrong to the point of tears. Big brothers, can I leave now? The others shot him a glare, revealing a fierce demeanor. You know what to say and what not to say, right? I know. Tang Zhe nodded incessantly like a chick pecking at rice. After receiving their permission, he left the place as if fleeing for his life. After escaping, Tang Zhe became increasingly furious, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lin Hai, I want you to suffer a fate worse than death. His roar echoed endlessly, but in this desolate area, no one heard him. The next morning, after finishing his grooming, Lin Hai stepped back into the long-awaited campus. Skillfully greeting the security guard, he arrived at the entrance of Class 1 of Yuling. Before he could enter, he heard the flamboyant voice of Lu Feng. Xiaoyu, did you know? I have a terminal illness. The doctor said there's currently no cure for it. My only wish in this life is that I couldn't marry you in grand style. This is my lifelong regret. Lin Hai stood at the door watching Lu Feng kneeling beside Wang Xiaoyu, his voice full of emotion, even shedding a few tears. Of course, Lin Hai did not believe Lu Feng's claims of having a terminal illness, not just him, but no one in Class 1 of Wang Xiaoyu grabbed Lu Feng by the collar and forcefully pulled him up. Lu Feng, are you done causing a scene? What terminal illness can you possibly have? I'm telling you again, keep your distance from me. Lu Feng still acted as if he were crying, completely immersed in his role. It's true, Xiaoyu. This is the medical report the doctor gave me. This illness currently has no cure. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoyu was clearly taken aback. Seeing Lu Feng opening the medical report, she snatched it away from him. What illness is it? It seems Wang Xiaoyu believed a little, but only slightly. The doctor said it's called dry eye syndrome. Currently, there's no medication to treat it, only eye drops can be used continuously. Hearing this, Lin Hai couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. Wang Xiaoyu's face was filled with anger as she, get lost. Alright, I'll take my leave. Lu Feng realized that Wang Xiaoyu was getting a bit angry and immediately left his seat, turning around to see Lin Hai at the podium. Lin bro, you finally returned. During your absence, I thought of you every day and night. Seeing Lu Feng like this, Lin Hai instinctively stepped back a bit. Lin bro, tell me about your journey in the alternate space. Honestly, I've never been to the alternate space before. What is it? Lin Hai did not want to engage with Lu Feng, casually brushing him off with a few words. Fortunately, Mu Wancheng's arrival saved Lu Feng. Based on the results of the last monthly exam, Lin Hai became the class president of Yuling Class 1, while Chu Mingyao was the academic representative. Lin Hai didn't really care about being the class president. Fortunately, there wasn't much work to do. During class, it was still quite dull. Lin Hai scanned the classroom. Most faces were familiar, and he noticed Tang Ze's seat was. Why hasn't Tang Ze come to class? Lin Hai asked Lu Feng beside him, who waved his hand impatiently. Who cares? He hasn't shown up for 3 days. During your absence, this kid often boasted about beating you up when you came back. I heard he has reached level 3. His confidence seems to have inflated. You haven't seen him for so long, you aren't stagnating, are you? Hearing this, Lin Hai smiled, but did not respond. Tang Ze could never defeat him in this lifetime. Perhaps if he worked hard, he might have a chance to reincarnate sooner. After school, Lu Feng continued to pester Lin Hai to tell him stories about the alternate space, which made Lin Hai quite annoyed. In the end, he could only fabricate some wildly unrealistic tales. For example, I ventured 7 times in and out of the nest of a black iron level monarch, slaying 108 black iron level lords. These stories sounded unrealistic, yet Lu Feng nodded seriously. Amazing. As expected of Lin bro. You truly are my idol. It seems I really need to train hard. This holiday, I will also go to the nest of the black iron level monarch 7 times in and out. As he spoke, Lu Feng seemed to believe it wholeheartedly, and turned to leave. Watching Lu Feng's back, Lin Hai was speechless. This guy truly hadn't changed at all. His strength and intellect would forever be disproportionate. Lin Hai sighed and decided not to think about Lu Feng anymore, heading in the direction of home. As he walked, he sensed something was off. Several pairs of eyes around him seemed to be watching him subtly. The vigilance he developed in the alternate space had not yet faded. Lin Hai increasingly felt something was amiss. After sensing this, Lin Hai deliberately walked towards a crowded area, but that feeling intensified. Now Lin Hai was certain he was being followed. Who is it? Did Tang Ze send someone? Lin Hai pondered for a moment, but quickly dismissed this hypothesis. It couldn't be someone from the Dark Knight. After the last assassination attempt, the Dark Knight had already been targeted by the Dragon Guard, and they had no time to cause him trouble. That left just one possibility. Lin Hai recalled Wang Lingling's reminder from yesterday, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he turned towards a dark corner. After that battle, Lin Hai knew that most of them were ordinary people, just physically stronger. Even if a few were Yuling people, they wouldn't dare summon a contract spirit casually. In terms of physical fitness, Lin Hai certainly wasn't afraid of anyone, so he actively lured the snake out of its hole. Sure enough, not long after Lin Hai entered the shadow, 2 figures appeared before him, their eyes filled with ferocity. Turning around, 7 or 8 more figures walked in behind him. One of them looked somewhat familiar. Kid, do you remember me? Last time you liked to be the hero saving the beauty, didn't you? Today let's see where you can run. Lin Hai took off his backpack from his back and placed it beside the wall, then stretched his body. Looking around, there were about 10 people in front of him. Each looked robust, clearly having trained, but he didn't know if they practiced the techniques of the Hanyuan Taiji sect. So before we start, does anyone want to leave? Lin Hai rubbed his hands, and the few people around him let out a cold laugh. Kid, Master Tiger sent us to collect some interest. Be careful when you go out, and don't provoke just anyone. Before he could finish his words, Lin Hai had already darted past, delivering a powerful punch to the man's abdomen. The intense pain caused the man to instinctively kneel on the ground. Before coming here, Lin Hai had once again used a type of potion from the system, depleting all 30 system points. This potion, known as the Strengthening Potion, can directly enhance physical attributes, which is not very useful for an average spirit. However, for Lin Hai, who practiced fusion of spirits, it was a rare treasure. With the enhancement from the Strengthening Potion, Lin Hai's physical attributes increased significantly, making the Karami before him seem insignificant. As everyone watched Lin Hai take down one person with a single punch, they were momentarily stunned, then hurriedly surrounded him, followed by screams echoing through the alley. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Hai had removed one man's jacket and was wiping the blood off his fist. "Hey, tell me where I can find your Master Tiger. I have something to discuss with him." Lin Hai was not the impulsive type. Dealing with these people was only to gain enough leverage for a conversation with Master Tiger. Strength equated to the weight of one's words. "No need, I will talk to you." Lin Hai looked up at the sound and saw the silhouette of a middle-aged man entering his line of sight. From the first glance at this man, Lin Hai sensed a dangerous aura. He was definitely a desperate outlaw. His strength was at least on par with Chu Liang, at least a black iron level. "Second Master, you're here. This kid is a bit troublesome. We are no match for him at all." The few men lying on the ground struggled to stand, showing great respect toward the Second Master. The Second Master walked slowly to Lin Hai's side, surveying the scene and nodding. "Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. How about we make a deal? I can represent Master Tiger and dismiss the previous incident, and even offer you some compensation." "Oh." Lin Hai raised an eyebrow at this statement, a look of curiosity on his face. "What kind of deal, eh?" The Second Master smiled and said, "You must have heard of the underground spirit fighting arena. This month, a formidable challenger has entered the arena and has swept through the youth division with 70 consecutive victories. Master Tiger is seeking talents to confront him. Your strength is not weak. As long as you can defeat him, Master Tiger will overlook the previous incident, and you'll get to keep all the prize money from the underground spirit fighting arena." Underground spirit fighting arena. Lin Hai repeated the name, sinking into deep thought. The underground spirit fighting arena was essentially a fighting pit where the elite were raised. It was a completely lawless zone, often witnessing the deaths of contracted spirits in battle, but it also offered high reward. However, in such places, prize money is rarely taken away. Once an uncontrollable expert appears, they would seek out even stronger opponents to impose punishment. Yet Lin Hai couldn't figure out one thing: if they were seeking him to deal with that person, what difference did it make for him to take the prize money? Lin Hai looked up at the Second Master and asked, "Things aren't that simple, are they?" The Second Master smiled and nodded. "That's right, things are certainly not that simple. Recently, the youth battles have increasingly caught the attention of the elite. The underground betting in the spirit fighting arena has shown a trend of explosive growth. This time we are not only here to deal with that person, but also hope for you to represent Master Tiger and achieve 100 consecutive victories. If you can set this record, Master Tiger has said that he can fulfill one of your requests and offer you 5 million Dragon Country coins as a reward." 5 million Dragon Country coins is indeed a fortune for a 15-year-old, but the dangers of such a competition are self-evident. While Lin Hai was hesitating, a system panel popped up before him once again. Option 1: participate in the underground spirit fighting arena, achieve 100 consecutive victories, create history, and receive the title Invincible Myth. After wearing it, all attributes of contracted spirits increase by 10%. Option 2: participate in the underground spirit fighting arena, achieve 50 consecutive victories, and receive 30 system points. Option 3: participate in the underground spirit fighting arena, achieve 10 consecutive victories, and receive 10 system points. Option 4: give up participating in the underground spirit fighting arena, and receive a small amount of spirit power. After reading the system options, Lin Hai took a deep breath. It seemed like not participating was not an option, and he indeed needed Master Tiger's assistance. Lin Hai's contracted spirit was very special. Relying solely on the system for cultivation was too slow. He also needed a large amount of cultivation resources. In Ice City, to quickly obtain abundant cultivation resources, there were only two ways. One was the official resources from Ice City, and the other was the underground black market. This was also the reason Lin Hai wanted to trade with Master Tiger. An increase of 10% in all attributes for a contracted spirit was incredibly enticing, and such an enhancement would continuously grow with his level. Having thought this through, Lin Hai did not agree immediately, but asked again, "What is the general strength of the people in the youth division?" The Second Master simply shook his head. "Don't worry, since it's called the youth division, they are basically all people like you who have just awakened their contracted spirits. The highest won't exceed 16 years old, and their strength is at most around levels 4 or 5. Hearing this, Lin Hai felt completely relieved. He was currently a level 4 spirit user. Even facing a level 5 opponent, unless they specialized in speed, with a flying-type contracted spirit, he was generally capable of fighting back. "Alright, I agree, but I need to advance some resources first." Saying this, Lin Hai took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to the Second Master. "I need the cultivation resources on this list. I believe with Master Tiger's capabilities it shouldn't be a problem, right?" The Second Master glanced at the list, furrowing his brows. "Alright, 3 days later come here, and someone will take you to the underground spirit fighting arena. Those items will be handed over to you then." After finalizing the deal, the two parted ways. Now the monthly test in the second month was just around the corner, but such an exam was completely trivial for Lin Hai, who did not pay much attention to it. However, Lin Hai was quite interested in the underground spirit fighting arena. Engaging in battles with such desperate outlaws could help him rapidly improve his combat experience. This would be of great assistance for his future battles and enable him to face more dangers. The next day Lin Hai walked through the gates of Ice City No. 1 high school as usual. Just as he entered the campus, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance, surrounded by 7 or 8 people. Oh, isn't that Tang Xiao? Long time no see. In the distance Tang Zhe wore a faint bruise on his face, clearly still recovering from injuries inflicted by the Tiger Lord and others. Lin Hai. Tang Zhe gritted his teeth, prepared to say something more, but was held back by Tang Shan beside him. Are you Lin? Yes, I am Lin Hai. Lin Hai responded as he finally noticed Tang Shan, who bore a striking resemblance to Tang Zhe. Then we have the right person. Lin Hai, hand over my brother's training resources and publicly apologize. I can overlook the past if you do so. Observing their arrogant demeanor, Lin Hai chuckled disdainfully. Tang Shan, a senior student, should be stronger than him, but this was Ice City No. 1 high school. He thought that as long as he didn't want to be expelled, he wouldn't recklessly summon a contract spirit. What if I say no? Lin Hai replied playfully, causing Tang Shan's expression to darken considerably. Then don't blame us for being rude. As one of them prepared to grab Lin Hai by the collar, Lin Hai swiftly dodged to the side, causing the assailant to fall flat on the ground. They hit me. A senior student hit someone. A senior is bullying a freshman. Lin Hai's voice rang out at the school gate, sounding so abrupt that even Tang Shan and his group froze in place. The door to the security room swung open, and an old man with a baton rushed towards them. Stop! Which class are you from? Come with me to the academic office now. Tang Shan and his group were caught off guard by Lin Hai's actions, unsure of how to respond. Sir, it's a misunderstanding. We didn't even touch him. Do you think I'm blind? 7 or 8 people surrounding a sophomore. Come with me to see your homeroom teacher. The old man wasn't to be trifled with. He directly grabbed the leaders of the group and headed into the school, seemingly resolved. Watching Tang Shan and his group being led away, Lin Hai dusted off his clothes. After this incident, they should learn their lesson and think twice before causing him trouble at school, especially since they were nearing graduation. Causing more trouble might affect their upcoming college entrance exams. Lin Hai whistled as he returned to class 1 of the spirit cultivation, while Tang Zhe spent the whole day in the academic office. 3 days later, Lin Hai arrived at the alley as promised, where several men in black appeared to have been waiting for a long time. After taking Lin Hai to a car, it sped away. Before long, they reached the outskirts of Ice City, where it was already suburban territory. In front of them stood a massive warehouse that looked abandoned for a long time. Lin Hai said nothing and followed the group as they continued forward. Upon entering the warehouse, they opened a passage revealing a dark underground chamber. After winding through several tunnels, Lin Hai finally entered the underground battle spirit arena. In front of him was a vast arena where 2 contract spirits were engaged in combat, surrounded by rows of seats, where everyone wore distinctive masks. There seemed to be a bloodthirsty grin on their faces. Go for it. Eat him alive. What are you doing? Fight back. The deafening cheers made Lin Hai understand a lot. No matter where one goes, there are always such people who crave a bit of excitement in their fleeting lives. Most of those on the arena were children from impoverished families. They couldn't afford training resources and found it hard to receive focused training at school, resorting to such means to fight for their own future. Lin Hai sighed helplessly as a voice echoed from afar. Little brother, you finally made it. Lin Hai turned to see Er Yi approaching with a smile, leading him into a small room. In front of him lay a jade box, which Er Yi opened to reveal rows of training resources worth hundreds of thousands of Dragon Kingdom coins. Little brother, these are the items you wanted. You can take them, but don't forget our agreement. Lin Hai nodded, and Er Yi handed him a piece. This is the contract. In the arena, life and death are not a concern. It's common for contract spirits to perish in battle. Take a look, and if everything is fine, sign it. I'll arrange your first match for tonight. Lin Hai glanced at the contract, which was merely a waiver. Although he wasn't sure if it was truly effective, everyone here were desperate, and if something really went wrong, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Lin Hai signed his name decisively, and Er Yi nodded in satisfaction. He allowed Lin Hai to take a short rest while he went to arrange the matches. Soon someone came to lead Lin Hai away towards the battle. The host above began to hype up the atmosphere. The next match features the Bear King, who has won 7 consecutive battles. His strength is well known, and his frenzied fighting style is unforgettable for many. Today's opponent, however, is someone you should find quite unfamiliar. He is a newcomer who has just stepped into the battle spirit arena. Why he has the courage to challenge the Bear King, we shall see. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in a commotion. What? Can this kid's contract spirit withstand a single slap from the Bear King? A newcomer dares to seek death. I bet it will take no more than 5 minutes for his contract spirit to be torn apart. 30 seconds. Lin Hai slowly made his way through the contestants' passage, overhearing the surrounding noise. As a newcomer, it was normal not to be taken seriously. Lin Hai viewed the scene indifferently as he walked up to the arena, where everyone finally saw his figure. On the distant opposing platform stood a robust boy, only 15 years old, but his physique was impressively large, fitting his title as the Bear King. He wore a mask on his face. The Bear King sized up Lin Hai and smirked disdainfully, clearly not taking him seriously. However, as Lin Hai moved forward, the Bear King widened his eyes in surprise, for Lin Hai was heading toward the arena where the contract spirits battled. What are you doing? This wasn't class 1 of the spirit cultivation, and nobody was familiar with Lin Hai's fighting style. A series of gasps erupted from the crowd, followed by raucous laughter. Ha ha ha. This kid is truly a novice. He doesn't even know where he is standing. Get off the stage, don't embarrass yourself. Get off, get off. The voices grew louder, showing signs of losing control, and the host seemed a bit flustered as he glanced at the elder above. Everyone please calm down. We believe in this contestant, he must have his reasons. Now I announce that the competition officially, unable to withstand the pressure, the host quickly declared the start of the competition. As the protective shield slowly rose, Lin Hai was also enclosed within the arena. Seeing this scene, the crowd grew excited. Previously, they had only seen contracts being torn apart. Today, it seemed they might witness a living being perish. King Bear looked at Lin Hai and sighed regretfully. You may not know stepping onto this stage means your life and death are at stake. In other words, I can kill you. Lin Hai shook his head slightly, offering no explanation, as strength was the best argument. Stop talking and let's get started. King Bear, seeing Lin Hai's demeanor, put away his pity and waved his hand, summoning a large brown bear to the center of the arena. Lin Hai glanced around, his eyes filled with disappointment. It was merely a upgrade contract spirit, the diamond bear. This was in fact normal. Most of the participants in this underground battle spirit arena lacked the capability to acquire cultivation resources. Talents wouldn't come here, and even upgrade contract spirit could achieve 7 consecutive victories. Lin Hai's confidence in his 100 victories increased significantly. Kid, this is your own death wish, don't blame me. As King Bear's voice fell, a faint light shimmered around the diamond bear, and its massive paws appeared even more formidable. Lin Hai took a step forward, stones floating beside him, instantly entering a melded spirit state. The distance between them quickly closed. King Bear paid Lin Hai no heed, swatting down with a paw, while Lin Hai showed no fear and activated his giant form. Lin Hai's body soared upward, instantly surpassing the size of the diamond bear, leaving the audience below bewildered. The attacks from both sides collided heavily. Lin Hai, now vastly improved, unleashed a full-force punch that struck the diamond bear as if it had been hit by a mountain. Its arm was instantly shattered into a mist of blood, and its massive body was sent flying. The loud crash echoed repeatedly, and King Bear widened his eyes, completely bewildered by what had occurred. What? Lin Hai glanced silently at King Bear's direction and asked, aren't you going to recall it? At that moment, King Bear snapped back to reality and recalled his contract spirit, realizing it might die on the stage if he didn't. As the diamond bear was recalled, the protective shield on the arena slowly dissipated. The surroundings fell silent, and then a sharp voice suddenly pierced the air. Human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. After the first shout, cheers erupted around. Human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Lin Hai shook his head helplessly at the nickname. In the underground battle spirit arena, contestants also wore masks, and their titles were determined by such nicknames like King Bear before. The host above also regained his composure, revealing a signature smile. What an exciting battle. Our newcomer, the human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, defeated the 7-time champion King Bear. It seems our underground battle spirit arena is about to see another dark horse emerge. Lin Hai's performance attracted considerable attention, mostly from the competitors, many of whom were even weaker than King Bear. Lin Hai, of course, paid no mind to them and returned to the side of the elder. The elder's face was filled with shock. To be honest, he did not know how strong Lin Hai was, but the physical quality of a spirit master was proportional to their contract spirit, which is why he had such faith in Lin Hai. Today's performance by Lin Hai proved that point. Good little brother, you truly struck gold. With such a performance, I'm sure Master Tiger will be very pleased. Lin Hai didn't listen to his ramblings and directly interrupted him. I will of course fulfill what I promised you. Don't forget the things. Caught off guard by Lin Hai's abrupt interruption, the elder could only smile awkwardly. Little brother, rest assured, acquiring these items will take some time, but they will be delivered to you gradually. After hearing this, Lin Hai picked up the jade box and prepared to leave. The elder watched Lin Hai's actions and asked again, little brother, aren't you going to watch the other battles? Some promising contestants will be competing today. Lin Hai did not pause in his steps, leaving only a voice behind. They aren't worth my attention. After leaving the underground battle spirit arena, Lin Hai went straight home, took out the cultivation materials, most of which were materials from magical beasts to comprehend skills. There were also some potions circulating on the market. Previously, Lin Hai made a significant discovery system. Potions and market potions were not interchangeable. This meant his contract spirit could be fed double the potions, giving Lin Hai an absolute advantage at the same level with this. Of course, this was also a considerable expenditure. Regarding Longwa currency, Lin Hai was not lacking, though previously the profits from Space Division had already reached nearly 2 million. Sufficient for Lin Hai for quite a long time. He began the tedious task of nurturing his contract spirit once again. This stone, who knows when it will bloom. Over the next 2 months, every night Lin Hai would go to the underground battle spirit arena. His record of 60 consecutive victories had made him a hot figure in the arena. The name human-shaped Tyrannosaurus had also become a fearsome title among the youth in the underground battle spirit arena. During these 2 months, Lin Hai's strength did not show significant growth. Merely cultivating to increase his level was still too slow. He was now on the verge of reaching level 5. In between, he triggered system rewards twice, allowing Lin Hai to maximize his potion capacity. All the market potions he acquired had also been completed over these 2 months. Now with his primary potions fully stocked, Lin Hai possessed unrivaled combat power at the same tier. In the underground battle spirit arena, it would take another month to achieve 100 victories. Lin Hai had discussed this with the elder, but with Lin Hai's growing fame, a battle a day could maximize profits, leaving him with little choice. He could only go with the flow. Moreover, a significant event was approaching, the final exam for the first middle school in Ice. The news of the final exam was personally communicated to Lin Hai by his homeroom teacher, as Lin Hai had rarely visited the school in the past 2 months. After accidentally triggering the system option again, Lin Hai acquired all the knowledge related to high school beast taming. This meant he no longer had to worry about his grades and cultural subjects. With this layer of assurance, the school had lost much of its significance for Lin Hai. He spent the past 2 months engaged in training and practical combat. He would occasionally visit Ice City No. 1 high school, mostly in a levio-absent state. Given the importance of the final exam, Lin Hai had to check it out, and at that moment, he was frowning at a stone in front of him. Logically, the cultivation speed of beast tamers depends on their talent level. Although Lin Hai's stone did not possess combat power, it was still rated SSS. Lin Hai's cultivation speed should have been unrivaled among his peers, but that was not the case. He had only just discovered the issue in the past couple of days. The beast taming power he cultivated was mostly being absorbed by this stone, and he had no idea where it was going. Filled with anger, Lin Hai smashed his fist onto the stone. Before long, Lin Hai fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, he returned to Ice City No. 1 high school after a long "What use are you?" Lin Hai complained, but felt helpless in this situation. However, even with a portion taken away, his cultivation speed was still quite fast, and with the system's presence, he wouldn't face too many problems. Before long, Lin Hai fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, he returned to Ice City No. 1 high school after a long absence. "Hey, isn't this our class leader? Long time no see." From a distance, he heard Lu Feng's voice, and Lin Hai smiled awkwardly. After a semester of study, the classmates in the class had all improved their strengths, and today was the final exam. It was a time to assess the learning outcomes of the semester. After a bit of chaos, Lin Hai noticed Tang Zhe in the corner. Due to his relationship with Lin Hai, he was often ostracized in beast taming class 1. Even when Lin Hai was absent, the strongest in the class, Lu Feng, and Chu Mingyao had a very good relationship with him. In this strength-oriented world, Tang Zhe was almost isolated by the entire class. Last time he tried to have Tang Shan deal with Lin Hai, but was severely reprimanded by the school. That resentment had yet to dissipate. Lin Hai casually glanced at Tang Zhe, who no longer piqued his interest. He was merely a clown now. After some playful banter, Lin Hai and the others returned to their respective spots. The homeroom teacher arrived and briefly explained the rules for this final exam. The exam officially began, and the first day was still for cultural subjects. After acquiring knowledge of high school beast taming, such an exam felt like a breeze for Lin Hai. The answers seemed to be etched in his mind. After a day of cultural exams, Lin Hai was preparing to head to the underground beast fighting arena for tonight's competition. However, he was stopped by Chu Mingyao. "Lin Hai, wait a moment." Upon hearing her voice, Lin Hai halted and inquired, "What's up?" Chu Mingyao appeared hesitant, but eventually continued, "Well, isn't the winter break coming up soon? I wasn't sure if you had any plans. My uncle and the others are planning to go to the other space again during the winter break, and since everyone trusts your abilities, I wanted to ask if you could join us. Don't worry, the earnings will still be split evenly." Hearing this, Lin Hai furrowed his brows. He actually wanted to go, but the matters at the beast fighting arena were still unresolved, and he had no time to visit the other space. By the time the beast fighting arena was over, it would be close to February. "I have some matters to handle during this break, though I might not have the time. If possible, I will contact you again." Lin Hai temporarily declined Chu Mingyao's invitation. She felt a bit disappointed, but didn't say much more. "Alright, Lin Hai, if it's possible, please contact me again." After parting ways with Chu Mingyao, Lin Hai returned to the beast fighting arena. As soon as he stepped inside, all the lights focused. "It's the human form Tyrannosaurus. Human form Tyrannosaurus." Shouts erupted, and the entire beast fighting arena seemed to go wild. The two combatants on stage paled in comparison to Lin Hai, who was on an entirely different level. Lin Hai's popularity was due in part to his immense strength, but more importantly, it was his fighting style. After 60 battles, everyone witnessed what a true human-form Tyrannosaurus was capable of, tearing apart contract spirits with their bare hands, enough to drive the audience crazy. Lin Hai became the star of this underground beast fighting arena. Lin Hai shook his head helplessly and retreated to the lounge on the second floor. This was the room of the second master, but Lin Hai could freely come and go. The second master was not present today. Originally, Lin Hai's match was still several bouts away, but due to the atmosphere at the venue, the other matches could not continue. Left with no choice, they had to let Lin Hai take the stage first, to which he showed no reaction. Lin Hai leaped onto the arena, and cheers erupted around him. This contestant is recognized as the #1 in the youth group. The human form Tyrannosaurus, celebrated as a rare talent capable of achieving 100 consecutive victories. Everyone must be quite familiar with him. However, today his opponent is also quite formidable. A master who has achieved 37 consecutive victories, known as Blood Wolf. The individual known as Blood Wolf seemed to have a few fans. Although his cheers were nowhere near Lin Hai's level, it was clear he was not an unknown figure. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai's gaze swept over Blood Wolf. The Blood Wolf appeared young, yet there was a faint aura of menace about him. He gave off the impression of a vicious criminal. Lin Hai's eyes narrowed slightly. This guy was not ordinary. Blood Wolf's gaze carried a chilling intent as he waved his hand, summoning a blood-red demon wolf to the arena. The air was filled with a hint of a bloody scent. A mutated contract spirit. Lin Hai immediately discerned Blood Wolf's secret. Like the contract spirit of Chu Liang, it was a class Claw Wolf, but this one was a mutated version. During the growth process of contract spirits, there is a certain probability of mutation, but whether the outcome of the mutation is good or bad is unknown. However, what concerned Lin Hai even more was the aura emanating from Blood Wolf. A level 5 beast tamer. The aura of the Blood Wolf permeated the air, marking the first time Lin Hai faced a level 5 spirit master. Without any unnecessary words, Lin Hai entered the fusion spirit state, and the protective barrier of the arena slowly rose. The Blood Wolf spoke with confidence. "I have studied you, humanoid Tyrannosaurus. You are strong, but I am stronger." With a sudden push of its limbs against the ground, the blood wolf actively closed the distance with Lin Hai. Lin Hai frowned at this scene. The blood wolf, boasting 37 consecutive victories, was certainly no fool. Why would it dare to engage him in close combat, when he had demonstrated exceptional melee abilities? Before Lin Hai could ponder further, the blood wolf was already before him, activating its giant form, raising Lin Hai's massive body once again above the arena. The two figures collided violently together. A heavy sound reverberated, and the surrounding spectators seemed to have foreseen the outcome, as those who dared to engage the humanoid Tyrannosaurus in close combat were mostly left half dead. However, the next scene left everyone dumbfounded. As the two figures collided fiercely, Lin Hai's enormous body actually retreated 3 steps. Once steady, Lin Hai's face was filled with astonishment. It wasn't that he lost in strength during the collision, he seemed to have. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a faint mist of blood surrounding the blood wolf, gathering in front of it like a shield. It was this thing that had blocked his strength, making it appear as though he had lost. Understanding this, Lin Hai revealed a feint. The blood wolf, without giving Lin Hai a moment to breathe, raised its massive claw again, glimmering with a faint chill as its innate skill-shattering claw activated. Faced with this strike, Lin Hai did not act recklessly. He opened his mouth and a fierce wind swept through, allowing him to create some distance and evade the attack. After all, his opponent was a level 5, there was no need to invite trouble upon himself. Lin Hai's retreat came to a sudden halt in midair, and then he charged towards the blood wolf with even greater speed. The charge skill activated. Just as the blood wolf strike landed, it was still in a state of transitioning from old power to new. However, the blood wolf was not entirely without options. Wisps of blood mist once again coalesced in front of it, forming a sturdy shield. It then charged at Lin Hai, whose fist shimmered with a faint golden light as he unleashed a punch. What appeared to be a solid shield shattered instantly under that punch, sending the blood wolf's body flying several meters. The blood wolf, controlling from a distance, exclaimed in disbelief. In contrast, Lin Hai's momentum grew stronger, his aura now rivaling that of a level 5 spirit master. This was of course Lin Hai's second innate skill, indomitable fighting spirit. As the battle progressed, his attributes increased. Although it seemed little time had passed, Lin Hai could now be considered a level 5 spirit master. With the final gap in strength eliminated, the blood wolf before him was no longer noteworthy. Unsurprisingly, it struggled for only a short time before Lin Hai sent it flying with a punch, ending the battle. After this battle, Lin Hai's reputation soared once again, as it was his first defeat of a level 5 spirit master. Among the youth group, there were not just this blood wolf. At level 5, a stronger opponents might still be ahead. Lin Hai completed his 61st victory and left the spirit combat arena once more. On the way back, Lin Hai felt a surge of joy. During his battle with the blood wolf, he triggered a system option. After successfully defeating the blood wolf, he gained a significant amount of spirit power, breaking through his previous bottleneck. This allowed Lin Hai to successfully reach the level of a level 5 spirit master. After the breakthrough, Lin Hai felt elated and prepared to quickly wrap up matters in the underground spirit combat arena, planning to explore the other world, perhaps finding unique gains. The next day was the Spirit Master examination at Ice City No. 1 High School. This final exam was quite complicated. The first item, of course, was to assess their spirit power. LV Feng approached Lin Hai with a mischievous smile. Lin brother, I'll let you in on a secret. During this time my strength has progressed rapidly. I am now a level 5 spirit master. I believe Lin brother is certainly not beneath me. Hearing this, Lin Hai was stunned for a moment. His achievement of level 5 was mostly due to external help, whereas LV Feng had genuinely cultivated to this level. Originally, Lin Hai thought he had rated LV Feng highly, but now it seemed he had underestimated him. Despite being shocked, Lin Hai maintained a calm demeanor, his expression unchanged. Yes, that's right, I'm also level 5. Lin Hai's voice was quite flat. Hey Lin brother, don't be disheartened. Not everyone possesses my talent. Being level 4 is also commendable. Wait, what did you say? LV Feng suddenly exclaimed. You're also level 5. Lin Hai nodded seriously. That's right. Don't make a fuss. If you can break through, isn't it normal for me to be level 5 too? LV Feng looked at Lin Hai, then down at himself, finally, chuckling helplessly. Lin brother, you truly are my idol. Rest assured, when I return during the break, I will definitely make you see me in a new light. Although LV Feng appeared unserious, Lin Hai was uncertain about the true extent of his strength. Despite having won once against LV Feng, Lin Hai felt that he was not as simple as he seemed. The testing process was not complicated, and indeed among the entire Spirit Master class, only LV Feng and Lin Hai reached level 5, while even Xu Mengyao was still only at level 4. The rest of the group mostly maintained at the peak of level 3, or just above level 4. The likes of Lin Hai and LV Feng were still quite rare. The homeroom teacher was very pleased with the strength of the two. As long as their academic performance was not too poor, such talents could enter the top institutions in Long Country, and even Long Country University was a possibility. In the subsequent exams, Lin Hai did not find it too challenging. They simply tested the attack power, defense speed, and so on of their contracted spirits, followed by a comprehensive scoring. It is worth mentioning that this final exam did not include practical combat assessments, perhaps considering their young age. After an entire day of relentless toil, the grueling examinations finally concluded, and the system duly bestowed its reward upon him. Option 1, rank first in the final exams, grants the charge skill 1 and 50 system points. In Option 2, rank among the top 3, grants the wind still skill 1 and 30 system points. Option 3, rank among the top 10, grants 10 system points. In Option 4, rank last, ceases all growth of spirit control power. With his prior mastery of academic subjects, Lin Hai had already secured first place. Though Lu Feng matched him closely in beast taming exams, his academic performance remained unequivocally weak, making the outcome inevitable. Lin Hai thus claimed the system's reward. With finals concluded, winter break commenced, but Lin Hai had yet to decide how. His mother had earlier urged him to celebrate the Lunar New Year in Lungwa's capital. Yet Lin Hai held only faint memories of her in past years. He had always spent New Year's Eve with the Fengqing family. Brother Lin, this winter break I've arranged with old Xie to venture into the alternate dimension. Do join us. Lu Feng, ever industrious, extended the invitation, not only to Lin Hai, but also to Xianingxing. Xianingxing's treasure-seeking rat thrived within the alternate dimension where rare herbs and celestial treasures could accelerate their cultivation exponentially. Yet their collective strength remained perilously insufficient. Should they encounter extraordinary treasures, they lacked the power to claim or defend them. Soon Lin Hai recalled Chu Mingyao's earlier invitation to the alternate dimension, accompanied by the protection of Chu Liang and his team. Though the treasure-seeking rat was invaluable, Chu Liang's group likewise inspired trust. Traveling together would significantly enhance safety. After brief contemplation, Lin Hai withheld immediate acceptance, and instead retrieved his phone, opening a long-dormant chat window. I'm on winter break. In no salutation, no recipient specified. And having sent the message, Lin Hai steadied his heart and strode once more toward the underground spirit battle arena. 3 days later, inside the underground spirit battle arena, in the venue roared with clamor, packed to capacity. Even those without seats crowded the periphery of the stands, their voices rising in overlapping waves. Such fervent excitement stemmed from a stunning announcement made 3 days prior by the human Tyrannosaurus. Immediately after his last bout, Lin Hai had boldly declared he would fight 30 consecutive matches in the underground spirit battle arena, open to all challengers. The human Tyrannosaurus's prowess was undeniable, and keen observers had noted Lin Hai's ascension to level 5. Yet this arena operated beyond law or rule, a lawless domain. 30 back-to-back duels. Even sheer attrition could overwhelm Lin Hai. Though many placed unwavering faith in his strength, others deemed his proclamation reckless arrogance. In the rest chamber, second master's expression darkened. Lin Hai had acted unilaterally, without consultation. The words were spoken, our retreat was impossible. These aristocrats could tear the place apart. Young master, this seems to violate our prior agreement. You know well, I'm on winter break. During holidays I have personal matters demanding my time. Little remains for this play. Today's 30 bouts leave only 8 remaining. Assign those yourself. Any opponent you cannot manage, place them here. That should suffice. Hearing this, second master's countenance softened. His own network could handle most challengers. 8 slots were indeed ample. Now that the die was cast, second master knew further protest was futile. He withdrew a card from his inner pocket. 2 million credits, your advance payment. The remainder comes after you complete 100 matches. Lin Hai accepted without hesitation. This was his rightful due. The arena's atmosphere swelled to fever pitch as the host began reciting Lin Hai's battle record. Following his match 3 days prior, Lin Hai stood at 62 victories. Though not the arena's all-time winning streak, he had been hailed as the undisputed peerless prodigy of the youth division since ascending to level 5. Today would prove it. Emerging from the contestants' tunnel, Lin Hai strolled calmly toward the ring. Serene, untroubled, his expression utterly placid. His first opponent trembled visibly. Beads of sweat glistened on his brow. Reputation precedes reality. Lin Hai's might was irrefutable. The protective barrier rose slowly. Yet the moment combat commenced, Lin Hai instantly activated his charge skill. Blur of motion. Then a single decisive fist shattered his opponent's contracted spirit. The 30 challengers had coordinated among themselves. The early fighters were mere cannon fodder, designed solely to drain Lin Hai's stamina. This man, merely level 4, failed even to stir Lin Hai's interest. 20 matches passed. Each ended in instantaneous annihilation, swift and merciless. The arena's fervor surged higher still, every spectator breathless with anticipation. Could Lin Hai truly conquer all 30? His 21st challenger soon appeared, materializing in a flash of light before Lin Hai, gripping a colossal, a rare humanoid contracted spirit, yet rated only Class B. I am Pan Feng, the unrivaled general. Yield, wretched boy. Pan Feng. Lin Hai paused, then burst into laughter. Enraged by Lin Hai's indifference, Pan Feng raised his massive axe and charged. Lin Hai did not even invoke his gigantification ability, merely extended a hand, palm open and steady, catching the descending war axe with effortless precision. The blade halted, frozen midair, immovable. A collective gasp erupted across the arena. Though Pan Feng ranked only Class B, he was the first level 5 contracted spirit to appear today. How then could he be rendered so trivial before Lin Hai? The answer lay simple. Lin Hai's innate divine technique, the indestructible battle will, augmented all attributes progressively throughout combat. From his first duel to this moment, Lin Hai's stats had accumulated to a terrifying magnitude. The arena's structure played perfectly into his hands, precisely why he dared issue such a bold challenge. The strongest opponents awaited him in the final stretch. By then his buffs fully stacked. No foe, however mighty, could withstand even a single strike. To outsiders it seemed impulsive, yet Lin Hai had prepared meticulously. He had planned every step long before uttering the vow. At this moment Lin Hai's strength was boundlessly increasing, and the so-called unmatched opponent was no match for him. Lin Hai grasped the massive battle axe with one hand, then, with a gentle push, his overwhelming force instantaneously sent Pan Feng flying, crashing violently against the protective barrier of the arena. The crowd erupted in uproar and Lin Hai's opponents wore expressions of astonishment. Despite having achieved 21 consecutive victories, Lin Hai's gaze remained placid as he coldly surveyed the remaining challengers. The opponents grew stronger as the competition progressed, yet none could exceed the 5th level of power Lin Hai stood in. The remaining battles unfolded swiftly, with Lin Hai crushing his opponents with overwhelming might, achieving a total of 30 victories and setting a new record of 92 consecutive wins in the underground fighting arena. The challenge of reaching 100 consecutive victories was drawing near. After resolving the battles, Lin Hai quietly left through the back door, remaining unnoticed, as it was best not to attract too much attention in the underground fighting arena. Walking along the bustling streets as the year-end approached, the streets of Ice City began to be covered with patches of white snow, and a massive screen in the center flickered momentarily. Breaking news: the young lady of the Ice Blue Chamber of Commerce has unfortunately gone missing. Anyone with information is requested to contact the Spirit Town Bureau. The Ice Blue Chamber of Commerce is willing to offer a reward of 2 million Dragon Kingdom coins. Lin Hai glanced at the large screen, which displayed a photograph of a girl who appeared to be no more than 15 or 16 years old, exuding an aura that suggested she should not be approached. Lin Hai had heard of the Ice Rain Chamber of Commerce. Recognized as the largest chamber in Baiyuan province with operations spanning the nation, it was indeed one of the top chambers. Naturally, they were anxious about the disappearance of their young lady. However, this matter had nothing to do with Lin Hai. After a fleeting glance, he withdrew his gaze. Just as he was preparing to head home, his phone rang. It was a call from Lu Feng. Lin Hai, come out for a meal. Let's celebrate our vacation. I've also invited old Xia, and we're meeting at the same barbecue place. Initially, Lin Hai wanted to decline Lu Feng's invitation, but he realized that if he didn't go, Lu Feng would certainly not. With no other choice, Lin Hai arrived at the barbecue place as promised. Here's Lin Hai, hurry over. He heard Lu Feng calling out as he approached, with Xianixing sitting beside him. Lin Hai took a seat next to them, and Lu Feng filled a glass of liquor for him. Come on, we won't leave until we're drunk today. Lin Hai raised his glass, but only took a small sip. Why did it suddenly get dark? The weather, once bright and sunny, was abruptly overshadowed by a massive cloud, making Lin Hai instinctively sense a looming crisis. Looking up, he realized it was not just a cloud, but a gigantic contract spirit that blotted out the sun, with a figure in a black robe seemingly fleeing. I am Ling Xiao of the Baiyuan Province Dragon Guard, currently apprehending a criminal. All citizens evacuate immediately. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the sky from behind the cloud as Ling Xiao rode a fire dragon in pursuit. A searing heat surged forth. A massive fireball struck the cloud spirit with tremendous force, causing it to emit a shrill cry indicating it had sustained severe injuries. Then a figure plummeted from the sky, landing precisely where Lin Hai and his companions were. Not good run. Lin Hai reacted swiftly, instantly entering a state of fusion. He grabbed Xianixing, knowing that Lu Feng should be able to protect himself. The urgent task was to save Xianixing. After securing Xianixing, Lin Hai activated his giant form, soaring into the sky and flinging Xianixing away. Just as Lin Hai prepared to escape, a sense of deathly threat enveloped him. Unbeknownst to him, a mantis appeared behind him, with its blade-like arm poised against Lin Hai's throat. Lin Hai dared not make any sudden moves. Cough, cough, cough. A violent fit of coughing erupted, and it was only then that Lin Hai clearly saw the figure of the cloaked man. On the man's finger was a skull ring that gave off a chilling aura at first glance. Lin Hai, Lu Feng, and the others called out anxiously just as Ling Xiao landed in front of them. The enormous fire dragon, radiating intense heat, hesitated upon seeing Lin Hai's current state, not daring to. Night Crow, you can't escape. Stop your futile resistance and release him. The man known as Night Crow stepped closer to Lin Hai, scrutinizing his physique. He had taken Lin Hai hostage simply because of Lin Hai's earlier display, not expecting it would make the Dragon Guard cautious. A fierce look crossed his face. Ling Xiao, make way for me immediately, or I will kill this boy. As he spoke, the mantis arm pressed even closer to Lin Hai's throat, causing a drop of blood to trickle down. Lin Hai anxiously watched the blade and opened the system store, eyeing the small invincibility potion, priced at 50 system points, pondering how to escape. The system panel popped up before him. Option 1, enter the tiger's den to catch the tiger cub, or voluntarily become a hostage to infiltrate the enemy camp and rescue the young lady of the Ice Rain Chamber of Commerce. Reward, customized skills of the contract spirit, 100 system points. Option 2, seize the opportunity to escape danger and cooperate with the Dragon Guard to slay Night Crow. Reward, a large amount of spirit power, 50 system points. Option 3, heroic sacrifice. Reward, title of martyr to be remembered by future generations. After reading the system's options, Lin Hai took a deep breath. His eyes were glued to option 1. As his strength increased, his current skills were becoming insufficient. He only had 3 skills: giant form, charge, and wind breath, and Lin Hai was preparing to acquire some new abilities, yet the system had come offering a solution. However, the danger of such an action was self-evident. Lin Hai contemplated a way to survive. He likely had around 100 system points left, 50 of which were from the final exam, some remained from before, plus a couple triggered by small choices over the past 2 months. He could exchange for 2 bottles of invincibility potions, but escaping from the enemy's lair did not seem that simple. Not just Lin Hai, but Ling Xiao's expression was also quite grim. He had finally tracked down a kidnapper of the young lady, but before he could find her, Lin Hai had also become involved. Lin Hai was no ordinary person. In a certain sense, he was far more important than the young lady. Ling Xiao had already begun calling for reinforcements. Ling Xiao, get out of the way quickly, or I won't hold back. Night Crow's face was filled with a fierce expression, and the people around silently took 2 steps back, except for Lu Feng, whose face looked grim, lost in thought. Ling Xiao let out a sigh and reluctantly opened a passage. Night Crow looked at the scene before him, suddenly filled with joy, seizing Lin Hai's body and summoning a pitch-black crow. The two rode on the crow, leaving in a hurry. Ling Xiao watched their retreating figures, but did not rashly pursue them, and immediately began to contact the other dragon guards. In the blink of an eye, Lu Feng had long since vanished. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Hai was brought to a place resembling a church by Night Crow. Upon entering, there were about 4 or 5 figures present. "Night Crow, you're back." One of them greeted Night Crow, who nodded. "Damn it, I've been targeted by Ling Xiao. Fortunately, I captured a kid. This kid seems to have an unknown identity, making even that hot-headed Ling Xiao hesitate. Perhaps he is another important figure." Hearing Night Crow's words, the others also sized up Lin Hai. "For now, let's put him and that girl together. The Archbishop is about to arrive, and our plan must not fail this time." Night Crow nodded, dragging Lin Hai around in circles until they entered a basement, throwing Lin Hai inside. The heavy door slammed shut with a resounding bang. At this moment, Lin Hai struggled to sit up, his hands restrained by handcuffs, known as spirit restraining rings, used by the dragon guards to confine prisoners capable of sealing off the spiritual power within. Those wearing the spirit restraining rings were unable to summon their contracted spirits, and all devices for contacting the outside world, such as mobile phones, had been confiscated. Lin Hai scanned his surroundings and noticed a figure in white in the corner. The girl exuded an aura that made people keep their distance, but her expression appeared somewhat terrified, her mouth sealed, unable to utter a word. This was the heiress of the Ice Rain, Commerce Mu Xingyu. Lin Hai carefully observed his surroundings, and confirming there were no surveillance devices, slowly stood up. A bottle of dark green potion appeared in his hand, and as he poured the potion over the handcuffs, they were instantly corroded and fell to the ground. With the system's protection, the spirit restraining rings had a minimal effect on Lin Hai. This was a type of potion from the system called corrosive potion, originally meant for murder and smuggling, but Lin Hai had found other uses for it. This was also the reason Lin Hai felt confident coming here. After removing the shackles, he rubbed his sore wrists and approached. As he tore off the seal from her mouth, he whispered, "Don't speak." Mu Xingyu nodded, her indifferent expression now showing a hint of panic, indicating she had been imprisoned for some time. "Can you help me unlock these handcuffs?" Mu Xingyu asked anxiously, and Lin Hai nodded slightly. While trying to unlock them, he inquired, "How long have you been captured? How much do you know about this place?" Mu Xingyu took a few deep breaths to calm herself. "I have been imprisoned for 3 days now. Someone comes to bring me a little food every day, and the timing is fixed. From their conversations, I vaguely heard that they captured me for some kind of plan." Hearing Mu Xingyu's words, Lin Hai smiled. "When is the next time they will bring food?" "Probably in about an hour." During their conversation, Lin Hai finally managed to unlock the handcuffs and began to think of a way to escape. "When he comes to deliver the food, we'll seize the moment, knock him out, and figure out a way to escape." In fact, the pressing issue should be contacting the dragon guards, but they had no means to send messages to the outside world and could only rely on themselves. As time passed, the two stood on either side of the door, holding their breath and preparing thoroughly. Soon the sound of a lock being opened came from outside the door. As the door swung open, a brilliant blue light filled their view. This was Mu Xingyu's contracted spirit, a creature Lin Hai was very familiar with, the Shrank Ice Phoenix. The Ice Phoenix's light flashed, causing the figure to freeze in place, and Lin Hai seized the opportunity to strike with a punch. Looking at the fallen figure, the two exchanged nods. In truth, this person's strength was considerably greater than theirs, but he had not anticipated that they could break free from the restraints of the spirit restraining rings. After dealing with this figure, Lin Hai searched him and found a mobile phone. Seeing it, Lin Hai let out a sigh of relief. With it, he could contact the dragon guards. Lin Hai dialed the phone number for the Spirit Restraining Bureau and explained their current situation. Although he didn't know the exact location, the positioning from this call would likely lead the dragon guards to arrive soon. "We can't stay here any longer." After hanging up, Lin Hai turned to Mu Xingyu. She appeared somewhat anxious. "Why? Isn't waiting for reinforcements the safest option?" Lin Hai sighed and nodded. "That is true, but since this person hasn't returned for a long time after delivering food, someone will definitely notice something is wrong. If they come to check, we will be in danger. Before the dragon guards arrive, we must protect ourselves. Follow me, let's go out and see if we can find a safe place to hide for a while." Hearing Lin Hai's words, Mu Xingyu contemplated for a moment, seeming to agree with his reasoning, and then followed him. The two were currently in the basement. The basement was not just a single room, it resembled a secret base. As Lin Hai and the others moved forward, just as they were about to turn a corner, Lin Hai vaguely heard voices discussing something. "We've clarified the identity of the kid Night Crow brought back. He is actually the offspring of Lin Tianxing. With him, our plan will be even more flawless. Hurry and check. That kid must not come to harm." Seeing that the two were about to approach, Lin Hai swiftly pushed open a nearby door and hid inside the room. The sound of the door opening seemed to alert the two, who exchanged glances at the doorway. "Something feels off." One of them whispered and pushed open the door to the room again. This appeared to be an office containing only a table, a stool. The furnishings inside were very simple, and everything was visible at a glance. The two scanned the room quickly and were about to continue investigating when a piercing alarm rang throughout the entire church. "Not good, something has happened. Let's go check it out." Upon hearing the alarm, the two showed no hesitation and quickly left. Meanwhile, beneath the desk in the room, Lin Hai was supporting himself on the ground with Mu Xingyu lying beneath him, the space under the desk being very cramped. The two could even feel each other's warm breaths. Patter patter. Whether from tension or not, 2 beads of sweat rolled down Lin Hai's forehead. Mu Xingyu's face, usually aloof and forbidding, now flushed with an unfamiliar rosy hue. Get up, quickly! Lin Hai snapped back to awareness and sprang upright. The alarm that had just blared was almost certainly triggered by their escape. The entire cathedral now posed grave danger to both of them. Footsteps echoed again outside the door. Those 2 are gone. The noise we heard earlier must have been them. They're likely still. The door swung open once more. Without hesitation, the 2 summoned their contracted spirits. They advanced cautiously, sweeping every corner of the room with meticulous vigilance. Kneeling beneath the desk, one of them ran a finger across a damp patch on the floor. They hid here moments ago, but they fled. Search the entire cathedral. They haven't escaped yet. With that, the 2 departed once more. Minutes later, Lin Hai and Mu Xingyu materialized out of thin air within the room. Mu Xingyu stared at Lin Hai, stunned. How did you do that? Lin Hai merely offered a casual smile, saying nothing. That feat, of course, stemmed from a system ability, an invisibility elixir costing 50 system points, enabling them to vanish undetected. Lin Hai sank into the office chair, overwhelmed by the profound relief of having narrowly escaped death. For now, this place is safe. As long as we make no noise, they won't search here again anytime soon. Mu Xingyu nodded, exhaling softly. Then, recalling their earlier intimate proximity, her cheeks flushed anew. Lin Hai powered on the desktop computer. On the screen, a document titled Bingxing Plan caught his eye, undoubtedly the organization's master scheme. He opened it and read carefully. His expression shifted abruptly. The Bingxing Plan unfolded in 3 phases, its ambition nothing short of seizing control over the entire Beiyuan province, and even the Dragon Nation itself. The orchestrator behind this plan was the Apocalypse Church, a group Lin Hai barely recalled. Yet the dossier before him revealed the staggering depth of their madness. Phase 1 involved abducting influential young figures like Mu Xingyu to paralyze the Dragon Guardian Corps' elite forces through strategic leverage. The list contained over 24 names. Mu Xingyu's disappearance alone had thrown the Dragon Guardian Corps into chaos. The Bingyu Trading Consortium's significance was self-evident. Since her abduction, the consortium had already imposed immense pressure upon the Dragon Guardian Corps. If all those named vanished, the entire Beiyuan provincial branch would collapse. Lin Hai spotted his own name on the list, but the detachment assigned to capture him was not this one, explaining why Yi had failed. Only after completing Phase 1 would the Apocalypse Church's true frenzy begin. Phase 2 harnessed the power of a King-tier spatial domain spirit contractor to tear open rifts into alternate dimensions. Their objective: shatter every dimensional gate across Beiyuan province, unleashing hordes of monstrous beasts upon its lands. If that occurred, the Dragon Guardian Corps could not respond in time, and Beiyuan province would suffer devastation beyond measure. Phase 3, the final stage, deployed the Apocalypse Church's hidden forces to dismantle provincial defenses from within, coordinating with the rampaging beasts in a deadly pincer to achieve total annihilation of Beiyuan province. After reading it, all cold sweat streamed down Lin Hai's face. How could such a deranged organization exist? Lin Hai forced himself to calm, swiftly downloading and archiving the dossier. This intelligence held the fate of Beiyuan province in its grasp, no margin for error. It demanded absolute precision. Lin Hai. As Lin Hai focused intently on organizing the data, Mu Xingyu's anxious cry rang out from afar. Lin Hai looked up. She stood immobilized, ensnared once more by the familiar mantis spirit. Yi sneered at Lin Hai, a sardonic smile curling his lips. Lin Hai, son of Lin Tianxing. A pity. Had you never seen those files, you might have lived. Now you must die. The words fell like thunder. Lin Hai felt a surge of lethal peril, and instantly entered spirit fusion state, twisting his body sideways. A crow had materialized above him, silent, sudden. Counting the earlier storm of black clouds, Yi commanded 3 contracted spirits, clearly a silver-rank spirit contractor. Lin Hai evaded the killing blow, sliding sideways into the corner beside the wall. Against a silver-rank master, he possessed no means to retaliate. Just as panic seized him, a system notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have uncovered the Bingxing Plan. Awarding special rewards. 1 spirit release card. 1 alchemical elixir bundle. Hearing the reward, Lin Hai's eyes gleamed with sudden die. Yi's voice turned glacial. The crow shimmered with an obsidian radiance, deathlight converging upon Lin Hai. Lin Hai swept his hand wide. A golden card flashed into his palm. He had no idea what it was, but in this moment it was all he had. As the card crumbled, space around him fractured like a golden staff hovered beside him, blocking the crow's fatal strike. Then an ancient stone emerged, slowly blazing with brilliant golden light. Yi gaped in disbelief at the spectacle before him. Thump, thump, thump. A thunderous heartbeat reverberated. Then a hairline crack split the stone's surface. A second. A third. The weathered stone fissured entirely, golden radiance erupting skyward. In a flash of brilliance, a simian figure appeared before Lin Hai. Anthropomorphic, sharp-muzzled, monkey-faced. Clad in gleaming golden armor, it seized the mystic staff with a sweep of its massive hand. Lin Hai felt a deep, visceral bond. This was the true form of his contracted spirit. A fierce celestial battle aura surged from the ape, born for war, forged in combat. The crow recoiled, its gaze flickering with unmistakable fear. Yi, startled by the sudden turn, faltered momentarily. Yet as a silver-rank master, he recovered swiftly. Damn it, what can 1 5th-rank spirit contractor possibly accomplish? With that roar, the crow spiraled upward and lunged, aiming straight for the ape. The ape met its charge with utter disdain. Golden light blazed along the mystic staff as it brought the weapon down in a single earth-shaking strike. Like rolling thunder, like 10,000 charging legions. A staff descended and the crow emitted a strange caw. The pitch-black light beam shattered as if it had never existed. Yaya's face was filled with shock as the space shattered and the dark clouds that covered the sky appeared in the room. Even the mantis that bound Mu Xingyu joined the fight. 3 figures tightly enclosed the ape. The ape rested the Sumi staff on its shoulder unafraid, even in the face. I haven't fought in a long time, a whisper escaped its lips. Astonishingly, the ape could speak human words. Then a golden radiance surged from the ape's body, and the Sumi staff in its hand began to grow, turning the entire room into chaos. Lin Hai seized the opportunity to pull Mu Xingyu and the others into a corner, watching everything unfold before them. The ape's combat power far exceeded his imagination. As a level 5 spirit manipulator, he could hardly believe this ape could contend with 3 silver-ranked contracted spirits. Lin Hai couldn't understand why this was happening, and could only attribute it to the power of the system. The battle over there had officially begun. The mantis initiated its attack, its arms slicing towards the ape like sharp blades. Before it could get close, the Sumi staff had already met the attack, its overwhelming power crashing down, sending the silver-ranked mantis flying and forcing it to spit out blood. After a single strike, the ape's figure did not pause. The Sumi staff continued to grow, rapidly transforming into a towering staff over 10 meters long. As it danced, the surrounding space subtly trembled. The crow and the dark clouds circled overhead, daring not to approach even slightly. The fierce battle naturally attracted the attention of others nearby. What's going on? Several figures rushed in, witnessing the ape showcasing its might, directly overpowering Yaya's 3 contracted spirits. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Even a gold-ranked contracted spirit could not possibly eliminate 3 silver-ranked spirits in such a short time. Could it be a king level? Shock was written all over their faces, and they hastily summoned their contracted spirits to join the ape grew braver with each battle, bolstered by its innate skill of indomitable, while showing no signs of retreat. Each strike fell like a massive mountain, pressing heavily upon several people. The entire basement trembled. With a single step, the ape activated its giant transformation, causing its body to grow larger, instantly punching a hole in the basement. At this moment, the ape resembled a golden-armored giant war god surrounded by dozens of silver-ranked contracted spirits, which could not dare to approach at all. The more the ape fought, the stronger it became, with each strike injuring a contracted spirit. Members of the End of the World Church began to waver, as such an opponent was beyond their capability to contend with. At the same time, powerful auras emanated from the sky. The dragon guards are coming, run. Feeling the emanating auras, everyone was unwilling to linger and rapidly retreated. The ape glanced at those fleeing, but did not pursue them. Instead, it swiftly approached Lin Hai. Lin Hai looked at the ape before him, feeling a bloodline connection, confirming that this was his contracted spirit. However, the powerful strength just displayed left Lin Hai somewhat incredulous. Too weak, far too weak. The ape seemed deeply disappointed as it shook its head. Its body began to slowly shrink, and the golden light gradually dimmed. Kid, hurry up and grow stronger. Next time danger arises, I may not come to your rescue. With that, the enormous ape figure vanished before Lin Hai, replaced by an ancient stone. Beside him, Mu Xingyu was already dumbfounded, staring in Lin Hai's direction and swallowing hard. She raised 3 fingers. I swear I didn't see anything. Lin Hai nodded. If this news spread, he would likely be sent to level 5, exhibiting combat power comparable to gold level, even approaching king level. How many people would go mad over this? Keep this secret for me. Mu Xingyi's head bobbed like a chick pecking at grains, nodding repeatedly. She understood the seriousness of the situation, and Lin Hai had saved her, and after all, she was not one to speak carelessly about her icy beauty. At that moment, a gigantic dragon head burst into the room where the two were. Ling Xiao saw the two and sighed in relief. As long as you're okay, hurry up, I'll take you away. Seeing this scene, the two felt reassured and followed Ling Xiao out of the basement. Lin Hai still tightly clutched a USB drive. Inside was the complete content of the End of the World plan. Such a mad scheme needed to be organized in advance. As Ling Xiao led the two away, Lin Hai also witnessed the battle in the sky, a clash involving dozens of silver-ranked masters, a level of conflict he could not partake in. The dragon guards of the entire Ice City seemed to have come out in full force, yet Lin Hai did not see any gold-ranked experts. Such powerful beings generally remained stationed in the alternate space and would not leave unless absolutely necessary. Ling Xiao returned, seemingly escorting Mu Xingyu back to the Ice Rain Chamber of Commerce. Before leaving, Mu Xingyu also left her contact information, saying she would reward Lin Hai for this matter, though Lin Hai was not particularly concerned. His mind was filled with thoughts about the End of the World Church. After bidding farewell to Mu Xingyu, Lin Hai took out the USB drive. Senior brother, this contains all the details about the Ice City plan made by the End of the World Church. They want to annihilate the northern Yuan province. What? Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao's expression changed instantly as he looked at the small USB drive in disbelief. Lin Hai solemnly nodded. Indeed, I found all of this there. Ling Xiao's gaze shifted continuously, knowing that Lin Hai would not make light of such matters. Gripping the USB drive tightly, he seriously said, "You go back first. I need to report this to the governor. The governor might want to meet you in person." With that, Ling Xiao did not hesitate, placing Lin Hai in a safe spot before controlling his fire dragon to leave in a blaze. Having survived a calamity, Lin Hai let out a sigh of relief. His contracted spirit was indeed too mysterious. Without sufficient strength, he couldn't understand it. Fortunately, he also gained a lot of rewards this time. Indeed, the rewards were proportional to the risks. Lin Hai received the opportunity to customize skills for his contracted spirit along with 100 system points, and a significant reward from the previous system's potion gift pack. Lin Hai composed himself and headed back toward his home. In the distant shadows, a figure picked up a phone and dialed. Young Master Lin Hai has returned safely. I am aware. For now, remain close to him. The apocalyptic church has grown restless lately. But young master, enough. Do as instructed. The figure reluctantly ended the call, gazing silently at Lin Hai in the distance. Upon returning home, Lin Hai immediately opened his Contract Spirit interface. Contract Spirit Mysterious Stone. Biological Classification Special Class. Master Lin Hai. Level 5. Potential Rank SSS. Innate Skill Golden Armor grants enhanced defense and a rare chance to nullify all damage. Indomitable Battle will gradually boost all attributes during combat. Its potency scales with Spirit Control Strength. Current skills, Gigantification, LV. 2 drastically reduces speed, while doubling size. All stats scale proportionally with size. Charge LV. 3 enables rapid closing of distance to target. Wind's Breath LV. 1 releases a powerful gust. Divine Pull LV. 1 generates an intense suction force, drawing targets toward the user. Staring at this newly acquired skill, Lin Hai's mouth fell open. Another divine tier ability custom crafted by the system, undoubtedly tailored precisely to him. Lin Hai lacked no raw combat power. His sole weakness was inability to close range. With Divine Pull now complementing Charge and Wind's Breath, that flaw was decisively resolved. For Lin Hai at this stage, it was nothing short of a divine tier technique. After reviewing his Contract Spirit interface, Lin Hai wore a satisfied expression. Though perilous, the mission had yielded tangible rewards, including 100 system points. Basic potions offered negligible gains for him now. Yet within the system's marketplace, he discovered something far more promising: Contract Spirit Skill Upgrade Card. 100. This item could elevate any skill below LV. 5 by 1 rank. Higher tier upgrades required advanced variants. Lin Hai's total balance stood at 140 points. Purchasing one card would leave him utterly unprepared should danger arise again. After careful deliberation, he still chose to buy it. Enhancing his strength remained paramount. A silvery card materialized in his palm, and his gaze settled upon his 4 skills. His choice was self-evident. Gigantification remained his most impactful skill. Upgrading it to LV 3 would grant him a 6-fold attribute. His strength surged once more. Coupled with the time-based amplification of Indomitable Battle, even a level 6 opponent would now face formidable resistance. As the silvery card dissolved, Gigantification ascended to LV 3. After testing his newfound might, Lin Hai nodded in quiet satisfaction. Night had fully fallen. He resolved to rest. No sooner had he lain down than his phone rang. Lin Hai, prepare yourself. The governor wishes to see you. Ling Xiao cut straight to the point the moment the call connected. He hung up abruptly. Lin Hai stared blankly at his phone. The governor of Baiyuan Province, the province's strongest cultivator, its sole sovereign rank expert, and commander-in-chief of the Dragon Warding Corps. Coincidentally, Lin Tianqing had once held that very office. Lin Hai held deep respect for true masters, and the Ice Citadel plot posed a direct threat to him personally. After preparing himself, Lin Hai found Ling Xiao already waiting nearby. Mounted atop the fiery dragon, they soared away like a streak of crimson lightning. The governor takes this matter extremely seriously. Simply recount everything you know. You've rendered an extraordinary service. Dragon Warding Corps will reward you accordingly. By exposing the Ice Citadel plot, Lin Hai had averted a catastrophic crisis for Baiyuan Province. Rewards were inevitable. This would be his first state-bestowed honor, stirring genuine anticipation. They arrived at the Dragon Warding Corps' provincial headquarters, situated within the capital city of Bingqing. Though most occupants there were probationary members ranked merely as black iron cultivators. These recruits wore silver armbands, only upon attaining silver rank would they earn golden armbands and full membership, like Ling Xiao. Full-fledged Dragon Warding Corps members were deployed across major cities on patrol, or stationed at rifts suppressing unstable spatial anomalies. Arriving at an office, Ling Xiao gently knocked. Governor Lin Hai has arrived. Enter. A voice resonated, deep commanding suffused with sovereign authority. Ling Xiao and Lin Hai stepped inside. Before them stood a middle-aged man whose presence exuded innate majesty, a warrior forged in countless battles. Your Excellency. Lin Hai offered a slight bow. The governor responded with a warm, knowing nod. So you are Lin Hai? Truly the son of a tiger, bears no trace of the dog. Please sit. At the governor's gesture, Lin Hai seated himself beside him without hesitation. Ling Xiao discreetly withdrew, leaving only the 2 men alone. Once Ling Xiao departed, the governor wasted no time. We owe you greatly. I've reviewed the Ice Citadel plot. Do you have any insights on how best to counter it? Lin Hai paused, startled. Why would such a weighty matter hinge upon his opinion? Yet he voiced his thoughts honestly. Simple: gather and protect everyone named on their initial list. Their entire scheme would collapse instantly. Though blunt and uncomplicated, Lin Hai's proposal drew a gentle shake of the governor's head. Xiao Hai, your plan appears, yet it is utterly unfeasible. Lin Hai frowned in confusion, prompting the governor to elaborate. Consider those names. Though unfamiliar to you, you can infer their backgrounds. They are heirs in science from every sector, including yourself and Mu Xingyu. Sheltering them for 1 or 2 days poses no issue. But what of 3? What of 10? Even the Bingyu Commerce Guild would protest vehemently. Protection in practice resembles imprisonment. Their collective influence could shake Baiyuan Province to its foundations, and we cannot afford such delays. Meanwhile, the apocalyptic church operates unseen, possessing infinite patience. Can the Dragon Warding Corps guard them for an entire year? Hearing this, Lin Hai grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, if his proposal were enacted, every individual's freedom would be severely curtailed. Prolonged confinement would inevitably yield irreversible consequences. Lin Hai nodded slightly, looking towards the governor before him. What does your excellency the governor mean? The governor sighed helplessly and shook his head. To speak frankly, there are only a few dozen official members in the Dragon Guard of Baiyuan Province, and those above the golden level must remain stationed in various alternate spaces. The safest way, of course, is to arrange for the Dragon Guard to provide close protection for these individuals, but currently we simply do not have enough manpower. According to the intelligence you brought back, a high-ranking archbishop from the Apocalypse Church has come this time, equivalent to our royal level experts. Royal level. Lin Hai's heart jolted. The royal level was a realm above the golden level, essentially the pinnacle of cultivation on Blue Star. The fact that the Apocalypse Church could mobilize a royal-level expert elevated Lin Hai's perception of this criminal organization even further. The governor nodded again, looking at Lin Hai. So at present, relying solely on the strength of the Dragon Guard in Baiyuan Province without affecting the normal defense of alternate spaces is insufficient to employ the best method to resolve this crisis. Lin Hai silently nodded, feeling that the situation was not that simple. Then, Your Excellency, do you have any good solutions? This time the governor responded very straightforwardly, giving Lin Hai a bad premonition. Before that, there is something you need to know. That is what kind of existence the Apocalypse Church is. Lin Hai was very curious about this and did not interrupt the governor. The Apocalypse Church is a terrifying organization on Blue Star. Their aim is to incite wars among the major countries of Blue Star, achieving their terrifying intention of world destruction. They are a world-class criminal gang. The reason they chose Baiyuan Province this time is not merely for Baiyuan Province. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai pondered for a moment. Baiyuan Province is at the northernmost tip of the Dragon Kingdom's border, and what about to its north? Is it Snow Country? The governor nodded, acknowledging Lin Hai's words. Exactly. Baiyuan Province borders Snow Country. If a huge problem arises in Baiyuan Province, it will inevitably cause panic in Snow Country, leading to a direct mobilization of 2 of the 4 major countries from Baiyuan Province. This is the fundamental purpose of the Apocalypse Church. Lin Hai's heart was stirred as he had just reached level 5, but was already exposed to such a terrifying criminal gang. It also made Lin Hai even more wary of the governor's upcoming plans. Indeed, the words that followed from the governor left Lin Hai speechless. To break this Ice City plan, there is currently only one way. That is to lure the snake out of its hole. Lin Hai gasped in surprise while the governor nodded. Exactly. The Dragon Guard cannot protect everyone, but we can manage to protect one person. I need you to act as bait to draw out the members of the Apocalypse Church, and we will catch them all at once. Hearing this, Lin Hai was startled and quickly shook his head. What a joke, this could really lead to death. Governor, my strength is lacking. Isn't it inappropriate to assign such a task to me? The governor seemed to have anticipated Lin Hai's response, and shook his head with a smile. No, you are the most suitable candidate. The Apocalypse Church has just suffered a significant loss at your hands, and even had a branch eliminated by the Dragon Guard. They must harbor deep hatred towards you. Once you are alone, they will not be able to resist making a move. Furthermore, according to Liang Xiao's report, you are both brave and resourceful, and do not seem like a mere 15-year-old child. In this list, you are indeed the most suitable candidate. Rest assured, I will personally take action to ensure your safety. Once the task is accomplished, the Dragon Guard will definitely not treat you poorly. Lin Hai's mind was filled with questions. Although the governor spoke lightly, he understood that at level 5, with just one oversight, he could truly be finished. Just as he was about to refuse, the system panel popped up again in front of him. Option 1, agree to the governor's plan, lure the snake out of its hole, and successfully complete the task. Reward 500 system points, and an increase in Spirit Master rank by 1. Option 2, agree to the governor's plan, lure the snake out of its hole, and complete the task. Reward 300 system points, and a large amount of spirit power. Option 3, refuse the governor's plan, and prioritize self-preservation. Reward a small amount of spirit power. Seeing these system options, Lin Hai took a deep breath. Such generous rewards were unheard of to him, but the substantial rewards also represented significant danger. This matter was certainly not that simple. After much contemplation, Lin Hai sighed and nodded. Governor, what do I need to do? Seeing Lin Hai agree, the governor nodded in satisfaction and began to outline the detailed plan. The plan is quite simple. For now, the Apocalypse Church does not dare to act recklessly. It is not yet time for action, and you can continue your normal life. In the coming days, the Dragon Guard will also notify the individuals on the list to reduce their outings. When it is time to act, you need to lead them to the outskirts. If a battle erupts in the city, the casualties among ordinary people, I will arrange for one of my contracted spirits to follow you closely. My contracted spirit is adept at concealment, and even those at the royal level will not be able to detect it. At that time, they will undoubtedly be unable to resist taking action against you. However, to catch the big fish, your skills will also be required. Hearing this, Lin Hai took another deep breath. According to this plan, he would certainly be able to draw out the members of the Apocalypse Church, but at most it would only be 1 or 2 silver level. It would not be that simple to attract the real big fish. If his royal level contracted spirit acted prematurely, it would instead alert the snake. After that, it would depend on whether he could hold on until Liang Xiao and the others arrived. Is there anything that can ensure my survival? Lin Hai looked at the governor with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, and the governor, take these 3 vials of potions. They are classified secrets of the Dragon Kingdom. The red vial is called the Berserk Potion, an evolved version of the Potential Potion, which can unleash the potential of the contracted spirit, achieving multiple times the power. The blue vial is called the Flight Potion, which grants the contracted spirit the ability to fly for a short period. Finally, the yellow vial is the most important. The Earth Escape Potion allows for short-term burrowing underground. These 3 potions can enhance your survival capabilities. Of course, if you encounter an insurmountable danger, my contracted spirit will take action. As he spoke, the space beside him trembled, and a pitch-black raccoon appeared, then dove into Lin Hai's shadow, disappearing without a trace. Lin Hai did not notice anything unusual. The black raccoon did not make Lin Hai feel any discomfort. It seemed to have merged with his shadow. After discussing the action plan with the governor again, Lin Hai left the headquarters of the Dragon Guard. Upon exiting the Dragon Guard headquarters, Lin Hai sighed deeply, suddenly feeling a tremendous pressure. His own strength was still too weak. A sharp ringing interrupted Lin Hai's contemplation. Checking his phone, he found it was a call from Lu Feng. Lin Hai, I was really scared earlier. I almost rushed in to fight that person. When he was controlled by the Night Crow, Lu Feng indeed had the intention to step forward, which Lin Hai noticed. Not everyone had the courage to face a silver-level master, and Lin Hai felt quite touched by Lu Feng's bravery. It's all right, with the Dragon Guard's experts intervening, I didn't encounter any danger. That's good. They'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. We didn't get to celebrate today. Lin Hai directly declined Lu Feng's invitation. Given the uncertain dangers he might face in the coming days, there was no need to involve Lu Feng. No need to, I have things to handle these days. They'll contact you once I'm done. Upon hearing Lin Hai's refusal, Lu Feng did not insist. After agreeing on a few details, they ended the call. Shortly after, Lin Hai received a call from Mu Xingyu, who simply expressed her gratitude and invited Lin Hai to the Ice Rain Chamber of Commerce to thank him in person. Lin Hai happened to need Mu Xingyu's assistance, and they arranged to meet the next day. The next day, in the center of Ice City, stood a towering skyscraper, the headquarters of the Ice Rain Chamber of Commerce, which could be said to be the largest commercial organization in the entire North Yuan province. After stating his identity, the staff of the Ice Rain Chamber of Commerce led Lin Hai to the reception room on the top floor. There he once again met Mu Xingyu. Today Mu Xingyu wore a flowing water blue gown, appearing as stunning as the ice mountain beauty of old, contrasting with her previous flustered demeanor. She approached and shook Lin Hai's hand. Brother Lin Hai, thank you so much. This time, if it weren't for you, I might not have made it back. Hearing this, Lin Hai casually shook his head. It's nothing, I was helping myself. As she spoke, Mu Xingyu took out a purple gold. This is my membership card for the Ice Rain Chamber of Commerce. With this card, all purchases at the Ice Rain Chamber will be discounted by 40. I have also stored 10 million Dragon Country coins on it, as a token of gratitude for Brother Lin Hai's help this time. Hearing this, even Lin Hai, who had faced great storms, was taken aback. 10 million was no small sum. Of course, the real value lay in the card itself. A 40 discount was a significant benefit. Perhaps it couldn't be appreciated now, but once he reached the black iron and silver levels, when a single material could cost hundreds of millions, the savings from that discount would be astronomical. This is a bit too valuable. Lin Hai tried to decline, but Mu Xingyu insisted. This is what Brother Lin Hai deserves. Moreover, befriending someone as extraordinary as Brother Lin Hai is beneficial for our Ice Rain Chamber of Commerce. Mu Xingyu had witnessed Lin Hai's contract spirit demonstrating its power, overpowering over a dozen silver-level contract spirits without losing ground. Such a person transcended genius. He was a true monster. Lin Hai did not refuse any further, and accepted the card, knowing he still needed their help in coming to the Ice Rain Chamber of Commerce. With a major battle approaching, Lin Hai certainly needed to enhance his strength. The strength of the Ice Rain Chamber of Commerce was clearly much stronger than that of Lord Tiger, and Lin Hai estimated they could soon gather the items he needed. He pulled out a note and handed it to Mu Xingyu. Miss Mu, please help me gather the items on this list as soon as possible. Mu Xingyu glanced at the note and nodded. Most of what Lin Hai needed were basic potions and common materials that were quite available in the market, and they could definitely be gathered within 2 days. Following that, Mu Xingyu warmly insisted, and the two shared a simple meal before Lin Hai left the Ice Rain Chamber of Commerce. With the help of the Ice Rain Chamber of Commerce, his potion supply was temporarily secured, and his strength could be significantly improved. Although facing silver-level experts still felt inadequate, it was better than nothing. After leaving the Ice Rain Chamber of Commerce, Lin Hai headed straight to the underground battle spirit arena. Before executing his mission, he needed to complete the 100 Victories challenge in the arena. The reward for 100 victories is the title of Unbeatable Myth, which increases a contract spirit's attributes by 10%. This was no small improvement. Today, the underground battle spirit arena was still bustling. After slaying 30 opponents yesterday, Lin Hai's name, as the human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, was now renowned. The cheers in the underground battle spirit arena surged. In the youth group arena, Lin Hai had become a true unbeatable myth. However, there was still one opponent that required Lin Hai to handle personally. This person was known as the Blood Robe War God, a name that exuded dominance. He was the very purpose for which the second master sought out Lin Hai. Now he had achieved 80 consecutive victories, and tonight would feature a fierce showdown between the two, which Lin Hai had specifically requested to eliminate the strongest opponent first. The rest could wait until tomorrow. Lin Hai had no time to linger here. The operation would start in at most 3 days. So he had to finish the remaining 8 matches within 2 days. As Lin Hai entered the underground battle spirit arena, he immediately felt a chilling gaze and turned to look. In the distance stood a young man clad in a fiery red robe resembling the color of blood, holding a glass of red wine. He took a gentle sip, as if savoring blood. Their gazes crossed, and Lin Hai recognized his identity with a glance. Only the blood robe war god possessed such a terrifying killing intent. This guy's strength far exceeded any opponent Lin Hai had faced before. He was currently the only enemy in the underground battle spirit arena that Lin Hai truly regarded. The outcome of this battle would determine who could achieve the 100 victories. With half an hour left until the battle began, Lin Hai did not linger and headed straight for the resting room. As their bodies brushed past each other, a cold voice fell into Lin Hai's ears. I've seen your battles. You'd better not show up on the stage today, for all the contract spirits that fought against me are dead. Hearing this, Lin Hai halted in his tracks, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Is that so? That's truly unfortunate. I will still go up tonight, but you won't be able to kill me. With that, Lin Hai walked away without looking back, leaving the blood robe war god with a fierce expression. Kid, I hope your strength is as formidable as your words. The blood-clad battle god left behind a voice as the two turned away. After Lin Hai entered the lounge, the second master handed over the information about the blood-clad battle god. This is your opponent today. His talent is exceptionally strong within SSS Contracted Spirit. SSS. Lin Hai displayed a puzzled expression. Generally, those who come to the underground fighting arena are ordinary people. After all, the talents of the world wouldn't lack money or come to such a place to risk their lives. In these 92 battles, a class contracted spirits are quite rare. Lin Hai had only encountered 2. Most were class. He did not expect an SSS Contracted Spirit to appear, which piqued Lin Hai's interest in him. This person is unlike the others. He truly qualifies as a genius. His purpose for coming to the underground fighting arena is not for money. He may simply enjoy fighting. Moreover, his fighting style is extremely brutal. All the contracted spirits that have fought him have perished. Lin Hai had indeed heard about this, but in an illegal place like the underground fighting arena, it is reasonable to have some desperate. Lin Hai briefly glanced at the information about the blood-clad battle god and did not pay much attention. It recorded his contracted spirit and some skills he had used, which were mostly public information. Including Lin Hai's information, the blood-clad battle god surely has his own. There was not much research value, and ultimately it still depended on the true strength. Time passed gradually, and the momentum of this peak duel was the highest in the underground fighting arena in months. The host first arrived at his position, introducing today's 2 contestants. The 2 sides battling today are absolute kings of our underground fighting arena, a clash of titans. First to appear is the blood-clad battle god, who has achieved 80 consecutive wins, known for his bloody fighting style. As the announcement fell, the blood-clad battle god walked slowly to his position, while the audience around shouted his name. Dressed in fiery red, he attracted everyone's gaze like blood. Blood-clad battle god. Blood-clad battle god. It was clear that this guy had no shortage of fans. After all, he was someone who achieved 80 consecutive wins. Seeing that the time was almost up, the host continued to introduce Lin Hai. His opponent is also a familiar face to us. He is the humanoid Tyrannosaurus, who achieved 30 consecutive wins yesterday, currently undefeated in 92 matches. The fighting style of the humanoid Tyrannosaurus is unlike anyone else's. He seems to rely not on the power of contracted spirits, but rather on his iron fists tearing contracted spirits apart, and his brutal fighting style has attracted everyone's attention. Of course, his strength is beyond doubt. Humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Humanoid Tyrannosaurus. The loud shouts rang out as Lin Hai also traversed the contestant's passage. Upon reaching the position that should belong to him, Lin Hai did not pause for a moment and walked straight to the center of the arena. Seeing this, the blood-clad battle god's eyes filled with killing intent, letting out a cold snort. I warned you it would be best if you didn't step up. Since you dare to come up today, you won't be able to leave. Hearing this, Lin Hai remained unconcerned. With a wave of his hand, the ancient stone fell beside him, instantly entering the spirit melding state. I really hope you have that strength. The expression of the blood-clad battle god darkened significantly as he summoned his contracted spirit. A figure landed opposite Lin Hai, clad in armor mixed with a myriad of bloodstains, as if it were formed from the blood of countless fallen souls. Just a glance filled one with a suffocating terror. This is the blood-clad battle god's contracted spirit and SSS humanoid contracted spirit, the famed god of death by Qi. The surrounding killing intent seemed to coalesce into a mist permeating the battlefield, and Lin Hai felt a chill. It looks like both contenders are eager to begin, so I announce that today's match officially starts. As the host's voice fell, the protective shield of the arena slowly rose, signaling the official start of the match. Both were level 5 spirit manipulators who, once the battle began, neither took the initiative to act. The blood-clad battle god coldly glanced at Lin Hai, commanding Bai Qi to launch the first attack. Bai Qi's eyes flashed with a violent blood red as a long sword fell into his hand. With a swing of the sword, he did not move. However, several scarlet blood arrows suddenly appeared around Lin Hai. The fierce killing intent rushed towards him, and Lin Hai dared not be careless. He stepped forward and instantly entered the state of gigantification. Reaching level 3 gigantification made Lin Hai's figure even more terrifying, resembling a colossal creature. The humanoid contracted spirit before Lin Hai looked like a toy. The gigantic form shimmered with a faint golden light. The blood arrows pierced through the golden light, but seemed to cause no. As Lin Hai's strength increased, his defensive capabilities were no longer comparable. Such probing attacks had little effect on him. With one strike failing, Bai Qi's blood-red eyes narrowed, the long sword in his hand spun, and a stream of killing intent condensed into a winding river of blood. The river of blood poured onto the arena, gradually covering the entire stage. Looking at the river of blood that engulfed his ankles, Lin Hai had no idea what it was. The previous information did not record this skill at all. It seemed he had not used his full strength before. This river of blood seemed similar to LV Foam's Shadow Realm, surely a talent-type skill, but he did not know what its effect. However, Lin Hai soon witnessed its effect. Kid, I'm sorry, but you are about to become the nourishment of my river of blood. As the words fell, the river of blood surged and figures accompanied by blood began to emerge from the river. These figures bore no spirit like the souls of the slain, only possessing the instincts of combat. About 7 or 8 figures swiftly surrounded Lin Hai's massive body, and he sensed a dangerous aura. The breath of these soldiers was not weak at all, each roughly at level 4A. Facing such a multitude of level 4 assaults, Lin Hai was momentarily at a loss. The river of blood continued to churn with over 10 figures emerging, seemingly still gathering. Perhaps this was the true power of the god of death by Qi. The soldiers' spears easily locked onto Lin Hai's body. Even in his gigantic form, his massive frame resembled a giant target. Faced with the siege of the crowd, Lin Hai's eyes turned cold. With a single stomp, his gigantic foot crushed 2 soldiers beneath it. However, the shattered soldiers transformed back into blood, merging into the blood river at his feet. In the distance, it seemed that the shapes of more soldiers were continuing to coalesce. The surging blood river roared violently, and faint golden light flickered across Lin Hai's body. He quickly understood that this blood river was nearly immortal. Dragging this out would serve no purpose. Soon Lin Hai locked onto Bai Qi in the distance, instantly activating his charge skill. His massive form crashed forward like a mountain towards Bai Qi. Charge was a skill Lin Hai frequently used, and Bai Qi was certainly prepared. The long sword in his hand swept like a battle flag as the surrounding soldiers quickly formed a defensive line. More than 10 soldiers armed with long spears blocked Lin Hai's path. As Lin Hai charged forward, these soldiers shattered. They transformed into a cloud of blood mist that merged into the blood river below. Lin Hai also felt a sting. Looking down at his arm, he noticed droplets of blood forming. The onslaught from so many individuals had indeed injured Lin Hai, though not severely. The momentum of his charge was halted, and 4 or 5 soldiers once again formed around him, surrounding Lin Hai. With the charge skill and cooldown, Lin Hai found himself without a way to break the deadlock for a short time. A punch was thrown, and the violent force burst forth like a flood. The soldiers before him, barely at level 4, were no match for Lin Hai's might, and they shattered once again. Even the blood-clad war god controlling Bai Qi in the distance had a much darker expression. Lin Hai's destructive power was simply too strong, and even the regenerative ability of his blood river struggled to withstand Lin Hai's ferocious strength. A red glow flickered on Bai Qi's body, and the surging blood river seemed to accelerate. A long sword swept out. The newly appeared soldiers were significantly more powerful, seemingly entering a berserk state. As a soldier's figure appeared, Lin Hai shattered it with a single punch. He waded through the blood river, steadily advancing toward. However, Lin Hai quickly noticed a problem. These soldiers seemed to form a military formation, possessing the strength to withstand. The legendary killer Bai Qi lived up to his reputation. This was Lin Hai's first time facing such a historical general. He had never witnessed Meng Tian's true power. Now seeing Bai Qi's formidable combat strength, the power of the humanoid contract spirit was equally not to be underestimated. Lin Hai opened his mouth wide, unleashing a fierce wind that swept through the military formation before him. The soldiers swayed unsteadily, but under Bai Qi's command they barely held their formation. Then Lin Hai's massive fist loomed larger before the soldiers, while dozens of long spears intertwined before him, forming a solid shield. When the strike fell, the expected shattering did not occur. Instead, a blood mark appeared on Lin Hai's palm. Looking down at his injured hand, Lin Hai's eyes narrowed slightly. Things were more troublesome than he had imagined. Lin Hai felt an immense pressure, and the blood-clad war god in the distance was not faring any better. Kid, I'll admit you have some skill, but today you will surely fall here. As he spoke, the blood river surged continuously, the soldiers gradually gathering together. A group of soldiers ultimately fused into a massive figure almost matching Lin Hai's giant form. The aura emanating from it surged like the soul of the military formation. Lin Hai clearly saw the figure before him, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This approach aligned perfectly with Lin Hai's intentions. Lin Hai threw a punch, clashing with the crimson figure before him, their bodies intertwining. The figure staggered back several steps, blood splattering from its body. Its size shrank considerably, but under the surging blood river it continually restored itself. The power provided by the blood river allowed this figure to possess combat strength capable of contending with Lin Hai, but over time it would undoubtedly be the first to succumb. Moreover, with Lin Hai's indomitable fighting spirit as an enhancement, the longer the battle lasted, the more advantageous it would be for Lin Hai. However, the blood-clad war god was no fool. He was waiting for an opportunity to secure victory. The battle in the arena intensified further. The two constantly clashed, creating a terrifying momentum. Below, the spectators were shouting in waves. Lin Hai once more unleashed a punch, forcing the figure before him back several steps, but its body seemed to flicker momentarily. Upon seeing this, the blood-clad war god's face instantly lit up, and Bai Qi's long sword swung repeatedly. The blood river surging on the ground was entirely infused into that blood-clad figure, instantly increasing its aura significantly. In contrast, Lin Hai seemed to enter a weakened state as the duration of his giant form was nearing its end. Once the giant form fell into cooldown, Lin Hai's combat power would weaken. This was the opportunity the blood-clad war god had been waiting for. Yet things were not so simple. A flash of golden light shimmered across Lin Hai, and in the final moments of his giant form, he unleashed his explosive power. First, a fierce wind surged forth, causing the figure before him to uncontrollably step back 2 paces. He then locked onto Bai Qi in the distance, activating the charge skill. The distance between them rapidly closed. Bai Qi calculated the distance between them. It was sufficient. All he had to do was wait for the blood-colored figure to conclude its stalemate and intercept Lin Hai. After Lin Hai's futile final assault, defeat awaited him. Just as Bai Qi thought he had calculated the situation, Lin Hai waved his large hand, locking onto Bai Qi in the distance. A powerful pulling force erupted from his palm, catching Bai Qi off guard. Unprepared, his body shot forward like a kite, with a broken string heading straight for Lin Hai. The blood-colored figure in the distance, witnessing this scene, attempted to rush for support. However, the combined speed of the charge and divine pull was simply beyond its reach. Bai Qi was dragged to Lin Hai's front and crashed violently into his frail body, instantly spewing blood and flying. Lin Hai's punch struck directly at his chest. Under the enduring enhancement of his indomitable fighting spirit combined with Lin Hai's full-powered skills, this blow landed. Bai Qi's body was violently slammed against the arena, the surrounding blood completely dissipating, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. Everything occurred within the blink of an eye. Lin Hai had long since calculated this final blow. His only advantage lay in the newly comprehended divine pull, a skill unknown to anyone. This is impossible. The blood-clad war god gazed in disbelief. Logically, he should have secured the upper hand and stabilized the situation, yet he found it hard to accept that Lin Hai had won with a single move. Lin Hai remained expressionless, for everything was within his plan and truly meant nothing. The host's impassioned voice echoed constantly throughout the arena. Let us congratulate the humanoid Tyrannosaurus for continuing his undefeated legend. The atmosphere reached its peak after defeating the blood-clad war god Lin Hai at all, but secured 100 victories, with the remaining opponents being mere trifles. Lin Hai slowly descended from the arena, but the blood-clad war god blocked his path. What is your name? I will challenge you. Lin Hai glanced at the young man before him and did not conceal his name. Since there were few who cultivated the art of merging spirits, it would not be difficult to trace back to Lin Hai from Bingxing No. 1 High School. Bingxing No. 1 High School. Lin Hai. After saying this, Lin Hai turned and left, leaving the blood-clad war god repeatedly murmuring this name. Lin Hai returned to the resting room of the second elder, looking at the cultivation resources before him along with a bank card. This is the reward I promised you, truly a young hero. With the help of the Ice Rain Chamber of Commerce, Lin Hai no longer had such a great need for the black market. However, something is better than nothing, especially since this was rightfully his. After putting away these items, Lin Hai looked at the second elder. Please arrange the remaining 7 opponents for me tomorrow, or I plan to deal with them all in one day, as I probably won't be back here again. The second elder was momentarily stunned by this statement. He wanted to refuse, but thought better of it, and agreed. With Lin Hai's talent, it would not be long before he became renowned in Bingxing. Making an enemy of him now was not wise. Alright, come back tomorrow evening, and I will have everything arranged for you. Subsequently, Lin Hai left the underground arena. The dragon guards had yet to send him any messages indicating that preparations were still underway. Upon returning home, Lin Hai opened the door only to see a figure. Uncle Fang Cheng. What brings you here? Fang Cheng sat on the couch in the living room, smiling at Lin Hai. Little Hai, I heard you performed exceptionally well at Bingxing No. 1 High School, and with the winter break here I specifically came to see you. Fang Cheng, being a black iron level spirit master, usually frequented various alternate spaces, and seldom. Lin Hai nodded and sat beside Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng then asked Lin Hai, Little Hai, do you have any plans for this holiday? Lin Hai was at a loss for how to respond to Fang Cheng's inquiry. He had yet to decide on any arrangements for the holiday, and with the matter of the Extinction Church unresolved, he certainly could not leave Bingxing in the short term. I haven't thought about it yet. I might visit an alternate space. Fang Cheng's expression dimmed slightly before he nodded. Actually, you should visit Kyoto to see your mother. Speaking of which, you haven't seen each other in several years. Lin Hai lowered his head, remaining silent. Fang Cheng patted Lin Hai's shoulder, saying, I know it may feel awkward with your parents, but they are both great heroes. Moreover, your mother is a professor at Longwu University. In the future, you will definitely want to apply there. Perhaps there is information regarding your contract spirit there. Fang Cheng's last statement piqued Lin Hai's interest. His contract spirit had always been a mystery. Kyoto was after all the core of Longwu, and there might indeed be information about his contract spirit. It seemed necessary to visit Kyoto after everything was settled. Okay, Uncle Fang Cheng, once I finish my matters here, I will make... Fang Cheng's face was filled with smiles as he took out some food. Come, we haven't sat down to chat in a long time. Today, tell me about your... The two enjoyed a lively conversation, and the night passed quietly. The next day, Lin Hai slept until noon, rubbing his sore head, unsure how much he had drunk yesterday. Fang Cheng had already left, and was probably busy with his own matters. Lin Hai quickly washed up, and took out 2 spirit beads to pop into his mouth. As his level increased, these things became less effective for him. Now at level 5, he was almost ahead of his peers. If he completed the system's tasks, he could also earn an opportunity for a level up. Reaching level 6 again would be more challenging. Achieving a breakthrough to black iron level before the college entrance examination would be a remarkable feat. With a year and a half remaining, Lin Hai was quite confident. That night, he returned to the underground arena to deal with his last. The battles were even simpler than Lin Hai had imagined. Most opponents were level 4 spirit masters, with only 2. It appeared that all the experts in the underground arena had been cleared out by him. Remaining there would not be of much help. Lin Hai achieved 100 victories in the underground arena, and also received a title as a system reward. Unbeat. This title increases the attributes of his contract spirit by 10%. Though it may not seem very beneficial now, it can grow stronger as Lin Hai's level increases. It was a decent reward. After leaving the underground arena, Lin Hai felt a wave of relaxation. After 2 months there, he had encountered many mad characters. Though they were only 15 or 16 years old, their fierce determination and murderous intent had taught Lin Hai quite a bit. In the following 3 days, nothing particularly important happened. The calm in Bingsheng felt like the tranquility before a storm. However, outside of Bingsheng, things were not as peaceful. Although Lin Hai's plans had disrupted the operations within Bingsheng and caused significant losses to its branch, other cities in Beiyuan province were still responding slowly. 2 or 3 individuals on the list had been captured by the Extinction Church. The atmosphere in Beiyuan province was filled with an impending sense of crisis. The remaining individuals on the list were mostly protected by the Dragon Guards. As the provincial capital, Bingsheng should have been the focus of the Extinction Church, yet it had become the safest place, a testament to Lin Hai's efforts. Similarly, Lin Hai had caught the attention of the Extinction Church. They likely wished to tear him apart. Considering the timeline, the governor should have arranged everything, and their actions were about to commence. Lin Hai fell into deep contemplation. This time the plan was fraught with danger, potentially involving a battle at the king level, something he had never experienced before. On this day, Lin Hai received a call from Ling Xiao. "Are you ready? The operation is about to begin." Hearing this voice, Lin Hai took a deep breath. What was meant to come had finally arrived. Shortly after, Ling Xiao appeared at Lin Hai's doorstep, and upon seeing Ling Xiao, Lin Hai was clearly taken aback. "Why did you come personally? Wasn't I supposed to lure the snake out of its hole?" Ling Xiao remained as cold as ever. "The commotion these past few days has been too great. The Annihilation Church is not stupid. If you go out on your own, they will be wary, knowing it's a trap, which would be counterproductive. By following you, they won't suspect anything, and with me here, we can catch bigger fish." Hearing this, Lin Hai understood Ling Xiao's intention. Going alone might only catch 1 or 2 silver-ranked opponents, but with Ling Xiao's help they could at least attract a few golden-ranked experts. However, it was uncertain whether the king-level expert from the Annihilation Church would intervene. From their previous conversation, it seemed the Archbishop was in Ice City. As long as he could be dealt with, the plan for Ice City would collapse on its own. "Let's go," Ling Xiao said, pulling Lin Hai out of the room without further ado. With a wave of his hand, a massive fire dragon materialized. Ling Xiao's contract spirit was of SS rank. The silver-ranked experts had undergone 2 bloodline evolutions. Generally, they would progress from S to S, and then to SS. Once he broke through to the golden rank, his contract spirit might evolve to SS level. Of course, the starting point of a contract spirit is also very important. As for Ling Xiao's other 2 contract spirits, Lin Hai had not seen them yet. He believed they would not be weak. The 2 rode on the fire dragon, soaring through the sky towards the outskirts of Ice City. As they departed, the Annihilation Church also received news. In the main seat, a figure with a dark expression wearing 3 rings that emitted a blood-red glow was one of the archbishops of the Annihilation Church. "Archbishop William." "Archbishop, we've just received news that Ling Xiao has left Ice City with Lin Hai. Should we take action? That kid ruined our plans back then and caused significant losses to our Ice City branch. Although we still have 3 people, it is not enough to shake the Dragon Guardians of Beiyuan province." Hearing this, the others around showed expressions of malice. "This kid must die. Archbishop's plan has been disrupted by a mere 15 or 16-year-old. If this gets out, we will be laughed at by others." The surrounding crowd chattered away while William looked at them with a dark expression. Finally, he slapped the table. "The Ice City plan must be abandoned." Once the news leaked, the governor of Beiyuan province must have started seeking help. "If a king-level contract spirit skilled in reconnaissance comes, we won't be able to hide our movements. Before we leave, we should collect some interest. That kid must have more than just Ling Xiao protecting him. Eliminate all the Dragon Guardians, and once we deal with them, we will leave Beiyuan province." With that, the crowd stood up one after another. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao had already taken Lin Hai out of the range of Ice City. Lin Hai appeared somewhat nervous, clutching several vials of potions. After all, his strength was too weak. Even the attacks of silver-ranked experts could overwhelm him with a moment of carelessness. Ling Xiao's expression suddenly changed, and the fire dragon beneath him opened its mouth, launching a massive fireball. It shot towards the air in front, where a pitch-black figure gradually emerged. Night Crow stood on his crow, coldly observing the 2 in front of him. Auras began to manifest around them, surrounding Ling Xiao and Lin Hai. 8 silver-ranked, 2 golden-ranked. Quite the maneuver. Ling Xiao's voice was devoid of much emotion, and Lin Hai had already risen to his feet. 8 silver and 2 golden ranks had appeared right from the start. The situation seemed to be spiraling out of control. Lin Hai quickly crushed a device in his hand to notify the governor of Beiyuan province. Now they just needed to hold on and wait for reinforcements. However, it didn't seem that simple. Night Crow landed in front of the 2, saying, "Kid, we meet again. This time let's see where you can run." Contract spirits of various forms began to materialize around them, and even Ling Xiao felt an immense pressure. With a wave of his hand, 2-dimensional portals opened, revealing 2 massive dragon heads. All 3 of Ling Xiao's contract spirits were dragon type. The 3 giant dragons circled in the sky, and Ling Xiao immediately launched his attack. The fire dragon erupted in flames, while a frost giant dragon beside it also manifested glimmers of frost. The 2 dragons attacked simultaneously, fire and frost intertwining. A massive shockwave formed. This was Lin Hai's first time witnessing the battle style of silver-ranked fighters. It turned out contract spirits could execute combination techniques. The ice and fire storm swept out as the surrounding contract spirits showcased their abilities with skills colliding. At the same time, Ling Xiao grabbed Lin Hai and threw him onto the back of the last contract spirit. This was a thunder giant dragon crackling with flickering lightning. Lin Hai landed on the thunder dragon's back, the lightning flashed, and then he instantly vanished into the encirclement. The speed was so quick that it left only an afterimage catching everyone off guard. Seeing this scene, several people exchanged glances. Night Crow snorted coldly. No worries, he'll take care of that kid. You all handle him. Don't underestimate this guy. Although he's only silver ranked 3 stars, he possesses strength comparable to a golden ranked fighter. He's a newcomer from the Dragon Guardians of Baiyuan Province. Night Crow gave Ling Xiao a very high evaluation and then rode his crow towards Lin Hai's direction. Night Crow's departure did not affect the battle situation. Ling Xiao was still surrounded. There were more than 30 contract spirits around. In contrast, Ling Xiao appeared to be in a precarious situation. On the other side, Lin Hai rode the Thunder Dragon fleeing into the distance, while the lightning on the Thunder Dragon gradually weakened, indicating that the skill's duration had expired. Lin Hai's body was also enveloped in a faint black glow, as if he were being locked onto by something. Marking skill. Lin Hai glanced back, seeing Night Crow closely pursuing him. This skill should have been released by that crow. With this skill in play, no matter how he ran, he wouldn't be able to escape. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's Thunder Dragon seemed powerful, and their distance hadn't decreased much. However, Night Crow clearly had prepared beforehand. A dark cloud appeared in the sky, which was Night Crow's other con. The moment this dark cloud appeared, Lin Hai felt an oppressive force causing the speed of the Thunder Dragon beneath him to This brief moment of delay gave the Night Crow an opportunity. The crow flapped its wings and swiftly approached the direction of Lin Hai and Lei Long. Immediately after, dark beams of light flickered around the crow. The deadly rays surged towards the two. Sensing danger, Lei Long roared to the sky, and the flickering lightning seemed to coalesce into a pillar of light, fiercely striking towards the crow's attack. The clash of their attacks in midair produced a thunderous roar. Dust filled the air, obscuring Lin Hai's vision, yet instinctively, he felt a sense of crisis. This was the sense of crisis honed from long battles in the underground fighting arena. Lin Hai instantly entered a state of merging with the spirit, swallowing a vial of blue potion. After taking the flying potion, Lin Hai activated all his skills, combining wind breath and charge for a double acceleration, and leaped off Lei Long's back. Just as Lin Hai left, a figure of a mantis appeared. Had Lin Hai not evacuated, he might have already perished. With the flying potion's effect, Lin Hai could hover briefly in the air. Observing the current situation, Lin Hai's expression, although Lei Long was powerful, rated silver 3 stars, the Night Crow appeared to be only silver 2 stars. However, Ling Xiao was absent, and without anyone directing the contracted spirits, they faced a 3-0 disadvantage. Lin Hai opened another vial of red potion, the Rampage potion given to him by the governor. He tossed it, and the potion entered Lei Long's mouth. After swallowing the Rampage potion, the flickering lightning on Lei Long expanded, surrounding him, with a sea of thunder forcing the 3 contracted spirits back a step. Lei Long roared to the sky and charged into the air to confront the crow and the cloud. Seeing this, Lin Hai breathed a sigh of relief. Lei Long, having consumed the Rampage potion, should be able to handle 2 opponents for the moment. But there was still one mantis which had locked onto him. Using the flying potion, Lin Hai created a good distance, but potions have their limits in height, and the mantis relentlessly pursued him on the ground. The sharp arms of the mantis sliced towards Lin Hai like scythes. Lin Hai hurriedly dodged, but the scythe still left. Injured, Lin Hai's gaze sharpened. He produced 2 more potions in his hand. Damn it, you forced my hand. Then Lin Hai's body instantly enlarged, his figure advancing rather than retreating. Activating the charge skill, he charged directly at the mantis. The mantis, lacking the Night Crow's command, fought instinctively, and felt joy upon seeing Lin Hai rush towards it. Raising its blade-like arms, it slashed towards Lin Hai. The blade struck Lin Hai without any hindrance, but instead of a flesh wound, a sound akin to metal clashing rang out, as though striking something hardwood had no effect at all. The minor invulnerability potion could withstand attacks below golden rank, part of the gift pack from the system. At that moment, Lin Hai also struck the mantis, which opened its mouth uncontrollably. The powerful impact, while not causing severe injury, was still unpleasant. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hai poured a vial of black potion down the mantis' throat, then swiftly increased the distance. As if fleeing for his life, he darted away into the distance. The mantis steadied itself. Just as it prepared to pursue, it felt its body constantly colliding. Suddenly, a powerful booming sound erupted. The mantis' body shattered, and the terrifying explosion caused the ground above the Night Crow was locked in a fierce battle with Lei Long, and its expression turned furious. How is this possible? My contracted spirit. Through their mental connection, he instantly sensed the death of his contracted spirit, but he could not comprehend how a level 5 brat could kill a silver-tier contracted spirit. Lin Hai lay on the ground panting heavily. Although he had greatly anticipated the explosive potion's power, the reality proved that he had still underestimated the system. From the explosion's force, Lin Hai deduced that the potion alone was not enough to kill a silver-tier contracted spirit. It was merely because it exploded inside the mantis that caused such an effect. He considered himself to have achieved the feat of slaying a silver-tier contracted spirit. Soon Lin Hai looked towards the battlefield above, revealing a cold expression. Once again, he produced a vial of potion. After swallowing it, Lin Hai's body became much more ethereal. The invisibility potion's effect had not yet expired. Lin Hai soared into the air again, and due to the invisibility potion, the Night Crow did not detect him. Instead, the formidable Lei Long before him was quite a challenge. Being silver 3 stars with the boost from the Rampage potion, he already possessed golden tier combat strength. Even 2 against 1 was still not promising. The Night Crow focused entirely on controlling its contracted spirits. With the mantis dead, losing another would severely undermine its status within the Destruction Church. At this moment Lin Hai stealthily approached the Night Crow. Indeed, this was Lin Hai's plan, to capture the leader first. As long as he could kill the Night Crow, the two contracted spirits would naturally perish. Upon reaching the Night Crow's side, he instantly activated his giant form, gathering all his strength for a punch. The Night Crow had no defenses, and was directly struck in the face, spitting out blood. Blood splattered as it fell from the back of the crow. Sensing its master's danger, the crow attempted to rush to its aid, while Lei Long erupted with untold thunder, tightly binding the two contracted spirits. They were unable to advance even an inch. Lin Hai observed this scene with a shocked expression, truly a silver-tier spirit master withstanding such a punch without dying. However, the Night Crow's fall from the sky indicated it was at its last gasp, it would likely perish. To be safe, the Night Crow's body crashed heavily to the ground, appearing extremely disheveled, completely losing the ability to move. Lin Hai slowly landed beside it, sneering. Silvertier is nothing special. The Night Crow opened its mouth, spitting out another mouthful of blood. I never expected to fall to the hands of a mere brat. Without further ado, Lin Hai, empowered by the merging spirit state, repeatedly struck the Night Crow's face. He did not know how long he continued, until the Night Crow finally lost its life force. The physical body of a silver-tier spirit master should not be underestimated. After eliminating the Night Crow, the two contracted spirits above also fell to the ground. Upon their master's death, they too would perish. Lin Hai glanced at the corpse of the Night Crow, wiping the bloodstains from his palm. This was Lin Hai's first time killing someone with his own hands. Yet he felt no sense of guilt. After all, it was just an international criminal. Lin Hai waved his hand, and the Thunder Dragon once again landed beside him. Now the effect of the Berserk Potion was about to wear off, and the Thunder Dragon appeared somewhat weakened. Not knowing if Ling Xiao could hold out, it was better to return quickly for support, as he still had a king-level contracted spirit with him. The Thunder Dragon soared out, heading straight for the main battlefield. At this moment on the battlefield, both of Ling Xiao's contracted spirits were severely injured, yet there was little panic on Ling Xiao's face. Just as a few were preparing to deal with Ling Xiao, powerful auras approached from a distance. These individuals shared a common feature, a golden arm badge on their shoulders. These were the Dragon Guards of Beiyuan Province. Damn it, there really was an ambush. I wonder if the Night Crow took care of that kid. The members of the Extinction Church exchanged glances, retreating a few steps, as over a dozen Dragon Guards surrounded them. However, the members of the Extinction Church were not overly worried. They could still escape, if needed. Roaring thunder approached as Lin Hai returned to the direction of the main battlefield. That kid isn't dead. The crowd gasped, looking towards Lin Hai with murderous intent. Lin Hai returned to Ling Xiao's side. Well done, did that guy die? Lin Hai nodded, acknowledging Ling Xiao's words. Let's begin. We need to keep all of them here, and the crisis in Beiyuan Province will be resolved. The key to ending the war rested in Lin Hai's hands. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Although the members of the Extinction Church seemed weaker, not matching the overall strength of the Dragon Guards of Beiyuan Province, they still had no problem escaping. The group came to an agreement, deciding to break through the encirclement. Just then the shadow behind Lin Hai suddenly shifted. A pitch-black raccoon cat leaped out from behind Lin Hai, its eyes shining with a dark glow. The originally clear sky was suddenly shrouded in mist. The members of the Extinction Church also sensed a suffocating presence. Not good, it's a king-level contracted spirit. Panic appeared on their faces for the first time, as one person produced something unknown. We can only notify the Archbishop. We must hold steady. We can still manage against just one king-level contracted spirit. As the group stabilized their formation, the raccoon cat's eyes glowed with an exceptionally deep black light. Lin Hai glanced at Ling Xiao beside him. Their previous actions had not gone unnoticed. It seems we are about to catch a big fish. Ling Xiao's cold face revealed a hint of a smile. In this battle, all three of Ling Xiao's contracted spirits were severely injured, and they would likely need a long time to recover, assuming they didn't receive too major of a backlash. For Ling Xiao, this would be a loss. A king-level contracted spirit in a battlefield where most were silver-level contracted spirits was a devastating advantage. Even gold-level contracted spirits were no match. Corpses of contracted spirits fell from the sky. Those who came were the elite of the Dragon Guards of Beiyuan Province, with 5 gold-level experts among them. The battle had only just begun, yet the members of the Extinction Church were retreating step by step. At that moment, the black dome above seemed to be torn apart. A gigantic rock flew through the air and landed before the crowd. Archbishop. The members of the Extinction Church were filled with joy upon recognizing the newcomer, who was none other than William, the Archbishop of the Extinction Church. William understood that this could be a trap, but the combined forces of the entire Extinction Church in Beiyuan Province were gathered here. If they were to be completely annihilated, he could hardly escape blame, especially with the confidence of a king-level expert. This made him unafraid of any danger. His king-level might was displayed, forcing the Dragon Guards to retreat in an instant, as 5 king-level contracted spirits in the air exhibited a frenzied power. The black raccoon cat blocked the path ahead, letting out a peculiar cry as it gazed at the 5 king-level contracted spirits. Old William, since you've come to Beiyuan Province, you might as well stay. A voice exploded from the air as the governor of Beiyuan Province also arrived on the battlefield. 2 king-level experts clashed directly. Seeing the governor, there was little panic on William's face. This was a situation he had anticipated. Old man, do you really With that, the governor of Beiyuan Province laughed a few times. Haha. Indeed, just relying on me alone to keep you here is not possible. But who said I'm the only one here today? Upon hearing this, William's face changed in surprise as he looked around. The surrounding space trembled at that moment, as if a spatial prison was binding everyone in place. A spatial system, king-level contracted spirit. It's Zheng Tianyi. Above everyone's heads, a humanoid fox seemed to stand in the rift of space, shimmering with a mysterious milky white light. Spatial systems were historically the rarest and most powerful type. To reach king level was already exceedingly rare. The Dragon Kingdom had only this one king-level spatial contracted spirit. Its master was also a great powerhouse renowned across the Blue Star. However, it seemed that only this one fox had arrived, which appeared sufficient for the current battlefield situation. William's face was filled with horror. He had thought that even if he couldn't win, he could still retreat safely, but the appearance of this fox shattered the stalemate. At that moment, William realized that if he didn't leave now, he would no longer have the chance. Hurry, or it will be too late. After saying this, William waved his hand, allowing the members of the Extinction Church beside him to mount their contracted spirits, and then fled without looking back. The governor of Baiyuan province snorted coldly upon seeing this scene. Now you want to leave. It's too late. The battle of king-level experts was not something Lin Hai could intervene in. He only knew that blood would dye the sky that day. Under Ling Xiao's lead, Lin Hai was the first to return to the headquarters of the Dragon Guards, while the other Dragon Guards pursued the fleeing members of the Extinction Church alongside the governor. Thanks to you this time, I believe the governor will give you a sufficient reward. Ling Xiao poured a cup of water and handed it to Lin Hai. Lin Hai smiled and nodded in agreement. It's nothing, it's also for my own sake. Lin Hai was right. If this matter was not resolved, his actions and safety would be greatly. At that point, troublesome matters would come one after another, and he soon needed to head to Kyoto with no time to linger here. After resolving the issue, things became much more convenient for himself. Around evening, the members of the Dragon Guard returned to headquarters. The governor of Baiyuan province quickly found Lin Hai. Xiao Hai, you have accomplished a great feat this time. Although you couldn't completely eliminate that William, he has lost 2 of his contracted spirits, which is a significant blow to his strength. He will no longer possess royal-level power in the future. Each contracted spirit is exceedingly important to a spirit master. Once lost, it cannot be recovered. Facing a peer-level expert lacking even 1 contracted spirit means there is virtually no chance of victory. Lin Hai smiled and nodded, also glancing at the fox beside him. The outcome of today's battle was largely due to that fox's contribution. The governor also introduced Lin Hai. Come here, Xiao Hai, let me introduce you. His master is quite remarkable. He is the principal of Longwei University, Zheng Tianyi. The principal of Longwei University? Lin Hai gasped in surprise. As the highest institution in Longhua, holding the position of principal requires not only immense strength, but also significant political stature. No wonder William appeared so fearful upon seeing this raccoon. The fox scrutinized Lin Hai, stepped forward, and directly spoke human words. You have achieved a great merit this time. After I express my sentiments, the state has decided to award you a star-level medal. As it spoke, the fox waved its paw, and a shining medal fell into its hand, the star on the medal gleaming faintly. It solemnly handed it to Lin Hai. Although Lin Hai did not know what this object was, it certainly appeared extraordinary. The governor of Baiyuan province also seemed somewhat astonished. Star-level medal? You really are impressive. This represents the top combat achievements of Longhua. There are no more than 100 people in the entire Longhua who have received it. I've never heard of a 15-year-old child receiving a star-level combat achievement. At this moment, Lin Hai finally understood the value of this medal. Although it had no tangible benefits, it represented the honor of the state. Lin Hai stood tall, and the fox continued speaking. In addition to this medal, the state will also reward you with an opportunity to customize a skill. Whenever you have decided, just come find the governor of Baiyuan. He will make the arrangements for you. The customized skill essentially involves consuming the core materials of ferocious beasts. However, as the comprehension of skills is probabilistic, this opportunity guarantees success. No matter how many times you fail, the state will cover the costs until you successfully comprehend it. This is too precious. Lin Hai murmured while the fox chuckled and shook its head. It then tapped Lin Hai's forehead, and he seemed to feel a certain mark appear on him. That was the reward from the state, and this is my personal gift to you. This spatial mark can be activated when you encounter danger, allowing you to teleport 1,000 miles away, resolving a crisis once. Kid, I have high hopes for you. When you enroll in Longwei University in the future, we shall meet again. With that, the fox vanished before the two, its spatial abilities enabling it to appear and disappear at will. Lin Hai touched his forehead. The mark seemed to have no adverse effects on him, and gaining an extra life-saving ability was. The governor also patted Lin Hai on the shoulder. There are not many people in this world who can gain Zheng Tianyi's recognition. You might truly surpass your father. As Lin Tianxing, the former governor of Baiyuan province, had previously cared for the current governor, he felt a surge of pride at Lin Hai's excellence. Lin Hai did not boast. Instead, he humbly responded, "You flatter me, governor. I am still just a child." Ha! The governor nodded with a smile. Yes, you are still a child. Your future is limitless. Finally, unable to withstand the governor's enthusiasm, Lin Hai stayed briefly to have a meal before returning home. Back at home, he reflected on the rewards he had received this time. After completing his plans, Lin Hai received the system's rewards for perfectly finishing the task, which included a level increase for Spirit Masters and 500 system points. Looking at the 500 points in the system shop, Lin Hai realized it was an unprecedented amount for him, an astronomical figure. After much contemplation, Lin Hai produced 5 silver cards, which were indeed skill upgrade cards for contracted spirits. Continuous danger necessitated constant self-improvement. The 5 cards flashed by and Lin Hai opened his Contracted Spirit panel once more. Contracted Spirit Mysterious Stone. Attributes all-round. Biological type special. Owner Lin Hai. Level 6. Potential level SSS. Talent skill Golden Armor increases own defense with a small chance to become immune to all damage. Indomitable Fighting Spirit enhances all attributes over time in battle strengthening with the increase of spiritual. Current skills Enlargement LV5 significantly reduces speed, doubles body size attributes increase with Charge LV3 can quickly approach a target. Wind Breath LV1 releases a powerful gust of wind. Divine Attraction LV3 releases a strong pulling force drawing the target closer. In addition to successfully reaching level 6, Lin Hai also raised his Divine Skill Enlargement to level 5. Cards required for levels beyond 5 are more expensive, which Lin Hai cannot afford for now. For the remaining 2 cards, Lin Hai chose not to upgrade Charge, but to enhance the newly acquired Divine Attraction. This skill is superior to Charge in terms of enhancement, and is currently the most useful skill for Lin Hai. Aside from these, he also possesses the Star Level Combat Achievement Medal. Although it has no practical effect, it at least represents the recognition of the state. As for the customized skill opportunity, Lin Hai did not plan to use it immediately, as the skills of his current stone are temporary. It would be better to reserve it for his second Contracted Spirit, as he believes he is not far from achieving the Black Iron level. At that time, selecting 2 Black Iron skills would be more beneficial. The final spatial mark is purely a life-saving tool. With the ever-present danger of death, Lin Hai's strength has once again reached a new level. As a level 6 Spirit Master, he undoubtedly stands out among his peers. Even Lu Feng, who is usually hard to gauge, would likely still have some distance to reach level 6. Lin Hai lay on his bed feeling an overwhelming fatigue. Today he had effectively single-handedly defeated a silver-level Spirit Master, appearing quite effortless. However, the dangers within were known only to Lin Hai, who a moment of carelessness could have cost him his life. Thankfully, he managed to resolve the battle without incident in the end. At this moment, Lin Hai's phone vibrated. Upon opening it, he saw a message. Come to Kyoto for the new year, Mom has a few days off. Looking at the flashing messages on his phone, Lin Hai sighed deeply. This trip to Kyoto was absolutely necessary. He then replied to a message informing his mother that he would set off for Kyoto the next day. That night, Lin Hai tossed and turned, feeling a mix of emotions, uncertain about how to face the upcoming events. However, what was meant to come would eventually arrive. The next day at the Ice City airport. Make way, make way. Lin Hai, carrying a backpack, navigated through the dense crowd, having woken up late due to insomnia the previous night. He hurried to the counter and looked at the young lady inside. Hello, I would like to book a ticket to Kyoto. The sound of keystrokes filled the air as the woman glanced at Lin Hai. I'm sorry, sir, but all tickets for today are sold out. Please come back tomorrow. No tickets left. Lin Hai exclaimed in surprise, displaying a look of helplessness, opening his mouth, but ultimately saying nothing more, turning to leave, planning to come back the next day. Wait a moment, sir. Just as Lin Hai took a few steps, the woman called out to him again. Sir, did you earn a star-level military honor? Lin Hai was taken aback for a moment, and then nodded. Yes, what about it? Upon hearing this, the woman broke into a character. Please follow me, sir. Star-level military honors do not require waiting in line. Saying this, a woman stepped in front of Lin Hai, took his backpack, and guided him towards the interior of the airport. The sudden change took Lin Hai by surprise. He hadn't expected that the medal would have such an effect, but it was a good thing. At least he hadn't made the trip in vain. The feeling of taking a back door was quite pleasant. Lin Hai quickly boarded the plane and found his designated seat, while leaning against the window and waiting for takeoff. A familiar voice reached his ears. Hey, you're Lin Hai. Lin Hai turned to see the silhouette of a girl before him. Her appearance gradually aligned with his memory of Wang Lingling. Wang Lingling. Back then, Wang Lingling had owed money to loan sharks, and after Lin Hai lent her 500,000, they had basically lost contact. Later, Wang Lingling invited Lin Hai to dinner, but he repeatedly declined. Wang Lingling sat beside Lin Hai and nodded. Yes, I didn't expect to run into you here on your way to Kyoto. Lin Hai slightly nodded in acknowledgement, and Wang Lingling smiled. Thank you so much for what happened last time. I've always wanted to find a chance to thank you. Lin Hai shook his head in non-committal response. It's nothing, just a small favor. There have indeed been too many matters recently, and I haven't had the time. Due to Wang Lingling's situation, it led to the trouble caused by the second master later on. The underground spirit fighting arena had greatly benefited Lin Hai, far surpassing that 500,000 long country coins. Are you also going to Kyoto? What's the reason? Lin Hai asked somewhat casually, while Wang Lingling lowered her head. To pay off that debt, I participated in the underground spirit fighting arena, which resulted in my contracted spirit being injured. I'm planning to take advantage of the holiday to visit the hospital in Kyoto. The underground spirit fighting arena. Lin Hai observed Wang Lingling. Considering she had won 500,000 from the underground arena, it seemed her strength was not to be underestimated. He had slightly underestimated her. The plane gradually ascended, and with Wang Lingling's company, the journey was not too boring. A few hours later, the plane landed. Lin Hai and Wang Lingling walked out of the boarding gate together. In the distance, he spotted a figure. The youth appeared quite young, with a neat short haircut, dressed in jeans and sportswear, and without any makeup on her face, yet she bore a unique beauty. Sister Fong Chi. Lin Hai shouted, and then dashed towards the girl. Fong Chi also saw Lin Hai, a smile spreading across her face, and then a chestnut struck Lin Hai's head. You little brat, you haven't come to see your sister in such a long time. If you didn't come, I would have to return to Ice City. Lin Hai rubbed his head, seemingly a bit wronged. This girl named Fong Chi was the daughter of Fong Qing, 2 years older than Lin Hai. They had grown up together, and though they were not biological siblings, they were closer than siblings. A year ago Fang Qi was admitted to Long Country University with the highest score in Beiyuan province. She had only returned once during the last New Year. Sister, what are you talking about? I was wondering if you would return to Ice City for the New Year, which is why I didn't come here. Fang Qi tugged Lin Hai's ear and pulled him aside. You little brat, I won't be returning to Ice City this year, so you should stay here obediently and keep Aunt Jiang company. Lin Hai winced as Fang Qi pulled him, letting out cries of pain. In the distance, Wang Lingling watched the two, covering her mouth with a chuckle. Sister, please let go of me. I understand, I will stay here until school starts. That's more like it. Hearing Lin Hai agree, Fang Qi finally released her grip and pointed to a nearby SUV. Lin Hai got into the car with Wang Lingling and introduced his new friend to Fang Qi. Fang Qi did not say much and drove away from Kyoto Airport. On the way, Fang Qi asked, do you want to go to Kyoto University to see Aunt Jiang first, or should we grab something to eat? Upon hearing this, Lin Hai hesitated for a moment, but eventually whispered his response. Let's go directly to Long Country University. Fang Qi did not say anything further, and the vehicle sped along the roads of Kyoto. As the core of Long Country, Kyoto was far more prosperous than Ice City. Shops were visible everywhere with a dazzling array of luxury cars weaving through the streets of Kyoto. Lin Hai was not interested in any of this, staring down with his thoughts elsewhere. As they passed the street, Wang Lingling bid farewell to the two, and they continued speeding towards the entrance of Long Country University. Get out of the car, sister, will show you around Long Country University. After a year and a half you will be coming here too. Fang Qi seemed confident that Lin Hai could enter. Lin Hai could only smile wryly and nod as he got out of the car, facing a magnificent gate. Above it were the gleaming golden characters Long Country University. This was the highest institution of learning in Long Country, a place where all young people aspired to go, having cultivated numerous exceptional talents, who became the cornerstone of Long Country today. At that moment, many people gathered at the entrance of Long Country University, most of them from nearby cities, taking advantage of the winter vacation with their elders bringing their children to take a look at this highest institution of Long Country. Fang Qi, what a coincidence. You didn't go home. I didn't expect to see you here again. Upon hearing that voice, a look of instinctive disgust appeared on Fang Qi's face. Lin Hai also turned to look, seeing a boy in a floral shirt, his face adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Luo Wenxuan, what I do has nothing to do with you, right? Fang Qi's words were laced with impatience. Lin Hai stood beside Fang Qi, glancing at Luo Wenxuan, and then back at Fang Qi, involuntarily revealing a strain. Luo Wenxuan, having been rebuffed by Fang Qi, awkwardly chuckled. He scratched his head and approached Fang Qi. Since you are also staying at school, we decided to explore the other space. Why not join us? No time. Fang Qi's cold voice rang out as she grabbed Lin Hai's hand. Before Lin Hai could react, she pulled him. Watching Fang Qi's actions, a glint of cold light flashed in Luo Wenxuan's eyes, hidden behind his gold-rimmed glasses, and he finally noticed Lin Hai beside Fang Qi. In a swift motion, he stepped in front of them. Fang Qi, this is where you are wrong. Why not introduce me to your friend? The word friend was heavily emphasized by Luo Wenxuan, as if he were issuing a warning. Fang Qi shot him a cold glance. I told you my matters have nothing to do with you. As she spoke, she pushed Luo Wenxuan aside, gripping Lin Hai's hand tightly, and walked into Longhua University. Lin Hai wore a helpless expression, somewhat understanding the situation. The gaze directed at Luo Wenxuan changed. Wow, can someone actually like a northeast tiger? Of course, Lin Hai could only voice this thought internally. After all, he had been bullied by Fang Qi when they were younger. Being pulled by Fang Qi, Lin Hai didn't resist, and their figures gradually faded into the distance. Luo Wenxuan watched their retreating figures, removed his gold-rimmed glasses, and spat on the ground with malice. Damn girl, what are you so arrogant about? The woman I, young master, have set my sights on will never escape. He added, and that kid, just don't let me find out what you're With a cold snort, Luo Wenxuan turned to leave. As Fang Qi entered Longhua University, she glanced back, not seeing Luo Wenxuan's figure, and let out a sigh of relief. She also released Lin Hai's hand. Brother, in urgent times one must act accordingly. That guy is simply a sticky nuisance. Lin Hai's eyes burned with curiosity. Sister Fang Qi, I noticed that brother from earlier seems to have some interest in you. What's going on? Fang Qi sighed, and explained while leading Lin Hai forward. Don't mention it. At the start of the school year, that guy dragged me into a club. I didn't want to join, but he kept pestering me, so I ended up hitting him. Instead of backing off, he became like a sticky plaster, continuously clinging to me. It's been quite bothersome. I can't do anything about it since his background is not simple. He is the child of Director Luo. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai displayed a shocked expression. Could that guy have some peculiar preferences? No wonder he likes the northeast. Lin Hai awkwardly chuckled, choosing not to probe further. The two walked through Longhua University. Despite it being winter break, many students remained on campus. On the playground, numerous boys and girls were sweating profusely. Having reached the top university in Longhua, they were probably once the best of the best in their provinces. However, upon arriving here, everyone was a genius, needing to work even harder than before. Fang Qi brought Lin Hai to a corner of Longhua University where a silvery building shimmered with faint ripples. The entrance appeared heavily guarded with two figures standing on either side, and an elderly man resting on a lounge chair. Fang Qi halted in her tracks and instructed Lin Hai, "Wait for me here and don't wander off." Lin Hai nodded. This was the laboratory of Longhua University, one of the most important laboratories in the entire nation. The research conducted here was crucial, making the tight security understandable. Of course, entry was not allowed casually. Fang Qi approached the elderly man and bowed slightly, whispering, "Professor Yi, this is Zhang Professor and Lin Shuai's child. She should have informed you of her visit." Upon hearing this, the elderly man opened his blurry eyes and scanned Lin Hai. Just a glance made Lin Hai feel an immense pressure. This person was undoubtedly stronger than the governor of Baiyuan province. After observing for a while, the old man smiled and nodded, then beckoned Lin Hai over. Kid, come a bit closer. Hearing Professor Yi call him, Lin Hai stepped forward. As he moved forward, Lin Hai felt as though he had crossed some kind of barrier, yet he experienced no discomfort. Standing beside the elderly man, he sensed not a trace of aura, as if the man didn't exist at all. Professor Yi, Lin Hai saluted, maintaining respect for his elder. Professor Yi stretched his body, pulled out a card from his pocket, and handed it to Lin Hai. Keep this safe and don't lose it. With it you can freely enter and exit the laboratory. However, the laboratory is a restricted area. There are many places you can't just wander into. Your mother will remind you of these places. If you wander around, you might encounter unexpected troubles. Professor Yi's voice was soft, but his words conveyed the seriousness, and Lin Hai understood the dangers present here. I understand, Professor Yi. The elder nodded again, and closed his eyes, no longer paying attention to the two. Fang Qi waved to Lin Hai, and they passed by Professor Yi, reaching the laboratory's entrance. A beam of light scanned the two as they approached the door, which slowly opened. Stay close to me, and don't run around. Fang Qi reminded him once more, and Lin Hai nodded. The two wound their way through, encountering many people in white lab coats, all seemingly in a hurry. Finally, Fang Qi stopped at the entrance of a laboratory, and entered a sequence on the password lock. The laboratory door creaked. Lin Hai stepped into the laboratory, where various bottles and jars were scattered about, and a peculiar scent filled the air. In the center of the laboratory stood a woman carefully handling a bottle of green liquid. It seemed she was concocting something, and their arrival did not interrupt her actions, as she was entirely focused on her work. The woman wore a plain white lab coat, and appeared to be middle-aged, yet her face bore no signs of aging, resembling Lin. This was Lin Hai's mother, Jiang Jingyi, a research professor at Longwu University. Lin Hai stood at the door, motionless, his gaze completely fixed on that figure. Fang Qi and Lin Hai did not interrupt Jiang Jingyi's actions. They merely stood silently at a distance, watching the scene unfold. Jiang Jingyi moved with utmost caution, slowly pouring the dark green potion into the container. The two potions in the container rolled for a moment before merging together. Upon witnessing this, a hint of joy appeared on Jiang Jingyi's face as she straightened up and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Turning around, she saw Lin Hai and the other person. The moment Jiang Jingyi laid eyes on Lin Hai, her expression froze in place. The mother and son exchanged glances. Time seemed to pause in that moment. Fang Qi quietly stepped back a few paces, giving them space. Then a tender smile flashed across Jiang Jingyi's face. Xiaohai, you're here. Come here, let mommy see you've grown so tall. Hearing the long-lost voice, Lin Hai felt a pang of sorrow in his heart for some unknown reason. Like a walking corpse, he walked to Jiang Jingyi's side. Jiang Jingyi embraced Lin Hai tightly, gesturing affectionately. You're already taller than me. Over these years, mommy really hasn't fulfilled her responsibilities as a mother. With a sigh, Lin Hai's body trembled slightly. It had been many years since they last met, so long that he had no impression in his memories. This brief moment of warmth was uninterrupted, as Fang Qi merely stood at a distance. Mommy, Lin Hai murmured softly, seemingly summoning all his courage. Jiang Jingyi's smile grew even brighter. Xiaohai has grown up, you are already a strong man now. You mustn't cry anymore. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai seemed unable to control the trembling of his body. Perhaps in the eyes of his parents, he would always be a child. After an indeterminate amount of time, the two reluctantly separated. Jiang Jingyi held Lin Hai's hand, just like, let's go, let mommy see your contracted spirit. Saying this, Jiang Jingyi led Lin Hai deeper into the laboratory, where there seemed to be a small room. Fang Qi followed closely behind them. Upon entering the room, the furnishings were quite simple, consisting of only a bed, a cabinet, and various instruments. As a researcher, Jiang Jingyi was surrounded daily by these cold machines. Lin Hai glanced around the small room, his gaze fixed. At the top of the wall hung a photograph depicting a family of 3 when Lin Hai was just a 3 or 4-year-old child. Standing between his parents, he wore a face full of innocent smiles. Below the photograph hung 10 shining medals. They were arranged in 3 rows, with the bottom row containing 6 medals engraved with a star pattern emitting faint star. These were the star-level medals Lin Hai had recently received. What is this? Lin Hai pointed at the wall, and a proud expression appeared on Jiang Jingyi's face. These are all the military honors your father received. 6 star-level military honors. What about the ones above? Jiang Jingyi smiled gently, her voice incredibly soft. The 3 in the middle are silver moon medals. Following Jiang Jingyi's words, Lin Hai looked at the 3 medals with moon patterns in the center. They did not shine like the star medals, but carried an air of mystery. At the top, there was only one medal shaped like a sun, resembling a blazing red sun, hanging above the 10 medals. Sun medal. Just 4 simple words, yet Jiang Jingyi's expression instantly darkened. Fang Qi, not knowing when he had quietly approached Lin Hai, whispered a word. The sun medal is awarded to martyrs. Hearing this, Lin Hai understood much more. Looking at Jiang Jingyi's dejected expression, he did not know what to say. Having heard many legends about his father, Lin Hai only now realized how great his father was upon seeing the wall full. I will surpass my father, Lin Hai declared firmly, and Jiang Jingyi nodded with a smile. Good, mommy believes you can now place your contracted spirit on the instrument. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai did as instructed, and summoned his contracted spirit, placing the ancient stone on the instrument. Instantly, several beams of light swept across the surface of the stone. Jiang Jingyi looked at the display screen of the instrument, inputting a series of data. The display screen began to change continuously. Lin Hai glanced at the stone which once again started to shimmer with a faint golden light, revealing the illusory figure of a monkey. Recalling the times when his contracted spirit had displayed its great power to help him out of crisis, Lin Hai was curious about what secrets this contracted spirit might hold. After a long while, Jiang Jingyi furrowed her brows. Shaking her head, she said, "Indeed, it is a contracted spirit that has never appeared before." Lin Hai turned to look at Jiang Jingyi, who sighed. The emergence of contracted spirits has been over 900 years now. There are all sorts of contracted spirits recorded in the database, and such occurrences usually do not happen. Contracted spirits are of a hereditary nature, generally inheriting their parents' contracted spirits, with only a small probability of mutations. Your situation is indeed too special. When news came from my city, you were the first person from Blue Star to awaken for the first time, manifesting an SS-level contracted spirit. At that time it sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the Dragon Country, and many wanted to bring you to the capital for thorough research. However, due to your father's circumstances, this did not occur. Jiang Jingyi's words were very light, but Lin Hai frowned. Being studied was not a good thing. He could end up becoming a lab rat. Seeing Lin Hai's pale expression, Jiang Jingyi gently patted his head. Don't worry, those are just a small number of extreme individuals. Most people still believe you can grow rapidly, even surpass your father, and become a representative of a new era in Dragon Country. After all, having an SS-level talent means boundless prospects. Hearing this, Lin Hai finally felt relieved. He did not want to become a lab rat studied by a group of people every day. Indeed, he had to become strong quickly, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to protect himself. You should stay in the capital for a while. I need to test your contracted spirit. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai did not think much of it, as he had originally planned to spend the new year here. Jiang Jingyi then walked aside, removed her white coat, and opened the wardrobe. As soon as the wardrobe opened visible, it was evident how long Jiang Jingyi had not worn her clothes, and most of them were work outfits from the laboratory. Jiang Jingyi changed into a simple outfit, made a few adjustments to her appearance, and led the two out of the laboratory, appearing as if she hadn't stepped outside in a long time. Let's go, Xiaohai. Since you just arrived in Kyoto, I'll take you around. Lin Hai naturally wouldn't refuse this request, and the three of them stepped out of the laboratory together. Outside, Old Yi was still leaning on his recliner as usual. Jiang Jingyi approached and bowed respectfully. Old Yi, you are resting here again. Old Yi opened his eyes upon hearing this, looking at Jiang Jingyi with a loving expression. Little Jiang, I have grown old, and enjoy resting here watching the children of the Dragon Kingdom's new era. You are a fine child. Jiang Jingyi, hearing this, glanced at Lin Hai and asked, have you met Old Yi? Come over and pay your respects. He is your father's teacher. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai realized how esteemed Old Yi was, being a teacher of his father, likely one of the most revered figures in the Dragon Kingdom. Old Yi. Lin Hai bowed respectfully once more, and Old Yi nodded in acknowledgement. No need for excessive formalities. Have you met Jing Tianyi? I sensed the aura of that fox from you. Lin Hai thought of his spatial mark and briefly recounted the events of the past few days. Upon hearing this, the others were also taken aback. You are only 15 and have already achieved stellar-level military merit. Even Old Yi showed a look of astonishment, sitting up straight. Lin Hai awkwardly nodded, feeling that he hadn't accomplished anything too remarkable. Old Yi chuckled several times, stroking his wonderful, wonderful. Achieving stellar-level military merit at 15 is indeed unprecedented throughout history. With this stellar-level military merit, you can be directly admitted to Dragon Kingdom University. Are you interested in coming to Dragon Kingdom University? You won't even need to attend the senior year, just come here directly. I can recommend you. Hearing this, Lin Hai was initially delighted, but soon calmed down. Skipping the senior year to go directly to Dragon Kingdom University sounded appealing, but he knew that the freshmen there would have an additional year's experience, and their spirit master levels could differ significantly. This was not advantageous for him. Although being directly admitted to Dragon Kingdom University sounded tempting, Lin Hai believed he could still gain admission on his own merits. Thank you, Old Yi, but I still want to take the entrance exam for Dragon Kingdom University myself. Upon hearing this, Old Yi smiled and nodded, not insisting further. I don't have any gifts for you, but I'll have your mother prepare 500 credits for you later as my greeting gift. Though Lin Hai didn't know what this was, it should be very useful. Lin Hai thanked Old Yi once more. After bidding farewell to Old Yi, the three headed towards the university city, which was a complete and vibrant area serving Dragon Kingdom University. They arrived at a magnificent pavilion specifically designed for the talented individuals of Dragon Kingdom University. This was the most famous medicinal cuisine restaurant in Kyoto. The so-called medicinal cuisine had a similar effect to potions, enhancing the strength of contract spirits, albeit at a slower pace than potions. Of course, it was also effective for spirit masters. Consuming these specially cooked ingredients could improve their physical qualities. The prices were quite expensive. This was Lin Hai's first visit to a medicinal cuisine restaurant. Y City had one too, but few could afford it, making it less bustling. The three ordered a table full of dishes. In front of Lin Hai was a dish made from the claws of a golden-level ferocious beast resembling the pig's trotters we often see. Eat up, Xiaohai, you should have a bit of these every day, or it will be very beneficial for you. Once you get into Dragon Kingdom University, it'll take you to find the best medicinal chef to customize a meal plan for you. Lin Hai took a bite of the pig's trotter. He felt nothing remarkable, but the taste was indeed very good. The three also ordered some spirit wine to celebrate their long-overdue reunion, and Lin Hai briefly shared about the events of this semester. Of course, certain segments were undoubtedly omitted, such as his contract spirit's impressive display of power, overpowering more than 10 silver-level contract spirits. Such things were too fantastical, no one would believe them, and it would only lead to unnecessary troubles. After finishing a portion, Lin Hai decided to step out to use the restroom. Not long after stepping out of the private room, a voice came from behind. Hey, you there, stop. Lin Hai frowned slightly upon hearing this, and turned to look. Seeing Luo Wenxuan's flushed face swaying as he walked, it was clear he had drunk quite a bit. Are you calling me? Lin Hai inquired, and Luo Wenxuan snorted. He approached Lin Hai. Yeah, I'm calling you. As Luo Wenxuan spoke, a waft of alcohol breath enveloped Lin Hai, making him wrinkle his nose. Listen here, I don't care who you are, or where you come from. Just remember to keep your distance from Fang Qi. She's the woman I have my— Did you hear that? Luo Wenxuan pointed a finger at Lin Hai, his tone brimming with arrogance. Lin Hai's eyes flashed with a hint of frost, as he swatted Luo Wenxuan's finger away. Did your mother never teach you not to point at others while speaking? Hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed across Luo Wenxuan. Kid, are you looking for death? Saying this, he swung a fist at Lin Hai's head unsteadily. Lin Hai furrowed his brow at this scene, sidestepping to dodge Luo Wenxuan's attack. He scanned the surroundings. They were currently in the corridor. There was a camera in the corner of the corridor. Lin Hai grabbed Luo Wenxuan's arm, placing his other hand on his shoulder. It appeared as if he were a good friend. Luo Xiao, you've had too much to drink. Let me help you to the restroom. Saying this, Lin Hai supported Luo Wenxuan towards the direction of the restroom. Luo Wenxuan struggled slightly, but soon found that Lin Hai's grip was like a vice, and no matter how he struggled, Lin Hai's physical strength, honed through long periods of training, was already not inferior to that of a black iron-level spirit master. Although Luo Wenxuan had some strength, he was still at a disadvantage against Lin Hai, especially since he was drunk. Lin Hai brought Luo Wenxuan into the restroom, which was thankfully empty. Seeing this, Lin Hai smiled in satisfaction and opened a small door in the restroom. He looked towards the toilet. Come on, Luo Xiao, you drank too much. Let me help you sober up. Saying this, Lin Hai exerted force, pressing Luo Wenxuan's head towards the toilet. Watching this unfold, Luo Wenxuan seemed to sober up considerably and began to struggle incessantly. Immediately, the sound of a pig's tragic scream echoed from the restroom. Faced with Luo Wenxuan's non-cooperation, Lin Hai could only unleash a flurry of punches, but he was very measured, avoiding the face, as injuries on the face could be seen, while those on the body would not. The sound of the toilet flushing continued, and when the restroom door opened again, Lin Hai was washing his hands at the sink, while behind him a shadow seemed to be upside down in the toilet. After dealing with Luo Wenxuan, Lin Hai hummed a little tune as he returned to his private room. This was merely a small interlude that did not overly concern Lin Hai. Although Luo Wenxuan possessed black iron-level strength, he would certainly not dare to casually summon a contract spirit in the strictly controlled Kyoto. Naturally, there was nothing to fear. Upon returning to the private room, the other two were somewhat curious about Lin Hai's lengthy absence. When they inquired, Lin Hai merely responded vaguely. The three continued to eat, but before long a series of piercing roars erupted from outside the door. Soon after the door was, several waiters were blocking a figure, but that person shoved them aside and barged through the door. It was of course Luo Wenxuan. At this moment, Luo Wenxuan bore no resemblance to a graceful young man, as he was surrounded by a peculiar odor. His clothes were completely soaked, leaving him looking quite disheveled. Kid, I'm going to kill you. With that, Luo Wenxuan charged towards Lin Hai. Lin Hai sat upright, not moving an inch, while Luo Wenxuan was restrained by several staff members. Luo Wenxuan, what do you think you are doing? This is not a place for you to act recklessly. Fang Qi slammed the table in anger. Hearing this, Luo Wenxuan shot a cold glance at Lin Hai. Lin Hai then stood up. Oh, isn't this Luo Xiao? How did you end up like this? Could it be that Luo Xiao has a habit of bathing in toilets? It's my fault. I saw Luo Xiao was drunk and kindly helped him to the restroom, but who would have thought Luo Xiao would end up— But Luo Xiao, what does this have to do with me? A series of words from Lin Hai made Luo Wenxuan furious, panting heavily, yet he opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. Could it be that he was beaten up by this kid, and then stuffed into the toilet for a flush? What about Luo Wenxuan's face then? At this moment, Luo Wenxuan had also sobered up quite a bit. Looking at his disheveled appearance, he realized that continuing to cause a scene would only make him more embarrassed. He turned to leave, leaving behind a cold voice. Kid, I'll remember you. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai merely scoffed. Luo Xiao, next time drink a little less. Even if you have a habit of bathing in toilets, you should at least wait until you're home. It's really not appropriate to do this in public. Look at what you've done to my private room. Originally halfway out the door, Luo Wenxuan suddenly stopped, glaring fiercely at Lin Hai. Kid, what else do you want? Nothing much. Luo Xiao just needs to pay for this meal, and that's it. Luo Wenxuan's eyes widened as he articulated each word. Are you dreaming? Fang Qi, having somewhat understood the situation, covered her mouth and snickered, but when she saw this scene, she also put on a serious face. Luo Wenxuan, you've turned this private room into a mess. How can we eat like this? It's already generous enough for you to pay the bill. Do I need to tell Director Luo about this? Upon hearing this, Luo Wenxuan's expression changed instantly. If this matter got out, he would truly be humiliated. After gasping a few times, he reluctantly nodded. Alright, I'll pay for this table's meal. With that, Luo Wenxuan stormed off in anger. After he left, Fang Qi could no longer contain her laughter, collapsing onto the table, unable to sit up straight. Huh. Lin Hai, tell me, what exactly did you do? With no one else around, Lin Hai spoke freely. Upon hearing that Lin Hai had taught Luo Wenxuan a harsh lesson, Fang Qi gave him a big thumbs up. Impressive. As expected of my brother, you helped me vent some anger. I've long found that annoying pest intolerable. Jiang Jingyi remained silent, merely observing the two children. She certainly did not care about their petty squabbles. Even if Lin Hai was at a disadvantage, she would not intervene. Let the children handle their own matters, especially since Lin Hai would not suffer losses. However, Xiao Hai, don't be fooled by Luo Wenxuan's refined appearance. He holds grudges deeply. You must be cautious, as this guy might set some traps for you. Lin Hai waved his hand casually, seemingly unconcerned. It's nothing, just a clown. If he dares to come again, I will make sure to publicize his toilet bathing habits at Longwei University. Upon hearing this, Fang Qi burst into laughter once more. After such a commotion, they certainly could not eat any longer, but fortunately the three had eaten about enough. Someone settled the bill, and the three walked out of the restaurant. Fang Qi suggested taking a stroll in the park square, while Jiang Jingyi seemed inclined to return to her experiments, but couldn't resist the two's persistent pleas. In the end, she joined the two for a walk in the park. It had indeed been a long time since she had been out, and most of her time was dedicated to scientific research in Longhua. Such a talented researcher deserved the respect of everyone. Upon arriving at the park, they found it filled with young boys and girls in pairs, a common place for couples to hang out. Lin Hai, in the center of this park, there's a wishing lake that is said to be particularly effective. Most wishes made here come true. Let's go take a look and make a wish. Lin Hai had never been particularly interested in such things. He believed in himself more than in wishes. However, since Fang Qi had suggested it, he did not refuse, as they were merely wandering. The three slowly walked to the center of the park. In the center was a pool of water surrounded by soaring fountains accompanied by lights, creating a unique aesthetic. Around the pool there was a circle of people writing their wishes on paper and tossing them into the wishing pool. Then they would clasp their hands in prayer, close their eyes, and silently recite their wishes. Fang Qi, seemingly in high spirits, stepped forward to buy several wish papers, handing one to each of the two. She hopped excitedly toward the wishing pool, giving off a vibe reminiscent of a neighborly girl, as if she was no longer the fierce northeast tiger Lin Hai knew. Fang Qi was writing something on the paper, and Lin Hai inquired, "What are you writing so mysteriously?" Fang Qi, hearing this, pressed the wish paper tightly against her chest, blocking it securely. She appeared somewhat nervous, and a hint of unusual blush appeared on her face. "What are you looking at? Go away." Fang Qi pushed aside Lin Hai beside her, appearing somewhat shy. Lin Hai scratched his head helplessly and did not say anything. Glancing at the wish paper in his hand, Lin Hai pondered for a long time, unsure of what wish to make, as it seemed there wasn't anything particularly significant he wanted to accomplish. If there was any wish, it would simply be to become stronger more quickly, for strength is the most important. After scribbling a few words, Lin Hai tossed the wish paper into the lake. Fang Qi had already written her wish, and the two exchanged glances. "What did you wish for?" Fang Qi asked Lin Hai, who revealed a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. "I wished for Luo Wenxuan to stop bothering you." Hearing this, Fang Qi seemed to take it seriously and gave Lin Hai's shoulder a playful slap. "You waste such an important wish on something so trivial." Lin Hai rubbed his shoulder, puzzled as to why Fang Qi placed so much importance on this matter. Even the logic of a northeast tiger was hard for him to comprehend. Jiang Jingyi walked over to the two of them. "All right, you two. Let's go for a walk over there." Jiang Jingyi interrupted their quarrel, and the two could only nod obediently. They walked deeper into the park along a dimly lit mountain path illuminated by the glow of streetlights. The young couple, walking hand in hand, resembled a beautiful painting. Lin Hai surveyed the surroundings, feeling a rare tranquility. Most of the past 6 months had been spent in a state of crisis. It was rare to have such a leisurely moment. However, the tranquility was clearly unrealistic. Unbeknownst to them, the three had wandered onto a remote mountain path with no signs of human presence around. At this moment, all three felt somewhat fatigued and were about to sit down to rest when Lin Hai noticed a faint glimmer in the nearby thicket. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a pair of eyes. Before Lin Hai could react, the eyes suddenly emitted a blinding light, and silken threads began to wrap around his body. "Be careful!" Lin Hai shouted, instantly entering the fusion spirit state and activating his enormous power, shattering the silken threads around him. Fang Qi also regained her senses at that moment, and the three huddled together as a series of bright lights appeared before them. There were at least dozens of ferocious beasts. How is this possible? How can ferocious beasts appear within Kyoto? Ferocious beasts should only exist in other dimensions, as not everyone in the Dragon Nation possesses the talent to control spirits. If ferocious beasts invaded the city, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Stop talking so much, quickly notify the civilians to evacuate and contact the Dragon Guardians." Lin Hai appeared remarkably calm at this moment, as such a scene was nothing compared to the dangers he had faced before. Fang Qi nodded, and was the first to summon her contracted spirit. A fiery bird spiraled up, spreading its wings with a few vividly lifelike feathers at the tips, looking quite majestic. This was Fang Qi's first contracted spirit, the heavenly spirit Fire Phoenix. It initially awakened at rank S, and after reaching the black iron level, evolved to S. The Fire Phoenix circled in the air as Fang Qi gathered all her strength, her voice resonating throughout the park. "I am Fang Qi, a student of the Dragon Nation University. Ferocious beasts have appeared in the park. Civilians, please evacuate immediately. The students of Dragon Nation University will ensure everyone's safety and maintain order." As Fang Qi finished speaking, chaos erupted in the park. Fortunately, the university was very close, and there were many students from Dragon Nation University present. As the students of the highest institution, they were the first to summon their contracted spirits. Meanwhile, all around the park, traces of ferocious beasts appeared, far more numerous than those facing Lin Hai and the others. Lin Hai's expression turned serious. The ferocious beasts before him were generally not very strong, with not even a black iron level among them. However, they were still man-eating monsters in front of ordinary people. After entering the fusion spirit state, and activating his immense power, Lin Hai smashed a spider with a single punch. Jiang Jingyi also began relaying messages. As a professor at Dragon Nation University, she immediately communicated the situation to the higher-ups at the university, as well as to the Dragon Guardians in Kyoto. You all handle the cleanup here, I will check other areas. Jiang Jingyi understood the seriousness of the situation. The ferocious beasts before them did not pose a threat to Lin Hai and the others, but the immediate priority was to evacuate the civilians. Lin Hai and Fang Qi nodded. Jiang Jingyi summoned her contracted spirit and left their side. On Lin Hai's side, he grew bolder as he fought. Although he was only at level 6, ordinary ferocious beasts at level 6 or 7 were no match for him. With the combination of Spirit Call and Charge, Lin Hai's terrifying power in the fusion spirit state was displayed, and before long there were already a dozen corpses of ferocious beasts before him. Fang Qi rode the heavenly spirit fire phoenix circling in the air, but she had yet to launch an attack. Their location was within the forest. With her fire attribute, contracted spirit launching an attack would easily cause a fire leading to greater trouble. After killing a dozen contracted spirits, Lin Hai began to breathe slightly heavier. The surrounding ferocious beasts were densely packed, numbering around 20 or 30. While they posed no significant threat to Lin Hai, larger troubles were bound to arise. Seeing this situation, Fang Qi sighed helplessly. The heavenly spirit fire phoenix under her feet emitted a cry, and as its wings flapped, faint sparks of fire began to grow larger. Like meteors gathering in the air, they ultimately fell towards the group of ferocious beasts. Under this meteor shower of flames, the level 6 and 7 ferocious beasts could hardly withstand such a powerful attack, all perishing in the sea of fire, flames erupting and igniting the entire forest, continuing to spread. Fang Qi. Lin Hai shouted anxiously, realizing that if the flames were uncontrollable, they would be in big trouble. Fang Qi certainly had her own reasons for doing this, and with a wave of her hand, a polar bear landed on the ground, and the gigantic bear pounded its chest, releasing a chilling aura that spread out. The previously uncontrollable flames were instantly contained under this aura, leaving only a scorched earth. Seeing this scene, Lin Hai finally breathed a sigh of relief, assessing the figure of the polar bear, realizing this was Fang Qi's second contracted spirit. When Fang Qi left Ice City, she was still at level 9, and this was Lin Hai's first time seeing her second contracted spirit, which was also an S-rank spirit. The two of them resolved the crisis before them when a beast's roar echoed throughout the entire jungle. Not good, a black iron level ferocious beast has appeared. Fang Qi's expression turned grave as he grabbed Lin Hai's arm, urging his fire phoenix to soar into the sky. At this moment, around 7 or 8 flying contract spirits had gathered in the air, all belonging to the spirit tamers in the park. Most of them were students from Longwu University. Upon hearing the sound, everyone moved toward the same direction. However, before several of them could reach it, a massive corpse had already crashed to the ground. It seemed that this black iron level ferocious beast had been killed in one strike. The crowd looked up in confusion, and in the distance Jiang Jingyi was riding a majestic unicorn resembling a stunning fairy. Lin Hai was stunned by this scene, as this aura belonged to a king-level expert. My mother is actually a king-level expert. Originally, Lin Hai thought his mother was merely a researcher, and while her strength wasn't weak, he assumed she was at most at the golden level. He never expected her to be a king-level expert. You all go evacuate the crowd, I will handle the powerful ferocious beasts myself. With a king-level expert present, many troubles would obviously be alleviated, and the crowd discussed briefly before dispersing. Don't come over, don't come over. A little girl sat on the ground, her face filled with terror, pushing herself back with her hands. Before her was a fierce giant wolf, closing in relentlessly. The giant wolf opened its gaping maw, saliva dripping down its jaws, seemingly savoring its meal. The girl let out a piercing scream, frightened, covering her eyes with her hands. However, the imagined pain did not come. Upon opening her eyes, she saw that the giant wolf was pinned down by an ancient stone, unable to move an inch. Lin Hai let out a sigh of relief and approached to help the girl up. It's alright, don't be afraid. Just keep walking in that direction, it's safe for now, and you'll be able to leave soon. The girl nodded, trembling as she replied, thank you. After the girl left, Lin Hai's brows furrowed tightly. The situation around was countless. Lin Hai did not pause for a moment, and continued to move deeper into the distance, checking if there were any ordinary people left behind. Help. Lin Hai had not taken 2 steps when he heard a cry for help from afar. Instantly entering a melding state, he raced toward the direction of the sound. Lin Hai passed through several towering trees, and found a family of 3 with the man standing protectively in front of his wife, and child, arms wide open. The woman and child leaned against a tree, their faces filled with fear. Surrounding them were about 3 or 4 coiling pythons bearing their fangs menacingly. Lin Hai locked onto one of them, and activated his charge skill instantly. As Lin Hai's body flashed past one of the pythons, was sent flying by his collision. Then with a gentle push from his foot, he activated his giant form, rising from the ground like a towering giant. You all hurry, and leave while I will hold them off. The man, upon seeing Lin Hai's appearance, suddenly collapsed to the ground, realizing that he was just an ordinary person, having chosen to bravely protect what he valued in the face of danger. Now he lay on the ground, unable to move. Lin Hai frowned slightly, preparing to say something, but the remaining 3 pythons had already launched their assault. With a hiss, a stream of venom was sprayed toward Lin Hai. This venom had a strong corrosive ability, and Lin Hai dared not resist it. However, his giant form was like a living target. Lin Hai had a sudden idea, locking onto one of the pythons, and a powerful suction force erupted from his palm. The python's body was instantly drawn toward Lin Hai. The venom was completely intercepted by the python's body. A painful howl echoed out as the python's form gradually disintegrated, as if it had been completely corroded. At this moment Lin Hai was not idle either. He threw a punch that directly crushed one of the remaining ones. With only one left, it clearly posed no threat. After defeating the enemies, the three of them were finally safe. Lin Hai briefly settled them before departing once more. Such situations were rampant, and about 10 minutes later Lin Hai heard the sounds of battle coming from a distance. He rushed toward the source of the sound for reinforcement. A blackhorn dragon was surrounded by about 20 or 30 ferocious beasts. In the distance a young man wore a disdainful expression, seemingly not taking these ferocious beasts seriously. The young man's strength appeared to be around level 7, and the blackhorn dragon was also in Rank Contract Spirit. Without hesitation Lin Hai entered a melding state, activated his charge, and entered giant form. The giant form of his body smashed down, directly crushing a group of ferocious beasts, creating a battlefield that was evidently more suited for Lin Hai's abilities. The young man in the distance noticed Lin Hai's arrival, but a flash of annoyance crossed his face. A skill flashed from the blackhorn dragon, also killing several ferocious beasts. Together the two quickly cleared out the ferocious beasts in the area. After resolving the battle, Lin Hai glanced at the young man, but said nothing as he prepared to leave. However, the young man called out to Lin Hai, "Kid, you stole my prey." Hearing this, Lin Hai halted his steps, turning around with eyes filled with frost. Throughout this journey Lin Hai had witnessed too many ordinary people struggling desperately. In such a critical moment of survival this guy was still thinking about credit. Your prey, eh? Do you know how many people are in danger because of these ferocious beasts appearing? And you still dare to tell me that this is your prey, eh? If that's the case, then this entire park is yours. Do you have the ability to save everyone? Lin Hai's voice was cold and heavy, leaving the young man speechless. The anger on his face only intensified. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? As he spoke, the blackhorn dragon stepped forward 2 paces, standing in front of Lin Hai. Facing this level 7 blackhorn dragon, Lin Hai was unafraid. A level 7 spirit tamer was not without the power. Their gazes locked, and for some reason the young man felt a sense of fear looking at Lin Hai. What's your name? You look like you should be a high school student, right? Lin Hai ignored the boy, focusing on the urgent task of cleaning up the ferocious beasts here. As Lin Hai turned to leave, the boy shouted out once more. Kid, remember this, I am a student of the affiliated high school of Longwu University, and my name is Long Ao. Lin Hai paid no attention to Long Ao's roar. It was merely the impotent fury of a child. For the rest of the time Lin Hai moved through the entire park like a firefighter. About 20 minutes later powerful auras began to emerge in the air. They finally arrived. Upon seeing these figures Lin Hai let out a sigh of relief. The support from the Dragon Guard had arrived, many of whom were from Longwu University. With their arrival Lin Hai no longer needed to handle other matters. Soon Fang Qi found Lin Hai first. How are you? You're not hurt, are you? Fang Qi's face was filled with worry, and Lin Hai simply smiled, and shook his head aside from feeling a bit exhausted. He was not injured. The stronger beasts had all been accurately killed by Jiang Jingyi, a king-level expert. The remaining beasts were not very strong, and although they posed some trouble for Lin Hai, he was not in danger of injury. It's nothing new, I just need to rest for a bit. Hearing this, Fang Qi finally felt relieved. She pulled Lin Hai aside saying, let's head back first. Aunt Jiang and the higher-ups from Longwu University still need to survey the area. We should return for now. Upon hearing this Lin Hai nodded as well. A king-level expert present would certainly not leave yet needing to clarify the situation. Upon hearing this Lin Hai nodded as well. A king-level expert present would certainly not leave yet needing to clarify the situation. Fang Qi led Lin Hai out of the park, but they could not use their contracted spirits to travel at this time. What had happened earlier was a special situation, and normally one could not summon contracted spirits at will. The two made their way back to the laboratory, where they would temporarily stay for a while. Late at night, Jiang Jingyi finally returned. The two inquired about the situation. According to the Dragon Guard's investigation, this was not an accident. There are traces of spatial-type contracted spirits at the scene. It seems someone was manipulating them. Upon hearing this, both of them were startled and exchanged glances. Lin Hai felt a wave of helplessness. It seemed he was jinxed with these criminals. Why was it that wherever he appeared he encountered these terrorists? Fortunately, this incident was discovered in a timely manner, and the spirit masters present quickly controlled the situation, preventing any major casualties. All things considered, it was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. The Dragon Guard would naturally handle the remaining matters, so Lin Hai did not need to worry. However, Lin Hai still kept a cautious eye. The ability to open nearby spatial passages to draw beasts was uncertain, but it might require a king-level spirit master. Yet a king-level expert in spatial techniques would be a well-known figure in the entire Blue Star, such as Zheng Tianyi from Longhua. If the Doomsday Church was behind this, it could mean significant trouble for him. After some contemplation, Lin Hai shook his head. What was he thinking? He was currently at Longwu University, where there were likely several king-level experts, plus his mother was there for protection. No one would be foolish enough to try to kill him at this moment. Soon Lin Hai fell into a deep slumber. After resting for a day in the dormitory, he was awakened by Fang Qi the next. Stop sleeping, come with me outside. Lin Hai rubbed his sleepy eyes and replied impatiently, what for? What time is it? Fang Qi's lips curled into a smile, as she pulled Lin Hai off the bed. It's already past 8, hurry up. Ooh, I need to go to the Contract Spirit Hospital. If we wait any longer we'll have to queue until midnight. Under Fang Qi's coercion, Lin Hai had no choice but to get up and leave Longwu University with her. Kyoto's Contract Spirit Hospital. This was the most authoritative place for contract spirit hospitals in the country, and it was here that Lin Hai truly understood the meaning of the term sea of people. The entire hall was packed with people, at least tens of thousands of them. Lin Hai realized that Fong Chi's words were not exaggerated. Had they arrived a bit later, merely registering would have taken them until midnight. After tremendous effort, the two finally managed to register, but upon reaching the consultation room, they still faced a long queue. The row of seats was filled with people, and most were standing. Seeing this, Fong Chi patted Lin Hai on the shoulder. "My dear brother, can you wait here for a moment? I have a matter to attend to, and will step away for a bit." With that, Fong Chi left without looking back, leaving Lin Hai feeling a bit lost in the wind. Glancing at the long line ahead, he realized it would be impossible to reach his turn in just a few hours. Lin Hai sighed helplessly and could only stand quietly in place. After an unknown amount of time passed, Lin Hai, feeling bored, looked around and unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. "Ling Ling, what are you doing here?" Lin Hai approached to greet Wang Lingling, who had come to Kyoto with him. Wang Lingling appeared deeply fatigued, her mental state seemingly not very good. "Lin Hai, I told you when I arrived that my contracted spirit was injured in the underground fighting arena, and I came here to check on it." "Oh right, I remember now," Lin Hai replied, also noticing that something was off with Wang Lingling. "You look unwell. Who has something?" Upon hearing this, Wang Lingling's expression dimmed slightly, as she opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately managed only a smile that looked worse than crying. "It's nothing, I guess I'm just not used to being in Kyoto yet." Lin Hai noticed Wang Lingling's abnormality, but since she didn't want to elaborate, he didn't press the matter. The two stood together chatting casually to ease the boredom of waiting in line. Just then a figure rushed through the crowd, directly cutting through the line. "Get out of the way. I'm looking for my daughter." "Who are you? Go queue up like everyone else." Lin Hai turned to see a middle-aged man, dirty and emitting an unpleasant odor, as if he hadn't bathed in a long time. His eyes were dull, devoid of any spirit. The man's actions ignited anger in the crowd, and soon a group of people began. However, the man paid no heed to the surroundings and charged directly in front of Lin Hai and Wang Lingling. Wang Lingling seemed somewhat terrified of this man, and instinctively took a step back behind Lin Hai. "You filthy girl, why did you come here? Hurry up and come home." As he spoke, the man reached for Wang Lingling's arm, while she took. Seeing this, Lin Hai stepped in front of Wang Lingling, blocking the man's gaze. "Uncle, please have some self-respect." Lin Hai whispered softly, but the man in front of him displayed a disdainful expression. "Get out of the way, it's none of your business. Am I not allowed to take my daughter home? Just stay aside." Hearing this, even Lin Hai was taken aback for a moment, glancing at the man and then at Wang Lingling. It's worth mentioning that the two of them did resemble each other to some extent. The few people waiting around also displayed expressions of bystanders glancing back and forth. "Lingling, what's going on?" Lin Hai inquired tentatively, but Wang Lingling's eyes suddenly turned red, appearing very emotional. "Get away. I have no money left. All my remaining money has already been given to you. I need to treat my contracted spirit's injuries and support my younger sister. I really don't have any money to give you. Get away." Wang Lingling's sharp voice echoed throughout the hall. The man sneered, "You spoiled girl, stop talking nonsense and come home with me." As he spoke, the man reached for Wang Lingling again, still unclear about what was happening. However, Lin Hai firmly grabbed the man's arm. "Uncle Lingling has already said she doesn't want to go back with you. This is the Kyoto Contracted Spirit Hospital, please have some self-respect." Lin Hai's voice was calm, yet filled with determination. The man glanced at Lin Hai, struggling to break free, but he was just an ordinary person and was no match for Lin Hai. "You're not this girl's sugar daddy, are you? It's quite surprising that she's already learned to find a sugar daddy at such a young age. I will make sure to teach him a lesson today." As he spoke, the man seemed truly prepared to strike, raising his palm towards Wang Lingling, who stood dazed in place, seemingly unaware of how to resist, forgetting even to dodge. Lin Hai's gaze turned cold as he leaned forward, using his shoulder to slam into the man's chest. With a single blow, the man staggered back a few steps, and his hand that was meant to strike missed. "If you continue to cause trouble, I will call security." Lin Hai's face had already shown signs of anger, and the onlookers around were starting to lose patience. Everyone could see that this man was not a good person. "Yes, she doesn't want to go back with you. What are you making a fuss about? Where is security?" As voices of outrage emerged, the man shot a fierce glance at Lin Hai, rubbing his sore chest, realizing that continuing the disturbance would not benefit him. "You spoiled girl, wait for me." After saying this, the man turned and left, looking defeated. Only then did Lin Hai turn to. At that moment, Wang Lingling was already in tears, curled up on the ground, appearing pitiful. Lin Hai recalled their first meeting. This girl had been willing to bear high-interest debts for her sister's illness, yet had a father like this, truly a pitiful person. Lin Hai said nothing and asked no questions, simply squatting beside Wang Lingling and gently patting her back. After a long while, Wang Lingling took a deep breath and her mood seemed to have eased somewhat. "He is indeed my father." Lin Hai did not interrupt her words, choosing to listen silently. "He is a scummy gambler. When I was young, he often abused my mother and me and my sister. My mother worked 3 jobs every day to support us, but all the money she earned was taken by him to gamble. Until my mother couldn't take it anymore, she took us sisters and ran away, cutting off contact with him. We escaped to City, but my mother, worn out from years of hard work and domestic abuse, soon passed away. With no other choice, I worked hard to support my sister, but when she fell ill, I ended up in debt. This time I came to Kyoto, and I don't know how he got my information, but he kept pestering me for money. I couldn't avoid him, and he said he would sell me to a wealthy young master." By the end, Wang Lingling's voice had turned choked with emotion. Lin Hai frowned, remaining silent as he gently patted her back. Not knowing how to comfort Wang Lingling after all this was her family matter, but in his heart Lin Hai felt that this man was truly. Lin Hai took a deep breath. "Don't worry, I can help you with the money issue. If there's nothing else, you should return to Ice City soon, and Wang Lingling timidly nodded, the shadow of her childhood seemingly enlarging. After a while, Fang Qi also returned to the hospital and asked the two on the ground, "How, what happened to you two?" Fang Qi noticed the tear stains at the corners of Wang Lingling's eyes and the grim expression on Lin Hai's face. Lin Hai sighed deeply, saying nothing, just shaking his head. Fang Qi understood his meaning and did not press further. They waited until nearly evening before they were finally called in. Wang Lingling entered first, and Lin Hai and Fang Qi did not follow. "Brother, has something happened?" Fang Qi took this opportunity to ask Lin Hai. Lin Hai briefly recounted what had just occurred. Hearing this, Fang Qi clenched her fists tightly. "Damn, how can there be such scum? Do you remember what he looks like? Should I go teach him a lesson?" As she spoke, Fang Qi seemed really ready to take action, but was pulled back by Lin Hai. "My dear sister, this is ultimately a family matter of theirs. Let's not meddle recklessly. Once she finishes treating her contracted spirit's injuries, she will return to Ice City and there shouldn't be any major issues. My dear sister, this is ultimately a family matter of theirs. Let's not meddle recklessly. Once she finishes treating her contracted spirit's injuries, she will return to Ice City. Doctor, my contracted spirit has been lethargic after eating something in another space." As she spoke, the space beside Fang Qi shattered, revealing a giant bear head. However, it was just a head. Seeing this, Lin Hai felt a wave of curiosity. This was called semi-summoning, a special tech. Only spirit tamers of black iron rank and above could master it. The doctor took out a bunch of instruments, and after examining, he looked at Fang Qi. "Actually, there's no major problem. It ate a type of rare treasure, but your contracted spirit hasn't digested this powerful energy. After a while, once it digests it, it should be fine." Upon hearing this, Fang Qi felt relieved, and after a simple conversation with the doctor, she led Lin Hai out of the room. Wang Lingling was still standing in the corner, and Fang Qi approached her first. "Come on, sister, tonight, I'll treat you to a feast." Perhaps out of sympathy, Fang Qi appeared quite familiar. The two of them had only met twice, so they could only be considered acquaintances. Wang Lingling glanced at Lin Hai, and ultimately, the three left the hospital and casually found a small restaurant to sit down by the roadside. The atmosphere felt somewhat heavy, and Lin Hai appropriately tried to change the topic. "Lingling, are you also in school?" Wang Lingling seemed a bit distracted and nodded. "Yes, I'm currently in my second year of high school." "Second year? Why haven't I seen you at school?" Wang Lingling managed to win 500,000 in the underground spirit fighting arena, indicating she must be quite strong, yet Lin Hai had never seen her at Ice City. "No. One high school. You must be from No. One high school. Ooh, I go to No. Two high school. Ice City. No. Two offered me a very high scholarship. Ooh, I couldn't refuse it." Hearing this, Lin Hai understood. Generally, those with talent would choose No. One high school, which is the best school in Ice City. Schools like No. 2 and No. 3, knowing they can't compete with No. 1, often lure students from difficult backgrounds like Wang Lingling with high scholarships. This also helps improve the overall performance of the school. "Let's eat, Lingling. Let's not think about that scoundrel. How about I help?" Fang Qi picked up a piece of food and placed it in Wang Lingling's bowl, appearing indignant. Wang Lingling merely shook her head with a wry smile. "Thank you, Sister Fang Qi, but there's no need to bother. I might return to Ice City tomorrow. There shouldn't be any more problems, just avoid contacting him in the future." Hearing Wang Lingling say this, Lin Hai and Fang Qi exchanged glances and didn't say much more. The atmosphere during this meal was somewhat heavy. Fang Qi wanted to help Wang Lingling, but was repeatedly refused. Wang Lingling appeared to be a person of great integrity, unwilling to easily accept help from others. She had only taken Lin Hai's 500,000 as a last resort. After the meal, the three parted ways at the restaurant's entrance. Lin Hai and Fang Qi stood in place, watching Wang Lingling's figure gradually fade away. Both were somewhat worried. "She won't run into any trouble, will she?" Fang Qi asked while Lin Hai remained silent, his brow. "Forget it, this is Kyoto after all. No one would dare to cause trouble. Let's head back early, Aunt Jiang is still waiting." Fang Qi quickly overturned her statement, and Lin Hai could only nod in agreement. It was already dusk, and they had wasted an entire day seeing a doctor. The two drove back to Longwei University, and it was completely dark. Lin Hai practiced briefly, and prepared to rest well. Jiang Jingyi had informed Lin Hai that she would test his contract spirit the next day. At night, Lin Hai lay in bed tossing and turning, feeling restless, sensing that something was about to happen. He thought of Wang Lingling from the afternoon. Although they had just met, her tragic situation stirred a sense of compassion within Lin Hai. Sat up, took out his phone, and dialed Wang Lingling's number. The phone rang continuously but received no response. Could something really have happened? Lin Hai's brow furrowed, and his expression suddenly changed. A system panel popped up. Wang Lingling has been captured, and the coordinates have been sent to the host. Option 1, go alone to rescue her. Reward, increase contract spirit attributes by 5%. Option 2, call the Spirit Control Bureau to inform them, and rescue Wang Lingling. Reward, medium amount of spirit control power. Option 3, stay out of it. Reward, small amount of spirit control power. Seeing the system panel, Lin Hai jumped off the bed. This was no longer a matter of choosing, something had truly happened. Lin Hai quickly dressed, and a map appeared before him, showing Wang Lingling's current location. Without a second thought, he headed straight for the spot marked on the map. Meanwhile, in a magnificent villa near Longwei University, Luo Wenxuan, dressed in pajamas and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, leaned back against an ornate sofa, holding a wobbling wine glass in his hand, looking nothing like the mess he was in after yesterday's incident. Wang Lingling's father knelt on the ground like a dog, wearing a fawning smile. "Young Master Luo, this is my daughter. What do you think? Is she to your liking?" Hearing this, Luo Wenxuan cast a cold glance. At this moment, Wang Lingling was bound tightly, two men in black, holding her up, forcing her to look up. Wang Lingling's face was filled with despair, and terror, her expression one of hopelessness. Luo Wenxuan examined her carefully and nodded. Not bad, she does have some looks. Alright, you can go now. You want me to repay the 1 million gambling debt? Hey, race $1 million in this card, you can take it. Saying this, Luo Wenxuan threw a bank card in front of the man. Upon hearing this, the man immediately began to bow to Luo Wenxuan, his head striking the ground repeatedly, producing a series of crisp sounds. He then carefully picked up the bank card from the ground, like a servile dog crawling slowly towards the door. After the man left, Luo Wenxuan stood up. Take her to my bedroom. Tonight I intend to relax, and I heard she's still. Upon hearing this, Wang Lingling began to struggle wildly, but as a young girl, she was no match for these strong men, and her spirit control powers had long been sealed. Even if she could summon them, it would be akin to asking for death. In the bedroom, Wang Lingling slumped against the wall, finding it difficult to even move a finger due to the ropes binding her. Luo Wenxuan opened the bedroom door and walked up to Wang Lingling. She looked down as he approached. This action caused Luo Wenxuan's expression to change instantly. He grabbed Wang Lingling by the hair, forcefully lifting her head. Wang Lingling let out a choked cry. You filthy girl, understand your current identity. I detest seeing women like this. First I'll cut your hair short. Saying this, Luo Wenxuan picked up a pair of scissors nearby, while Wang Lingling began to struggle incessantly, further enraging Luo Wenxuan. He slapped Wang Lingling across the face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the bedroom, leaving a bright red handprint on her face, with 2 drops of blood trickling from her mouth. This slap seemed to extinguish all of Wang Lingling's thoughts, making her like a resigned walking corpse. The scissors moved through her hair, and her beautiful long locks gradually shortened. Luo Wenxuan's expression became frantic, as if he were admiring his masterpiece. Ha ha! Suddenly Luo Wenxuan burst into laughter, grabbing a long whip from somewhere. With a fierce swing, the whip struck Wang Lingling's body, instantly leaving a bloody mark. Up! Wang Lingling let out a painful scream, her body retreating a few steps, her face filled with terror. The whip struck against Wang Lingling's delicate body, leaving behind gruesome blood streaks. Completely bound, she had no ability to resist. All she could do was curl up and roll on the ground. What are you so arrogant about, you filthy woman? Fangqi, there is no one I, the young master, cannot have. It'll make you arrogant, it'll make you arrogant. Luo Wenxuan's expression grew even more frenzied as he raised the whip high, creating a gust of wind. Wang Lingling's screams gradually faded. In the villa's courtyard, a vehicle crashed through the villa's front door. Lin Hai leapt down from the car, facing about 4 or 5 figures. Who are you? No one is allowed to enter here. Lin Hai spoke without a hint of hesitation, his face cold as frost. He surged forward and punched one person squarely in the chest. After taking down one person, the remaining few drew out batons surrounding Lin Hai. Even here, Wang Lingling's cries were a rare glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lin Hai's eyes. Flexing his fists, he did not call upon his contracted spirit, charging alone toward the few in front of him. Though these individuals were not weak, they stood no chance against Lin Hai, who was feared as a human-shaped tyrannosaurus. Lin Hai swiftly dealt with the few of them. He headed straight for the room where the sounds were coming from his arrival, naturally alerting the villa's security, who were rushing from all directions. At this moment, Lin Hai had already kicked open Luo Wenxuan's door, seeing the situation inside. Luo Wenxuan's face was filled with madness and terror. In his hand, a long whip dripped with crimson blood. Wang Lingling lay limp on the ground, her body marked with shocking wounds that even revealed bone. Her once beautiful long hair was cut into a disheveled mess. A fierce rage flashed through Lin Hai's eyes, a kind of anger he had never felt before. Kid, I haven't come looking for you yet, and you dare to come to me. Luo Wenxuan saw Lin Hai clearly now, and let out a cold. The events that transpired in the bathroom yesterday had humiliated Luo Wenxuan, and he had been planning to find trouble with Lin Hai, not expecting Lin Hai to come right to him. I will kill you. With that, Lin Hai lightly stepped forward and charged toward Luo Wenxuan. Luo Wenxuan did not expect Lin Hai to take the initiative, and he suddenly swung the whip. The whip drew a graceful arc in the air, but was firmly caught by Lin Hai. After grabbing the whip, Lin Hai pulled hard, and Luo Wenxuan immediately felt a tremendous force, his body uncontrollably drawn toward Lin Hai. Then a fist loomed large before him, as Lin Hai unleashed a full-force punch, striking Luo Wenxuan's face. A piercing scream echoed throughout the villa, and Luo Wenxuan's body flew back like a kite, with its string cut crashing against a wall. His golden-rimmed glasses shattered completely, the fragments cutting into his refined face. Luo Wenxuan struggled to stand, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Kid, you're looking to die. With that, the space beside Luo Wenxuan cracked open, as if something were about to emerge. However, just a breath later, the crack in space suddenly closed. Luo Wenxuan stood dumbfounded, looking down to see a silver-white handcuff on his wrist having somehow appeared there. This is the Spirit Binding Ring. The Spirit Binding Ring was a trophy Lin Hai found on Yi, capable of locking the powers of contracted spirits, and of course Lin Hai kept such a good item on him. Luo Wenxuan, being a black iron level spirit master, would be a formidable opponent if he summoned his contracted spirit. Lin Hai would indeed be no match for him. Though Lin Hai was furious, he did not lose his rationality. At this moment, Luo Wenxuan, bound by the Spirit Binding Ring, was like a toothless tiger. Lin Hai's face was cold as he slowly approached Luo Wenxuan. By now the madness had completely disappeared from Luo Wenxuan's face, replaced by deep fear. His voice trembled slightly. Bro, please calm down. You can take this woman away. Oh, I have money. I have a lot of money. Please don't act impulsively. Lin Hai's gaze was like that of a demon from hell, and at this moment Luo Wenxuan had no doubt Lin Hai would kill him. A group of bodyguards burst through the broken door into the room. However, they dared not act recklessly as Lin Hai had already gripped Luo Wenxuan's throat. The bodyguards exchanged glances, and one shouted, "Let our young master go, or Director Luo will not spare you." Upon hearing this, Lin Hai turned his head and shot a cold glance, giving no response, and the force in his hand increased a little. Luo Wenxuan's body was lifted into the air, struggling and trembling continuously. Barely squeezing out a voice, he said, "Let me go, I can give you whatever you want." "Let me go." Lin Hai's eyes were filled with frost. He wanted nothing more than to crush Luo Wenxuan before him, but he knew he couldn't do that. Not to mention whether Director Luo would go mad, the laws of the Spirit Binding Bureau and Long Kingdom would not spare him. However, letting this kid off would be too lenient. Lin Hai's gaze turned cold as he raised his right leg. He suddenly kicked at the area between Luo Wenxuan's legs. "Ah!" A painful howl echoed in the room. Luo Wenxuan's pants burst out with a spray of blood. Seeing this, Lin Hai released his grip and Luo Wenxuan's body crumpled to the ground, curling up in evident agony. "Kid, how dare you treat me this way? I will kill you, I will definitely kill you." Having lost the most important thing as a man, Luo Wenxuan's face was again filled with rage. He looked towards the distant bodyguards. "What are you all dawdling for? If anything happens while summoning your contracted spirits, I will take responsibility. Kill him for me." Hearing this, the bodyguards hastily summoned their contracted spirits, a variety of spirits appearing in the room, causing the small space to shatter, the ceiling above completely torn apart. Witnessing this, Lin Hai entered a state of spirit merging, shielding Wang Lingling behind him and grabbing Luo Wenxuan. "If you move, I can't guarantee he will survive." Lin Hai's actions left the bodyguards hesitant, exchanging looks as they were unsure how to proceed. Just then an old voice echoed from the air. "Kid, you've gone a bit too far. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents." As a voice echoed through the air, a powerful aura swept across the surroundings. Lin Hai instinctively sensed a pressure in the atmosphere. Looking up, he saw the figure of an old man in the sky riding on a strangely shaped bird. Another king level. Lin Hai felt the overwhelming aura of the king level tightly gripping Luo Wenxuan in his hand. This was his lifeline, and it was clear that this person was not here with good intentions. The newcomer was none other than Luo Wenxuan's father, the director of Longwu University. Director Luo looked at the situation below and let out a cold grunt. "Kid, let go of my son, and come with me to the Spirit Bureau, and he'll spare your life. Otherwise I will have to suppress you here today." Upon hearing this, Lin Hai remained unfazed. "Old man, you can try, I guarantee he will die before me." With those words, the old man's expression shifted slightly. Although he was a king-level expert, he was not confident he could kill Lin Hai before he made a move. Luo Wenxuan was his only child, and he could not afford to take that risk, otherwise he would have acted directly without "Kid, do you know who you are talking to? It's not too late to turn back now, otherwise I will have to teach you a lesson for your parents." As Director Luo's voice faded, a cold voice echoed from afar. "Old Luo, you have no right to discipline my child." A majestic unicorn floated down with Jiang Jingyi and Fang Qi sitting atop it. They arrived above Lin Hai. Seeing that Lin Hai was fine, Fang Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Then he jumped down from the unicorn and stood beside. In contrast, upon seeing Jiang Jingyi, Director Luo's brow furrowed tightly. "Jiang Jingyi, is this your child?" Jiang Jingyi's expression was calm as she silently nodded. "Yes, this is my child with Tianxing." Mentioning Lin Tianxing made Director Luo's body tremble slightly as the once great figure seemed to emerge, his gaze fixed on Lin Hai. "Good, very good. The child of Lin Tianxing. You are braver than your father." Hearing this, Lin Hai couldn't help but laugh. He was entirely unafraid, even when facing a king-level expert. "Whether I'm brave or not is not for you to decide. But your son has indeed lost his courage. Kid." Before Lin Hai could finish his words, a powerful aura erupted from Director Luo, as the large bird seemed to be preparing some skill. The unicorn let out a call, and silver light spilled across the sky, locking onto Director Luo in front of them. "Enough. I will take him today, you cannot stop me," Jiang Jingyi declared, firmly, exuding an undeniable authority. Director Luo's body heaved as he assessed the few people before him. With things escalating to this extent, there was no way to back down. If a king-level battle erupted, he too would face significant consequences. Moreover, killing Lin Hai here with Jiang Jingyi's protection was becoming increasingly unlikely. "You can take him, but I will report this to the Spirit Bureau." "As you wish," Jiang Jingyi said, waving her hand at Lin. "Xiao Hai, let him go, and let's leave." Lin Hai nodded, and threw Luo Wenxuan to the ground like a dead dog. He then approached Wang Lingling, forcefully tearing the ropes off her body. At this moment, Wang Lingling's eyes were dull and lifeless, as if she had lost all her spirit, with blood dripping from numerous wounds on her body. Seeing this scene, Lin Hai felt a surge of anger again. He glanced at Luo Wenxuan, but now was not the time to act. Lin Hai picked up Wang Lingling and returned to the unicorn with Fang Qi. The four of them rode off into the distance, disappearing into the air. Director Luo cast a cold glance at them, barely able to contain the killing intent in his eyes. Under the leadership of the king-level expert, the four quickly returned to Longwu University. "Leave him to me. They'll take her to the infirmary. You and Aunt Jiang go back, and don't leave the lab for now. The lab is a restricted area of Longwu University. Even Director Luo cannot easily enter, let alone cause trouble there. You will be absolutely safe there. Oh, we will talk again when the situation calms down." Fang Qi sighed as he looked at Lin Hai, a series of words following. Lin Hai nodded, looking at Wang Lingling in his arms, feeling a wave of sorrow. After handing Wang Lingling to Fang Qi, the four went their separate ways. Jiang Jingyi took Lin Hai back into the lab. Xiao Hai, don't worry. With Mom here, no one can hurt you. Lin Hai's expression was grim, not because he had caused trouble, but because he had not been able to kill Luo Wenxuan directly. This scum would eventually die by his hands. I've caused trouble, Lin Hai murmured, and Jiang Jingyi showed a loving expression, affectionately ruffling Lin Hai's. This isn't even real trouble. Your father was far better at causing trouble than you. Go rest quickly, Mom has to step out for a bit. Saying this, Jiang Jingyi directly left Lin Hai's side, as it was temporarily safe here. Watching Jiang Jingyi's retreating figure, Lin Hai understood that although she spoke lightly, this matter was not so easily resolved. As the director of Longwu University, Director Luo possessed not only his formidable strength, but also extensive connections. Just his students alone constituted a terrifying number. If he was determined to cause trouble for Lin Hai, this force could not be underestimated. In the future, coming to Longwu University would likely involve plenty of complications. Lin Hai sighed helplessly. He had already acted, so he would not regret it. Troubles are things that will find you whether you seek them. After lying in bed, Lin Hai received a system reward, an increase of 10% in all attributes for his contract spirit, which was quite significant. This enhanced Lin Hai's strength once again. He opened his phone and sent a message to Fang Qi inquiring about Wang Lingling's current condition. Fang Qi quickly replied, reassuring Lin Hai that there was no need to worry. The infirmary at Longwu University was no worse than any hospital, and it was the best choice for Wang Lingling to recuperate here. However, she was currently a bit disoriented and seemed to need some time to rest. Seeing this, Lin Hai felt a pang of pity for the girl who had experienced such shadows in her childhood and now faced this ordeal. Fortunately, he had arrived in time, otherwise what might have happened next was hard to imagine, and it could have led to irreversible consequences. The next day, Jiang Jingyi left the laboratory early, her destination unknown, but she instructed Lin Hai not to leave the place under any circumstances. Lin Hai understood that the trouble he had caused would be difficult to resolve in the short term, so he stayed in the laboratory to cultivate diligently. During this time, Lin Hai wanted to check on Wang Lingling, but was refused by Fang Qi, who informed him that Wang Lingling was currently occupied. With no other option, Lin Hai remained alone in the cultivation room. About 7 days passed, and Fang Qi returned to the cultivation room. Lin Hai inquired about Wang Lingling's situation and learned that she had already left Kyoto. After her injuries improved, Fang Qi personally escorted her to the plane back to Ice City, and she should not encounter. Wang Lingling had a younger sister to take care of in Ice City, and of course, she couldn't stay here forever. Upon hearing that Wang Lingling was safe, Lin Hai felt relieved. In the past few days, Kyoto was turbulent primarily due to Lin Hai's situation. Lin Hai had severed Luo Wenxuan's lifeline, and naturally Luo Wenxuan would not let this go easily. He reported the incident to the Spirit Control Bureau, immediately claiming that Lin Hai had trespassed and deliberately harmed someone. The Bureau did initiate an investigation, but ultimately the matter was suppressed. One reason was that Lin Hai, as the descendant of Lin Tianqing, a martyr, had a special identity, particularly because, secondly, Lin Hai had previously achieved a stellar level merit which was akin to a Gatuda fail-free card. Ultimately, what he had done could have been either serious or minor. In the end, after Jiang Jingyi had Elder Yi intervene, the storm surrounding this matter ceased completely. However, it seemed that Director Luo did not think so, and would likely seek trouble with Lin Hai when the opportunity arose. During this time, Lin Hai kept himself away from worldly matters and continuously cultivated in the laboratory, yet his progress was painfully slow. The spiritual power gained from such monotonous cultivation was far inferior to the system rewards, but it was better than nothing. At least there was some improvement. Soon New Year's Eve arrived, and the entire Longwu University, even all of Kyoto, was enveloped in a festive atmosphere. With the revival of spiritual energy, the era had changed significantly. However, the Spring Festival remained the most important holiday in Longwu. On the playground of Longwu University, Fang Qi arranged a row of firecrackers on the ground. Lin Hai, come here quickly. Upon hearing Fang Qi call him, Lin Hai approached and joined her in lighting the fireworks. The fireworks soared into the sky, bursting into a beautiful display. Having witnessed the splendid skills of contract spirits, the fireworks still had their own unique charm. Jiang Jingyi stood behind the two, revealing a subtle smile. On New Year's Eve, the three of them sat at the dining table, engaging in casual conversation. Sister Fang Qi, did you send New Year greetings to Uncle Fang Cheng? Make sure to send my regards as well, but why didn't you go back? Lin Hai asked Fang Qi, who shook her head slightly. My parents are getting older, and the winter in Ice City is too cold, so they went to the South Sea for vacation. Coincidentally, I also have some matters to handle at school, so I didn't go back. Hearing this, Lin Hai silently nodded and glanced at Jiang Jingyi beside him. Mom, if there's nothing else, I will be heading back to Ice City tomorrow. After the New Year, school was about to start, and he realized he had stayed in Kyoto for over half a month. It was time to return to Ice City. Jiang Jingyi looked at Lin Hai with a hint of reluctance in her eyes before finally shaking her. Don't go back. Oh, I've already arranged for you to take leave. Just stay here. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai set down his bowl and chopsticks, looking quite confused. Why not? Jiang Jingyi smiled and explained to Lin Hai. The sophomore courses won't be of much help to you right now. Most of your time back home will be spent on your own cultivating. Lin Hai wholeheartedly agreed with this. The only important knowledge was from the cultural classes, but with the system's assistance, he had already acquired all the knowledge from high school. So going to school didn't hold much significance. However, Lin Hai did not interrupt Jiang Jingyi. Just stay at Longwu University to cultivate. I've applied for a cultivation room for you where you will surely gain something, and I've even found a teacher specifically for you. Teacher? Lin Hai looked at Jiang Jingyi in confusion, who smiled and shook her head. You'll know who it is when you see him. Of course, there's one more thing. The governor of Baiyuan province sent me a message some time ago. It was about the Apocalypse Church. In fact, there are also the Night organization involved. Recently, Baiyuan province has become increasingly unstable. Being the northern border of Longwa, you should be quite familiar with these two organizations. When you return to City, you might fall into danger. The Dragon Guardian will need to arrange protection for you. Your current strength is still too weak, so it's best to stay by my side for now. Director Luo will probably not remain quiet either. After hearing Jiang Jingyi's words, Lin Hai fell into deep thought. Staying here to cultivate seemed beneficial, but it would be difficult to trigger the system options here. It might be better for him to go out and explore. However, Jiang Jingyi made valid points. He had too many enemies. Until he became stronger, it was wise to prioritize his. Reluctantly, Lin Hai agreed to stay with Jiang Jingyi. The fireworks of New Year's Eve burst in the sky, marking Lin Hai's growth another year, though he was still just a 16-year-old child. 3 days later, right after the spring festival, Jiang Jingyi took Lin Hai out of the laboratory, saying she would take him to meet that teacher. Lin Hai was very curious about this teacher. The two left Longwa University. It wasn't exactly leaving, but they were no longer within the main campus. After all, Longwa University was about to start classes, and Lin Hai was not yet a college student. They wandered into a training ground, where Jiang Jingyi led Lin Hai into a room. Inside the room, there was an elderly man meditating with his eyes closed, appearing quite languid. Upon seeing this elder, Lin Hai displayed a shocked expression. Is that Elder Yi? The elder in front of him was indeed the Elder Yi Lin Hai had met twice. He looked at Elder Yi, then at Jiang Jingyi, wondering if this was the teacher she had found for him. Elder Yi's strength was undoubtedly formidable, and it seemed Jiang Jingyi had put in considerable effort. The resting Elder Yi opened his eyes upon hearing the commotion and waved at Lin Hai. Come here, kid. From today onwards, you will temporarily stay by my side. I won't go easy on you. Lin Hai instinctively took 2 steps back as he listened to Elder Yi's words, fully believing in the truth of what was said. Elder Yi had once taught someone as formidable as Lin Tianxing. However, looking at Elder Yi's appearance, it seemed he had been retired for quite some time. It was indeed not easy for him to come out and guide him this time. Elder Yi, I will work hard, he said. Listening to Lin Hai's words, Elder Yi nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Jingyi bowed to Elder Yi and said, Elder Yi, I will leave Shao Hai in your hands. I apologize for troubling you these past few months, Elder Yi. Elder Yi slightly nodded and did not say much more. Jiang Jingyi tidied up Lin Hai's clothes and after a few words of advice left the training room. Inside the training room, only Lin Hai and Elder Yi remained. Facing Elder Yi, Lin Hai appeared somewhat restrained. Elder Yi took the initiative to speak. I have heard that you have practiced fusion of spirits, which is somewhat similar to your father's abilities. I am not proficient in fusion of spirits and cannot teach you anything about that, but I can teach you how to enhance your strength. With that, Lin Hai stayed by Elder Yi's side and began a grueling 5-month training. 5 months later, inside the training room. Surrounding the training room were peculiar artillery pieces that emitted intense light, launching shells that targeted a figure in the center. Lin Hai faced the attacks from all directions with full force. The giantization technique suddenly activated, elevating his body, and under the enhancement of giantization, Lin Hai's combat power increased significantly. A faint golden light flickered around his body. Although the presence of the golden armor talent skill was not very prominent, as an SS grade contracted spirit's innate skill, it was undoubtedly divine. After 5 months of training, Lin Hai's strength successfully reached the peak of level 7, nearing level 8. Although the increase in spirit master level was not much, Lin Hai was no longer the same as before. The shell struck Lin Hai's massive body, but left not a single trace. Elder Yi, witnessing this, nodded in satisfaction and raised an operating lever. Now this is the intensity of level 9. I wonder if you can withstand it. Hearing this, Lin Hai's expression became much more serious. The 5 months of rigorous training had significantly increased his combat power, and the previous level 8 attack had barely scratched him. However, this level 9 shell was different. A shell struck Lin Hai's chest. Under the effect of giantization, it seemed to create only a ripple, yet Lin Hai took 2 steps back. After steadying himself, Lin Hai rubbed his chest, feeling a pain, but it was still within an acceptable range. Elder Yi's face was filled with a smile as he pressed a button, causing the surrounding artillery to retract, and then several figures appeared on the ground. The auras of these figures were about level 7 or 8. They were fierce beasts simulated by technology from Longwa. For the past 5 months, Lin Hai had not had a single day of proper rest, constantly battling against them. Until he was exhausted in terms of combat experience, he had already surpassed his peers, even outclassing ordinary black iron level fighters. A roaring tiger charged at Lin Hai with an aura of around level 8. Lin Hai faced it without fear and initiated. He crashed heavily into the tiger's body, sending the tiger flying. It skidded for several meters, knocking down 2 other. The remaining fierce beasts surged forward. Lin Hai's massive frame moved with power, and a punch fell like a heavy. He smashed the 3 fierce beasts before him into dust, transforming them into a series of data that vanished before Lin Hai's eyes. However, the danger surrounding him was far from over. Faced with their siege, Lin Hai waved his hand, and the spirit calling wind technique was unleashed. 2 completely different forces erupted simultaneously with a pull and a blow. As his combat experience improved, Lin Hai's proficiency with skills was also steadily increasing. The surrounding fierce beasts swayed like trembling leaves under these 2 attacks, struggling to maintain their balance. At this moment, Lin Hai's charge skill was off cooldown. The charge activated once more, and Lin Hai directly plunged into the throng of fierce beasts, unleashing all his power in a single punch. The 7 or 8 fierce beasts in front of him could hardly withstand Lin Hai's furious assault. Meanwhile, Lin Hai grew bolder in battle. Under the enhancement of the indomitable fighting spirit, he could already disregard these fierce beasts. The battle ended far quicker than Elder Yi had imagined. Soon all the surrounding fierce beasts turned into a series of data, leaving only Lin Hai standing alone. Lin Hai raised his head, his appearance somewhat disheveled, with his bare upper body revealing several scars. Such training inevitably led to injuries, and these scars reflected what Lin Hai had endured over the past few months. His once fair skin now bore traces of bronze, but his gaze was sharper than ever. Elder Yi jumped down from the control platform and patted Lin Hai's solid muscles. Not bad. Any ordinary level 8 spirit master is definitely not your match now, and you might even have a chance against level 9 opponents. I am quite satisfied with your performance these past few months. I will be waiting for you at Longwu University in a year. It's about time your training ends here. Go out and see your mother. Hearing this, Lin Hai nodded in a daze. 5 months of high-pressure training had left him somewhat disoriented. However, the growth in his strength was tangible, and it was indeed time to go out. As Lin Hai stepped out of the training room, the blinding sunlight nearly prevented him from opening his eyes. A strong sense of discomfort washed over him. It was now July, and summer break had already begun. It was time for him to return to Ice City, and he believed the turmoil had already settled. But before that, he needed to visit his mother. Lin Hai called Fong Qi, and shortly after she appeared before him, taking in Lin Hai's transformation. Fong Qi expressed surprise, saying, "Wow, little brother, you've become so sturdy. It looks like you've benefited greatly from this period." Lin Hai could only smile helplessly. It was more than just a great benefit. He felt he was on the verge of madness. "Sister Fong Qi, please don't tease me. Let's go back and see Mom." Lin Hai got into the car with Fong Qi, and they drove back into Longwu University. Returning to the familiar laboratory, Jiang Jingyi had long been waiting and seemed to have heard about Lin Hai's exit. Jiang Jingyi heard that Lin Hai was leaving and thought it was time to return to Ice City. During the last 3 days in Kyoto, Lin Hai mostly slept. The long training had taken a toll on his body, and he needed to rest well when he got back. On the plane, Lin Hai fell into a deep sleep. At Ice City Airport, he returned to the long-missed Ice City, feeling the familiar temperature. Although it was July, Ice City was not as sweltering as Kyoto. He opened his phone and found hundreds of messages from LV Feng, as he hadn't had the chance to touch his phone in these past few months. Before entering the training room, Lin Hai informed LV Feng that he would stay in Kyoto this semester, along with messages from Xianningsing and Wang Lingling. LV Feng's last message mentioned the special training class. After some inquiry, Lin Hai learned that in their senior year, every high school would set up a special training class, which was essentially a sprint class. This class gathers students capable of challenging the top universities in Longwu together, and it receives full support from the... It was essentially an upgraded version of the Yuling class, which was considerably stronger than before. Although Lin Hai hadn't attended classes for a semester, his name still appeared on the special training class list. He needed nothing more. That SS level talent was enough for Lin Hai to secure this spot. Lin Hai exited the airport, hailed a taxi, and prepared to go home and rest. After stating his destination, the taxi slowly drove into the city center of Ice City. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Hai noticed a figure waving ahead, seemingly trying to hail a cab. The driver stopped the vehicle beside the man, and before the driver could ask, the man had already opened the door and entered the taxi. With a silly grin, the man said, "Brother, it's really hard to catch a cab out here in the wild. I appreciate you sharing a ride." Lin Hai glanced at the man, who appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old. Indeed, it was tough to catch a cab in such a remote area. Seeing that Lin Hai had said nothing, the driver pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle sped forward. Once they entered the city, traffic began to get congested. The driver, caught off guard, nearly collided with the car in front, and had no choice but to slam on the brakes. Due to inertia, both Lin Hai and the man leaned forward uncontrollably. Sitting in the front seat, Lin Hai managed to stabilize himself, but saw a butcher's knife suddenly appear between him and the driver. This unexpected sight left both Lin Hai and the driver stunned. They exchanged glances, and then turned simultaneously to look at the man in the back. The man awkwardly smiled, picked up the butcher's knife, and tucked it into his waistband. "Sorry, I didn't hold on tightly." The driver and Lin Hai both felt a chill run down their spines. Without hesitation, they opened the car door and forcibly kicked the man out. What kind of joke was this? Who carries around a butcher's knife? Do they look like good people? The vehicle sped away, leaving the man behind, who shouted, "Driver, don't leave me behind." This little incident was quickly forgotten by Lin Hai. Lin Hai arrived at his destination, opened the dusty door, and found that there was no pile of dust as he had imagined. It seemed someone had cleaned up. He didn't have to think hard to know it was Fong Chung. Although Fong Chung wasn't in Ice City during the new year, he should have returned after the holiday. Lin Hai didn't ponder much and collapsed onto his bed for a deep sleep. After resting for 3 full days, Lin Hai finally recovered. Although he still felt a bit dazed, the aftereffects of his previous training had mostly subsided. It was now July, and the special training class would start a month earlier than regular classes, likely beginning in early August. There were about 10 days left. Lin Hai also received a call from LV Feng. "Hey Lin Hai, you're back, but didn't say you'd come find me. Hurry to the old place, I'm waiting for you with Lao Xia." LV Feng seemed unchanged after such a long time. However, since he was back, Lin Hai decided to pay a visit. It was still the same food stall where the 3 of them had their first meal together. When Lin Hai walked in, he saw LV Feng wearing a black leather jacket, not minding the heat of the summer. Lao Xia still had his shy demeanor. "Long time no see, brother Lin." LV Feng greeted Lin Hai first, and Lin Hai responded with a smile. "Long time no see." After Lin Hai sat down, the 3 began to chat while enjoying skewers. "By the way, Lin Hai, did you know that Lao Xia is also coming to our school's special training class?" Huh. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai looked at Xianningsing in surprise. Xianningsing's strength was only around level 5, not quite level 6, so there was still a significant gap before he could enter the special training class. Xianningsing nodded, revealing a proud expression. Because my contract spirit is quite special, I was specially recruited by Ice City No. 1 High School into the special training class. We will be classmates from now on. Lin Hai understood. Auxiliary contract spirits received bonus points in the college entrance examination. The treasure mouse was even rarer and more valuable, so it wasn't surprising after thinking about it. Lin Hai, you were in Kyoto for so long. We agreed to explore the alternate space, but we haven't gone yet. How about we go tomorrow? There are still 10 days until school starts, there's time. Lin Hai glanced at LV phone. To be honest, he felt a bit tempted, but in the end he still declined. The after effects of the high-pressure training had not completely worn off, and he should relax for now. Going to an alternate space filled with danger was not beneficial for him. Moreover, 10 days was not enough time to explore an alternate space. Let's just stay put. Every day you're thinking about running around. Lin Hai complained and picked up a skewer to eat. Upon hearing this, LV phone scoffed, but did not insist, leaning closer to Lin Hai's ear instead. Brother Lin, I haven't seen you for so long. I wonder what your strength is now? Lin Hai's Yuling level was roughly level 7, almost level 8, and he was likely to break through soon. Just a bit over level 7. Lin Hai purposely downplayed it. According to his estimation, LV phone should also be at level 7 by now, which was already far ahead of his peers, and expected to challenge the black iron level before the college entrance exam. To his surprise, LV phone burst into arrogant laughter. Haha, little Lin, how come you've slacked off so much, and let me tell you, your big brother is now an 8th level Yuling. Lu Feng's arrogant laughter echoed continuously in the food stall, and even his address changed to Xiao Lin, resembling someone who had achieved success. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lin Hai also showed a look of astonishment. This guy actually reached level 8. What does level 8 signify? If nothing unexpected happens in a year's time, Lu Feng could stabilize at the black iron level. It's important to know that in past college entrance exams there were at most 1 or 2 individuals in the entire Long Nation who could break through to the black iron level before the exams. Such prodigies could be directly admitted to Long Nation University. This represented an extraordinary talent for cultivation. Lin Hai then realized that despite his already high regard for Lu Feng, he still underestimated him. Impressive. Lin Hai was not discouraged. He would also reach level 8 soon, and this slight gap was nothing. For the first time, Lu Feng won over Lin Hai in a certain sense, revealing a satisfied smile. Don't worry, Xiao Lin, I will take care of you in the special training class from now on. Lin Hai said nothing more, only shaking his head with a wry smile. After the meal ended, the two insisted on dragging Lin Hai to have fun. Although Lin Hai initially wanted to refuse, he realized that the pressing matter was to relax his mind. So he agreed. 2 hours later, the three of them were sprinting down a road. Lin Hai's face darkened as he looked at the two beside. Damn it, Lu Feng, I swear I can never trust you again. As Lin Hai's voice fell, Lu Feng rarely showed an awkward expression. The reason was that Lu Feng told Lin Hai there was a nearby chicken place that was exceptionally delicious. Lin Hai didn't think much of it at first, but upon entering, he realized something was off. The three caused a ruckus inside, and were being chased by the security guards. Fortunately, all three had decent physical fitness, quickly shaking off their pursuers. This incident further confirmed Lin Hai's belief that Lu Feng was unreliable. After returning home, Lin Hai directly shut the door to visitors. No matter what Lu Feng said, he would not go out with him. 10 days later, the date for the special training class opening arrived. Lin Hai returned to the long-lost Ice City No. 1 High School, greeting the familiar security guard at the school's entrance. It had been 6 months since he last entered here. Inside Ice City No. 1 High School, it appeared very quiet. It wasn't the official start of the school year yet, but the special training class would commence early. Lin Hai inquired with the security guard, confirming the location of the special training class. As soon as Lin Hai arrived at the classroom door, he heard a noisy commotion. Lin Hai, you guys have heard of him, right? He's the master of the SS-level Contract Spirit. Let me tell you, he's my little brother, so from now on, just call me Brother Feng. Lin Hai shot a glare at Lu Feng, speechless. This voice was all too familiar. Entering the class, he indeed saw Lu Feng animatedly giving a speech. He didn't even notice Lin Hai's entrance, but Chu Mingyao was the first to spot Lin Hai. Lin Hai! Chu Mingyao exclaimed in delight, and everyone's gaze turned to Lin Hai. Oh, Xiao Lin, you're here. Look, this is Lin Hai. Lin Hai glared at Lu Feng, feeling quite speechless, and scanned the classroom. At this moment, most of the classmates had arrived. There were only 30 students in the special training class, but Lin Hai was surprised to find that only a few familiar faces were present. When they entered first year, everyone had not yet awakened their contract spirits, and it was in second year that they began to exhibit them. Thus, many children who didn't manage to enter Ice City No. 1 High School transferred there only in the second semester of their second year. During the semester Lin Hai was absent, class Yuling underwent a major turnover. This was essentially the prototype of the current special training class, of course with special students like Xianningsing among them. Lin Hai scanned the room, finding few familiar faces, but then he spotted a figure. Tang Zhe was still hiding in a corner, coldly watching Lin Hai. Although Tang Zhe often faced setbacks at Lin Hai's hands, his talent and strength were still quite good, making it normal for him to enter the special training class. However, Lin Hai's expression quickly froze. What are you doing here? Everyone followed Lin Hai's gaze to see a young boy scratching his head and standing up. A shiny butcher's knife hung from his waist, exposing itself to the eyes of the crowd, scaring the children into hastily backing away. Hey, we meet again. As the boy seemed to want to approach Lin Hai instinctively took 2 steps back. You stop right there, what is that butcher's knife for? Upon hearing this, the boy actually drew out the butcher's knife from his waist. Oh, you mean this? I usually use it to cut meat. Not explaining was fine, once he explained, everyone took a few steps back again. Cut meat? What meat? Lin Hai also wore a dark expression, while Lu Feng showed a look of surprise. Hey brother, I see you have an extraordinary appearance. Would you like to be my brother Lu Feng? From now on in this special training class, I will look out for you. Lin Hai looked at the two in front of him, and a single phrase popped into his mind. Like attracts like. The boy seemed quite sure Han Xian. Lu Feng. The two had just met, and were already slinging arms around each other walking to the last row of the class. Lu Feng saw that there was another seat next to him, and unceremoniously pulled Lin Hai to sit down. Lin Hai instinctively wanted to refuse, but this guy was so chatty that Lin Hai felt a headache coming on, and he had no choice, as everyone was noisy. A middle-aged figure walked into the classroom. His eyes were sharp like an eagle's, surveying the entire class. His powerful presence rendered the class silent. Nice to meet you all, let me introduce myself. My name is Su Yuanlong, and I am your teacher for the special training class. I have led every cohort of the special training class in the past. From today onwards, remember one thing, you are students of the special training class, and here you have only one task to accomplish: achieving good grades. You are all here to challenge the top universities of Long Nation. As long as your grades are good, you can ignore all the rules. Of course, I mean the school rules. If it involves killing or arson, that will be under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Regulation Bureau. Hearing this, everyone had nothing more to say. They came here precisely to improve their grades. Additionally, there is one more thing I need to inform you in advance. The special training class for the third year is mandatory for boarding. In the afternoon, school personnel will come to assign your dormitories. Please be prepared, everyone. Tomorrow there will be a spirit examination within the class which will determine the initial rankings of the class. Do not underestimate this examination, it will decide how many cultivation resources you can obtain. Upon hearing these words, the crowd exchanged glances, while Lin Hai showed little reaction. For him, accommodation held no special significance, as he would be alone at home. The other regulations were not much different from those in the Yuling class. On the first day of school, there were no classes arranged. It was simply a brief introduction to what the special training class would entail. After the introduction, it was their free time, and classes would officially begin the next day. On the school rooftop, Lin Hai opened his cola while the three beside him chattered away. Of course, it was Lu Feng, Han Xian, and Xianning Sheng. Lin Hai was purely dragged along by Lu Feng. Han Xian, which school did you come from previously? I think your strength should be quite impressive, right? Han Xian scratched his head, looking at Lin Hai's usually shy demeanor, which was a stark contrast to a psychotic wielding a butcher's knife. I was from the 4th middle school of I City, and I was the top student there. Lu Feng became intrigued upon hearing this. Wow, that school is formidable to have brought their top student here. Then your strength must be quite strong, right? Han Xian smiled wryly, and shook his head. Actually, I don't have much combat power, you'll see tomorrow. This statement piqued Lin Hai's curiosity. He glanced over, wondering if he too was like Xianning Sheng, a supportive contract spirit. Old Xia, what will you do tomorrow? Your contract spirit has no combat power. Xianning Sheng seemed unconcerned. It's okay, even if I can't win, I can still play with them. The four of them sat on the rooftop for a while before heading to the dormitory, which had already been assigned. When Lin Hai saw the list of dormitory assignments, he wore a look of despair. His three roommates were precisely the trio that had been discussing animatedly on the rooftop. It was easy to imagine the chaos that would ensue from spending a year as roommates with these three. The four arrived at the dormitory, and the other three were rather excited. It seems we are truly fated, we'll be roommates from now on. Don't worry, Lu Feng will look after this dormitory. As he spoke, the three chose their beds, leaving the remaining one for Lin Hai. Lin Hai contemplated for a long time before reluctantly accepting this arrangement, thinking he could endure it. However, reality proved that he was clearly overthinking. In just one afternoon, Lin Hai felt as if his ears had died multiple times. One Lu Feng with an unusual thought process, and one Han Xian, who carried a butcher's knife and seemed a bit unhinged. Coupled with Xianning Sheng, who had been influenced by Lu Feng and blended in perfectly, Lin Hai was the only one who felt out of place. Lin Hai picked up his phone and angrily dialed Su Yuanlong. He blurted out, "Teacher, I want to change my dormitory." Su Yuanlong, upon hearing this, seemed unsurprised. He had indeed learned about these students in advance, and there was a reason for this arrangement. Lin Hai, I understand how you feel right now. If these people in your dormitory were assigned to someone else, those people wouldn't even need to attend classes. I know you are the most outstanding student from the first high school of I City, and I hope they can learn more from you, which is why I arranged it this way. Just bear with it a little longer. That's not right, teacher. Su Yuanlong finished speaking without giving Lin Hai a chance to respond, and hung up the phone directly. Listening to the hang-up tone from his phone, Lin Hai reflected on Su Yuanlong's unrealistic expectations. Learn from them. You must be dreaming. Oh, it would be remarkable if I didn't go crazy being around them. Lin Hai sighed in resignation, realizing that changing dormitories seemed impossible. Did he really have to live with them for a year? As he thought this, he turned around and was startled, sitting up straight. Because beside his bed, the three were staring at him intently, looking rather eerie. Change dormitories? Did Lin Hai just say he wanted to change dormitories? I don't know, but it seems he still has to stay here. A little Lin is just unaware of his good fortune. From now on, our dormitory will be the ace of the special training class. Lin Hai once again slumped back onto his bed, covering his face with a pillow, unwilling to hear another word from the three. The afternoon was designated for free activities. After some discussion, they all decided to head home to inform their families, and to bring back some bedding and similar items. Lin Hai finally had some free time. Just as he stepped out of the dormitory door, he unexpectedly ran into Chu Mingyao. Chu Mingyao called out to Lin Hai. Lin Hai, you've been missing for so long, I didn't know where you went. Lin Hai glanced at Chu Mingyao beside him and casually replied. It's nothing new, I just went to Kyoto and got delayed by some matters. Chu Mingyao nodded silently, and the two walked together toward the school gate. Along the way, Chu Mingyao briefly shared some recent happenings with Lin Hai. Eventually she got to the point. By the way, my uncle wants to invite you to my house for dinner. Are you free recently? Upon hearing this, Lin Hai felt puzzled. He had only met Chu Liang and the others by chance, and with the myriad of tasks in the special training class and needing to stay on campus, it was probably not allowed to go out casually. The special training class probably doesn't allow casual outings. If there's a holiday, I'll consider it again. Chu Mingyao showed no reaction to Lin Hai's refusal, as if she had grown accustomed to it. The two parted ways at the school gate. Lin Hai did not head home, but went to Fong Cheng's house instead, partly because he hadn't seen Fong Cheng since returning, and partly to inform him about his dormitory situation. Fong Cheng, of course, was already aware of this matter, as Fong Chi had also come from the special training class of first high school back in the day. It was not until deep into the night that Lin Hai reluctantly returned to the dormitory. As soon as he entered the dormitory, he heard a commotion. A3. A king bomb. Are you crazy? I said I can't play a king bomb. The three of them were holding playing cards, and Lu Feng and Han Xian were at odds with each other. Lu Feng stared wide-eyed at the king bomb overlaid on a 3. You're saying my 3 is a king bomb? Han Xian solemnly nodded, looking somewhat silly. Yes, I need to overwhelm you with— Lu Feng seemed to be rendered speechless by Han Xin's logic, and waved his hand dismissively. Alright, play, and let me see how you do it. Can you beat me with 17 cards? 3 8s, 3 9s, 3 10s along with 3 pairs of planes, I'm out. After saying this, Han Xian threw down his playing cards, 15 cards, plus the earlier king bomb. Lu Feng looked utterly incredulous. The facts lay before him, and he like a deflated balloon threw his cards away. I'm not playing anymore. Lin Hai walked into the dormitory and glanced at the 3 people in front of him, curling his lips slightly. The 3 also greeted him. I was thinking about our dormitory's first team building activity tonight, but you didn't answer my call. Lin Hai had indeed seen Lu Feng's call, but the events from last time lingered in his memory, making it impossible for him to go. I have some matters at home tonight, and didn't notice the call. Lin Hai casually replied, and found his bed to rest. The 3 appeared to be quite enthusiastic, chatting back and forth, and the entire dormitory was filled with their boisterous voices. Finally, before Lin Hai could lose his temper, the dormitory door was knocked on. Open up, can you keep it down? It's late, and people need to sleep. Hearing the voice outside the door, Lu Feng and Han Xian exchanged glances, and a hint of excitement appeared on their lips. Then Lin Hai saw the two draw out gleaming butcher knives from their waists. Lu Feng stepped forward and opened the dormitory door. 4 individuals with angry expressions stood outside, seemingly from the neighboring dormitory. When they saw Lu Feng and Han Xian, their previously arrogant demeanor vanished completely, as the gleaming butcher knives were clearly not for show. Oh, sorry, our dormitory members are a bit lively. This is all my responsibility as the dorm leader. Really sorry, we'll be more careful next time. By the way, what were you saying just now? Lu Feng wore a chilling smile coupled with the butcher knife in his hand, which made it hard not to overthink. The 4 stepped back a few paces, their initial anger completely replaced by panic. No problem, we didn't realize it was Brother Feng's dormitory. It's our fault for sleeping too early. You all continue, please continue. Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction, patting one of them on the shoulder. This kid is sensible. If anything happens in the future, feel free to come find me in our dormitory. The others nodded repeatedly, and then scrambled away. Lin Hai, witnessing this scene from his bed, twitched the corner of his mouth. The emergence of campus bullies made the special training class seem extraordinary. The next morning, Lin Hai, fighting off drowsiness, opened his eyes. It wasn't that he didn't want to sleep, rather these people wouldn't let him, as the incessant chatter had persisted all night. Today was the assessment day for the special training class, and none of the others slept in. However, unlike Lin Hai's grogginess, the 3 appeared refreshed. Let's go, today is the day our dormitory makes a name for itself. Saying this, Lu Feng grabbed the butcher knife, and was the first to leave the dormitory, with Han Xian following closely behind. Lin Hai helplessly covered his eyes, and was reluctantly forced to follow the 3. The 4 arrived at the Spirit Combat Arena. At this moment, the Spirit Combat Arena was already filled with members of the Special Training Class, and the 4 found their designated. As students of the Special Training Class, your practical combat ability is also a crucial factor. In battle, I hope you can display your utmost capabilities. Each of you should show your highest level. Next, I will call out names. Those called will proceed to the arena. First match, Lu Feng Zhangke. Upon hearing Su Yuanlong's voice, Lin Hai's gaze fell on Lu Feng. Lu Feng was currently the obvious strongest in the special training class, the only 8th level spirit master. There seemed to be about 10 people at the 7th level, while the rest were still at the 6th level. Hearing his name called first, Lu Feng revealed an arrogant smile, and walked to his designated position on the arena. In contrast, Lu Feng's opponent lowered his head deeply. This person was none other than the one who came to their dormitory to cause trouble last night. Facing Lu Feng, he knew he was no match. Su Yuanlong's arrangement was also to preserve the seed player's strength. For Zhang Ke, feeling helpless, arrived at his position, and the first battle was about to begin. At this moment, a long-lost system panel lit up before Lin Hai. Option 1, achieve first place in the special training class assessment reward with 100 system points. Option 2, achieve a top 3 position in the special training class assessment reward with 50 system points. Option 3, achieve a top 10 position in the special training class assessment reward with 10 system points. The long-awaited system panel brought Lin Hai joy. His system points were currently at 0. Returning to I-City was not as safe as in Kyoto, where he had the protection of Elder Yi and his mother, so he needed to save some points as a backup to avoid significant danger. At this moment, the battle on the arena officially began. Lu Feng was the first to summon his contracted spirit, the Mo Yuchilin, which emerged from the shadows enveloping the ground in a black mist. Like a swamp, as Lu Feng's strength increased, the area covered by the swamp also expanded significantly. Lin Hai could instantly tell that this swamp was entirely different from what he faced before. It seemed Lu Feng had acquired a new skill. His opponent also summoned his contracted spirit, which was an 11 dog appearing to be only at the 6th level. Although it was decent among peers, it was insufficient in the special training class, especially against Lu Feng. Lu Feng didn't even look at his opponent, but instead gazed at the classmates below. How did you know I was at 8th level? Oh, how did you find out my Mo Yuchilin is in level contracted spirit? I wanted to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it. The faces of the crowd were filled with awkwardness as the battle officially commenced. Watching Lu Feng's nonsensical behavior, Zhang Ke's face revealed a fierce expression. Suddenly, the little dog displayed a fighting spirit. A massive fireball formed in its mouth, launching an attack towards Lu Feng's Mo Yuchilin. Lu Feng showed no reaction, not even glancing at the developments in the arena. The fireball quickly reached the Mo Yuchilin. As the dark swamp below churned, a cloud of black mist gathered, engulfing the fireball and instantly devouring it as if it had never existed. Zhang Ke's expression changed drastically as he commanded his contracted spirit to continue the attack, but he suddenly realized that his connection with the spirit seemed to have been severed. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the little dog had been ensnared by numerous black vines like tentacles extending from shadows, binding it tightly. Zhang Ke tried several times, but found he couldn't issue any commands, ultimately lowering his head in defeat as the gap. Although Lu Feng was not a reliable person, the strength he displayed at this moment was enough for everyone to remember the name Lu Feng. Few had even seen clearly what Lu Feng had actually done. Lin Hai also silently nodded. Lu Feng had always been the only opponent among his peers that he regarded seriously. In this assessment, he remained his greatest enemy. Moreover, Lu Feng had already reached level 8. Although Lu Feng's contracted spirit was only of S-Rank, it was quite peculiar. Lin Hai had seen many S-Rank contracted spirits, yet none were as mysterious as the Mo Yuchilin. The Mo Yuchilin was completely different from Lin Hai's Shirtu. The Dozhan Xinyuan was a power-type contracted spirit, while this Qilin seemed more inclined towards control. Whether it was the shadow swamp or the elusive tentacles, they were truly difficult to defend against. After Lu Feng's battle concluded, Su Yuanlong nodded in approval, approaching to announce the name of the second battle. Han Xian and Tang Zhe. The two familiar names fell into Lin Hai's ears, and he turned to look at Han Xian. Han Xian showed no reaction and quickly walked towards his designated position. As he brushed past Lu Feng, "Come on, brother, don't embarrass our dormitory." Han Xian smiled and nodded, moving to one side of the arena. In contrast, Tang Zhe remained his usual self, wearing a look of disdain as he stood opposite Han Xian. Before the battle commenced, he cast a deep glance at Lin Hai, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Hai was also quite interested in this battle. He was curious about Han Xin's strength and wanted to see how much Tang Zhe had grown during. A roar of a tiger echoed as the familiar saber-toothed tiger landed on the arena, first causing the platform to tremble slightly beneath it. Immediately after, a massive turtle seemed to slowly rise from the ground of the arena. The turtle radiated an earthy yellow glow, and its heavy shell was as thick as Lin Hai's enlarged arms. The moment it appeared, it exuded an oppressive aura. Even Tang Zhe's expression darkened considerably. Though Han Xian was unreliable, it seemed that this contracted spirit was not weak. Both were at level 7, and Han Xin's contracted spirit was also in a rank potential Xianjia turtle. As the protective shield of the arena rose, it signified the official start of this battle. Once the battle began, neither of the two on the platform made any moves, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Tang Zhe, unable to gauge Han Xin's capabilities, dared not act recklessly. The turtle immediately withdrew into its shell, sitting in a corner of the arena like a lid. The saber-toothed tiger let out a roar and charged towards the Xianjia turtle, raising its sharp claws and slapping down onto the heavy shell. As the saber-toothed tiger's strike landed, a flash of earthy yellow light flickered above the shell, resembling a sequence of characters that briefly appeared. A tremendous sound erupted. The shell remained intact, while the saber-toothed tiger clutched its paw, seemingly stunned. The onlookers exchanged glances, and Lin Hai curiously assessed Han Xian. Defensive-type contracted spirits were not uncommon, but one that could withstand a full-force strike from a spirit of the same level unscathed was rare. Seeing his attack ineffective, Tang Zhe's anger intensified. He commanded the saber-toothed tiger to unleash a flow. The saber-toothed tiger's claws relentlessly struck the turtle's shell, but the Xianjia turtle remained motionless, silently enduring all the assaults. About 10 minutes passed, and the saber-toothed tiger retreated 2 steps, its paws showing faint traces of blood, its body panting heavily. Such a furious assault also incurred considerable recoil. Yet the turtle's shell remained undamaged. Upon witnessing this, Han Xian revealed a sneer. Then for the first time, the turtle's head emerged from its shell. The crowd perked up, believing Han Xian was finally about to. However, the next scene left everyone dumbfounded. The turtle raised its head and spat at the saber-toothed tiger. A glob of saliva splashed onto the saber-toothed tiger, which blinked in confusion. After realizing what had happened, it angrily raised its claws and aimed a strike at the Xianjia turtle. But before its attack could land, the Xianjia turtle had already retreated back into its shell. Tang Ze, seeing this, clenched his teeth in frustration as the external attacks continued. Hey, come hit me. I'm out again, I'm going back in, I'm out again, I'm going back in. Come hit me, come hit me. Han Xin's arrogant words echoed, leaving everyone in shock. It was the first time they realized that fighting could be like this. Tang Ze's face turned pale. Each time the turtle's head poked out of its shell, it spat a glob of saliva, which had zero lethality, but was extremely insulting. In contrast, no matter how powerful Tang Ze's attacks were, even with all his skills unleashed, he still couldn't harm the turtle's shell in the slightest. Tang Ze was not foolish either. He understood that this turtle had no offensive capability. As long as he could outlast it, he would not lose. However, although Han Xin's contracted spirit had no offensive power, its verbal assaults were fully charged, driving Tang Ze to the brink of annoyance until he ultimately had no choice but to concede. Thus, an extremely dramatic battle slowly came to an end under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Han Xin stepped down from the arena with the stride of a victor, while Tang Ze's glare seemed as if it could devour a person. When Han Xin returned to Lin Hai and Lu Feng's side, Lu Feng immediately gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Does your turtle have no offensive skills at all? Han Xin scratched his head, revealing an awkward smile. I was afraid of pain, so I invested all in defense. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai's mouth twitched. Just because you are afraid of pain doesn't mean your contracted spirit is. If one didn't know better, they might think you cultivated the fusion spirit technique and were afraid of death. Though Han Xin's contracted spirit lacked any offensive capabilities, its terrifying defense made it difficult for even a saber-toothed tiger of the same level to inflict any damage. To harm it, one would need at least a level 8 spirit master. Lin Hai was also unsure if he could break through Han Xin's defense. Until he tried, everything remained uncertain, but Lin Hai's strength was certainly not something like Tang Ze could compare to. Su Yuanlong also assessed Han Xin. He had to admit that Han Xin's strength surprised him. Such an extreme individual hadn't appeared in a long time. Using all resources to stack a single attribute resulted in ultimate defense. Han Xin's performance shocked everyone present, and Lin Hai looked at him with newfound respect. The battle continued, and Lin Hai noticed that there were quite a few capable individuals in the special training class. However, there were few remarkable individuals like Han Xin. Soon Lin Hai faced his first battle. As he stepped onto the arena, a gasp arose from below. Not everyone was familiar with Lin Hai's fighting style, but they clearly remembered the performances of Lu Feng and Han Xin. They had heard of Lin Hai's name. After all, he had previously defeated Lu Feng. Lin Hai's opponent was the first to summon his contracted spirit, a 6th-level spirit master, whose contracted spirit was an A-grade cheetah. Looking at the cheetah before him, Lin Hai frowned and glanced towards Su Yuanlong in the distance. Su Yuanlong must have done this on purpose. He had certainly reviewed Lin Hai's profile and knew that speed was Lin Hai's weakest point. Although this guy was only 6th level, his contracted spirit was indeed one that excelled in speed. This would inevitably cause Lin Hai some trouble, and since Lin Hai had not attended for a semester, Su Yuanlong wanted to assess Lin Hai's current strength. Lin Hai shook his head and summoned his contracted spirit, instantly entering a state of spiritual fusion, with his aura rising steadily. The protective barrier of the arena slowly descended, marking the official start of the battle. As the fight began, the cheetah crouched low on the ground, ready to pounce. With a sudden burst of speed, it dashed forward, leaving a blur of an afterimage before appearing behind Lin Hai. Upon seeing this, Lin Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Without any movement, not even activating his giant form, such an opponent was no longer worth his full effort. The cheetah arrived behind Lin Hai, raised its claws, and struck down, while Lin Hai turned and threw a punch. Seeing this strike, the cheetah realized it couldn't meet force with force and immediately created distance. At the moment it retreated, a powerful suction force emerged, and the cheetah felt its body lose control, hurtling toward. The cheetah dug its claws into the ground, trying to resist the pull, but Lin Hai's training during this period was not in vain. The strength of the divine summoning exceeded the cheetah's expectations, drawing it closer to Lin Hai. The outcome was needless to say. Lin Hai concluded the battle with a clean punch and walked down the arena. The grueling training over the past few months had sharpened Lin Hai's skill control and enhanced his combat experience to it. The grueling training over the past few months had sharpened Lin Hai's skill control and enhanced his combat experience to it. The crowd below fell silent. Even Lu Feng displayed an intrigued expression. Not bad, Shaolin. It seems you haven't wasted these past few months. But remember, this time I won't hold back. Lin Hai smiled and nodded. He also wanted to test his current strength against Lu Feng. Alright, I hope to have a good fight with you. After Lin Hai's decisive victory, the next battle began. Lin Hai spotted a familiar face, the only other grade contracted spirit aside from Lu Feng, Chu Mingjio's Meng Tia. Although many new faces had appeared in the special training class, most were A-grade contracted spirits, with only Lu Feng and Chu Mingyao remaining as grade. However, the level of a contracted spirit is not everything. For instance, Han Xin's turtle shell would likely give even Chu Mingyao a headache if she encountered it. Chu Mingjio's current strength was also at level 7, easily defeating her opponent. With the first round of battles concluded, the special training class consisting of 30 individuals had 15 remaining after the first elimination, meaning one spot would be left vacant. After some consideration, Su Yuanlong allocated this spot to Lu Feng, who was currently the strongest on the surface. No one objected, and a brief break was taken before the second round began. It is worth mentioning that Xianingxing had only a level 5 strength, the lowest in the entire special training class. Unfortunately, his contracted spirit had relatively low potential, resulting in a slower cultivation speed compared to others. In the first round, he hadn't even summoned his contracted spirit and directly conceded. He was a person with little presence, but no one underestimated him as he shared a dormitory with Lin Hai Lu Feng and Han Xin, which surely was not simple. As the second round of assessments began, Su Yuanlong read out 2 names from the list. Lin Hai, Chu Mingyao. Upon hearing this, both Lin Hai and Chu Mingyao froze in place, exchanging glances. Both of their strengths were basically in the top 3 of the class. Oh, why would they face each other this round? Although puzzled neither of it was inevitable, Chu Mingyao was not too concerned about those cultivation resources. Seeing Chu Mingyao head to her position first, Lin Hai could only smile helplessly. Speaking of which, he had never fought Chu Mingyao before, as she had conceded right away previously. Lin Hai strolled back to the arena, and facing Chu Mingyao, he did not take any chances and directly entered the state of spiritual fusion. Before him emerged a tall figure clad in armor. The 7th level Meng Tian appeared looking significantly stronger than before, adorned in pitch black battle armor, exuding a military aura. Lin Hai had previously fought against Bai Qi, both being historical figures as humanoid contracted spirits, yet they were distinctly different. Bai Qi's innate skills had caused Lin Hai considerable trouble back then. Lin Hai, last time I conceded. Although I know I still can't defeat you this time, I will give it my all. Chu Mingyao clenched her delicate fist, determination evident in her expression. Lin Hai smiled and nodded. Good, I will also give it my all. The protective barrier of the arena slowly descended, marking the official start of their battle. This time Lin Hai did not hold back at all. He entered his giant form as soon as the battle began. Lin Hai's body rose from the ground like a towering giant, his aura appearing exceedingly ferocious. Seeing this, the classmates finally understood Lin Hai's true strength. What had transpired earlier was merely child's play. Going all out was also a form of respect towards Chu Mingyao. Feeling Lin Hai's powerful aura, Chu Mingyao took a deep breath. The Meng Tian on the field displayed a resolute gaze, and with a wave of his hand, a long spear fell into his grip. The spear glimmered with cold light, exuding a sharpness, and an ordinary accompanying spirit weapon would possess special attributes. However, it was unclear what attributes this spear held. In addition to the spear, Meng Tian's other hand held a round shield which appeared to be engraved with the image of an invincible army. Lin Hai recognized the seriousness of the situation. The round shield was undoubtedly a recent insight of Chu Mingyao, though he couldn't tell if it was a skill or an innate talent. Quickly, Lin Hai took the initiative, pushing off the ground with a powerful step, locking onto Meng Tian's direction as he activated his charge skill. With his massive physique, he rushed toward Meng Tian like a formidable mountain. Meng Tian's expression hardened as he raised the long spear in his hand, pointing it skyward, and suddenly the surrounding space trembled, revealing 4 figures stepping out. Gathering beside Meng Tian, he stood in the center of the 4, their appearances strikingly similar, with the right hand holding a spear and the left hand bearing a shield. They formed a solid defensive line. Lin Hai sensed a dangerous aura as he charged, now standing before Meng Tian. At that moment, the 5 figures suddenly moved, slowly crouching down, their 5 shields forming a small shield formation. At the gap of the round shields, 5 menacing long spears gleamed with cold light. If Lin Hai continued to charge, he would collide with these 5 spears. Although Lin Hai's defense could withstand an 8th-grade ferocious beast facing Meng Tian's accompanying spirit weapons, he chose to play it safe. With a roar, a violent wind surged forth, halting Lin Hai's charge as the wind crashed against the shield wall. The 5 shields rattled under the force of the wind, yet they remained tightly connected, seemingly unscathed. After stabilizing his body, Lin Hai threw a punch, aiming to smash one of the round shields. Just as his fist was about to strike, the 5 long spears locked onto Lin Hai's body simultaneously. Accompanied by a chilling, murderous intent, seeing the current situation, Lin Hai's eyes narrowed, slightly retracting his outstretched fist, and then he suddenly stomped. Beneath Lin Hai's gigantic form, of violent power surged forth, causing the arena beneath him to tremble. The shield formation before him also swayed slightly, as the 5 spears narrowly missed him. Lin Hai once again distanced himself from the shield formation, pondering a way to break through. This shield formation was impenetrable and more troublesome than the previous Bai Qi. Perhaps this was the true power of the humanoid contract spirit, the military formation. Observing Lin Hai retreat, a glimmer of delight flashed across Chu Mingyio's face, and then the 5 in the shield formation stood up simultaneously. They advanced toward Lin Hai, their steps remarkably synchronized, as if they were one. The formation remained unbroken. To defeat Meng Tian, breaking the shield formation was essential, otherwise it would be impossible. Lin Hai had certainly noticed the formation's weakness. If he could circle behind them, it should be trivial. However, speed had never been his forte. With charge and wind skills both on cooldown, Lin Hai was left with his last skill, Divine Attraction, uncertain of its effectiveness against the shield formation. Lin Hai did not act recklessly. As the shield formation pressed closer, the sound of iron clashing echoed, elevating the battle to a new height. Su Yuanlong stood at a distance, surveying the 2 above. Both were the top talents of their class at Ice City No. 1 high school, and there was a reason for Su Yuanlong's arrangement. The purpose of the assessment was to uncover their issues. Aside from Lin Hai's slower speed, he had a fatal flaw: the drawbacks of his spirit melding training. For instance, in the previous situation, had it not been Lin Hai himself in battle, he might have opted for a trade of injuries to withstand the long spear and dismantle the shield formation. This was also a problem Lin Hai exposed. As the shield formation pressed in, the distance between the 2 parties gradually closed. Meng Tian and the others raised their long spears, once more moving in perfect unison and thrusting forward. Faced with this strike, Lin Hai found himself with no way to evade. His gigantic form resembled an enormous target, yet a smile appeared on Lin Hai's lips. The 5 long spears struck out simultaneously. This time Lin Hai chose not to dodge, but raised his fist once more, seemingly opting for the only viable method, trading injury for injury. The long spears first landed on Lin Hai's body. The 4 soldiers' spears struck, yet instead of the expected bloodshed, a sound of hardened iron clashing rang out, as if no harm had been done. Only Meng Tian's accompanying spirit weapon struck Lin Hai, drawing a trickle of blood, but it appeared to be merely a soup. As the 5's attacks landed, Lin Hai's massive fist loomed larger before them. The 5 shields simultaneously adjusted their positions to block the center of Lin Hai's attack. As his fist struck down, the shields cracked under the impact, proving utterly ineffective, and the 4 figures were knocked back. Meng Tian barely stabilized himself, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Raising his long spear to prepare for another counterattack, a sudden powerful suction force erupted as the divine attraction skill activated. Meng Tian was uncontrollably propelled forward, receiving a heavy punch from Lin Hai to the face, crashing down onto the arena. The sudden turn of events left everyone bewildered. Initially, Chu Mingyao seemed to hold the advantage, but that strike, Lin Hai, having released his gigantic form, dusted off his hands, appearing to have no choice but to resort to this injury-for-injury tactic, yet they were unaware that Lin Hai possessed another divine skill. That was Lin Hai's indomitable fighting spirit. During the first collision, Lin Hai chose to create distance, intending to enhance his own attributes. When Meng Tian reached Lin Hai's side under the elevation of the indomitable fighting spirit, Lin Hai's defense had significantly increased, thus explaining why that strike had no effect. After the battle concluded, Lin Hai glanced down at his right leg where his pants had been punctured, a large hole revealing a bit of blood. Such a minor wound was inconsequential, yet Lin Hai remained cautious of Chu Mingyu's strength. Among his peers, while he faced few rivals, injuries were still inevitable, and he needed to be more careful in the future. Chu Mingyao retracted her contract spirit, showing little sign of disappointment, and waved at Lin Hai. Brother, Lin Hai is truly impressive. Ooh, I feel ashamed in comparison. It seems you've been injured. Should we go to the infirmary? Hearing this, Lin Hai shook his head, not caring. Just a minor injury, nothing to worry about. It seems your strength has also progressed rapidly. If this shield formation could be further developed, I might not even be your match. Lin Hai's humble words naturally did not bother Chu Mingyao. Losing to Lin Hai was not shameful. She thought little of it, and simply stepped down from the arena. As Lin Hai descended from the arena, the gazes of the surrounding students shifted. Apart from those from the first class of spirit manipulation, who already knew of Lin Hai's strength, more people revealed expressions of shock. They were witnessing the might of a humanoid Tyrannosaurus for the first time. Not bad, Shaolin, you truly live up to being my little brother. Your defensive capabilities seem rather peculiar. That blow shouldn't merely break your skin. Lu Feng could certainly see the issue, yet Lin Hai merely smiled and remained silent. In truth, the indomitable battle intent was the most powerful skill among all his abilities, and this buff could accumulate, presenting infinite possibilities. Currently, he was only at level 7. In the future, when he reached the silver and gold levels, it would be impossible to determine a victor in a short period. Only then would the true power of this skill be revealed. Are you scared? Lin Hai teased, and Lu Feng certainly was not one to back down. The word fear does not exist in my... While the two were fighting, the second match on the arena officially commenced. After a round of eliminations, those who remained generally had decent strength. At this moment, the two combatants were evenly matched. Lin Hai observed for a while and noticed many issues. In fact, these individuals collectively exposed a very serious problem: their lack of combat experience. Even though Lin Hai was merely watching from the sidelines, he could detect many weaknesses they revealed. This was Lin Hai's biggest gain over the past few months. Not just Lin Hai, but Su Yuanlong's expression also grew increasingly grim, a small notebook in his hand jotting down who knows. Soon it was Han Zin's turn to fight, still as turtle-like as ever. His opponent was very clever, summoning their contracted spirit. They stood still, seemingly preparing to stall time against Han Xin. Upon witnessing this, Han Xin began his verbal output once more. Come and hit me. Why are you standing there? I let you hit me, yet you don't dare. The turtle spirit poked its head out again, spitting a mouthful of saliva. However, no matter what Han Xin said, his opponent remained motionless. Lin Hai took a closer look and discovered that his opponent was wearing an earplug, completely isolating all sound. This battle quickly turned into a stare-off, seemingly testing whose stamina was stronger. At first no one said anything, but after 30 minutes the scene remained unchanged. Many began to complain, and Su Yuanlong, witnessing this, wore a dark expression and forcibly terminated the two's battle, throwing them off the stage. This farce finally came to an end. The remaining battles proceeded swiftly, and the second round concluded. With 15 people in 7 matches plus Lu Feng, who had a bye, only 8 remained. Lin Hai calculated that he needed to fight 3 more matches to secure first place. The only noteworthy opponent was Lu Feng. Lin Hai did not care about the others. Soon the battles of the top 8 began. When Lin Hai approached the arena and saw his opponent, a dark expression appeared on it. Before Lin Hai stood a giant turtle shell glowing with a yellowish hue. There was no need to elaborate, it was undoubtedly Han Zin's mystic armored turtle. Lin Hai looked astonished at Su Yuanlong in the distance. Just moments ago their battle had been forcibly terminated, so why was Han Xin still present here? This was clearly a deliberate arrangement by Su Yuanlong. After observing everyone's battles, he understood that if anyone in the class could break through Han Zin's shell, it could only be Lin Hai. Even Lu Feng would be unable to do so. This was because he was not adept at attacking. Brother Lin, I didn't expect us to face each other so soon. Rest assured I will show. Hearing this, Lin Hai could only shake his head helplessly. I don't need your mercy, you only need to agree to one thing. What is it? As long as it's within my capabilities, I will definitely help. Han Xian patted his chest and readily agreed, and Lin Hai's calm voice followed. During the battle, keep your mouth shut. Observing Han Xin's fighting style, Lin Hai realized what it meant to rely solely on words for output. Han Xian was taken aback by this, then awkwardly chuckled. Brother Lin, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Lin Hai did not waste any more words with Han Xian, his gaze fixed on the turtle shell as the protective barrier around them slowly rose. This signaled the beginning of the battle. Lin Hai walked slowly towards the turtle, entering a melding state. In front of the turtle shell, Lin Hai did not activate any skills. He simply threw a punch, his gaze fixed intently on the shell. He saw the yellowish glow of the turtle shell flash, and from such a close distance Lin Hai clearly noticed the characters etched upon the shell. It seems this is the key to its defensive power. Understanding this, Lin Hai did not rush. He simply sat down in front of the shell. The crowd below exchanged glances, silently exclaiming that this scene should not repeat itself as in the previous battle. Even Han Xian was taken aback. Brother Lin, you aren't planning to stall with me, are you? Lu Feng's eyes darted as if it seems he indeed possesses a skill that can stack attributes. Lin Hai had no confidence in directly breaking the turtle shell, so the best method was to sit for a while and allow the attributes to accumulate. About 10 minutes later, seeing Lin Hai still making no move, even Su Yuanlong could not remain seated. Just as he prepared to interrupt, the two, Lin Hai's body shot up, activating his giant form. His massive fist clenched tightly, and under the dual enhancement of indomitable battle intent and giantization, Lin Hai unleashed a punch the force of which seemed capable of obliterating the heavens and earth. As it descended from the sky, even Han Xian in the distance revealed a serious expression. Before Lin Hai's attack landed, a strong yellowish glow erupted. The runes appeared for the first time actively, though previously they had only manifest passively when under attack. It seemed a skill was activated as Lin Hai's fist struck the turtle shell fiercely. The turtle's head and limbs instantaneously emerged from the shell, letting out a cry of agony. The runes disappeared entirely under Lin Hai's furious punch. Immediately after, the turtle's body flopped over, seemingly fainting. Lin Hai once again conquered the crowd with his powerful prowess. The attack's power could easily rival that of a level 9 spirit manipulator. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to break through the defense of the mystic armored turtle. Seeing the defense of the Xuanjia turtle being broken, Han Xian, who had previously appeared indifferent, showed a look of a... From the very beginning, Han Xian had believed that the accumulated defense was impenetrable and the contract spirit root could never break through his defenses. Now his gaze toward Lin Hai had changed. Lin, brother, how did you do it? Not only Han Xian, but Tang Zhe also looked at the scene with a pale face, as if he were more distressed than if he had eaten something foul. Tang Zhe was filled with hatred toward Lin Hai, yet it seemed that every time they met, Lin Hai became stronger. Now Lin Hai had become someone Tang Zhe needed to look up to, and he no longer harbored thoughts of challenging him. Lin Hai slowly walked down from the stage and approached Han Xian, simply smiling. It's nothing. Your turtle shell is indeed quite tough. Oh, it took me quite some effort, but you could develop some offensive capability. Without needing anything else, just custom make a charging skill, and it might yield impressive results. Lin Hai was right. Considering the hardness of this turtle shell, if combined with a charge smashing into an enemy, would likely yield considerable damage like a yo-yo. Han Xian was rather dismissive of this. Lin, brother, you don't understand. The best offense is defense. I must ensure that no one in the world can break my defenses. Hearing this, Lin Hai's mouth twitched, and he chose not to say more. After witnessing Lin Hai's strength, LV Foam also revealed a slight smile. Little Lin, it seems you've really become much stronger. Let me see your true power soon. After this battle, the remaining fights would be insignificant if the decisive battle between LV Feng and Lin Hai was about. Without a doubt, the two of them were the top two of this class assessment. As for who would take first place, that would only be known after a match. LV Feng was the first to step onto the stage, waving at Lin Hai. Come on, little Lin, let your big brother see how much you've improved in these past few months. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai walked steadily towards the stage while the classmates below stared intently. Their strengths had far surpassed their peers. This battle would determine the strongest among the special training class. When Lin Hai reached the stage, the dark-colored Qilin materialized before him. Taking a close look at LV Feng's dark jade Qilin, its dark body seemed to have deepened in hue. At a glance, it felt as if one were immersed in darkness. Beneath the Qilin's feet, a dark swamp covered about 1/5 of the stage, forming a thick mist of black. Lin Hai waved his hand, merging stones into his body, entering a state of merging with spirits. The protective barrier around them slowly rose. Little Lin, the last time you beat me, this time you won't be so lucky. Watch out. As LV Feng's words fell, Lin Hai's expression grew serious. There was no doubt about LV Feng's strength, and his level was higher than Lin Hai's, making him the strongest opponent Lin Hai had faced so far. Of course, this didn't count the previous battles where he had relied on cheats. As the battle began, Lin Hai's body began to grow. As Lin Hai's massive form appeared, two sinister tentacles suddenly rose behind him. Upon seeing these tentacles, Lin Hai immediately reached out, trying to grab one, but when his hand touched the tentacle, the tentacle seemed to have no substance as it passed through Lin Hai's palm. Lin Hai's expression changed. The two tentacles had already coiled around his arms. With his arms bound, Lin Hai could clearly feel his strength diminishing, as if it were being siphoned away by the tentacles. Lin Hai's power was severely suppressed, and the tentacles, having absorbed his strength, grew thicker. Realizing this, Lin Hai inwardly exclaimed that it was bad. If this continued, he would end up like Zhang Ku with no ability. Lin Hai clenched his fists, unleashing immense strength that tore at the vines wrapped around his arms, causing them to break apart. With only a little residual power left which was eating away at Lin Hai's body, it was no longer significant. Seeing that Lin Hai could actually use brute force to break free from his skill, LV Feng showed a curious expression. However, Lin Hai's second crisis soon arrived. While Lin Hai dealt with the vines, the dark jade Qilin slowly approached. The dark swamp beneath spread, eroding the ground beneath Lin Hai's feet. Suddenly Lin Hai's calves were enveloped in thick black mist, as if he were stuck in a quagmire, unable to extricate himself. LV Feng's peculiar ability made Lin Hai feel a sense of difficulty. He then opened his mouth wide and a gust of wind erupted from Lin Hai's mouth, blowing over the swamp on the ground. With the power of this gust, Lin Hai's body was lifted 3 inches off the ground, temporarily breaking free from the dark swamp. Lin Hai had previously used this move, so LV Feng would certainly be on guard. Seeing Lin Hai attempt the same trick again, he was completely unconcerned. The claws of the dark jade Qilin slammed down on the ground, causing the dark swamp to churn. Vines erupted from the swamp, reaching for Lin Hai's airborne form. There were about 7 or 8 tentacles, having already found the previous 2 quite troublesome if caught by these. In midair, Lin Hai immediately reacted, locking onto the dark jade Qilin below, activating his charging skill. His body like a mountain charged toward the direction of the Qilin. The dark jade Qilin stood still, showing no intention of dodging. As Lin Hai's body landed in front of the Qilin, the powerful impact did not explode, instead it directly penetrated through the Qilin's body. Dark Cloak activated. This skill of the dark jade Qilin allowed it to conceal itself in darkness for a short time, essentially a small-scale invincibility skill, but it would lose effectiveness against spirits that were too strong or those that countered dark attributes. However, for Lin Hai at this moment, it was quite troublesome. At this point, Lin Hai had crashed into LV Feng's dark swamp, with 7 or 8 tentacles tightly coiling around his entire body. Being completely restrained, Lin Hai felt his strength continuously weakening, and it appeared he had fallen into an inevitable defeat. Even the spectators below believed Lin Hai had no chance left. Lin Hai's body was completely enveloped by a mass of pitch-black mist, obscuring the view of the onlookers. No one has faith in Lin Hai anymore. After all, it is normal for LV Feng to take first place as an 8th level practitioner, and Lin Hai's performance has been commendable. Sai brother Lin is still a bit lacking in rank. If he could break through to the 8th level, I estimate LV Feng wouldn't stand a chance. Han Xian sighed. While Xianningsing did not seem to share the same opinion, I believe brother Lin still has the strength to fight back. My. Han Xian looked at Xianningsing in surprise, while Su Yuanlong was also assessing the battlefield. It seemed that Lin Hai truly lacked the strength to fight back. However, LV Feng showed no signs of relenting. He still vividly remembered how Lin Hai had somehow managed to break free from his bindings last time. Indeed, just as LV Feng was pondering, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. Lin Hai's body pierced through all restraints, and the vines on him instantly shattered. Golden light radiated from his body, as if he had donned a layer of golden armor. After breaking free from the restraints, Lin Hai rubbed his wrist, and his expression appeared quite grave. Just now it was undoubtedly Lin Hai's other talent skill, Golden Armor. Golden Armor could grant a small probability of immunity to a single instance of damage, but after testing, Lin Hai found that if multiple damages were inflicted in a short time, when the effect of Golden Armor triggered, it could negate all those damages. It was somewhat similar to LV Feng's dark body. Lin Hai also discovered a way to actively trigger Golden Armor by hitting him. Of course, it wasn't about actually hitting himself. As long as he launched an attack, there was a chance to trigger this skill. Thus, he just needed to keep attacking himself to forcibly activate this skill, provided his luck wasn't too bad. Relying on the brief invincibility granted by Golden Armor, Lin Hai broke free from the restraints, but the crisis was LV Feng had long suspected that Lin Hai had some tricks up his sleeve. The surrounding vines closed in again, and this time Lin Hai actively released his giant form. The enhancement from his giant form offered no assistance in the current battle. He couldn't even touch LV Feng, and the reduction in speed would pose significant trouble for Lin Hai. After releasing his giant form, Lin Hai lightly pushed off the ground. His body, having undergone continuous training, while still weak in speed, was not as slow as one might imagine. Lin Hai's body tilted to the side, evading the constraints of 2 vines, and he looked at the distant Mo Qilin, activating his final skill. A powerful pulling force acted upon the Mo Qilin. At that moment, the dark body of Mo Qilin had just ended, and in a moment of carelessness, it was drawn towards Lin Hai. However, it had only moved 2 steps when Lin Hai showed a puzzled expression. Upon closer inspection, he found that LV Feng had entwined the Mo Qilin's limbs with 2 vines. This was to counteract the pulling force of the divine induction, relying on proficiency with the skill. Seeing this scene, Lin Hai's evaluation of LV Feng rose once again. This guy's strength was completely not inferior to his own. While praising him, Lin Hai's body did not stop dodging the attacks of the surrounding vines. On the contrary, LV Feng was not having a good time. Because he had foreseen that Lin Hai possessed a skill that could stack all attributes, he naturally went all out from the beginning. However, such a battle severely drained his own energy. If this continued with Lin Hai's unyielding fighting spirit, the balance would tip in Lin Hai's favor, leaving him with no chance of victory. LV Feng's gaze turned cold. He knew he had to quickly determine the outcome, or he would lose. With LV Feng's command, the Mo Qilin lifted its head and howled to the sky. The dark marsh beneath their feet churned continuously, resembling boiling lake water. Lin Hai did not know what this was, but instinctively sensed a dangerous aura. He quickly distanced himself, retreating to a corner of the spirit fighting arena. The surging dark marsh continued to expand, gradually covering half of the arena. Then the Mo Yuchilin took a step forward, completely merging into the dark marsh, vanishing from Lin Hai's sight. Lin Hai scanned his surroundings, unable to find his target. However, the sound of wind cutting through the air from behind still made Lin Hai feel a sense of crisis. His body shifted sideways, and a tendril that flew out from nowhere struck hard against Lin Hai's right arm, causing him to emit a muffled groan. A dark mark appeared on the ground where he was attacked. Lin Hai glanced at the mark, noticing that his spiritual energy was continuously dissipating along with it. He wanted to dispel it, but the mark clung to his body like a bone-eating maggot. Lin Hai's gaze shifted, and a series of tendrils seemed to become extremely frantic. They crazily lashed towards Lin Hai, no longer in the previous entangling state. Feeling the sharp pain on his arm, Lin Hai had no time to think about anything else. The figure of the Mo Yuchilin appeared again in the distance. Lin Hai immediately locked onto the Mo Yuchilin and activated his charge skill. He instantly evaded the attacks of the surrounding vines, and his body started to enlarge in midair. All of Lin Hai's skills were off cooldown, and he launched another round of attacks. The spectators below focused intently on this scene. It was time to determine the victor. LV Feng revealed a hint of a smile. Just as Lin Hai's charge skill was about to reach him, the figure of the Mo Yuchilin once again vanished from its original position. Lin Hai, you have lost. This was of course a trap set by LV Feng, intended to lure Lin Hai into taking a desperate gamble, as his spiritual energy was about to be exhausted. This was the final blow. Hearing LV Feng's voice, Lin Hai remained unmoved. He could clearly see LV Feng's intentions, but was merely As the Mo Yuchilin slowly merged into the dark marsh, Lin Hai unleashed another gust of wind from his mouth. This breeze propelled him further, increasing his speed once again. In an instant he arrived in front of the Mo Yuchilin. At that moment, the Mo Yuchilin still had one head, not fully merged. LV Feng inwardly cursed, controlling the surrounding vines to protect his contracted spirit. Compared to Lin Hai's skills, the cooldown for the dark body, a life-saving skill, was significantly longer. If Lin Hai seized this opportunity, the battle would be completely over. Lin Hai's giant fist swung out fiercely, and golden light flickered once more from his body. In preparing for this strike, Lin Hai made thorough preparations. While charging, he relentlessly struck his own body to forcibly trigger the activation of golden armor. Accompanied by a flash of golden armor's radiance, Lin Hai's fist struck heavily against the head of the Mo Yuchilin. Lin Hai's ferocious strike was far beyond what the Ink Jade Qilin could withstand. Sensing the creature's agony through their soul-bound link, Lu Feng instantly recalled it into his spirit-taming space. Upon the arena platform, the dark swamp gradually dissipated, vanishing as though it had never existed at all, heralding the end of the battle. Lu Feng stared at Lin Hai in stunned disbelief, twice defeated by him, yet each time without clear understanding of how or why. It wasn't that Lu Feng's cultivation strength lagged behind Lin Hai's. Rather, Lin Hai possessed superior mastery over his techniques and a keener grasp of battlefield dynamics. Brother Lin, I never imagined I'd lose to you again. Hearing these words, Lin Hai offered a modest smile. Though Lu Feng's prowess had repeatedly pushed him to the brink, this victory owed much to fortune. Just luck, Lin Hai replied truthfully. But to Lu Feng's ears the remark carried an unintended edge of condescension. Lu Feng scoffed coldly, his pride unshaken by defeat. Brother Lin, wait until I return and train for a while longer. I'll prove to you who truly reigns supreme in our dormitory. Lin Hai shook his head in quiet resignation, saying nothing. At that moment, Su Yuanlong strode forward, his expression dark and simmering with restrained fury. Enough. I hereby declare Lin Hai the champion of this class assessment. His pronouncement settled over the crowd like a solemn decree. Eyes turned toward Lin Hai, now bore newfound respect. Strength, wherever manifested, commands reverence. Frankly speaking, your performance today has left me profoundly disappointed, deeply so. Su Yuanlong's words struck like icy water, dousing the group's lingering exhilaration. You are students of the elite training class. Less than a year remains before the national Gaokao, yet look at you now. Your combat is chaotic, unrefined, and utterly disorganized. Lu Feng, do you truly understand why, despite holding every advantage, you were overturned at the last moment? It isn't that your strength falls short. It's that Lin Hai reads the battlefield with greater acuity than you do. Many of you lack real-world combat experience. The ability to assess shifting conditions, time, technique, deployment, and exert precise control remains severely underdeveloped. For the next 10 days, I will focus intensively on honing this very skill, accelerating your mastery of practical combat tactics. Now return to rest. Su Yuanlong's rebuke silenced them, all heads bowed in reflection. Of the entire cohort, only Lin Hai had delivered a performance worthy of praise, flawless, even exceptional. After 5 months of rigorous training, Lin Hai's battle experience rivaled, even surpassed, that of Black Iron ranked Spirit. Dismissed at last, the students dispersed in small clusters back to their dormitories. The assessment had consumed the entire day. Starving after a full day without proper sustenance, they headed to the school cafeteria for a simple meal. Lin Hai casually selected several dishes and sat down with Lu Feng and the others. By the way, Lin Hai, I heard something. Over lunch, Lu Feng suddenly spoke up. Lin Hai, uninterested, offered no reply. Seeing Lin Hai's silence, Lu Feng continued unprompted. I heard this year, benching no. 2 high schools spared no expense recruiting exceptional talents. Don't you think our class feels slightly weaker than usual? At this, Lin Hai paused mid-bite. Indeed, something felt subtly amiss. Aside from Lin Hai, Lu Feng, and Chu Mingyao, original students of Binqing No. 1 high school, the other recruits brought into the elite training class appeared notably unremarkable in cultivation. The sole exception was Han Xian seated beside them. Upon hearing the remark, he raised his hand. I know. Binqing No. 2 offered me generous incentives. Rumor has it they aim to surpass No. 1 this year, and secure top honors in the Gaokao. But those rewards didn't sway me. I chose to come here instead. Lin Hai nodded inwardly. No. 1 high school lacked neither resources nor prestige. It needed no such inducements to attract talent. Wait, Han Young masters a scion of wealth. What does your family do? Lu Feng leaned in curious. Han Xian chuckled awkwardly. Nothing special, just a modest family enterprise. To the others, modest clearly meant, well, a true heir of fortune. This meal's on you. Without hesitation, Lu Feng slid the bill across the table. Han Xian unfazed patted his chest confidently. No problem, just a meal. That sealed it. The group now regarded him beyond doubt as a scion of wealth. After dinner, the 4 returned to their dormitory. Exhausted from a day of relentless combat, Lin Hai enjoyed a rare, deep, restorative sleep. The next morning, the elite training class assembled once more at the Spirit Battle Arena. Su Yuanlong stood, as ever, stern and passive, his countenance clouded with gravity. First, let us distribute yesterday's competition rewards. First place, Lin Hai. At the announcement, Lin Hai stepped forward. Su Yuanlong handed him a silver case. Lin Hai accepted it and returned silently to formation. Second place, Lu Feng. As Lu Feng passed Lin Hai, Xianningsing immediately sidled over. Quick, Lin Hai, open it. Let's see what's inside. Lin Hai had intended to delay opening the case, but seeing Xianningsing's eager anticipation, he lifted the lid. For gleaming silver spirit taming pearls lay nestled within, distinct from those Lin Hai had previously consumed, noticeably larger in size. These were premium-grade spirit taming pearls, each valued at roughly 12 to 13,000 Longwa currency, for totaling nearly 500,000. Beside them rested a sealed heart, evidently harvested from a black Herntier savage beast worth approximately the same sum. The heart originated from a savage beast native to an unstable spatial rift near Binqing, a material capable of granting the skill known as War Stomp, a control-based ability. War Stomp stomped the earth to unleash a concussive shockwave impeding enemy movement and attack, inflicting brief disorientation with low probability. Note effectiveness scales with strength attribute. Though initially unimpressed, Lin Hai's gaze sharpened upon reading the final note, his eyes flickering with sudden keen interest. Since the skill scaled directly with strength, its utility for him was exceptionally high. Clearly Su Yuanlong had selected it with deliberate intent. Lin Hai glanced towards Su Yuanlong, not with mere acknowledgement, but with quiet gratitude. Against Lu Feng, he'd sensed the limits of his current techniques, and had already begun contemplating new acquisitions. After reading the skill description, Lin Hai did not rush to consume it, but temporarily stowed it away, reserving its use for later that night back in his dormitory. Compared to the lavish reward granted to the top performer, Lu Feng's prize was considerably more modest, valued at roughly 500,000 Longwa credits. Yet, even this round of rewards totaled nearly 5 million Longwa credits, a mere initial expenditure for the special training class. This alone underscores the school's profound investment in their cultivation, but should even one student gain admission to Longwa University, such expenditures would effortlessly recoup themselves. Indeed, this is the very purpose of the special training class. Upon concluding the distribution, Su Yuanlong cleared his throat lightly. Very well, these rewards are intended to inspire diligent cultivation. Such assessments will recur monthly, with rewards growing ever more generous. Hearing this, the students' eyes gleamed with anticipation. If true, their strength would undergo a tremendous leap. Having completed yesterday's reward distribution, Su Yuanlong's expression darkened markedly. Now let us begin today's lesson. Today I shall elucidate the art of skill application. As his words settled, Su Yuanlong's gaze fell upon Lu Feng below. Lu Feng, you step forward. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Feng nodded and ascended the arena platform. Following Su Yuanlong's instruction, he summoned his contracted spirit. I shall use Lu Feng as today's exemplar. Yesterday you all witnessed one of his skills of binding-like ability. Demonstrate it for everyone. Without further ado, Lu Feng's contracted spirit, the black jade qilin, tapped lightly upon the ground, and serpentine tendrils spiraled forth from its feet. Su Yuanlong's voice then resonated calmly. Today I shall use this very skill to illustrate a deeper principle. By conventional thinking, binding serves solely as a control technique, to restrain an opponent's contracted spirit. The students nodded in unison. This was common knowledge, yet Lin Hai remained subtly unconvinced. True, but only for ordinary practitioners. Recall yesterday's duel between Lu Feng and Lin Hai. In that final moment, Lin Hai closed in upon the black jade qilin, whereupon Lu Feng deployed his binding skill once more, not against Lin Hai, but upon himself. Hearing this, the students recalled. Yes, Lu Feng had indeed attempted to coil those tendrils around himself, as if for protection. A dawning realization flickered across their faces. Precisely, binding possesses a second vital function: defense. Every skill manifests differently in different hands, and your task is to push each to its absolute zenith. If binding alone yields such multifaceted utility, so too do your own skills. This is what you must master. To cling rigidly to dogmatic combat methods is to deliberately cripple your own potential. At these words, take Lin Hai's wind breath for instance, an ostensibly offensive wind manipulation skill. Yet in Lin Hai's hands it transformed entirely into a support ability, either amplifying his charge with secondary acceleration, or exploiting aerodynamic recoil to create critical distance. Each skill in the hands of distinct cultivators unfolds into wholly divergent manifestations. Over the coming month your sole focus must be the exhaustive exploration and refinement of your skills, the swiftest path to exponential growth. I shall now call names one by one. You approach me individually, and I shall detail the flaws and vulnerabilities exposed during yesterday's battles. First, Lin Hai. At Su Yuanlong summons, Lin Hai strode forward without delay, standing attentively beside him. Su Yuanlong led Lin Hai to a secluded corner of the spirit combat arena while the rest of the class began experimenting with their own skills, seeking novel applications. There standing apart, Su Yuanlong first offered Lin Hai commendation. Lin Hai, frankly this lesson holds little value for you. Yesterday's battle merits a perfect score. From technical mastery to battlefield acumen, your performance was exceptional. Hearing such praise, Lin Hai remained impassive. This excellence was forged over 5 months of near-fatal struggle. Here lies the crux: your speed deficit is glaring. Though gigantification is a divine art, it exacts a steep toll, massively diminishing your velocity, even as it magnifies your strength. Though you mitigated this through clever skill usage, it remains your most critical weakness. Lin Hai readily acknowledged this, but what followed startled him into sharp awareness. Yet you harbor another flaw. You practice spirit fusion, a method I have researched extensively, yet all available records remain fragmented and superficial. Frankly, I myself possess no deep understanding of spirit fusion. Yet while it grants you formidable power, it also exposes profound vulnerabilities. Consider your recent bout with Chu Mingyao. Had you fought unmerged, you might have opted for a mutual damage strategy, withstanding the spear thrust to shatter the shield formation. That, precisely, is the vulnerability laid bare. Lin Hai furrowed his brow. This flaw had eluded his notice, or rather he'd recognized it, yet felt powerless to resolve it. Without spirit fusion, he possessed no combat efficacy whatsoever. Perhaps upon reaching Black Iron rank, and acquiring a second contracted spirit, this dilemma would resolve itself. Lin Hai now inwardly prayed his next spirit would not replicate this predicament. Teacher, I currently lack any solution to this issue. Su Yuanlong nodded. Lin Hai spoke truth. Thus I urge you, your combat paradigm is unlike any others. Yet self-preservation must never be compromised. This exchange, though brief, imparted insights of tangible value to Lin Hai. Upon concluding their discussion, Lin Hai returned to the spirit combat arena. Lu Feng approached next, but what transpired between them remained unknown to Lin Hai. He merely observed Lu Feng's return, his face alight with evident elation, clearly enriched by the session. For a fleeting moment, he even contemplated challenging Lin Hai anew, before ultimately abandoning the notion. Lin Hai did not join his peers in practicing contracted spirit skills. Such drills held no further benefit for him. Instead, he withdrew to a quiet corner, retrieved the newly issued premium spirit taming pearl, swallowed it whole, and settled into seated meditation, preparing to elevate his cultivation immediately. Compared to combat experience, Lin Hai needed to enhance his level. He was already on the brink of reaching level 8, and after swallowing the spirit pearl, he felt his strength had increased significantly. However, it seemed he was still a bit short, so Lin Hai took out 2 more high-grade spirit pearls to swallow. With the enhancement of the 3 high-grade spirit pearls, Lin Hai successfully reached level 8. The aura of Lin Hai's breakthrough attracted the attention of his classmates, their faces revealing expressions of envy, but they quit. Only Lu Feng stared intently at Lin Hai. The only advantage he had was regained by Lin Hai, yet Lu Feng felt no jealousy. The stronger Lin Hai became, the more excited Lu Feng felt. After completing his training, Lin Hai let out a sigh of relief. The enhancement of his strength was certainly a cause for celebration. Congratulations, brother Lin, on your breakthrough and strength. Lu Feng was the first to step forward to congratulate him. Lin Hai did not mind, merely smiling in response. It's just from taking pills, nothing to mention. Swallowing spirit pearls is the fastest way to enhance strength, but this method can only reach level 9. Beyond that, the effect of swallowing spirit pearls will completely diminish. He would have to rely on his own cultivation to improve. This is also why very few people can break through to the Black Iron level before the college entrance examination. On one hand, the price of spirit pearls is quite expensive. On the other hand, such hasty cultivation can lead to an unstable foundation, resulting in mismatched battle power and level. However, Lin Hai would not face such issues. We'll have another match when we get the chance. Lu Feng seemed very excited while Lin Hai simply chuckled, saying nothing more. The day's classes quickly came to an end, and there were no cultural classes arranged during the first month of the special training class. The time was entirely dedicated to enhancing their strength. Evening self-study sessions would allow them to review cultural knowledge, but it all depended on their self-discipline. After returning to the dormitory at night, Lin Hai took out the heart and looked at it, then glanced at the stone in front of him. Lin Hai discovered a serious problem. Generally, the method of learning skills is to directly let the contracted spirit consume it. But how would this stone be consumed? With a trialanderer attitude, Lin Hai placed the heart on top of the stone, and then to Lin Hai's visible eyes the heart began to slowly melt. It gradually sank into the stone, seemingly achieving an effect as a faint golden light flickered on the surface of the stone. Seeing this scene, Lin Hai eagerly opened his contracted spirit panel. After all, the skill of devouring only has a certain probability of success. It is not guaranteed, and no one knows if it can be learned. Contracted spirit, mysterious stone. Attributes: all-round type. Biological category: special. Master Lin Hai. Level 8. Potential level SSS. Talent skills golden armor increases own defense with a small probability of immunity to all damage. Indomitable fighting spirit increases all attributes over time in battle enhancing with the increase of spirit power. Current skills enlargement LV5 significantly reduces speed increases size by tenfold with attributes growing along with size. Charge LV3 can quickly approach the target. Wind breath LV1 releases a strong gust of wind. Divine pull LV3 releases a strong pull drawing the target close. War Tread LV1 stomps the ground to unleash a strong shockwave affecting the enemy's movement and attack with a small probability of causing dizziness. Looking at the newly appeared skills, a smile of joy appeared on Lin Hai's face. He had indeed succeeded in learning. His luck was still quite good, akin to a lucky star. Having obtained a new skill, although it was only LV1, it was certainly a significant enhancement for Lin Hai. He remembered that he still had a custom skill slot at the Dragon Guard, but after some thought he decided not to use it. He still did not know what his second contracted spirit would be, and he was getting closer to breaking through to the Black Iron level. After learning the skill, Lin Hai examined the stone. With his level increase, he seemed to sense changes in the stone. It had also appeared to have no changes. Logically, reaching the Black Iron level should grant an opportunity for bloodline evolution. However, the peak of the contracted spirit is SSS. There is no SSS level. Logically, his contracted spirit should not be able to evolve any further, but could it turn into that monkey? Lin Hai recalled the monkey that had displayed great power before and felt a sense of anticipation. In the following month, Su Yuanlong conducted phase-specific training for everyone in the special training class. He pointed out the issues they had exposed and discussed their future cultivation methods. During this month, Lin Hai relaxed well, and the after effects of the previous devil training were thoroughly resolved. A month later, the special training class sat in the classroom, for once not heading to the battle spirit arena. Su Yuanlong stood at the podium, looking down at the 30 students, his loud voice slowly resonating. After a month of training, your strength has improved to a certain extent. Next, I have decided to take you to a different space. Only in a different space facing real battles can you enhance your strength in the shortest time possible. Upon hearing this, there was an uproar below. It should be noted that the average level in the class was only around 6 or 7. The dangers of going to a different space are self-evident. Even Lin Hai showed a puzzled expression. Su Yuanlong waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Rest assured, every year the special training class goes to a different space for training, and at that time the Guardian Army will have experts to protect your safety. This will also be your second assessment. This time you will form teams. There are 30 people in the class, 5 in each group, free to form teams divided into 6 groups. At that time, each group will have a Black Iron expert secretly protecting your safety. Once you encounter life-threatening danger, they will step in to save you, but this means you will lose your chance for assessment. You will need to return immediately to the Guardian Army's base. After the assessment ends, I will grade you based on your performance in a different space to determine your ranking. As Su Yuanlong's voice fell, the crowd began to whisper among themselves. Although there was protection from Black Iron experts, it did not mean there was no danger. The different space was filled with crises Lin Hai had been in once when he was only at level 4. Now he was already at level 8, but if he encountered a Black Iron ferocious beast, he would probably still only have the option to flee. Compared with Lin Hai's caution, Lu Feng brimmed with excitement. He had already proposed entering the alternate dimension several times. Brother Lin, did you see? The teacher is letting us take a walk in the alternate dimension. We will form a team of 4, pick anyone. Lu Feng lead you into the alternate dimension. Lin Hai glanced at the 3 around him. Lu Feng's strength was beyond doubt, and made him a fine ally. Together the two of them seemed capable of handling 9th grade ferocious beasts, provided they did not encounter Blackren level mutated beasts, or even a lord. They could essentially guarantee safety, and Han Zhen's contract spirit could play a significant role at critical moments. Finally, there was Xian Ningxing's treasure hunting mouse. Although Xian Ningxing was weak, the alternate dimension was nothing short of paradise for it. Within the alternate dimension, the treasure hunting mouse could even exceed their usefulness, so this lineup should be sufficient. Yet there remained one problem: none of the 4 possessed a flying type contract spirit. If danger arose, and they needed to flee, escape would be troublesome. Su Yuanlong rapped the table, interrupting the group's discussion. Before entering the alternate dimension, you have 3 days leave. You may return home to inform your families, and while there prepare the items you will need inside the alternate dimension. This time the alternate dimension we will visit is called Hanshuang Xiagu. It is an ordinary level alternate dimension. If there are no objections, you may be dismissed to go home. Once your groups are confirmed, send me a message to finalize your team arrangements. After saying this, Su Yuanlong was the first to leave the classroom. Lu Feng grabbed Lin Hai by the arm. Come on, Lin Hai, let's buy some supplies. This time Lu Feng will surely make a name for myself in the alternate dimension. Xian Ningxing and Han Xian beside him also looked very excited. Xian Ningxing needed no persuasion. He had long wanted to enter the alternate dimension, for it was the true paradise of his treasure hunting mouse. Unfortunately, his own strength was insufficient. Han Xian, a second-generation rich heir well protected by his family, had likely never entered an alternate dimension. Looking at these 3 hot-headed youths, Lin Hai had a bad premonition. Lin Hai, as he was at a loss for words, a voice came from behind. Turning, he saw Chu Minjio's figure. Lin Hai, does your team still have a vacancy? I wonder if I may join you. Hearing this, Lin Hai hesitated. Chu Minjio's strength was, aside from Lin Hai and Lu Feng, among the strongest in the class. One could say that the 5 of them formed the strongest configuration the special training class could muster. Yet in Lin Hai's mind, the ideal candidate would be someone with a flying type contract spirit. only that could truly ensure their safety. But with Chu Mingyao asking to join, he found it hard to refuse. Before Lin Hai could speak, Lu Feng had already leapt in. Alright then, come with us. Little one, you have an eye for talent, you know our team will be the strongest. Seeing Lu Feng accept first, Lin Hai could only nod helplessly. Chu Mingyao had entered alternate dimensions before, and more cautious than the three hotheads was a sensible choice. Thus the 5-person squad was formally established. The 5 dispersed at the gate, each returning home to prepare what they needed. Lin Hai went alone to the Bingyu Shanghui. The receptionist greeted him sweetly. Hello sir, how may I assist you? Lin Hai produced the VIP card Mu Xingyu had given him and handed it to the receptionist. I'm going into the alternate dimension. Prepare some cold-resistant gear and combat potions for me, and also check. Does your guild have the Lei Yuan Lord's heart in stock? Seeing the VIP card, the woman appeared noticeably more eager. Very well sir, I'll prepare that right away. Soon the items Lin Hai needed were brought to the counter. Sir, the total is 730 Longwa coins. It has been deducted from your card. As for the Lei Yuan heart, I found one in our inventory, but transferring it here will take some time. Do you still want it? At this news, a hint of delight crossed Lin Hai's face. He desired the item chiefly because of the skill it conferred. Having been bored of late, Lin Hai had searched the skills he could learn, and this was the only one that truly interested him. With only a single stock available, success in comprehension was not guaranteed, which was why the woman had asked. In the end, Lin Hai nodded and agreed. Please transfer it as soon as possible. Here is my number. Contact me when it arrives. Very well, sir. After leaving his number, Lin Hai departed the Bingyu Shanghui. As for Mu Xingyu, Lin Hai did not know where she had gone. He had not seen her since that last time. She also did not seem to be a student of Bingxing No. 1. Lin Hai, shouldering a large backpack, returned to his lawn. Opening the pack, he found it crammed with vials, small combat potions that could temporarily boost attributes, mild in effect and without side effects. However, the enhancements these potions provided were relatively small. Potions like the potential elixirs brought tremendous power, but their side effects were not to be underestimated. After stowing the potions, Lin Hai opened his system panel. He still had 100 system points, his final means of survival. He chose not to use them to exchange for contract spirit skill upgrade cards. If trouble appeared, he preferred to rely on the system's potions. The potions from the previous gift pack had almost all been used up. Only a final bottle of invisibility potion remained in the system storage. After checking his belongings, Lin Hai opened his computer and researched his destination, Hansuang Xiagu. Most alternate dimensions in Beiyuan province were ice attribute and not very different from the Frost Forest. Alternate dimension, name Hansuang Xiagu. Danger level, ordinary level. Environment, Hansuang Xiagu is covered in ice and snow year-round, surrounded by towering peaks with complex terrain. Temperatures commonly fall below -20 degrees Celsius. Spirit wielders heading there should prepare cold-resistant clothing and tools. It is best to have fire attribute and flying-type contract spirits. Ferocious beasts, ice toads, xuanjiao dragon serpents, and the like. Medicinal materials, dadi hua hanya chao, xianbingguo, etc. Lord and ice attribute, Blackran level lord, specifics, and skills unknown. Notice the Blackran level ruler of Hansuang Xiagu has shown signs of activity. Recently, will avoid its core area. Having read the introduction to Hansuang Xiagu, Lin Hai's brow tightened. Towering ranges, tangled terrain, and the absence of a flying-type contract spirit among them was hardly good news. He could only hope they would not encounter any major trouble. After reviewing the materials, Lin Hai collected his thoughts, accepting the situation as it was, while considering the specifics, thankful that the strength of the group was not to be underestimated. Moreover, with the protection of the Yuling army experts, even if they encountered danger, there would still be a means of survival, as the special training class represented the future of Ice City. The authorities would not allow any major dangers to occur in the alternate space, as the losses for Ice City would be too. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lin Hai met with LV Feng and the others to discuss preparations for entering the alternate space. They even opened a training room to practice combat coordination, aiming to enhance their fighting capabilities in the alternate space. The benefits were quite satisfactory, as the combined spiritual attributes of the group covered all bases: control, defense, attack, and reconnaissance, each fulfilling their role. 10 days later, at the entrance of Ice City No. 1 high school, when Lin Hai arrived, a crowd had already gathered at the entrance, mostly parents seeing off the students. Of course, the parents were anxious about sending their children into the alternate space. Su Yuanlong was surrounded by a group of parents. Teacher, I entrust my child to you. You must ensure his safety. Yes, the alternate space is no small matter. We must guarantee their safety. Su Yuanlong responded with a characteristic smile, nodding. Rest assured, experts from the Yuling army will be deployed to protect their safety. They will surely return safely. Lin Hai navigated through the crowd, where a bus was parked at the school gate and the members of the special training class were gathered in front of it. Finding LV Feng and the others, Lin Hai stood beside them. Lin, I'm a bit excited now, said one of them. This time we will surely make a name for ourselves. Lin Hai merely glanced at him and sighed. Soon Su Yuanlong returned to the group, directing the special training class members to board the bus. Once everyone was on board, the bus departed from the entrance of Ice City No. 1 high school. Their destination was Hansuang Town, located at the Frost Canyon, about 2 to 3 hours away. Lin Hai leaned against the window, preparing to rest and rejuvenate. However, LV Feng beside him was quite chatty. Lin Hai, have you been to the alternate space? What is it like inside? Speak up, Lin Hai. Can my strength sweep through the alternate space? Lin Hai glanced at LV Feng with mild annoyance and shook his head. If you want to return alive, the first thing to do upon entering is to be quiet. It wasn't just LV phone. Most of the children who had never entered the alternate space had no concept of the unknown dangers, thinking it was merely a fun place. Su Yuanlong observed the expressions of the students in the class, revealing a look of concern, and nevertheless this was an experience they had to undergo. When the vehicle arrived in Hanzhuang Town, Su Yuanlong did not allow them to enter the alternate space immediately, but instead took them to a hotel in Hanzhuang Town. Alright everyone, we will rest in the town for a day. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to the alternate space. During this day, you can explore Hanzhuang Town. There are delicacies made from ferocious beast materials that will be beneficial. You can also go to the mission hall to accept some tasks from the Yuling army, but remember to act within your ability. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned their attention to a heavily guarded building in one direction, marked with the emblem. This is a common feature in every town within the alternate space called the mission hall, where the Yuling army issues tasks that can yield rewards upon completion. There are of course also tasks issued by individuals. After the group dispersed, Lin Hai and the other 5 headed for the mission hall. Upon entering the mission hall, they found it packed with people facing a massive screen filled with numerous available tasks. Lin Hai was quickly drawn to one task. Hunt the Black Iron level Lord Beast, the Xin Jiao Long Shi, and obtain its core materials. I reward 1 million Longhua coins. Note this task is personally issued and requires a deposit of 50,000 Longhua coins. It has been completed once before, so it may attract the attention of other Xin Jiao Long Shi. Seeing this task, Lin Hai's eyes narrowed slightly. It was issued by an individual and had been completed once, indicating someone was seeking the Xin Jiao Long Shi's core materials to comprehend a skill, suggesting the last attempt had failed. Personal tasks typically require a deposit. Lin Hai lost interest after just one glance. In taking this task, a voice came from behind Lin Hai, and he turned to see Han Xian with a look of surprise. What are you doing? Even Black Iron level Yuling people cannot defeat a Lord Beast. There's no way you can complete this task. Han Xian waved dismissively, pulling out a bank card. It's fine. This is my first time in the alternate space accepting tasks. You must choose a task with a higher rank, and also this one. Oh, I will take all of these tasks. Seeing Han Xin's extravagant demeanor, Lin Hai felt speechless, but did not stop him. The total deposit was only around 200,000 Longhua coins, which was not much for Lin Hai. Besides the tasks accepted by Han Xian, Lin Hai also selected a few tasks with good rewards that he was capable of completing. Since they were here, they could not return empty-handed. While Lin Hai was accepting tasks, the system panel popped up again in front of him. Option 1, achieve first place in this class assessment. I'll reward War Trample Skill 2. Option 2, achieve second place in this class assessment. I'll reward 100 system points. Option 3, achieve last place in this class assessment. I'll reward a small amount of Yuling power. Looking at the system panel, Lin Hai felt a surge of joy. A War Trample was the skill he had just comprehended, and an increase of 2 levels was quite significant. This time's reward was much better than the last class assessment, as the level of danger was also different. After completing the tasks, the group found a restaurant in the town to prepare a simple meal. In the afternoon, they visited the trading market on the street, where special items tailored for this alternate space were typically found, which were very practical. After wandering for a day and having a decent harvest, the 5 returned to the hotel feeling a deep fatigue, preparing to rest well for the night, before entering the alternate space the next day. In the night, the sound of snoring echoed continuously. Although Lin Hai had grown somewhat accustomed to it, he still felt a wave of speechlessness listening to the rising and falling sounds. None of them chose to cultivate that night. It was essential to rest well before entering the alternate space. With the sound of thunder rumbling, Lin Hai soon fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, the 30 members of the special training class gathered once again. After Su Yuanlong confirmed everything was in order, he led the group to the entrance of the alternate space, accompanied by soldiers of the Spirit Guard. He greeted Su Yuanlong, knowing that these individuals were from the special training class of Ice City No. 1 High School. Every year the special training class would come here for training, and they had naturally made arrangements with the higher-ups. After verifying everyone's identity, they successfully entered the alternate space. Upon entering, they were greeted by a palace of ice and snow. Compared to the cold of the Frost Forest, the Frost Canyon had a more turbulent chill. In the canyon, the cold wind gathered year-round, and was difficult to dissipate with gusts striking the faces of the group. This was the stronghold of the Spirit Guard. A middle-aged man walked up to them. He was the commander of the Spirit Guard here. Is this the special training class from Ice City No. 1 High School this year? After his inquiry, Su Yuanlong nodded. That's right, we will trouble you this time. The man gave some instructions to the group. The alternate space is unlike Blue Star. There are no rules here, only danger and slaughter. I will arrange for Black Iron level Spirit Guards to ensure your safety. However, unforeseen circumstances may still arise. You are the future of Baiyuan Province and even of Long Country, and you only have one life. Remember, no matter what happens, prioritize your own safety above all else. These young children still did not understand the dangers lurking here. Each team, under the leadership of their captains, dispersed into, except for Lin Hai and his 4 companions, the strength of the other groups appeared quite weak. Su Yuanlong was aware of this situation, and at first he thought it best to disperse Lin Hai and the others, with each leading a small team. However, after considering it further, he realized that dispersing them would hinder their performance. Ultimately, whether they could get into top-tier universities depended on Lin Hai and his group. Keeping them together was indeed a good choice. After arranging the personnel to protect them, each team was ready for the adventure. The Spirit Guards usually hid in the shadows and only appeared when the group encountered danger. Lin Hai and his 4 companions left the Spirit Guard stronghold, standing together about 50 meters away, beginning to discuss their next plan. So this is the alternate space. It's so cold. Han Xian shivered first the gusts of cold wind, making this wealthy young master struggle to adapt. Lin Hai looked around. Naturally, there wouldn't be any ferocious beasts near the stronghold. First take out your cold-resistant gear, and make sure you're fully equipped. Then summon your contracted spirits. Old Xia, you use the treasure-seeking mouse to scout Han Xian, and I will forge ahead, and Chu Mingyao will cover the rear. Lin Hai looked around. Naturally, there wouldn't be any ferocious beasts near the stronghold. First take out your cold-resistant gear. Lin Hai promptly took on the role of commander. This time no one opposed his opinion, not even the usually unreliable LV Feng, who became serious. It must be said that Lin Hai's arrangement was the best option at the moment. LV Feng's contracted spirit, whether in ability or combat power, was among the top, making him capable of handling many unexpected dangers. Lin Hai and Han Xin's contracted spirits were suitable for leading the charge, while Chu Mingyao at the back would provide support. With a command, all 5 summoned their contracted spirits, and a golden mouse appeared before them. This was Lin Hai's second time seeing the treasure-seeking mouse. Its body was extremely small, roughly the size of a palm. In addition to having a special sensitivity to heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it could also be considered a scouting type contracted spirit capable of detecting energy fluctuations around. Facing the dangers of the alternate space, Lin Hai did not dare to be careless, and instantly entered a state of fusion with his spirit. LV Feng summoned his own ink, Jade Qilin, and a dark swamp enveloped the entire team in an instant. Finally, Ming Tian, clad in armor, stood at the back of the team. Before they officially began their operation, Lin Hai still reminded everyone once more. Although our strength is not weak in a standard alternate space, black iron level ferocious beasts are not uncommon. Be cautious, stay near the edges, and use the treasure-seeking mouse's abilities to find materials that we can use. Do not easily tread into the core area. LV Feng and the others exchanged glances, unsure of what they were thinking, but they did not refute Lin Hai's words. The group moved forward, and as they left the Spirit Guard stronghold, the surrounding air seemed to grow even colder. Before them stood 2 towering peaks reaching into the clouds, piercing the heavens. The pristine white snow draped a snowy veil over this world. Having taken only a few steps, the treasure-seeking mouse let out a choked sound. There's a situation. Not far ahead, there's a strength flower seemingly guarded by a ferocious beast. Upon hearing this news, Lin Hai waved his hand, and everyone prepared for battle, slowly advancing under the guidance of the treasure-seeking mouse. Not long after, Lin Hai saw a blooming flower near a protruding rock. The strength flower was a material used to make strength potions, and was not particularly expensive. Maintain formation and stay alert. With this command, Lin Hai charged forward towards the direction of the strength flower. Having taken only a few steps, Lin Hai sensed a dangerous aura. The snow before him suddenly stirred, and an unknown creature shot out from the ground, rushing straight towards Lin Hai. In a critical moment, a wave of black mist surged, and Lin Hai was immediately surrounded by numerous tentacles, clearly the work of LV Feng. At this moment, Lin Hai finally saw what was in front of him. It was a bluish creature, not quite a bug, but its appearance was... The creature's attack was blocked by LV Feng's tentacles. Seeing that its attack was ineffective, it prepared to turn and flee. However, before it could take 2 steps, a powerful suction force erupted from it. Its retreating form sped towards Lin Hai and the others. A dark swamp engulfed the creature's body. With the combined efforts of Lin Hai and LV Feng, this ferocious beast, only about level 7, naturally posed. Seeing that LV Feng had already controlled it, Lin Hai did not think much further, and walked forward to collect the strength flower from the ground, marking their first harvest in the alternate space. After Lin Hai put away the earth flower, he did not linger in the area of battle, as it might attract more fierce beasts. It was best to leave quickly to ensure safety. Once the group left, the black mist dissipated, but the body of the insect had completely vanished, not even leaving behind bones, as if it had been entirely devoured. However, Lin Hai and the others did not notice this detail. After all, the corpse of a single insect held little value. In this outermost strange space, there was generally not much danger. Throughout the day, the strongest fierce beast they encountered was only at level 7, which posed no real threat. At night, the group found a cliff to rest on. As they watched a rabbit roasting over the campfire, Lin Hai suddenly recalled something. By the way, did we collect the materials from the fierce beasts we killed today? They had slain at least 7 or 8 fierce beasts, but it seemed only a rabbit remained. Of course, this task was handled by LV Feng, who smiled awkwardly at that moment. Some ordinary level demon beasts hold little value. We don't even know how long we'll be in this strange space, so collecting only valuable items is sufficient. LV Feng's explanation was quite reasonable, and Lin Hai had no doubts. The night watch duty was entrusted to the dark-type contracted spirit, the Mou Qilin. After a night of rest, Lin Hai woke up to a scent of blood, yet no corpses were visible before him. He turned to look at LV Feng, seemingly asking something. LV Feng stretched lazily and noticed Lin Hai looking at him. What's wrong? Am I looking especially handsome today? Lin Hai suppressed his curiosity and did not ask directly. It was understandable to have a bloody aura in a strange... Perhaps he was overthinking. The group quickly ate a little and began today's mission. We found it just ahead. Xie Ningsheng, walking along the path, revealed a hint of joy upon hearing this, and Lin Hai nodded in agreement. They had accepted several tasks in the mission hall, one of which was to capture 2 icefield mice. The icefield mouse was an ordinary level contracted spirit. It had no combat power, but was extremely cute, akin to a household pet. The difficulty of capturing them alive was significantly greater than killing them. The group cautiously approached. Icefield mice were social beasts, and although they lacked significant offensive power, they could become troublesome if provoked. The 5 of them lay in the grass, and Lin Hai saw about 20 or 30 Icefield mice seemingly digging for something. He glanced at LV Fong, as if inquiring about it. After pondering for a moment, LV Fong nodded. Let's move. As soon as Lin Hai's command fell, he entered the fusion state, locking onto the center of the mouse group, and activated his charge skill. In midair he grew in size. With this enhancement, Lin Hai's massive form charged forward, knocking the Icefield mice aside. At the same time, Lin Hai attacked. Mo Uchilin stomped its foot on the ground, causing the dark marsh below to roil. 2 tendrils instantly wrapped around 2 Icefield mice. At this moment, the Icefield mouse group realized they were under attack, and the leader let out a series of piercing roars directed at Lin Hai and the others. Lin Hai immediately felt his body stiffen. The ground beneath him was coated with frost, freezing his feet. Restrained in his movements, Lin Hai watched as ice balls flew towards him, seemingly lacking destructive power. Just as these ice balls were about to land before Lin Hai, a flash of earthy-colored turtle shell appeared in front of him. The general level of these Icefield mice was only around 5 or 6, meaning even if they hit Lin Hai they wouldn't cause much damage. However, having this turtle shell was quite useful. The defensive power of the Xianjia turtle was unquestionable, and the ice balls merely created ripples. Chu Meng Yao did not attack. She used her Meng Tian to protect LV Fong and the others, preventing them from being ambushed by fierce beasts. Not everyone was like Lin Hai, whose physical body was comparable to a contracted spirit. When contracted spirits fought externally, their true bodies were the weakest. The battle quickly tilted in their favor, and soon Lin Hai and the others dealt with most of the Icefield mice. Returning to the group, LV Fong also released his hold on the 2 Icefield mice. To capture them alive, they first had to seal. Lin Hai took out a rope to tie them up. Just then a flash of light zoomed towards him. This light gave Lin Hai a sense of crisis, and the Xianjia turtle quickly darted in front of him. After a strike, a loud sound erupted and Lin Hai entered the fusion state, using his body to shield against the battle's aftermath. At that moment, Lin Hai's expression darkened as he looked up to see 4 or 5 young figures before him. Alongside them were contracted spirits, clearly also spirit masters. The leader, a young man, wore a rebellious expression, arms crossed. Beside him was a fire bull engulfed in flames. Clearly the previous attack had originated from him. Hand over the Icefield mice you have, and I, this young master, will let you go. Hearing this, the expressions of the group changed. Damn it, where did this little brat come from? Sneaking an attack is one thing, but to be so arrogant. Today your grandpa, LV Fong, will teach you a lesson. As he spoke, Mo Uchilin stepped forward to attack, but was stopped by, what are you doing? LV Fong blocked, was quite displeased, and angrily questioned Lin Hai. Lin Hai had recognized the contracted spirit. It was in glass fireball. Moreover, given their young age, their appearance in the strange space clearly indicated they were from a special training class. Which high school's special training class are you from? Upon hearing this, the young man in front snorted coldly. Oh, looks like you are also in the same line of work. Remember this young master Meng Qianda from my city? No. 3 high school. As soon as Meng Qianda finished speaking, LV Fong couldn't help but laugh. What? Meng Qianda? You really do seem to be asking for a beating. That name suits you perfectly. LV Fong's words made Meng Qianda's expression change, and the fire bull beside him let out a cry. Lin Hai scanned the group. Their strengths were decent. They were all level 7. Although there were no level 8 spirit masters present, they were likely the seed players from my city. No. 3 high school. You should have accepted the task for the Icefield mice as well, but these are the last 2. We've already secured them, so please go look elsewhere. Lin Hai's voice fell, and the few people before him clearly didn't want to give up so easily. Whatever you claim as yours, what this young master has set his sights on will eventually belong to me. Meng Qianda revealed a proud expression, taking a couple of steps forward, while the other students from the Ice City Class 3 summoned their contracted spirits. Lin Hai glanced around. The other 4 all had a grade contracted spirits. Initially, Lin Hai didn't want to provoke unnecessary trouble, but seeing their aggressive demeanor, his gaze turned cold. If you know what's good for you, hand over this Icefield rat to me quickly. I'm in a good mood today, and will spare your lives. Meng Qianda looked at the few people in front of him with arrogance. Before Lin Hai could say anything, Lu Feng had already stepped forward. What a coincidence, I'm not in a good mood today, though I might. As his words fell, a pitch-black swamp suddenly spread out, covering the ground beneath Lin Hai and the others. Seeing Lu Feng make the first move, Meng Qianda was not willing to back down. The fire bull raised its head, its 4 legs suddenly pressing against the ground, appearing ready to strike. A great battle was imminent, and Lin Hai did not intend to stop it. These people truly did not know their place. Entering a state of merging with spirits, Lin Hai locked onto his strongest opponent, Meng Qianda. However, Lu Feng stepped in first, blocking Lin Hai's path. Get out of the way, this troublesome guy is mine to deal with. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lin Hai felt somewhat helpless, but there was no denying Lu Feng's strength. The swamp of the Mo Uchilin immediately locked onto the position of the fireball, while Lu Feng and Meng Qianda commanded their contracted spirits to launch an attack. Lin Hai charged ahead, blocking the 4 others. The 4's contracted spirits varied in form, surrounding Lin Hai. Lin Hai surveyed the scene, and after activating his growth ability, he reached level 8, facing the 4 without fear. A wolf's howl suddenly rang out, charging towards Lin Hai. Watching the gigantic wolf rush at him, Lin Hai did not employ any flashy skills, but simply threw a punch. The attacker clearly did not realize Lin Hai's strength, colliding directly with him. The force of Lin Hai's punch erupted, sending the massive wolf's body flying like a kite, with its string cut. The other three were evidently taken aback. They hadn't anticipated Lin Hai would possess such destructive power. As Lin Hai acted, Chu Minjio's Meng Tian stepped forward and four figures emerged from the shadows. Encircled by Meng Tian, after forming a shield formation, they gradually advanced, blocking the others' attempts to attack. As for the last two Han Xian and Xianingxing, they did not attack directly. They merely watched as Lin Hai displayed his might. Under Lin Hai's furious strike, the giant wolf's contracted spirit had already lost its fighting capability in a short time. The remaining three were hardly worth mentioning. You block one, and I'll handle the rest. Lin Hai murmured, locking onto the two contracted spirits before him, one a hunting dog, and the other a mole. Fixating on the hunting dog, he activated his charge skill. Lin Hai's massive body charged forward, and the hunting dog shimmered with a faint glow, its speed suddenly surging. One swift sidestep allowed the hunting dog to evade Lin Hai's skill, while the mole beside it began to gather an energy wave in its mouth, seemingly preparing some skill. Lin Hai surveyed the battlefield, stomping forcefully on the ground, causing a slight tremor. This was the skill he had just comprehended, War Tread. Under the trembling earth, the bodies of the two contracted spirits began to sway, and the skill in the mole's mouth was forcibly interrupted. This was the power of War Tread. With the skill interrupted, the mole fell into a brief daze, and a powerful pulling force emanated from Lin Hai's palm. The mole's body was quickly drawn towards Lin Hai. What awaited it was a furious punch. Seeing its companion in danger, the hunting dog flickered and unleashed its skills, directly pouncing towards Lin Hai. Just as it was about to collide with Lin Hai opened his mouth wide, unleashing a gust of wind. This was Lin Hai's first proper use of the wind breath skill. Under the force of the gale, the hunting dog's forward motion of the small mole also fell under Lin Hai's control. With a punch, the mole's master had seen the fate of the giant wolf and dared not take it, heeding, directly recalling his contracted spirit. Once the contracted spirit is recalled, there is a cooldown time before it can be summoned again. Lin Hai cleanly dealt with the two contracted spirits, while the last hunting dog also took a couple of steps back. These prodigies from the Ice City Class 3 were not fools. At this moment, they recognized Lin Hai was not to be trifled with. On the other side, under the relentless advance of Meng Tian's shield formation, the last contracted spirit was also retreating. However, it was a flying-type contracted spirit and could still struggle for a while. But with Chu Minjio's strength, there would certainly be no issues. Lin Hai rubbed his fists and took slow steps towards the direction of the hunting dog, his gaze coldly surveying the distant figures. At this moment, there were no signs of arrogance among those people. The final battlefield was still a one-sided suppression. Facing Lu Feng's overwhelming strength, Meng Qianda was hardly able to retaliate. Especially without knowing Lu Feng's skills, it was easy to fall into the rhythm Lu Feng was familiar with. If Lin Hai hadn't known the effects of Lu Feng's skills in advance, defeating him would likely have been no easy task. At this moment, the arrogant Scrade Fire Bull was tightly bound in place by 7 or 8 tentacles, emitting more. Its internal spiritual power seemed to be continuously devoured, while the dark swamp beneath the Mo Yuchilin expanded by several degrees. Damn it, I thought you guys were formidable. Truly a frog at the bottom of a well, hardly worth mentioning, Lu Feng sneered. Although Meng Qianda's face turned ashen, he also sensed the state of his contracted spirit. If this continued, it might perish. With no other choice, Meng Qianda recalled his contracted spirit and shouted to the only girl beside him, "Quick, summon your flying-type contracted spirits and run. These guys are not to be trifled with." Hearing this, the large bird in the sky circled around before landing next to the 5. Lu Feng showed no intention of letting them off. The Mo Yuchilin's brilliance flashed as countless vines raced towards the large bird in the sky. Enough, let them go. Lin Hai interrupted Lu Feng's actions once again. Lu Feng clearly felt reluctant, glaring furiously in Lin Hai's direction. Damn it, what do you want? Do these guys think they can just act tough and run? Lu Feng bristled with indignation and seized Lin Hai's arm roughly. Lin Hai could only shake his head helplessly. What else would you have me do? They're from the elite training class of Bingxing No. 3 high school, just like us. Undoubtedly, they're under covert protection by the Spirit Control Corps. Even if you wish to eliminate them, it would be impossible. And besides, this is merely a minor nuisance. A stern warning will suffice. Should the conflict escalate, our school would struggle to justify it. Hearing this, Lu Feng sighed deeply, glaring venomously in the direction the others had vanished, his thoughts inscrutable. Having resolved this minor disturbance, the group retrieved the 2 Ice Plains rats, sealed them tightly in airtight containers, and stowed them in their packs, intending to deliver them upon departure to complete their assignment. Lin Hai cast but a cursory glance at the scattered corpses of Ice Plains rats strewn across the ground, deeming them of little value, before selecting 2 for the group's evening meal. After they departed the Ink Jade, Qilin returned in silence. From the Shadow Marsh it devoured every last Ice Plains rat, leaving not even a trace behind. As they pressed forward, a deep shadowed jungle emerged before them, its appearance strangely anomalous. For nearly all of Frost Canyon lay buried beneath unbroken snow, yet here the ground remained conspicuously bare. Either frequent passage had cleared it, or something far more unsettling had done so. Lin Hai instinctively recoiled, halting the group's advance. Something is amiss here. Let us take a detour. But Lu Feng has already entered. The moment Lin Hai spoke, Han Xian pointed ahead, where Lu Feng stood alone, already vanishing into the jungle's gloom. He seemed determined to defy Lin Hai's caution. Sensing the jungle's profound wrongness, Lin Hai cried out urgently, "Come back. There's danger within." Lu Feng glanced at Lin Hai and waved dismissively. Relax, I'm perfectly fine. Yet as those words left his lips, he looked toward the four figures before him, and found their faces drained of color. Then he felt a sudden dampness seep into his shoulder. He touched his shoulder, and turned. A monstrous maw loomed behind him, jaws agape, razor-sharp teeth bared, saliva drip. Damn it! Lu Feng roared, and instantly summoned his ink jade Qilin. A wave of dark marsh surged over. The man-eating flower lunged straight for him, but its bite was halted midair by the Qilin's writhing tentacles. Then a coil of pitch-black mist enveloped the beast. Yet this was no isolated threat. The entire jungle now stirred with unnatural motion. Lin Hai's expression darkened as he turned to the three companions behind him. Stay here, I'll rescue him. With that, Lin Hai entered spirit fusion state, and activated his gigantification tech. Bolstered by his colossal form, he charged headlong into the jungle. Instantly 3 or 4 thick vines lashed toward his massive frame. A sharp whistle pierced the air, the sound of wind torn asunder. Lin Hai's gaze hardened. There was no room to evade, and his enlarged body made him an inevitable target. With no choice but to endure, he activated his charge ability, surging forward with unstoppable momentum, barreling straight through the oncoming vines. The vines struck his flesh with brutal force, drawing a guttural grunt, but the raw power of his charge shattered them utterly. Meanwhile, Lu Feng faced mortal peril. Though shrouded in dark marsh, lethal intent coiled around him from every direction. In that instant, he grasped the gravity of his folly, and survival became his sole imperative. Just then the black mist encasing the man-eating flower dissolved entirely into its maw. Vines erupted from all sides, coiling toward Lu Feng with predatory haste. Lu Feng swept his hand downward, and the ink jade Qilin roared. The dark marsh churned violently, surging upward to intercept the assault. Yet the hitherto invincible dark marsh faltered, failing utterly to impede the vine's advance. No, surely not. A black Harantier beast. Only then did Lu Feng comprehend the true severity. Only a black Harantier beast could so effortlessly nullify his power. This eerie jungle truly teemed with hidden perils. Lu Feng drew a slow, steadying breath, and withdrew a vial of obsidian liquid from his pack, administering it to the ink jade Qilin. The moment the Qilin swallowed the elixir, the dark marsh beneath its hooves swelled dramatically. Then the Qilin dissolved into the marsh itself, carrying Lu Feng's body several meters forward, narrowly escaping immediate death. But evading a black Harantier beast was never so simple. Around him vines whipped like scourges, relentless, furious. Lin Hai too fought desperately. The entire jungle proved a dense congregation of plant-based beasts. That such a place existed within Frost Canyon, unrecorded in any official archive, suggested vast swathes of the dimensional rift remained uncharted and untamed. Lin Hai slammed his foot down, triggering War Stomp. Its shockwave rippled across the jungle, slowing the vine's onslaught. Then from his mouth erupted a gale, harnessed by wind whisper acceleration. He surged forward, shattering the vine restraints, and at last caught sight of Lu Feng. Lu Feng stood cornered, vines clawing at him from all sides, clinging to life only within the shrinking perimeter of the dark marsh. The colossal man-eating flower yawned wide once more, its fangs shearing through the protective tentacles, and Lu Feng staggered backward step after desperate step. At that critical juncture, a powerful gravitational pull seized Lu Feng. He froze, then instantly understood, offering no resistance. Lin Hai had activated his divine tether, drawing Lu Feng through the air like a comet, catching him firmly in his grasp. Seeing its master free, the ink jade Qilin's form flickered, its shadow body technique activating. It melted into the shadows, evading the man-eating flower's strike, then faded gradually into the dark marsh. It reappeared moments later beside Lin Hai and Lu Feng, reuniting them. Yet their path of retreat had been complete. Escape would not be easy. Lu Feng exhaled slowly, and his gaze upon Lin Hai shifted, softened by awe. Few would risk their lives to save another. Even Lu Feng, so often reckless and unreliable, felt genuine gratitude. He knew without doubt that this calamity was of his own making. However, this was not the time to think about such things, and the crisis for the two was far from over. In this jungle, the black, iron-level man-eating flower clearly reigned supreme, quickly commanding the surrounding vines to encircle them. Lin Hai surveyed the scene, seeking to break the blockade behind him, which was not so simple, but now he had no choice but to go. Lin Hai paid no attention to the nearby Lu Feng, and focused on the massive web formed by about 7 or 8 vines behind him, launching a powerful punch. The violent force exploded forth. Some of these vines were even at the 9th level. Lin Hai's punch shattered 3 of them, but the force soon dissipated. At that moment, a strange flower suddenly appeared beside Lin Hai, releasing a burst of emerald green mist. Lin Hai inwardly exclaimed, recognizing the toxicity of the gas, but before it could reach him, it was enveloped by a swirl of black mist and dissipated. Clearly, it was Lu Feng who intervened, resolving Lin Hai's crisis. There was no time to say much as the black, iron-level man-eating flower charged at them once again. The ink jade Qilin let out a long howl. The dark tendrils converged before the two like a round shield. However, under the man-eating flower's strike, these tendrils ultimately shattered. Fortunately, the time Lu Feng bought allowed the two to catch their breath. Lin Hai launched another punch. The interception from behind finally could not withstand his ferocious power, clearing a path. Without a moment to think, the two and the beast rushed towards the exit. The man-eating flower, seeing its prey about to escape, seemed enraged. It let out a strange cry, and the trees at the entrance suddenly began to move, blocking the way. Lin Hai used one arm to shield his face, while continuously striking his own body with the other. Clearly, he was preparing to charge directly through while forcibly triggering his golden armor. On the trees, thorns emerged like blades. Lin Hai did not look ahead to see what lay in front of him. He knew that if he stopped getting entangled by this black iron-level beast would mean no chance of escape. Lu Feng also began to exert his strength. The inked jade Qilin's dark swamp expanded further, simultaneously protecting the two behind. It directly enveloped the massive body of the man-eating flower. Although it had little effect on the black iron-level beast, its strange ability still made the flower feel the drain of power and the stalemate in action. Lin Hai charged forward, crashing into a tree. The sharp thorns pierced his arm, causing droplets of blood to blossom. This 9th-level tree also snapped in half under Lin Hai's violent force. However, what lay ahead was not a clear path. Lin Hai pressed on unyieldingly, showing no signs of stopping or caring for the injury on his arm, clearing the way for Lu. Lu Feng was responsible for covering their retreat against the man-eating flower. After swallowing the black potion, the ink jade Qilin's power seemed to have significantly increased. The surrounding vines, upon entering the area covered by the dark swamp, suddenly lost a significant amount of power. Even so, the ink jade Qilin found it quite difficult to cope, as it was only at the 8th level, while these beasts were not weak. Lin Hai charged forward again, crashing into another tree. At this moment, a brilliant golden light finally erupted from his body, resembling a golden armor that enveloped him. The golden armor finally activated, and Lin Hai crashed into another tree with 4 or 5 vines intertwining towards him. At last, Lin Hai's skill was off cooldown. A violent gale swept out, and the advancing vines momentarily stalled under the force of the wind. Before the golden armor completely dissipated, Lin Hai charged forward. Under the absolute defense of the armor, the vines could hardly withstand Lin Hai's ferocious power. They shattered one after another, and Lin Hai finally saw Chu Mingyao and the others outside. At that moment, Lin Hai's right arm was already drenched in blood. Chu Mingyao and the others looked worried but dared not intervene. Lin Hai glanced at the incoming vines again, his expression stiffening as his gaze fixed on the Xianjia turtle. Then, gritting his teeth, Lin Hai locked onto the figure of the Xianjia turtle. With a wave of his hand, he activated the divine pull skill. The Xianjia turtle's body was drawn from afar, racing towards him. Beneath Lin Hai's massive form, he grasped the Xianjia turtle like a shield, blocking the incoming vines. Lu Feng, hurry and go. Lu Feng felt the pressure from behind was no less than Lin Hai's, especially with a black iron-level beast present. Hearing Lin Hai shout, he charged forward, quickly being the first to escape the jungle. Immediately after, the ink jade Qilin also flashed with light, escaping from the jungle. Watching the two leave the man-eating flower, let out a roar, unleashing a terrifying energy that locked onto Lin Hai. As Lin Hai stepped out of the jungle, he felt a violent force coming from behind. With no other choice, he picked up the Xianjia turtle and held it in front of him. Han Xian also recognized the severity of the situation and directly commanded the Xianjia turtle to unleash all its skills. Golden runes began to emerge on the turtle's shell. An explosive attack erupted, and Lin Hai, holding the Xianjia turtle, was also blasted away by this strike, landing in front of Chu Mingyao and the others. Lin Hai. The others rushed over anxiously. Lin Hai had already released the fusion state, looking up to see the man-eating flower coldly gazing at them, seemingly unable to leave the jungle. Seeing this scene, Lin Hai breathed a sigh of relief, only for a wave of intense pain to hit him, causing him to let out a cry. Struggling to stand, he said, "Let's leave first and find a safe place." Hearing this, the others did not dare to linger, and under the protection of Meng Tian, they fled into the distance. After a while, they found a relatively safe cave. Lin Hai leaned against the cave wall, holding his injured arm, his face pale. Since being severely injured by a master of the Night of Darkness, he had not felt the pain of injury in a long time. This was also one of the downsides of cultivating fusion. Chu Mingyao took out some bandages from her bag and began to treat Lin Hai's wounds. Lu Feng sat alone in the distance, his head bowed deeply. Xianing Sheng was responsible for surveying the surroundings, while Han Xian looked at his Xianjia turtle with concern. The Xianjia turtle had endured a strike from a black iron-level beast. Though it wasn't severely injured, it had sustained some wounds. This also demonstrated just how strong the Xianjia turtle's defense was, being able to withstand an attack from a black. Han Xian watched his Xuanjia Gui for a while before withdrawing it back into the other dimensional space. That space also eased the contracted spirit's wounds, and such injuries would naturally mend over 3 to 5 days. Chu Mingyao regarded Lin Hai's injuries with a look of pity, silently reproaching herself for being of little help. In truth, Lin Hai's judgment had been correct. If too many of them had gone in at once, they truly might not have returned. The best course was for one person to enter alone and bring Lu Feng out. Fortunately, the outcome proved startling, but not. After the bandages were applied, Lin Hai tried to move his arm. A piercing pain cut through him, and he grit his teeth. For the time being, that arm would be unusable and required rest. Lu Feng stepped silently before Lin Hai, his voice low and heavy. "Lin Hai, I'm sorry. This is my fault." It was the first time Lu Feng had used his name. Previously, he had always called him Senior Brother Lin or Little Lin. Lin Hai smiled in reply and patted Lu Feng's shoulder with his left hand. "It's all right. The other dimensional space is fraught with danger. It's natural to make mistakes on your first time inside. We are brothers." Brothers? At that word, Lu Feng's body trembled briefly before he dashed out of the cave. One of them sat at the cave mouth, lost in thought. Because of Lin Hai's wound, they had no choice but to rest in that cave for those 3 days passed without major incident under Meng Tian's protection. They emerged shaken but unscathed. Afterward, Mou Qilin and the Xuanjia Gui were nearly healed. Only Lin Hai had not yet recovered, but he knew they could not linger. Fortunately, only one arm was injured, and the damage was not catastrophic. At Lin Heis, urging the group, resumed their exploration of the other dimensional space. Having learned from the last time, they moved with caution and followed Lin Heis' judgments, avoiding rash actions. They encountered no further danger. 7 days later, in a valley, Mo Uchilin flashed its light, and a pitch-dark sheen swept across the ferocious beast before them. Though wounded, Lin Hai pressed forward. Before unleashing all his skills, he shattered the beast's skull with a single punch. Watching the creature fall, the others exhaled in relief. It was a ninth-tier ferocious beast. After days of deeper penetration, they had at last approached the core region of Hans. The beast they encountered grew ever stronger, yet they had not trespassed into the territory of any black iron grade ferocious. Lin Hai's wound had improved considerably, though full recovery would still take time. Before they could relax, Xian Ningsheng's voice sounded again. Situation: packs of ferocious beasts are approaching. By the count, there are at least 20 or 30. Having just fought hard, the others frowned at the news. Lin Hai asked for the direction. Which way? Over there. Following Xian Ningsheng's pointing finger, Lin Hai rubbed his hide for now and observed. They found a reasonably concealed spot and crouched. Soon about 20 or 30 ferocious beasts appeared. Seeing their form clearly, Lin Hai's face registered puzzlement. The beasts resembled giant pythons, yet each bore a single dragon horn upon its forehead. Beasts of that appearance were, of course, Xuanjiao Longxi. At the sight of them, Lin Hai suddenly recalled they had once accepted a task to hunt the Black Iron Tier Lord of the Xuanjiao Longxi. The memory of the man-eating flowers massacre still haunted them. That had been only an ordinary Black Iron beast, and it had nearly cost them their lives. A lord at that level would leave nothing of them. The Xuanjiao Longxi seemed to be searching for something. After circling, they moved away. Once they had gone, the group revealed themselves again. Han Xian spoke first. Those look like Xuanjiao Longxi. If we could kill their lord, we'd strike it rich. Hearing that, Lin Hai could only shake his head in speechless dismay. We're still too weak to hunt a lord-level ferocious beast. Don't be dreaming. Move on. Han Xian sounded disappointed, but said no more. They pressed forward. 3 days later, they halted. A mountain peak stood across their path, blocking any further passage. The others looked to Lin Hai as if to ask what to do, and he furrowed his brow. Before them, a system interface suddenly appeared. Option 1: scale the mountain, enter the core region of Hanshuang Xiagu, and continue exploring. Reward 200 system points, and 1 berserk potion. Option 2: forego entry into the core, and continue exploring nearby. Reward 30 system points. Option 3: end this exploration and return the way you came back, to the Yulingjun stronghold. Reward a small amount of Yulingli. Having read the system interface, Lin Hai fell into deep thought. Entering the core implied a marked increase in danger. When Lin Hai had researched earlier, he had discovered that Black Iron Grade Kings in Hanshuang Xiagu appeared to be stirring. Clearly, it would be unwise, yet the rewards offered by the other two options were pitiful in comparison. After pondering, Lin Hai chose to gamble. Fortune favors the bold. If they did not venture too deeply, entering the core should not be overwhelmingly perilous. Besides, they still had the protection of the Jinling Jun behind them, so at least their lives would not be in immediate jeopardy. This must be the core of Hanshuang Xiagu. Let's go have a look, but do not go too deep. The others brightened at his words. None of them were cowards. Seeing Lin Hai agree to press on, their spirits rose, and they... Very soon, however, they faced a serious problem. There was no path forward, and none of them possessed a flying-type contracted spirit. How were they to pass? How do we get across? Han Xian scanned the place and finally fixed his gaze on Lin Hai. Lin Hai sighed in helplessness, and then answered with action. Lin Hai launched himself upward, caught a protrusion on the cliff with one hand, and began to climb. Watching him, the others' mouths twitched. The mountain was not very high, and the terrain suited climbing. With their trained physiques, crossing by ascent would pose no real problem. And yet, no matter how they looked at it, something about the whole sight felt incongruous. A few people exchanged glances seemingly without a better plan and began to follow Lin Hai up the mountain. In just about 10 minutes, Lin Hai had already reached the mountain peak. Below him lay a vast canyon covered in white snow stretching endlessly, and Lin Hai sensed several dangerous auras. Looking around, there seemed to be no ferocious beasts in sight, which reduced the risks for the group climbing the mountain. Soon after, Lu Feng arrived at the summit, second, accompanied by 2 protectors, while the rest of the group quickened their pace. The group took a brief rest at the peak before descending the mountain. They had formally entered the core area, and Lin Hai received a reward from the system. With these system points, Lin Hai felt a boost in confidence, having more options when facing danger. Once in the core area, the group became more cautious as Black Iron level demon beasts were visible everywhere, and encountering one would be very troublesome. Be careful, maintain formation without disorder. The group nodded, slightly trailing behind Lin Hai, who had no intention. At the edge of the core area, after walking for a while 1,000 meters ahead, there is a cold crow grass. The treasure-seeking mouse utilized its abilities, and Xianning Sheng informed the group. Upon hearing about the cold crow grass, Lin Hai showed little excitement, knowing that such a place would surely be protected by ferocious beasts. Be cautious and go take a look. As the group slowly advanced, they heard sounds of battle before getting close. Lin Hai peered through the snow. He saw a fire bull roaring to the sky, looking quite disheveled, while in front of it was an ice toad spitting out ice balls. Upon seeing the battlefield, smiles appeared on the faces of the group. These individuals were none other than Meng Qianda and others from the Ice City Special Training Class, who had previously clashed with Lin Hai and his group. They had clearly intruded into the territory of this ice toad. Although the ice toad was not a Black Iron level lord, it was still a Black Iron level mutated beast, not to be underestimated. Although the Fireball was in class contract spirit, it had almost no means of defending against this black iron level mutated beast. Meng Qianda and his group were not fools and began to prepare for escape. The group quickly mounted their flying contract spirits and took off into the distance while Meng Qianda and the others recalled the Fire Bull into their spirit space. The Ice Toad, seeing this scene, displayed a hint of anger and charged towards their direction. Coincidentally, the direction in which Meng Qianda fled was exactly where Lin Hai's group was hiding. Lin Hai's expression suddenly changed, his gaze filled with killing intent as he looked at Meng Qianda in the air. Bring them down. Lin Hai's cold words rang out, and he glanced at Lu Feng, who nodded with a sneer. The dark figure of the ink jade Qilin flickered with a black light, and the large bird in the air seemed to be hit by something, its flying speed drastically reduced. Seizing this opportunity, the Ice Toad launched an ice arrow that sped past. Meng Qianda and the others' expressions changed as their contract spirits were still on cooldown. If anything happened to that bird, they would have no way out. Had they not coincidentally run into Lin Hai's group, Lin Hai would have been indifferent to the situation. But now it was no longer that simple. The ice arrow whizzed through the large bird's wings, instantly bursting forth a blood arrow, causing the large bird to succumb to the burden and plummet from the sky. Following that, the Ice Toad's attacks came crashing down like a torrential storm. Meng Qianda spotted Lin Hai's group. Lin Hai sneered, pulling a certain distance away with Lu Feng and the others. Just as Meng Qianda's group found themselves in crisis, a person clad in the Spirit Guard army armor appeared, blocking the Ice Toad's attack. This also indicated that Meng Qianda's assessment was coming to an end here. Burning with anger, Meng Qianda stared fiercely at Lin Hai's direction, his eyes filled with killing intent. I'll remember you, kid. Don't let me run into you once we're out. Under the protection of the Spirit Guard, Meng Qianda and his group ultimately escaped the danger, while Lin Hai paid no mind to his impotent rage. Instead, he looked at Xian Ningxiang beside him, who had somehow produced a small blue grass in his hand. This was of course their target, the cold crow grass. While the Ice Toad left, the treasure-seeking mouse quietly approached, and before they could be discovered, Lin Hai and the others turned and fled, successfully escaping the danger. Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh. That kid is probably going to suffer this time. But he really asked for it. He told me not to run into him, but he should be praying not to run into me, or else I'll make him understand why the flowers are so red. Within the alternate space, under the protection of the Spirit Guard, they faced little danger. Outside, however, it was not so fortunate. Naturally, they would not resort to killing. As the sky gradually darkened, the group found a spot to rest. The core area was far more dangerous than the outside, where threats could arise at any moment. Lin Hai made arrangements with the group, taking turns to keep watch, allowing them to rest first. He himself took the first shift. At night, the entire Han Frost Canyon was filled with a quiet atmosphere, only occasionally disrupted by the distant roar. Lin Hai threw a piece of wood into the fire to keep warm. The night in Han Frost Canyon was quite arduous. The cold wind battered against the group, and although Lu Feng and the others did not sleep deeply, they certainly needed proper rest after a long day. Just as Lin Hai was about to step out to check the situation, a system panel suddenly appeared before him, causing his expression to change dramatically. Detected the presence of members of the Annihilation Church around the host. Option 1 approach to investigate the Annihilation Church's plans. Reward a large amount of spirit power. All skills of contract spirits increase by 1 level. Option 2 notify the Spirit Guard stationed in the alternate space to capture the members of the Annihilation Church. Reward a large amount of spirit power, 100 system points. Option 3 not my business. Survival is paramount. Wake up my companions to escape. Reward a medium amount of spirit power. After reading the system panel, Lin Hai's expression solidified considerably. The long-forgotten term Annihilation Church resurfaced. Their previous plan in Ice City had been thwarted by Lin Hai, and now they appeared in Han Frost Canyon seemingly with another restless scheme. Telling the Spirit Guard directly without reason and not knowing their plans would yield little response, and it might even alert them. Lin Hai pondered for a long time, and in his hand appeared a bottle of gray potion, the last remaining vial from the initial gift pack of potions. The invisibility potion allows one to become invisible for about 5 minutes. Lin Hai ultimately chose to assess the situation himself before notifying the Spirit Guard and even the Dragon Knights. Soon a map popped up before Lin Hai indicating the location of the Doomsday Church. After glancing at Lu Feng and the others, Lin Hai finally woke up Chu Mingyao. Her personality was the most stable, making her the most suitable choice to stay behind temporarily. Yao Yao, I need to check on a situation outside. You will take over my watch. If there's any danger, wake them up. Chu Mingyao rubbed her sleepy eyes. Although she was puzzled about Lin Hai's intentions, she did not ask any questions since he had not elaborated. She simply nodded. Seeing Chu Mingyao agree, Lin Hai left the group and headed straight towards the Doomsday Church. Their location was not far from Lin Hai. After Lin Hai departed, a large black bird suddenly appeared overhead. Su Yuanlong stood atop the bird, pondering Lin Hai's departure. Where is this kid going at such a late hour? Lin Hai's group gathered the hopes of the entire Ice City. One high school. Su Yuanlong was uneasy about leaving them to the Spirit Guard and had been personally following behind Lin Hai and the others. Su Yuanlong had high regard for Lin Hai and the others' performance over the past half-month. Seeing Lin Hai suddenly separate from the main group, he instinctively sensed a hint of danger and followed behind Lin Hai. Lin Hai entered the spirit fusion state, maximizing his speed, and soon approached his destination. The individuals from the Doomsday Church should not be too strong, as ordinary-level spatial anomalies prohibited silver-level experts from entering. Such experts would pose a significant threat in an ordinary-level spatial anomaly, easily causing devastation and eliminating training grounds for lower-level spirit manipulators. To avoid attracting official attention, only black iron-level spirit manipulators could be dispatched. This was also the confidence that allowed Lin Hai to come alone. Lin Hai drank the invisibility potion and slowly moved forward, aware that he had only 5 minutes, so he needed to hurry. The voices of the three were also audible to Lin Hai. Is it about time? This time not only the special training class from the voices of the three were also audible to Lin Hai. Is it about time? This time not only the special training class from iCity No. 1 is entering the spatial anomaly, but also those from iCity No. 3. We have thoroughly provoked that king during this time. With just a little more fire, he will undoubtedly unleash a beast tide. At that time the experts from the Spirit Guard will be busy defending against the beast tide, and we can take advantage of the situation to eliminate these children. The younger generation of Ice City will face a significant setback. One person's voice fell, but the others shook their heads. It's not that simple. We seem to have gone a bit too far recently. That king is currently conducting a widespread search for our whereabouts. If a beast tide is unleashed, we may also be the first to suffer. This time those entering have a hit list from our Doomsday Church. His name is Lin Hai. The Ice City plan was ruined by him. Everyone else can live, but Lin Hai must die. At this moment Lin Hai was crouched behind a tree listening to the conversation of the three, below his heart suddenly jolting. These guys are truly insane. Oh, provoking the king to trigger a beast tide and killing the children of the special training class. If this plan succeeds, the younger generation of Ice City will indeed face a significant loss. No wonder the previous intel showed that the king of the Frost Canyon was acting strangely. After learning of their plan, Lin Hai prepared to escape, but accidentally brushed against a branch while leaving. What was that? One person stood up sharply, locking onto Lin Hai's position, but Lin Hai remained invisible. He didn't. Old 3, you're too tense. It's probably just a small beast. However, the man called Old 3 clearly disagreed. With a wave of his hand, a furry caterpillar landed in his palm, a flash of light appearing on its body. Lin Hai's heart sank. Regardless of anything else, he activated charge and wind breath skills. This creature was obviously a scouting contract spirit. While they couldn't see him due to the invisibility potion once locked on, he would be trapped without escape. Not good, someone is here. Old 3 exclaimed, and the other two immediately stood up. Under the full activation of his skills, Lin Hai had already dashed out several meters. His figure flickered as the time of the invisibility potion quickly approached its end. Suddenly Lin Hai was exposed to the eyes of the three. Facing 3 black iron level experts, Lin Hai did not dare to be reckless. He quickly purchased a small invincibility potion, clutched it in his hand, and quickly escaped into the distance. A stream of skill energy simultaneously locked onto Lin Hai's form. Without hesitation, Lin Hai drank the invincibility potion, bracing himself against the incoming strike, and was sent flying several dozen meters by the force of the blow. This also created some distance between him and them. The one who attacked was their leader, who upon seeing Lin Hai withstand his strike, as if nothing had happened, displayed a look of astonishment. This kid is peculiar, kill him. The three began to chase after Lin Hai. At this moment Lin Hai also started his escape, but not long after a large black bird suddenly appeared in the sky. Su Yuanlong certainly sensed the presence of the 3 black iron-level spirit manipulators, and quickly grabbed Lin Hai's form. What are you doing? How did you attract so many experts? Lin Hai took a breath, unable to explain. Run quickly, they are from the Doomsday Church. Let's leave and notify them. Do you mean the Doomsday Church? Su Yuanlong had indeed heard of the name of the Doomsday Church, and fully controlled his bird, transforming it into a streak of light as they fled into the distance. Behind them were 3 black iron-level spirit manipulators, and Su Yuanlong could sense that the leader was at black iron level 3 stars. He himself was only at black iron level 2 stars. Su Yuanlong turned to take a glance. The 3 were currently riding atop an eagle, relentlessly pursuing them closely. Seeing this scene, Su Yuanlong took out a satellite phone and handed it to Lin Hai. Quickly notify the Spirit Guard. There should also be some experts from the Spirit Guard in the core space. Let them come help, or else it will be the end for the 2 of us. Lin Hai took the phone and began to contact the experts from the Spirit Guard. The 3 were not to be underestimated. The eagle seemed to have activated some skill, its speed surging again, tightly clinging to the 2's backs. The distance was continuously narrowing. Su Yuanlong and Lin Hai of course also noticed the relentless pursuit of the eagle behind them. Their faces were grim, and Su Yuanlong activated all his skills, yet the disparity in strength still made it difficult to shake off the eagle trailing them. Lin Hai's pupils constricted for a moment. He was contemplating escape strategies, realizing that they likely wouldn't wait for the town spirit army's support and would soon become a pair of corpses. Soon Lin Hai thought of a solution. The members of the Apocalypse Church had previously mentioned that they had provoked the Black Iron-level monarch of the Frost Canyon, a ruler, who controlled the alternate space with all the Lord-level ferocious beasts in that space as his subordinates. Teacher quickly searched for nearby Black Iron-level lords and escaped to their territories. Using a tiger to swallow a wolf is the only way to escape now. Su Yuanlong frowned at these words, glancing at Lin Hai. He understood Lin Hai's character well, and knew he wasn't the type to act recklessly. Since there were no better options, Su Yuanlong, who had some knowledge of the Frost Canyon, locked onto a target and swiftly moved in that. The 3 members of the Apocalypse Church behind them closely followed, and although the distance was continually decreasing, catching up would evidently still require some time. Before long, Su Yuanlong rode his black giant bird into a valley where an odd roar echoed from below. A fierce python with sharp horns on its head looked at the giant bird in the air and emitted several warning sounds. However, it quickly shifted its gaze away from the two, having spotted the 3 members of the Apocalypse Church behind them. During this time, the monarch had issued a death order, constantly searching for the whereabouts of these 3 individuals, furious that they still dared to appear in his territory. The lord of the Xuanjiao dragon serpent let out a thunderous beast roar, and the figures of several Xuanjiao dragon serpents materialized, completely ignoring Lin Hai and Su Yuanlong above. They charged towards the eagle of the Apocalypse Church, and the 3 of them quietly cursed at the sight. Damn it, it's that beast. The leader's face turned grim as he looked at Lin Hai in the distance, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The Xuanjiao dragon serpent's skill then appeared before the 3, and the man controlling his eagle performed a maneuver in the air to evade the attack. However, the previous roar of the Xuanjiao dragon serpent had already drawn the attention of the surrounding lord-level ferocious beasts. The man's expression darkened, knowing that if this continued they would soon be surrounded by ferocious beasts. He glared fiercely at Lin Hai and Su Yuanlong's retreating figures, ultimately choosing to temporarily flee. In the distance, Su Yuanlong and Lin Hai turned around, noticing that the 3 had retreated far away, letting out a sigh. After the crisis was averted, Su Yuanlong led Lin Hai back to find Chu Mingyao and the others, inquiring about what exactly happened. Lin Hai sighed deeply and recounted the information he had learned. Su Yuanlong's expression suddenly changed, grasping the severity of the situation. Currently, the Frost Canyon housed not only the special training class from Ice City No. 1, but also the special training class from Ice City No. 3 and other young talents there to hone their skills. If a beast tide were to erupt without the town spirit army's awareness, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Yuanlong immediately took out his communicator to inform the commander of the town spirit army stationed in the Frost Canyon. He then began to relay the message to others. No, this place is too dangerous. I will immediately take you back to the town spirit army's stronghold. Reaching the core area of the town spirit army stronghold, even with a black iron level flying contract spirit, would take at least 7 days. It was already too late to call for aid from the experts of the town spirit army. They could only return with Lin Hai before the beast tide commenced, which offered at least a glimmer of hope. Under Su Yuanlong's full-speed return, they quickly arrived at the cave, where Chu Mingyao and the others were resting, finding that Lu Feng and the others were still asleep. Lin Hai approached and woke them all up. Rubbing their drowsy eyes, they looked at Su Yuanlong with puzzled expressions. Teacher, what are you doing here? There's no time to explain. Quickly get on my contract spirit. Su Yuanlong's face was filled with urgency as he waved his hand. Seeing his expression, the others understood that something was wrong and hurriedly boarded the black giant bird. The giant bird spread its wings in the air, transforming into a streak of black light and speeding out of the core area. However, it was evidently a step too late, just as they ascended into the sky. Lin Hai felt a terrifying aura emanating from the distant core area. A tiger's roar echoed through the heavens, causing the entire frost forest to shudder. Damn it, the monarch has awakened. Hearing this roar, Su Yuanlong cursed angrily, clearly indicating that the members of the Apocalypse Church were aware their plan had been exposed and had set their plan in motion ahead of time. This roar of the monarch plunged the entire frost forest into chaos. Lin Hai looked down, and within the gorge beneath him the figures of ferocious beasts began to emerge. This time their faces were filled with brutal expressions, with only one target in mind, the stronghold of the town spirit army. Lin Hai let out a sigh at this sight. The monarch's fury and the ensuing beast tide made him doubt whether the town spirit army could withstand it. The speed at which the beast tide erupted was faster than they had anticipated. Although Su Yuanlong had already relayed the message, he was unsure if the other squads would successfully escape, but there were relatively few teams in the core area, most of them still on the edge. As long as the message was conveyed in time, they should still have a chance to flee. At this moment, within the stronghold of the town spirit army, all the forces had assembled and began constructing defenses, as the beast tide was not to be taken lightly. In fact, every town spirit army in alternate spaces would experience several beast tides. This is because the ferocious beasts in alternate spaces are also infinitely reproducing beings. When their numbers reach a certain threshold, they will launch a beast tide under the monarch's command. This is also to control the ecological environment within their territory, but the beast tide unleashed by the monarch is entirely different from the previous ones that led to their demise. Although the beast tide reaching the town spirit army stronghold would still take a considerable amount of time, this commander already felt a strong sense of pressure. Notify everyone in the alternate space to return to the town spirit army's stronghold at once. Those who are not involved must leave the Frost Canyon immediately. Send a portion of people to search for the students from the special training class. They are the future of Ice City and must not be lost. Report to the Dragon Guard of Baiyuan Province, stating that the monarch of the Frost Forest has gone wild, initiating a large-scale beast tide. Their mission was to notify the other spirit tamers trapped in the alternate space to evacuate, while also rescuing the children from the special training class. In truth, they need not have bothered, for the oppressive roar of the king could be heard throughout the entire Frost Canyon. Most of the people had already begun retreating towards the Spirit Guard stronghold. However, they were not the only ones who could hear. The fierce beasts were also completely stirred up at this moment. Everyone within the alternate space, whether students, beast tamers, or the Spirit Guard, were subjected to indiscriminate attacks from the fierce beasts. The Black Iron level king's true strength was only that of a Black Iron 3-star, yet their combat prowess could rival that of a Silver 3-star, or even a Gold level. Even a gold-level spirit tamer in this place would not dare to claim they could directly kill a black iron king. This has also made the king's corpse extremely valuable, but those who dared to covet it were mostly already dead. As the entire alternate space fell into chaos, Lin Hai and his group of 6 began their long escape. They had not gone far when numerous fierce beast auras appeared in the sky. The leader was clearly also a black iron-level fierce beast spreading its wings and bringing a gust of frost. Upon seeing this beast, Lin Hai recognized it as an old acquaintance. It was the flying ice-type fierce beast, the Extreme Ice Phoenix. Previously in the Frost Forest, Lin Hai had witnessed its battle with a monkey, but this Extreme Ice Phoenix had not yet reached the Lord level. It should only be a mutated fierce beast. However, that was already enough to give them a headache. With a flap of its wings, the Extreme Ice Phoenix gathered frost in the air, which then coalesced into shimmering ice arrows locking onto Lin Hai and his companions below. And that black bird, with a sudden sweep of its wings, sent 9 ice arrows shooting down from the sky. Under this rain of arrows, Lin Hai and his group felt like a lone boat adrift. Su Yuanlong, maneuvering his blackbird to evade, shouted at Lin Hai and the others, "Protect yourselves." They understood the severity of the situation. A Han Xian summoned his Xuanjia turtle. Lu Feng's Mo Yuqilan also shimmered with a dark radiance, its tendrils wrapping around the Xuanjia turtle's body, providing it with additional protection. The ice arrows landed in front of the Xuanjia turtle first, striking Lu Feng's black tendrils, shattering them, and then piercing into the golden runes on the Xuanjia turtle. With 2 layers of protection in place, they barely managed to block one attack. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Hai entered the spirit fusion state and activated his skill Divine Guidance, locking onto a slightly weaker Extreme Ice Phoenix in the distance. The fierce beast he locked onto seemed to be around level 7, and under Lin Hai's guidance it charged towards them. Lin Hai seized the Extreme Ice Phoenix, using it as a meat shield to protect his companions. This completely neutralized the area of attack, allowing the black bird to pierce through the rain of arrows. The Extreme Ice Phoenix, however, clearly did not intend to let them off easily. With a piercing cry, about a dozen Extreme Ice Phoenixes began to circle in the air. Their wings, stirring the frost, gradually formed into a whirlwind. The snowstorm rationally coalesced by these fierce beasts was terrifying. Even before it got close, they all felt a chilling aura that froze their very bodies. The snowstorm ravaged through the air, rapidly approaching their position. Quick descent. Lin Hai assessed the current battle situation. They absolutely could not withstand this strike. Even if the contracted spirits could endure it, their physical bodies would surely perish upon even a single touch from this snowstorm. Hearing Lin Hai shout, Su Yuanlong directed his blackbird to dive suddenly towards the valley below. The rapid descent evaded an attack from the Extreme Ice Phoenix. The group landed at a low altitude. The phoenix in the sky still did not relent, persistently chasing after them. Yet the crisis was far from over. Below, several ferocious giant pythons emerged. The lord of the Xian Jiao dragon serpent had somehow arrived beneath them. It was brewing a massive ice ball, as if it could freeze everything. With enemies in pursuit and blocking their path, the situation was dire. There was no way out above or below. Su Yuanlong's body began to tremble slightly. He waved his hand to summon his second contracted spirit. Though he was a black iron 2-star expert, his power was roughly equivalent to a mutated black iron fierce beast. Fighting 2 against 1 could manage to hold off the lord for a short time. However, in front of him was 1 lord-level beast and 1 mutated beast. The group had fallen directly into a life-and-death crisis. Su Yuanlong's second contracted spirit was a rabbit glowing with a faint milky white light. As soon as the rabbit appeared, it faced an attack from the Xian Jiao dragon serpent. The massive ice ball flew towards them, but the rabbit was not to be outdone. Its blue eyes flashed, seemingly affecting the trajectory of the ice ball. Carrying an aura of extreme cold, the ice ball brushed past the group, making Lin Hai feel as if his blood had partially frozen. Fortunately, they narrowly avoided disaster, resolving the first wave of crisis, but escaping was still far from simple. Lin Hai took out a bottle of red potion from his pocket. It was the berserk potion just distributed by the system. In such a situation, this was their only hope for salvation. "Teacher, drink this quickly." Su Yuanlong took the berserk potion from Lin Hai's hand. Lin Hai's anxious voice urged, "This is an enhanced version of the potential potion, the berserk potion." Su Yuanlong's eyes sparkled as he fed the berserk potion to the black bird beneath him. After consuming the potion, the bird's eyes flashed with a frenzied red hue. At this moment, the Extreme Ice Phoenix also descended to a low altitude, circling around them. Although the group did not possess the strength to contend with the black iron-level fierce beasts, there were still plenty of ordinary-level beasts surrounding them. They too began to take action, countering the attacks from all sides. The black bird that had swallowed the berserk potion unleashed a formidable aura, its body suddenly darting forward like a blade, piercing through the wing of the black iron-level Extreme Ice Phoenix. A scarlet mark appeared on the wing, blood gushing forth. Seeing this scene, even Lin Hai displayed a shocked expression. It seemed the berserk potion was even more powerful than he had imagined. Though he had used it once before, he had never felt such a direct impact. The black iron Extreme Ice Phoenix was severely injured by a single blow, and Su Yuanlong directed his 2 contracted spirits to exchange opponents. The wounded Extreme Ice Phoenix held no advantage against Su Yuanlong's rabbit. The Lord-level Xian Jiao dragon serpent engaged in a fierce battle with the black bird. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Looking at the current battlefield, Lin Hai furrowed his brow deeply. In this situation, escaping was not realistic, as countless ferocious beasts lurked in the surroundings. There wasn't a single safe place in the entire Frost Canyon. However, staying here was merely waiting for death. The urgent task was to deal with the extreme ice phoenix. Without the obstruction of this black iron-level flying ferocious beast, their escape route would be much clearer. With the giant bird that had swallowed the berserk potion leading the way, there was still hope for survival. Thinking of this, Lin Hai turned to look at Lu Feng beside him. Can you control it for a moment? Upon hearing this, Lu Feng frowned slightly. The difficulty of controlling a black iron-level ferocious beast was evident, but in the end he still agreed. There's only one chance, be ready. After saying this, the ink jade Qilin beside Lu Feng suddenly emitted a pitch-black glow, which seemed to merge completely with the surrounding darkness. In front of them, Su Yuanlong's rabbit was in a fierce battle with the extreme ice phoenix, when suddenly spots of pitch-black light appeared on the rabbit. At the moment when the two figures crossed, the pitch-black light surged out, forming eerie tendrils, 8 in total. At the same time, they ensnared the body of the extreme ice phoenix. The phoenix let out a cry and spread its wings to escape, but the 8 tendrils, like bone-corroding maggots, transformed into a solid cage. Seeing this skill, Lin Hai also showed a shocked expression. He had never seen such a technique before, and it seemed that Lu Feng had never unleashed his full power. Under the confinement of the octagonal cage, the extreme ice phoenix temporarily lost its ability to move. Lin Hai leaped from the back of the giant bird, holding a long spear that radiated cold light. This spear was a companion spirit weapon of Meng Tian, and at that moment Lin Hai had it in his hand, suddenly activating its gigantic form. Lin Hai channeled all his strength and hurled the spear with great force. It traced a beautiful arc in the air, locking onto the heart of the extreme ice phoenix. Sensing the impending danger, the extreme ice phoenix appeared very anxious, and the tendrils beside it began to crumble slowly. However, the rabbit in front was no mere decoration. Its gaze trembled, significantly reducing the phoenix's struggle. The spear struck with unstoppable force, piercing the heart of the extreme ice phoenix, causing its ice-formed armor to shatter. It transformed into a blossoming spray of blood as the spear penetrated the phoenix's body. This also signified the fall of a black iron-level ferocious beast. Earlier in the Frost Forest, Lin Hai had sensed that although the extreme ice phoenix had outstanding attack and speed, its defense was exceedingly weak. There was no way it could survive being hit by him. Having dealt with the biggest trouble, Lin Hai patted Su Yuanlong's shoulder. Hurry and run, don't linger. We don't know how many ferocious beasts are around us. Su Yuanlong nodded heavily upon hearing this. Controlling his black giant bird, he unleashed a skill to drive back the Xianhorn dragon snake before them. The black giant bird slowly ascended again, disappearing into the distance, and out of the sight of the Xianhorn dragon. Watching Lin Hai and the others escape, the Xianhorn dragon snake let out several unwilling roars, but it had no way to stop them, only able to summon other lords to block Lin Hai and the others. The black giant bird, having swallowed the berserk potion, surged in speed by more than double. The group held tightly onto the feathers on the bird's back to prevent being thrown off during such high-speed maneuvers. Lin Hai took a moment to scan the surroundings. The raging ferocious beasts around them were numerous. Within the entire alternate space, tens of thousands of ferocious beasts began to go berserk. The angry roars of the ferocious beasts echoed throughout the alternate space. Like Lin Hai, many others were fleeing. Some lucky ones had not been discovered by the black iron-level lords, thus making their escape much easier. However, there were also some who had intruded into the lairs of black iron-level ferocious beasts, and their ending was naturally self-evident. The beast tide had not yet truly begun to exert its force, but the spirit masters in the alternate space had already suffered significant losses. After a day and a night, Lin Hai and his companions had fled, without rest, finally leaving the core area. Leaving this place meant a significant reduction in danger, but they could not afford to be careless. The black giant bird let out a few low roars, running at full speed, combined with the aftereffects of the berserk potion, leaving this contracted spirit completely exhausted. Su Yuanlong glanced at his contracted spirit, seemingly trying to soothe its emotions. The others did not have flying contracted spirits, and stopping now would be tantamount to seeking death. Lin Hai also noticed that the black giant bird was running low on stamina. If this continued, the bird would lose all combat capability, and the dangers they would face would be no less. Teacher, recall the contracted spirit. Let's find a place to hide for a while. Otherwise, if your contracted spirit loses its fighting power and encounters a black iron-level ferocious beast, we will undoubtedly perish. Su Yuanlong listened to Lin Hai's words and wanted to argue, but upon thinking it over, it seemed to be true. Reluctantly, Su Yuanlong circled around and found a relatively safe place where only 20 or 30 ordinary-level ferocious beasts had been cleared out by a few people. Su Yuanlong recalled his black giant bird and summoned the rabbit again to lead the way. The group temporarily curled up under a tree. Remaining still was the safest choice now. Otherwise, if they encountered ferocious beasts, their whereabouts would be exposed. That would spell trouble. The group did not remain idle, each summoning their contracted spirits. Having left the core area, most of the wandering ferocious beasts were ordinary ones, allowing them to exert their combat power. Currently, their position was about 3 days away from the Zhonling army's base. If black iron-level contracted spirits moved, Lin Hai assessed the current situation. Since the beast tide began, a day and 2 nights had passed. Most of the ferocious beasts in the core area would soon start crossing the mountainous barriers, officially advancing, leaving them with at most half a day's time to rest. Half a day was far from enough for Su Yuanlong's contracted spirit to regain its strength. Now they faced only 2 options. The first was to risk moving, trying to distance themselves from the beast tide behind them, to give Su Yuanlong time to recover his strength. The second was to trust the Jinling army and wait for rescue. Regardless of which option, they both seemed unreliable. Though unreliable, they still had to try. Fortunately, Su Yuanlong still had a way to contact the Jinling army and send out their current positions hoping for reinforcements to arrive. After Su Yuanlong relayed the message, the group took a brief hour to rest. They had not slept for nearly 2 days, yet in this perilous alternate space, resting felt like an extravagant luxury. After a brief respite, the group prepared to move forward. Clearly, sitting idle here was not a wise strategy. The treasure-seeking mouse shimmered, scouting the surroundings. It helped the group avoid numerous dangers. 500 meters ahead, there is a group of ferocious beasts numbering around 30, came the voice of Xianingxing. 1,000 meters to the left, there is a black iron-level monster. Xianingxing's voice heightened the tension among the already anxious group, causing them to unconsciously glance towards Lin. Lin Hai stroked his chin, realizing that Su Yuanlong still had a rabbit he could use. As long as they did not encounter the black iron-level beast, they would generally be safe. The key issue was that once a battle erupted, the surrounding ferocious beasts would come rushing in. The best course of action was to avoid all combat, but that was evidently impossible. Go all out and charge forward. Lin Hai quickly made the decision, and at that moment no one objected. LV Phone was the first to act. The MOU Kirin shimmered, and tendrils connected to the group, providing them with protection. They advanced rapidly, and after Lin Hai entered the fusion spirit state, he led the charge. The charging skill activated as they plunged into the midst of the ferocious beast group, and then he slammed his foot down onto the ground. War Stomp. Under the control of War Stomp, the group of ferocious beasts fell into a momentary standoff. The others also attacked with full force, and under the leadership of a black iron-level contracted spirit, they swiftly annihilated the beasts before them. Just as the battle had ended, a powerful aura appeared behind them. It was evident that the previous conflict had attracted the nearby black iron-level beast. Without a word, the group quickly fled into the distance. Lin Hai glanced back, but did not catch a full glimpse of the beast. As Lin Hai and the others sprinted, a massive figure gradually became visible behind them. It was a mutated frost giant. With each step the giant bear took, the ground trembled. In terms of size alone, it was even larger than the enlarged Lin Hai, with surrounding trees barely reaching its waist. Sensing the terrifying aura behind them, the group quickened their pace. However, Xianingxing and Chu Minjio's physical abilities evidently fell short, hindering their escape. Seeing the current situation, Su Yuanlong suddenly stopped. He turned to face the approaching frost giant bear, saying, "I will hold them back. You all hurry and leave." Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback. Lin Hai and the others were the most outstanding students of the Ice City Special Training class, representing the future of Ice City. Su Yuanlong understood that their survival was far more important than his own. But not everyone possessed such resolve. At that moment, a system panel popped up in front of Lin Hai. Option 1: abandon Su Yuanlong and escape, seeking revenge for the mentor in the future. Reward increase in Spirit Master rank by 1. Option 2: advance and retreat together with Su Yuanlong facing death. Generously reward 50 system points. Lin Hai furrowed his brow. He clearly knew this was the best choice at present. No matter how one looked at it, Su Yuanlong was a black iron-level Spirit Master. Even if he couldn't stop the bear, he could at least delay it, allowing the others to escape. The system's rewards were indeed very generous, yet Lin Hai had no intention of abandoning him to flee. This was the first time Lin Hai had rejected the system's optimal choice. Many things were not worth trading for that little reward. Noticing Lin Hai had also halted, LV Phone and the others stood beside him in succession. "What are you doing? I told you to leave. Can't you hear me? This is the task given to you by the teacher." Su Yuanlong shouted angrily, even pushing Lin Hai slightly. But Lin Hai firmly shook his head. "Enough, teacher. A black iron-level beast is not a silver level one. It might not be without a fighting chance," Lin Hai said, entering the fusion spirit state, and LV Phone stepped forward as well. "Yes, teacher, I LV Phone also want to see if I can kill a black iron-level beast today." The group stepped forward, standing side by side. Su Yuanlong looked at them and let out a heavy sigh. "You all should go. The teacher is old and has no hope of ever reaching the silver level. You all are different. You still have a bright. There's no need to die here, and protecting students is something I should do as a teacher." Lin Hai and the others ignored this statement, as the figure of the frost giant bear was already drawing close. The tremors from the ground grew louder. Su Yuanlong summoned his rabbit, placing it in front of him as a shield. Lin Hai gazed at the frost giant bear, his mind racing for a solution. However, this frost giant bear was completely different from the previous extreme ice phoenix. In terms of strength and defense, it was flawless. Several level 7 or 8 contracted spirits could hardly inflict any substantial damage on it. What should they do? Before Lin Hai could think further, the frost giant bear slammed its chest in anger, letting out a thunderous roar. As the sound echoed, the group felt a wave of dizziness. Thanks to his enhanced physical condition from the fusion spirit, Lin Hai was the first to recover. At that moment, the frost giant bear had already unleashed a punch aimed at the rabbit, which posed the greatest threat to him. Su Yuanlong's contracted spirit seemed to belong to the mental category and was not adept at direct combat. The rabbit's eyes shimmered, and the frost giant bear's movement slowed considerably. Following that, the rabbit also created. The frost giant bear's punch crashed heavily into the ground, producing a crisp sound. Beneath its feet, a patch of black swamp had mysteriously appeared. The swamp covered the frost giant bear's paws, and numerous tendrils surged forth, yet these tendrils seemed to have no substantial effect on the frost giant bear. As the frost giant bear moved, the tendrils on its body shattered. Lin Hai also took action at this moment, suddenly stomping down, activating War Stomp. However, the gap in strength between the two was too great. War Stomp did not yield significant results, and the massive body rose from the ground. Lin Hai smashed a nearby tree with his fist, and swung it like a long staff sweeping towards the distant frost giant. The frost giant bear showed utter disdain towards this strike, not even bothering to make any defensive moves, completely ignoring Lin Hai and the others' attacks. The long staff struck the frost giant bear's massive body, shattering into pieces, with wood chips flying everywhere. Yet Meng Tian's shield formation slowly advanced, blocking the path of the frost giant bear, while 5 long spears simultaneously thrust forward, trailing a glimmer of cold light. As Meng Tian's strike landed, the frost giant bear sensed a piercing aura of pain, its massive paw descending. It seemed intent on crushing them all. Gazing up at the colossal figure that blocked out the sky, the expressions of the group turned. The momentum of this strike was truly astonishing. Before it even fell, a yellowish turtle shell appeared above their heads, clearly indicating that Han Xin was preparing to block this attack. However, Lin Hai understood that Han Xin would definitely not be able to withstand it. Stepping forward, Lin Hai bypassed the others, brandishing a small bottle of invincibility potion in his hand. In that moment, Lin Hai had already made up his mind. Even if he exhausted all his system points, he had to stop this creature. He locked onto the distant frost giant bear and activated his charge skill. On his way, Lin Hai kept pounding his chest, hoping to trigger the effects of the golden armor, but it was ultimately a matter of chance. As he neared the impact with the golden armor, yet to activate, Lin Hai decisively downed the invincibility potion. Seeing Lin Hai charge towards the enemy, without hesitation, a flicker of fear appeared in the eyes of the others. Lin Hai! Lu Feng shouted anxiously as Lin Hai crashed fiercely into the frost giant bear. Lin Hai's body, propelled by a terrifying force, managed to force the frost giant bear back 3 steps. Thanks to the protection of the small invincibility potion, Lin Hai suffered no damage. Seeing that Lin Hai was unharmed, the group finally felt relieved. At this moment, Lu Feng erupted completely, countless dark tendrils intertwining to form a massive cage that even bound the giant body of the frost giant bear to some extent. Lin Hai charged forward once again, delivering a punch straight to the frost giant bear's face. The frost giant bear, just having regained its balance from Lin Hai's earlier crash, now displayed a fierce rage. Ignoring Lin Hai's incoming blow, it retaliated with a punch of its own, meeting Lin Hai's fist hidden. However, at that moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from Lin Hai, enveloping him, as if he had donned a layer of golden battle armor. Their fists collided violently. Though in an invincible state, the overwhelming force still sent Lin Hai flying. In midair, several tendrils caught Lin Hai's body, halting his retreat, while the frost giant bear was also affected, unable to ignore Lin Hai's terrifying strength. Just then, a flash of light from the rabbit caused the frost giant bear's eyes to momentarily glaze over its body, freezing in place for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hai activated his wind breath skill, propelled back into the battlefield by the howling wind. He turned to Meng Tian in the distance and waved his hand. Under Lin Hai's divine guidance, the long spear in Meng Tian's hand flew towards Lin Hai. Grasping the spear, Lin Hai summoned all his strength to thrust it towards the frost giant bear's left eye. Even though this fierce beast had astonishing defensive power, its eyes were undoubtedly its weak point. The sharpness of the accompanying spirit weapon was undeniable. As the spear pierced forth, the frost giant bear let out a painful roar, breaking free from its controlled state to strike down at Lin Hai with a vengeful blow. Before that blow landed, Lin Hai had already consumed his second small invincibility potion. In just a few minutes of battle, Lin Hai had spent 100 system points, a considerable sum for him, but now was not the time to feel regret. Having successfully landed a blow, the frost giant bear was now heavily injured, yet it appeared even more frenzied, charging straight towards Lin Hai. However, in its path, 4 soldiers stood firm, shields in their left hands and spears in their right, forming a solid line. The enraged beast had lost its sanity. With a punch, the 4 soldiers were instantly turned to blood mist, rendering Meng Tian's shield formation ineffective. The frost giant bear charged once more towards Lin Hai. In his hand was a small invincibility potion. With few savings left, he had to find a way to deliver a decisive blow. At this moment, Lin Hai's gaze was fixed on its remaining eye. If he could destroy that eye, the beast would become blind, eliminating the Lin Hai flicked the long spear in his hand and glanced at Lu Feng. After such a lengthy battle, the two were almost in sync. Lu Feng instantly understood Lin Hai's intent. A tendril wrapped around Lin Hai's waist. Immediately, a patch of dark swamp appeared beneath his feet. The frost giant bear charged recklessly towards Lin Hai, the distance between them rapidly closing. All of Lin Hai's skills had entered cooldown. He could only rely on them now. In this critical moment, Su Yuanlong also disregarded everything else and summoned his black bird once more from the alternate space. As the large bird appeared, its aura seemed quite weak, but at Su Yuanlong's command it took to the skies. Launching an attack, the black iron tear strike landed on the frost giant bear, inflicting some effect. The bear howled in pain, but showed no signs of stopping. It appeared as though the frost giant bear's eyes were fixated solely on Lin Hai, determined to kill him at any cost. As it reached Lin Hai, it stepped into the control range of the dark swamp. Its massive body stiffened significantly, and at that moment Lin Hai raised the long spear in his hand. With the third bottle of small invincibility potion in his other hand, he downed it in one gulp. While bracing for a blow from the frost giant bear, Lin Hai thrust his spear forward, locking onto its only remaining eye. As both sides launched their strikes simultaneously, the others were not idle. Though Lu Feng had seen Lin Hai withstand the frost giant bear's attack, before he instinctively tugged at the tendril around Lin Hai's waist. In an attempt to save Lin Hai, the rabbit's power activated once more, causing the frost giant bear's form to stiffen for a moment, while the blackbird unleashed its full might. Lin Hai's spear pierced fiercely through the frost giant bear's other eye, turning both eyes into hollow blood mist. Having lost all its light, Lin Hai was sent flying by the ensuing punch. Thanks to the protection of the invincibility potion, Lu Feng pulled Lin Hai back to the group. Without its sight, the frost giant bear could no longer lock onto any enemies, beginning to attack wildly. Severely injured, its attacks were considerably weaker. Seeing this scene, the group let out a sigh of relief, but what remained was much simpler. Lin Hai, are you okay? Lu Feng anxiously asked Lin Hai, especially since he had taken the brunt of the frost giant bear's 3 attacks. Seeing Lu Feng's anxious expression, Lin Hai smiled faintly, gesturing that he was unharmed. I'm fine. A black heron-tier beast cannot wound me. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's lips twitched, yet his relief was palpable as he confirmed Lin Hai's safety. Before them, the frost-cloaked grizzly bear, blinded and disoriented, lashed out blindly in all directions, its attacks chaotic and uncoordinated. The group advanced with meticulous caution, gradually encircling the beast. Though immensely powerful and heavily armored, such a beast now posed no real threat. After roughly a quarter of an hour, the colossal form of the frost grizzly collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. It had fallen inevitably beneath Su Yuanlong's assault. Gazing upon the fallen beast, the group drew deep, ragged breaths, the visceral tremor of survival leaving them utterly spent. Lin Hai forced himself upright, though the burden he'd borne had been the heaviest of all. Yet rest was impossible now. Dispose of the carcass swiftly. We must depart immediately. Other beasts are surely converging on this site. At his words, the others moved without hesitation, carving apart the frost grizzly's body, especially its heart, the core material prized above all else. No sooner had they cleared the battlefield than a deafening roar echoed from afar. Another black heron-tier beast, drawn by the carnage, was already closing in. A wave of despair flickered across their faces, until suddenly a piercing dragon's cry split the heavens. Lin Hai sensed a familiar aura, and looked up. A crimson-scaled dragon coiled majestically in the sky, upon whose back stood a youth with blazing red hair. Ling Xiao! Lin Hai shouted, waving frantically toward him. Ling Xiao instantly spotted their position and guided his fiery dragon down to land beside them. The surrounding black heron-tier beasts, sensing the overwhelming aura of a silver-tier cultivator, scattered in panic. This was no time for futile sacrifice, not before the full tide of the beast's surge had even begun. Even beasts possess instinctive self-preservation. Ling Xiao surveyed the group and exhaled deeply. Upon receiving the emergency report, the dragon riding guard had dispatched aid at once, though only he had been free to respond. He had originally been stationed at the stronghold, reinforcing defenses against the impending beast surge, but when word reached him that Lin Hai remained trapped within Frost Canyon, he could no longer wait. After an exhaustive search, he finally located them. You reckless brat, what luck you have to survive this. Ling Xiao teased. Lin Hai, already slumped to the ground, lacked even the strength to smile. With a sweeping gesture, Ling Xiao summoned a tempestuous thunder dragon beside them. Mount up. I'll have it escort you back. I must continue searching for others still stranded here. Once you reach the spirit taming army's stronghold, leave immediately. The dragon riding guard and elite spirit taming soldiers will handle the coming beast surge. You young ones need not involve yourselves further. Hearing this, they supported one another onto the thunder dragon's back. Its serpentine form coiled upward and surged toward the spirit taming army's stronghold. Having seen them off, Ling Xiao wasted no time. He resumed his solitary sweep through Frost Canyon. With his silver tier cultivation, he could dominate the entire ordinary tier spatial realm, unless a sovereign intervened directly. 2 days later, under the Thunder Dragon's vigilant escort, Lin Hai and his companions returned safely to the Spirit Taming Army's stronghold. Here at last they were beyond immediate peril. Their arrival coincided with the final fortification of defensive lines across the stronghold. The beast surge had already breached the inner zone, and would reach the stronghold within 3 days at most. Tension hung thick in the air. Every spirit taming soldier stood battle ready. Lin Hai scanned the compound and noticed 2 figures bearing golden armbands, undoubtedly elite dragon riding guards. To confront this surge, the dragon riding guard had deployed 3 cultivators, more than sufficient for an ordinary tier spatial realm, especially since their mission was never to hunt sovereigns. Upon landing, Su Yuanlong immediately sought out the Spirit Taming Army's commander to inquire after the students of Bingqing No. 1 high school. By the time Lin Hai's group reunited with the main contingent, all 30 students stood assembled before him. Aside from Lin Hai's team, no other squad exceeded level 7. Thus none had ventured into the core zone. Under the protection of elite spirit taming soldiers, they too had safely returned. Su Yuanlong studied the unscathed youths before him and finally breathed easy. Though their talents and family backgrounds paled beside Lin Hai's, each life entrusted to him carried irreplaceable weight. To lose even one would haunt him for life. Not merely punishment, but profound, unrelenting guilt. He gathered the 30 students before him, his expression grave and resolute. A beast surge has erupted within Frost Forest. Your trial ends prematurely. All of you will now depart the No objections arose. Their presence here would offer little aid, and would amount to little more than suicide. Lin Hai shared that sentiment. Yet at that very moment, the system interface shimmered into view before him. Option 1: participate in the beast surge to defend the Spirit Taming Army's stronghold. Earn system points per kill 1 point per level 1 beast 9 points per level 9 50 points per black iron tier beast 100 points per mutated tier beast 200 points per lore tier beast. Option 2 return to Blue Planet with Su Yuanlong and others. Reward modest quantity of spirit taming. Option 3 join the beast surge and locate the 3 members of the Apocalypse Church who previously entered this realm. Ensure they remain trapped here. Reward substantial spirit taming energy plus 200 system points. Having read the rewards, Lin Hai's interest ignited. Killing beasts yielded system points. Modest individually perhaps, yet tantalizing in aggregate. For the surge would unleash tens of thousands of beasts. Though he could not match Black Iron foes, even level 9 ordinary beasts likely posed no serious danger to him. No one knew how long the surge would last. If he slew several thousand beasts, the total reward might eclipse everything he'd earned thus far. Lin Hai glanced at Su Yuanlong, weighing how best to broach the subject. He needed no divination to know Su Yuanlong would forbid it outright. He harbored no desire to court danger, but the stakes were simply too great. With spirit taming and dragon riding elites present, Black Iron tier beasts would scarcely fall to him anyway. The risk therefore appeared minimal. Lin Hai fixed his gaze on Su Yuanlong, composed his reasoning, and stepped forward to Master, I wish to stay. As Lin Hai had anticipated the moment he said he wanted to stay, Su Yuanlong's expression shifted instantly. Are you joking? This is a beast tide, not some playground for you to play house. Just because you have some strength now, do you forget who you are? A black iron grade ferocious beast almost killed you before. Don't even think about it. Come back with me right now. With that he grabbed Lin Hai by the arm and unleashed a torrent of reproach. Lin Hai's face twitched. He understood that Su was scolding him for his own good. But thousands of system points could double his power outright, and Lin Hai was unwilling to miss such an opportunity. He tore his arm free from Su Yuanlong's grip. Master, please hear me out. Su Yuanlong glowered at Lin Hai, roaring, go on. Let's see what nonsense you come up with. A small smile curved Lin Hai's lips as he leaned close to Su Yuanlong. To be frank, Master, I have an innate sensitivity to criminals. Earlier I discovered the existence of the Mishi Church. I want to stay and identify some members of the Mishi Church. Su Yuanlong's face showed a flicker of doubt. Though Lin Hai's words sounded implausible, the fact that he had uncovered the Mishi Church's plan and bought Beiyuan Province precious preparation time was tangible. One could say Lin Hai had saved the entire special training class, otherwise the losses might have been catastrophic. Nevertheless, Su Yuanlong still did not agree to let Lin Hai stay. Very well. You will remain here for the time being. Wait until the Yulong Wei member returns, and I will hear his opinion. For now, stay put and behave. He'll escort these classmates back. Hearing this, Lin Hai knew the matter was 80% settled and nodded repeatedly. Su Yuanlong then left with the special training classmates. After Su departed, Lin Hai was about to find a place to rest when he unexpectedly saw someone. LV Feng. What are you still doing here? LV Feng stepped out of the shadows, a smile playing at his mouth. I saw you didn't want to leave, so of course I stayed. Don't worry. I already spoke with Teacher Su. He agreed that I remain to protect you. Otherwise, if you died here, wouldn't I lose a little brother? Lin Hai sized up LV Feng, skeptical that Su Yuanlong would allow him to stay, but LV Feng's strength was not insignificant. At the very least, he could easily protect himself. The next day, Ling Xiao returned to the Jinling army stronghold, dusty and weary, accompanied by 7 or 8 others. Their faces were filled with horror, clearly survivors. As Ling Xiao's form settled, he noticed Lin Hai and wore a kid. Why are you still here? In the meantime, Lin Hai had prepared his excuse. He sidled up to Ling Xiao and spun his tail, and ultimately Ling Xiao agreed to his request. During the Ice City operation, Lin Hai had already earned merit. This time, he had again detected the Mishi Church's plan early. Coupled with Lin Hai's strength, roughly at level 8, self-preservation was hardly a problem. With Ling Xiao's backing, Su Yuanlong had little more to say. Upon returning, Ling Xiao began deploying defenses, focusing primarily on the Jinling army soldiers. Lin Hai and LV Feng were assigned to a Jinling army squad. The army soldiers were not all black iron grade masters, squads of 10, led by a black iron grade captain commanding 9 ordinary grade soldiers. The 3 reinforcements who came with Ling Xiao, together with the Jinling army's original 2 commanders, meant the stronghold boasted 5 silver grade experts. That should have been sufficient, while 5 together might not slay the Junwang here. Repelling him posed no great difficulty. 2 days passed quickly. That morning, as soon as he rose, Lin Hai felt the earth tremble. Immediately, alarm bells rang throughout the Jinling army stronghold. Assemble. Prepare for battle. At that call, Lin Hai and LV Feng rushed out, already wearing the Jinling army armor, a product of technology. It appeared heavy but carried little weight, capable of withstanding attacks from lower-tier ferocious beasts and protecting the Yuling practitioners themselves. The Jinling army soldiers formed ranks, creating a firm defensive line before the stronghold, with 5 silver-grade experts arrayed and ready at the front. The trembling of the earth intensified as swarms of ferocious beasts appeared in the distance, a black oppressive mass that defied counting. Ling Xiao stood at the vanguard. As a silver 3-star, he was the strongest here. Even he, seasoned by countless battles, had never witnessed a beast tide of this magnitude. Damn it, an anomalous pocket of ordinary grade space yielding a beast tide of this scale. Did the Mishi Church steal the Junwang's brood? The 4 beside him grew solemn and summoned their contracted spirits. The fight was not confined to the ground. In the distance, flying-type ferocious beasts took to the air and hurtled toward the stronghold. Many Jinling army squads likewise summoned flying-type contracted spirits and rose to confront the aerial enemies. Ling Xiao waved a great hand, and a resonant dragon's cry split the heavens. A flame great dragon, an ice great dragon, and a raging thunder dragon manifested. The three dragon-type contracted spirits emerged as Ling Xiao ascended with them. He'll handle the aerial battlefield. You four hold the stronghold, and watch the Junwang's movements closely. Ling Xiao's words were laced with absolute confidence. These black iron and ordinary grade beasts scarcely threatened him. Before he left, he glanced toward Lin Hai in the ranks. Kid, don't show off. Stay with your squad, and deal with lower grade beasts. Lin Hai nodded, offering no protest. The ground beasts had not yet closed in, but the aerial battle had already erupted. Ling Xiao's flame great dragon opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of draconic flame. Raging fire painted the sky, countless ferocious beasts were consumed by the blaze and plummeted from the heavens. The contracted spirits in the air were varied, but the Jinling troops, long accustomed to fighting together, moved with practiced coordination. Though vastly outnumbered, they fought with a composed ease. Together with Ling Xiao's 3 silver-grade contracted spirits, they held back the majority of the enemy's main force. For a time, the aerial beasts were completely intercepted, unable to break through the defensive line the Jinling army had formed. The battlefield in the air was bustling with energy, while the ferocious beasts on the ground slowly advanced towards the front line, overwhelming in number. Leading the charge were dozens of imposing black iron-level lord beasts. A commander of the Spirit Guard took a step forward, emanating a powerful silver-level aura. A melodious voice echoed within the military formation. All teams, take your positions and prepare for battle. With that command, Lin Hai and others summoned their contracted spirits. After entering the spirit fusion state, the ferocious beasts before Lin Hai launched their first wave of charge. Each team was responsible for defending a direction, with 4 powerful silver-level warriors stationed at the center. The defense of the Spirit Guard was impenetrable. The contracted spirits formed a protective line, and Lin Hai surged forward. Locking onto a 7th-level beast in front of him, he unleashed a punch. Lin Hai's ferocious power manifested, shattering the beast's skull with a single blow. 7 points. Lin Hai muttered, observing the surrounding beasts, whose eyes gleamed with wealth. Sensing the strength of these beasts, Lin Hai felt emboldened. The black iron-level beasts were mostly held back by power. Of course, Lin Hai and his companions felt the pressure diminish significantly. Lin Hai locked onto one of the beasts and activated his charge skill. Diving into the midst of the beast horde, Lin Hai recognized that although they were all wealth, the strength of this group was relatively. Most were beasts of levels 3 to 5. After rushing into the horde, Lin Hai's foot crashed down onto the ground, resonating with the sound of war. A relatively weak beast fell dead on the spot. After harvesting another wave of system points, Lin Hai failed to notice the impending danger from behind as a 9th-level tiger raised its deadly claws. Locking onto Lin Hai's back, he sensed the danger approaching, spun around to defend, and suddenly multiple tendrils emerged from his body. These tendrils helped Lin Hai block the beast's initial attack, and he retaliated with a punch, sending the beast flying. Turning to look at Lu Feng, he expressed a grateful glance. Lu Feng merely smiled casually. The beast's body was sent flying, while Lin Hai's palm erupted with a strong pulling force, drawing the flailing beast back. Lin Hai then struck down again, successfully killing the 9th-level beast. After this, he resembled a tiger in a sheep pen, continuously shouting. 8 points, 9 points. Lin Hai felt an inexhaustible strength within his body and encountered no danger in it. On the other side, Lu Feng's ink jade Qilin mingled within the beast tide, and the army of contracted spirits surrounded by a dark swamp covering many beast corpses. After being enveloped by the swamp, these corpses mysteriously vanished from sight, as if completely devoured. In such a chaotic battlefield, the disappearance of dozens of beast corpses went unnoticed. No one would be idle enough to check what Lu Feng was doing. A smile crept across Lu Feng's lips. This is no beast tide, this is my cultivation paradise. Naturally, no one heard this remark. Within the beast horde, Lin Hai entered and exited freely, with ordinary beasts unable to threaten him at all. Although Lin Hai was nominally at level 8, he was hardly inferior to a 9th-level expert. As long as he didn't encounter black iron-level beasts, he faced no real danger. The Spirit Guard had made ample preparations over the past few days. Their defense was watertight. Even with the overwhelming number of beasts before them, they could not breach the Spirit Guard's defenses. However, injuries were inevitable in battle, and some individuals, contracted spirits having sustained injuries, retreated from the battlefield early. The commander of the Spirit Guard frowned deeply upon witnessing this scene. This was merely the first wave of the beast tide, and its scale was already so vast it was uncertain how long it would last. They might have to face days and nights of assault. The commander made a quick decision, issuing an order for half of the Spirit Guard to withdraw from the battlefield for rest. Dividing into 2 forces for rotational defense would ensure 24 hours of uninterrupted protection. After receiving the order, half of the soldiers began to slowly retreat. This also meant that the remaining soldiers faced increased pressure. Lin Hai was among the guarding teams. The direction of defense had once again increased by 1. Even so, it seemed not to change anything. Lin Hai struck again, killing another 9th-level beast, yet he felt a wave of fatigue. He silently retreated a few steps, returning to his own military formation. Lu Feng was certainly not idle. His contracted spirit had a rather bizarre power. Sustaining injuries was essentially impossible. After resting for a while, Lin Hai rejoined the battle. The aerial battlefield was significantly calmer compared to the ground. After all, flying ferocious beasts were still few, and with Ling Xiao's suppression, the aerial beasts were continuously pushed back. Lin Hai took the opportunity to glance over the beast tide, noticing countless beasts arriving from afar, and support stretching endlessly. Thus they fought for an entire day until night fell. The teams that had initially rested returned to the battlefield, taking over from the fatigued army. The transition of defense was the most vulnerable moment. Lin Hai and the others did not leave directly, but continued fighting for about a quarter of an hour until the defense line stabilized completely and Lin Hai's half of the troops returned to their stronghold. They had fought all day and needed a good rest to prepare for tomorrow's battle. Lying in bed, Lin Hai felt a wave of deep fatigue and glanced enviously at the energetic Lu Feng. After all other spirit masters relied on their contracted spirits for battle, their fatigue was that of their spirits, but Lin Hai was different. Lin Hai sighed, reviewing today's battle reports. He had earned at least several hundred system points today, alone a truly bound. With this thought, Lin Hai felt a surge of motivation and fell into a deep sleep, preparing to kill even more tomorrow. After suppressing the aerial battlefield, Ling Xiao retreated from the battlefield. He still needed to maintain combat readiness to face the sudden attack of that monarch. Gazing at the dense beast-tide, Ling Xiao felt a tremendous pressure. Although the current defense line was watertight, there would be a total collapse. Fortunately, 5 silver-level warriors were stabilizing the situation, so there would be no immeasurable consequences in the short term. To be safe, Ling Xiao sent a message to the governor of Beiyuan province, hoping to dispatch a golden-level expert to command the entire situation. To suppress the monarch, a golden-level expert was necessary. However, golden-level experts generally needed to subdue more dangerous alternate spaces and might not be able to spare manpower. With the addition of this fresh force, the previously chaotic battle situation began to ease somewhat. At that moment, the ground of the entire alternate space suddenly trembled. Immediately afterwards, a soul-shaking beast roar echoed in everyone's ears. Lin Hai felt his body tremble slightly as he looked up, sensing that something terrifying was slowly awakening in the depths of the alternate space. Damn it! A look of horror appeared on Ling Xiao's face, as it was evidently the cry of a king. Inspired by this beast roar, the battle power of these ferocious beasts seemed to have significantly increased. In an instant, the pressure on the Spirit Guardian army surged. Ling Xiao ascended slowly with his 3 dragon-type contracted spirits, gazing towards the distant valley. Within the valley, a chilling wind suddenly stirred, revealing a figure amidst the gusts. It appeared to resemble a lion, but this lion had wings on its back and exuded a bluish glow, emitting faint glimmers. As soon as this lion appeared, the ferocious beasts before it seemed to sense a pressure from its bloodline. Undoubtedly, this figure was the king of the Frost Canyon. The lion soared into the air, and Ling Xiao stood firmly in its path. Kings naturally exert a pressure on ordinary contracted spirits. Only those with a high bloodline rank can maintain their combat effectiveness in their presence. Ling Xiao's 3 contracted spirits were all dragon-type, and silver-tier experts unaffected by the king's imposing aura. Gazing at the king before him, even the powerful Ling Xiao dared not act recklessly. Although he was merely a black iron-tier king, his battle power was certainly not inferior. You all clear the ferocious beasts below, I will hold off this king. Logically, several silver-tier experts should join forces, but the situation below was precarious. If they withdrew from the battlefield, the Spirit Guardian army might not be able to hold their ground. The other 4 understood this and began to unleash their full power to eliminate the ferocious beasts before them. After the king made his appearance, the ferocious beasts, as if invigorated, launched a frenzied charge, fearless of death. In front of Lin Hai, there were at least 40 to 50 ferocious beasts resembling Xuanjiao dragon snakes, but fortunately none were of black iron tier. At this moment, Lin Hai also felt a tremendous pressure, but did not retreat. Liu Feng stood beside him, casting a dark swamp that enveloped the 40 to 50 ferocious beasts. Lin Hai unleashed all his skills and charged into the midst of the ferocious beasts, the battle instantly reaching a boiling point, as if it were a moment of life and death. The battlefield above officially ignited. Ling Xiao's 3 dragon-type contracted spirits surrounded the king. The lion roared towards the sky, its wings trembling slightly as shards of frost coalesced into 3 crystal swords, splitting into 3 and heading straight for the 3 contracted spirits. Feeling the intensity of this strike, Ling Xiao gained a clear understanding of the king's strength. This single attack was already comparable to the full force of a silver 3-star. Of course, Ling Xiao, as a rising star of the Dragon Guardian army in Beiyuan province, was not just an ordinary silver. The fire giant dragon erupted in flames, its light soaring into the sky like a blaze amidst the cold winter. Illuminating the entire Frost Canyon, the massive fireball enveloped the crystal swords before him, and this seemingly indestructible crystal began to melt slowly. The sky, shrouded in dark clouds, stirred violently as azure lightning locked onto the distant king. The lion, feeling this attack, did not even move. When the lightning struck above its head, a crystalline glow shone forth. It was like a block of ancient ice forming a solid shield. The thunder did not shatter the king's defenses, but instead thoroughly enraged him. The lion let out a long howl and struck the air with its paw. A cold wind spread in a circular motion, continuously expanding outward as Ling Xiao's 3 contracted spirits were simultaneously attacked. The thunder dragon reacted most strongly, its body beginning to be covered in frost. Evidently, it was a control skill. The frost on the fire giant dragon began to appear, but was quickly melted by a surge of flames. As for the ice giant dragon, being of the ice attribute, this skill did not have much effect on her. This area control skill ultimately delayed Ling Xiao for a while. Just as Ling Xiao was dispelling the thunder dragon's control, the lion made another move. The frost on the thunder dragon intensified, nearly turning it into a lifelike ice sculpture. Ling Xiao was also forced to retreat significantly. Merely the residual cold made it somewhat difficult for his silver tier body to endure. In such a battlefield, he could hardly approach, having to stand on the back of a black iron tier contracted spirit from the Spirit Guardian army, directing his 3 contracted spirits. Ling Xiao was suppressed by the king, but there shouldn't be any major issues in the short term. Below, with the addition of fresh troops and the full power of the 4 silver tier experts, the longer the battle went on, the more favorable it would be for the Spirit Guardian army. Due to the presence of silver tier experts, the black iron tier ferocious beasts would only become fewer and fewer. However, at the moment the outlook still did not seem optimistic. Lin Hai and Liu Feng once again joined forces to wipe out a group of ferocious beasts. At this moment a system panel popped up before Lin Hai. Detected traces of the Extinction Church. The target has been transmitted to the host. Option 1, solo kill the 3 from the Extinction Church, reward with a large amount of spirit power and increase the size skill by 1. Option 2, expose the identities of the 3 in public, let the Spirit Guardian army surround and kill them, reward with a medium amount of spirit power. Option 3, lure the king to discover the 3, reward with a large amount of spirit power and increase the charge skill by 1. After reading the system panel, Lin Hai scanned his surroundings and indeed found 3 distinct auras within the crowd. This was the system locking onto the positions of the 3. At this moment the 3 seemed to have found outfits of the Spirit Guardian army and were mingling within the battlefield. They appeared to be fully focused on participating in the battle, but it was uncertain whether they would turn against them. As soon as this thought crossed Lin Hai's mind, he saw the direction the 3 were advancing towards, getting closer to a Dragon Guardian. Instantly Lin Hai's heart sank. The Dragon Guardian was commanding his contracted spirit to fight against a black iron tier lord having no defenses whatsoever. If the 3 suddenly launched a surprise attack, it could be life-threatening. Losing even 1 silver tier would drastically alter the battle's outcome. Lin Hai nearly instantaneously charged towards the direction of the 3. Liu Feng, being the closest to Lin Hai, naturally noticed his actions first. What is this kid up to now? After the news from Ling Xiao spread, he looked at the soldiers of the Spirit Guard still engaged in battle deep into the night, revealing a solemn expression. After donning their armor, Lin Hai and the others rejoined the fray. After a day of rest, Lin Hai was full of vigor, and entering a state of merging with spirit began to wreak havoc. Charging forward, Feng Shi unleashed strikes in succession like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. However, the beast tide on this day was evidently much stronger than yesterday. A cry of alarm came from behind Lin Hai. Even without Liu Feng's warning, Lin Hai could sense the terrifying aura beside. Turning his head, he saw a giant python coiling towards him, rushing directly in Lin Hai's direction, opening its. Lin Hai's expression changed dramatically. It was the lord of the Xuanjia dragon snake. The black tendrils coiling around Lin Hai's waist now erupted with a pulling force. Under Liu Feng's lead, Lin Hai managed to create some distance and dodged a strike from the fearsome beast lord. The captain of their small team also noticed the situation here, as 2 black iron contracted spirits fought alongside. However, the captain's strength was only black iron 1 star, which was insufficient against the lord. Not just Lin Hai's team, but beast lords of similar caliber emerged from all directions. Today's beast tide was more than twice as strong as yesterday's. The beasts under the leadership of the lords no longer resembled the disorganized mass from yesterday. They began to systematically break through the Spirit Guard's defensive line. The 4 silver-level experts in the Spirit Guard immediately sensed the problem. They summoned their contracted spirits, totaling 12 silver contracted spirits. Spread around the defensive line, they withstood the first wave of assaults from these lords. The silver contracted spirits had the advantage even when facing the lords alone. However, a single silver contracted spirit could at most contend with 2 to 3 black iron lords. Now before them stood at least 30 to 40 lords. In an instant, the Spirit Guard felt a tremendous pressure. Ling Xiao remained in the airborne battlefield, facing a total of 10 airborne lords. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao's expression did not change at all. The gap between silver 1 star and silver 3 stars was indeed significant. The fire dragon roared into the sky, unleashing a torrent of flames. A black iron lord before him had no ability to retaliate, being reduced to ashes. Ling Xiao also took note of the battlefield situation below. Among the silver 3 stars, he was the only one present. The other 2 dragon knights were 2 stars, while the 2 from the Spirit Guard were 1 star. Ling Xiao glanced at the airborne battlefield, calling for his thunder dragon to descend and provide support. The remaining fire and frost dragons blocked all airborne lords. Below, Lin Hai also felt an immense pressure, as not only lords appeared, but also numerous mutated and ordinary black iron beasts. Lin Hai smashed a 9th level beast with a punch, while a black iron wolf charged directly at him. At this moment, Lin Hai was surrounded by 3 or 4 soldiers of the Spirit Guard, and together they barely managed to block the wolf. Facing the black iron beast once more, Lin Hai exhaled deeply. A dark murky swamp spread beneath his feet. Activating his giant transformation, Lin Hai's body shot into the sky as the wolf launched its attack. Waves of strong winds gathered, forming a sharp wind blade. Cutting towards Lin Hai, the wind blade sliced through the path it traveled, causing several beasts to be caught off guard and sliced in. In response to this strike, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from Lin Hai, resembling a coat of golden armor. The activation of the golden armor skill helped him avert the crisis, and Lin Hai seized the moment to land a punch. The wolf was pushed back several steps by Lin Hai's strike. A terrifying thunderbolt descended from the sky instantly. Lin Hai glanced at the raging thunder dragon above, clearly knowing that it was Ling Xiao's doing. With Ling Xiao's intervention, the battle officially entered a heated stage, and within the beast horde the black iron beasts revealed their sharp fangs. Soon casualties began to appear among the spirit guard. After all, the scale of the beast tide coupled with over 100 black iron beasts made their numbers seem overwhelmingly insufficient. Ling Xiao, standing in the air, also witnessed the intense battlefield, his pupils revealing a sharp cold light. Subsequently, the two contracted spirits beside him began to exert their power. The fire dragon opened its mouth, spewing a torrent of flames that spread through the skies, followed closely by the frost dragon. The cold storm and fiery dragon breath intertwined, forming a whirlwind of ice and fire. This whirlwind swept across the 9 heavens. Any beast that collided with it perished, falling to the ground like dumplings. Ling Xiao killed over 1,000 airborne beasts with a single strike, stabilizing the airborne situation, and then dispatched another contracted spirit to support the ground battlefield. The ground battlefield became extremely brutal. Lin Hai's giant form charged forward, knocking down countless beasts along the way, only stopping when the force of his charge dissipated. With a punch, several beasts before Lin Hai shattered under his strike, the war trampling through this vast battlefield. A thunderous roar echoed in the air as dark clouds gathered overhead in the alternate space, with blue lightning crackling, carrying a wild aura. Plummeting into the midst of the beast horde, the spirit guard's defensive line began to show signs of collapse, with more and more beasts appearing before them. Ling Xiao and several other silver-level experts understood that the urgent priority to resolve the crisis was to reduce the number of black iron beasts. Ordinary beasts posed little effective threat. These silver-level experts began their hunt for the lords. Lin Hai, mingling among the crowd, wreaked havoc, having already killed more beasts in this hour than he did throughout the entire previous day. The beasts before him were simply countless. The battle grew exceptionally fierce, and within the spirit guard's stronghold, alarms blared. The soldiers who had just gone to rest were called back after barely an hour. The fight had already reached a heated point, leaving them no time to rest. The spirit guard was indeed a well-trained force, and this batch of fresh troops quickly joined the fray. Though puzzled by Lin Hai's intentions, Lu Feng instinctively followed him. Years of unwavering trust overriding hesitation. At that moment, a member of the apocalyptic church crept forward with a dagger, inching silently toward a dragon commander guard. His contracted spirit beasts were already locked in fierce combat ahead. Deploying one now would draw undue attention. Too conspicuous, too dangerous. A covert strike executed alone remained the most prudent course. Indeed, the surrounding spirit-taming army remained utterly oblivious to his movement, wholly absorbed in directing their contracted spirits' battle. Just as the apocalyptic church agent raised his dagger for the fatal thrust, an overwhelming suction erupted from his body, sudden, violent, irresistible. Caught unawares, he was hurled backward mid-motion, seized instantly in Lin Hai's iron grip. "Boy, it's you." The man's face darkened. He attempted to summon his contracted spirit, but Lin Hai granted him no such reprieve. Channeling every ounce of strength, Lin Hai delivered a single shattering blow, crushing the man's skull outright. The gush of crimson blood drew sharp glances from nearby spirit-taming soldiers. "What are you doing?" Upon witnessing Lin Hai attack one of their own, they swiftly encircled him, weapons drawn. "Why would you strike your comrade?" The assassin wore the uniform of the spirit-taming army, mistaken inevitably for one of not only the soldiers. Several contracted spirits, too, turned their focus upon Lin Hai. He drew a slow, steady breath. Explanation would be futile now. Reaching into his robe, he withdrew a gleaming insignia. "I swear by my stellar class merit, this man is an infiltrator, an apocalyptic church agent." Hearing those words, the spirit-taming soldiers exchanged wary glances. Lin Hai's claim alone carried little weight, but coupled with the stellar class merit insignia, it resonated with undeniable authority. They understood better than anyone the immense prestige such a badge conferred. The Dragon Commander Guard too noticed Lin Hai's gesture and called out, "How did you discern him?" Lin Hai opened his mouth to explain, then froze, spotting two figures already slipping away. "Those two, they're escaping. Restrain them first. I'll explain everything afterward." The Dragon Commander Guard's gaze sharpened. He turned and saw two figures clad in spirit-taming armor, mounting a giant eagle, clearly preparing to flee. That sealed his conviction. No loyal soldier abandons the battlefield. With a contemptuous snort, he unleashed a silver-rank contracted spirit. Its form surged across the sky, blocking the pair's escape route. Outmatched, the two could only deploy their own contracted spirits as shields while vanishing into the dense ranks of spirit-taming soldiers. Believing anonymity offered salvation. They had grievously underestimated Lin Hai. As they weaved through the crowd, Lin Hai materialized before them, cold amusement curling his lips. "Where, pray tell, do you?" Their faces paled. Desperate, they lunged, intent on killing Lin Hai at any cost. Though both were black iron rank spirit tamers, possessing formidable physical strength, Lin Hai, immersed in spirit fusion state, rendered their prowess laughably insignificant. Even without fusion, their bodies would have been mere kindling. Lin Hai showed no mercy. With ruthless precision, he ended both lives. As their corpses crumpled, a small, unassuming stone tumbled from one man's robes. Lin Hai retrieved it, examining its crystalline luster and intricate veining. Clearly no mundane artifact. Without further scrutiny, he secured it within his sleeve. This brief interlude passed unnoticed amid the greater crisis. The three apocalyptic church agents vanished without ripple, their elimination barely registering as the tide of beast tide surged anew. Lin Hai re-entered the fray. Above, the aerial battlefield had deteriorated sharply. Ling Zhao's thunder dragon now hung suspended, a breathtaking sculpture of flawless translucent ice. The other two contracted spirits labored heavily, breath, ragged exhaustion etched deep into their forms. Even the sovereign lord bore fresh wounds. His regal aura dimmed his endurance, fraying. Ling Xiao surveyed the collapsing front, knowing his limits had been breached. He bellowed, downward voice raw with urgency, "Send 2 reinforcements. I can't hold much longer." Several silver-rank tamers heard his cry. With a shared glance, 2 avian contracted spirits launched skyward, alighting beside Ling Xiao in seamless coordination. Below the ground, war held steady, for now. Diverting 2 spirits posed no immediate peril. Though modest in power, their timely arrival eased Ling Xiao's burden significantly, granting him the crucial moments needed to dispel the frost encasing his thunder dragon. High above, the sovereign lord clashed with 5 silver-rank contracted spirits, the heavens themselves trembling with each impact. Mid-battle, something caught his eye. His gaze descended, locking unerringly onto Lin Hai below. Lin Hai shattered a ferocious beast with a single punch, then froze a primal chill of imminent death slithering down his spine. He looked up, straight into the sovereign lord's unwavering, chilling stare. "Why stare at me? I haven't even provoked you," Lin Hai nearly retorted. Yet before the words escaped his lips, a sapphire crystal sword blazed downward from the heavens, aimed with lethal intent. Its velocity defied reaction. Even Ling Xiao failed to respond in time. "Watch out," he roared, but the blade descended like fate itself, already streaking toward Lin Hai's brow. The blade hadn't struck, not yet. Yet the icy wind it churned sent Lin Hai's limbs locking rigid, paralyzed beyond thought or motion. Even swallowing an invincibility elixir proved impossible. Lu Feng's eyes flared with fury. He commanded his Inkjade Qilin to intercept, but an 8th-rank contracted spirit, however mighty, simply couldn't match that speed. He could only watch helpless as the crystal's sword hovered, mere inches from Lin Hai's forehead. In that instant, a ripple of spatial distortion bloomed from Lin Hai's brow, and he vanished, dissolving into nothingness before all eyes. Ling Xiao, witnessing the disappearance, erupted in white-hot rage. Lin Hai's irreplaceable value was self-evident. The governor would demand answers, and Ling Xiao himself would never again dare stand before Lin Hai's father's grave. "Beast, you court death." The roar tore from his throat. Instantly, all 3 of his contracted spirits ignited with blinding energy, and flames, crimson and ancient, began to flicker across Ling Xiao's skin. Wild spiritual energy from the fractured dimensional rift surged toward him, drawn like iron to magnet. Every eye in the battlefield snapped upward. Is he ascending? A dragon commander guard gasped, stunned that Ling Xiao would choose this moment to break through. His body became a vortex, swirling, insatiable, devouring the volatile spiritual energy flooding from the rift. His aura swelled, climbing relentlessly, until with a thunderous tear in reality, a new spatial fissure split open beside him, and a colossal dragon's head emerged. Yet upon seeing Lu Feng's resolute demeanor, Lin Hai could only nod in resignation. Back at Bingqing No, one high school, Lin Hai returned alone. Su Yuanlong, relieved by his return, nonetheless wore a stern expression and berated him, admonishing him never to undertake such perilous actions again. Particularly since their strength had not yet grown, Lin Hai informed Su Yuanlong of Lu Feng's intention to request leave. Su Yuanlong was mildly astonished by the news. Fortunately, he consented. With Lu Feng away from class, order would be easier to maintain. The month-long special training consisted of academic courses. It was their sole month of academic instruction in their final year, meant to shore up their grades. Lin Hai sat through 2 lessons in class and spoke with Han Xian, Chu Mingyao, and Xian Ningxing about the events of the Beast Tide. Thanks to the system, Lin Hai had already mastered the academic material, though remaining at school would do little for him. He chose to take leave. Lin Hai, exemplary in both character and scholarship, and consistently top of the school in academics, was granted the break by Su Yuanlong. He was told to return to school in 20 days. Back home, Lin Hai began inventorying his harvest. This time, it was first per the system's options. He had secured first place in the class assessment. Though the in-class evaluations concluded early, the rankings were out. Lin Hai's team had assembled the strongest fighting force in the entire special training class. Their rewards were rightly first-rate. Lin Hai received the War Stomp skill at 2. They had nearly entered the core region and uncovered Mishi Jiaohua's plan for a 3-person Beast Tide. He received a reward of 1 to all contracted spirit skills and 200 system points. For advancing and retreating together with Su Yuanlong, he earned another 50 system points. Defeating the Frost Giant Bear consumed 3 small invincibility potions and 150 system points. Before that, Lin Hai had 100 points. In total, there remained 200 system points. Finally, the greatest gain, the Beast Tide, lasted 10 days, and Lin Hai slew countless ferocious beasts. He accumulated a total of 3100 system points, a true windfall. Moreover, by single-handedly slaying the 3 members of Mishi Jiaohui, he received an enlargement 1 and a substantial grant of spirit control power. The system's small spirit control reward equated to roughly 3 days cultivation. A medium amount equaled about 10 days, while a large amount corresponded to roughly a month's cultivation. Lin Hai's strength rose noticeably. He opened his contracted spirit panel. Contracted spirit, mysterious stone. Attribute, all-rounder. Creature type, special. Owner, Lin Hai. Level 8. Potential rank, SSS. Innate skills, golden armor increases personal defense with a small chance to become immune to all damage, and undying war intent boosts all attributes as a battle endures, strengthened further by higher spirit control power. Current skill, enlargement, LV7, greatly reduces speed while increasing body size 14-fold. All attributes scale with size. Charge LV4 rapidly closes distance to a target. Wind Breath LV2 releases a powerful gust. Divine Pull LV4 emits a strong suction to draw targets close. War Stomp LV4 stomps the ground to unleash a powerful shockwave that hampers enemy movement and attacks, and carries a small chance to stun. After the system rewards were tallied, all of Lin Hai's skills received fresh upgrades, and he found himself with a hefty sum of 3300 system points. Never before had Lin Hai possessed so many system points. For a moment, he did not know how to expend them. Opening the system shop, he saw that the most effective investment would be skill upgrade cards. Ordinary skill upgrade cards could only raise a skill by 1 to 5 levels. Cards that boosted skills beyond level 5 were costlier, priced at 300 system points each. Lin Hai spent lavishly purchasing 6 ordinary skill upgrade cards, and elevating every skill that fell short of level 5 up to that threshold. At that moment, Lin Hai had 2700 system points remaining. He then checked the Black Iron Grade Elixirs. He was not far from the Black Iron tier, and the system's potions could rapidly enhance his strength. They were items he had to prioritize. After seeing the prices, Lin Hai let out a disappointed sigh. He calculated that fully feeding a single Black Iron Grade Contracted Spirit would require roughly 1500 system points, several times more expensive than ordinary items. But he already owned 2 Black Iron Grade Contracted Spirits. With that in mind, the 2700 points suddenly did not seem so abundant. In the end, Lin Hai restrained his impulse to spend. With all his skills now at least level 5, and given his current attributes, he would be fine unless he met Black Iron Grade opponents. So he decided to reserve the potions for feeding his Black Iron Grade spirits. That way he could rapidly elevate his strength when the time came. After tallying his system rewards and the spoils from the extra-dimensional space, Lin Hai reflected that though the beast tide brought tremendous danger, it left treasures strewn across the land when it ended. When the Jinling army distributed the spoils, they did not forget Lin Hai and Lu Feng. The loot the two received alone was worth millions of Longwa coins. Most important of all was the Black Iron Grade relic in Lin Hai's possession. He examined the relic and, finding no immediate use for it, set it aside until a time he might need it. In the afternoon, Lin Hai made a trip to the Bingyu Trading Guild. Hello, please convert these items to cash. As Bingqing's largest guild, Bingyu could easily handle the transaction. It was the same receptionist as before, clearly familiar with Lin Hai. Sir, you're back. Please wait while we inventory them. The items were taken away to be counted. The receptionist then returned to Lin Hai's side. Sir, the Thunder Ape heart you ordered has arrived in Bingqing, but we couldn't reach you, so we've been holding it here. Do you still need it? Hearing this, Lin Hai remembered the Thunder Ape heart he had purchased earlier. He had been in the extra-dimensional space for over a month. It was understandable they could not contact him. I just returned from the extra-dimensional space. Bring it to me. Upon hearing this, the woman made a phone call. Soon someone brought 2 sealed jars. Sir, these are the Thunder Ape hearts you requested. Hearing of your need, our miss specially contacted other guilds on your behalf. But we still could only find 2. Lin Hai looked at the jars. He had not expected Mu Xingyu to have assisted him. Comprehending skills was probabilistic. Naturally, the more samples the better. If one failed, it would be gone. Please thank your miss for me. I will thank her in person when I have the chance. The woman smiled sweetly and said no more. Lin Hai did not consume it directly. After all, his contracted spirit was quite peculiar. It did not rely on ingestion, but rather absorption, which would inevitably raise eyebrows. He decided to temporarily store it away. The front desk noticed Lin Hai's actions, but did not inquire further. Soon the tally of Lin Hai's belongings was completed, amounting to just over 6 million. The Ice Rain Merchants Association gave Lin Hai 7 million. After deducting the expenditure for the Lei Yuan's heart, Lin Hai transferred everything into his membership card. The offerings from the Ice Rain Merchants Association were comprehensive, and his membership card allowed for discounts, making it convenient for future purchases. After completing these tasks, Lin Hai did not choose to return immediately, but instead purchased a large number of premium Spirit Understanding Pearls. There was still a considerable distance from level 8 to 9 for Lin Hai. This journey could be bridged by the Spirit Understanding Pearls. Now Lin Hai was not short on money, and his combat experience far exceeded that of ordinary people. Relying on pills for breakthroughs would not have any adverse effects. He prepared to raise his level. The value of a single premium Spirit Understanding Pearl was over 100,000. Lin Hai calculated that he would need at least 60 to 70 pearls for his breakthrough. Even with a discounted membership card, Lin Hai spent a full 5 million Dragon Country coins, and the Ice Rain Merchants Association did not have enough stock. They only provided Lin Hai with 30 pearls, and the rest would be gathered within 7 days. After leaving the Ice Rain Merchants Association, Lin Hai essentially became a penniless person again. This was not a contracted spirit, it was clearly a gold-devouring beast. Thinking about his imminent breakthrough to the Black Iron level, he needed to nurture 2 contracted spirits, and required Black Iron level potions, and a new skill for the second contracted spirit. This was an astronomical figure. Lin Hai let out a helpless sigh, realizing he still had to find a way to gather some money. Perhaps he should call home. After contemplating, Lin Hai temporarily abandoned this plan, deciding to focus on breaking through to the Black Iron level first. For now, he did not need that much money. Upon returning home, Lin Hai summoned his contracted spirit. An ancient stone landed before Lin Hai, emitting faint golden glimmers. As his strength continuously improved, Lin Hai noticed some changes in the stone, though he could not specify what exactly had changed. Lin Hai picked up a heart from the Lei Yuan and fed it to his contracted spirit. Watching the Lei Yuan's heart slowly disappear, Lin Hai prayed for success. However, as the light from the Lei Yuan flickered, nothing seemed to happen. It was evident that the comprehension had failed. Lin Hai sighed but did not lose heart. He picked up the second Lei Yuan heart, and this time the stone seemed to tremble slightly. Feeling the stone's change, Lin Hai revealed a knowing smile and opened the panel for his contracted spirit again. Contracted spirit, mysterious stone. Attributes: all-rounder. Biological type special. Master Lin Hai. Level 8. Potential level SSS. Innate skills: golden armor increases own defense with a small chance to become immune to all damage. Indomitable fighting spirit increases all attributes over time during battle, enhanced with the increase of spirit power. Current skills: giant growth LV7 significantly reduces speed, increases size 14-fold, and all attributes grow with size. Charge LV5 can quickly approach the target. Wind breath LV5 releases a powerful gust. Divine attraction LV5 releases a strong suction force, drawing the target closer. Warfare tread LV5 stomps the ground to unleash a strong shockwave affecting the enemy's movement and attack with a small chance to cause dizziness. Intentional strike LV1 after a brief charge gathers all power to burst forth, causing damage several times greater than its own. Looking at the newly acquired skill, Lin Hai couldn't help but laugh twice. For a long time Lin Hai had lacked proactive offensive skills, whether it was wind breath charge or divine attraction. They were all more inclined towards supportive combat, which is why Lin Hai desired the heart of the Lei Yuan. After extensive research, he found this to be the most suitable skill for himself. The attribute boost from giant growth combined with intentional strike meant that one punch without 30 years of cultivation could not be blocked. Lin Hai opened the system shop again and purchased 4 skill upgrade cards for his contracted spirit. Though it pained him considerably, acquiring this skill would once again enhance his strength. The 4 skill upgrade cards brought intentional strike skill up to LV5. Lin Hai still had 2,300 system points remaining. After completing all these tasks, he did not immediately begin cultivating, but fell into a deep sleep. After resting for a full 3 days, having just finished a major battle in an alternate space, it was necessary to recuperate and adjust his state. During this time, he also made another trip to the Ice Rain Merchants Association to retrieve the remaining premium spirit understanding pearls. Looking at the pile of 60 to 70 premium spirit understanding pearls before him, Lin Hai sighed. This should be enough for me to break through to level 9, right? He then entered a state of cultivation. Over a month later, Lin Hai concluded his cultivation, successfully reaching level 9 without the superficial feeling of relying on pills. His numerous life and death battles coupled with prior rigorous training established a solid foundation. The increase in level caused Lin Hai's strength to surge once more. At this moment, Lin Hai pondered whether anyone below the black iron level could be his opponent. Lin Hai jumped from his bed and shook his head. Regardless of others, it was likely that Lu Feng would always be his greatest rival. That guy seemed to be getting stronger at all times. Having cultivated for just over a month, it was now December, the final month of this semester's courses. Lin Hai also prepared to return to the special training class. Originally the holiday was only 20 days, and he had already exceeded that by a lot. Lin Hai tidied himself up and headed straight towards Ice City No. 1 High School. On the way, Lin Hai glanced at his phone, finding mostly messages from Su Yuanlong urging him to return to class. There was also a message from Ling Xiao informing Lin Hai that the governor wanted him to visit the Dragon Guard headquarters to collect his previous reward. However, one message made Lin Hai's expression change suddenly. Lu Feng. Little Lin, I'm going back to school tomorrow. To be honest, I'm already at level 9. I believe you're still at level 8, right? No worries, you'll always be my little brother. He'll take care of you. Looking at the time the message was sent, it was half a month ago when Lin Hai was still in seclusion. He had taken pills, yet still reached level 9 half a month later than Lu Feng. Did that guy eat some celestial pills? Even if he consumed premium spirit understanding pearls like food, it shouldn't be possible to improve so quickly. Lin Hai felt speechless. On this matter alone, it seemed Lu Feng was always a step ahead in cultivation levels. He wondered how this guy trained as he arrived at the entrance of Ice City No. 1 High School. He stepped into the long-awaited campus. A small green dragon emerged from the spatial rift beside Ling Xiao. The dragon radiated a powerful vitality, and even the wounds of Ling Xiao's 3 contracted spirits seemed to be healing. A healing-type dragon contracted spirit. Ling Xiao's gaze suddenly turned icy as he observed his 4th contracted spirit appear, sweeping over the monarch with a murderous intent. Having broken through to the golden level, Ling Xiao's combat power surged, and even the monarch sensed a hint of fear. Ling Xiao, who was already at the peak of silver, had achieved a breakthrough in such a critical situation. 4 golden level dragon contracted spirits surrounded the monarch. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters away on the battlefield, Lin Hai's figure emerged, crouching on the ground and panting heavily. He had just narrowly escaped death. The monarch strike was definitely something Lin Hai could not withstand at this moment. The reason he survived was because of the spatial mark left by Zheng Tianyi. Lin Hai steadied himself. He was not far from the battlefield, a distance of 1,000 meters that was neither long nor short. He wondered what had driven the monarch to fixate on him. Having calmed his mind, Lin Hai also noticed Ling Xiao's breakthrough. The 4 golden level contracted spirits showcased their might, completely suppressing the monarch in the air. Lin Hai adjusted himself on the spot and charged back into the battlefield. Seeing that Lin Hai was safe, Ling Xiao finally felt at ease and focused all his strength on battling the monarch before him. Ultimately, Ling Xiao, relying on the fusion skill of ice and fire from his contracted spirits, dealt a heavy blow to the monarch before him. The monarch let out a piercing scream and retreated deep into the frost canyon. Watching the fleeing monarch, Ling Xiao did not pursue. Defeating the monarch was not too difficult, but truly killing one would mean making an enemy of the entire alternate space. Unless absolutely necessary, such actions could not be taken. After the monarch's escape, most of the beasts tied below began to retreat, but there were still a considerable number of ferocious beasts attacking the Ling army's blockade. However, the scale of this beast tide was now within acceptable limits. At night, Lin Hai, dragging his weary body, approached. "Kid, are you okay? You really scared me during the day. If you had died here, I would have had no way to explain it to your father." Lin Hai chuckled and shook his head. "I don't know why that monarch went crazy and fixated on me. Thankfully, I had the life-saving measure left by Principal Zhang." Hearing this, Ling Xiao also felt relieved. Lin Hai then took out the stone he found during the day. "I killed the 3 members of the Annihilation cult. This stone was found on them. I don't know what it is. Do you recognize it?" Looking at the stone, Ling Xiao's expression suddenly changed. He glanced at Lin Hai and then at the stone. "I know why the monarch—" Upon hearing this, Lin Hai looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. Ling Xiao, however, could only smile wryly and shake his head. "Put it away. This thing is a true treasure. It is called the monarch's secret treasure, a treasure nurtured by the monarch of the alternate space using its own bloodline. It possesses immense power and can enhance the attributes of contracted spirits when fed to them. This black iron level monarch's secret treasure is worth approximately 100 million Dragon Kingdom coins on the market." 100 million. Upon hearing that astronomical figure, Lin Hai couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder the monarch was so furious. It was as if someone had stolen its child. Ling Xiao looked at the secret treasure with a fiery gaze. It was evident this was an ice attribute treasure. If it were fed to the frost giant dragon, its strength could increase significantly. However, the treasure was obtained by Lin Hai, and he couldn't possibly snatch it. Lin Hai seemed to sense the fervor in Ling Xiao's eyes, and directly handed the secret treasure to him. "Here, take it. I don't have an ice attribute contracted spirit, so it would be more useful to you." Hearing this, Ling Xiao was momentarily stunned. "Are you serious? This is worth 100 million. I don't have that much money." Lin Hai nodded. He was very grateful to Ling Xiao, who had saved him many times. Although this item seemed very precious, it was merely unexpected wealth. "Here, take it. I won't need this for now, and money doesn't matter either." Despite being tempted, Ling Xiao ultimately declined Lin Hai's goodwill. "No, I can't accept this. If you really won't use it, you can come to the headquarters of the Dragon Guard after going out. They will buy this secret treasure. This is your item." "Oh, I can't take it." Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Lin Hai sighed. Such strong individuals were always proud. Reluctantly, Lin Hai could only temporarily put it away. Such items are priceless and not something one would sell unless they were truly in dire need of money. In the future, it could serve a purpose far greater than 100 million. For the next 7 days, the beast tide continued, but its scale was clearly insignificant compared to before. The 2 dragon guards besides Ling Xiao returned to Ice City, leaving only Ling Xiao stationed alone in the Frost Canyon. With a golden level guardian present, no troubles arose during those 7 days. 7 days later, the beast tide gradually receded. Before the Ling army's stronghold, there were countless treasures left behind, with the corpses of ferocious beasts numbering in the thousands. With the monarch gravely injured, the Frost Canyon would remain stable for some time. This upheaval was effectively over, and Lin Hai and Lu Feng returned to Ice City under Ling Xiao's lead. Before parting, Ling Xiao looked at Lin Hai with an appreciative gaze. "Kid, once again you have made a great contribution. Await the rewards from the Dragon Guard. However, I am still curious how you precisely identified the 3 members of the Annihilation cult within the army." Upon hearing this, Lin Hai chuckled foolishly. Of course, he could not reveal the existence of the system. "I am naturally sensitive to criminals, so I sensed them." This left Ling Xiao speechless. He certainly felt Lin Hai was talking nonsense, but the achievements Lin Hai made were undeniably real. Ling Xiao had no choice but to believe. "You truly have a talent. It seems you are a born Dragon Guard candidate. When you break through to the silver level, remember to join the Dragon Guard in Beiyuan province." After saying this, the 3 parted ways in Ice City, and Ling Xiao returned to report to the Dragon Guard. Only Lu Feng and Lin Hai remained. Lin Hai suggested heading back to Ice City. "No. Want to take a look? Let's go. It's been 10 days, we should check on the school. Teacher Su must be worried by now." Su Yuanlong is naturally very concerned about your safety, but Lu Feng shook his head firmly. "You go back first and help me request a leave. I have gained some insights during battle and need to enter seclusion for a while. I don't know how long it will take." This was the first time Lin Hai heard Lu Feng mention the word seclusion, and he couldn't help but show a look of surprise. When Lin Hai arrived at the entrance of the training class, a lesson was in session. He gently knocked on the door and called out, "Report." Su Yuanlong stood at the podium. Upon seeing Lin Hai at the door, his expression darkened instantly. This guy had asked for a 20-day leave, yet he hadn't attended class for over a month, and now, just before the winter vacation, he returned. However, Su Yuanlong did not publicly lose his temper. He merely shot Lin Hai a glance, signaling him to return to his seat. Lin Hai walked into the training class and scanned the room, surprisingly noticing a group of unfamiliar faces. If it weren't for seeing Lu Feng waving at him from the corner, Lin Hai would have thought he had entered the wrong class. It wasn't just Lin Hai observing them, they were also sizing him up. One person caught Lin Hai's attention. For some reason, he felt a familiar aura emanating from this individual, as if he had seen him before. After taking his seat, Lu Feng leaned closer to Lin Hai's ear. "Xiaolin, you're back. Did you see the news about brother? Brother is already at level 9. Lin Hai smiled without speaking, instead pointing at a few people on the other side of the class. "How come they are here?" Upon hearing Lin Hai's words, Lu Feng waved his hand. "These people are all talents from other cities in Beiyuan province. Every year at this time, cities send someone to Ice City. No. One high school for exchange and study. After all, it is the best high school in Baiyuan province. When they first arrived they were quite arrogant, but don't worry, I have already taught them a lesson. Hearing this, Lin Hai understood that these were indeed talents from other cities. Although I City was the capital of Baiyuan province, these individuals were clearly among the top in their respective cities. Lu Feng had already reached level 9, so it was normal for him to defeat a few of them. The last month of the training class consisted of comprehensive courses with a full daily curriculum. In the morning they studied theoretical knowledge in the classroom, and in the afternoon they trained their practical abilities in the combat. The morning quickly passed. Lu Feng pulled Lin Hai towards the cafeteria, but after just a few steps a boy blocked their path. Lin Hai glanced at the boy who was the one that gave him a familiar feeling. Now facing each other, Lin Hai had already guessed his identity. It's you, the blood-clad Azura. This person was the blood-clad Azura from the underground combat arena, also a talent with a Bai-Chi contract spirit. Seeing Lin Hai call out his name, Bai Kuei snorted coldly. In our last battle I lost to you. I wonder how your strength is now. Looking at Bai Kuei's provocative demeanor, Lin Hai merely smiled helplessly and had no intention of engaging. Instead, Lu Feng stepped forward. Kid, do you want to fight? I'm not saying you guys, but when you come to I City no. One high school you should follow the rules. Isn't the lesson from last time enough? If you want to fight, I'm ready to go all out. Bai Kuei's expression changed upon hearing this. His own strength was only level 8, while Lu Feng was a solid level 9, making him obviously outmatched. Moreover, during their last battle, Lu Feng's dark swamp had even affected his blood river, reducing his combat effectiveness. Lu Feng snorted and pulled Lin Hai past Bai Kuei, heading towards the cafeteria. Bai Kuei glanced at the backs of the two and ultimately did not pursue them as Lu Feng's pressure was simply too great. The two arrived at the cafeteria, where Lin Hai also saw the long-lost Chu Mingyao Han Xian and others. The five of them sat at a table again. Shaolin, you've been missing for so long. Has your strength improved? Lin Hai chuckled. I accidentally broke through to level 9. Hearing this, the smile on Lu Feng's face vanished instantly, and he frowned at Lin Hai. Kid, you didn't take any drugs, did you? How could you improve so quickly? Lin Hai did not answer that question. He indeed had taken drugs. As for the others, they had also made their own progress during this time, with Chu Mingyao and Han Xian successfully reaching level 8. However, with their speed, it was nearly impossible for them to reach the Black Iron level before the college entrance examination. The transition from level 9 to Black Iron was the hardest part. While they were eating, a commotion arose from a distance. What do you mean? You look down on us outsiders, right? Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards the source of the argument. A boy's face was filled with anger, surrounded by about 4 or 5 people. Lin Hai didn't recognize these people. They shouldn't be from the training class. However, that boy was one of the exchange students. He seemed to be called Yi Tianxiong. What do you mean by looking down on us outsiders? What good does it do for you to occupy this table alone? Shouldn't you let us have it since there are more of us? Yi Tianxiong tightened his fists upon hearing this. He had arrived at the cafeteria first and randomly picked a table to sit at. The cafeteria quickly filled up, and when these people arrived they told him to get lost. Clearly I was here first. You guys are too much. Yi Tianxiong panted a few times, but did not directly resort to violence. After all, this was the territory of Ice City No. One high school, and as an exchange student he naturally did not want to cause trouble unless absolutely necessary. Lin Hai and Lu Feng watched this scene without any movement. Lu Feng even jokingly asked Lin, how do you think this kid will resort to violence? I bet he will definitely hold back. In fact, such conflicts had already happened several times. Lin Hai just wasn't at school then. It was like older students bullying freshmen. Lin Hai's brows furrowed slightly, displaying a hint of displeasure. If he starts to fight, you should go help him resolve the trouble. Lu Feng nodded, evidently thinking the same. Just as the two were conversing, the conflict escalated again. Seeing Yi Tianxiong refusing to back down, the leader directly grabbed Yi Tianxiong by the collar, preparing to forcibly lift him up. Most of the surroundings were students from Ice City No. One high school, and they would not intervene at this time. Yi Tianxiong's gaze turned cold as he grasped the person's wrist and suddenly exerted force. Oh! A scream echoed through the cafeteria as the person's wrist was bent at an unnatural angle by Yi Tianxiong. What are you all waiting for? Beat him up. The others nearby hurriedly moved forward. Yi Tianxiong snorted coldly. Since he had already made a move, there was no turning back. He kicked another person away and engaged in a scuffle with the few in front of him. Yi Tianxiong's strength is undeniable as an exchange student in the special training class, easily dealing with these in just a few swift moves he brought down all 4 or 5 of his opponents. The fallen students groaned on the ground, looking around at their fellow classmates. The other 2 contracted spirits labored heavily, breath, ragged exhaustion etched deep into their forms. Even the sovereign lord bore fresh wounds. His regal aura dimmed his endurance. However, a voice interrupted the crowd. What are you all doing? The cafeteria is a place for eating, not for fighting. Lu Feng pushed through the crowd, standing next to Yi Tianxiong. The surrounding students exchanged glances, clearly recognizing Lu Feng, a notorious bully of Ice City No. One high school whose strength made him nearly untouchable. Upon seeing Lu Feng appear, the surrounding students quickly dispersed. Lu Feng cast a cold glance at the groaning. If you don't have any strength, don't come out here to embarrass yourselves. If you're not ashamed, then get lost. The few who had fallen got up and left the cafeteria. Once everyone had dispersed, Lu Feng patted Yi Tianxiong on the shoulder. Good job, kid. You have earned my recognition, so from now on you are my junior. Yi Tianxiong glanced at Lu Feng, then turned back to his seat, offering only a faint thank you. Thank you. Lin Hai, watching this scene, revealed a faint smile. This kid has some potential. With the cafeteria chaos over, the afternoon classes officially began. The students of the special training class gathered in the spirit fighting arena. Originally 30 students, they were now joined by 10 exchange students, making a total of 40. Su Yuanlong scanned the group and nodded. The end of the semester is approaching, and my only requirement during this time is for you to improve your strength. This afternoon you will have free training time. You can practice your skills or train each other in practical combat. As soon as Su Yuanlong finished speaking, Bai Kuei stepped forward. Teacher, I want to challenge Lin Hai. Su Yuanlong was about to turn away when he heard this and paused. He glanced at Bai Kuei and shook his head. You should focus on your training. Su Yuanlong implied that he thought Bai Kuei was not as strong as Lin Hai, but Bai Kuei believed Su Yuanlong was protecting Lin Hai. With a cold smile, Bai Kuei said, Teacher Su, I believe that combat is the fastest way to improve. Is Lin Hai afraid and doesn't dare to fight? Hearing this, the students in the special training class scoffed, knowing Lin Hai was the strongest in the class. Even though he had not attended classes for 40 days, Lin Hai would not have stagnated. Su Yuanlong sighed and looked at Lin Hai with a sympathetic expression. Lin Hai smiled and stepped out of the lineup. Teacher, since he wants to spar, let's play along. Besides, I have nothing else to do. Upon seeing Lin Hai agree, Bai Kuei's face broke into a smug smile, as if he could already envision his moment of revenge. Su Yuanlong reluctantly nodded and agreed. Bai Kuei rushed to his designated position, waving his hand, as Bai Chi's figure appeared on one side of the arena. Lin Hai assessed the situation. After some time apart, Bai Chi's murderous aura had solidified even more, showing significant improvement. His current strength seemed to be at the 8th level. At Bai Kuei's persistent urging, Lin Hai walked slowly to the spirit fighting arena, summoning his contracted spirit as an ancient stone materialized. Everyone felt the aura emanating from the stone. 9th level. The surrounding students exchanged glances, acknowledging that Lin Hai's strength was still formidable. Su Yuanlong nodded in approval, but Bai Kuei's expression soured. So what if it's 9th level? I lost to you before because I was careless. Today I will show you my true strength. Lin Hai smiled helplessly as he entered the spirit fusion state. During this period, Lin Hai's enhancement was not merely in the level of spirit masters, his overall combat power across all skills exceeded level 5, making him unparalleled among those below the black iron rank. Facing an opponent at level 8, Lin Hai didn't even take the fight seriously. Bai Kuei appeared eager for battle. As the protective shield of the spirit fighting arena slowly rose, Bai Chi drew a blood-red longsword, its blade glowing ominously. A flowing river of blood covered the ground beneath him. Sensing the murderous aura above this blood river, Lin Hai, without any movements, the blood river began to undulate and silhouettes of soldiers emerged. Although the number of these soldiers was considerable, their overall strength was around level 7. In contrast, Chu Minjio's Meng Tian, although having fewer soldiers, were all of her own level. Perhaps due to the differing nature of their skills, 20 to 30 figures appeared before Lin Hai, slowly advancing toward him. Observing that Bai Kuei was nearly ready, Lin Hai began to take action. Lin Hai tightened his right fist, golden light shimmering around it, as if he was brewing a terrifying attack. This was Lin Hai's newly comprehended skill, Intentional Strike. In this battle, Lin Hai also intended to test the power of his new skill. As he accumulated power for the Intentional Strike, he suddenly stamped his foot, causing the ground, and Bai Kuei's blood river, to tremble violently. The advancing soldiers halted, abruptly frozen in place. With a 5th level war tread combined with the 9th level combat power, crushing the 7th level soldiers, all the soldiers fell into a dazed state. Locking onto Bai Chi in the distance, Lin Hai activated his charge skill. Even without using giantization, Lin Hai's charging momentum was unstoppable, scattering the soldiers he collided with. Lin Hai arrived in front of Bai Chi, and a golden fist loomed larger in front of him, radiating a violent aura. Sensing the terrifying power of this strike, Bai Chi hurriedly raised his long sword to block. The powerful force of the Intentional Strike erupted on the arena, creating a fierce shockwave. The blow struck hard against Bai Chi's longsword, which failed to withstand Lin Hai's attack, rebounding violently and slamming into Bai Chi's chest. Bai Chi flew backward like a kite, with its string cut crashing against the protective shield behind him. With that single strike, the blood river in the spirit fighting arena slowly dissipated. Lin Hai concluded the battle with an overwhelming display of power, not even needing to activate his core skill of giantization. With this punch, Bai Chi was already unable to defend. After the battle ended, the faces of the students below were filled with shock, while Bai Kuei's expression was one of disbelief, overwhelmed by a profound sense of defeat. Previously, when facing Lin Hai, he still had the strength to fight back, at least able to exchange blows, but this time he was defeated in one move by Lin Hai, leaving Bai Kuei with an indescribable sense of defeat. Lin Hai glanced at Bai Kuei, but said nothing more, directly walking down the arena. Su Yuanlong looked at the crowd around, and his voice slowly emerged. Alright, it was just a spar, let's leave it at that. You are free to train now. From that point onward, no one would trouble Lin Hai anymore, and the afternoon's classes quickly came to an end. Just as Lin Hai was about to return to his dormitory, his phone rang. Upon answering, he heard a familiar voice. It was Ling Xiao from the Dragon Guard. Hey kid, where have you been all this time? If you have nothing else to do, come to the headquarters of the Dragon Guard. The governor needs to see you. Ling Xiao's words were quite brief. Lin Hai pondered for a moment. Staying at school didn't seem to hold much significance. After informing Su Yuanlong, he headed straight to the Ice City headquarters of the Dragon Guard. Arriving once again at the entrance of the Dragon Guard, Ling Xiao appeared to have been waiting for a long time. Let's go, follow me. Ling Xiao waved his hand and led Lin Hai into the headquarters. At the door of the governor's office, Lin Hai saw the other 3 individuals. 2 women and 1 man. Among them was Lin Hai's old acquaintance, Mu Xingyu from the Ice Rain Chamber of Commerce. Mu Xingyu also noticed Lin Hai, and the two exchanged nods. Ling Xiao led Lin Hai into the governor's office. The governor of Beiyuan province looked the same, as always showing no particularly strong aura. Lin Hai greeted him amiably. Governor. Lin Hai, come over here. I've heard from Ling Xiao about your performance in the Frost Canyon last time. The rewards from the Dragon Guard should have been given to you long ago. It's just that there hasn't been an opportunity until now. Today we just happened to have the time to present the rewards to you. As he spoke, the governor took out an armband and a stone that shimmered faintly from his drawer. Seeing these two items, Lin Hai was momentarily stunned, as their value was simply too high. The stone was the same as what Lin Hai obtained in the Frost Canyon, evidently a black iron level secret treasure. According to what Ling Xiao had said before, this item had a market value of around 100 million. The other armband prominently displayed the words Dragon Guard, but unlike Ling Xiao's golden armband, this one was bronze, and this is a trainee armband of the Dragon Guard representing a reserve member. Generally only those at the black iron level can wear it, but you are not far from that level, so we are giving it to you in advance. In the future, when you reach the silver level and wish to join the Dragon Guard in Beiyuan province, come find me, and I will exchange it for a formal member's armband. As for this one, it is a fire attribute black iron secret treasure counted as your reward. Hearing the governor's words, Lin Hai's expression changed slightly. Governor, isn't this a bit too valuable? The governor chuckled twice, waving his hand. Alright, I called you here for other matters as well. This black iron secret treasure is considered an early reward for you. Lin Hai was a bit surprised to hear this, and asked, does the governor mean? The governor then turned the computer in front of him. Inside was a document titled The Ice River Space Secret Realm appears. Space Secret Realm. Lin Hai voiced his confusion, and the governor slowly explained. A secret realm is actually a special area within an alternate space. Unlike the dangers within the alternate space, a secret realm belongs to a trial checkpoint. As long as one passes the test, they can receive the rewards issued by the secret realm. Thus, news of a secret realm holds immense allure for spiritual practitioners. These were concepts Lin Hai would only learn in university, so it was normal for him not to know. Half a month ago, traces of a secret realm were discovered in Ice River City, which is the northernmost part of Beiyuan province near the border with the Snow Country. Once this news was released, it naturally drew the attention of both sides. Ultimately, after negotiations between the Dragon Kingdom and the Snow Country, it was decided that people from both sides would enter together. Interestingly, this secret realm can only be accessed by those below the black iron level, and within it the abilities of spiritual practitioners will be suppressed to the lowest level. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai understood the governor's intention for summoning him. Since the abilities of spiritual practitioners would be suppressed, he with his strong physique was the best choice. Indeed, the governor's next words confirmed Lin Hai's conjecture. Exactly, this is the purpose of calling you here. A total of 4 people from Beiyuan province will participate, and I believe you have already met the other 3. Lin Hai recalled the 3 individuals at the entrance and nodded. The secret realm will open in 1 month, so in a week you will need to depart for the vicinity of Ice River. At that time, Ling Xiao will escort you there. You will be facing the elite of the Snow Country, and conflicts are inevitable. I hope you will not tarnish the name of our Dragon Kingdom. Of course, do not go too far, as it involves the friendship between great nations. Like the Dragon Kingdom, the Snow Country is also one of the 4 great nations of Blue Star, and this secret realm, discovered by both sides, attracted the elites from both countries. However, referring to them as the elites from both countries is a bit misleading, as they are all near the border. Nonetheless, this would be Lin Hai's first experience dealing with people from another country. Governor, I understand. After pondering for a moment, Lin Hai agreed, not just because of the rewards of the secret realm, but also due to the system panel in front of him. Option 1, agree to the governor's request, and go to the secret realm, receiving a large amount of spiritual power as a reward. Option 2, refuse the governor's request, return to school to continue studying, and receive 100 system points as a reward. If it were before, Lin Hai might have chosen system points, but now that he has reached level 9, the reward of spiritual power could expedite his entry into the black iron level. As for system points, Lin Hai currently did not lack them. The governor handed the 2 items in front of him to Lin Hai, who stored them away, and Ling Xiao led the remaining 3 into the governor's office. The 4 stood together, sizing each other up. Aside from Mu Xingyu, whom Lin Hai recognized, there was also one man, and one. The man was extremely robust, showcasing a body of well-defined muscles with an expression of aloofness on his face, as if he regarded everything with indifference. As for the last girl, she was petite and adorable with a charm that was completely mismatched with her age. After the governor's introduction, Lin Hai also learned their names. The boy's name was Xiang Sangqiong, the top student of this year's Bingxing No. 2 high school, possessing the power of a level 9 spirit manipulator. The last girl, however, did not come from Bingxing, but from another city in Beiyuan province called Su Amyu, who was also at level 9. Mu Xingyu was the young lady of the Bingyu Chamber of Commerce, and her current strength was also level 9. After a brief introduction among the 4, the governor's voice rang out. You 4 will soon represent Beiyuan province, and even the Dragon Kingdom, to enter the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, you must help each other and stand united against external threats. During these 7 days, you can also train together to prepare yourselves. We will head to the secret realm together then. Lin Hai greeted the others amicably, having an old acquaintance in Mu Xingyu, while Su Amyu seemed to be quite friendly as well. Only Xiang Sangqiong, with a look of disdain, merely snorted at Lin Hai's words. Seeing Xiang Kangqiong's expression, Lin Hai frowned, but chose not to say much. These individuals were all top talents from Beiyuan province, and it seemed that such geniuses were not exclusive to the No. LV phone was not on this list. The four of them briefly introduced themselves and took a document regarding the secret realm from the governor before leaving the headquarters of the Dragon Guard. Mu Xingyu lightly cleared her throat and was the first to speak. How about we have dinner together tonight to get to know each other better? Su Amu smiled and nodded, chiming in, sure sister, I was just hoping that you could show me around since I'm not from Bingqing. Lin Hai did not object to the two of them. Xiang Sangxiong glanced at the three and then snorted, saying, I just hope you three won't hold me back when the time comes. After saying this, he ignored the three and turned to leave. Watching this scene, the three exchanged glances. Mu Xingyu noticed Lin Hai's expression change slightly and quickly smiled to ease the tension. Don't mind him, Lin Hai gidge. He's always like this at school, quite arrogant. We all dislike him. At this moment, Lin Hai learned that Mu Xingyu also came from Bingqing No. 2 High School. The reason she was not at No. 1 was that the Bingyu Chamber of Commerce had sponsored No. 2 quite a bit this time. Ignoring Xiang Sangxiong, the three of them entered a restaurant. This place was also a property of the Bingyu Chamber of Commerce, and as the local heiress, Mu Xingyu treated the two of them well. At the dining table, the three began to chat about their respective contracted spirits. Mu Xingyu spoke first. He'll go first. My contracted spirit is in SSS-Rank Extreme Ice Phoenix, a flying type with ice attributes, good at area control, but not very strong in attack. Lin Hai had seen Mu Xingyi's contracted spirit before, and looked at Su Amu with interest. Su Amu smiled sweetly, exuding a captivating charm. My contract is an S-Rank White Fox, a mental type skilled in support, control, and reconnaissance. SS. Lin Hai had never seen anyone with an S-Rank contracted spirit before, and couldn't help but regard Su Amu with newfound respect. No wonder she could participate in such a task. Purely based on talent, she was definitely among the top in Beiyuan province. It's worth noting that Lin Hai was the first in the history of the Dragon Kingdom to awaken an SS-Rank contracted spirit. Previously the highest was just SS rank. After hearing the two, Lin Hai slowly spoke. My contracted spirit is a bit unusual, it's a stone. However, I've practiced spirit fusion, so my combat ability shouldn't be lacking, and am strong in defense and power. This statement surprised Su Amu, causing her to pause for a moment. However, she quickly realized that since Lin Hai could sit here, it already indicated a lot. They didn't overly express their reactions. The three had a simple meal together before parting ways, agreeing to meet again in 7. Lin Hai returned to Bingqing No. 1 High School, not knowing how long this trip would take. By the time Lin Hai got back to school, it was already late at night, and he found Su Yuanlong to explain the task from the Dragon Guard. Seeing Lin Hai asking for leave again, a hint of displeasure appeared on Su Yuanlong's face, but Lin Hai's excellence was undeniable. Staying in school would only limit his growth. Moreover, since it was a task from the Dragon Guard, Su Yuanlong ultimately agreed. Following that, Lin Hai returned to the dormitory, and LV Feng and the others were indeed still awake. Lin Hai, where have you been? Hurry up and come here. LV Feng called out to Lin Hai, who then sat down beside the three. I'm going to ask for leave tomorrow again. Off. As soon as he sat down, Lin Hai got straight to the point, and the three showed surprised expressions. Lin Hai briefly described the task assigned to him by the Dragon Guard, of course, without mentioning anything directly about the secret realm. The others found it intriguing and wanted to go with Lin Hai, but that was clearly impossible. 7 days later, early in the morning, Lin Hai arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Guard's headquarters. The three were already there, seemingly waiting for Lin Hai. As soon as Lin Hai reached the three, preparing to greet them, a voice came out. Such a big matter, and you still need us to wait for you. I'd think you have some great ability or something. This voice caused Lin Hai's smile to gradually fade. It was obviously Xiang Sanqiu. I don't think I'm late, MIA. There was still some time until the agreed time, and although Lin Hai was the last to arrive, it couldn't be considered late. A trace of disdain appeared at the corner of Xiang Kanqiang's mouth. If I say you're late, then you are late. At the entrance of the Dragon Guard, Lin Hai and Xiang Kanqiang's gazes clashed, creating a somewhat tense atmosphere. The two girls beside them quickly intervened. Alright, this time we all represent Beiyuan Province and the Dragon Kingdom. We shouldn't have internal conflicts at this moment. Hearing Mu Xingyi's words, Lin Hai suppressed his anger. This guy was truly arrogant to the extreme, and he wondered if he really had the right to be so. Seeing that Lin Hai was ignoring him, Xiang Sanqiong said nothing further. Soon Ling Xiao appeared before the four. Since we are all here, let's set off. This time we will head to the northern border of the Dragon Kingdom, where the weather is much harsher than in Bingqing. It's best to change into warm clothing in advance. Ling Xiao reminded the three, and led them to the airport in Bingqing. Due to the long journey, and not daring to waste time, they chose not to summon their contracted spirits to fly there. With the identity of the Dragon Guard, the three quickly boarded the earliest flight. Lin Hai and Mu Xingyu sat in one row, while Su Amu and Xiang Sangxiong sat in the other. On the plane, Mu Xingyu gently calmed Lin Hai's agitation. Lin Hai, don't take it personally with Xiang Sangxiong. He's utterly unlikable. Hearing this, Lin Hai glanced briefly at Xiang Sangxiong, who in turn sized him up with quiet. Their gazes locked, charged with unspoken rivalry. Lin Hai broke eye contact first, and replied coolly enough. Our priority is completing the Imperial Dragon Guard mission. So long as he doesn't provoke me, I won't waste breath on him. To Lin Hai, this arrogant youth was little more than a child, unworthy of serious contention. As the aircraft soared through the sky, time slipped steadily away. After several hours, the group landed smoothly at Binghe Airport. Binghe, the northernmost city of Longhua, lay perpetually mantled in snow and ice. It was now December, the heart of winter, and the moment they disembarked, snowflakes drifted softly through the frigid air. Though Lin Hai possessed exceptional physical resilience, even he wore a thick down jacket, the two young women were wrapped head to toe in layers of winter gear. They resembled waddling penguins, except for Xiang Sanxiong, who stood motionless in a single slender garment, utterly unmoved by the biting wind. The delegation from Xuegua will arrive shortly. Until then you may explore Binghe City freely. But under no circumstance, the delegation from Xuegua will arrive shortly. Until then you may explore Binghe City freely. But under no circumstance, the group nodded silently. Lin Hai felt no urge to sightsee. Instead, he returned to his room to cultivate. By dusk a soft knock sounded at Lin Hai's door. Lin Hai, may I come in? He ended his cultivation session and opened the door. Standing outside were the two young women. What is it? Lin Hai asked. Their eyes sparkled with lively anticipation. Since we're here, let's go out and wander a bit. We've heard the ice sculptures are breathtaking. Lin Hai nearly declined, but having arrived he reasoned a brief stroll would do no harm and agreed. He quickly freshened up and followed the two women out, heading toward the base's main entrance. As they walked down a corridor, Lin Hai spotted Xiang Sanxiong approaching from the opposite direction. The distance between them narrowed. Though the corridor was wide enough for all to pass comfortably, Xiang Sanxiong deliberately grazed Lin Hai's shoulder as they brushed past. Lin Hai staggered slightly sideways, his brow furrowing instantly. Xiang Sanxiong, feigning obliviousness, continued walking without pause. Stop! Lin Hai's voice cracked like thunder. Xiang Sanxiong froze mid-step, turned slowly, and fixed Lin Hai with a glacial stare. What now, boy, wanna fight? He raised one arm, flexing biceps corded with raw power. Mu Xingyu stepped forward to restrain Lin Hai, but he brushed her aside. Today this insolent youth would learn respect. Don't you know how to apologize after knocking someone? Did your parents never teach you manners? My. At Lin Hai's words, Xiang Sanxiong's expression darkened like storm clouds gathering. Say that again, dare you? Xiang Sanxiong clenched his fist, knuckles whitening. Lin Hai advanced, too deliberate. I said your parents failed you utterly. Damn you. The insult ignited Xiang Sanxiong's fury. He roared and launched a thunderous punch straight at Lin Hai's face. The blow carried staggering force, clear evidence that Xiang Sanxiong's physique was no ordinary match. Lin Hai pivoted just in time, then drove his right knee upward in a lightning-quick strike, crashing squarely into Xiang Sanxiong's abdomen. Staggering backward twice, Xiang Sanxiong showed no sign of serious injury, then lunged again, aiming directly for Lin Hai's skull. Lin Hai met the assault barefisted. No retreat, no hesitation. Their fists collided midair with a sharp ringing. Lin Hai slid back 3 paces, Xiang Sanxiong recoiled 5. Clenching and unclenching his hand, Lin Hai felt a faint tremor in his palm. Xiang Sanxiong concealed his right hand behind his back. Neither moved further. Boy, you've got some skill. Clearly Xiang Sanxiong had taken the worst of it. Yet within the Imperial Dragon Guard's compound, neither summoned their contracted spirit. Neither wished to escalate matters publicly. What in blazes are you two brats doing? Ling Zhao's voice cut through the tension like a blade. His arrival halted the confrontation. Xiang Sanxiong shot Lin Hai a venomous glare. Lin Hai answered with icy, unblinking contempt. You two, cease this nonsense immediately. Get back to your duties. At Ling Zhao's command, they exchanged one last scorching glance before retreating to their respective rooms, shattering their planned outing in mutual silence. Back in his room, Lin Hai massaged his knuckles. It had been years since anyone matched him so closely in sheer physical prowess. Even Luo Wenxuan, a black iron tier spirit tamer from Longhua University, had crumpled beneath his fists without resistance. This opponent truly possessed formidable arrogance and undeniable strength. Though Lin Hai suspected he'd fared no better. In the days that followed, neither left their quarters. A week passed before Ling Xiao summoned them again. The elite delegation from Xuegua had arrived. The four regrouped. Xiang Sanxiong still eyed Lin Hai with undisguised hostility, yet refrained from further provocation. Ling Xiao summoned his Thunder Dragon. Once all four mounted its broad back, the colossal beast spiraled skyward and surged forward, locking onto its destination. Within minutes they descended upon a remote frontier town. Their objective, an ordinary tier spatial anomaly known as the Northernmost Realm. This settlement straddled the border between Longhua and Xuegua, and thus fell under joint sovereignty of both nations. Ling Xiao led them down to the ground, where several figures awaited. The moment the two delegations met, each side assessed the other with wary, appraising eyes. The Xuegua delegation stood bare-armed in the sub-zero chill, skin pale and flawless, utterly impervious to the cold. Their builds were broader, denser, more imposing than any Lin Hai had seen before. Lin Hai inwardly marveled, truly a warrior people. Beside him, Mu Xingyu slipped a compact earpiece into his hand and whispered, "Wear this. It translates foreign tongues in real time, enabling seamless communication. Put it on. It will translate foreign languages, allowing free exchange." Lin Hai put on the headset, and the voice in front of him immediately came through. "Welcome to all from the Dragon Kingdom. This time we will explore the secret realm together. No need to be polite. Our two countries have always had good relations. This time we decided to explore together after discussions, and of course we will help each other." As the two leaders shook hands, an incongruous voice came from behind Ling Xiao. "What are you looking at?" "Yes, I'm talking about you. What are you looking at?" Ling Xiao turned around and discovered Xiang Sanxiong was furiously confronting someone. The prodigy from the snow country was not easy to deal with, and he immediately broke through the crowd. "What are you going to do about it? Want to try looking again?" Xiang Sanxiong was unwilling to back down, and their bodies were nearly pressed against each other. Lin Hai watched this scene and couldn't help but smile helplessly. This guy looks like he thinks he is invincible, treating everyone as mere mortals. The prodigy from the snow country took a breath. "You brave boy dare to fight me. Let me see what your Dragon Kingdom's prodigies are. Xiang Sanqiong hearing this was equally defiant. What is there to be afraid of? Ling Xiao exchanged a glance with the leader from the Snow Country, both feeling somewhat helpless. However, neither of them interrupted the quarrel. At their age, no one was willing to concede. A fight now would be a good thing. Soon both sides arrived at the spirit fighting arena. Xiang Sanqiong leaped to his designated spot, wildly waving at the Snow Country's representative. Hurry up and come up to die. The man's mouth twitched. He wanted to rush up and beat him, but in the end he returned to his own position, and both sides began to summon their contract spirits. On the Snow Country's side, with a flash of white light, a robust polar bear appeared in the spirit fighting arena. Judging by its aura, it should also be S level. The polar bear pounded its chest, and Xiang Sanqiong scoffed disdainfully. Then the sound of clashing armor echoed. A figure landed in the spirit fighting arena clad in armor, and wielding a long halberd, exuding an aura of one man holding the pass against 10,000. Facing the robust polar bear, there was no sign of weakness. It was the first time Lin Hai saw Xiang Kanqiang's contract spirit, and a name suddenly echoed in his mind. The Overlord Xiang Yu. Xiang Sanqiong certainly had his arrogant strength. The S-level Overlord Xiang Yu could be said to be the strongest in Beiyuan province. Of course, Lin Hai, being an anomaly, seemed not to count, as his contract spirit was too unique. As the two contract spirits descended, the protective shield of the spirit fighting arena slowly rose, signifying that the competition had officially begun. The polar bear let out a thunderous roar, and then moved its massive body towards Xiang Yu, each step leaving traces of Xiang Kanqiang's contract spirit looked exactly like him. On the competition platform, Xiang Yu stood with arms crossed, the long halberd circling in front of him, seemingly not taking his opponent seriously at all. This scene naturally infuriated the prodigy from the Snow Country. The polar bear's massive body suddenly stomped on the ground, followed by a sound that echoed throughout the spirit fighting arena. Clearly a skill was activated. Lin Hai recalled his own war trample, and guessed it was a similar skill. Sure enough, after the skill was activated, Xiang Yu's body changed for the first time, spinning his long halberd with one hand. The halberd emitted a faint cold light. The polar bear had now reached Xiang Yu, raising its heavy paw and slamming down. Frost began to gather on its paw. Xiang Yu horizontally raised the long halberd in front of him, intending to block this strike. A sound of clashing iron rang out as the bear's paw slammed heavily against the shaft of the halberd, producing a loud noise, yet the halberd remained unmoved. Frost began to spread over the halberd. Xiang Yu sneered, raising his hand sharply, and the polar bear's massive body actually retreated several steps under this strike. The halberd spun, creating a flash of cold light, thrusting straight for the polar bear's heart. If this strike landed, the contract spirit would be finished, but as the Snow Country's prodigy, it wouldn't be so simple. The polar bear steadied itself, its fur suddenly bristling like armor, protecting its entire body. At that moment, the halberd struck its body. The Snow Country's prodigy activated a defensive skill, thinking it was foolproof, but the next scene made his expression change dramatically. The thick fur in the face of the halberd was like paper directly pierced through, and a splash of crimson erupted in the spear. The polar bear let out a wail, its body staggering back, and a wound appeared on its chest. However, due to the previous protection of its fur, it was not fatal. At this moment, everyone looked at Xiang Sanqiong with changed expressions. Even Lin Hai showed a look of keen interest. Based solely on the strength Xiang Sanqiong had displayed, it was insufficient for Lin Hai to take him seriously, but this guy clearly hadn't used his full strength. The Snow Country's prodigy, seeing his contract spirit injured, no longer concealed his strength, and directly unleashed. The polar bear clasped its paws together, its fur swirling around while it opened its mouth wide, gathering frost to seemingly form a beam of energy. Like a cannonball, it locked onto Xiang Yu in the distance. Xiang Yu seemed to sense a dangerous aura from this strike. His long hair began to dance in the cold wind, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The energy cannon quickly completed its charge, like a streak of light charging towards Xiang Yu, causing the protective shield around the spirit fighting arena to shimmer with frost. Facing this strike, Xiang Yu showed no signs of evasion, raising the long halberd above his head. Then he slashed down from midair. This strike emitted a brilliant light, fiercely chopping down on the energy cannon, the two attacks colliding. The energy cannon was actually split in half midair, passing by Xiang Yu's sides without causing any damage. Seeing this scene, the Snow Country's prodigy's face revealed a look of shock. Xiang Sanqiong scoffed disdainfully and commanded his Xiang Yu to launch an attack. With Xiang Kanqiang's order, Xiang Yu suddenly pushed off the ground, leaping high, and the long halberd spun in the air, slashing down at the polar bear's waist. The polar bear gasped, its chest wound affecting its combat ability. Facing this strike, the polar bear's limbs were crouched on the ground, seeming poised to spring. Xiang Yu's strike descended from the sky, shaking the very fabric of space, demonstrating the terrifying power of the ducking under Xiang Yu's attack. The North Bear charged towards his chest. Blocking the momentum of the charge, their bodies separated upon contact, and the long halberd in hand suddenly unleashed. The blade of light tore through the air, landing on the North Bear's shoulder, but this strike was deflected by his fur, seemingly causing. The North Bear patted his heavy chest, and then slammed his palm down on the ground. The arena began to tremble violently, a crack spreading out towards Xiang Yu's position. Xiang Yu observed this scene, coldly thrusting his halberd into the ground, flipping his body to evade the attack, and the distance between them closed again. The halberd surged through the air like a bamboo being split, unleashing a wave of ferocious edge aimed at the North Bear's body. The North Bear, unwilling to back down, slapped the halberd's shaft, causing it to veer off significantly. Xiang Ye's expression remained unchanged as he raised the halberd with one hand, and then struck a punch onto the North Bear's shoulder. The force of this strike impacted the North Bear's massive body, making him stagger back several steps. Before he could regain his balance, the hooked halberd came attacking once again. The situation on the battlefield had taken a drastic turn. Xiang Sanxiong had seized absolute initiative, and it seemed that this pride of the Snow Nation had already lost. Lin Hai scanned the 4 members of the Snow Nation and noticed one who appeared to have little reaction. It seemed that this combatant was not the strongest of the Snow Nation. Lin Hai quietly took note of this individual. The battle in the arena continued, and the North Bear's skills had nearly... At this moment, the halberd in Xiang Ye's hand suddenly burst forth with a fierce edge resembling an unparalleled divine weapon slowly awakening. The power of this strike was like lifting a mountain. Observing this scene from above, the pride of the Snow Nation realized he could not possibly withstand it. If this continued, his contract spirit would be harmed. Reluctantly, for the sake of the upcoming secret realm, he chose to withdraw his contract spirit. The North Bear vanished from the arena, and Xiang Ye's strike fell to the ground, causing a resounding roar throughout the arena. An ordinary level arena could only guarantee battles below Black Iron level. The ability to shake the arena's defenses indicated that this strike was infinitely close to Black Iron level. Xiang Sanxiong sneered and withdrew his contract spirit. The pride of the Snow Nation lowered his head deeply and silently returned to his ranks. Xiang Sanxiong returned with the demeanor of a victor, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Hai, as if to say, "Am I impressive, or what?" Lin Hai ignored him, and at that moment Ling Xiao walked over to the leader of the Snow Nation with a smile. "Thank you, it was merely a friendly spar. Just a friendly match, that's all." The Snow Nation, which valued strength and despised weakness, showed no displeasure at their loss. "Not at all. The pride of the Dragon Nation is indeed as reputed. We simply do not measure up." As the farce concluded, both sides agreed to formally enter the alternate space to open the secret realm in 3 days. They each returned to their resting places. The 3 days passed in a flash, and Ling Xiao gathered his 4 companions, and the 4 from the Snow Nation, to enter the extreme north. Upon entering the alternate space, the temperature seemed to drop even further. This was merely an ordinary level alternate space, and under the protection of 2 golden level experts, they naturally wouldn't encounter anything too dangerous. Along the way, they faced no dangers and arrived near an altar. This altar appeared ancient, surrounded by mysterious. It seemed to be their destination. Ling Xiao finally turned to the 4 and gave them a reminder. "I don't know what awaits us in the secret realm, but no matter what happens, your safety is the priority. If you see anyone endangered, including those from the Snow Nation." The 2 nations had a friendly relationship, and if there was an opportunity, they should still lend a hand. Lin Hai and the others nodded, while only Xiang Sanxiong scoffed. Ling Xiao stepped forward with the Snow Nation's representative, taking out a black token from his bosom. The 2 tokens fused together, and the protective shield around the altar seemed to weaken. "Enter now." Hearing the command, Lin Hai and the others stepped forward onto the arena. As soon as they arrived, they felt immense pressure similar to the conditions described in the reports. The power of their contract spirits would be greatly diminished here. The others summoned their contract spirits, and their originally 9th level strength could only exert a maximum of 7th or 8th level power here. Concern was evident on their faces. When all 8 stood on the arena, ancient ripples of light began to glow around. Then with a flash of light, the 8 vanished from the arena. Lin Hai felt a dizzying spin, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself in a desolate landscape. There was no one else around. "Were we separated?" Lin Hai voiced his confusion and immediately summoned his contract spirit. An ancient stone landed before Lin Hai, and his contract spirit also felt the pressure of the rules here. Lin Hai then entered the fusion state, the stone merging into his body, and he revealed a look of surprise. After entering the fusion state, Lin Hai's power returned to the 9th level, meaning that fusion seemed to bypass the restrictions of this place. With this information, a smug smile appeared on Lin Hai's face. He felt like a bug in this place. It seemed the best rewards of the secret realm would certainly belong to him. Lin Hai glanced around the desolation, unsure of where to go, and decided to sit down on the spot. After an unknown amount of time, a voice resonated from above. "The assessment of the trial site begins." Immediately, a tear in space appeared before Lin Hai, and a giant figure stepped out from within. The giant wielded a massive axe towering around 20 meters high. However, its aura was not as strong as Lin Hai had imagined, roughly at the 7th level. Not just Lin Hai, the others also witnessed the giant before them, each entering a combat stance. The assessment of the secret realm officially commenced at that moment. Outside the secret realm, Ling Xiao and the experts from the Snow Nation had not left. They sat cross-legged around the altar with 8 contract spirits guarding the surroundings to prevent any danger. Inside the altar, after Lin Hai entered a spirit fusion state, the giant before him began to move. This level 7 giant gripped a battle axe and strode straight toward him. The giant's colossal frame moved with a measured slowness. Lin Hai triggered his enlargement. His body rose like a pillar from the earth, though not quite the giant's height. The difference was negligible. Lin Hai unleashed a punch, fierce power coalescing into his fist and striking the giant's chest. As the blow fell, the giant before him vanished like a fleeting illusion. A level 7 giant could not withstand Lin Hai's strike. When the battle ended, a voice echoed through the surroundings. A proclamation declared the first trial passed, rated SSS, and awarded a 5 increase to the contracted spirit's strength attribute. Lin Hai felt his contracted spirit grow noticeably stronger. A hint of joy touched his face. This secret realm was indeed extraordinary, capable of directly enhancing a contracted spirit. It was only the first trial, and Lin Hai found himself eager for the next. As Lin Hai's combat subsided, the space before him slowly shifted, and 7 mirror-like portals appeared, each reflecting scenes of participants other than Lin Hai. Before he could make sense of them, 3 of the mirrored panes vanished. It seemed those 3 had also passed their trials. Given that their opponents were only level 7 and their attributes were suppressed, it was unsurprising that formidable figures like Xiang Sanxiong advanced quickly. The mirrors before him showed several others still locked in combat. Lin Hai's eye fell upon Mu Xingyu within the pain. Mu Xingyi's Ice Rain Phoenix beat its wings, and with her strength suppressed, it could only manifest at an 8th level caliber. Her offensive power was limited, and the fight had not yet concluded. Lin Hai reached out and touched the mirror, astonished to find he could seemingly pass through it. Could he perhaps aid the others? As Lin Hai prepared to step through, the mirrored panes vanished almost at once. It appeared everyone had completed the challenge. Lin Hai shook his head in mild disappointment and turned his attention to what the next trial would bring. After the first trial concluded, a spatial wormhole reappeared before Lin Hai, and the silhouette of another giant slowly took. This adversary was much the same as the last, save that its power had risen to level 8. The instant the giant materialized, Lin Hai launched his assault. Presumably the trial's rewards were tied to speed. Activating his charging skill, the enlarged Lin Hai hurled himself at the giant. The newly formed colossus was battered and driven backward by the impact. A golden fist swelled before him. Lin Hai dispatched his opponent swiftly and decisively. The same voice rang across the desolate arena. Second trial passed. Rated SSS reward, contracted spirits, strength attribute, increased by 10. The reward had doubled, and a smile touched Lin Hai's lips as 7 mirrored panes reappeared. This time he clearly saw Xiang Kanqiang's battlefield. Xiang Yu wielded a long halberd in broad sweeping arcs. The giant before him scarcely resisted and looked near defeat. Lin Hai then shifted his gaze to Mu Xingyi's battleground. Mu Xingyu seemed to be struggling greatly, with her strength suppressed. The two sides had nearly reached parity. With limited raw power, she could only rely on her contracted spirit's aerial control to entangle the giant. Lin Hai did not linger. He strode toward Mu Xingyi's mirror. The mirror flashed, and Lin Hai arrived on Mu Xingyi's field. Mu Xingyu, still commanding the Ice Phoenix, visibly faltered at his sudden appearance. Lin Hai, how are you here? Lin Hai offered no explanation. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the distant giant, and a fierce suction burst from his palm. The giant's vast body, pulled by Lin Hai's spiritual tether, surged swiftly in his direction. Lin Hai punched once more, and the giant before him dissipated. Having ended the skirmish and about to speak with Mu Xingyu, Lin Hai's form flickered, and he was returned to his original position. He realized he was forcibly sent back after each battle. Understanding the realm's mechanics, he felt his own attributes rise again. Roughly a 2 increase to strength. It was slight, but better than nothing. The remaining mirrored panes faded one by one. This trial had not been overly difficult, but by the trend the next foe would be a level 9 giant one many might not withstand. Just as Lin Hai predicted, when the wormhole reopened, a level 9 giant stood before him, clutching an enormous battle axe and exuding formidable momentum. Before the giant could steady or take a step, a tremendous force detonated in the air. As the foe began to coalesce, Lin Hai had already prepared his technique. The charge for his devastating punch was complete. The force of that blow could crush an ordinary level 9 combatant. Lin Hai's fist stirred a vast shockwave. The giant could not withstand the terror of the attack and immediately dispersed. Third trial passed. Rated SSS reward, contracted spirits, strength attribute, increased by 20. Having cleared it flawlessly, Lin Hai received the realm's boon. 7 mirrored panes floated forth again. This time, every participant was engaged in desperate struggle, even the mighty Xiang Sanxiong. They traded blows with the giants, and it seemed impossible to finish fights quickly. After all, only Lin Hai possessed the edge of spirit fusion. Lin Hai once more fixed on Mu Xingyi's mirror. With prior experience, he stepped through and was instantly transported to her back. Mu Xingyu showed no surprise at his return. The ice phoenix above flashed, and motes of frost condensed midair, forming a cerulean rain of arrows. The falling azure volley shrouded the giant's massive form, rendering its movement stiff. Lin Hai surged forward, and the giant, entangled by the Ice Phoenix's control, could not repel Lin Hai's assault, yet the blow only pushed it back a few. Without the power of his charged crushing punch, Lin Hai could not one-shot a same-tier giant. Seeing this, he frowned and stamped the ground. The earth began to tremble violently. The war trampled forward, and the giant before him remained stalemated for a moment. Lin Hai leaped into the air and struck a punch toward the giant's head. These giants are not afraid of pain or injury. Lin Hai's previous strike had already inflicted considerable damage, and as this punch landed, the giant before him completely vanished. At the same time, Lin Hai received rewards from the trial, approximately 5% in strength attributes. As the difficulty of the levels increased, the rewards Lin Hai received grew ever greater. These attribute boosts were substantially comparable to the rewards from his own system. After the battle concluded, Lin Hai was naturally transported back to his designated battlefield. When Lin Hai looked at the mirror before him again, only 2 mirrors remained. The 2 figures were unfamiliar to him. They should be people from the Snow Country. It seemed that one of them was about to conclude their battle soon. As Lin Hai walked toward the last person's mirror, he pondered in his. While Xiang Sanxiong was within Lin Hai's expectations, why could Su Anyu do the same? Her white fox by all accounts shouldn't possess any attacking capabilities. It appeared this girl was not simple either, as she was an S-grade contracted spirit. Lin Hai's figure flashed, arriving at the battlefield of the last person. This prodigy of the snow country appeared to be struggling with strength comparable to Mu Xingyu. Upon seeing Lin Hai, the person from the snow country displayed a face full of confusion. Lin Hai did not waste words. With the cooldown of his charge skill complete, he directly charged at the giant before him. The giant's massive body retreated under Lin Hai's impact, and soon Lin Hai dispatched this enemy, once again earning 5% in strength attributes. Back in his own battlefield, Lin Hai looked around at the desolation, revealing a worried expression. He hoped no black iron level giants would appear in the next level, as he was still not capable of contending with black iron level foes. Just as Lin Hai was astonished, a spatial wormhole appeared. However, no figures emerged from it, resembling a mirror that revealed what lay within. It appeared to be an ancient battlefield, like a massive chessboard with several petrified silhouettes. Lin Hai glanced at the wormhole before finally stepping into it. With a flash of light, he found himself in an ancient battlefield surrounded by an atmosphere filled with war and slaughter. Lin Hai surveyed the area, discovering he stood in the center of the battlefield with approximately 30 giant statues behind him. In front of him stood around 100 figures. What is this? Lin Hai voiced his confusion, and a voice simultaneously echoed in the ears of the 8 people. The battle formation assessment begins. Achieve victory with minimal casualties. As soon as this voice fell, it afforded the few individuals no time to react, and the 130 statues surrounding Lin Hai began to tremble violently. Then they came to life, wielding various weapons, all exhibiting the strength of level 7 giants. Lin Hai then understood that the assessment required him to lead these 30 individuals to defeat 100 opponents while minimizing casualties. After a sigh, Lin Hai locked onto the 100 figures before him. Since the goal was minimal casualties, achieving 0 casualties would be a perfect pass. With a thought, Lin Hai commanded the 30 giant soldiers behind him to slowly fall back. He charged forward alone, standing as a barrier against the 100 giants. The 100 figures began to advance slowly like well-trained soldiers, giving Lin Hai a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of facing Meng Tian's shield formation. However, while these 100 were tightly arranged and impenetrable, they were ultimately only level 7. Lin Hai was a solid level 9, facing 100 opponents posed no significant pressure. As the army pressed forward, Lin Hai led the charge, delivering a fierce punch that struck a soldier's body. The soldier was sent flying under the terrifying force, knocking down around 7 or 8 figures behind him. Then Lin Hai suddenly stomped down, maximizing the effects of war trample in this combat. The army of 100 was almost at a standstill. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hai commenced a slaughter of his own. Thanks to the combat experience accumulated from previous beast tides, he navigated this encirclement with ease, compounded by his overwhelming strength. These opponents posed little trouble for Lin Hai. After about a few minutes of fighting, he ended the life of the last soldier with a punch. With a flash of light, Lin Hai once again heard the voice from the secret realm. 4th trial passed. Rated SSS reward contracted spirits, all attribute increase of 5%. Upon hearing that the reward had transformed into an all attribute boost, Lin Hai's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was far stronger than the previous single attribute rewards. Without any differences from the previous levels, 6 mirrors reappeared before Lin Hai. 6. Lin Hai voiced his confusion, scanning the area, but failing to locate Xiang Kanqiang's mirror. Upon further thought, this fellow's contracted spirit was the overlord Xiang Yu, who naturally thrived on the battlefield. Given his immense power, it was indeed explainable. It was just uncertain whether this guy had inflicted any casualties. Lin Hai disregarded Xiang Sangqiang and looked toward Mu Xingyi's mirror once more. This person's performance in the secret realm had been quite disappointing. By now, Lin Hai's 30 soldiers had suffered about 10. Before him loomed a dense army formation. Lin Hai stepped into Mu Xingyi's battlefield. Upon seeing Lin Hai's arrival, Mu Xingyu sighed in relief. Commanding her Extreme Ice Phoenix, she cast another area control skill, slowing the advance of the army. Have your soul, Lin Hai whispered to Mu Xingyu, and directly entered the fray. Hearing this, Mu Xingyu nodded, and began to command her remaining soldiers to slowly fall back. Lin Hai did not activate his giant transformation, as the cooldown for that was relatively long and needed for the subsequent battle. Watching Lin Hai dominate the battlefield, almost taking down one opponent, with each punch Mu Xingyu displayed a look of astonishment. The gap between her and Lin Hai seemed to be widening increasingly. At this moment, Lin Hai casually picked up a battle axe. This massive weapon felt somewhat unwieldy, but at least it was better than his fists, allowing for a quicker killing speed. With a sweeping axe stroke, 7 or 8 giant soldiers before him were cleaved in half. Lin Hai seized the moment to continue his onslaught. This time Lin Hai fought vigorously, showing no mercy. With the assistance of the Extreme Ice Phoenix, he even outpaced his own usual speed in ending battles. After the battle concluded, Lin Hai returned once more to his designated battlefield. When Lin Hai returned to his battlefield, only the last 3 mirror panels remained. All attributes had risen by rough. Immediately Lin Hai witnessed a terrifying scene within Su Ami's mirror. Her 30 giant soldiers still watched from the rear, while the more than 100 giants before them were inexplicably slaughtering one another. A white fox stood before the ranks, its eyes emitting a faint purple halo. It seemed that only a handful of the giant soldiers. Impressive, what skill is this? Lin Hai murmured in admiration as he watched the scene. This challenge hinged not on speed, but on who sustained the fewest casualties. Clearly Su Amiu had become a dark horse. The last 2 mirror panels belonged to Suiguo's prodigies. One of them was the same person Lin Hai had aided before, and he stepped into that battle once more. Minutes later Lin Hai returned, and the trial formally concluded. The ancient battlefield's chessboard shuddered violently, statues re-erected themselves, and the ambient aura rose to rank 8. 100 rank 8 giant soldiers were no small threat. Even Lin Hai felt an immense pressure bear down on him. As ever, Lin Hai ordered his troops to fall back, while he positioned himself before the 100. He did not grow careless, he instantly activated his enlargement, and with the augmented attributes. Lin Hai clenched his right fist which shimmered with a faint golden light. The enemy formation began to press forward. With his charging punch complete, he unleashed a strike that detonated a powerful shockwave. The furious blast slammed into the ranks, and the force of that single blow shattered roughly 30 giant soldiers. Having dispatched the first 30, Lin Hai stooped to grab 2 long spears from the ground. In his enlarged frame, those massive weapons became easily wielded. The spears pierced several chests as a soft golden radiance bloomed over Lin Hai. Bolstered by the golden armor, he pressed forward without hesitation. Charging and the technique Shinin were unleashed in succession as he weaved through the 100-man formation. The giants before him dwindled in number. Lin Hai moved like a golden-armored war god cutting through the ranks. Spears drove in one after another, and figures fell, until before long Lin Hai had completely cleared the enemies, and allowed himself a few labored breaths. 5th trial passed. Rated SSS. Reward contracted spirit. All attributes increased by 10%. A 10% all-attribute bonus was tantamount to a system-level reward. Although the trials grew ever more daunting, the rewards were tangible. One mirror after another surfaced before Lin Hai. This time Lin Hai observed Xiang Kenqiang's battle clearly. Xiang Yu wielded a pale gold long halberd like an undefeated war god, the weapon cleaving through the formation. Each blow reduced the enemy formation considerably. For such born commanders, this kind of battlefield was perfectly suited to their talents. Lin Hai glanced away bored, and made his way to Mu Xingyi's battlefield. Having received his aid several times, Mu Xingyu had grown wiser. From the very start, she ordered her troops to retreat, then used her contracted spirit to continually impede the formation's advance, waiting for Lin Hai's support. When Lin Hai arrived, her formation remained unscathed. Seeing this, he nodded in approval. The girl was not strong, no wonder she hailed from a merchant family. Mu Xingyi's power was not exceptional, certainly not on par with LV Foam. That monster LV Foam always left Lin Hai with an inscrutable feeling. He wondered how LV Foam was doing, and nearly a month had already passed, and Bingxing no. One had likely begun winter break. Shaking off his idle thoughts, Lin Hai formally re-entered the fray. This time the pace was noticeably slower. Mu Xingyu was not merely watching. The extreme Ice Phoenix could at least exert rank 8 combat power, helping Lin Hai restrain the formation. A blizzard of ice and snow descended upon the formation, frost creeping over the soldiers. Lin Hai's enlargement had not yet worn off, and he fought at full strength. Through their coordination, the formation steadily retreated. When the battle ended and Lin Hai returned to his own arena, the mirror before him had vanished entirely. All done. Impossible. Lin Hai voiced his doubts. 100 rank 8 giant soldiers should not have been defeated. Suddenly a thought occurred to Lin Hai. Perhaps some had been eliminated for failing to fight. He did not know what befell those who failed. Although rewards would shrink, it was hardly catastrophic. The true challenge had only just begun. The ancient battlefield shifted again, and this time 100 rank 9 giant soldiers stood between him and the way forward. A suffocating battle intent washed over Lin Hai. The 100 at rank 9 were far beyond what his current standing should handle. In Xiang Kenqiang's arena, Xiang Yu stood at the forefront of 30 giants, brandishing a long halberd with overwhelming presence. Even under suppression, he could manifest rank 9 power assign. He was no ordinary rank 9 spirit user. Yet even so, facing 100 equals, Xiang Sanqiang felt little hope of victory. If someone as strong as him felt that way, others fared no better. Only 2 were exceptions. Su Amyu cradled her white fox and gently stroked its fur, as if the 100 soldiers before them meant nothing. The other was of course Lin Hai. A fierce power suddenly burst from his body, and a smile curved his lips. At last, even if you all come at me together, it will still not be enough. Lin Hai stepped forward as his aura climbed. By its tone, it seemed to have reached the black iron tier. This of course was Lin Hai's other divine technique, Undying Battle Well. Since the first trial, his Undying Battle Well had been stacking, and it had now accumulated to a fearsome height. But the leap from rank 9 to black iron tier was immense, and Lin Hai was only at the threshold. Even so, confronting 100 rank 9 giant soldiers should no longer be beyond him. As a black iron tier aspirant, Lin Hai felt the overwhelming force coursing through his frame, and grew more eager for the day he would truly step into that rank. He believed it was not far off. The ancient battle platform began to tremble violently as the soldiers of the giant clans slowly advanced, each step causing the entire platform to quake. Lin Hai did not wait for the army's advance. He locked onto one individual and activated his charge skill. His gigantic form surged upwards, directly crashing into the army before him. After knocking down a cluster of soldiers, Lin Hai stomped down, fiercely utilizing the War Tread's control ability to hinder the advance of over 100 soldiers. Immediately, a violent wind surged from Lin Hai's mouth, scattering the army before him into disarray. The overwhelming power of the black iron level was evident, far beyond what these 9th-level soldiers could withstand. The shockwave from his hammering fist spread continuously within the army, as Lin Hai cleared yet another area in front of him. A giant wielding a massive axe swung down fiercely towards Lin Hai. Even Lin Hai did not dare to underestimate this strike. He was not yet at the level where he could disregard their attacks. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a powerful pull that drew a giant soldier to him. The battle axe struck fiercely against the giant soldier, allowing Lin Hai to defuse the crisis. He retaliated with a punch, shattering the giant before him. At this moment few giants remained on the battlefield. Meanwhile Xiang Sanxiong was also embroiled in a bitter struggle. Although Xiang Yu appeared to have an impressive aura, he dared not be careless in facing 100 opponents of his caliber. After continuously slaying several giant soldiers with his long halberd, he found himself surrounded by several others, and Xiang Kanqiang's expression grew grim. Knowing that perfect clearance was no longer possible, he commanded the 30 giant soldiers behind him to join the fray. With the addition of these 30 giant soldiers, Xiang Yu felt a significant reduction in pressure and began to maneuver within the army, showcasing his formidable strength. Mu Xingyi's battlefield, however, was not so fortunate. The extreme ice phoenix radiated a brilliant blue light, and frost in the air condensed into blue feathered arrows that struck fiercely against the giant soldiers. However, the effects seemed minimal. These giant soldiers possessed considerable attack and defense capabilities. Such assaults found it challenging to inflict effective damage, though their movement speed was significantly hampered. Fortunately, in their controlled state, they still had 30 giant soldiers attacking in front of them, temporarily stabilizing the situation. Meanwhile, Su Em's battlefield remained as it was. 30 soldiers watched from a distance, while over 100 giant soldiers battled fiercely among themselves. Yet the light of the white fox seemed to have dimmed considerably, and maintaining control over so many was a significant strain. As Su Emu comforted her white fox, she observed the battlefield, realizing that the pace of their mutual slaughter was not fast. Resolving the conflict would take considerable time. With no other option, Su Emu gritted her teeth and urged her contract spirit to persist. As for the side of the snow country, the polar bear roared to the sky. Although it lost to Xiang Sanxiong, its strength was not to be underestimated. Charging into the fray with 30 soldiers, it managed to stabilize the crumbling battlefield, though whether it could maintain this was Another battlefield appeared relatively relaxed. A prodigy from the snow country stood at a distance, accompanied by a contract spirit exuding a peculiar aura. The figure was quite peculiar, resembling a gargoyle. This was the most formidable talent from the snow country this time, with a talent rating of SS. The gargoyle stood in front of the army, resembling a massive sculpture. The attacks from the giant soldiers before her struggled to inflict any effective damage. Facing the assault of 109th level giant soldiers, this prodigy from the snow country appeared to handle the situation with ease. Meanwhile, Lin Hai, after enduring a fierce battle, found that only a few giant soldiers remained before him. After once again punching down a giant, only about 7 or 8 giant soldiers remained. Lin Hai took a deep breath, activating the wind breath skill to close the distance with several giant soldiers. With another punch, he shattered 2 bodies, while the remaining few were nearly defenseless. The over 100 giant soldiers before him fell to the ground, and Lin Hai heard a voice from deep within the secret realm. Trial of the 6th gate passed. Rated SSS. Reward Contract Spirit attribute increase by 20%. A 20% increase in all attributes caused Lin Hai's strength to surge once more. With this reward from the secret realm, he felt an urge to return and give Lu Feng a good beating. He wondered just how much strength that guy had been hiding. But that was a matter for later. After the battle, no other images appeared before him. Instead, a deep, shadowy, spatial wormhole emerged. Lin Hai glanced at it in confusion, for it seemed that this gate did not allow for the help of others. Looking at the deep wormhole, he did not step directly into it, instead sitting cross-legged to regulate his breathing. Unaware of what dangers lay within, time passed. Lin Hai stood up and entered the spatial wormhole. The surrounding light flickered as he surveyed the area. Stars in the sky emitted a faint glow, and nothing else could be seen. It felt as though he was submerged beneath a sea of stars, and Lin Hai saw nothing, unsure of where he was. He could only sit down in place. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Hai sensed a spatial fluctuation. Turning to look, a spatial wormhole slowly opened, followed by the appearance of a figure before him. Lin Hai exchanged a glance with the person. It was a prodigy from the snow country whom he had noticed before. The snow country prodigy, upon seeing Lin Hai, was clearly surprised. Lin Hai's arrival here first indicated that he was the first to complete the assessment. The two exchanged friendly nods, but did not say much to each other. Just as the snow country prodigy settled down, another spatial wormhole opened. Xiang Kanqiang's robust figure traversed the wormhole, appearing somewhat disheveled at that moment. He then locked eyes with, How did you get here? Xiang Kanqiang's face was filled with surprise, unable to believe that Lin Hai had arrived before. He even ignored the person from the snow country beside him. Lin Hai smiled without saying anything, but Xiang Sanxiong and the snow country prodigy seemed to have arrived almost simultaneously. It seemed their strengths were comparable, although there might be factors related to battlefield adaptability. Seeing Lin Hai ignoring him, Xiang Sanxiong frowned and found a place to sit down and regulate his breath. The starry sky above remained unchanged. The three had been waiting here for an unknown duration when the 4th spatial rift slowly opened. A figure of a woman stepped out from within the rift. She revealed a charming smile. It was Su Amu. Upon seeing Su Amu, Lin Hai felt no surprise, having previously witnessed her combat style, but the expressions of the other two turned uneasy. Especially the prodigy from the snow country. Among the 4 present, he was the only one from the snow country, while from the dragon country, besides the slightly weaker Mu Xingyu, everyone else had made it here. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the 5th spatial rift opened and a prodigy from the snow country emerged. He was the one who had lost to Xiang Sanxiong previously. The man appeared quite disheveled as he walked over to his companions from the snow country. The 5 gathered here. After some time passed, no new spatial rifts opened. However, the starry sky above suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light. This unexpected change drew the attention of the 5, who looked up. The originally vast starry sky began to connect the twinkling stars, outlining the figure of a giant. This giant's body merely at a glance appeared to be over 100 meters tall, resembling a towering figure. It seems we are the only 5 left, Su Amu sighed, and Lin Hai nodded slightly. The other 4 must have already been eliminated in the recent trial. But what does this starry sky represent? The figure of the giant emerged amidst the starry sky, and a sword of unknown origin fell into the giant's hand. As the giant raised the sword with both hands and swung it down, it seemed as though the starry sky above was being cleaved apart. A wild and powerful aura enveloped the 5. At the same time, the contract spirits of the 5 burst forth simultaneously, without any hesitation, as if Lin Hai looked at the stone beside him, revealing a puzzled expression. A dazzling golden light radiated from the stone, then integrating into the starry sky above. Not just Lin Hai, but the other 4 also had their contract spirits merge into. Lin Hai felt a sudden dizziness as the scene before him began to change. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a primitive era surrounded by rumbling sounds. Lin Hai turned around to see a row of giant soldiers armed and moving forward like a complete military formation. They seemed to have no goal, unaware of their destination, merely passing by Lin Hai. Lin Hai wanted to speak up to inquire, but found himself unable to make a sound. He wished to move, but could not do so. It was as if he could only watch the scene unfolding before him like a movie. The giant soldiers continued forward, and the surrounding scene suddenly began to collapse. The earth shook and volcanoes erupted, resembling a scene of the apocalypse. The scene shifted once more, and Lin Hai saw a massive throne looking extremely ancient with a giant figure seated upon it. Before the throne lay a bloodied sword emanating a faint, ominous aura. The giant king stood up and drew the sword. He suddenly let out a skyward howl. Countless giant soldiers upon hearing this roar rushed to kneel before their king. Lin Hai could not hear their conversation. He could only see their powerful yet silent figures. Even just watching, Lin Hai could feel the overwhelming oppressive aura emanating from them. Giant race. Lin Hai gazed at their figures, lost in thought. Did the giant race really exist? What does this secret realm represent? Lin Hai did not know the answer. He merely watched as the giant king holding the sword soared into the sky, his body seemingly capable of piercing a hole in the entire firmament. With a swing of the sword, a grotesque crack appeared in the sky above. Immediately afterward, the entire world began to tremble violently, and Lin Hai watched helplessly as the figures of the giant soldiers fell within this collapsing world. The king fought valiantly, ultimately staining the sky with blood, disappearing within the long river of history. This scene evoked a deep emotional resonance within Lin Hai. Lin Hai's eyes gradually became vacant, as if he had merged into the king's life. The scene before him kept repeating. In the end, only the king's final strike that tore the sky remained in Lin Hai's eyes. Uncertain how much time had passed, a mighty battle intent emerged within Lin Hai. The ancient stone beside him appeared once more, radiating a profound, oppressive aura. Lin Hai opened his eyes and looked at the stone before him. The contract spirit panel also materialized in Lin Hai's view. Contract spirit, mysterious stone. Attributes comprehensive. Biological type special. Master Lin Hai. Level 9. Potential level S. Talent skills: golden armor increases personal defense with a small chance to become immune to all damage. Indomitable battle intent enhances all attributes over time in battle, increasing with the rise of spiritual power. Heroic spirit battle soul can stack defensive resistance with each attack received, boosting all attributes. Current skills: enlargement LV7 greatly reduces speed, enlarges body 14 times with all attributes increasing alongside body size. Charge LV5 can swiftly approach the target. Wind breath LV5 releases a powerful gust. Divine Draw LV5 releases a strong pull, drawing the target closer. War Tread LV5 stomps the ground, emitting a strong shockwave affecting enemies' movement and attacks with a small chance of causing dizziness. Intentional Slam LV5 after a brief charge unleashes all body power in an explosive manner, dealing several times the damage. Lin Hai revealed a heavy expression upon looking at the latest talent skill. This represents the battle talent of the giant race becoming stronger after being injured, and under the stacking of indomitable battle intent, the longer the battle lasts, the stronger he would become with no upper limit. Lin Hai withdrew his contract spirit, and the apocalyptic scenes of collapse vanished, replaced by a picturesque garden. Upon recognizing this garden, shock filled Lin Hai's face as he found a familiar location and turned to look. A massive throne appeared not far from Lin Hai above, which sat a silent figure resting one hand on his chin, revealing a contemplative expression. Before him, a bloodied sword was thrust into the ground, exuding a violent, oppressive aura. This was the giant king Lin Hai had once seen in the same place, the same scene. Lin Hai couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence. As he approached the throne, the oppressive aura intensified. Yet the king did not open his eyes, as if he were forever asleep. The sword was plunged into the ground, merging with the surrounding scenery. Lin Hai bowed slightly to the giant king, unsure if the giant race truly existed, yet the image of the king bathed in blood remained vivid in his memory. Seeing the king's lack of response, Lin Hai found a different spot to rest briefly. After comprehending the heroic spirit's battle soul, Lin Hai's strength had significantly increased. This trip to the secret realm was undoubtedly worthwhile. However, more questions arose. The previous scene felt too real, leaving Lin Hai uncertain if it was a past event, or perhaps this moment would someday appear in Blue Star. Meanwhile, outside the altar, 5 figures appeared beside Ling Xiao. Su Anmu and a talented individual from the Snow Country. It seemed they too had been eliminated, meaning only 3 were left inside the altar. Ling Xiao frowned, showing a worried expression. Lin Hai and the others had been inside for a full month without any news. Although secret realms are generally reward-based levels, without life-threatening danger, Ling Xiao still worried for their safety. Fortunately, one individual from the Snow Country had not yet exited, allowing the others to remain calm for the time being. Inside the altar, Lin Hai sat cross-legged, unaware of how much time had passed. The space began to tremble again, and two wormholes opened simultaneously. Xiang Tsangqiong and the Snow Country's prodigy appeared on either side of Lin Hai. The three shared a glance. Xiang Kenqiang's face was filled with disbelief. He hadn't expected Lin Hai to be faster than him again. If the first time was luck, then twice was skill. Even Xiang Tsangqiong put away his previous disdain. The Snow Country's prodigy did the same. The three exchanged glances and noticed the distant giant king. Lin Hai observed the two, curious about what they had seen and comprehended earlier. They stepped forward together and offered a slight bow to the giant king. Yet none spoke a word. Lin Hai stood up, feeling it was about time the other two should have left by now. Indeed, just as Lin Hai stood, a voice echoed from deep within the secret realm, resounding in the ears of the three. The final trial has begun. Brave warriors, please showcase your strongest abilities to the king and endure for a while. This voice captured the trio's attention. Soon a series of piercing sounds followed, and the three turned to see the figure on the throne suddenly open its eyes. The three readied themselves for battle, summoning their contracted spirits. Xiang Yu took the lead, wielding a long spear in front of the others, while a gargoyle figure settled at his side. Lastly, Lin Hai entered a state of spirit fusion. At this moment, the two beside him were astonished to notice the previous suppression on contracted spirits seemed to have vanished. They could unleash their strongest powers. At this moment, the king slowly stood up, taking a step forward, causing the ground to tremble violently. The king's gaze was emotionless as he reached for the long sword embedded in the ground. The sword was gently drawn out by the king's movement, emitting no brilliant light, only a chilling aura. The Snow Country's prodigy looked at the two beside him. It seems we need to join forces this time. This king is at least at the black iron level. Hearing this, Lin Hai nodded. From the earlier voice, it seemed they were only asked to hold on a little longer. After all, defeating this king was impossible for the three of them at present. The proud Xiang Tsangqiong also sensed the formidable aura of the king and nodded in agreement. The three formed a temporary alliance, though whether it was genuine cooperation remained uncertain. The king stepped down from his throne, glancing at the three before him. His massive form gradually shrank, soon reaching the size of an ordinary person. It seemed he did not wish to use his physical advantage to fight against the three. As the king approached them, Lin Hai truly felt the overwhelming aura akin to a primordial force. Though only at the black iron level, his combat power could rival that of the silver level, comparable to the king of ferocious beasts. Xiang Yu furrowed his brow, raising his long spear and charging towards the king. He took the initiative to attack. Xiang Yu raised his spear high, leaping towards the king's head with a powerful strike. This strike was breathtaking, exhibiting a force that could move mountains. Yet the king merely glanced at him, then horizontally positioned his sword above his head. The clash of spear and sword produced a crisp sound, and then Xiang Yu's body was sent flying backward, crashing into a nearby wall over 10 meters away. The armor he wore bore cracks from what appeared to be a normal attack, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Seeing Xiang Yu's plight, Lin Hai couldn't help but gasp. Xiang Kenqiang's expression darkened. His contracted spirit had suffered severe injuries right from the start. Although he had not been directly eliminated, it was clear he paid the price for his arrogance. In such a heavily injured state, he surely wouldn't last long. This attack served as a wake-up call for Lin Hai and the Snow Country's prodigy. They must not withstand the king's attacks heat-in, or they wouldn't even know how they perished. Xiang Yu got back on his feet, his armor riddled with menacing cracks, looking visibly weakened. The king took a step forward, raising the long sword again, this time targeting Lin Hai. Lin Hai felt the king's gaze and inwardly cursed, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. He immediately activated his wind breath skill, utilizing the recoil to propel himself away. Simultaneously, he pounded his hand against himself, hoping to trigger the effect of the golden armor. Of course, there was another purpose. It was Lin Hai's latest acquired talent skill. Having learned from the previous experience with the golden armor, Lin Hai attempted to see if his attacks could trigger after obtaining the heroic spirit's battle soul. It turned out that Lin Hai's conjecture was correct. According to the description of the skill, as long as he kept attacking himself, he could continuously stack buffs, and his defense would reach a terrifying level. It turned out that Lin Hai's conjecture was correct. According to the description of the skill, as long as he kept attacking himself, he could continuously stack buffs, and his defense would. The king's strike was evaded by Lin Hai using wind breath, and the stone gargoyle beside him also began to move, its eyes flickering with a faint emerald glow. Before him, the king's bloodied sword began to slowly petrify. The king, sensing this scene, remained expressionless and stepped forward, causing the petrification marks on the sword to completely vanish. The genius from the Snow Country had a grim expression and commanded his contract spirit to retreat quickly. However, the king's strike had already locked onto his body. A sword slashed down from the sky, creating a fierce gleam. The stone gargoyle, realizing it could not dodge, chose to withstand. The stone gargoyle's body remained unmoving, enveloped in a layer of stone skin. The sword energy struck this stony skin, erupting in a burst of bloodlight. Although the stone gargoyle was injured, it withstood the blow. This made Lin Hai reassess the genius from the Snow Country. In terms of defense alone, he was even stronger than Han Xian, who focused purely on defense. As the king's strike ended, the three regrouped. They all understood now that alone they could only withstand one attack at most. Spread out and encircle, restrain his attacks. Do not confront him, Heaton. Lin Hai's voice rang out, and Xiang Kangqian's expression suddenly changed, seemingly displeased with Lin Hai's command, but it was clearly the best course of action. Xiang Yu stood with a long spear at the west side of the king. The stone gargoyle was on the east of the king, flapping its wings. Lin Hai faced the king directly, and all three felt the overwhelming pressure radiating from him. The king's silent gaze swept over the three figures before locking on Xiang Yu, who appeared to be the most severely injured, evidently preparing to strike him first. The long sword sliced through the air with astonishing speed, arriving before Xiang Yu. Having learned from previous experiences, Xiang Yu dared not take the king's attack head. He plunged his spear into the ground as a springboard and swiftly dodged to the side. Behind him, Lin Hai and the stone gargoyle also launched their attacks to share the pressure on Xiang Yu. Lin Hai clenched his right fist, a golden light radiating outward. With a powerful punch, the immense force struck the king's body, but it seemed to have little effect. The stone gargoyle's attack was relentless. At that moment, the king's second strike descended. Xiang Yu's body was forced to retreat step by step, yet this strike was like a shadow following closely. In a moment of crisis, a strong pulling force suddenly erupted from Xiang Yu's body. Under this force, he suddenly flew in one direction, avoiding the king's strike. This was of course due to Lin Hai's divine pull. Although this guy was not likable, he could still help, eliminating him too early would only increase Lin Hai's pressure. Seeing that Lin Hai had saved him, Xiang Sanxiong curled his lips, but said nothing more. At that moment, Lin Hai had the king's brow furrowed, and the sword in his hand suddenly emitted a grotesque, killing intent, thrusting toward Lin Hai. Clearly there was also a hint of anger behind it. Lin Hai felt the immense power of this strike, and with a sudden surge his body lifted off the ground. At the same time, a strong golden light began to flicker around Lin Hai, resembling a golden armor that gathered around his body. The moment the golden armor skill was triggered, Lin Hai unleashed all his power, ready to seize this opportunity. With the enhancement of gigantification, Lin Hai charged towards the king. The two beside him were struck dumb, wondering who would still rush to their death. However, the scene unfolding before them quickly changed their perspective. The king's sword struck against the golden armor, but had no effect. Instead, it was Lin Hai's gigantic form that collided. The impact caused the king to stagger back several steps, marking the first time they had inflicted effective damage on him. Though it was not much damage, it was enough. After the strike, Lin Hai did not hesitate, and instantly cancelled his gigantification, creating distance. The king steadied himself, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Hai, clearly drawn to his dazzling performance. In an instant, Lin Hai felt the pressure mounting. The king held his sword with both hands, seemingly preparing to unleash a skill. Upon seeing the king's build-up, Lin Hai stepped forcefully with his foot, triggering the war tread skill to forcibly interrupt the king's skill, though it had no controlling effect on him. However, the skill that was in the process of being cast was directly interrupted. At that moment, the two beside him were also busy. Xiang Yu lifted his long spear and spun it, creating a powerful gust of wind. The stone gargoyle focused on Lin Hai's body, enveloping him in a heavy layer of stone skin armor. The genius from the snow country realized that Lin Hai was now the absolute main force. Ensuring Lin Hai's combat strength was essential for the three to continue. Feeling the strength of the armor, Lin Hai found it barely usable. The king's next attack was already approaching the three. This strike gathered the king's fury and a sword energy like a ring shot directly towards the three. Clearly this was an area attack, and this time all three were simultaneously targeted. There was no chance to dodge, they had to withstand it. Xiang Yu bore the brunt, and being already heavily injured, he could only place his long spear horizontally before him in an attempt to block this strike. But the king's furious strike was something that an injured Xiang Yu could withstand, and he was immediately cut apart, disappearing. Of course, there would be no real casualties in the secret realm. Xiang Sanxiong simply became the first to be eliminated. Having fought to this point, no one knew how much time had passed. Watching Xiang Sanxiong disappear within the secret realm, Lin Hai and the other two became even more cautious. The sword energy before him now came crashing toward Lin Hai. His eyes narrowed, all his skills were on cooldown, and it seemed there was no other option but to take it heated. Then a potion appeared in Lin Hai's hand. There's no choice, you forced my hand. It seems I have to cheat now. Unlike Xiang Yu, whose contract spirit was injured, this was a matter for Lin Hai himself. Before the attack arrived, Lin Hai drank the potion in one go, and a layer of unique light began to envelop him. The potion that Lin Hai drank was of course a small invincible potion from the system. Although the monarch could match the power of a golden rank, Lin Hai wanted to test whether the potion was effective. The system's potion was essentially a bug. It was unclear whether it would have any effect in this trial. Soon Lin Hai's thoughts were confirmed. After consuming the potion, the monarch's strike came right before him. With a flash of light, Lin Hai remained unscathed, his body retreating several steps. Seeing this scene, a glint of brilliance flickered in Lin Hai's eyes. It seemed that the monarch's attack had not yet reached the golden rank level, and he could hold on for quite a while. Then 10 bottles of small invincible potions appeared in Lin Hai's hands. Come on, I'll play with you for a while. At this moment, Lin Hai turned around and found that the stone statue demon was still nearby, having somehow blocked the The two exchanged glances and launched their attack once more. As the battle intensified, the monarch's attacks became even more ferocious. The stone statue demon had incredible defense, but under such violent attacks it still seemed somewhat overwhelmed. Before long it followed in Xiang Ye's footsteps, dissipating into the vast expanse of heaven and earth. After the stone statue demon vanished, only Lin Hai and the giant monarch remained on the battlefield. The monarch's gaze remained silent and cold, yet the long sword in his hand radiated a fierce aura. With a sweeping strike, Lin Hai consumed another bottle of the invincible potion. Lin Hai had already decided to use up these 10 bottles of potions. That would mark the end of his trial, though he was curious about what rewards he would receive. But it should be worthwhile. Outside the altar, Ling Xiao watched as Xiang Sangxiong and the prodigies of the Snow Nation appeared in succession, and he inquired, "Where is Lin Hai? Why hasn't he come out yet?" Among these people, he was most concerned about Lin Hai's safety. Xiang Sangxiong snorted coldly, his lips twitching slightly. "That guy seems to be able to hold on for a while longer, but I don't think it will be for long." Hearing this, Ling Xiao felt reassured. It seemed that Lin Hai was likely the biggest beneficiary of this secret realm. This kid always managed to create surprises. One could only wonder where his limits truly lay. At this moment, Lin Hai on the battlefield was also embroiled in a fierce struggle. The monarch seemed to have discovered Lin Hai's cheat-like abilities, and a starlight burst forth from the longsword, illuminating the sky above. As the starlight gathered, the monarch's aura surged. Sensing the monarch's terrifying power, Lin Hai's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, you can't play fair." It was clear that the monarch's strength had risen to the silver level, and this strike had surpassed the limits that the small invincible potion could withstand. Lin Hai did not dare to hesitate at all. He immediately activated all his skills, unleashing War Tread to interrupt the monarch's ongoing spell. Then he used Wind Whisper to create distance, narrowly dodging the monarch's strike. However, the second attack followed closely, arriving before Lin Hai with no means of escape. A sword slashed down, and Lin Hai felt a threat of death. Yet there was no sense of pain. As the strike landed, the surrounding momentum dissipated. Lin Hai was not forcibly teleported out of the secret realm. Steadying himself, Lin Hai looked around. The scattered stars in the sky suddenly converged upon him. The stones within Lin Hai's body emerged, meeting the stars in the sky, where a faint golden ape was faintly visible. At this moment, Lin Hai could clearly feel that his contract spirit seemed to have grown significantly stronger. Before long, the starlight disappeared. Lin Hai opened his contract spirit panel once more, and the sight before him: contract spirit, mysterious stone. Attributes: Aoran type. Biological category: special type. Owner: Lin Hai. Level 9. Potential level: SSS. Talent: skills: golden armor increases personal defense with a small chance to be immune to all damage. Indomitable fighting spirit increases all attributes over time during battle, enhancing with the improvement of spirit power. Heroic soul: each time attacked can stack defensive resistance to enhance all attributes. Existing skills: enlargement LV8 significantly reduces speed, increases size 16-fold, with attributes growing with size. Charge LV7 can quickly approach the target. Wind Whisper LV7 releases a powerful gust. Divine Pull LV7 releases a strong pulling force, drawing the target to his side. War Tread LV7 stomps the ground to unleash a strong shockwave, affecting the enemy's movement and attack with a small chance of causing dizziness. Intentional Heavy Fist LV7, after a brief charge, unleashes all body power, causing damage several times greater than oneself. Lin Hai's skills were once again enhanced. Except for the originally higher level skill Enlargement, which only increased by 1 level, all other skills rose by 2 levels. The rewards from the skill upgrades were undoubtedly worth far more than the cost. One skill upgrade card required 3. This wave saved at least 2,000 system points in expenses, as he only used 10 bottles of small invincible potions, which cost 500 system points. Lin Hai currently had 1,800 points left. At this moment, the scene around him began to slowly crumble, and Lin Hai realized that this secret realm was about to close. This time, the secret realm had once again granted Lin Hai a significant boost in power, whether from attribute rewards or skill rewards coupled with the newly comprehended talent skill. It could be said to be a tremendous harvest. With a flash of light surrounding him, Lin Hai once again stood upon the altar, and Ling Xiao's voice echoed around. "Lin Hai, come here." Hearing the voice, Lin Hai came to his senses. The others around had not yet left. Lin Hai nodded and walked over to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also wore a faint smile. "Well done." After praising Lin Hai, Ling Xiao turned to face the leader of the Snow Nation. "Since the secret realm has ended, we shall take our leave first. I am very grateful to everyone from the Snow Nation this time." The person nodded towards Ling Xiao. "Alright, since that is the case, we must also set off back to the Snow Nation. The talents of the Dragon Nation are indeed as advertised. I hope we shall meet again in the future." As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Lin Hai for a while. Finally, with a wave of his hand, he led the 4 from the Snow Nation back along the same path. Ling Xiao also called upon his Thunder Dragon again, and the 5 of them mounted the Thunder Dragon, heading towards the exit of the... On the way, of course, no other dangers appeared. Only Xiang Sanxiong, after thinking for a long time, finally turned to Lin Hai. "What rewards did you receive?" Lin Hai listened to Xiang Kenqiang's inquiry, and simply chuckled casually. "Me? I obtained the king's treasured sword," Lin Hai casually remarked, and Xiang Sanxiong knew it was nonsense, so he snorted coldly and ignored Lin Hai. However, having witnessed Lin Hai's true strength, Xiang Sanxiong no longer had his previous arrogance. "Lin Hai, you are strong, but I will not lose. The provincial competition is about to begin, and I hope you can be my opponent then." "Provincial competition?" Lin Hai inquired, but Xiang Sanxiong did not respond to him. Everyone returned to the small town in the extreme north. This time, Ling Xiao showed no intention of stopping and led everyone toward the airport in Ice River City. On the way, he also explained a few things to them. "You have spent over a month in the secret realm, and now your school has already started. You can't waste any more time here." They had spent a month traveling, and another month lingering in the secret realm. Calculating, they had arrived in December, and now it was already mid-February. Lin Hai had also turned into a 17-year-old youth, spending even New Year's Eve within the secret realm. For Lin Hai this was not a big deal. He had not planned to go to Kyoto this year. After all, he would soon be heading to Kyoto University, so he did not mind losing this little bit of time. However, his winter vacation had ended before he even got to experience it. After arriving in Ice River City, there were no flights left for the day, and Ling Xiao had them rest for a day in the city. The next day, they boarded the plane back to Ice City together. The journey was relatively smooth, and Ling Xiao and the others returned to Ice City. Feeling the familiar aura around him, Lin Hai let out a sigh of relief. At the entrance of the airport in Ice City, the group parted ways. Su Amu bid farewell to the three of them because she was not from Ice City High School and had to return to her own city. However, according to Xiang Sanqiang, it seemed they would meet again soon. The other three got into a car, and on the way Lin Hai parted ways with the other two. He was returning to Ice City No. 1 High School, while they were students of No. 2 High School. Walking back to Ice City No. 1 High School, Lin Hai assessed his own strength. Without any spiritual power in the secret realm, his cultivation should have stagnated. Yet Lin Hai's current strength was already not far from the Black Iron level. Is it due to the starlight? Lin Hai recalled the starlight bestowed upon him at the end of the secret realm, which should have aided his cultivation. He calculated that with a maximum of 2 months of closed-door training, he could successfully break through to the Black Iron level. There were still more than 3 months until the college entrance examination. He would surely be able to catch up. Without the urgency of improving his cultivation, Lin Hai felt much more relaxed. Last year 3 people had broken through to the Black Iron level before the college entrance examination, and in Baiyuan province no such talent had appeared for nearly 10 years. Thinking of this, Lin Hai unconsciously recalled Lu Feng's figure. He wondered how much stronger that guy had become in the 2 months since they last met. Lost in thought, Lin Hai walked through the gates of Ice City No. 1 High School. However, when he arrived at the entrance of the special training class, he was dumbfounded to find that the classroom was completely empty. Helpless, Lin Hai could only call Su Yuanlong. Hello teacher, I've returned to the classroom, but why is there no one here? After inquiring, Lin Hai learned that the students of the special training class were all practicing in the Yuling Dojo. The Yuling Dojo was essentially a training facility where the spiritual energy was relatively abundant compared to the outside world. The special training class had entered its final sprint phase and had arranged for students to study in the Yuling Dojo. Lin Hai took a taxi and arrived at the dojo. Su Yuanlong had been waiting for a long time. You're back. Lin Hai nodded in response. Su Yuanlong looked at Lin Hai and let out a long sigh. You don't need to go in yet. Oh, I actually have something to discuss with you. The provincial competition is about to start, and I have already signed you up. Upon hearing this name again, Lin Hai curiously asked, what exactly is the provincial competition? Su Yuanlong explained it to Lin Hai. The provincial competition is actually a trial before the college entrance examination organized by Baiyuan province, gathering all candidates before the exam, specifically the seniors. The competition is divided into team matches and individual matches. The team matches will be conducted in groups of 3 from each school, with a total roster of 5, including 2 substitutes to rotate in case of injuries. In past team matches, Ice City No. 1 High School has consistently ranked first. This time as captain, I hope there won't be. Hearing this, Lin Hai nodded. Ice City No. 1 High School had a profound foundation, attracting many talented individuals. It had always ranked first in previous years, but this year seemed a bit different. Lin Hai had witnessed Xiang Kangqiang's power. No. 2 High School had both Xiang Sanxiong and Mu Xingyu. He wondered if there were other talents which would definitely make them formidable rivals. Additionally, there was Su Anmu, whose city of origin he did not know, but she would surely participate as well. Teacher, I will do my... Su Yuanlong nodded, and the voice continued. Of course, the team matches are also divided into preliminary rounds and finals, which are local competitions. Only one team from other cities will advance to the finals. Ice City, as the provincial capital, has 3 spots. However, for the preliminary round, I hope you all can maintain your strength. There's no pressure to advance. The preliminary round will officially begin in 3 days. The school that secures first place will naturally receive strong support from the government next year, serving as a test before the college entrance examination. Lin Hai showed a thoughtful expression. There were about a dozen high schools in Ice City, and No. 1 High School would certainly occupy one of the 3 spots. If they couldn't even advance, they wouldn't deserve to be called No. 1. Moreover, with monsters like Lu Feng around, Lin Hai was very interested in this team competition. Su Yuanlong also handed Lin Hai the list. These are your teammates. As the captain, you are responsible for arranging the participants for each match. Prepare well. Lin Hai took the list, which contained some familiar names. Lu Feng's name was of course at the top of the list. Lin Hai, no longer the monster he once was indeed the rightful first. The other 3 were Chu Mingyao Han Xian, and a girl whom Lin Hai was not very familiar with named Chen Xiu. The information indicated that she was currently level 8 with a contract spirit that was in a level support type lacking strong combat power. Thus, she was not very prominent in the special training class, but in such a team competition a support character could play a significant role. After reviewing the list, Lin Hai had no objections. This was practically the strongest lineup of the special training class. Chu Mingyao, being the only other rank contract spirit besides LV Feng, was considered the 3rd strongest force of the special training class. As for Han Xian, this guy had reached level 8 now, and his defensive capabilities had surely improved again. This lineup is fine, I will do my best. Su Yuanlong nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. As for the individual competition, it is of course a test of personal strength. However, the individual competition differs from the team competition, as the preliminary round employs a round-robin scoring system. Each participant will undergo 10 battles. Winning a match earns 1 point. After the 10 battles, the top 32 scorers will advance to the finals. With the restrictions on city quotas lifted, the competition will clearly be more brutal. The reward for first place in the individual competition is guaranteed admission to Longwu University along with other rewards proposed by the Dragon Guard. Guaranteed admission to Longwu University. Lin Hai was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this. Longwu University, as the highest institution in Longwu, was a place everyone dreamed of attending. However, Lin Hai was not particularly interested in this reward. If he wanted to secure admission, he could have done so long ago. After all, he had already achieved stellar military merit at the age of 15, especially due to the influence of old Yi and his mother. Being the first in the provincial individual competition represented the strongest fighter of Baiyuan province, so it was not surprising that someone like him could receive this guarantee. At this moment, a system panel popped up before Lin Hai. Option 1: achieve first place in the team competition, reward a large amount of spiritual power and upgrade in the innate skill of the next contract spirit. Option 2: achieve top 3 in the team competition, reward a large amount of spiritual power, 300 system points. Option 3: achieve top 10 in the team competition, reward a large amount of spiritual power, 100 system points. Lin Hai's gaze locked onto the first option, unable to look away. Upgrading the innate skill of the next contract spirit was crucial. After all, battle skills could be comprehended through the core materials of devoured fierce beasts. However, innate skills could only be understood through the evolution of one's own bloodline, making them exceedingly precious. Option 1: achieve first place in the individual competition, upgrade the customized skill of the next contract spirit, 500 system points. Option 2: achieve top 3 in the individual competition, reward 300 system points and upgrade in the charge skill. Option 3: achieve top 10 in the individual competition, reward 100 system points. After the two options triggered, the significance of this competition for Lin Hai had increased considerably. Then Lin Hai recalled the appearance of Xiang Sanqiong. This guy seemed formidable and was indeed a worthy opponent. Yet compared to Xiang Sanqiong, Lin Hai was more concerned about another person. Lin Hai's gaze turned towards the Spirit Master arena behind him. If anyone below the Black Iron level could truly fight him with full strength, it would undoubtedly be the peculiar LV Feng. Su Yuanlong patted Lin Hai on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. Lin Hai, your strength is the best I've seen among all. I hope you can give it your all this time. Go in and train hard, strive to break through to the Black Iron level before the college entrance examination. Lin Hai nodded and turned to enter the Spirit Master arena. He was not far from the Black Iron level. This place would clearly help him bridge that gap. However, the most important factor was the large amount of spiritual power from the system. Lin Hai was certain that after receiving this reward, and with the training during the competition, he would definitely be able to break through in one go. Lin Hai's arrival attracted no attention, as everyone was in seclusion. Among the crowd, he spotted LV Feng. This guy looked even more profound than before after some time apart. Fortunately, it appeared he had not broken through to the Black Iron level. Lin Hai found a spot to settle down and practice for a while. 2 days later, Lin Hai finished his training, and Su Yuanlong had already awakened them all since tomorrow was the day of the competition. Lin Hai, when did you return? LV Feng was excited when he saw Lin Hai beside him after waking up. Lin Hai smiled and nodded. I just returned a couple of days ago, it hasn't been long. LV Feng stepped forward and slapped Lin Hai on the shoulder. Then you must have heard about the competition. Don't worry, this time Big Brother will definitely sweep through Baiyuan province with you. Lin Hai had no doubts about this statement. LV Feng's strength was beyond question. The others also gathered around the two, and Su Yuanlong led the 5 of them out of the Spirit Master Hall. Tomorrow is the competition day. Lin Hai is the captain. This time, please listen closely to his arrangements. No one had any objections to this. Lin Hai then turned to the only unfamiliar girl, Chen Xiu, who aside from Lin Hai and LV Feng was also only at level 8. Xu Mingyao seemed not far from level 9. It was uncertain if she could break through during the finals. This competition was rather complicated and would last about 2 months, starting with the preliminary round followed by the finals. Lin Hai led the other 4 into the spirit fighting arena. The team competition was not a place for individual heroics. It was essential to practice their cooperation. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The next day at noon, in the Ice City Sports Hall. The Ice City Sports Hall was packed with people today. It was the largest event before the college entrance examination, and the provincial competition was about to commence. As the top school in Ice City, they were among the favorites to win this time. Lin Hai and his team would appear in the opening match against Ice City 6th High. The number of spectators in the sports hall was countless, and the Dragon Guard was responsible for maintaining order as referees. After all, these were all geniuses from Baiyuan province, and if any severe injuries occurred during the competition, it could impact their college entrance examination results. Seeing Lu Feng agree, Lin Hai felt relieved. Lu Feng's abilities, when utilized well, would undoubtedly be a trump card, and revealing them too early would allow others to study him in advance. With me here, there won't be any issues during the preliminary rounds. The atmosphere in the gymnasium gradually reached a peak under the host's embellishment. Ling Xiao sat at the forefront of the observation platform, overseeing the entire gymnasium. Such a grand occasion was also crucial for the Dragon Guardian, as the governor might even attend the finals in person. However, having Ling Xiao present was sufficient for the preliminary rounds. He also wished to see how Lin Hai's strength had developed. The lists of competitors have already been submitted. Notably, the 3 representatives from Ice City No. 1 are Lin Hai, Chu Mingyao, and Chen Xiu. Han Xian did not participate in this match. Interesting, what is this kid thinking? Ling Xiao glanced towards the resting area of Ice City No. 1, but it was impossible to see anything from there. The host's melodious voice echoed throughout the gymnasium. Now let us invite the representative team from Ice City No. 1 to take the stage. As the announcement was made, the lights in the gymnasium focused on the player's passage. Lin Hai took the lead, slowly walking down the passage, followed by two girls, all three in the uniforms of Ice City No. 1 arriving at their competition platform. Ice City No. 1 is a long-standing powerhouse in Baiyuan province, having won multiple championships over the years. This representative team from Ice City No. 1 is still a favorite to win this tournament. Let's look forward to the performance of these children. The audience around nearly all from Ice City No. 1 attended in full force. The name of No. 1 is a golden trademark. Knowing oneself and one's opponent ensures victory in every battle. They also wanted to learn more about their opponents in advance. Xiang Sanxiong stood at a distance, his eyes flashing with intense battle intent, locking onto the spotlighted Lin Hai. In contrast to the grandeur of No. 1, there was little expectation when No. 6 took the stage. Next up is the representative team from Ice City No. 6. Compared to the formidable strength of No. 1, the members of No. 6 will take the stage in a challenger's posture. Let us also look forward to the performance of these children. The expressions of the three members from No. 6 turned grim as they stood opposite Lin Hai and the others. Encountering such a powerful opponent right from the start was unbearable for anyone. It can be said they had already been eliminated in advance. After some warm-up, the battle was about to officially begin. At this moment, Lin Hai stepped forward and walked straight onto the arena. The audience was filled with confusion as no one knew what Lin Hai intended to do. However, the host had already received instructions from Ling Xiao and was not taken aback. This player from Ice City No. 1 is a bit special, please do not panic. Lin Hai stood alone on the arena, which was meant for contract spirit battles, naturally attracting everyone's attention. Although Lin Hai was well known, few had actually seen him. Even the exchange students from other cities had only met Lin Hai once, and only heard that the most outstanding student from Ice City No. 1 was named Lin Hai. The protective shield of the spirit battle arena slowly rose, and both sides began to summon their respective contract spirits. Lin Hai entered a state of fusion, with Meng Tian standing proudly behind him, holding a long spear. Beside him was a dazzling begonia flower. This was Chun Zai's contract spirit, a supportive plant spirit. 1 was SSS, 1 was S, and 1 was A. 1 ranked at level 9 and 2 at level 8, not particularly strong, yet at this moment Lin Hai undoubtedly drew everyone's attention. The three from Ice City No. 6 also summoned their contract spirits. Leading them was a lizard emanating a faint aura of flames. Judging by its aura, it was also an A-level contract spirit, roughly at level 8. As for the other two, their situation was somewhat disappointing. Their levels were only 7, and their contract spirits were only at B. After all the excellent students from Ice City had already been snatched by the preceding schools. The audience was somewhat disappointed at this scene, but more so they anticipated Lin Hai's performance. It was nearly unheard of for a master to personally step onto the arena. Then let us officially begin the opening battle of the tournament, the veteran powerhouse Ice City No. 1 versus the challenger Ice City No. 6. With the host's declaration, Lin Hai stepped forward, and the giant transformation was suddenly activated. His body rose from the ground. The level 8 giant transformation made Lin Hai's physique reach a terrifying level comparable to the giants of the giant clan in the past. The surrounding audience looked at Lin Hai's massive figure, revealing expressions of shock. Chu Mingyao made no moves, but the begonia flower from Qin Shiyu on the competition stage emitted a faint glow, infusing Lin Hai with its energy. This was a supportive skill that could enhance strength by about 10%. It was indeed a decent boost. In the distance, the three from Ice City No. 6 stared at Lin Hai's giant-like stature, overwhelmed by the immense pressure, momentarily forgetting to attack. This battle had no suspense at all. Lin Hai locked onto the strongest lizard and activated his charging skill. With a giant-like body, he charged forward like a colossal mountain. At this moment, the person from Ice City No. 6 came back to his senses. The lizard conjured a fireball and shot it towards Lin Hai. Lin Hai seemed to disregard the fireball entirely, neither dodging nor defending, simply charging forward. An attack of this level he could basically ignore. When the attack landed, it caused no effect on Lin Hai. Instead, his massive body directly sent the lizard flying, crashing heavily against the protective shield behind, severely injured. The lizard's master looked pale and hurriedly recalled his contract spirit. However, even such an injury would require a long time to recover. Under Lin Hai's overwhelming pressure, the remaining two contract spirits began to involuntarily retreat, the terrifying sense of oppression erasing any thoughts of resistance. The remaining two from No. 6 exchanged glances and helplessly recalled their contract spirits, conceding defeat. The battle began, and everything happened in an instant. Lin Hai used a skill, crushing his opponent with an invincible stand. He also achieved a promising start for Ice City No. 1. Everyone watching this scene wore expressions of shock, marveling at Lin Hai's immense strength and combat talent. At the same time, they marveled at Ice City No. 1's continued strength, appearing to still be a favorite to win this tournament. However, it remained uncertain if there would be any dark horses emerging. The host was momentarily stunned, but after a few seconds of daze, he immediately revealed a signature smile. Let us congratulate Bingxing No. 1 Middle School for winning this battle and upholding the reputation of their prestigious school. Lin Hai released his fusion of spirits and slowly walked down the stage, not pausing for a moment, leading Chu Mingyao and another person back towards the resting area. However, this time everyone knew of Lin Hai's formidable strength, and his information began to spread wildly. Xiang Sanxiong glanced at Lin Hai, showing little reaction. Such an opponent was not enough to gauge Lin Hai's true power. If he were to go up as well, the result would be the same. These three were simply no match. Upon returning to the resting room, the three didn't celebrate. The outcome was already anticipated. Lu Feng curled his lips as he looked at Lin Hai. "You've really become famous now," Lu Feng remarked. Lin Hai smiled without saying a word as he had expected this situation. That was why he arranged for Lu Feng not to fight, and chose to go himself. Because the fighting style of fusion of spirits was sufficiently flamboyant, it would draw everyone's attention away from Lu Feng. The better Lin Hai performed, the less likely others were to receive attention. Besides this initial group battle victory, Lin Hai also had a personal match today. After a few hours, Lin Hai stepped onto the arena stage again. This was his first personal battle, and his opponent was a classmate from an experimental middle school. When that person stepped onto the stage and saw Lin Hai in the fighting spirit arena, his face darkened. The performance of Lin Hai during noon was still fresh in his memory. He knew he was definitely no match for Lin Hai, but there were many people staring at him from below, so conceding directly would be too embarrassing. He set a goal for himself: as long as he could block one of Lin Hai's moves, he would concede. With a flash of light, a small bird of the flying type appeared before him, seemingly at level 8. Those daring to participate in a personal battle were generally of a certain level, and Lin Hai was not surprised. The protective shield of the fighting spirit arena slowly rose, and the moment the battle began, the small bird soared into the air, seemingly intending to use height and speed to limit Lin Hai. Although there were certain restrictions against flying in the fighting spirit arena, low-altitude flight was still permitted. Lin Hai smiled at this scene, not even activating his giant form. He stretched out a hand, locking onto the small bird above, as a powerful suction force erupted from his palm. Divine Attraction activation. The small bird, which had been ascending continuously, was instantly drawn towards Lin Hai. Its owner stared wide-eyed at this scene, inwardly exclaiming that it was bad. Commanding his small bird, he activated all skills to counter the suction of Divine Attraction, but how could a level 7 Divine Attraction be opposed by his lower-level skills? The small bird fell beside Lin Hai, who grasped its throat, looking towards the man outside the arena. The man's face darkened, understanding Lin Hai's meaning, and recalled his contracted spirit. This battle seemed even easier for Lin Hai. In an instant, Lin Hai's name echoed throughout Bingqing. He walked down the stage slowly but did not leave directly, as the next match was Lu Feng's personal contest. However, to Lin Hai's astonishment, Lu Feng actually chose to forfeit. Outside the Bingqing Sports Center, a few people were walking back to school, and Lin Hai asked Lu Feng about it. "Why did you forfeit? With your strength, getting at least 3rd place shouldn't be a problem." Lu Feng smiled and waved his hand. "Forget it, I can't beat you. Going would only get me 2nd place, which doesn't mean much to me. Better not to participate at all." Seeing Lu Feng like this, Lin Hai didn't know what to say. Out tomorrow they would have a day off with no matches for just the 3 of them. The few of them were preparing to return to the Spirit Manipulation Pavilion to make the most of their time to train, but Lu Feng once again refused to join them. "Aren't you coming back with us to train hard? Entering the Black Iron level would be even better." Lu Feng smiled, leaned closer to Lin Hai, and whispered something that changed Lin Hai's expression drastically. "They'll let you in on a secret I'm about to break through." Lin Hai looked at Lu Feng in shock. It was only mid-February, and there were about 100 days until the high school entrance examination, yet Lu Feng was already about to break through. This was beyond what could be described as genius. "Are you serious?" Lin Hai asked, and Lu Feng nodded. "That's also why I don't want to participate in the personal match. I feel like I'm about to lose control. If it weren't for this competition, I could break through to Black Iron level in, at most, half a month. I'll try to hold off until after the competition to break through. If I can't hold it anymore, you'll have to fight alone for the remaining matches." Upon hearing this, Lin Hai felt warmth in his heart. Lu Feng, who seemed unreliable, actually made such a decision. Breaking through to Black Iron level was the most significant matter for their age. Lu Feng was actually willing to suppress his strength for the sake of the competition. Lin Hai said nothing more and patted Lu Feng's shoulder. "It's okay, just go with the flow. If you need to break through, do so. With me here in this competition, I will ensure Bingqing No. 1 middle school reigns 1st place again." Lin Hai's words carried a strong confidence as the two exchanged smiles, saying nothing further. The two parted ways here. Lu Feng went off to play somewhere, while Lin Hai naturally returned to the Spirit Manipulation Pavilion to seize the time to train. He aimed to successfully break through to the Black Iron level by the end of the competition, though he could not compare to a monster like Lu Feng. However, this speed would still make him a top talent among his peers. 3 days later, Lin Hai and the others arrived at the Bingqing Sports Center again. During these 3 days, Lin Hai had been training predominantly. He had only stepped out once to participate in his 2nd personal battle, which he won effortlessly. This time, before Lin Hai and the others even entered the fighting spirit arena, they were already surrounded by a group of reporters outside, all holding microphones aimed at Lin Hai. "Lin Hai, your fighting style seems quite different from other spirit manipulators. Could you tell us about it? What are your thoughts on this citywide competition?" Yesterday, Xiang Sangqiong from Bingqing No. 2 middle school also crushed his opponents single-handedly. "Do you have anything to say about this powerful adversary?" This circle of reporters was like 1,000 eyes. Lin Hai had never seen such a scene, feeling somewhat speechless as he was bombarded by questions. With the help of the sports center staff, Lin Hai and the others finally managed to break free. This feeling of becoming a big star was truly not a good thing. Instead, it made Lin Hai feel quite troubled. Lin Hai and his companions finally entered the spirit fighting arena, letting out a sigh of relief. In the lounge, they learned about their opponents for today, and it truly felt like fate had brought them together. Today's team competition opponent is the representative team from Ice City No. 4. Ice City No. 4. Meng Qianda and his team. Hearing that familiar name, Lu Feng couldn't help but crack his knuckles. "No matter what Lin Hai says, I want to take the stage. I've disliked that kid for a long time. Leave it to me, I can handle it alone. Just send 2 others to cheer for me. Lin Hai shook his head helplessly at Lu Feng's eager demeanor. For now he certainly couldn't let Lu Feng take the stage, but indeed Meng Qiandao and his team hadn't been very likable last time in the Frost Canyon. Alright, just stay quiet. He'll teach them a lesson for you. Lu Feng glanced at Lin Hai and then sighed. Fine, just promise me to teach that kid a good lesson and satisfy his desire to be beaten. Naturally Lin Hai agreed to this request. They had to give their all in the competition no matter who the opponent was. The number of people in the gym today was even greater than on the opening day. Everyone wanted to witness the ferocious scene of a contract spirit master fighting personally. Like Lin Hai's previous feats in the underground spirit fighting arena, the name human-shaped Tyrannosaurus inexplicably spread once more. Lin Hai also became the new representative figure of Ice City. Of course, there was another person whose discussion level was almost on par with Lin Hai. That would be Xiang Sangxiong from Ice City No. 2. Perhaps to declare war on Lin Hai, yesterday's match from Ice City No. 2 also turned into a personal showcase for Xiang Sangxiong. Xiang Yu, wielding a long halberd, easily defeated 3 opponents single-handedly, his prowess seemingly on par with Lin Hai's that day. Of course the opponents they faced were still somewhat weak. True strength would be seen in the later matches. The announcer's voice heightened the atmosphere of the entire venue. Lin Hai and his 2 companions stepped out from the players' tunnel once again. This time it was still the same trio as last time, with Han Xine and Lu Feng remaining as substitutes. Lin Hai stood on the stage as usual, and once again a gasp arose from below. Many had come to catch a glimpse of the human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Soon Lin Hai spotted his opponent. Meng Qiandao was the first to walk out for the Ice City No. 4 team. After all, his contract spirit was in strength fireball, a true genius, even in No. 1. The 2 behind him were also known to Lin Hai. They were almost all people he had clashed with in the Frost Canyon. As Meng Qiandao arrived at his designated position, he looked at Lin Hai with a grim expression, having lost his previous arrogance. After watching Lin Hai's matches from the previous days, Meng Qiandao felt a sense of helplessness. The gap between him and Lin Hai was not just significant. However, it seemed that Lin Hai's teammates were not particularly strong. They still had the potential to fight. As the announcer declared the match to begin, both sides began to summon their respective contract spirits. Meng Tian and He Tinghua appeared behind Lin Hai, and he entered a state of fusion with his spirit. In front of him, 3 uniquely shaped contract spirits let out a series of beastly roars. The leading fireball exuded a blazing aura. It must be said that this kid still had some strength, surprisingly, at level. He probably consumed a lot of medicine. As the examination approached, families would often invest some money to help their children improve quickly. Reaching level 9 could involve the use of Spirit Pearl, so it wasn't particularly rare. As for his 2 teammates, they were 2 tigers with strength around level 8. Both were grade contract spirits. 1 at level 9 and 2 at level 8. On paper their strength was identical to Lin Hai's trio, indicating that this battle would have some spectacle. Xu Mingyao also recognized the opponent's strength and quietly asked Lin Hai, should I take action? Lin Hai remained silent and simply waved his hand, pointing towards Meng Tian. Meng Tian understood, handing the long spear to Lin Hai. Ever since the battle in the alternate space, Lin Hai had developed a fondness for using weapons, as their lethality was significantly greater than that of fists. Lin Hai held the spear with one hand and spun it before him. The battle officially commenced at that moment. A ghostly blue light erupted from He Tinghua, enveloping Lin Hai's body. With He Tinghua's enhancement, Lin Hai suddenly charged forward, heading straight for the 3 contract spirits in front of him. During this process, Lin Hai activated his giant form, his massive body taking to the air. At that moment, the 3 in front of him also moved. It seemed they had coordinated beforehand. The fireball let out a furious roar, flames surging around it, even coloring the spirit fighting arena. Meanwhile, the 2 tigers launched themselves from either side of Lin Hai, seemingly aiming to eliminate Meng Tian and the others behind him first. Seeing this scene, a scornful smile appeared on Lin Hai's lips. The fireball had already charged in front of him, its fiery horns rushing forward, looking incredibly lethal. Lin Hai suddenly pointed the spear in his hand, thrusting it towards the fireball. Seeing Lin Hai strike, Meng Qiandao dared not try it lightly. The fireball's advance came to a sudden halt. The surrounding flames began to wrap around Lin Hai's body. The intense flames made Lin Hai feel a surge of heat, but this level of attack was still insufficient to make him take it serious. At that moment, the 2 tigers had already darted past Lin Hai's sides, their forms intertwining in a split second. Lin Hai suddenly stomped his foot, causing the ground of the spirit fighting arena to shake violently. The 3 contract spirits from No. For sensed the tremors of the earth and stiffened slightly, especially the 2 slightly weaker tigers, who immediately froze in place, seemingly entering a dazed state. Lin Hai locked onto one of the tigers and thrust his spear directly at it. The tiger's master attempted to activate a skill to defend, but the control time for War Tread had not yet finished. As the spear was about to pierce the tiger's body, a flash of light appeared, and the tiger vanished from the spirit fighting arena. It was recalled to the spirit control space. After taking care of one, the control time was also lifted, and the other tiger rushed past Lin Hai, heading straight for the glowing He Tinghua. Seeing this scene, Lin Hai would certainly not let it succeed. With a wave of his big hand, a powerful suction force erupted. The tiger's body was suddenly sent flying back at an even greater speed, heading towards Lin Hai. Meng Qiandao watched the battlefield with an exceptionally grave expression, knowing that if this continued, they would lose completely. Meng Qiandao commanded his contracted spirit to launch an attack. The fire ox stamped its hooves violently upon the ground. Instantly roaring flames erupted from the earth, coalescing relentlessly into a towering pillar of fire that surged forward toward Lin Hai. Lin Hai sensed the searing heat at his back and glanced at the blazing column. This assault was now capable of threatening him directly. No wonder it was in SSS-Rank Contracted Spirit, it truly demanded respect. He now faced two stark choices: eliminate the tiger confronting him heat-in, but risk injury from the advancing fire pillar, or intercept the fire pillar directly, though doing so would instantly dispel the effects of divine guidance. Lin Hai's eyes narrowed slightly as he made his decision. He whirled around, mouth agape, and unleashed a torrent of gale force wind. Though wind breath was a foundational technique, Lin Hai had already mastered it to level 7. At level 7, wind breath generated a ferocious gale that arrested the fire pillar's momentum. Though insufficient to shatter it outright, it rendered the attack markedly less effective against Lin Hai. Using the recoil force of the gale, Lin Hai propelled himself backward in a violent retreat, just as the tiger drawn by divine guidance closed in before him. The outcome required no elaboration: a flash of light, and the tiger's master, recognizing his inability to withstand Lin Hai's strike, immediately withdrew his contracted spirit. Only the fire ox remained on the arena floor. As the effect of wind breath gradually faded, the fire pillar surged forward once more, unstoppable, relentless. This technique was clearly Meng Qianda's ultimate move, likely derived from a black iron-tier monstrous beast. Lin Hai spun his spear once, then drove it deep into the arena's ground. His right fist clenched, radiating a soft golden luminescence. If spectacle was the goal, raw, unbridled force was undeniably the simplest path. Intent-driven fist began charging. Golden light intensified along his knuckles, swelling like a storm, gathering cataclysmic power. At the instant the fire pillar reached him, Lin Hai unleashed his punch. A thunderous detonation shook the spirit combat arena. The awe-inspiring pillar shattered down its center, pierced clean through by sheer force. A vast hollow void opened within the flame, but intent-driven fist's fury had not yet spent itself. A concussive shockwave exploded from his fist, fan-shaped and devastating, rippling across the arena, reaching even Meng Qianda's fire ox at the far edge. Flames flared anew across the ox's body, coalescing instantly into a circular shield of incandescent fire. Clearly a defensive technique, but Lin Hai's ultimate strike was no ordinary defense could withstand. The shockwave slammed into the fiery shield, flames extinguished instantly under overwhelming pressure, vanishing as though they'd never existed. Yet intent-driven fist, having overcome two barriers, finally dissipated. Meng Qianda exhaled in relief, until he lifted his gaze again and saw his fire ox hurtling backward, crashing violently against the protective barrier. Of course, it was Lin Hai's final technique charge. He had initiated it the very moment intent-driven fist struck. The fire ox stood no chance. Slammed against the barrier, it lay motionless, unable to rise. The battle should have ended there, but Lin Hai did not relent. His fist swung downward, aimed squarely at the ox's torso. He deliberately avoided its head, to spare its life. Killing a contracted spirit would have sparked grave complications. Meng Qianda, realizing Lin Hai's intent, widened his eyes in panic and roared in desperation. "No, you dare, Lin Hai!" In his frenzy, he forgot to withdraw his spirit. Lin Hai's fist struck true, and the fire ox let out a guttural, agonized bellow. Though non-lethal, the blow crippled the contracted spirit for months, rendering it utterly combat incapable. As the strike landed, Lin Hai immediately severed his spirit fusion, cast one icy, silent glance at Meng Qianda, and turned away without another word. Only then did Meng Qianda recall his spirit. His face contorted with fury as he assessed its injuries. The barrier retracted, and he charged straight toward Lin Hai. He raised his fist, poised for vengeance. "Lin Hai, I'll kill you." Ling Xiao, observing from above, furrowed his brow at this sudden escalation. When did this boy grow so ruthless? Was there some hidden grievance? "Careful, Lin Hai!" Chu Mingyao cried out upon seeing Meng Qianda's advance. Lin Hai froze mid-step, his gaze glacial, detached, chillingly resigned. This fool truly seeks death. Meng Qianda's furious punch descended like a hammer. Lin Hai caught the arm barehanded, then twisted it with effortless precision. A sharp, sickening crack echoed clearly. Meng Qianda collapsed to his knees, clutching his shattered limb, shrieking in agony. "Stop!" Ling Xiao, witnessing the situation spiral, intervened at once, halting Lin Hai's next move with firm authority. He stepped between them, confusion etched across his features. The Lin Hai he knew would never act thus. Something had cleared. "What are you doing, Lin Hai?" As referee, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ling Xiao spoke, sternly impartial and resolute. Lin Hai spread his hands, feigning mild exasperation. "Senior brother Ling Xiao, you saw it yourself. He violated the rules, attacking me after the match concluded. I acted solely in self-defense." Ling Xiao's brow tightened. The words held truth, but the boy's response had been brutally excessive. At that moment, the Ice City No. 4 High School's supervising teacher strode onto the arena floor, intensifying the chaos. The middle-aged man first examined Meng Qianda's injury, then fixed Lin Hai with a scorching glare. "Boy, was your hand truly necessary? This was mere sparring, yet you struck with such cruelty. Your Excellency of the Imperial Dragon Guard, this youth is vicious beyond measure, unworthy of student status. I formally petition to disqualify him from all subsequent matches." Lin Hai's expression darkened faintly. Before he could respond, the spectator stands erupted in clamor. Get off, outmatched yet still spewing slander, bringing elders to settle children's quarrels. If your skill falls short, stay off the stage. Stepping onto the arena means accepting injury. and this boy struck first underhandedly. Lin Hai had amassed a devoted following during this tournament. Nearly the entire audience now rallied behind him. Ling Xiao surveyed the escalating turmoil, deeply aware of how precarious the situation had become. It is certainly impossible to suspend Lin Hai and Ice City No. One high school is not an easy target. To suspend Lin Hai would be to offend the entire Ice City No. One high school, and Ling Xiao himself would not wish to see such a situation. There are still the onlookers below, but this is after all under the gaze of the crowd. Although Lin Hai acted in self-defense, his actions were a bit too harsh. Some punishment must be given. Alright Lin Hai, although Meng Qiandao was at fault first, your response was a bit too severe. Let's just impose a onate suspension on you. Upon hearing this, the teacher from No. 4 high school darkened in expression. Because within one day Lin Hai had no other competitions, Ling Xiao's words effectively swept this matter under the rug. I refuse to accept this. I must go to the principal and file a complaint against you. Ling Xiao himself was not one to have a good temper, a junior of the Black Iron level pointing fingers at him, and wanting to complain was quite audacious. With a cold snort, Ling Xiao pointed to the emblem on his shoulder. Don't go to the principal. Oh, do you know where the Dragon Guard headquarters? My name is Ling Xiao, just go find the governor directly. After saying this, Ling Xiao exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Hai, who nodded in understanding, and together with Chu Mingyao headed back to the lounge. The teacher's expression was grim, but ultimately he did not dare to say anything further. Ling Xiao had overruled the majority and suppressed this incident, and Lin Hai's name once again resonated throughout Ice City. Xiang Sangqiong remained at a distance in the observation seats, paying great attention to Lin Hai's strength. Whether in individual matches or team competitions, he had never missed a single one of Lin Hai's contests. Today he had caught a glimpse of Lin Hai's power, especially the forceful blow he delivered. Xiang Sangqiong wondered if he could withstand that move. The answer was uncertain. As soon as Lin Hai entered the lounge, he was suddenly embraced by a large black figure. "On my brother Lin, that was truly satisfying. You could have been a bit harsher, that punch should have been aimed at that fireball's head." This person was of course Lu Feng. Seeing Lin Hai avenge him, Lu Feng's mood improved immensely. Lin Hai smiled, and pushed Lu Feng away. This has already caused quite a stir. If I had really killed his contracted spirit, I might have actually faced a suspension. Lu Feng understood the seriousness of the situation. Although he was a bit disappointed today, was still a chance to vent. The group agreed to celebrate properly that evening. That night the 5 of them found a large barbecue stall enjoying skewers while chatting. "Lin Hai, this competition is really boring. When can I get a chance to show my skills? Watching you display your prowess makes me want to try." Lu Feng had been quite bored lately. He couldn't contain his strength, and was afraid to train, unable to participate in battles, feeling like a mere cheerleader. With his personality, it was natural, he couldn't hold back. In truth, such competitions do not hold much value. After all, the seeded players will not meet in the preliminary rounds. For instance, if Xiang Sangqiong and the others were to encounter each other now, it would be akin to Ice City cutting off its own arm. The slots for the preliminary rounds are essentially just a formality. You can tell at a glance who will advance. In the finals there might be an unexpected dark horse, such as Su Mu, a prodigy from another city in Ice City, who could surprise. It won't be long. After a few more rounds we should be able to determine who advances. By next month's finals you will have your chance to shine. Lu Feng nodded non-committally, and the group began to eat. Surrounded by laughter and joy, they let down their guard. At that moment a waiter approached Lin Hai with a plate of food. Lin Hai even made space for him. After Chu Mingyao took the dish from the plate, a glinting sharp knife was revealed beneath it. Before anyone could react, the waiter seized the knife and lunged it towards Lin Hai's neck. By the time Lin Hai sensed the danger, it was already too late. He could only twist his body to avoid the fatal blow. A spray of blood erupted, staining Lin Hai's clothes as the knife stopped just 3 inches from his neck, unable to advance any further. Upon closer inspection, Lu Feng was tightly gripping the knife with his palm, his right hand already cut by the sharp blade, blood dripping continuously. Once Lin Hai reacted, he struck the waiter at the joint, causing his arm to twist, allowing Lu Feng to release his grip. The waiter clutched his twisted joint and turned to flee. Lin Hai's face was filled with fury. He would not allow this person to escape, seizing a nearby chair and throwing it. The chair struck the waiter in the back, knocking him to the ground. Lin Hai approached and pinned him down. "Tell me who sent you." Lin Hai yelled angrily at the waiter, who merely sneered back at him. "Kid, it doesn't matter that I didn't kill you this time. You won't live." After saying this, Lin Hai noticed a trickle of black blood flowing from the corner of the waiter's mouth, clearly indicating he had committed suicide by poison. Seeing this scene, Lin Hai released the waiter on the ground as screams erupted around. The patrons in the restaurant had already fled. Lin Hai turned and approached Lu Feng, grasping his wrist to check his wounds. Lu Feng's fingers were slashed by the blade, exposing his white bones. Looking at Lu Feng's injuries, Lin Hai's expression grew colder. If Lu Feng hadn't reacted quickly, he might have lost his life. Not everyone would risk their lives to save another. "Let's get you to the hospital first. Thank you very much this time. Call the spiritual bureau and have them send someone to investigate this person." Chu Mingyao nodded and called the spiritual bureau. Lu Feng chuckled foolishly. "It's nothing, a small injury isn't much. You saved my life in the Frost Canyon back then, and this time I repaid you." Hearing this, Lin Hai couldn't help but smile wryly and patted Lu Feng on the shoulder. Han Xin was in charge of taking Lu Feng to the hospital for treatment. If he didn't get treated quickly, his hand might have issues in the future, which Lin Hai didn't want to see. The personnel from the spiritual bureau arrived quickly, immediately sealing off the scene and taking the assassin's body back to the bureau, while also requesting Lin Hai to accompany them. Inside the spiritual bureau, Lin Hai recounted the events of the night. "Have you offended anyone recently? Or have you made enemies with certain individuals?" Upon hearing the inquiry from the spiritual bureau, Lin Hai immediately recalled the events at Ice City No. For earlier that morning. Could it be them? Lin Hai's brow furrowed, seemingly unsure of his speculation. After all, would it be too unreasonable for the teachers at Ice City No. For to hire someone to assassinate him? Lin Hai let out a sigh and recounted the events of the morning. The two individuals from the Spirit Town Bureau exchanged glances, recorded what Lin Hai had said, and then informed him that he could leave first. The Spirit Town Bureau will be responsible for investigating this matter. Just as Lin Hai stepped out of the bureau's door, he bumped into Ling Xiao, who was approaching. Kid, are you alright? I heard you were attacked again. Seeing Ling Xiao, Lin Hai nodded. It seems that this time it wasn't a spirit master, but merely an ordinary person. I feel it doesn't quite fit with what the people from the 4th middle school would do. After all, why would they send an ordinary person to assassinate? Moreover, under normal circumstances, my long-term training would make me highly sensitive to danger, yet at that time, I was This is too unreasonable. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao's expression darkened immediately. He solemnly warned Lin Hai, be careful in the coming days. I know who did it. My. Lin Hai expressed his confusion and looked up at Ling Xiao. Who did it? A familiar name escaped Ling Xiao's lips. Dark Knight. Dark Knight. Lin Hai repeated the name. Dark Knight had previously attempted to assassinate him, and had even sent a black iron-level assassin. Why was an ordinary person sent this time? Ling Xiao sighed, and shook his head. Dark Knight is somewhat different from other terrorist organizations. They have a specially trained group of assassins. They lack cultivation and are just ordinary people, yet they are extremely skilled in assassination. Although spirit masters have superior physical attributes compared to ordinary people, without the protection of a contracted spirit, they ultimately remain among ordinary people. These assassins exploit this vulnerability, and they are particularly adept at using firearms. If they have you in their sights, you might be in trouble. Hearing this, Lin Hai's heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, the attacker used a knife. If he had shot him from a distance, he would probably already be lying down. Dark Knight has targeted him again, likely due to his recent outstanding performances. He suspected he had already made it onto the extermination list of the world-destroying cult, now attracting the attention of Dark Knight. The days ahead are likely to be unstable. Ling Xiao wore a worried expression. Lin Hai's safety could not be compromised, especially with the provincial competition about to begin. Lin Hai was definitely going to participate in the competition. If those assassins infiltrated the competition venue, it would be a serious problem. Just be careful over the next few days. I will have the Dragon Guards cooperate with the Spirit Town Bureau to investigate the existence of Dark Knight in Ice City. After the preliminary round, the provincial competition will also take place in Ice City, where the talents from the entire Northern Plain province will gather. Those in danger are likely not just you. They cannot afford any accidents either. Ling Xiao understood the seriousness of the situation. The finals would be held in Ice City, the provincial capital, and the young prodigies from various cities coming would be among the best in Northern Plain province. They might not be as crucial as Lin Hai, but if something were to happen, the loss for Northern Plain province would be significant. After warning Lin Hai, Ling Xiao left. Lin Hai stroked his chin. There was really no need to worry too much. With the system by his side, it seemed to give warnings when faced with insurmountable danger, just like in previous instances. However, these assassins are everywhere, and the people around him are bound to encounter some unforeseen events. If possible, he still needed to find them. But now Lin Hai had no clues. He could only suppress this matter for the time being, and take it one step at a time. With that thought, Lin Hai also decided to visit Lu Feng in the hospital. At that moment in Ice City Hospital, two men cloaked in black robes stood beside Lu Feng, their heads bowed deeply. Lu Feng leaned against the bed, his face gloomy, with a thick bandage wrapped around his hand, faintly revealing a crimson hue. So you're saying it wasn't you? One of them nodded. Young master, it absolutely wasn't us. However, the matters concerning the Shadow Group are not within our purview. It's possible that it was a task assigned from above. This injury to the young master was truly an accident. Bastards. Lu Feng cursed, grabbing the collar of the man beside him. My injury is a minor issue. Did I not warn you not to mess with Lin Hai again? If it were anyone else, they would already be dead. If I hadn't been familiar with their aura, Lin Hai would have already been a corpse. Under Lu Feng's pressure, the man dared not say a word, bowing his head deeply. Another man remained silent, glancing. Someone's coming. Young master, we must leave first. We will investigate this matter. After saying this, the two men leaped from the window and vanished into thin air, as if they had blended into the darkness. Meanwhile, Lin Hai pushed open Lu Feng's hospital room door without bringing any fancy fruit baskets. Hey Shaolin, are you visiting a patient empty-handed? Lu Feng's face broke into a playful smile again. Lin Hai walked over and took a seat beside him. You don't look much like a patient. You said you only hurt your hand. There's no need to be hospitalized, right? You should just come back with me. Hearing this, Lu Feng shrugged helplessly. There's nothing else to do anyway. Oh, I'll just lie here for a couple of days since I'm injured. You have no idea. The nurse who came to change the dressings earlier was absolutely stunning. Lin Hai looked at Lu Feng with a deadpan expression. This guy remained as unreliable as ever, but seeing that Lu Feng's injury was not serious, Lin Hai felt relieved. After all, this guy had saved him. Come on, patient, let me peel you an apple. Lin Hai picked up an apple from the side, not knowing who brought it, and started peeling. After peeling, Lu Feng naturally extended a palm, but Lin Hai did not hand it to him. Instead, he took a bite himself. It tastes pretty good. Lu Feng's hand froze in midair, glaring angrily at Lin Hai. Get out. Get out. Lin Hai couldn't help but laugh a few times, stuffing the apple into Lu Feng's mouth, silencing his impending lengthy tirade that could last 60 seconds. He then escaped from the hospital room. 2 days later, in the Ice City Sports Arena, Lin Hai defeated a level 9 contracted spirit with a single punch. He also achieved his third victory in the individual matches. The past 2 days had been relatively smooth with no further appearances from Dark Knight. Lu Feng was discharged from the hospital that very day. Although his hand injury had not fully healed, it was close enough. However, the assassination from the Dark Knight last time always lingered like a thorn in the throat, making several people cautious during the Dragon Guards and the Spirit Regulation Bureau nearly emptied their ranks to start striking at the strongholds within Ice City, ensuring that the upcoming provincial championship could proceed smoothly as it concerns the future of Baiyuan province. In the following 20 days under Lin Hai's leadership, Ice City No. 1 High School achieved consecutive victories, encountering no formidable opponents. The strongest team was the Ice City No. 4 High School team, led by Meng Qianda. During the subsequent battles, Lin Hai also let Xu Mingyao showcase her abilities, and she successfully broke through to level 9 during these 20 days. This further enhanced the paper strength of Ice City No. 1 High School. In individual battles, Lin Hai swept through his opponents, achieving 10 consecutive wins, tying for first place with Xiang Sangqiong and advancing to the finals. With the preliminary round concluding here, the schools advancing from Ice City were predetermined to be Ice City No. 1 No. 2 and No. 3 High Schools, whose strengths indeed far exceeded those of other schools. Just after Lin Hai finished his last battle and stepped down from the fighting arena, he saw Xiang Sangqiong in the athlete's passage seemingly waiting for him. The two figures brushed past each other, and Xiang Sangqiong's voice followed Lin Hai, "I look forward to our match." In response to this, Lin Hai merely nodded non-committally. While Xiang Sangqiong's strength was indeed not weak, Lin Hai did not place too much importance on it. This time victory was imperative. After the preliminary round, there would be a 10-day break. During these 10 days, contestants from other cities would gradually arrive in Ice City, and a wave of excitement would sweep over the Dragon Guards and the Spirit Regulation Bureau had been extremely busy these days. The elites from various cities would soon arrive, but the Dark Knight had completely hidden itself since a previous operation and had not appeared again. No matter how they investigated, they couldn't find any clues. Lin Hai's name resounded throughout Ice City with a grassroots ranking list made for the contestants this time. At the top of the list in bold letters, it stated human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Lin Hai. Undoubtedly, Lin Hai was the most favored contestant for the championship, and the attention of all was drawn to Ice City No. 1 High School he represented. In second place was Xiang Sangqiong. It wasn't that Xiang Sangqiong's strength was necessarily inferior to Lin Hai's, but Lin Hai's battles were much more spectacular. Neither of them encountered opponents worthy of their full effort. Some were already selling information about the elites from various cities at the entrance of the stadium. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will win 100 battles. Information about Lin Hai was even sold for 10,000 Dragon Country coins per copy, detailing all the skills he had used and his fighting style. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai merely smiled it off. His information was surely impossible to keep hidden. However, the more dazzling he was, the better, as the name Lu Feng had yet to be widely recognized. Lin Hai, your name has become well known these days. Children from every household are beginning to idolize you. In previous years' competitions, even the champions didn't have your level of popularity. You've truly become famous, huh? Lu Feng held a newspaper featuring a report on Lin Hai, chattering incessantly. After 20 days Lu Feng's injuries, he was looking forward to his upcoming matches. Lin Hai glanced at the newspaper he had taken and then tossed it into a nearby trash. It doesn't matter, it's just a hollow fame, but I've heard there are still many noteworthy opponents this time. Lu Feng, seemingly uninterested in others, scoffed, "What opponents? They're all just a bunch of nobodies. Easily defeated." The finals were different from the preliminary rounds. Lin Hai wasn't particularly familiar with the elites from other cities, but he had some understanding. The exchange students from various cities who had come to the special training camp would likely gather in Ice City this time. Also, there was Su Mu, whom Lin Hai hadn't seen in a long time. This little girl's contract spirit was quite troublesome. If they met, she would also be a formidable opponent. Don't underestimate anyone, or it seems that the time for you to step onto the stage isn't far off. Lin Hai reminded Lu Feng again as they returned to the special training camp. They brought honor to the special training camp, and the school had issued some rewards, but for the two who were about to reach the black iron level, these rewards were hardly worth mentioning. After a month of cultivation, Lin Hai felt that he was closer to a breakthrough, but unfortunately, he had to pause his cultivation. After all, once the system rewarded him with the spirit power, he would certainly advance to the black iron level. He wasn't worried. If he broke through before the finals, the rewards from his system would be wasted. Such competitions certainly did not allow black iron level participants. "Hello Lin Hai, Gidge, can we take a picture together?" As the two walked through the school, 3 or 4 girls approached them, seemingly high schools. They were wearing the Ice City No. 1 High School uniform and appeared to be younger students. Lin Hai found it difficult to reject. Lu Feng gave Lin Hai a push. "We're setting up a stall selling opportunities to take pictures with Lin Hai 100 Dragon Country." Lu Feng had somehow found a small stool, as if he had discovered a business opportunity. The girls in front were momentarily stunned by this, but then they obediently pulled out money and handed it to Lu Feng. Lin Hai momentarily didn't know how to react until the sound of the camera shutter echoed. Lu Feng's shout attracted a lot of attention. Lin Hai's name had already resounded throughout Ice City, and in just this short time over 100 people had gathered around. "I'll pay, don't cut in line, don't cut in line." Seeing the situation gradually spiraling out of control, Lin Hai kicked Lu Feng down to the ground, then found a gap and slipped through the crowd, fleeing into the distance. He simply wasn't used to such scenes. After finally escaping, Lin Hai breathed a sigh of relief. During this time, he had encountered quite a few enthusiastic fans, not knowing why his popularity was unusually high. It was as if someone was deliberately promoting him. Lin Hai had not even accepted a single media interview. Now Lin Hai was contemplating whether he should buy a mask for himself, as continuing to be so high profile was truly not a good thing. Meanwhile at the Ice City airport, Bai Kuei pushed a suitcase accompanied by a few others. Looking at the sky of Ice City, Bai Kuei clenched his fists. The sky has cleared, the rain has stopped, the Lin Hai I Bai Kuei have returned. This time I will definitely defeat you with my own hand. Bai Kuei appeared full of battle intent while the few people beside him were visiting the Ice City for the first time and seemed somewhat apprehensive. I heard that the representative team from Ice City now. One is quite formidable. I wonder what place we can secure. One person sighed with a hint of melancholy, but Bai Kuei waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, you just need to follow me closely. It was unclear whether Bai Kuei had undergone some sort of breakthrough recently, but he appeared particularly confident. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly in Ice City over the past few days. Su Anmu remained unchanged, her face adorned with a charm that belied her age. Beside her stood a man with a stern expression. Brother Tianxiong, let's just do our best this time. I can't see through Lin Hai's strength, he should be stronger than Xiang Sanqiang. Su Anmu sighed softly. The man beside her was Yi Tianxiong, who had come to Ice City now. One is an exchange student. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxiong's expression remained unchanged as he gently shook his head. I have witnessed Lin Hai's strength, but compared to him, I am more concerned about another person. His name is Lu Feng, also a student from Ice City now. One who did not participate in the preliminary rounds. This guy is second only to Lin Hai within the school, but I have yet to see him make a move. The foundation of Ice City now. One is undoubtedly formidable, they are our strongest opponents. Lu Feng. Su Anmu looked at Yi Tianxiong in confusion, as she had not heard of Lu Feng before. Forget it, let's just do our best, they are opponents we have to face. The two exchanged glances, and said no more. 3 days later, a massive influx of people poured into Ice City, not just the competitors, but also their accompanying teachers. More were there to personally watch the competition, including the parents of these children. This naturally brought a significant income to Ice City, which was one of the purposes of hosting the event. Within the headquarters of the Dragon Guard, the governor of Beiyuan province sat in his office, facing the figure of Ling Xiao. The number of people in Ice City is increasing. I have arranged accommodation for the contestants in a hotel. You are temporarily responsible for ensuring their safety. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement upon hearing the governor's words. Governor, should we not recall some experts? Not only the Dark Knight, but also the Annihilation Sect has conducted 2 operations in Beiyuan province this year. I fear they will not miss this opportunity. This year is different from every other year. Beiyuan province hasn't produced so many geniuses in a long time. They are the true hope of Beiyuan province. This time neither Lin Hai nor Xiang Sanqiang can afford any mishaps. Ling Xiao's words were filled with concern, while the governor frowned. The primary duty of the Dragon Guard is to safeguard the safety of the alternate realms. Experts cannot be deployed lightly. Ordinarily public safety is managed by the Spirit Suppression Bureau, but in the face of terrorist organizations the power of the Bureau appears insufficient. I will ask An Lao to intervene, his presence should deter many miscreants. Upon hearing this name, Ling Xiao nodded, then Ling Xiao seemed hesitant, but eventually spoke up. Governor, there is one more thing. I received a dispatch order from headquarters a while ago, I may have to leave Beiyuan province for a time. This surprised the governor for a moment, but he quickly broke into a smile. You are 27 this year, and have already broken through to the golden level, making you one of the top talents. This dispatch from headquarters is to cultivate you. You should go without hesitation. Ling Xiao did not seem overly happy. Beiyuan province was after all his home. He appeared somewhat reluctant to leave. However, military orders are absolute, and once the dispatch has been issued there is naturally no opportunity for change. The dispatch order did not specify a concrete timeline. I should still be able to stay for a while. The governor nodded, saying. Meanwhile, Lin Hai was a guest at the Ice Rain Chamber of Commerce. Mu Xingyu entered the reception room. Looking at Lin Hai, big star, what brings you to my place? Hearing Mu Xingyi's words, Lin Hai sighed helplessly. Don't mention it, the people outside are a bit too crazy, so I came to hide here. Also, I need your help with something. Mu Xingyu sat down opposite Lin Hai and readily agreed. Go ahead, what is it? I'm willing to help you. Lin Hai then expressed his purpose for coming this time. I hope you can contact some journalists and create some news. Promote Xiang Sanqiang. My. Mu Xingyu looked at Lin Hai in surprise upon hearing this. But she quickly understood Lin Hai's intention. It was evident that Lin Hai wanted to buy some traffic for Xiang Sanqiang, thus reducing his own popularity. Mu Xingyu smiled broadly, but did not refuse Lin Hai's suggestion. I can help you with this, but I can't guarantee the effect. Xiang Sanqiang is actually being watched by many people. However, the finals are about to begin. The specifics will depend on your performance in the competition. Lin Hai sighed, knowing that this was unavoidable. He had another purpose for coming this time. About to break through to the Black Iron level, Lin Hai also needed Black Iron level potions and materials, and he came to inquire about prices and to make an advance reservation. However, Lin Hai was currently nearly broke. Money is a hero's bane. After explaining his purpose to Mu Xingyu, he declined her invitation to dinner and left the Ice Rain Chamber of Commerce. In the hall of the Ice Rain Chamber of Commerce, Lin Hai walked towards the door and passed by a woman in a professional suit, holding. For some reason, Lin Hai felt a faint killing intent from this woman, and her steps were quite erratic, as if she were fleeing. This woman seems a bit off. Lin Hai immediately sensed something was wrong. The woman had already exited the Ice Rain Chamber of Commerce. Originally intending to follow her, Lin Hai abruptly stopped, turned around, and was struck by a bad premonition. Oh no! Lin Hai turned and rushed towards the spot where Mu Xingyu had been. After just a few steps, a loud explosion reverberated through the sky. The entire Ice Rain Chamber of Commerce building trembled violently. Lin Hai's physical condition was extraordinary, preventing him from falling to the ground. The hall had descended into chaos filled with cries of anguish and despair. Lin Hai burst through the door and looked up. The windows on the 7th floor of the Ice Rain Chamber of Commerce had shattered, revealing thick smoke. That was the room where Lin Hai had just met Mu Xingyu. Lin Hai angrily scolded, looking at the panicking crowd around him, and took out the emblem of the Dragon Guardian from his backpack. Everyone calm down. I am a member of the Dragon Guardian. Evacuate in an orderly fashion and call the Spirit Town Bureau. Under the influence of the Dragon Guardian emblem, the chaotic crowd quickly stabilized and Lin Hai immediately rushed into. As Lin Hai pushed open the door to the previous reception room, thick smoke and dust made it difficult for him to see. With a wave of his hand, Lin Hai entered a state of merging spirit and forced his way into the room. A beam of azure light caught Lin Hai's attention. Upon closer inspection, he saw the extreme ice phoenix surrounding Mu Xingyu with its wings, and Mu Xingyu was already unconscious on the ground. It seemed she had summoned her contracted spirit just before the explosion. Lin Hai approached to check and found that Mu Xingyu was not in mortal danger, but it looked like she would need to lie down for a while. Below, police sirens blared, and the Spirit Town Army had also sealed off the entire Ice Rain Chamber. Lin Hai sent Mu Xingyu to the ambulance and was pulled back to the Spirit Town Bureau. According to the surveillance footage, Lin Hai was the last person to enter that room and meet Mu Xingyu. Logically, he was also. However, Lin Hai had recently survived an assassination attempt, was a reserve member of the Dragon Guardian, and had achieved stellar military merit. Moreover, he and Mu Xingyu were good friends. He was quickly cleared of suspicion, and Lin Hai also spoke about the woman he had seen. However, no one matching her description appeared in the surveillance footage, no matter how many times the Spirit Town Bureau reviewed it. Either she had perfectly avoided all the cameras, or she had changed outfits several times. After reviewing the Spirit Town Bureau's investigation results, Lin Hai's expression darkened even further. The last time he had been attacked, it was with a knife. This time explosives were used. If Lin Hai was in such a state, it was needless to say how the Dragon Guardian felt. This time the explosion had occurred at the Ice Rain Chamber, and Mu Xingyu was the only one injured. If the hotel housing the contestants exploded, one could only imagine how many people would be in danger. Upon hearing this news, the governor immediately dispatched experts overnight and sealed off the entire hotel, strictly controlling all personnel entering and exiting. The goal was to protect the safety of these children, while also investigating the origins and bases of the assassins. Having learned from Mu Xingyu's experience, the Dragon Guardian sought out Lin Hai and a few others in Ice City, hoping they would also stay in the hotel, so they could jointly ensure their safety. However, Lin Hai ultimately rejected this proposal. Being with them would only put himself in greater danger. The Ice Rain Chamber was crowded with people, and it was too easy to blend in a few individuals. The incident that injured Mu Xingyu served as a wake-up call for everyone, but many still did not grasp the seriousness of the situation. Tomorrow would be the drawing ceremony for the competition. Stopping the event at this point was unrealistic, so all they could do was hope no more accidents would occur. The most affected, of course, was Xiang Sanqiu. Mu Xingyu's injury directly impacted the combat effectiveness of Ice City No. 2. It was uncertain whether Mu Xingyu would be able to participate before facing strong opponents. The next day at the Ice City Sports Center. Due to the events that occurred yesterday, everyone entering the arena underwent strict checks. Spectators voiced some complaints, but no significant chaos erupted. Today was the drawing ceremony for the competition, which would determine the match order for the 16 teams. The 3 representative teams from Ice City, along with 13 cities from Baiyuan Province, totaling 16 teams, gathered in Ice City. In the lounge of the No. 1 high school, several students in uniforms were present. Lu Feng looked at Lin Hai and smiled. Lin Hai, I heard some incidents occurred again yesterday. You must be careful. You should worry about yourself instead. Lin Hai replied, irritably, deciding to put those matters behind him and focus entirely on the competition. The others were even less concerned. An assassination attempt required a worthwhile target, and it was clear they would be at the back of. The governor of Baiyuan Province personally arrived at the sports center accompanied by an elderly man. The drawing ceremony also served as the opening ceremony. He came to oversee the event out of concern for potential accidents. Inside the auditorium, every seat was filled, making tickets nearly impossible to obtain. The hosts slowly rose into the air against the backdrop of a platform, and their voice echoed throughout the sports center. Welcome everyone to the opening ceremony of this North Yuan Province competition. This year's competition gathers the strongest students from 16 prestigious high schools in North Yuan Province, representing the future of the new era in North Yuan Province. First, let us warmly welcome the champion team from the last event, the oldest prestigious school in North Yuan Province, the representative team of Ice City No. 1. With this announcement, the audience erupted in cheers. Lin Hai led the way out of the contestants' passage, followed in order by Lu Feng, Chu Mingyaohan Xian, and Chen Xiu. The 5 of them stepped onto the massive battle arena, with Lin Hai standing at the center receiving the cheers and gazes from the. The strength of Ice City No. 1 is well recognized. Lin Hai, as the captain of Ice City No. 1, has showcased his formidable strength during the preliminary rounds, making them a strong contender for this championship. We hope that the representative team of Ice City No. 1 can continue the legacy and defend their title in this event. The host paused for a moment, and a wave of cheers erupted from the audience. Lin Hai even noticed 2 girls in the front row holding up a sign, featuring a cartoon version of him, with the words Human Tyrannosaurus written in bold letters. Seeing this scene, Lin Hai's lips twitched. The host's voice continued to resonate. The second representative team, also from Ice City and a long-standing prestigious school in North Yuan Province, is the representative team of Ice City No. 2. As the host's words fell, Lin Hai spotted Xiang Kenqiang's figure. His robust physique exuded a sense of ferocity, and his proud expression resembled that of a king. However, due to Mu's Xingia's absence from the opening ceremony, the team from Ice City No. 2 had only 4 members. Xiang Sanxiong stood with the remaining 3 not far from Lin Hai, and their gazes crossed in the air. Xiang Sanxiong snorted coldly, seemingly provoking Lin Hai, who merely smiled, without commenting. Next, one by one the teams ascended the platform as introduced by the host, but only one team caught Lin Hai's attention. It was of course the team of Su Anmu and Yi Tianxiu. This team came from City D and was not particularly affluent, but Lin Hai still remembered their names, as they were also among his rivals. Su Anmu also gazed at Lin Hai, revealing a charming smile. This young girl truly possessed an enchanting allure that made Lin Hai shake his head. Soon Lin Hai felt a chilling gaze upon him. Turning to look, he also spotted Bai Kuei's figure, but he paid no attention to Bai. The true rivals were only the second team from Ice City, Xiang Kenqiang's team, and Su Amis' representative team from City D. Of course, one could not rule out the possibility of dark horses. Everything was determined by strength. After the 16 teams took turns to appear, only the captains remained for the draw ceremony. Lin Hai was still the first, standing in front of a crystal ball, which concealed its contents from view. Approaching the crystal ball, Lin Hai extended his palm and randomly drew a card that read Eastern Group C. On the large screen, the teams were divided into 2 halves with 8 teams and 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. The 2 teams from Eastern Group C would face off against the team from Eastern Group D, and the winner would then challenge the winner from Group A and B. Finally, the champions from the East and West would battle. This single draw almost determined all of their upcoming opponents. Lin Hai saw the grouping, but said nothing silently. After Lin Hai stepped back, Xiang Sanxiong strode forward, drew a card from within, and the large screen changed once more. The name of the second team from Ice City appeared in the position for Eastern Group A. This scene elicited gasps from the audience, as this grouping meant that only one of the 2 teams could advance to the finals, implying they would meet in the top 4, if all went smoothly. Xiang Kenqiang's expression darkened considerably, not out of fear of Lin Hai, but due to the sudden injury of Mu Xingyu, the timing of her recovery being uncertain. The sooner they encountered a strong enemy, the worse it would be for them. However, with the groupings already determined, Xiang Sanxiong merely snorted coldly and stepped aside. Next, each team took turns drawing lots. The final groupings were displayed on the large screen, revealing that besides the first team from Ice City, the other team in Eastern Group C was the representative team from City F, which would be Lin Hai's first opponent. As for the representative team from City D, which Lin Hai was concerned about, they were placed in the Western Group. Lin Hai was relatively satisfied with this draw. Ultimately, any draw was the same. The goal was only the championship, and the difference was merely in the timing of their encounters. After the draw concluded, the first match of the team competition would commence. The first match today would be for Eastern Group A, where Xiang Kenqiang's team was. After Lin Hai and the others retreated, they did not rush to leave. Lin Hai wanted to see how much strength the second team had left without Mu Xingyu, and to understand the average level of talents from other cities. Soon the match was about to begin, and Xiang Sanxiong led 2 others to their designated spot. Their opponents were not particularly strong, but they were still representatives of a city, and Xiang Sanxiong dared not take them lightly. Once both sides' contestants were ready, Xiang Sanxiong was the first to summon his contracted spirit. The armored Xiang Yu, wielding a long spear, landed in the battle arena. Even through the protective barrier of the arena, one could feel the oppressive aura of military might. Behind him, a grayish-white raccoon cat lay on the ground, radiating an aura of enslevel contracted spirit with a strength level of 9. The final contracted spirit was an ice toad with a strength level of only 8. Clearly this belonged to Mu Xingyu. Lin Hai showed no reaction to this scene, recognizing that their opponents were not weak either. Opposite Xiang Yu, there was a monkey enveloped in thunder, exuding a violent aura. It was clearly enslevel Thunder Monkey, also at level 9. As for the other 2 contracted spirits, both were a level, a hawk soaring in the sky, and a large black rat resting on the Thunder Monkey's shoulder. This rat also had a strength level of 9, while the hawk seemed to be around level 8. Judging by their lineup, Xiang Kenqiang's side appeared to be slightly stronger, though the difference was not significant. As the host's voice fell, the battle officially commenced. At the start, Xiang Sanxiong commanded his contracted spirit, with Xiang Yu charging forward, spear in hand, straight towards the Thunder Monkey. The Thunder Monkey let out a long howl, striking its chest with its arms as arcs of jumping lightning gathered around its form. Meanwhile, the raccoon cat behind Xiang Yu also began to move. Its body was as swift as lightning, and in the blink of an eye it had crossed in front of Xiang Yu, charging directly at the Thunder Monkey. This terrifying speed caused everyone to display astonished expressions. The owner of the Thunder Monkey furrowed his brows upon witnessing this. Then the Thunder Monkey's feet suddenly stomped down on the ground, and raging lightning surged forth. This restricted the raccoon cat's high-speed movement. However, he could not restrict Xiang Yu, who was now charging towards him, and with a sudden sweep of his spear, a sharp gleam was unleashed. The Thunder Monkey did not flinch at this strike. Instead, it retaliated with a punch directly aimed at Xiang Yu's spear. The 2 forces clashed in midair, producing a thunderous sound, and the Thunder Monkey was forced back several steps. Although Xiang Yu did not retreat, his body stiffened in place, as the lightning coursing through the spear numbed his form, making it difficult for him to launch a second attack for a short time. At this moment the hawk in the sky also began to act, its body continually spinning in midair, generating fierce winds that coalesced into 3 cutting blades aimed at the frozen Xiangyu. Clearly it understood that Xiangyu was the strongest in this battle. The wind blades flashed by targeting Xiangyu's throat, an area unprotected by armor. In this critical moment a figure flashed by. The raccoon cat had somehow taken position in front of Xiangyu. Raising its sharp claws, it effortlessly shredded the incoming wind blades. Once the thunder monkey stabilized its stance, it launched a punch, with violent lightning converging on its fist, the force akin to a raging torrent. Xiang Kangqiang's expression turned grave, realizing that the paralyzing effect of the lightning was stronger than he had imagined. For a moment the strongest Xiangyu became the target of focused fire. However, Ice City's second team did not consist of only one contracted spirit. The raccoon cat, having just shattered the wind blades, also noticed Xiangyu's peril and let out a roar. Then its body flickered like a shadow, dashing through the raging lightning, one claw aimed at the thunder monkey's eyes. Faced with an attack that had to be countered, the thunder monkey's owner found himself in a dilemma. If he continued to attack, the thunder monkey would surely be gravely injured. After assessing the situation, the thunder monkey's owner realized that even if this punch landed, it would only injure Xiangyu, at most a trade-off that was clearly disadvantageous. After the master of the thunder ape pondered for a moment, he commanded his contracted spirit to retreat, dodging the strike from the raccoon. As the thunder ape pulled back, an icy aura enveloped the area. Turning to look, it was evidently a skill unleashed by the ice toad as a massive ice ball hurtled towards the thunder ape. At the same moment Xiangyu regained his ability to act, raising his spear as a sharp, deadly light shot into the sky. Having learned from his previous defeat, Xiang Sanqiong was clearly not holding back this time, unleashing his strongest attack. It was the very strike that once could move mountains. The situation on the battlefield changed in an instant, with the thunder ape being surrounded by 3 opponents. The first ice ball to strike was shattered by a bolt of thunder from the thunder ape, but his body was still touched by the chilling aura, experiencing a certain level of control. An eagle in the sky attempted to help the thunder ape escape, diving down with a sharp gust of wind, aiming to interrupt Xiangyu's brewing skill. As the eagle descended, the raccoon suddenly flashed back into view. A piercing scream erupted from the eagle's beak, revealing 3 clear bloodstains on its wings. Lin Hai, watching the battlefield below, was also shocked by the raccoon's power. This speed is comparable to that of a spatial-type contracted spirit, isn't it? At that moment the raccoon's displayed speed was nearly indistinguishable from spatial leaps. The experts from Ice City know. 2 were far more than just Xiang Sanqiong. The raccoon blocked the eagle in midair, yet everyone seemed to overlook one detail. That was the last large black rat. As everyone's attention converged on the main battlefield, no one noticed the ice toad casting a skill from the edge. A gruesome bloodstain appeared on the ice toad, and it instantaneously lost its combat ability. What happened? The ice toad was recalled to the spirit space, and only then did everyone clearly see the large black rat on the ground. It seems to be able to burrow underground. Lin Hai quickly discerned its fighting style. While everyone was distracted, the large black rat had burrowed to the edge, resulting in Ice City No. 2 being the first to suffer casualties. Seeing the ice toad taking care of, Xiang Kangqiang's expression did not change in the slightest. 2 people were more than sufficient. Xiangyu's skill was now fully charged, and a sharp beam descended from the sky, locking onto the strongest thunder ape. The thunder ape let out a furious roar, its fists coming together at its chest as a torrent of thunder formed a beam of light to meet the strike from above. However, Xiangyu's strike was unstoppable. The beam of condensed thunder was cleaved apart before it even landed, and a bloodstain appeared on the thunder ape's shoulder. This was merely the dispersed edge of the attack. The master of the thunder ape sighed, knowing that he could not withstand this strike. He recalled his contracted spirit. The thunder ape became the second to exit the battlefield. Meanwhile, the raccoon continued to flash about on the eagle's back, feathers drifting down from the sky. The eagle twisted and turned in the air, trying to shake off the raccoon, but such terrifying speed was beyond its capability. After eliminating the thunder ape, Xiangyu did not let his guard down. The rat also initiated an attack on Xiangyu. The rat's body leaped from the ground. Though its claws appeared small, they were exceptionally sharp. Xiang Sanqiong sneered at the sight. He did not pay any attention to the rat beneath him. Instead, he raised his spear and swung it towards the precarious eagle. Just as the rat's attack was about to land on Xiangyu, a raccoon flashed in front of him, gripping it tightly, as if admiring its. Xiangyu's strike took down the eagle in midair, and the last rat was captured. This battle had come to a complete end. The 3 in the distance sighed and recalled their contracted spirits. Lin Hai, having observed the entire battle, grew increasingly interested in the raccoon. The MVP of this battle was certainly not Xiangyu. Without the raccoon's involvement, Xiangyu might have been severely injured from the start. Such terrifying speed was worthy of Lin Hai's attention. This battle was practically 2 against 3, achieving victory, while the ice toad merely attracted fire at the beginning and did little else. When Mu Xingyu returned from recovery, an aggressive Xiangyu, a raccoon with extraordinary speed and a range controlling extreme ice phoenix, would be present. Ice City No. 2 was indeed a formidable opponent. Lin Hai nodded and returned to the resting area, as he had an individual match scheduled for that evening. As for the team battle, that would have to wait until 2 days later. Tomorrow was the competition for Eastern Group B. The day after tomorrow would be for Group C. Xiang Sanqiong led Ice City No. 2 to their first victory, and today's team competition concluded. A few hours later, Lin Hai arrived at the Spirit Duel Arena, where the crowd was filled with shouts for the humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Today was Lin Hai's personal match in the round of 32. The opponents advancing to the finals were clearly not weak. You must understand that while there were only 16 teams in the team competition, each team had 3 members totaling 48 participants. However, there were only 32 participants in the individual competition. Lin Hai also noticed his opponent. He did not have much of an impression of this person, who should be from another city. The person seemed unfamiliar with Lin Hai as well, displaying no particular emotion on his face, merely showing curiosity at Lin Hai standing in the arena. In a flash of light, Lin Hai entered the state of spirit fusion, and a contracted spirit appeared before him. To his surprise, it was a rank contracted spirit resembling a subdragon species. Before him stood a subdragon covered in rocks with a strength that seemed to be level 9. The level 9 Earth subdragon let out a low dragon roar, and Lin Hai did not show off, but directly activated his giant form. His gigantic form surged into the sky. Although the subdragon was not small, it appeared somewhat inadequate next to the enlarged Lin Hai. The protective shield of the spirit duel arena completely descended, and both combatants launched their attacks. Regarding such a power-type contracted spirit, Lin Hai felt little caution, opting for a straightforward fierce assault. He had never lost. With the charge skill activated, Lin Hai charged like a mountain towards the Earth subdragon. A yellowish light flickered on the subdragon's body, and the entire spirit duel arena began to tremble violently. A stone tablet slowly rose from the ground, blocking Lin Hai's path of charge. Seeing this, Lin Hai's gaze sharpened, yet he did not hesitate, crashing headlong into it. The charge combined with Lin Hai's violent strength shattered the stone tablet, scattering debris everywhere. After shattering the stone tablet, Lin Hai's momentum dissipated. At that moment, the earth dragon stirred again, the ground writhed slightly, and stones gathered at Lin Hai's feet, forming a mound that restricted his movement. Lin Hai's legs were bound, and before him the earth dragon flashed with a yellowish glow. Rocks fell away, coalescing into the shape of a meteorite, locking onto Lin Hai in the distance. Seeing this scene, Lin Hai showed a look of surprise. He had initially thought it was a warrior, but it turned out to be a mage. As the meteorite rushed toward him, Lin Hai, with his legs bound, had already lost the ability to dodge, yet he remained calm. With a single fist, he struck directly at the meteorite before him. The violent force erupted, causing the meteorite to shatter. Lin Hai stepped forward, having completely broken free from his binds. The earth dragon retreated 2 steps, while Lin Hai seemed to ignore all of its skills. A faint dragon's roar echoed across the battlefield. The ground began to tremble again, but this time Lin Hai did not watch its movements. He suddenly stomped his foot. As the skill effect of War Tread activated, the skill the earth dragon was launching was interrupted. Immediately, a powerful force erupted from Lin Hai's palm. Before the earth dragon could react, it was drawn forward by Lin Hai's power. Meanwhile, Lin Hai's right hand clenched into a fist, a faint golden light shimmering upon it. As the earth dragon was pulled before him, Lin Hai unleashed a punch. The force of the prepared strike exploded forth, hitting the rocky body of the earth dragon. Instantly, the earth dragon let out a wail, hurtling backward at an even greater speed, crashing into the protective shield. Even the most defensive of contract spirits could not withstand a direct hit from such a deliberate punch. With a flash of light, the earth dragon vanished from the battlefield, and Lin Hai successfully advanced to the top 16 of the individual competition. The battle ended very quickly, and those watching from below gained a direct understanding of Lin Hai's strength. Lin Hai walked down from the stage where Lu Feng had been waiting for quite some time. With a slap on Lin Hai's shoulder, Lu Feng exclaimed, "Good lad, what skill was that punch? Care to teach me?" Lin Hai smiled. "You're not a power-type contract spirit. Oh, what use would you have for that skill?" Lu Feng nodded, somewhat understanding. The day's matches were nearing their end, and with the governor overseeing everything, no unusual occurrences took place. It seemed everything was proceeding smoothly. Lin Hai walked out of the Ice City Sports Arena with Lu Feng. The crowd outside was bustling, all having just exited the. Lin Hai disliked such crowded places, as one could easily be surrounded by people. He pulled Lu Feng toward a small alley. As they turned a corner, a system panel abruptly popped up before Lin Hai. Detected that the protagonist is being attacked by an assassin from the night. Option 1, counterattack the night assassin, reward 200 system points. Option 2, capture the night assassin alive, reward 1000 system points. Option 3, perish together with the night assassin, reward the title of martyr. Lin Hai did not even look at the options below. The moment the first line appeared, he grabbed Lu Feng beside him. He crouched down, and with a loud bang, a bullet nearly grazed Lin Hai's scalp, embedding itself into the wall beside him. Lu Feng also reacted at this moment. The dark Kirin appeared surrounding both of them with a pitch-black swamp. Lin Hai entered the spirit merge state, turning to see a faint glow flickering from a high point in the distance. "Damn it, here we..." Lu Feng cursed angrily, and also noticed the direction from which the bullet came. The distance was a bit far for both of them. After startling the snake in the grass, the night assassin did not fire a second shot, and seemed to be fleeing. Lin Hai had no intention of letting him go. He donned the emblem of the Dragon Guard on his shoulder, and shouted at Lu Feng, "Give me..." Lu Feng understood immediately. A tentacle wrapped around Lin Hai's waist, and Lin Hai grasped the vine, swinging upwards like on a swing. In midair, Lin Hai finally spotted his target. The assassin was just finishing up and preparing to escape down the stairs. Lin Hai descended from the sky like a divine soldier, crashing onto the platform of the tall building and creating a massive pit. Boom. Seeing Lin Hai approaching, the assassin directly locked onto him, firing a bullet. The bullet traced a beautiful arc in the air, landing right before Lin Hai in the blink of an eye. Lin Hai reacted swiftly, immediately dispelling the spirit merge state, and a stone blocked in front of him. The bullet was halted by the stone, allowing the assassin to escape once more. Just as he ran a few steps, a powerful suction force emanated from him. As an ordinary person, he naturally could not withstand such power. Lin Hai seized him by the throat to prevent him from attacking again. Lin Hai pried open his mouth, but it was clearly a step too. The night assassin was very decisive. Sensing the suction, he had already crushed the poison in his mouth. Looking at the corpse in his hands, Lin Hai sighed deeply and dropped him to the ground. He called to notify the Spirit Regulation Bureau. Wearing the emblem of the Dragon Guard representing the execution of a task, Lin Hai summoned his contract spirit in an urgent situation. It did not cause much of a stir, but yet another assassination cast a shadow over Ice City. When Lin Hai exited the Spirit Regulation Bureau, it was already deep into the night. Although he received system rewards, his mood was difficult to describe. With the system by his side, he had no fear of such assassinations, as should his life be in danger the system would alert him. But others were not so fortunate. Lin Hai called Lu Feng, advising him to be cautious recently, and also informed a few others with whom he had decent relations. 2 days later at the Ice City Stadium. Today would witness the first match of the Ice City No. 1 high school team, specifically the round of 16. In the rest area, Lin Hai discussed the final lineup. In the end, he still chose to send 3 people into battle, leaving Lu Feng in the rest area. This decision of course sparked strong dissatisfaction from Lu Feng, but Lin Hai persisted, and after some persuasion, Lu Feng ultimately agreed. The cheers in the spirit fighting arena grew louder as Lin Hai appeared slowly with 2 young women from the contestants' passage. The name of the humanoid Tyrannosaurus had already taken root in people's hearts, and the audience for this battle was well aware that Lin Hai and his team would surely triumph. In contrast to the soaring momentum of Lin Hai and his companions, the representative team from F-City seemed somewhat dejected, their faces covered in dust. As they stood in their designated position, both sides exchanged friendly glances, and the battle was about to commence. As always, Lin Hai stood atop the arena, entering a state of spiritual fusion. His information had already been sold out. The opponents watching this scene showed little surprise. Behind Lin Hai, Meng Tian stood proudly with a long spear beside him. The blooming begonia flower remained. The difference this time was that Chu Mengyao had already reached level 9. The configuration of Lin Hai's team was similar to that of Xiang Sangqiong from a few days ago, with 2 level 9s supported by a relatively weak member. The distinction was that the begonia flower was a support-type contracted spirit capable of enhancing Lin Hai's attributes. With a flash of light, 3 shadows of contracted spirits appeared before Lin Hai. It was a standard configuration of 2 level 9s and 1 level 8. In this provincial competition, the gap between the teams was actually not that significant. Apart from Lin Hai, the monster representing Ice City No. 1 high school, there were also 2 other teams with S-level contracted spirits, while the configurations of the remaining teams were quite similar. Lin Hai quickly locked onto the strongest contracted spirit. It was a blue tiger which he had seen before. It was the Ice Spirit Tiger from the Frost Forest, also in S-level contracted spirit. The other 2 were a level 1 a cheetah, and the other a wind wolf. As the 6 prepared, the protective shield of the spirit fighting arena slowly rose, signaling the official start of the battle. As always, Lin Hai stood in front of the others, but unlike the preliminary round this time, he certainly could not indulge in any personal heroism. In the previous match of Ice City No. 2 high school, the raccoon had shown brilliantly, and the opponent's strength was not on the same level as in the preliminaries. The radiance of the begonia flower flashed, affecting Lin Hai, who felt an increase in attributes. The enormous transformation was suddenly activated, and his body soared into the air. His massive form loomed over the spirit fighting arena like a gigantic mountain. The Ice Spirit Tiger before him let out a long howl, and frost began to gather, causing the temperature in the entire arena to drop several degrees. The 3 contracted spirits charged towards Lin Hai simultaneously. Unfazed, Lin Hai met the 3 opponents' heat in delivering a punch aimed at the strongest Ice Spirit Tiger. As the Ice Spirit Tiger observed Lin Hai strike, its blue light erupted, and frost gathered upon Lin Hai's body. It seemed to be a control skill, as Lin Hai's speed suddenly diminished. Coupled with the slowing effect of his transformation, he found it nearly impossible to move. At the same time, the cheetah zipped past Lin Hai. Adept at speed, it quickly surpassed him, and the wind wolf was not to be outdone. Both managed to bypass Lin Hai's massive form, clearly indicating that their strategy was to first immobilize Lin Hai, then eliminate his teammates. Lin Hai glanced at the current battlefield, but ignored the 2 who had rushed past. Meng Tian waved his hand, and a round shield appeared in his palm, followed by the emergence of 4 soldier figures. Watching the enemies charging towards them, Chu Mengyao readied herself for battle. Meng Tian stood in the center of the 5, with the other 4 soldiers encircling him in a square formation. This was a modified version of the shield formation refined under Lin Hai's guidance. During Lin Hai's previous battle with Chu Mengyao, he had discovered a significant flaw. Although the shield formation seemed impenetrable, it could only defend against attacks from one direction. If the enemy circled behind, the shield formation would be rendered useless. Under Lin Hai's instruction, Chu Mengyao had also improved her shield formation, with 4 soldiers defending in 4 directions, while Meng Tian remained at the center, creating a truly flawless shield formation. The level 9 cheetah, skilled in speed, was the first to reach Meng Tian. Its claws swiped towards the soldier in front, who crouched down, using the round shield to block its attack, while the long spear thrust out through a gap in the shield. Seeing this, the cheetah withdrew its strike. Continuing like this would clearly result in greater losses. The wind wolf also reached the battlefield, and Meng Tian commanded the shield formation to slowly advance, standing in front of the 2, and blocking the seemingly vulnerable begonia flower behind them. Facing 2 opponents without fear. At that moment the onlookers finally noticed the seemingly inconspicuous Chu Mingyao from Ice City No. 1 High School, as Lin Hai's brilliance overshadowed his teammates. The reason Lin Hai did not pay attention to the two behind was his confidence in Chu Mingyio's strength. At the very least she could hold out for a while without any problem. The two were somewhat at a loss facing the shield formation, but Chu Mingyao took the initiative to launch an attack. The shield formation began to rotate, and the long spear pierced through a gap at an unexpectedly strange angle. The two contracted spirits were forced to retreat several steps. The wind wolf opened its mouth wide and a blade of wind condensed hurtling towards them. At that moment the soldier facing the wind blade shifted 2 steps to the side, revealing Meng Tian at the center of the shield formation. Meng Tian held the shield with one hand blocking the incoming strike, and then thrust his spear directly at the wind wolf's chest. Caught off guard, the wind wolf was pierced through the shoulder by Meng Tian's spear, leaving a bloody hole. Though not fatal, it was still severely injured. The last cheetah, witnessing its teammate's injury, charged forward at full speed, aiming to directly attack Meng Tian. The soldier who had previously shifted also returned to his position, and the shield formation rotated once more, completely concealing Meng Tian within it. This was the true strength of Chu Mingyao, an impenetrable defense. The cheetah glanced at the current battlefield, realizing that dragging this out would only lead to death. Reluctantly, it had to take a risk and adopt a strategy of trading injuries. With a slap, it struck the round shield of the soldier before it. The level 9 strike landed on the shield with a heavy sound. The round shield struggled to withstand the attack, showing numerous cracks, but did not shatter. Instead, the soldier seized the opportunity as 4 long spears simultaneously thrust towards the cheetah. The cheetah aimed to distance itself with its speed, but evidently, it was still a moment too late. Blood burst forth and a violent wind suddenly swept through the spirit fighting arena. From afar, blades of wind came crashing down, overwhelming Meng Tian's shield formation. Seeing the terrifying range of this skill, Meng Tian reluctantly abandoned the pursuit, and the round shield formed once more, constantly shifting positions. Meng Tian adjusted the position of the shield formation, allowing each soldier to evenly bear the attacks, preventing them from all concentrating on a single warrior, thereby countering the relentless onslaught. After widening the distance, the leopard looked at its front paws, which were continuously bleeding, and revealed a fierce anger. Then in a flash the leopard charged at the moment the shield formation shifted. This time, under the intense assault, the shield formation clearly showed a gap. Meng Tian remained unperturbed, immediately positioning himself with his spear, while the wind blades continued to wreak havoc. The spear thrust forward, driving the leopard back, reducing the original 4 soldiers to 3, yet the shield formation still stood firm, like an immovable obstacle. While the battle raged fiercely behind, Lin Hai was not idle. After the time control ended, Lin Hai activated his charging skill, directly colliding with the body of the Ice Phantom Tiger. As the speed of the charge increased, the distance between the two narrowed. However, at that moment Lin Hai suddenly felt an intense... The instinct honed from long-term combat was never wrong. Lin Hai decisively interrupted his charge. The Ice Phantom Tiger before him was suddenly enveloped by a layer of ice, slamming its paw onto the ground. As the paw struck down, a wave of cold air erupted from beneath the Ice Phantom Tiger, the ground appearing as if it had coalesced into an ancient ice block, gradually freezing and spreading towards Lin Hai. Upon witnessing this skill, even Lin Hai displayed a look of shock. He had seen this skill before, used by a king during the Frost Nova. A powerful area control skill, its might was indisputable. Lin Hai stomped down, fiercely activating War Tread, hoping to withstand the encroachment of Frost Nova, but the king's skill was not so easily resisted. The effect of War Tread was minimal, and when the frost swept over Lin Hai's body, he truly experienced the terror of this. Lin Hai's giant-like body began to freeze slowly, his form stiffening and immobilizing completely. In the face of such a dire moment, he locked onto the distant Ice Phantom Tiger and waved his hand to activate his divine summon skill. Frost had already covered Lin Hai's legs, and as it threatened to spread to his upper body, Lin Hai prepared to gamble it all, determined to eliminate this opponent before being completely frozen. Only then would there be a possibility of victory. Under the effect of divine summon, the Ice Phantom Tiger charged straight towards Lin Hai. Although this fellow possessed a king's skill, it had nearly drained his body, now resembling a toothless tiger. With a single punch from Lin Hai, the beast was sent flying, losing all combat effectiveness. With the strongest opponent dealt with, Lin Hai's form gradually transformed into a vividly lifelike ice sculpture. It looked crystal clear and lifelike. Chu Mingyao noticed the crisis on Lin Hai's side, and realized she could only rely on herself now. On the begonia flower, a radiance burst forth, instantly healing the previously shattered round shield under this light. The ability of the auxiliary contract spirit was unleashed, and Meng Tian led his 3 soldiers to initiate a counterattack. The Wind Wolf's skill had completely ended. Meng Tian, holding his spear, broke through the round shield for the first time, thrusting directly at the leopard. However, the leopard had already widened the distance before the strike landed. But soon it felt something was amiss. Its body seemed to have become extremely sluggish, and a glance revealed the final begonia. Meng Tian ignored the fleeing leopard, fixing his gaze on the Wind Wolf, whose level was only 8, and was now injured, clearly the best target. The 3 soldiers surrounded the Wind Wolf, forcing it to retreat step by step. Wind blades were unleashed, but they struggled to break the constraints of the round shield. Meng Tian himself, bolstered by the begonia flower, blocked the last leopard. A fresh stream of blood once again drenched the ground of the spirit battle arena, clearly indicating that the Wind Wolf had been injured again. Seeing this scene, the Wind Wolf's master gritted his teeth and chose not to recall his contract spirit, for if he did it would mean admitting defeat. With Lin Hai the strongest, fully restrained by the Ice Phantom Tiger, if the two could work together to defeat Meng Tian, they could stage a comeback. Betting on the cost of their injured contract spirit, he prepared to grit his teeth and hold on. Though the leopard's speed was significantly restricted by the begonia flower, it could still entangle with Meng Tian and prevent him from advancing without any issues. Now it was up to the Wind Wolf to lend some assistance. Meng Tian's soldiers were entirely different from Bai Chi's Blood River, but they were truly at the level of 9th rank. While they had no skills relying solely on their 9th rank strength, they had no difficulty suppressing an 8th rank Wind Wolf. The three soldiers continuously compressed the Wind Wolf space for survival, their spears thrusting out in succession, leaving numerous ghastly wounds on the Wind Wolf. At that moment, the ice sculpture at the center of the spirit battle arena suddenly burst forth with a golden light. Subsequently, chunks of ice shattered and completely vanished from the arena. Lin Hai's form reappeared, the effect of gigantism having faded, and he was now adorned, as if wearing a layer of golden armor. After taking a breath, he nearly faced disaster. Who would have thought that a 9th rank contract spirit could possess a king's skill? Although it did not unleash the true power of that strike, it successfully restrained Lin Hai. Lin Hai surveyed the battlefield. The outcome had already been determined. After Lin Hai broke free, the Wind Wolf's master immediately recalled his contract spirit, realizing there was no chance of victory now. Continuing like this would only worsen his contract spirit's injuries. The remaining leopard, desperately holding on, certainly would not continue to struggle. Ice City had secured their victory, though this battle seemed quite arduous. Compared to Lin Hai's previous effortless victories, this fight drew more attention to the little girl who had previously stayed hidden behind him. Chu Mingyao Meng Tian. From a distance, Xiang Sanqiong also assessed Meng Tian's shield formation and had to admit that Meng Tian's offensive power was not particularly strong. However, this shield formation seemed truly difficult to break. Of course, his Xiang Yu could undoubtedly smash it open with one blow, but others did not possess such terrifying strength. After the battle concluded, Lin Hai smiled at Chu Mingyao. Well done this time, thanks to you. Chu Mingyao praised, slightly lowered her head, a hint of a different blush coloring her cheeks. It's nothing, it was what I should do. Looking at Chu Mingyao, Lin Hai chose not to say much and stepped down from the dueling arena. Soon he noticed a figure in front of him. Bai Kuei was as always dressed in fiery red attire, emanating a faint aura of killing intent. Lin Hai, I almost thought you couldn't even defeat such an opponent. Our duel is next, so I hope you won't disappoint me too much. Lin Hai let out a light sigh at Bai Kuei's challenge, wondering what this guy was thinking. After the draw, the opponents had nearly been determined, and Bai Kuei's team was set to compete in Group D tomorrow. If they could win, Lin Hai would face Bai Kuei in the next match against Group C. However, that was contingent on their victory. Lin Hai shook his head, helplessly stepping past Bai Kuei and leaving behind a faint comment. You should first win against your opponent tomorrow before talking. This battle served as a reminder for Lin Hai. Everyone participating in the competition should not be underestimated. If he were careless, it could lead to significant trouble. Today, if it weren't for Chu Mingyio's timely intervention, things might have turned problematic. It seems he must give his all in the future. The next day, the audience in the gym appeared to be significantly fewer than the previous day, and this match garnered far less attention compared to Lin Hai's yesterday, as Lin Hai's team was a favorite to win. Today, Lin Hai sat in the dueling arena preparing to observe the battle between the two teams. The winners would be his opponents, and knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. As the two teams slowly entered the arena, Lin Hai spotted Bai Kuei, whose aura reached level 9. The strength of these two teams was quite comparable. The battle was evenly matched, and in the end Bai Kuei led his team to victory. After the battle, Bai Kuei glanced towards Lin Hai in the viewing area, his eyes filled with intense fighting spirit. However, Lin Hai showed little reaction. If this was all the strength Bai Kuei had, it seemed that Lu Feng could still rest for a week. When it came to the semifinals against Xiang Sanqiong, he would reveal this trump card. No one plays poker by discarding their big. Disappointed, Lin Hai left the dueling arena. It's worth mentioning that during the citywide manhunt by the Dragon Guardian, they indeed found a hidden base of the Dark Knight. Although they had eliminated one of the Dark Knight's bases, the Dragon Guardian remained vigilant. Who knew if there were others hiding in Ice City? Remained in a state of alarm. Tomorrow, Lin Hai had his personal match, which was the round of 16 to the top 8. The schedule for individual matches was much tighter. After all, individual matches were far less entertaining than team battles. The next day, when Lin Hai stepped onto the arena again, he saw his opponent for today, and he was momentarily stunned recognizing the person before him. This guy was actually Bai Kuei's teammate. Yesterday, Lin Hai had seen his performance in the team match. The contracted spirit was also at level S. Bai Kuei's team had 3 contracted spirits, 2S and 1A. Their strength was indeed a notch higher, but still acceptable. The opponent looked at Lin Hai, clearly taken aback. There were still many days until the team competition began, because starting tomorrow the round of 16 in the western half would begin, meaning Lin Hai's quarterfinal match would have to wait at least a week. Lin Hai leaped onto the arena, immediately entering a state of spirit merging. The figure of the contracted spirit, it was in level flying type, contracted spirit, a bat. The bat was entirely dark red, floating in midair with droplets of blood energy gathering around it, resembling Bai Chi in some ways. The two complemented each other as teammates. The reason Bai Kuei's team won yesterday was also due to their coordination. Their strength was likewise at level 9. The protective shield of the dueling arena slowly descended, signaling the official start of the match. Lin Hai's body shot upward as the bat emitted a piercing cry, the sound piercing Lin Hai's ears, causing his expression to darken significantly as he instinctively covered his ears. The penetrating sound seemed able to directly infiltrate his mind. Even with Lin Hai blocking his ears, it was of no. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the bat swooped down, aiming to bite Lin Hai's neck. Despite the intense headache, Lin Hai locked onto the bat's direction and threw a punch, but the force behind it was considerably weakened. The attack missed as the bat easily dodged, quickly closing in on Lin Hai, ready to seize the moment to inflict a series. However, Lin Hai was not so easily dealt with. He opened his mouth wide, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that roared across the dueling arena, causing the bat, which had been rushing towards him, to be blown back. This allowed Lin Hai to successfully create distance from the bat. The bat's shrill cry echoed in Lin Hai's mind, severely impacting his combat effectiveness. As the bat lunged at him again, Lin Hai took a deep breath, steadied his mind. He aimed a punch directly at the bat's body, gathering all of Lin Hai's strength. If it connected, the bat would at least be heavily. Just as Lin Hai's attack was about to land, the bat's body suddenly split apart, transforming into countless tiny bats that swarmed around. They completely covered Lin Hai's right arm, causing a sharp pain to shoot through. Lin Hai immediately stomped down, activating War Tread, using the control from it to successfully shake off the swarm of small bats. Looking down, he saw several tiny wounds on his arm, blood flowing from them. The bloodthirsty bats reformed into a single entity, circling in the air. Their aura seemed to have grown significantly stronger, while Lin Hai felt his own body weaken considerably. This was not due to blood loss, but rather felt as if his internal strength was being drained, reminiscent of his earlier encounter. When Lin Hai looked up again, his gaze had turned icy. His opponent was more troublesome than he had imagined. The sound vibrations still echoed in the air, and with part of his strength drained, he appeared extremely weak. His combat power had been reduced by at least 30%. However, Lin Hai was not worried. As long as he seized an opportunity, a single strike could take down the opponent. The current problem was how to create such an opportunity. Lin Hai focused on the bat in the air, proactively launching an attack. His charge skill activated, suddenly propelling Lin Hai forward like a mountain. Although the bat flew at low altitude under the influence of Lin Hai's enhanced size at level 8, he could reach it slightly. Lin Hai's massive form charged forward, and the bat emitted a penetrating cry, once again causing Lin Hai to instinctively close his eyes. A buzzing sound filled his mind. The bat seized this opportunity to dive down again, attempting to employ the same tactic. Prepared, Lin Hai would not let it succeed again. As the bat charged at him, Lin Hai threw a punch, and the bat quickly split apart, just like before. As it lunged at Lin Hai again, a faint smile flashed across Lin Hai's lips, and his body suddenly began to shrink. He actively released his giant form, making it difficult for the bat to find a target. In desperation, the bat reassembled into a single entity. At that moment, a powerful suction force erupted from the divine attraction skill activated, and the bat fell from the air, drawn down by Lin Hai's influence, landing in front. This time the bat was unprepared, and was struck by Lin Hai's punch, sending the small creature flying back, spitting blood. In the distance, the bat's master saw this, seeing his expression darkening significantly, never expecting Lin Hai to out. However, he was not worried. Although Lin Hai's transformation had allowed him to avert a crisis and find an opportunity for a counterattack, he had also lost the benefits of his giant form. The bat's form split apart again, transforming into countless small bats. Previously, Lin Hai could only encircle one arm, but now they could cover his entire body. For a moment, the opponents in the distance seemed to envision Lin Hai being drained dry. Yet Lin Hai remained calm, clenched. As he gathered power for a punch, the bats had completely enveloped Lin Hai, revealing their sharp fangs ready to strike. In the audience below, spectators widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the humanoid Tyrannosaurus could lose. This is impossible. Is the humanoid Tyrannosaurus losing? Xiang Songtian furrowed his brows, staring at the battlefield. The bat was indeed strange, but it shouldn't be enough to defeat Lin Hai. What was he doing? Only Bai Kuei wore a smile, not expecting Lin Hai to be so easily defeated. However, his smile soon faded. Beneath the bats, covering a strong golden light, erupted. Countless bats were sent flying by the golden light, swirling in the air. Lin Hai's figure reappeared in the sight of the crowd, adorned in a layer of golden armor. This time Lin Hai was taking a gamble, but even if the armor did not activate, the punch he was gathering was enough to resolve his crisis. This made things much simpler. A circle of bats swirled in the air before finally reassembling into one entity. Lin Hai seized this moment, launching a punch that resonated through the air, causing ripples to rise in the protective shield of the fighting arena. The immense power generated a shockwave, striking the bats in the air. The bats flapped their wings, attempting to evade, but it was clearly too late. With all his strength, Lin Hai's punch struck down, and the bats disappeared within the fighting arena. After the battle, Lin Hai let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the man in the distance, his expression serious, he realized this fellow's abilities were truly formidable. The next team match would likely bring him considerable trouble. Lin Hai turned the tide, and the scene erupted in cheers. Bai Kuei stood up, snorting disdainfully. "Good kid, let's see you be so arrogant for another week." Xiang Songtian looked at Lin Hai with disdain, thinking that he nearly lost to such an opponent. He increasingly found it hard to understand Lin Hai. Lin Hai rubbed his arm, the scars still evident, a drawback of merging spirits. The main reason he struggled in this fight was indeed due to the disadvantages of merging spirits. The bat's sonic attack left his mind blank, stripping him of his usual judgment. If he had commanded the contracted spirit to fight as long as he was outside, giving correct instructions, such a situation, one could only say that the bat's abilities were just the right counter to him. After this battle, Lin Hai was given several days of rest, but since he was indeed injured, he still sought treatment for his wounds. During this time, Lin Hai visited Mu Xingyu, who had already awakened and seemed to be fine, though she had indeed experienced she would still need to stay in the hospital for a long while. Regarding the upcoming matches, Lin Hai did not mention them, and Mu Xingyu also did not indicate whether she would participate. The two chatted like friends. After the Dark Knight faction was destroyed, it had calmed down considerably, not engaging in any more small schemes. It was uncertain whether they were plotting a significant conspiracy. After leaving the hospital, Lin Hai unexpectedly received a phone. "Hello Lin Hai, are you free now? Can you come meet me?" The call was from Wang Lingling. After their last separation in Kyoto, Lin Hai had not seen this girl again, mainly because he had been busy since returning. Considering Wang Lingling suddenly contacting him, Lin Hai assumed she must be in trouble. He did not refuse and headed straight to the location she mentioned. The location was a small shop near I-City No. 2 Middle School. As Lin Hai arrived at the entrance, he saw the long-awaited Wang Lingling. The previous incident with Luo Wenxuan had greatly impacted her. Since returning, she had maintained her short hairstyle, and seeing her reminded Lin Hai of that day. She was indeed a girl with, "What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry to find me?" Lin Hai directly inquired, noticing that Wang Lingling's expression looked somewhat grim. "Lin Hai, my sister's condition has worsened. I want to send her to a hospital in Kyoto for treatment, but my father, you know how he is. I can't leave my sister at this time, since I'm about to take the college entrance examination. If my father finds out my sister is in Kyoto, I fear she will also be in danger. Can you help me this once?" Hearing this, Lin Hai sighed. That scoundrel was still in Kyoto, and with the previous incident involving Luo Wenxuan, he did not believe they would let a girl go so easily. However, Lin Hai did not know anyone in Kyoto, and it would be inappropriate to seek his mother or Yi Lao for such matters. He could only turn to one person. Lin Hai nodded slightly. "Wait for me a moment." He then stepped out of the shop and dialed Feng Qi's number. On the phone, Lin Hai got straight to the point. Upon hearing it was about that girl, Feng Qi readily agreed, likely out of sympathy. Feng Qi also said she would personally return to I-City to pick up her sister. Feng Qi returned for another reason. He had heard that Lin Hai was participating in a competition and wanted to come back to see him. The two agreed to meet at the finals. Lin Hai also shared this news with Wang Lingling. Wang Lingling nodded, looking at Lin Hai with an expression that suggested she had something to say, but hesitated. Lin Hai seemed to sense her thoughts and smiled, saying, "Don't overthink it. There's no need to worry about such trivial matters. You also have to prepare for the college entrance examination. Make sure to work hard for the final push." Wang Lingling's character was still quite strong-willed, and she probably didn't know how to repay Lin Hai. Hearing Lin Hai say this, she could only nod in agreement. That evening she insisted on treating Lin Hai to dinner before they... After that, for over a week, Lin Hai had no scheduled competitions. He also took the rare opportunity to rest well. He only visited the gym once during this period to watch Su Amu and Yi Tianxiong's match. The strength of that team also put some pressure on Lin Hai, but at least he would only face them in the finals. Lin Hai could also gain more understanding of them. Chu Mingyao was eliminated in the round of 16 and did not make it to the top 8. Lu Feng did not even choose to participate. Now Lin Hai was the only one from I-City No. 1 high school to reach the top 8. The list of the top 8 has been released, and most of the opponents were familiar to Lin Hai. He was uncertain about who he would encounter in the next match. The individual matches were determined by a random draw, completely different from the team battles. The type of opponent he faced today, Lin Hai along with a few others from I-City No. 1 high school faced their group match against Bai Kuei's team. Just 2 days prior, Xiang Sangqiong led I-City No. 2 high school to a sweeping victory against their opponents, even without Mu Xingyu present, and advanced to the semifinals. If Lin Hai managed to defeat Bai Kuei today, the two teams would officially meet in the semifinals. The area outside the gym was packed with Bai Kuei, surrounded by admirers. As one of the main characters today, Lin Hai never accepted interviews, so the reporters naturally focused on Bai Kuei. "Classmate Bai Kuei, today you will face the favorite to win the championship, I-City No. 1 high school. What do you have to say about that?" A reporter asked Bai Kuei, holding a microphone in front of him. Bai Kuei revealed a signature smile. "I-City No. 1 high school's strength is indeed formidable, but our strength is even greater. To be honest, we have already studied our semifinal opponents. As for I-City No. 1 high school, I would like to say to Lin Hai, you might as well book your return flight home in advance." The reporters exchanged glances, puzzled. Shouldn't they be challenging the strong as challengers? Why did it seem like victory was already assured? Moreover, wasn't I-City right there? Couldn't they just take a taxi back? "Classmate Bai Kuei, shouldn't we be a bit more modest?" Bai Kuei disdainfully waved his hand. "Sorry, I've already decided what to choose for the championship reward." The reporters, witnessing his demeanor, quickly distanced themselves. Bai Kuei shouted at the departing reporters, "Hey, don't go. I haven't finished speaking yet." In the lounge, Lu Feng lay back comfortably on the sofa watching Lin Hai arrange tactics. "Lin Hai, do you really not need me to go on stage? Last time that bat seemed to cause you quite a bit of trouble. I have a way to suppress it." In truth, Lin Hai understood that letting Lu Feng fight would be much simpler, but he wanted to surprise Xiang Sangqiong and needed to engage in a tough battle today. "No need to, I've already figured out that bat's abilities, and I don't expect any surprises today. Don't worry, you're the main force in the next." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng continued to lean back on the sofa and no longer paid attention to the others. In the spirit fighting arena, the crowd was still massive. As the battles continued, today marked the quarterfinals, and the intensity of the competition was naturally escalating. Lin Hai's cheers were far less strong than before, as many new experts had emerged. However, his fan base remained quite... In Bai Kuei's team's lounge, they were also strategizing. "Don't worry about Meng Tian, he's not worth mentioning. Our real opponent is still Lin Hai." As long as we can eliminate Lin Hai, we will win this battle. Bai Kuei's face was filled with confidence. He believed that the previous loss to the bat's owner was merely an accident. However, today, everything would be concluded. As the host's voice gradually echoed, Lin Hai walked through the contestants' passage. He stood on the stage. The sounds of human-shaped dinosaurs rose and fell. Soon Bai Kuei and his two companions appeared opposite Lin Hai. Looking at Lin Hai standing on the stage, a hint of murderous intent appeared in Bai Kuei's eyes. Lin Hai, this time you will surely lose. It's a pity you didn't encounter me in the individual matches, but defeating you here is the same. In response to Bai Kuei's provocation, Lin Hai remained expressionless. Strength was the only truth. Everything else was meaningless. With a flash of light, Lin Hai entered the state of spirit, merging first with Meng Tian and the begonia flower slowly appearing behind him. At the same time, a river of blood spread across another corner of the spirit fighting arena. In that river of blood, a figure in white exuded a tremendous killing intent resembling a legendary god of death. It was of course Bai Qi, whom he had not seen for a long time. Above the river of blood, the bloodthirsty bat circled at low altitude, appearing even more ferocious under the river's influence. With the support of this river of blood, the bat's strength significantly increased. This was also the reason they won the last. Apart from these two, the last contracted spirit rooted itself within the river of blood, resembling a bloodied thorn, which appeared to be an auxiliary type of contracted spirit. Bai Qi and the bat were both level 9, while the last thorn was level 8. The strengths of both sides appeared identical, yet Lin Hai, this monster, seemed a bit peculiar. The protective shield of the spirit fighting arena gradually rose, indicating the official start of the battle. As the battle began, the blood river beneath Bai Qi surged, and shadows of soldiers like the undead returning from hell continued. Having reached level 9, Bai Qi's soldiers also reached level 8. Meng Tian stepped forward and 4 soldiers emerged around him, holding long spears and round shields, forming an impenetrable shield formation. The begonia flower shone light upon Lin Hai's body, and Lin Hai, accompanied by the immense light, soared into the air. The blood-colored bat circled at low altitude, letting out a familiar piercing cry that echoed throughout the spirit fighting arena, penetrating the eardrums of the 3 in the arena. As the sound of the blood-colored bats echoed, that familiar piercing cry resonated once more within Lin Hai's ear. Meanwhile, beneath the surging blood river, blood-colored soldiers coalesced into a military formation, slowly advancing towards Lin Hai. Having learned from the previous experience, the influence of the bloodthirsty bat skills on Lin Hai had significantly diminished. The azure begonia flower behind him emitted a dazzling light, gathering beneath Lin Hai's massive form. The effects of negative skills were also minimized, which was why Lin Hai insisted on having Chen Xiu enter the fray. This skill could reduce the impact of negative abilities. Thus it could counter the blood-colored bats. Lin Hai's gaze sharpened as he locked onto the bat in the air. This creature remained the most troublesome one, and only by dealing with it could this battle come to an end. Meng Tian's 4 soldiers formed a shield formation and slowly advanced to the center of the battle arena, facing a dense mass of blood-colored soldiers numbering at least 20 to 30. Although the individual quality of these soldiers was inferior to Meng Tian's, the military formation they created still constituted a formidable force. This was also a result of Bai Kuei's growth over the past few months. Bai Qi suddenly swung the blood-colored longsword in his hand, prompting these soldiers to raise their weapons. Lin Hai was the first to confront Bai Kuei's attack. His fist fell with the momentum of a raging tide, heading directly for the military formation below. This punch shattered around a dozen figures in front of him, and after they shattered, they reintegrated into the blood river beneath it. As the blood river surged, the soldiers became clearly visible. Bai Qi's blood river possessed immense regenerative abilities, unless directly attacked, this guy was virtually invincible. Lin Hai locked onto Bai Qi in the distance, but ultimately chose to forego the attack. Bai Qi's threat was far less than that of the bats in the air, and it was more logical to eliminate this significant nuisance first. The blood-colored bat also perceived Lin Hai's intentions. This time, it did not choose to attack Lin Hai directly, but instead flew straight towards the begonia flower. Both Lin Hai and Meng Tian were in the main battlefield, while the last support was exposed to the enemy's attacks. The bloodthirsty bat plummeted from the sky, and the blood river painted itself upon its body, making its originally small frame appear much more robust. Realizing its target, Lin Hai inwardly cursed as his charge skill suddenly activated. At the same time, Meng Tian led his soldiers to confront the surging blood river. 5 figures formed an impenetrable shield formation, and the attacks from Bai Qi's soldiers struggled to breach the shield's defenses. However, the regenerative ability of the blood river also posed considerable trouble for Meng Tian. The battle had entered a white-hot stage from the very beginning. The bloodthirsty bat plummeted towards the begonia flower, and Lin Hai utilized the charge's lock-in, closing the distance between them step by step. Just then the ground beneath Lin Hai's feet suddenly trembled. 2 blood-colored thorns suddenly pierced up from the ground, wrapping around Lin Hai's massive form. Forced to respond, Lin Hai's charge skill was abruptly interrupted. With a powerful sweep, he seized the entwining vines, exerting force as he yanked them from the ground, tearing them apart before him. After eliminating the vine that bound him, Lin Hai suddenly felt a sharp pain and looked down to see that his palm had been marked with 2 streaks of blood from the thorns. Just as Lin Hai was injured and bleeding, the blood river on the ground became exceptionally violent, surging like a torrential river, threatening to engulf Lin Hai's body. The bloodthirsty bat had now reached the begonia flower. Shun Zai's contracted spirit had no combat power and could only command her spirit to retreat. Lin Hai found himself in crisis, surrounded by the blood river with soldiers completely blocking his path forward. Bai Qi with his single-handed strength restricted the performance of both Lin Hai and Meng Tian, while the begonia flower was already in dire straits. Lin Hai realized that if things continued like this a major problem would arise, and he began to unleash his full power. Suddenly stomping his foot, the war tread skill activated, causing the surging blood river to momentarily stabilize amidst the fierce tremors, and the surrounding soldiers fell into a dazed state. The bloodthirsty bat spread its wings, swooping down towards the begonia flower, and just as its attack was about to land, a powerful pulling force acted upon its body. The divine pull skill activated, and at a critical moment Lin Hai broke free from Bai Qi's restraints using the ability of divine pull to save the begonia flower from imminent danger. The bloodthirsty bat soared towards Lin Hai, allowing the begonia flower to escape disaster. Soon the bat arrived before Lin Hai, who threw a punch, not expecting to truly harm it. After all, its abilities were quite peculiar. Indeed, as Lin Hai's strike descended, the body of the bloodthirsty bat began to disperse. It transformed into numerous tiny bats swirling above the blood river, and under the staining of blood, they presented an eerie hue. Turning its head to lock onto Lin Hai, it charged towards his body to bite. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Hai remained unfazed as a round shield flew in from a distance. Lin Hai waved his hand to catch the round shield thrown by Meng Tian, raising it in front of him to block the attack of the bloodthirsty bat. The bat's bite struck against the shield, leaving cracks upon it, but fortunately it did not genuinely harm Lin Hai. At this moment Meng Tian's shield formation had developed a gap due to the missing shield, which disrupted the previously impenetrable formation. However, the formidable combat strength of the level 9 soldiers was evident. Meng Tian directly ordered the formation to be abandoned, and the 4 soldiers wielded spears in their left hands and shields in their right, charging into the blood river. The surrounding level 8 soldiers were hardly a match for them. Outside the battlefield, Bai Kuei observed the current situation with a contemptuous smile at the corner of his mouth. The blood river had already stained half of the battle arena and seemed to be continuously expanding. This blood river belonged to a domain-type skill akin to Lu Feng's Dark Swamp. Domain-type skills expand their range over time, similarly enhancing their effects. At this moment, the number of soldiers on the battlefield was not decreasing, but rather increasing, now amounting to around 50. The battle continued fiercely, and one of Meng Tian's soldiers, caught off guard, was pierced through the body by a long spear. Meng Tian's soldiers were entirely different from Bai Qi's. They lacked regenerative abilities, and once injured their combat effectiveness would be compromised. Chu Mingjio's face also bore a grave expression as she glanced at Lin Hai's battlefield. Now what she needed to do was block these soldiers, while waiting for Lin Hai to eliminate his opponent. However, things were not that simple. Lin Hai had used the round shield to block a strike from the bloodthirsty bat. Lin Hai blocked an attack from the bloodthirsty bat with his round shield, then unleashed a punch, causing the small bats in front of him to regroup into a single entity. This time Lin Hai was prepared to seize the opportunity, and in the bat with a single move. His right hand clenched into a fist, golden light began to brew, and Lin Hai was ready to unleash his most powerful skill. However, the same technique seemed to have diminished in effectiveness. The bat, noticing Lin Hai gathering strength for a powerful punch, having witnessed the might of this skill before, dared not face it head-on, and instead turned to fly towards the direction of the begonia flower. As Lin Hai charged his punch, he turned, releasing a fierce gust of wind from his mouth. The wind breath skill activated, and under the backlash of the fierce wind, Lin Hai's body was sent flying backward with a golden fist slowly enlarging in the air. A powerful explosion resonated within the battle spirit arena, creating a tremendous sound as a massive shockwave struck the silhouette of the bloodthirsty bat. The bloodthirsty bat displayed a look of horror, flapping its wings in an attempt to flee. Its clone skill had a certain cooldown, though brief. This moment became a fatal opportunity. Seeing this, even Lin Hai thought he had been eliminated, but unexpectedly the ground began to tremble, and several blood-colored thorns appeared, blocking Lin Hai's attack. The overwhelming power of the charged punch was certainly beyond what the level 8 blood-colored thorns could withstand, yet this fleeting moment still granted the bloodthirsty bat a chance to breathe. Seeing Lin Hai's attack hindered, the bloodthirsty bat seized the moment and turned to strike directly at the begonia flower. Meng Tian was entangled by Bai Qi, and Lin Hai was temporarily blocked, leaving the begonia flower unprotected. With a strike from the bloodthirsty bat, the begonia flower flashed and became the first contract spirit to be eliminated. The shockwave from Lin Hai's charged punch shattered the bindings of the blood-colored thorns, striking the bloodthirsty bat with residual force. The bloodthirsty bat's body was sent flying, evidently gravely injured, yet due to the previous obstruction it did not leave the arena immediately. Instead, its body split apart once more, plummeting into the river of blood, seemingly merging with the blood and vanishing from Lin Hai's sight. Meanwhile, Meng Tian was also in a crisis. As the battle continued, the soldiers in front of him numbered at least 50 or 60, while Meng Tian's 4 soldiers were reduced to 2, and both were severely injured. Meng Tian wielded a spear, piercing through the 3 soldiers directly in front of him, but amidst the surging river of blood those soldiers reappeared not far from him. Chu Mingyao was caught in a fierce battle, while Bai Qi systematically began to surround Meng Tian. The last of the blood-colored thorns appeared weak, having withstood 2 attacks from Lin Hai, and was nearly at its end. Exhausting his final strength, a thorn wrapped around Meng Tian's body. Under attack, Meng Tian's gaze turned cold as he swept his spear, piercing through the thorns before him, but in a moment of carelessness 3 spears struck him. Thanks to the protection of his armor, he suffered only slight damage, which was not fatal. However, the battlefield before him soon began to undergo a massive change. Seeing that the time was almost up, Bai Qi waved his hand, and under the influence of his blood-colored long sword, countless soldiers began to slowly fuse together. The fused body of these 50 or 60 soldiers rivaled that of a giant comparable to Lin Hai's enlarged form. Their aura reached level 9 and was not an ordinary level 9. This blood-colored figure wielding a long sword descended with a sharp killing intent. Meng Tian's round shield was still with Lin Hai, leaving him to raise his spear in defense. As the spear and sword clashed, a piercing sound echoed, and Meng Tian's figure staggered back 2 steps. Lin Hai also noticed Meng Tian's peril and intended to assist, but at that moment the bloodthirsty bat re-emerged from the river of blood. Observing its aura, it seemed to have recovered significantly, clearly indicating that blood could heal its wounds. The situation on the battlefield took a sharp turn. If this continued, Meng Tian would be eliminated. In the resting area, Lu Feng even stood up. Though he believed in Lin Hai's strength, the current battlefield situation was far from optimistic. The bloodthirsty bat let out another piercing cry, and without the protection of the begonia flower, Lin Hai felt the constraint. However, this was after all a severely injured contract spirit, and its capabilities had become quite limited. Lin Hai concentrated his mind and unleashed a punch to forcibly interrupt the bloodthirsty bat's skill. However, this was after all a severely injured contract spirit, and its capabilities had become quite limited. Lin Hai concentrated his mind and unleashed a punch to forcibly interrupt the power of this blood-colored giant far exceeded that of an ordinary level 9 powerhouse, and Meng Tian bore a ghastly wound along with the elusive blood-colored thorns, leaving him severely injured. Chu Mingyao sensed the injury of her contract spirit, but gritted her teeth and continued to persevere. She wanted to buy Lin Hai some time, but every time Lin Hai tried to assist, he was obstructed by the bloodthirsty bat. If he did not eliminate it first, he could not help Meng Tian at all. The duration of the giant form was also nearing its end. Once this skill was lost, Lin Hai's strength would diminish considerably. Bai Qi naturally understood the shift in the battlefield, increasing the assault of his blood-colored giant. Amid another clash of spear and sword, Meng Tian's figure was sent flying crashing to the ground. It appeared he had completely lost his fighting capability. Chu Mingyao sighed helplessly and chose to withdraw her contracts. At this moment, Lin Hai was the only one left in the Ice City. One team surrounded by 3 contract spirits. Bai Kuei could not help but laugh loudly, looking exceedingly excited. Lin Hai, surrender. Otherwise, if your body is injured, it will be completely different from your contract spirit. Hearing this, Lin Hai did not respond, merely turning to give him a cold glare. The bloodthirsty bat dove down towards Lin Hai's body once more. Lin Hai's skill was nearly off cooldown. He faced the 3 individuals before him. The blood-colored giant advanced towards Lin Hai. To avoid being encircled, he could only first deal with the bat. Lin Hai waved his hand, activating the divine summoning skill, causing the silhouette of the bloodthirsty bat to fall before him. Using the same trick again, it split into several small bats. This time Lin Hai was well prepared. With a sudden stomp, the war tread skill activated, and accompanied by the tremors of the earth, all the small bats fell into a brief daze, clearly indicating that Lin Hai had been waiting for this moment. Under the control of war's trampling, the already severely injured bloodthirsty bat had lost its ability to evade. Lin Hai unleashed a punch without reservation, and under the enhancement of his gigantic form, the punch was as unstoppable as a bamboo being split. Of course, it wasn't just the gigantic form. After such a long battle, Lin Hai also had 2 divine skills: indomitable battle will and heroic spirit battle soul. With the stacking of these 2 buffs, although Lin Hai did not possess the combat power of a black iron rank, he was certainly no ordinary level 9. With a single punch, all the small bats appeared dim in the face of the massive fist. The ground began to tremble again as the blood-colored thorns attempted to halt Lin Hai's strike. However, Lin Hai would not let this action go unchecked again. As the blood-colored thorns pierced through the ground, he wielded a round shield in his spare left hand. He sliced through with the side of the round shield like a sharp blade that severed the thorny restraints. Ultimately, the level 8 blood-colored thorns disappeared from the spirit battle arena. In fact, he had already done his utmost, accomplishing all this far exceeded his level. With the restraints of the blood-colored thorns gone, Lin Hai unleashed his full strength upon the bat, and the repeated injuries had brought this powerful bat to its limit. In desperation, his master retracted his contracted spirit. The battlefield situation changed in an instant. Originally a favorable 3-0 scenario, Lin Hai swiftly eliminated 2 opponents. At this moment, the blood-colored giant Bai Qi barely arrived before Lin Hai. The aura of this blood-colored giant had also grown stronger. Lin Hai, don't think you've won. This giant is no longer something a level 9 can withstand. After such a long battle, the power gathered by the Blood River was indeed substantial, yet it still paled in comparison to Lin Hai, empowered by 2 divine skills. Lin Hai said nothing as he threw a punch directly at the giant's chest. The blood-colored giant, unafraid, also struck back. Their punches collided in the air, producing a violent sound, after which the giant staggered back 3 steps. Bai Kuei looked on in disbelief, as if struggling to believe his own eyes. However, Lin Hai's assault was far from over. Before the giant could regain its footing, Lin Hai, like a mountain, crashed into him, activating his charge skill. Accompanied by terrifying force, the giant's body was sent flying while Lin Hai raised his fist, radiant with golden light. The flying giant found itself in a state of weightlessness, unable to dodge or defend. With a deliberately powerful punch, Lin Hai unleashed a full-blown explosion within a combination skill. The massive blood-colored giant's body shattered, instantly merging into the blood river on the ground. The blood river began to surge again as one or two soldier figures slowly emerged, but these level 8 soldiers were hardly. Lin Hai took a moment to catch his breath and his gigantic form began to shrink. The time of his enhancement had completely ended. With Lin Hai's explosive power facing 3 opponents had effectively concluded the battle, yet Bai Kuei still wished to struggle. Now that Lin Hai had reverted from his gigantic form, although he had lost his previous terrifying strength, his speed returned to normal. Even without the enhancement, these level 8 soldiers could not stop his advance. Lin Hai quickly reached Bai Qi, delivering a punch that ended the life of his final opponent. In the spirit battle arena, the blood river gradually dissipated, leaving Lin Hai alone, standing in the center. A loud cheer erupted from below. This match could be deemed quite spectacular. The strength of the opponents should not be underestimated either, especially as Lin Hai faced 3 alone at the end, showcasing the power of the humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Lin Hai walked down the platform slowly, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. Having fought for so long, although he felt little during the spirit merging state, the exhaustion surged immediately after. Chu Mingyao stepped forward to support Lin Hai's body, while Bai Kuei's expression was filled with disbelief. The originally favorable situation had just vanished. How did Lin Hai manage to do this? Having lost to Lin Hai 3 times, Bai Kuei's heart suffered a tremendous blow. Within his city, he was virtually an invincible presence. Even the blood-colored bats found it difficult to break through the encirclement of his dozens of soldiers. Yet every time he faced Lin Hai, he felt this sense of helplessness. Xiang Sanxiong watched the entire battle and turned to a man beside him. This man was the owner of the raccoon. "So this is our opponent in the semifinals," the man said, spinning a pin in his hand, revealing a faint smile. "His strength is indeed impressive, but his teammates leave much to be desired. If Xiaoyu returns, we can almost secure victory. Xiaoyu's area control can restrict Meng Tian's advance, while that begonia flower is hardly worth mentioning. As soon as the match starts, I can eliminate him with my speed. You just need to block Lin Hai, and Xiaoyu can restrict Meng Tian. They have no chance of winning." Upon hearing this, Xiang Sanxiong silently nodded, considering the current strength of Ice City. No. 1. As long as Mu Xingyu can return to the match, victory is practically assured. The semifinals are still about a week away, and it's uncertain whether Mu Xingyi's injury will improve. In the resting room, Lu Feng was also chattering away. "Look at you in such a wretched state. I have to say, you're truly garbage. If I were to compete, that bat wouldn't even stand it." Hearing this, Lin Hai choked on water and shot Lu Feng an annoyed glare. "Alright, you'll have your chance to perform in the next match. That raccoon will be handed over to you, and we'll see if you truly have the strength for it." Lu Feng waved his hand dismissively. "A little kitty, what kind of waves can it stir? Just watch me capture him directly." Lin Hai indeed recognized Lu Feng's strength, but Ice City no. 2 shouldn't be underestimated either. During this time, preparations should still be made, but Lin Hai still had an individual match in the quarterfinals to fight. The individual match was scheduled for 3 days later. He didn't yet know who his opponent would be, but surely they would also be a formidable opponent. After leaving the gym, Lin Hai found a small stall and bought a Jianbing Guozi, which somewhat replenished his weakened body. Turning his head, Lin Hai spotted a sneaky figure carrying a sack over their shoulder. A sack. Lin Hai immediately sensed something was off and prepared to follow. Along the way, he also sent a message to, with his current strength, if he encountered a true expert, it wouldn't just be a death sentence, so he notified the dragon guards to be cautious. Fearing being discovered, Lin Hai could only follow this figure from a distance, watching as they entered a villa in the city. Lin Hai followed the man to the vicinity of the villa, glancing at the high walls, which seemed nothing special. He had no idea what was in the burlap sack, and at that moment Lin Hai was contemplating whether to go inside. What if this truly is the lair of some criminals? That would be troublesome for me. Just as Lin Hai was pondering this, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. "Hey Lin Hai, Xiaoyu has suddenly gone missing. I can't reach her, and I didn't find anyone at her house. Have you seen her anywhere?" The call was from Lu Feng. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Lin Hai looked at the villa before him, his expression slightly strange. "I just saw someone carrying a burlap sack. I don't know what's inside. If you have time, come find me. I have a feeling it might be the person you're—" Upon hearing this, Lu Feng on the other end of the line was instantly furious. Wang Xiaoyu was said to be Lu Feng's only weakness, but due to her average talent, she didn't enter the special training class, and Lin Hai wasn't often at school, so he rarely saw them together. "Wait for me, I'll be there soon." After hanging up, Lin Hai initially thought that Lu Feng would take at least 20 minutes to arrive. However, within 3 minutes, Lu Feng was already in front of Lin Hai. "Where's that guy? We're going in." Seeing Lu Feng's furious demeanor, Lin Hai was speechless and immediately grabbed. "We don't even know what this place is. If there are any experts inside, we could be in trouble. It's better to be cautious. Use your Qilin to take us in." Hearing this, Lu Feng calmed down and summoned his black jade Qilin. The dark swamp enveloped both of them as if they were wrapped in a shroud of black mist, making it impossible to discern them without careful observation. In this manner, the two successfully entered the villa. Lin Hai remained cautious about the unknown place. As he cautiously approached the villa's hall, the main door suddenly swung open. The two quickly hid as 2 figures emerged. "I wonder if capturing that little girl today will be useful. I originally wanted to capture that guy Lu Feng directly, but his movements are too erratic, making it difficult to take action. However, having this girl should be enough. Once we attract Lu Feng here, we can use him to threaten Lin Hai. This Lin Hai has disrupted so many of our plans for the end of the World Church. Now the dragon guards are searching the entire city for some reason. The higher-ups have already ordered us to retreat from Beiyuan province, but we must kill that kid before we leave." Hearing this, Lin Hai's expression suddenly changed. He didn't expect it to be members of the End of the World Church. It seemed they had captured Wang Xiaoyu to threaten him. Lin Hai turned to look at Lu Feng, but upon turning he found that Lu Feng's figure had already disappeared. Lu Feng. Lin Hai quickly looked around, and when he raised his head, he saw two figures lying on the ground. Lu Feng was filled with rage, and without saying a word kicked open the villa's main door. Damn, you're crazy. Lu Feng ignored Lin Hai and charged into the villa alone with his Qilin. Inside the villa 7 or 8 figures looked at the suddenly intruding Lu Feng, momentarily stunned. Are you tired of living? Let me send you on your way. Lu Feng's voice was cold, laced with a chilling, killing intent. Lin Hai had just entered the villa and hadn't yet grasped what was happening when a terrifying aura began to seep out. Immediately Lin Hai felt as if he had gone blind, completely engulfed by overwhelming darkness. Under the immense pressure, Lin Hai entered a state of merging with the spirit, barely able to discern the scene before him. A pitch-black figure was shrouded in a terrifying black mist, its features obscured, resembling a body formed of swirl. Dressed in black armor, it seemed to depict a hellish Azura exposing sharp fangs. The black jade Qilin was lying next to this figure, seemingly trying to curry favor by licking its body. Just seeing this one image caused Lin Hai to experience a splitting headache as everything around him dissolved into darkness. He could see nothing at all, as if he were submerged in an abyss of utter blackness. He could only vaguely hear screams coming from within the villa. The sound of those screams was relentless, akin to the final struggles of someone facing death. They were piercing and filled with a chilling essence. The extreme darkness made Lin Hai feel a suffocating presence, causing his consciousness to gradually blur. At this moment, a stone within him burst forth, emitting a strong golden light that illuminated the surrounding darkness, slowly dispelling the previously suffocating pressure. Lin Hai half squatted on the ground, gasping for breath, the earlier feeling akin to being in the 9 nether hell. Was it Lu Feng who did this? That sense of death was something even Lin Hai found hard to bear, and he couldn't be certain of his guess considering Lu Feng only had the strength of a 9th level. Lin Hai took a few heavy breaths, gradually stabilizing his emotions, as he felt what seemed to be water flowing beneath him. Curious, he looked down, seeing the ground stained in a crimson hue, resembling a stream of pooled blood. When Lin Hai looked up again, the once luxurious villa hall was now in ruins. Corpses lay sprawled across the ground, and there appeared to be at least 30 to 40 contract spirits. It seemed there were even golden-level experts inside. This. Lin Hai was utterly shocked by the scene before him. Lu Feng had vanished without a trace. A dragon's roar echoed through the skies. Ling Xiao, leading the dragon guards, finally arrived at the battlefield. When Ling Xiao saw Lin Hai standing in a pool of blood along with the corpses scattered around resembling a hall of hell, he displayed a look of astonishment. Kid, did you do this? Lin Hai was momentarily speechless. He had no idea what had happened, but he didn't mention Lu Feng. He simply summarized the situation. After I came out, I saw someone acting suspiciously, carrying a burlap sack as if they had kidnapped someone, so I informed you all. When I entered this villa, I suddenly went blind, as if engulfed by darkness. By the time I regained my sight, it was already like this. This left Ling Xiao wide-eyed as he glanced at Lin Hai, and then at the hall, making it hard for anyone to believe. To reach such a level, could it be the work of a royal-level expert? Though Ling Xiao was skeptical of Lin Hai's words, there seemed to be no other explanation. He could only temporarily seal off the area for investigation. He then took Lin Hai back with him. Lin Hai kept the events of the day to himself, knowing that Lu Feng held a significant secret. Calmly, Lin Hai recalled a moment from his past. When facing the onslaught of the Apocalypse Church, he had once obtained a Contract Spirit unsealing card, and the unsealed Contract Spirit had the power to surpass even the silver and gold experts. If it was truly done by Lu Feng, then this is the only explanation. Lu Feng's Contract Spirit also harbored an unimaginable power within. Lin Hai arrived at the headquarters of the Dragon Guards, briefly explaining what happened today, without mentioning Lu Feng at all. After investigation, it was confirmed that it was indeed a stronghold of the Apocalypse Church. The Dragon Guards ultimately classified this incident as resolved by an unknown king-level expert. Of course, it had nothing to do with Lin Hai. After leaving the headquarters, Lin Hai checked his phone and found a message from Lu Feng. Keep this secret for me. It was just a short sentence. Lin Hai did not reply, but deleted the message instead. It was as if he had never appeared. 2 days later, Lin Hai welcomed the quarterfinals of his personal battle at the Ice City Sport. The previous events had been buried deep within Lin Hai's heart, and Lu Feng had seemed to vanish from the world, not appearing again. However, after the last incident, Ice City had become surprisingly stable. Lin Hai walked slowly onto the arena where a girl stood in the distance. She was his opponent for today. The cheers from below were still fervently enthusiastic. As Lin Hai stepped onto the arena, he heard the girl's ethereal voice from afar. Brother Lin Hai, I'm your fan. After the match, can we take a photo together? Hearing this, the corner of Lin Hai's mouth twitched. I won't hold back. His words silenced the girl's subsequent stream of chatter, and she looked at Lin Hai with a bewildered expression. Finally, she shook her head helplessly. Before Lin Hai appeared a silhouette of a Contract Spirit manifested. A massive spider landed before Lin Hai, its 8 legs appearing exceptionally robust. Its eyes emitted a strong green light. It was also in strength Contract Spirit with a level of 9. Lin Hai took a step forward, entering a state of spirit integration. The protective shield of the spirit battle arena slowly descended, and the match officially began. The girl looked sweet, and with such a Contract Spirit it created a striking beauty and the beast vibe. However, Lin Hai did not let his guard down. As the battle commenced, the spider spewed forth strands of silk connecting around the spirit battle arena. Lin Hai locked onto the spider's silhouette and activated his charge skill. The massive body surged forward, yet the spider remained unfazed. At that moment, strands of silk formed a gigantic web before Lin Hai, blocking his path. Lin Hai paid no mind to such defenses, preparing to break through directly, but soon found himself stunned. When his body collided with the silk, it stretched to an incredible degree, but did not break. Instead, the rebounding force caused Lin Hai to involuntarily step back. This scene shocked Lin Hai. The resilience of the silk exceeded his expectations. A smile appeared on the girl's face as the surrounding silk began to entangle Lin Hai's large body. Lin Hai clearly saw the spider's movements. He did not dodge, but threw a punch. 2 strands of silk wrapped around Lin Hai's striking right arm, binding him tightly. Lin Hai pulled with all his might, causing the silk to stretch, but no matter how hard he tried, the silk did not break. Lin Hai took a deep breath, suddenly stepping down hard, activating the war trample skill. It forcibly interrupted the spider's actions from afar. Lin Hai took a deep breath, suddenly stepping down hard, activating the war trample skill. It forcibly interrupted the spider's actions from afar, and his right hand clenched into a fist, starting to gather power. Lin Hai prepared to break through 10, with one forcefully breaking the comfort of these silks. The power gathered quickly, and Lin Hai punched out, striking the web before him. The overwhelming power exploded in the air, and the terrifying shockwave acted upon the web, which seemed unbreakable. Lin Hai broke through the defense before him, and breathed a sigh of relief. A strong suction erupted from his palm, and the spider, just recovering from the dizziness, was pulled toward Lin Hai. Lin Hai also raised his gigantic fist. The girl watching the battlefield looked pale, while a flash of light appeared on the spider, and 8 strands of silk wrapped around its body, which had been torn apart, now stiffened in midair. Then it launched the first attack, spewing a dark green venom directly toward Lin Hai. Not knowing what this substance was, Lin Hai dared not take it hidden and retreated 2 steps to avoid the corrosive venom. After the spider resolved one crisis, strands of silk once again swirled above the battlefield. Lin Hai Grimfist glanced around. His charged punch still had a cooldown. However, apart from that move, it seemed he had no other way to deal with these silks. The intertwined strands quickly formed enough. Lin Hai continuously pondered how to break the enemy's defenses, and soon he made a judgment. He then charged forward with his massive body, directly plunging into the web. Seeing this scene, the girl, although puzzled, controlled the silk to completely surround Lin Hai's body. Lin Hai's body was ensnared by countless strands of silk, his enlarged form thoroughly restricted. At this moment, Lin Hai was not flustered. Instead, he looked up at the spider and assessed the distance. Lin Hai's body suddenly shrank. The strands that had been entwining his massive form lost their target after he shrank, attempting to retract and surround him again. But it was clearly too late. A gust of wind surged from Lin Hai's mouth, and using the acceleration of the wind, he broke free from the surrounding restraints, arriving before the spider in the blink of an eye. The spider opened its mouth and another stream of venom sprayed out, but Lin Hai remained unfazed. A strong golden light appeared on his body. With the enhancement of the golden armor, Lin Hai resembled a god of war in armor, completely ignoring all incoming attacks. He punched out forcefully, sending the spider flying. With that, this battle came to a close. The girl retracted her contract spirit and looked up at Lin Hai, revealing an expression of admiration. She ran a few steps onto the arena. "Brother Lin Hai, you are amazing. Let's take a photo together." Saying this, the girl took out her phone and leaned against Lin Hai's shoulder. Seeing the girl approaching, Lin Hai instinctively took 2 steps back. The shutter had already been pressed, and with a click, Lin Hai's expression in the photo was peculiar. The girl seemed extremely dissatisfied, and by the time she turned to look at Lin Hai, he had already run down from the spirit fighting arena. What a joke. He initially thought the audience was outrageous, yet he encountered such a person during the competition. Lin Hai fled the arena like he was escaping. After this match, Lin Hai advanced to the top 4 in the individual competition. If all goes well, after 2 more matches, he could win the championship of this individual competition. This time the opponent isn't too strong, mainly because they encountered Lin Hai. Compared to the previous match against the Bat, this opponent posed no significant trouble for Lin Hai. 3 days later, they would face off against the second team from my city. This battle attracted everyone's attention. Both teams were favorites to win, and this was the most prestigious match since the excitement was probably comparable to that of the finals. Su Yuanlong even specifically sought out Lin Hai and the others, hoping to give them a training session. Although he was only a black iron 2-star in strength, he had led countless special training classes, and both his vision and experience were exceptional, which could not be measured by strength alone. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't contact Lu Feng, and ultimately the training session fell through. Not only him, but even Lin Hai had no idea what Lu Feng was up to. Nevertheless, Lin Hai believed he would definitely see him on the day of the competition. Though Lu Feng often seemed unreliable, he was remarkably trustworthy in critical moments. 3 days may not seem long or short, and soon it was the day of the actual competition. Lin Hai arrived at the arena early, and today the outside was already a sea of people, with some spectators unable to buy tickets. However, they could still watch from home since this provincial-level competition was being broadcasted on television. However, the experience of being there in person was certainly unmatched. Inside I-City No. 1 High School's lounge, Lin Hai was joined by Chu Mingyao, Chen Xiu, and Han Xian. Yet there was no sign of Lu Feng. Today Han Xian unusually acted serious and asked Lin Hai, "Lin Hai, I haven't been able to reach Lu Feng these past few days. He wouldn't have gotten into any trouble, would he? The competition is about to start, and we need to submit today's roster soon." Hearing this, Lin Hai furrowed his brows and looked towards the door. Just wait a bit longer, he won't miss it. Seeing Lin Hai say this, the others did not press further. Ling Xiao sat in the main seat of the arena, and today the arena was packed, reaching the peak for this provincial competition. The finals might not surpass this level of excitement as the competition was held in Ice City, where the majority of the audience were local. Both teams participating were from Ice City and were favorites to win, as such an atmosphere was only natural. Not only Ling Xiao, but there were also 2 members of the Dragon Guardians coordinating with the Spirit Control Bureau personnel to maintain order. Every detail was crucial. In the lounge of Ice City No. 2 High School, Mu Xingyu sat in a wheelchair, still wearing a hospital gown, as she was brought out of the hospital today. Although more than half a month had passed, the injuries from the explosion had not fully healed. Xiang Sanqiong personally came to see her last night, telling her that she must be brought to the competition, and today they indeed brought. Mu Xingyu felt a bit helpless. Most of her injuries were superficial and only required rest. She wasn't like Lin Hai, who could cultivate by merging with spiritual energy. However, directing the contracted spirits in battle should not pose a problem. As a student of Ice City No. 2 High School, she naturally felt a sense of team honor. She couldn't miss this peak battle. Xiang Sanqiong stood in front of Mu Xingyu, staring intently at the massive arena below. His fists clenched tightly. Lin Hai, I have watched every match of yours, yet I still cannot fathom your strength. Today let me see if you are worthy to be my opponent. Xiang Kangqiang's expression darkened as the master of the raccoon cat on the sofa spun a pen in his hand, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. At that moment, Lin Hai, who had been waiting for a long time, also heard sounds from outside the door. Sorry I'm late. Hearing that familiar voice, everyone showed a hint of joy, but upon turning to see Lu Feng's appearance today, they couldn't help but be taken aback. Dressed in a long black robe, Lu Feng's figure seemed enveloped, his face pale, and his steps unsteady, as if he had been drained of energy. Lin Hai stepped forward, supporting Lu Feng's body, and frowned as he inquired, "What happened to you?" Lu Feng smiled, seemingly returning to his usual self. "It's nothing with this young master, just had a few issues during cultivation. It won't affect today's match." Lin Hai glanced at Lu Feng, wanting to ask more, but the others were present as well. Ultimately, he suppressed his curiosity, deciding to wait until after the match to discuss it. Soon, under the urging of the staff, Lin Hai submitted the roster for today's competition. However, Chu Mingyao in the lounge furrowed her brows. "Lin Hai, are you sure you want Han Xin to compete? Wouldn't it be better if I took the spot?" Today the 3 competitors Lin Hai chose were Lin Hai, Lu Feng, and Han Xin. He opted to forego this class Meng Tian, and instead let Han Xin, who was only at grade 8, take the stage. This was Han Xin's first time participating in a team match. It wasn't that Chu Mingyao wanted to seize this spot, it was just that in such a competition Han Xin's strength seemed a bit insufficient. Lin Hai nodded heavily and whispered to Chu Mingyao, "You can observe from below, letting Han Xin take the stage has been my plan for a long time. This time I want to give Xiang Sanqiong a surprise." Hearing Lin Hai say this, Chu Mingyao could only nod silently. Fortunately, with both Lu Feng and Lin Hai present, their chances of winning were still considerable. As the last moments before the match began, the venue was adjusting the equipment. It's worth noting that even the protective shield of the Spirit Fighting Arena had been upgraded under Ling Xiao's arrangement. The previous shield could only withstand attacks below the black iron level, which was insufficient against the combined power of these individuals, whose full strength was not weaker than that of typical black iron level fighters. The host created an electrifying atmosphere, eliciting gasps of awe from the audience. 2 representative teams from Ice City will compete here to determine the champion of the Eastern Division. The victor will face the champion of the Western Division in the final showdown. I believe everyone can hardly wait, so let us invite the contestants to the stage one by one. With that, the lights illuminated the pathways for the contestants. Lin Hai walked slowly out of the passageway, with LV Feng and Han Xin. Opposite them, Xiang Sanqiong also appeared, accompanied by a man and a woman. Lin Hai's gaze fell upon Mu Xingyu in her wheelchair. Surprised that she still showed up for the competition in this condition, he wasn't overly concerned. Her participation was somewhat expected. This battle was critical for them, as it would mobilize all available forces. Without Mu Xingyu, the strength of Ice City No. 2 would be diminished by at least 30%. The other 2 were of course Xiang Sanqiong and the owner of the raccoon. Lin Hai glanced at the man, recalling the terrifying speed of his raccoon. As Lin Hai scrutinized them, Xiang Sanqiong was also observing Lin Hai. However, after a brief glance, a deep perplexity crossed his face. They actually replaced 2 people directly. Today Xiang Sanqiong did not recognize anyone from Ice City No. 1 except for Lin Hai. The unknown is often the most frightening. Xiang Sanqiong understood that at this point Lin Hai could not be hiding his strength. The replacement indicated that the 2 newcomers were stronger. Has this guy been hiding his strength all along? That's impossible. Meng Tian's strength isn't weak, so how could he be replaced? If these 2 are indeed stronger than Meng Tian, Xiang Sanqiong certainly wouldn't believe it. With doubts lingering, both sides took their respective positions. Lin Hai glanced at the Spirit Fighting Arena before whispering to LV Feng, "Are you sure you can hold on? Don't faint on me, I won't have time to take care of you once I'm on stage." LV Feng snorted coldly. Although he still appeared quite weak, he seemed to have regained some of his previous composure. "Don't worry, who do you think I am? Just watch my performance in this battle." Lin Hai turned to Han Xin, who nodded, assuring that he would take care of LV Feng. Then Lin Hai strode confidently. Cheers erupted from the audience below. The sound of the humanoid Tyrannosaurus echoed back and forth, and Xiang Sanqiong also had quite a few fans. The overlord Xiang Yu himself was a contract spirit with charisma. Both teams are now in position. I believe everyone has noticed that besides Lin Hai, all the representatives from Ice City No. 1 are unfamiliar faces. Let's look forward to their abilities. Now I declare that the finals of the Eastern Division officially begin. With that, both sides began to summon their contract spirits. Xiang Yu stood before Lin Hai wielding a long spear. Perched on his shoulder, the grayish-white raccoon appeared exceedingly languid, yet no one dared to underestimate it. A bluish light burst forth, seemingly lowering the temperature of the spirit fighting arena. The extreme ice phoenix shone majestically above Xiang Yu's head. One SS2S, and all three were at level 9, a powerful lineup capable of sweeping away most teams. Lin Hai waved his hand and entered the spirit fusion first. Immediately, a thick black mist emanated, enveloping one corner of the spirit fighting arena in a dark marsh. A shadowy black Qilin flickered into view. Upon the emergence of the Mo Jade Qilin, Ling Xiao above the stadium stood up in disbelief. How is that possible? Awakened contract spirits typically appear at levels SS or SS. However, upon breaking through to the black iron level, they undergo a bloodline evolution. Generally, in S-level contract spirit evolves to S. But it has never been heard of anyone completing a bloodline evolution for their contract spirit before breaking through to the black iron level. Could it be the bloodline pearl? That's impossible. Even the well-informed dragon guardian Ling Xiao was completely astonished by LV Feng's contract spirit. At this moment, others also began to notice the anomaly of LV Feng's contract spirit. A deep concern flickered across Xiang Kenqiang's face. To have an S-level contract spirit is unusual. Keep a close eye on this Qilin, and if necessary, eliminate it first. Beside him, Mu Xingyu and the others nodded in understanding of LV Feng's mysteriousness. Lin Hai also took a keen interest in the Qilin beside him. He had missed many details due to his previous blindness. He never expected that LV Feng's contract spirit had actually undergone a bloodline evolution. Although he was unsure how LV Feng accomplished it, this feat had indeed shattered the history of the Dragon Kingdom. It was likely that after this battle, LV Feng's name would resonate throughout Ice City. In contrast, when the A-level Xianjia turtle appeared on the battlefield, few noticed. The Xianjia turtle lay flat on the ground, retreating fully into its shell. The earth-toned runes on its body flickered, appearing to have significantly enhanced its defensive capabilities. Seeing the strength of the Xianjia turtle, Sangqiong sneered, relieved that not everything was monstrous. Both sides were ready, and the battle was about to officially commence. Sangqiong fixed his intense gaze on Lin Hai in the arena. Behind Lin Hai, LV Feng appeared somewhat weak, even letting out a few harsh coughs. The protective shield of the spirit fighting arena slowly rose. Xiang Yu was the first to act, charging forward with his long spear gleaming coldly toward Lin Hai. The extreme ice phoenix above also flapped its wings, gathering bluish frost in the air, seemingly brewing a skill. The grayish-white raccoon vanished from sight, leaving everyone puzzled about its whereabouts. In contrast to the Fulin assault from the three representatives of Ice City, No. 2, Lin Hai's trio remained motionless. Only LV Feng's pitch-black Mo Jade Qilin slapped its paw on the ground, shrouding one side of the spirit fighting arena in a dark marsh, completely encasing the feet of Lin Hai's trio. As Xiang Yu charged forward, already crossing the halfway mark of the spirit fighting arena, Lin Hai finally took a step forward, activating his giant transformation. Lin Hai's body soared into the air, resembling a towering giant with a dark tendril coiling around his waist. With the enhancement of LV Feng's strength, this tendril appeared considerably thicker, emanating a bizarre aura that exuded an extreme sense of danger. Xiang Yu charged forward, spinning his long spear without paying any heed to the peculiarities of the figures before him. No matter how many changes you have, I will break them with sheer force. Xiang Yu's arrogance was vividly displayed at this moment as he raised his long spear high above his head and suddenly struck down in the direction of Lin Hai. However, before this blow landed, Xiang Yu sensed something was amiss. He had already stepped into the realm of the dark marsh, which was also the reason why Lin Hai and his companions had not made a move. Lin Hai had witnessed the power of the dark marsh before. In this place, their strength would be greatly suppressed. Xiang Yu felt the spiritual energy within him seemingly being slowly siphoned away. The inked Jade Qilin made no movement while Lin Hai held his arm horizontally. On his arm, a turtle shell shone with a faint earthy yellow light, its surface adorned with inscriptions like a solid barrier entwined around Lin Hai's right arm by a thick tentacle. It resembled a bound round shield. Lin Hai had actually tested this move in the Frost Canyon. With this round shield, he could effectively fend off many attacks, especially against a brute force like Xiang Yu's contract spirit, which would yield surprising results. This was also the reason why Lin Hai had arranged for 3 to battle without choosing Chu Mingyao. Xiang Yu's strike landed on the round shield, causing the inscriptions to flicker momentarily, and this strike had no effect whatsoever. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hai unleashed a punch without reservation, striking Xiang Yu's chest, causing Xiang Yu to stagger back several steps. With the defense of this armor, it seemed he suffered no fatal injuries. Truly an S-level contract spirit, its defensive power was impeccable. As Lin Hai's strike landed, a wave of icy chill swept overhead. Looking up, he saw that the skill of the extreme ice phoenix had already been charged. Frost condensed in the air, forming translucent ice arrows. A total of 9 ice arrows locked onto Lin Hai, who was as massive as a giant. The extreme ice phoenix let out a roar, and with a flap of its wings, the 9 ice arrows surged towards Lin Hai simultaneously. Upon witnessing this, Lin Hai was utterly unafraid and raised his arm shield. Outside the arena, Han Zin's lips twitched. So it's not your contract spirit, hence you don't care, right? He grumbled, yet he began to command his Xuanjia turtle to unleash its skills. The inscriptions on the surface of the turtle shell radiated outward, forming an invisible barrier in the air. The ice arrows struck this barrier and began to slowly dissolve. As the 9 attacks landed in succession, a layer of frost formed on the surface of the round shield. Lin Hai merely glanced at it without paying it much mind. Before him, Xiang Yu was already preparing to launch his second attack. Having witnessed the defensive power of the round shield, Xiang Yu understood that brute force was not the way to go. However, there was still a mysterious raccoon. Xiang Yu's long spear swept towards him, resulting in a brutal exchange of blows with Lin Hai. This time Xiang Yu retreated 3 steps again, while at the same moment Lin Hai's attack had just landed. A gray-white light flashed, revealing the raccoon had appeared in front of Lin Hai. Its sharp claws lunged towards Lin Hai's eyes. Feeling the intensity of this attack, a peculiar smile appeared at the corner of Lin Hai's mouth. Suddenly, he stomped his foot, activating the war tread. The raccoon's body froze momentarily in midair. In that fleeting instant, tendrils of darkness surged from the dark marsh. They ensnared the raccoon in midair. Lin Hai understood deeply that the most troublesome opponent in Ice City No. 2 was not Xiang Yu, but this elusive raccoon. Lu Feng had not made a move and was waiting for this moment. The dark marsh instantly wrapped around the raccoon's body, its immense suction causing the raccoon to feel a wave of... The raccoon's master attempted to command his contract spirit to flee, but found that the connection between them seemed to have been... This was Lu Feng's greatest ability, seemingly capable of severing the connection between a contract spirit and its master, achieving true absolute control. However, this seemed to have no effect on Lin Hai, who had merged with his spirit. Seeing the raccoon bound, Xiang Sanqiong and Mu Xingyu exchanged glances and quickly rushed forward to rescue the raccoon. If anything happened to the raccoon, the formation of Ice City No. 2 would be thrown into complete disarray. A surge of sharp energy erupted from Xiang Yu's long spear, as if it could split mountains in two. This was Xiang Yu's most powerful skill, the previously tried and tested force to lift mountains. Facing this strike, Lin Hai was also not careless. With his right hand clenched into a fist, he began to brew his powerful punch. Both of their attacks were charging up, representing the strongest collision, yet while the extreme Ice Phoenix began to frantically flap its wings, countless frost particles coalesced into a powerful cold wind, which swept across the arena, gradually forming. The raging wind spun continuously, blowing towards Lin Hai and his companions below. Lin Hai glanced at the 2 attacks. He knew he could not completely block their combined assault. However, if he retreated to let them save the raccoon, all his efforts would be in vain. At this moment, Lin Hai took a deep breath and looked at the turtle hanging on his left arm. "I'm sorry, this time I can only rely on you." He quickly made his choice. Xiang Yu's sharp attack fell from the sky, bringing with it a fierce radiance. Lin Hai raised his round shield, evidently preparing to use the Xuanjia turtle to block this strike. Han Xian, witnessing this scene, had his pupils dilate. "Big brother, are you trying to get me killed?" Han Xian cursed angrily and began commanding his contract spirit to unleash all its skills. Xiang Yu's power was unknown to be many times greater than that of the Xuanjia turtle. This strike had already exceeded the limits of what he could defend against. On the Xuanjia turtle's shell, golden inscriptions surged upward, completely enveloping the turtle shell, resembling a golden round shield. Meanwhile, the extreme Ice Phoenix's icy storm unleashed a sharp cold wind sweeping over Lin Hai's body. Lin Hai unleashed a punch, activating the intentional punch. The golden fist exploded in the air, meeting the swirling extreme ice storm with a powerful shockwave. The strongest attacks from the 3 were unleashed without reservation across the entire arena. Lin Hai assessed the situation and made the best choice. He just hoped that the turtle shell could withstand Xiang Yu's blow. Xiang Yu's attack landed first, and the golden inscriptions emitted a deafening rumble, followed by a series of characters shattering in succession. The sharpness of the long spear struck fiercely against the Xuanjia turtle's shell. Inside the shell, the Xuanjia turtle's head and limbs extended out for protection, seemingly letting out a cry of agony. A shallow crack appeared on the turtle shell, looking as if it had sustained serious damage. However, it successfully blocked Xiang Yu's strike completely. On the other side, Lin Hai's deliberate explosive punch struck within the icy tempest, generating a powerful force that blasted a massive void in the extreme ice storm. The storm gradually dissipated in midair. Lin Hai's body was also forced back several steps. Xiang Yu's strike came down, taking a breath as his form showed no signs of stopping, once again charging at Lin Hai with his long spear. The Xuanjia turtle blocked Xiang Yu's strongest blow, having already reached its limit. Han Xian recalled his contract spirit, becoming the first to exit the arena. Before Lin Hai could steady himself, Xiang Yu came charging again. The dark swamp beneath surged, tendrils ensnaring Xiang Yu's body. A total of 8 tendrils surrounded him in all directions, forming a massive cage. Xiang Yu swung his long spear down upon this cage, but the effect was minimal. Lu Feng's octagonal cage had even restrained ferocious beasts of the black iron level, which was equivalent to the strength of a black iron 3-star. Such a casual attack, of course, could not influence him in the slightest. Xiang Yu recognized the troublesome nature of this skill, and immediately unleashed all his power, aiming to tear apart the cage before him. At this moment, Lin Hai steadied his body, ignoring the ensnared Xiang Yu, as he looked towards the icy phoenix in the sky. A tremendous force erupted from his palm, pulling at the icy phoenix. The ice blue figure rapidly plummeted from the sky. On the other side, Lu Feng was multitasking, controlling the strongest Xiang Yu, while fiercely suppressing the raccoon cat. Though the raccoon cat had severed its connection with its master, its instinct for battle remained. Its small claws managed to tear apart the restraints of the surrounding tendrils. Outside the arena, Lu Feng spat disdainfully, revealing a look of contempt. Damn it, if I let you escape today, I'll Just as the raccoon cat broke free, wanting to flee at its own speed, it found itself, as if trapped in a swamp, struggle. The speed it once prided itself on seemed to vanish at this moment. The Mo Uchilin concealed itself in the shadowy swamp, darting forward and capturing the raccoon cat. Meanwhile, under the guidance of the divine pull, the icy phoenix also fell before Lin Hai. Lin Hai unleashed a punch that struck the frail body of the icy phoenix. This contract spirit lacked strong defenses, and this punch was sufficient to deal with it. However, as the daughter of the Ice Rain Chamber of Commerce, Mu Xingyu was not so easily dealt with. Just before Lin Hai's strike landed, the feathers on the icy phoenix began to shed on their own. The fallen feathers drifted through the air, accompanied by swirling frost, forming an ice shield. Lin Hai's punch shattered the ice shield before him, but the broken ice shards instantly adhered to Lin Hai's right arm. With the ice clinging to his arm, a chill surged into Lin Hai's brain, continuously spreading as he watched the coldness about to spread to his entire arm. Lin Hai struck fiercely, shattering the ice on his arm, enduring the excruciating pain as he activated his charging skill. Just as the icy phoenix broke free from the divine pull and had yet to soar, Lin Hai's humanoid dragon form crashed toward it like a giant. Instantly, it sent the icy phoenix flying several meters away. While Lin Hai pummeled the icy phoenix, Xiang Yu exerted all his strength, finally tearing apart the surrounding 8 tendrils, breaking free from his bindings. Not paying any attention to Lin Hai's actions, he continued to charge towards Lu Feng's Mo Uchilin, clearly intent on rescuing the raccoon cat. At this moment, the raccoon cat was in dire straits, its spiritual power nearly drained. Lu Feng's contract spirit was not particularly strong in terms of offensive power. Typically, when controlled like this, the enemy would have already recalled their contract spirit and conceded. However, this raccoon cat's master believed in his teammate and had not yet recalled his contract spirit. Seeing Xiang Yu charging, Lu Feng revealed a cold smile, showing no concern. Beneath him, the shadowy swamp surged, and Xiang Yu's body began to struggle as well. A pitch-black tendril flew in from the distance, and Xiang Yu swung his long spear, cleaving the tendril in two. It must be said that even in such circumstances, Xiang Yu maintained exceptional combat prowess. Even Lin Hai would require some effort to deal with that tendril. Lu Feng observed Xiang Yu's strength with great interest. Xiang Yu roared, spinning his long spear and sweeping it towards the Mo Uchilin. The Mo Uchilin's eyes sparkled with a dark light, and then its entire body seemed to meld into the shadows. Xiang Yu's strike pierced through its form, but inflicted no damage. This was undoubtedly the Mo Uchilin's shadow body skill, allowing it to blend into the darkness, granting it a sort of invincibility. As one attack missed, Xiang Yu found himself once again enveloped by the dark swamp, almost completely consumed by the darkness. Back then, Lin Hai had to rely on the miraculous power of the golden armor to escape such control, who Xiang Yu at this moment had no means to extricate himself. After sending the icy phoenix flying, Lin Hai unleashed a fierce gust from his mouth, utilizing the recoil of the wind to catch up with the icy phoenix. He noticed Xiang Yu's movements, but anyone who dared to underestimate Lu Feng would inevitably meet a grim fate. Thus Lin Hai paid no heed to Xiang Yu. With the recoil from the wind, Lin Hai landed before the icy phoenix, which was already heavily injured, blood dripping from the corner of its mouth. Its flapping wings seemed to have lost all strength. As the daughter of the Ice Rain Chamber of Commerce, Mu Xingyu above all had wealth meant one thing, an abundance of skills, and they were all extravagant. Just when Lin Hai thought victory was assured, the icy phoenix suddenly wrapped its wings around its entire body. Immediately, countless shards of ice began to freeze its form, turning it into a crystal-clear ice sculpture. Lin Hai watched this scene, frowning deeply as he channeled all his strength, throwing a punch. After such a long battle, Lin Hai's 2 buffs had also stacked certain attributes. Though this punch was not as explosive as the deliberate explosive punch, it should not be underestimated. His fist struck the ice, creating a prominent crack, but it did not shatter immediately. Lin Hai pressed on, landing consecutive punches on the ice. Under Lin Hai's powerful and violent assault, the ice shattered, a fierce chill spread out, causing Lin Hai to shiver. Immediately afterward, the icy phoenix's figure soared into the sky, emitting a melodious chirp. After Ji Bing Feng Huang emerged from the block of ice, the wounds on its body began to mend in an uncanny fashion. Lin Hai stared in astonishment. The creature possessed such defensive and healing capabilities. Lin Hai did not panic. He seized Ji Bing Feng Huang's wing, and the flecks of frost upon it sent a chill of stiffness through it. He refused to let go. Allowing it to escape would invite countless troubles. With a powerful tug, Lin Hai hauled Ji Bing Feng Huang's body down onto the ground. The collision rang out with a violent crack. From Ji Bing Feng Huang's beak, an ice orb began to coalesce, as if preparing to unleash a skill. Seeing this, Lin Hai stamped once more. The cooldown of his war stomp had just finished. His skill level was high, and his cooldowns reset far faster than an ordinary practitioner's. War stomp forcibly interrupted Ji Bing Feng Huang's activation. Lin Hai's fist crashed into the creature. Its fragile frame could not endure such a terrifying force. Mu Xingyu, with no better option, chose to recall his contracted spirit. It became the 3rd contracted spirit to leave the field. The second had of course been the Tanuki, drained nearly to nothing, and with Xiang Yu unable to save it, its owner would not stand by while his contracted spirit was toyed to death. They withdrew their contracted spirits. Only Xiang Yu remained on the field, shrouded in shadow. The battle seemed affected. Xiang Tsangxiong watched with icy eyes, unwilling, yet apparently powerless. Within the shadow swamp, a fierce radiance surged skyward, ripping Lu Feng's bonds apart in an instant. Xiang Yu reappeared before everyone, long hair billowing behind him, brandishing a long halberd like an unrivaled. Ma Yuqilan stamped the ground and tendrils writhed in its wake. Xiang Yu fought, while retreating, using his long halberd to relentlessly fend off the encroaching vines. But Lin Hai had already blocked his rear. Under the combined suppression of the two, even so mighty a tyrant could only withdraw in humiliation. With Xiang Yu's retreat, the battle was decided, and Lin Hai's team, representing Bingxing No. 1, claimed the championship of the Dongbu War Zone. They advanced to the finals. The stands erupted in cheers. The match had been utterly thrilling from the initial clash of three ultimate moves to Lu Feng's solo suppression of Xiang Yu. It was an unmistakable display of the team's might. Xiang Kenqiang's face was ashen as he stared at Lu Feng's pale expression in the distance. He knew their defeat sprang from complacency. Lu Feng offered Xiang Sangxiong a provocative smile. This battle had made Lu Feng renowned across Bingxing. His talent and power were monstrous. Completing a bloodline evolution at an ordinary rank was a singular feat on Blue Star. Lin Hai stepped down from the stage and patted Lu Feng's shoulder. Not bad, your strength hasn't waned. Lu Feng laughed twice and gave Lin Hai a brazen middle finger. See that, Shaolin? I told you. If you'd let your brother take the stage, none of this trouble. These paltry riffraff are helpless to a single strike. Lin Hai returned a knowing smile. The three of them left the platform together, their victorious silhouettes lingering in the doling arena. In the arena stands, Yi Tianxiong looked to Su Anmu at his side. Did you see that? That's Lu Feng. I told you. This fellow is even more troublesome than Lin Hai. Having witnessed Lu Feng's strength, Su Anmu nodded heavily. An contracted spirit, truly a monster. Yi Tianxiong sighed and rose to his feet. Xiang Sangxiong lost because of his pride, and because he knew nothing about his enemies. Lin Hai kept Lu Feng as a trump card precisely for this moment, attacking recklessly without understanding the opponent. Right from the start, Lin Hai had chosen the battlefield within the dark swamp to blunt their strength. The Tanuki was the same. Charging forward with no information about the enemy's power was tantamount to suicide. It wasn't that their strength was lacking, they simply underestimated their foes. Su Amu offered a coy smile, but going forward, they will be our opponents in the finals. Compared to Xiang Sanqiong, we already know Lu Feng's capabilities. Perhaps this next match will be a bit simpler. Yi Tianxiong said nothing and quietly left the gymnasium. Lin Hai, accompanied by Lu Feng, headed for the locker room, only to look up and find Xiang Sangxiong blocking his way. What, still sore and want to fight? Lu Feng taunted first. Xiang Sangxiong glanced at him, snorted coldly without replying, and instead addressed Lin Hai. Lin Hai, my refusal to accept this defeat does not mean you are stronger than I. In an unknown match we may cross paths again, then I will truly defeat you. Having said this, Xiang Sangxiong turned and walked away. Lu Feng waved him off disdainfully. What a thing, to lose and still act so arrogant. If he really wins next time, he might think himself invincible. You wouldn't actually lose to such a person, would you, kid? Lin Hai offered no reply. Xiang Kenqiang's strength was undeniably among the elite. As Yi Tianxiong had noted, were it not for the peculiarities of the dark swamp, this battle would never have been so straightforward. A personal duel would be a contest of pure might without the stratagems or fickle contingencies of the arena. Yet Lin Hai remained confident in his own power. Ignore him. Meet force with force, adapt to whatever comes. The three returned to the locker room and began celebrating, having defeated Bingxing No. 2. They brimmed with confidence for the final showdown. Of course, the Western Half's final had yet to begin, and their eventual opponents were still unknown. Lin Hai suspected it would be Su Anmu's team, whose strength ranked only slightly below today's Bingxing No. 2. At night atop the rooftop of a tall building, Lin Hai and Lu Feng sat at the edge. If anyone had seen them, they might have thought the two were in despair. Hey, how exactly did you pull that off? Are you sure you won't tell me? Lin Hai opened his soda, took a sip, and asked Lu Feng in an almost casual tone. Lu Feng set aside his usual irreverence. His face grew somewhat grave. Lin Hai, every person carries secrets that belong solely to them. You are no different, are you? Hearing that, Lin Hai fell silent. His system was the greatest secret, one he could never reveal to anyone. Lu Feng had always been a figure of mystery, yet he was Lin Hai's closest brother, a bond forged to the point of laying down one's life. Lin Hai cast a glance at the side of LV Feng without further questioning as a cold wind stirred their bodies. LV Feng let out a violent cough. Lin Hai quickly supported LV Feng's body and asked with concern, "You can't be that fragile, right? It seems like your body has been completely drained. You should go back and rest well." LV Feng showed a faint smile, pushing Lin Hai away. "Enough already, you should focus on taking care of yourself. You still have 2 personal matches to play, or I hope you won't mess up." Lin Hai shook his head noncommittally. The pressure from the 2 personal matches was actually not that great. There were still 10 days left in the tournament, and Lin Hai had 3 matches left. 2 personal matches and 1 team champion. In 10 days, if nothing unexpected happens, he would become a black iron level spirit master. Thinking of this, Lin Hai glanced at LV Feng beside him, who had already been on the verge of a breakthrough. He estimated that they would break through to black iron level at the same time. However, LV Feng's Mo Yuqilan had already undergone a bloodline evolution, so when breaking through to black iron level, it should already be an SSS-Rank Contracted Spirit. He just didn't know what their second contracted spirits would be. Lin Hai had already started to pray, hoping it wouldn't be another chaotic. Lin Hai, sometimes I really envy you. From the moment you were born, you were the center of attention, unlike some people who can only live in the shadows their entire lives. After an unknown amount of time, LV Feng suddenly sighed, leaving Lin Hai stunned in place. He couldn't understand why LV Feng would suddenly say such a thing. He then shook his head with a sigh. What do you envy me for? You only see the glamorous side. Lin Hai inherited the memories of his former self. He knew how much this guy had to bear as a child. As Lin Tianqing, the descendant of Lin Shuai, I felt a pressure from a young age, as if in everyone's eyes I had to be better than anyone else. So I could only train and study desperately. In my world it seemed there was no such thing as second place, because everyone took it for granted that I had to take first place. With great power comes great responsibility. Oh, everyone is like this actually. You say some people live their entire lives in the shadows, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. No one knows of their existence, nor will anyone pay attention to their future. They can do whatever they want, isn't that right? Lin Hai inquired of LV Feng, whose expression suddenly grew serious. Do whatever you want. Perhaps everyone's life is already predetermined. Lin Hai looked at the familiar face before him, which had lost its previous nonchalant demeanor. The two sat at the edge of the rooftop with neither saying anything. 3 days later, Lin Hai returned to the arena facing off against the semi-finals of his personal match. Today in the spirit fighting arena, the number of spectators was far less than when facing Ice City No. 2. The attention on this battle was not high, with more people looking forward to the finals. Lin Hai stood on the stage, gazing at his opponent, who was an old acquaintance. Yi Tianxiong, long time no see. Yi Tianxiong nodded at Lin Hai. The two merely knew each other without much interaction. The 4 spots left in the semifinals besides Lin Hai and Yi Tianxiong were occupied by Xiang Sangxiong from Ice City No. 2 and that raccoon cat. Su Mu, like LV Feng, chose to forfeit. Perhaps because their contracted spirits were not good at combat, personal matches held little attraction for them. Lin Hai, it has been so long since we last met. I have been looking forward to battling you. Please enlighten me today. Yi Tianxiong appeared very humble as the two exchanged friendly greetings, and the battle was about to begin. A flash of light appeared, and a spiraling giant dragon manifested before Lin Hai, swirling above the spirit fighting arena, with droplets of water falling onto the arena. And glass water dragon also at level 9. Lin Hai had seen their team matches, and had some understanding of Yi Tianqiang's strength. Ancient stones floated in the spirit fighting arena, as Lin Hai entered a state of spirit merging. Dragon-type contracted spirits were generally stronger than other types, and Yi Tianqiang's entry into the semifinals was naturally indicative of his strength. As the battle began, the water dragon above emitted a powerful dragon roar with a blue light erupting from its body, soaring into the sky. It unexpectedly split into 2 in midair. 2 spiraling giant dragons twirled above the spirit fighting arena, and from the aura alone, it was impossible to distinguish which one was the true body. Lin Hai's face bore little emotion. This water clone was Yi Tianqiang's core skill. The clone created could not inherit all of the main Boda's combat power. However, it was still a troublesome skill. From the mouths of the 2 water dragons, a vortex formed, followed by a barrage of water bullets heading straight for Lin Hai. Lin Hai stepped forward, activating his gigantification. Facing the overwhelming barrage of water bullets, he showed no signs of defense and charged directly towards the water dragon. The water bullets struck Lin Hai's body, bursting into splashes soaking his clothes, but they did not inflict any substantial. Activating his charge skill, Lin Hai locked onto one of the water dragons. If at this height, he could reach it with his gigantification. Lin Hai charged forward like a mountain, while Yi Tianqiang's expression remained unchanged. The 2 water dragons began to rotate in the air, and a vortex appeared above the spirit fighting arena. This vortex continuously condensed, transforming into a spiraling waterspout that met Lin Hai's charging body. Lin Hai showed no signs of stopping, diving straight into the waterspout. However, the terrifying force within was complete. Like cutting through water with a knife, the force was dissipated within the swirling waterspout. Lin Hai found himself inside the waterspout, a suffocating sensation enveloping him. Suddenly, Lin Hai's eyes turned cold as he stomped his foot on the ground, activating his war tread. A powerful shockwave swept across the ground, and the waterspout transformed into a massive spray of water splattering onto the arena floor. Having neutralized the threat of the waterspout, Lin Hai approached one of the water dragons and delivered a punch. The violent force erupted forth, and the water dragon before him offered no resistance, dissipating into a spray under Lin Hai's punch, disappearing from the spirit fighting arena. Waves crashed against Lin Hai, who showed no sign of concern, turning to look at another water dragon not far away. With a wave of his hand, the divine pull skill was instantly activated. However, Lin Hai's once invincible divine skill seemed to have lost its effect at this moment. He stared blankly at his palm, only to find all his skills inexplicably caught and cooled down. Immediately, the water dragon above him erupted with a dazzling light, and Lin Hai felt his body continuously shrinking, the giant form forcibly undone. He watched helplessly as his entire body began to float away, as if he were adrift in a vast ocean suspended in the. His drenched clothes became Lin Hai's prison, a watery cage completely sealing his body. Lin Hai glanced at the current battlefield, holding his breath as a suffocating sensation spread in his chest. A look of shock appeared on his face, as Yi Tianxiong also possessed a skill capable of sealing his abilities, even forcing the cancellation of his giant form. It seemed that if he could not escape this watery prison, he was bound to lose. Lin Hai, just admit defeat. Since you shattered the water clone, you have already lost. Yi Tianqiang's face bore a hint of confidence, while Lin Hai furrowed his brows, feeling a strong sense of crisis. The surrounding water prison resembled a gigantic water sphere, sealing Lin Hai's body, suspended in midair, the sensation of weightlessness rendering him unable to gather his strength. His punch merely stirred up a few splashes of water. This profound sense of powerlessness left Lin Hai momentarily. However, Lin Hai was not entirely without options. While all active skills were sealed, he still possessed his innate talents. Lin Hai gave up on escaping the water prison and began striking his own body, knowing that triggering the golden armor would solve everything. It was akin to being bound by the dark marsh. Yi Tianxiong fixed his gaze on the battlefield, continuously compressing his water prison. The sphere's range slowly shrinking until Lin Hai nearly lost all ability to move. The prolonged breath-holding made Lin Hai's consciousness gradually sink, as if this battle was about to come to an end. Yi Tianxiong believed he had victory in hand. No one had ever broken this skill. However, Lin Hai was certainly not an ordinary person. A powerful golden light illuminated the entire battle arena, and the water prison before him shattered with a thunderous roar. Lin Hai crouched on the ground, gasping for fresh air. The suffocating sensation dulled Lin Hai's consciousness, and a golden armor was clearly visible on his body. The golden light began to dissipate, and Yi Tianxiong widened his eyes in disbelief. He stared incredulously at the scene before him, then commanded his water dragon to launch another attack. After gasping for breath, Lin Hai stood up, his gaze now filled with a fierce intensity. A water arrow shot straight towards him. With his skills restored, Lin Hai was naturally unafraid of such an attack. His giant form surged upward once more, and when the water arrow struck him, he completely ignored the assault. Activating the divine pull skill, Yi Tianqian's water dragon shifted towards Lin Hai, but it did not land in front of Lin Hai, though instead it vanished from the battle arena. Seeing the suddenly disappearing water dragon, Lin Hai turned in confusion, clearly realizing that Yi Tianxiong had actively recalled his contracted spirit, which also represented surrender. Although the water prison had been shattered, Yi Tianxiong was not without fighting power. Why had he chosen to concede? Yi Tianxiong looked at Lin Hai and smiled. Lin Hai, I am not your opponent, nor is there any need to continue fighting. I hope to properly learn from your abilities in the final. After saying this, Yi Tianxiong walked off the stage without any hesitation. This dramatic scene left the audience in stun. Even Lin Hai could not understand what Yi Tianxiong was truly up to. The suffocating sensation from the water prison still lingered around him. Yi Tianqiang's abilities were not to be underestimated, and he was undoubtedly a formidable foe. Lin Hai helplessly released his spirit integration, entering the finals in an unclear manner. He was filled with concern about the final battle against Yi Tianxiong and the others. After this battle, Lin Hai received another 7 days of leave, followed by his individual final match, and then the grand finale, the team competition finals. The next day, during the match between Xiang Sangqiong and the raccoon, Lin Hai didn't bother to watch. The outcome was certainly Xiang Kangqiang's victory. Even if it were a direct qualification, they would send the seed player from Ice City No. 2 to the finals. 3 days later at the Ice City airport, Lin Hai stood at the airport entrance. A young girl emerged from the hall dressed in a bright red short skirt, looking exceptionally lively. With a sharp bob haircut and no makeup on her face, Sister Fangqi over here. Lin Hai called out to Fangqi, who had just rushed back from the capital. She came not only to watch Lin Hai's finals, but also regarding Wang Lingling's matter. Upon hearing Lin Hai's voice, Fangqi walked over to him and gave a hearty slap on his shoulder. Lin Hai winced in pain. It seemed the northeastern tiger was even stronger than before. Good lad, you know to come pick up your sister. I heard you performed well in the competition. I tell you, Ice City No. 1 must win the championship. This is the honor we have always protected, so don't let it fall into your hands. Alright, Sister Fangqi, I got it. Lin Hai simply smiled at her words. The competition shouldn't pose any issues, but how come you're back in Ice City? Isn't Longwei University still in session? It was already the end of April with still a month to the college entrance examination. Longwei University was certainly in session. Fangqi smiled and took out an armband from her bag. This is the armband of the Dragon Guard. Lin Hai recognized it as well. It belonged to a substitute member of the Dragon Guard. Seeing that Lin Hai actually knew it, Fangqi appeared somewhat surprised. Not bad, kid, you even recognize this thing. That's right, sister has passed the assessment of the Dragon Guard and will be one of them in the future. The reason I came back this time is also due to a mission from the Dragon Guard which I can't conveniently disclose to you. A sense of pride was evident on Fangqi's face. Joining the Dragon Guard was a dream for many, but it required more than just silver-level strength with countless trials to endure. Lin Hai, seeing her delighted expression, felt somewhat embarrassed to mention that he had already become a substitute member of the Dragon Guard at level 9. After they got into the car, they headed towards the city center of Ice City. Fangqi didn't rush home, but instead asked Lin Hai to take her to the headquarters of the Dragon Guard, seemingly to discuss something. The car stopped at the entrance of the Dragon Guard headquarters, and Lin Hai did not enter, but waited outside. After a while, Lin Hai heard someone calling him from behind. Oh, Lin Hai, what are you doing here? Lin Hai turned to see Ling Xiao accompanied by an elderly man who looked kind and benevolent. I came with my sister. She seems to have business with the governor. Ling Xiao remained silent while the old man scrutinized Lin Hai. He nodded with satisfaction. Ling Xiao introduced the old man to Lin Hai. Lin Hai, this is Eldarin. He used to be a professor at the Longwei University, and is now retired, living in Beiyuan province, responsible for some official matters there. Hello, Eldarin. Lin Hai greeted him politely, and Eldarin seemed very pleased with Lin Hai. Kid, I watched your match. You truly have a bit of your father's style from back then. However, the method of spirit merging is too dangerous. More often than not, you need to protect yourself, and not be overly ambitious. Lin Hai humbly accepted the elder's advice. Lin Hai, let's go. At this moment, Fangqi also walked out from the Dragon Guard headquarters and spotted Ling Xiao and He seemed unfamiliar with Ling Xiao, but showed a surprised expression upon seeing Eldarin. Eldarin, you are here. I was just planning to pay you a visit this time, Eldarin said with a smile nodding. So it's you, little girl. How's everything at Longwu University? You have come back for something, right? Eldarin, you worry too much. I just wanted to see you all. This is my brother Lin Hai. Fang Qi and Northeast Tiger appeared like a well-behaved girl in front of the elder. After a brief exchange, they parted ways at the headquarters entrance. After Ling Xiao, an elder and left, Fang Qi solemnly reminded Lin Hai. Hey, you didn't offend Eldarin, did you? I tell you, he is the chief examiner for the college entrance examination in Beiyuan province. Lin Hai hadn't expected that the old man had such a status, but he surely wouldn't offend anyone casually. He shook his head, and seeing this, Fang Qi felt relieved. He returned home, with Lin Hai of course to visit Fang Cheng. Fang Qi rarely came back, and Fang Cheng looked very pleased. The family gathered together for a meal. At the dinner table, Fang Cheng, as the elder, inquired about the recent studies of the two, asking how they were doing. Over the years, Fang Cheng had been like a father to Lin Hai, the only family member who cared for him. Lin Hai naturally spoke freely. The meal was very harmonious. After dinner, Fang Qi took Lin Hai to the riverbank. Hey, it seems I haven't been back to I-City for almost 2 years now. Once I got to university, there were just too many things to do. Fang Qi walked along the familiar street looking somewhat emotional. Lin Hai merely nodded non-committally. In reality, university courses weren't that complicated. However, Fang Qi was indeed a student of Longwu University. Just like Lin Hai now within I-City, there were at most 3 to 5 geniuses comparable to him in the entire Beiyuan province. Yet at Longwu University, such geniuses might be everywhere. Thus, everyone worked harder to study and cultivate, striving to stand out among the many talents. Fang Qi, 2 years ahead of him, would be a junior at Longwu University when Lin Hai enrolled. I will soon accompany you to Lin Hai murmured while Fang Qi ruffled his hair. You little brat, so confident. The college entrance examination is no ordinary test. The admissions at Longwu University are very strict. Although each year there are 500 students, the actual quota for Beiyuan province is at most 7 or 8. To get into Longwu University based solely on grades is really not easy. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai smiled. In fact, the college entrance examination posed no pressure on him. He could go anytime. Firstly, he had achieved stellar military merit at the age of 15, allowing him to enter Longwu University with this medal and being a descendant of a martyr. Secondly, he was about to secure first place in the provincial competition, which would also guarantee him admission to Longwu University. If worst came to worst, he would soon break through to the black iron level, reaching it before the entrance examination, which would also allow him to enter without taking the exam. Seeing Lin Hai ignoring him, Fang Qi pinched Lin Hai's arm. You little brat, don't think you're so impressive. I'm about to break through to silver level. Lin Hai rubbed his sore arm, and his gaze towards Fang Qi changed. Fang Qi would enter her junior year next semester. Even being able to break through to silver level in her 3rd year was considered talented even at Longwu University. Then I congratulate you in advance, sister. After saying this, Lin Hai glanced downwards intentionally or unintentionally. Their position was on the riverbank. Then I congratulate you in advance, sister. After saying this, Lin Hai glanced downwards intentionally or unintentionally. Their position was on the riverbank beach, and Lin Hai looked out to the river, noticing something moving in the water. Sister Fang Qi, it seems something is happening over there. Hearing this, Fang Qi followed Lin Hai's pointing direction and saw several black dots in the water that seemed to be moving rapidly. Could it be someone swimming? Fang Qi said with confusion, but Lin Hai's long-formed sense of crisis made him feel that the situation was not that simple. No, it's not that simple. Let's go check it out. Saying this, Lin Hai climbed over the wall and quickly moved toward the seaside direction, and seeing Lin Hai's actions, Fang Qi followed closely behind. On the beach, many couples were playing and frolicking, but Lin Hai's gaze suddenly widened. In the distance, a huge shark was rushing toward the shore with its mouth open. Be careful! Lin Hai shouted, instantly entering the state of spirit merging. The shark moved at an incredible speed, aiming to bite a couple on the shore. Lin Hai's body collided forcefully with the side of the shark. The shark, feeling pain from the impact, retreated several steps. As Lin Hai glanced around, he noticed a spatial rift in the ocean slowly forming. In the state of spirit merging, Lin Hai sensed powerful auras throughout the sea area. Clearly these were ferocious beasts. At this moment, Fang Qi also arrived in front of Lin Hai, and they both stared at the surface of the sea, understanding the severity of the situation. Looking at the constantly trembling rift in space, Lin Hai wore an expression of disbelief. Why is there a door to another This is clearly a door to an alternate space, and fierce beasts are continuously merging into the river before him. In the sea, countless fierce beasts have already gathered. Lin Hai remained relatively calm, and immediately took out the insignia of the dragon guard, attaching it to his shoulder. He pressed a button on it, which was a device activated during emergency missions when facing danger. This indicated that the situation was urgent. All dragon guards receiving the signal would rush to the scene at once. Everyone immediately evacuate the beach and return to the city. Lin Hai let out a hoarse shout. In fact, without Lin Hai's reminder, the people on the beach had already begun to flee for their lives. A wave of scorching heat ignited beside Lin Hai. The S-level Tianling Fire Phoenix appeared on the beach. This must be a newly formed alternate space. I didn't expect it to be in a busy urban area. This is troublesome. The formation of alternate spaces is unpredictable, but generally those in urban areas are suppressed by powerful individuals shortly after their appearance. This is because such alternate spaces are too unstable. If problems arise, they can directly threaten the safety of the city. The remaining alternate spaces like the Frost Forest and Cold Frost Canyon are located on the outskirts of the city. If issues do arise, there is some leeway for mitigation, serving as a training ground for lower-level spirit guardians. The two observed the dense mass of fierce beasts in the sea, estimating their number to be around several hundred. They were continuously pouring out from the rift in space. Let's hold this beach and wait for the Dragon Guard support. Relying solely on their strength, the two could certainly do little to prevent a large influx of fierce beasts into the city. Waiting for the support of powerful fighters was the best choice. Lin Hai nodded and Fang Qi rode her Tianling fire. A burst of intense firelight erupted, and with a loud crash a massive polar bear appeared before Lin Hai. This was Fang Qi's second contracted spirit and glass frost giant bear. The giant bear slammed down a paw, causing the river water before it to freeze momentarily. Lin Hai threw a punch, clearing several fierce beasts in front of him, and noticed the issue with the river water at that moment. These fierce beasts seemed to be water attribute, indicating that this alternate space was also water attribute. Once they reached the shore, the combat effectiveness of these fierce beasts would be greatly diminished, which was the best news so far. The first wave of fierce beasts had already slowly approached the shore. The polar bear roared skyward, unleashing an energy wave. The overwhelming power of the black iron 3-star level struck those ordinary fierce beasts, delivering a devastating blow. Immediately, many fierce beast corpses floated on the surface of the sea. Lin Hai fought while retreating, his massive form acting as a solid defense against the fierce beasts before him. As the two fought, the river suddenly began to surge, and then a turtle shell appeared before them. The turtle shell slowly floated to the surface, revealing a gigantic turtle, whose aura clearly indicated it was a black iron level fierce beast. With the appearance of the black iron level fierce beast, the pressure on the two increased significantly. Fang Qi controlled her Tianling Fire Phoenix, circling in the air, sending large fireballs crashing into the river below. However, the combat effectiveness of fire attribute contracted spirits would be suppressed in such an environment. The turtle's body glimmered, completely blocking Fang Qi's attack. Then it opened its mouth and a water arrow shot towards Lin Hai on the shore, seemingly sensing that Lin Hai was the weakest link. Fang Qi did not expect the turtle to attack Lin Hai. There was no time for a counterattack, only a warning. Be careful. Without Fang Qi's reminder, Lin Hai also sensed the danger before him. Lin Hai clenched his right fist, a strong golden light bursting forth from his fist. Charging his punch, Lin Hai chose not to dodge. After gathering his strength, he met the oncoming water arrow. The powerful shockwave shattered the water arrow in midair, causing Lin Hai's body to retreat several steps. A few drops of blood dripped from his fist. Although he was injured, he had successfully countered the attack of the black iron fierce. The turtle's actions clearly enraged Fang Qi. The fire phoenix beneath her erupted in a dazzling crimson light, resembling a red sun shimmering by the river, plummeting towards the turtle's form. As this terrifying attack descended, the river water split to the sides. The turtle, realizing it could not withstand the blow, withdrew into its shell. The blazing sun struck the turtle shell, fiercely producing a thunderous sound. A crack appeared on the surface of the shell. The turtle's strength was ultimately only at the black iron 1-star level, which was still significantly weaker compared to Fang Qi's black iron 3-star level. However, at that moment, the door to the alternate space trembled violently once again. A crab raised its two massive claws and emerged on the surface of the sea. Its aura clearly indicated it was a black. Lin Hai punched out, knocking two fierce beasts charging towards the shore away, while teaming up with Fang Qi's polar bear to suppress the fierce beasts on the shore. Of course, he also sensed the aura of the black iron level lord. The lord had locked onto Fang Qi in the air, equivalent to a black iron 3-star fierce beast. Fang Qi also felt a tremendous pressure. The crab lifted its claws and a column of water shot skyward, locking onto Fang Qi's figure. The Tianling Fire Phoenix circled in the air, dodging the crab's attack. Its wings flapped, sending sparks cascading like falling meteors. Under the cover of the meteor shower, many fierce beasts became corpses strewn across the ground. A third black iron level fierce beast had already appeared in the sea, and their numbers continued to increase. Lin Hai felt an immediate surge of pressure as fierce beasts had already crossed the defensive line and were charging towards them. Lin Hai took a glance, but did not pursue. The urgent matter was to block the massive fierce beasts before him. The few that had escaped could be dealt with later. Allowing the defensive line to weaken would lead to even greater problems. Fang Qi was engaged in combat with 3 black iron level fierce beasts using only 1 contracted spirit. Moreover, the suppression of the fire attribute contracted spirit had made her situation precarious. The polar bear displayed its might, and no black iron level fierce beasts appeared on the shore for the time being. Almost every strike resulted in a mass of corpses appearing before it. It looked extremely fierce, blocking the majority of the fierce beast's attacks. Lin Hai assisted the polar bear in clearing the surrounding fierce beasts while praying for the Dragon Guard support to arrive quickly. As the number of fierce beasts increased, more and more surged onto the shore, and a resounding dragon's roar echoed. Ling Xiao was the first to arrive at the battlefield, a fire-breathing dragon circling in the air, and his expression turned exceptionally grim as he instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. With a wave of his hand, 4 of Ling Xiao's contracted spirits appeared consecutively: the Frost Giant Dragon, the Fire Giant Dragon, the Thunder Dragon, and the Life Giant Dragon. The 4 giant dragons spiraled in the sky as Ling Xiao commanded his 3 contracted spirits to join the fray. Only the last auxiliary contracted spirit carried his body. Lin Hai also landed on the back of this giant dragon. With Ling Xiao's arrival, his presence was nearly rendered unnecessary. Where are the members of the Dragon Guard? The number of fierce beasts is increasing. If this continues, Ice City will be in danger. Ling Xiao nodded heavily, casting a glance at the battlefield. The Dragon Guard's manpower has been severely insufficient during this time. The troubles from the Nightshade incident are not yet resolved, and we cannot temporarily allocate many experts. Moreover, this anomalous space has just formed, and is not yet stable, it cannot be entered. We can only dispatch experts to temporarily guard here and protect the borders of Ice City. At least 10 silver-ranked individuals are needed to ensure that the fierce beasts do not roam into Ice City. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Lin Hai furrowed his brows deeply. To gather 10 silver-ranked individuals would likely require mobilizing most of the Dragon Guard from Ice City. However, the provincial competition is still ongoing, and if this continues, the safety of Yi Tianxiong and the others cannot be guaranteed. Figures appeared continuously in the sky as the first wave of support from the Dragon Guard had already arrived. Ling Xiao sent a message to the governor and was awaiting a reply. Soon Ling Xiao's expression grew increasingly grim as the governor has ordered the Dragon Guard to issue a task to mobilize civilian spirit users to temporarily defend Ice. Lin Hai heard the governor's arrangement. Although it seemed good, these individuals might not be able to effectively guard this place. Once a real problem arises, human hearts can be quite twisted. However, it seems that the Dragon Guard has no other options at the moment. They can only gather experts from outside to come to Ice City, which undoubtedly requires some time. With the arrival of more and more experts from the Dragon Guard, all the fierce beasts were pushed into the rivers, and there were no longer any raging beasts at the shore. However, the surging spatial rifts remained a significant issue. At this moment, a familiar aura appeared beside the two, and upon sensing it, Lin Hai was suddenly delighted. This aura came from the governor of Beiyuan province, the very black weasel from before. A king-level contracted spirit personally arrived, temporarily stabilizing the situation at the banks of Ice City. Within Ice City, the Spirit Regulation Bureau also emerged in full force, clearing out the fierce beasts that had entered the city earlier. This incident had temporarily drawn its curtain, but as long as this anomalous space existed, countless troubles would arise. The great battle had reached a temporary pause, and Fang Qi returned to Lin Hai's side. Ling Xiao instructed Lin Hai to leave first, as he needed to remain stationed here for some time. Lin Hai followed Fang Qi back into Ice City, where Fang Qi also appeared somewhat fatigued. He was the main force in this battle, and Lin Hai had not been able to contribute much. During this time, I will likely need to act together with the Dragon Guard. You should not get involved, focus on preparing for the competition. The provincial competition is unlikely to stop. Right now the competition is what you should prioritize. Lin Hai nodded helplessly upon hearing this, as he was only at the 9th level, and truly could not assist much. Halting the competition was also not an option, as the college entrance examination was just around the corner, and the competition must conclude before it. Ice City appeared quite chaotic at the moment, but the foundation of Beiyuan province remained solid. At least no uncontrollable troubles had erupted. They only needed to hold on for a few more days. Once experts from other cities in Ice City arrived, all issues should be resolved. After sending Lin Hai back, Fang Qi hurriedly returned to the shore, serving as a substitute member of the Dragon Guard, also known as a Black Iron 3-star. At this moment, it was undoubtedly a duty that could not be ignored. In this tense situation, 3 days had passed, and fortunately, there had not been any major chaos, with casualties still under control. The area by the river had been completely sealed off by the Spirit Regulation Bureau, with over 100 Black Iron and Silver-ranked experts arriving to accept their tasks. Under the command of 10 experts from the Dragon Guard, the situation by the river was temporarily stabilized. As for the assassins from the Nightshade, there had been no activity in the past few days. While ensuring the chaos by the river, most of the Dragon Guard's forces were guarding these talented individuals. Of course, aside from those who ranked, others were swiftly sent back to their respective cities. Only 2 finals remained unplayed. All other rankings had been officially determined, but the top few were to participate in the final award ceremony, thus temporarily remaining in Ice City. This day represented the peak showdown of the strongest combatants among the college entrance examination candidates from Beiyuan province, and it was about to begin. The audience at the gymnasium was steadily increasing, and the appearance of an anomalous space by the river had not caused them much chaos. After all, everyone had considerable trust in the official capacity, and at least no panic had emerged within Ice City. In the peak showdown of the younger generation, Lin Hai would face off against Xiang Sanxiong today. Although Lin Hai had defeated Ice City No. 2 High School, while representing Ice City No. 1 High School, the outcome of this battle was still open to discussion. Lin Hai avoided the reporters outside and quietly entered the spirit duel arena, going unnoticed by anyone. Xiang Sanxiong also seemed to dislike trouble and similarly avoided the reporters outside. The two collided just before the entrance to the lounge. Xiang Kenqiang's gaze bore a strong will to fight as he watched Lin Hai clench his fists. Lin Hai did not back down either, and their eyes locked in a moment of tension. Neither spoke. After a brief stare down, they brushed past each other, their shoulders colliding with a crisp sound. Today we will witness the finals of the personal matches in the Beiyuan provincial competition. The competitors should be quite familiar to everyone. A Lin Hai from Ice City No. 1 High School, with the terrifying power of a humanoid fire dragon, has swept his way into the finals and is currently the favorite to win. The other contender is Xiang Sanxiong from Ice City No. 2 High School, whose name, like that of the great General Xiang Yu, is well known to all. This battle will represent the strongest combat power of our younger generation from Beiyuan province. Now let us invite both contestants to the stage. As the announcer's voice faded, Lin Hai walked slowly out of the contestants' passage. Looking up, he noticed Ling Xiao was absent from the gym today, likely guarding beasts by the riverside. Yet occupying the principal seat was a kindly-faced elder. Seeing Lao, Lin Hai offered a respectful look and inclined his head slightly. And Lao smiled and nodded in return. Lin Hai then walked onto the dueling arena and stood upon the ring listening to the cheers from below. The powerful figure of Xiang Sanqiang appeared opposite Lin Hai. This time there would be no idle talk, only strength would decide the outcome. The announcer's words were ignored. With a flash, Xiang Yu's form manifested before Lin Hai. For some reason, after only a few days, Xiang Yu seemed noticeably stronger. His long hair trailed in the wind, while the polearm in his hand cast cold, glittering light. A domineering hegemonic aura hung between his brows. With an aloof expression, he fixed his gaze on Lin Hai. Lin Hai entered a state of spirit fusion. Xiang Kanqiang's personal strength was by no means weak. During the team match, he had been suppressed by Lu Feng. This time, there was no outside interference. It would come down to absolute power. The dueling arena's protective barrier descended slowly, marking the official start. Xiang Yu roared, raised his polearm, and charged straight at Lin Hai. A razor-like gleam ran along the polearm. Lin Hai would not be outdone and activated his giant form. A fist met the weapon. Their strikes crashed together. Xiang Yu staggered back 3 paces while Lin Hai retreated 1. As a strength-type contract spirit, Xiang Yu was only slightly outmatched, even with Lin Hai's giant form divine technique assisting him. Xiang Sanqiang was not surprised to find his strength inferior. He had seen Lin Hai's terrifying power before. Xiang Yu spun his polearm, sending icy sparks to sweep across toward Lin Hai's waist. Lin Hai struck the shaft of the polearm with one hand, diverting it slightly, then rammed his shoulder into Xiang Yu's chest. The blow sent Xiang Yu stumbling back several steps. Cracks appeared across his breastplate. Lin Hai did not pause. He activated his charge skill while a fierce suction burst from his palm. Charge and divine pull took effect together. Xiang Yu felt an overwhelming draw and was pulled toward Lin Hai's direction. Lin Hai barreled forward with even greater speed. As they neared collision, Xiang Yu had no choice but to hold his polearm horizontally like a shield to block the charge. It proved futile. Lin Hai, like a mountain in motion, smashed into him. The polearm was forced back, thudding against Xiang Yu flew backward like a kite, with its string cut crashing heavily onto the dueling arena floor. A violent impact reverberated across the field. He braced himself with the polearm, and slowly rose, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Cracks marred his armor. In pure collisions of strength, Lin Hai had never been bested. Even the hegemon king Xiang Yu was no exception. Lin Hai gave Xiang Sanqiang no chance to catch his breath, intent on ending the fight. He surged forward again and stamped his foot into the ground. War Stomp erupted, the earth shook violently, and Xiang Yu, just regaining his footing, began to sway. Though not fully dazed, it was enough. Lin Hai's punch struck Xiang Yu's abdomen with tremendous force, bending his torso uncontrollably. The polearm lunged for Lin Hai's throat, but lacked its former vigor. Lin Hai did not absorb the blow. He burst backward, quickly creating some distance. Lin Hai's relentless onslaught, fueled by terrifying power, should have pushed even a defensive contract spirit to it. Yet Xiang Yu still struggled to his feet. Lin Hai's brow tightened with an uneasy premonition. Xiang Yu looked battered now. Armor tattered, blood at the corner of his mouth, face smeared with dust. He propped himself on his polearm, but his eyes still held a streak of proud arrogance. Lin Hai rubbed his knuckles, and instead of pressing the attack, hesitated. He sensed something wrong. Outside the arena, Xiang Sanqiang let out a cold snort. Xiang Sanqiang called to Lin Hai that the battle had only just begun, and that he would show him what it meant to be the hegemon king of Western Chu. With those words, Lin Hai looked back at Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu straightened abruptly and uttered a feral snarl. The snarl rose like a final cry through an army trapped by ambush. Xiang Yu's long hair moved, though there was no wind, and his armor was suffused with a faint bloody light. Under that light, the shattered armor slowly reassembled, and Xiang Yu's aura climbed by leaps. Lin Hai bit back a curse. This could not be allowed to continue. He stepped forward and threw another punch. A cold flash in Xiang Yu's eyes matched the blow. Their fists collided in midair, and this time Lin Hai was driven back 3 full steps. Lin Hai steadied himself after retreating 3 paces. Xiang Yu had likewise fallen back 3. In that moment, Lin Hai understood Xiang Kanqiang's intention. Interesting, the hegemon king of Western Chu. This appears to be an innate last-stand talent that triggers when Lin Hai discerned Xiang Yu's state. The power unleashed in desperation was at least double his usual strength. No wonder in the prior team fight, Xiang Yu, though seemingly trapped, managed to tear through Lu Feng's restraints. It must be that skill. With all fury unleashed, Xiang Yu resembled a beast pushed to the brink, his whole body radiating a berserk violent aura. His polearm slammed down from the air, producing sonic booms even above the arena. In this state, Xiang Yu had the ability to threaten Lin Hai. Lin Hai's eyes narrowed as he tried to sidestep the strike, but his enlarged form made him a helpless target. Seeing evasion impossible, Lin Hai met Xiang Yu's blow again. Their bodies collided repeatedly, sending fierce echoes throughout the dueling arena. This flesh-to-flesh fighting was savage and saturated with force. The match was intensely watchable, drawing gasps from the spectators below. Never had a battle been so viscerally physical. The two men were evenly matched, their collisions repeatedly failing to produce a decisive victor. The cheers of the audience below echoed endlessly while Elder and looked down at the new era of Beiyuan province, revealing a satisfied smile. On the arena, the two figures separated again, and Lin Hai realized a serious problem. The duration of his giant form was about to end. Xiang Yu in front of him grew more courageous with each battle. This buff was like a cornered beast fighting back, allowing him to exert greater strength despite his worsening injuries. Even at the end of his strength, Xiang Yu could match him equally. Once Lin Hai's giant form ended, and he lost this enhancement, he would be in trouble. Lin Hai frowned slightly, distracted. His arm was grazed by a long halberd, leaving a bloody mark. After being injured, Lin Hai stepped back 2 paces. Xiang Yu pressed forward, his halberd sweeping through the air with a whooshing sound. Lin Hai seized an opportunity, gripping Xiang Yu's halberd tightly as they began a test of strength. At this moment, neither would let go. Xiang Yu threw a punch with his free right hand, targeting Lin Hai's abdomen. Lin Hai gripped the halberd, pushing down forcefully, diverting its position slightly. The shaft of the halberd blocked Xiang Yu's punch, producing a crisp sound. After several collisions, the halberd began to tremble continuously. After blocking Xiang Yu's strike, Lin Hai pushed forward, forcing Xiang Yu back 3 steps. Lin Hai's left hand clenched into a fist, glowing faintly with golden light, as he prepared to seize this opportunity to end the battle with a single blow. Xiang Yu attempted to reclaim his halberd, but it was firmly grasped by Lin Hai, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. Seeing Lin Hai charge up, Xiang Yu, familiar with the terror of this move, found himself in danger. A furious shout echoed across the battlefield, and Xiang Yu's armor suddenly shattered. The armor fell to the ground with a series of crisp sounds, revealing his muscular upper body. His strength seemed to increase once more. With a mighty tug, Lin Hai struggled to control this immense force, and the halberd was once again reclaimed by Xiang Yu. This was Xiang Yu's strongest skill, the previously successful strength to uproot mountains, and Lin Hai did not take this. This was Xiang Yu's strongest skill, the previously successful strength to uproot mountains, and Lin Hai did not take this blow lightly. He continued to gather power for a fierce punch. At this moment, it was like an arrow on the bowstring ready to be released. Both combatants began to charge their attacks, representing the strongest collision yet. This strike would truly determine the victor. Lin Hai completed his charge first. A massive golden fist began to grow larger. With a punch that exploded in the air, a violent shockwave surged towards Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu, bare-chested, appeared to have released all his seals, wielding his halberd as he descended from the sky. This strike left a shallow white mark in the air of the battle arena, as if cleaved by a sharp blade. A deafening sound reverberated throughout the arena. Following that, the protective barrier of the arena began to shake violently, as if struggling to withstand their raging power. Elder furrowed his brow and summoned one of his contracted spirits, rushing towards the arena below to help stabilize the protective barrier. The force of their strike had already reached true black iron level. After such a lengthy battle, Lin Hai's buff had accumulated to a terrifying level, combined with the power of his charged punch, completely rivaling a black iron level strike. Xiang Yu was no different, but both were level 9 spirit manipulators, and their strongest strikes rivaled each other at black iron level, determining the outcome of this battle. Smoke billowed forth, and when the haze cleared, Xiang Yu's figure was huddled in a corner of the arena. Beneath him lay a massive pit, seemingly in the shape of a fist. Yet Xiang Yu still did not fall, supporting himself with his halberd as blood dripped slowly, creating a rhythmic dripping sound. In front of him, Lin Hai's giant form had completely ended, returning to his original size. A clear bloody mark was visible on his chest. Clearly both were not well off. Lin Hai took one last look at Xiang Yu, who was still holding on, revealing a hint of respect. Perhaps this was the true honor of the Western Chu overlord. With a sigh, Lin Hai turned and walked towards the lower part of the arena. Xiang Sangqiong slightly closed his eyes, retracting his contracted spirit. He had completely lost all combat power. Lin Hai had won this battle, though he did not strike again. As Xiang Yu disappeared, a burst of warm applause erupted in the arena. Human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Voices rose and fell, and those little sisters holding Lin Hai's sign stood up. Only Lin Hai's expression was grave. This time, he was truly injured. Although the wound on his chest did not appear so, however, he would probably need to rest for a while. Since starting to cultivate the spirit fusion, Lin Hai had never suffered such serious injuries. This time it had reached the level where he must go to the hospital. Elder also noticed Lin Hai's injuries and immediately arranged for someone to treat him, sending Lin Hai to the hospital. 3 days later, the team battle finals would commence. It was uncertain if his injuries would affect his combat power. Yi Tianxiong exchanged glances with Su Anmu. They had seen Lin Hai's injuries, and although they did not wish to take advantage of others' misfortune, it seemed there was no choice. The timing of the competition would not be postponed due to Lin Hai's injuries. If he did not recover well and lost, it would be no one's fault but his own. However, Lin Hai, who won first place in the individual battle, truly made a name for himself in Beiyuan province. After all, this match was broadcasted throughout the province. Everyone saw the figure of this human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Of course, who said that the second place would not be remembered? Xiang Yu's indomitable figure was also etched in people's hearts. Xiang Sangqiong was undoubtedly a strong warrior. Perhaps this was also the honor of the Western Chu overlord. Lin Hai lay in the hospital ward wrapped in thick bandages, thankfully not injuring any bones. It was merely a flesh wound, but even a slight movement still sent searing pain throughout his body. The spirit fusion method was still too restrictive for him. Breaking through to black iron level was already imminent. Such dangerous actions should be minimized in the future. Lying in bed, Lin Hai also contemplated the upcoming battle in 3 days. Previously, Yi Tianxiong had left a deep impression on him, as had Su Anmu. That white fox was clearly a psychic contracted spirit, and its opponent's strength was no less than that of the second high school. Lin Hai was injured, and Lu Feng also appeared to be in poor condition. This battle was not very favorable for the Ice City No. 1 middle school, but having come this far, it seemed unacceptable not to win the championship. That night, Lin Hai stayed in the hospital. Fang Qi came to visit him. She had originally promised to watch Lin Hai's match, but she did not come to the finals today. The Dragon Guards were recently overwhelmed with work, making it difficult for her to decline. She promised to attend the team finals 3 days later. Lin Hai didn't say much in response. Fang Qi sat with him for a while before leaving, reminding him to rest well. That evening, Lu Feng, Chu Mengyao, and others also came to visit Lin Hai. They inquired about Lin Hai's injuries, and he reassured them that he was fine and that it wouldn't affect the upcoming matches. 3 days passed, neither too long nor too short, as time flowed gently during Lin Hai's recovery. During these 3 days, the finals were heavily promoted, and most of the attention was on Lin Hai and the I-City No. 1 Middle School's representative team. The D-City representative team, led by Su Amu, received little attention because the initial groupings shifted many people's focus to the eastern and even western half of the competition, resulting in fewer spectators. Not many people were aware that the D-City representative team was the champion of the western half. As the finals began, the entire Ice City erupted in a carnival atmosphere. The Ice City Sports Center, originally capable of holding thousands of spectators, now seemed somewhat insufficient. Today, Elder In and the governor of Baiyuan province both personally arrived at the battle arena to observe, eager to witness the true strength of these two teams. Of course, no one could say for certain who would win. With these two heavyweight figures present, safety concerns were minimal. However, many Spirit Guard soldiers surrounded the area to maintain order. Inside the Ice City No. 1 Middle School's lounge, Lin Hai slumped in a chair while Lu Feng teased him. "Hey kid, your injuries aren't fully healed, right? Don't let us down. If you really can't go on, just watch from the sidelines. Actually, I can handle them all by myself." In response to Lu Feng's teasing, Lin Hai shot her a glare. His injuries were indeed not completely healed, but they weren't severe enough to hinder him. As long as he didn't tear the wound, he would be fine. As for not participating, that was out of the question. Even if he gave it his all, he couldn't guarantee victory. If he didn't step onto the field, it would be better to concede defeat right away. Lin Hai pondered the list of participants. Last time he had brought Han Xin into the match primarily to counter Xiang Yu, but this time Han Xin's appearance seemed inappropriate. The final decision on the team included Lin Hai, Lu Feng, and Chu Mingyao representing the strongest lineup of Ice City No. 1 Middle School. After submitting the roster, the group waited for the battle to commence. This would be the final match of the provincial competition, which had lasted over 2 months, officially concluding today. In the spectator area, there was a special section prepared for other contestants. All teams that made it to the top 8 gathered here to watch the final match. This was also for the subsequent award ceremony. Xiang Zhangxiong sat in the front row, leaning back in his chair, hoping for Lin Hai's victory after having lost. After all, losing to the champion was tantamount to securing the runner-up position. Within the D-City representative team, Su Amu wore a white qipao, crossing one leg over the other, the smooth white skin subtly visible through the fabric. With a captivating expression on her face, Yi Tianxiong stood by the bed, holding a glass of red wine. She seemed lost in thought. "Tianxiong, why do you seem so distracted these past few days?" Su Amu's voice was filled with allure, and Yi Tianxiong, seemingly accustomed to it, shook her head without much reaction. "It's nothing. Lin Hai's injury was truly unexpected. Winning would feel undeserved. Do you remember what I told you? Lin Hai has a skill that can stack buffs. The longer the battle drags on, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. Compared to Lin Hai, that Qilin is the most troublesome. We need to pay extra attention to it later." Su Amu nodded noncommittally, appearing unconcerned. Yi Tianxiong glanced over and sighed helplessly. The battle arena was already packed to capacity, and the host slowly rose into the air, looking towards the governor, who nodded, indicating that the event could officially begin. "Today we will witness the final match of our provincial competition. The two competing teams are the veteran powerhouse, the defending champion Ice City No. 1 Middle School. The other team is the dark horse of this tournament, the representative team from D-City. The strength of Ice City No. 1 Middle School is well known, being the longest-standing prestigious school in Baiyuan province. Today they aim to defend their title and uphold their honor. As challengers, the D-City representative team initially drew little attention, yet they have made it to the finals. Today, as the dark horse team, they will face their most challenging match. Next, let us warmly welcome the contestants to the stage. With that, thunderous applause erupted in the arena. Fang Qi, sitting in the audience, was attending Lin Hai's match for the first time. Fang Qi only had a general understanding of Lin Hai's strength and was here to cheer for her brother. The lights illuminated the 2 passageways. Lin Hai, accompanied by Lu Feng and Chu Mingyao, slowly walked out. Due to his injury, Lin Hai's complexion appeared somewhat unnatural. He and Lu Feng looked somewhat alike, resembling a duo of patients. In contrast to their frailty, the D-City team exuded a vigorous aura. Lin Hai glanced over and noticed that the first to walk in was actually Yi Tianxiong. This indicated that Yi Tianxiong was the captain of this team, rather than Su Amu, who possessed an S-level contracted spirit. Behind Su Amu was another man. Both sides took their positions in their respective territories. Just as Lin Hai was about to move forward, Lu Feng grabbed him. "Why don't you just stay back and summon your rock? It might not be much, but it could still cause them some trouble. You can stay here and command your rock creatures. That would still be contributing." Hearing this, Lin Hai's mouth twitched as he shrugged off Lu Feng and strode directly onto the battle arena. Seeing Lin Hai take the stage as usual, Yi Tianxiong sighed. A match is a match, our rules are rules, and they want change for— The cheers in the battle arena grew louder as both sides began summoning their respective contracted spirits. A flash of dark light appeared as a pitch-black Qilin slowly emerged in one corner of the battle arena, its feet standing in a swamp that covered that area. The appearance of the ink jade Qilin elicited another gasp from the crowd. Although Lu Feng had only participated in one match, he was well remembered by many. His popularity was even comparable to Lin Hei's. After all, he was an S contract spirit. The dark marsh slowly manifested, first enveloping Lin Hei's figure. Lin Hai understood Lu Feng's intention and still sought to protect himself. Beside the ink, Jade Qilin Meng Tian reappeared holding a spear and clad in armor. Today's lineup truly represented the perfect combat prowess of Bingxing No. 1. One was SSS, one was S, and one was S. All three were at level 9, their paper-thin strength crushing all other teams without exception. Seeing the trio before him, Yi Tianxiong and the others began summoning their own contract spirits. A splash of water erupted in the spirit battle arena, and a water dragon spiraled forth, appearing above the arena. A flash of milky white light revealed a white fox crouching on the ground with a tail swaying gently in the wind. It exuded an enchanting aura, especially those purple eyes which captivated anyone who gazed upon them. The last entity was a giant resembling a mountain seemingly composed of rock, giving an impression of heaviness and invulnerability. And a great rock giant also at level 9. Judging by their paper-thin strength, this team was not much weaker than Bingxing No. 2, though they did not attract much attention. Lin Hai focused intently on the rock giant, which had never appeared before. Clearly their previous opponents had not forced them to unleash their full strength. 1 SS, 1 S, and 1 A. It was quite rare to gather so many prodigies in a small city. It was unclear how D City managed to do it. As the protective shield of the spirit battle arena slowly descended, it signaled the official start of the battle. Once the battle began, Lin Hai and his companions remained still while the trio before them initiated their actions simultaneously. First was the mountain giant taking a step forward. Its massive form nearly obscured a third of the arena, its bulk even more robust than the enlarged Lin Hai. The rocky body stood like a mountain within the arena, blocking the view of the white fox. Yi Tianqian's water dragon soared into the sky, splitting into two. Two identical water dragons appeared in midair, executing the same water clone technique as before. At the same time, water bullets began to slowly gather in the mouths of both dragons. Lin Hai frowned slightly at this scene, realizing it was impossible to wait for the trio to enter the dark marsh. They were not. What concerned Lin Hai was still that white fox, which must be preparing something while hiding. Having thought this through, he stepped forward and initiated his transformation. Meanwhile, Chu Mingyao, seeing Lin Hai's movement, commanded Meng Tian to summon his soldiers. For soldiers surrounded Meng Tian's figure, forming a compact shield formation, slowly advancing forward. The water dragon launched its attack, first 2 water bullets descending from above. However, they did not target Lin Hai, but chose to strike at Meng Tian beside him. Meng Tian sensed the incoming attack and raised his round shield. The water bullets struck the shield, shattering into droplets that fell to the ground. Lin Hai's figure darted forward quickly, a thick tentacle bound to his waist. He soon approached the rock giant. He threw a punch, aiming directly at the rock giant's chest. The rock giant, noticing Lin Hai's attack, raised its robust arms, converging them in front like a massive shield. As Lin Hai's fist struck down, the rock giant showed no movement or reaction, as if Lin Hai's punch had truly collided with a mountain. Despite being a simple attack from Lin Hai, an ordinary level 9 contract spirit could never withstand it. Evidently this was a spirit adept at defense. After the ineffective strike, Lin Hai launched another attack, landing another punch on the rock giant, but the effect was still minimal. At this moment, Meng Tian reached Lin Hai's side. The 2 water dragons above spun around, and a water vortex began to slowly gather in midair. Lu Feng observed the overall situation without rashly intervening, watching Lin Hai hammering away at the mountain giant. However, soon his expression changed drastically as he shouted at Lin Hai, "Be careful!" Before Lu Feng's voice reached him, Lin Hai felt a strong sense of crisis as the shadow tentacles at his waist erupted with powerful energy. The force pulled Lin Hai's figure, shifting him sideways by 2 steps. A long spear passed by Lin Hai's body, but due to his timely dodge it did not inflict any damage. Lin Hai looked puzzled at his side, where Meng Tian and his 4 soldiers had simultaneously turned on him. Their eyes had completely transformed into purple. Damn it! Lin Hai cursed, fully aware that it was that white fox causing trouble. While creating distance, he glanced at the mountain giant's position, realizing that to interrupt this skill, he had to get past the rock giant. But he knew he couldn't break through its defenses in such a short time. The situation instantly turned into a 4 against 2. Chu Mingyao tried to contact her contract spirit, but there was no response. The trouble was far from over. Lin Hai, reluctant to injure Meng Tian too much, was somewhat hesitant, yet his formidable strength allowed him to maintain his composure. Meanwhile, the water dragons in the air were also readying their skill. The familiar water vortex surged toward Lin Hai once more. In an instant, Lin Hai found himself surrounded, and for the first time the mountain giant made a move. With a single step down, the entire spirit battle arena seemed to tremble. The ground beneath Lin Hai's feet suddenly began to twist, 2 rock formations binding his feet, leaving him unable to dodge. The water vortex enveloped Lin Hai's body, and he felt that weightless sensation again. Lu Feng's expression darkened, knowing that if he didn't intervene, Lin Hai would be finished. On the ink, Jade Qilin, a dark light flashed, tugging at the tentacles around Lin Hai's waist, attempting to pull him away from the vortex. But it was far from simple. Suddenly Meng Tian turned around, 5 long spears piercing through the tentacles at Lin Hai's waist. After the shadow tentacles shattered, Lin Hai found himself completely isolated and helpless. 3 skills simultaneously acted upon Lin Hai's body, and the twisting water vortex began to slowly converge. As the familiar water prison threatened to form again, Lin Hai felt a wave of dread. If he were truly ensnared by this water prison, it would leave Lu Feng to fight alone. The dark marsh continued to expand, and Lu Feng wanted to help Lin Hai break free, but with Meng Tian and the mountain giant obstructing, it was no easy task.